I woke up to find myself reborn in the year 1960. He became a poor 16-year-old boy. My stepmother exchanged 50 pounds of cornmeal to bring my mother back. My stepfather wanted to marry my sister off to a 60-year-old bachelor. A family was driven out of their home. In the mountains, warming ourselves with a pot of fish soup, and at this moment, the stepfather's son actually came to our house to rob us. My name is Lin Feng, a soldier and also a dead man. A few hours ago, I crashed off a cliff in a military training accident. I thought I was surely doomed, yet I awoke once more in the icy wilderness. Became a young man named Lin Feng in 1960. He lay on the snow, his thin clothes covered in frost. Beside him, a grass-green backpack bore the inscription "Brave young man Lin Feng acts heroically." Turns out, this young man and I share the same name. He died protecting his mother and sister. From now on, I'll live this life well in his place. Lin Feng's biological father passed away early, and his mother Xie Feng remarried Lin Musheng, bringing him and his elder sister Lin Xian along. Lin Musheng also had two children, Lin Gang and Lin Jin, both doted on by their grandmother. In that era of natural and man-made disasters with scarce resources, whatever good things the family had were always given priority to Lin Musheng's household first. But what infuriated Lin Feng the most was that his stepfather actually wanted to marry his 18-year-old sister off to a 60-year-old bachelor in the mountains. Xie Feng had a big argument with Lin Musheng over this, and Lin Musheng even raised a wooden stick to hit her. Lin Feng stepped forward to reason with him, but was knocked down by his stepfather's wooden stick. Feeling heartbroken, Xie Feng took her two children and left the Lin family. In the cold winter, with nowhere to go, they had to move into the small wooden cabin left behind from when their grandfather used to guard the mountains. The cabin was dilapidated, with wind blowing in from all sides, and the walls were barely patched up with simple wooden planks and old newspapers. Memories flooded back as I got up from the snow. Before me lay a frozen lake, and not far away rested a worn-out fishing rod. In this freezing weather, there's no way to catch fish with this rod. I casually tossed the rod aside and decided to get fish by other means. I found a 2-meter-long broken log and started pounding the ice on the lake surface, trying to shock the fish out. Just then, my sister Lin Xian came running through the heavy snow. "Lin Feng, Mom was worried about you and sent me to find you." Her face was flushed red from the cold, and her hands wouldn't stop trembling. I felt a pang of heartache as I brushed the snowflakes off her head, then told her to go find a bamboo pole. I gripped the wooden stick and continued pounding the ice, the chill in my body growing heavier. Sister fetched a bamboo pole and started hitting the ice surface with me. Soon, the fish in the lake became restless, surfacing one by one. I took off my shoes, rolled up my pants, jumped into the icy lake water, and soon caught over a dozen half-pound crucian carps. "Lin Feng, come up quickly, or Mom will worry you'll catch a cold," my sister urged me with concern. I reluctantly climbed ashore, shivering as I put on my shoes. Lin Xian strung the fish together with a straw rope and said happily, "We can have a feast tonight." We trudged through the deep snow carrying our fish. In the distance, my mother Xie Feng stood waiting for us amidst the snowfall. I waved the string of fish in her direction and shouted, "Mom, we're having a feast tonight." As she approached, Mother anxiously warned us not to venture out again in such heavy snow. I reassured her, saying we'd just gone nearby to try our luck. On the way back, Mother sighed with self-reproach, blaming herself for being useless and making us siblings suffer alongside her. I felt a pang in my heart and said to her firmly, "Mom, I've grown up. From now on, I'll take care of you and my sister." Upon hearing this, Mother's eyes welled up with tears, as if realizing I had grown up overnight. Back in the small wooden cabin, Mother immediately lit a fire. She watched me scale the fish, then deftly boiled water and put it in the pot. Before long, a pot of fragrant crucian carp head soup was ready. Lin Xian was so happy that her mouth watered, shouting that she was going to eat crucian carp soup. In this pot of fish soup, Mother gave me the only fish head. She said fish heads are good for the brain and nutritious. Looking at the fish head in my bowl, I felt a deep admiration for the original owner of this body. To protect his family, he even sacrificed his life. I put the fish head back into my mother's bowl. "Heh, life isn't so bad after all." As we were politely pushing the fish head around, a harsh voice came from outside the house. The door was pushed open, and a tall man in a military coat walked in. It was Lin Gang, Lin Musheng's son. The moment he stepped inside, the aroma of fish soup hit his nostrils, making his eyes almost pop out. Mother Xie Feng invited him to sit down and eat, but Lin Gang reached out to snatch the fish head from her bowl. I immediately got upset and warned him, "Lin Gang, stop eyeing the fish head in Mom's bowl." "Ha, Lin Feng, don't forget, I'm your elder brother," Lin Gang said provocatively. "If you have something to say, just say it. If not, get out of my way. I don't even take the stepbrothers seriously. Have you grown some nerve? I'll kill you." Lin Gang swung his fist at me, and Lin Xian was so frightened that she burst into tears. I grabbed the small knife on the table and swung it a few times. Seeing that I had a weapon in my hand, Lin Gang cursed and left the cabin. "Fenger, he is still your brother," Mother Xie Feng said somewhat reproachfully. I held her hand and said firmly, "Mom, with me here, they won't dare bully you and sis again." Mother looked at me, tears welling up in her eyes with emotion. Chapter 4 Life down the mountain was no picnic either. "Mom, you go ahead with your work. I'll go out and gather some dry grass. The dilapidated wooden hut was drafty through every crack. Before one even lay down on the wooden bed, the cold seeped into every bone. Before darkness fully settled in, Lin Feng gave his mother a few brief instructions and ventured out into the blizzard. The wind and snow grew fiercer outside. Lin Feng made his way toward a nearby pile of hay bales covered in snow. These tall stacks of hay had been cut from the deep, ancient forests by his grandfather during his mountain guard duty. He would never have the chance to use them again. But they could be of great help to Lin Feng and his mother. Lin Feng placed his hands, reddened by the cold, near his mouth and blew warm breath onto them. Then, crunching through the snow, he trudged laboriously toward the haystacks. A short while later, Lin Feng returned to the wooden hut, clutching a large bundle of dry hay in his arms, his knees sinking deep into the snow. He stuffed the dry hay into every drafty crack of the small wooden cabin. After finishing the task, the entire cabin felt a bit warmer. "Feng, you're out in the freezing cold all day long. You should make yourself a quilt." While Lin Feng was busy, Xia Feng had already finished sewing a rough quilt. Though it looked a bit crude, it would certainly be warm to cover oneself with. "Mom, my hands are warm enough. You and sister can use it." Lin Feng glanced at it. This quilt was made by his mother a few days ago, stuffing pine needles and rushes into the quilt cover she found in the mountains. He hadn't expected it to come in handy now. "Fenger, don't lie to your mother." Xia Feng's voice caught slightly as she spoke to her son. Lin Xian suddenly snatched the quilt cover from her mother's hands, waving it excitedly as she ran to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, cover yourself up. Mom's crying." "All right, I'll go back to the mountains tomorrow." Lin Feng placed the quilt cover over the wooden bed and pulled it up. His entire body felt noticeably warmer. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Lin Feng opened the door of the small wooden hut and stepped outside. Today, the heavy snowfall had eased slightly, but flakes still drifted down steadily. For the three of them to survive this winter on the mountain without proper winter clothing was simply impossible. Small game like rabbits and pheasants could only fill their stomachs. To make proper clothing, they needed the pelts of foxes, leopards, and tigers. Lin Feng had almost no weapons at his disposal. Hunting foxes and tigers required a gun. At this moment, only the village chief possessed a gun. Grandfather had a gun when he guarded the mountain years ago, but after leaving the mountain, he had to surrender it to the village. At that time, the town hadn't yet banned guns, but there was an unwritten rule: hunters who guarded the mountains could enter the forest to hunt, with guns and ammunition issued by the town. However, once they stopped working, they had to return the guns and bullets to the village. Therefore, to find a gun, Lin Feng had to go down the mountain to his uncle's house. As the village director, he was in charge of managing the firearms and ammunition. Lin Feng's village and his mother's village were part of the same community. Village chief Xia Hong was his maternal uncle. He had to figure out a way to go down the mountain and borrow a gun from his cousin. After pondering this, Lin Feng wandered around the mountains but found no small game. With no other choice, he steeled himself and began the descent. Life down in the village wasn't easy either. Lin Feng trudged through the snow to his great-uncle's doorstep, brushing the snowflakes from his clothes. Knock, knock, knock. His sturdy hands gently knocked on the slightly weathered wooden door of his great-uncle's house. Creak. The tightly shut wooden door swung open gently. An old man with a scruffy beard, wearing a thick cotton coat and a black flat cap, poked half his head out. Lin Feng. Uncle. Xia Hong recognized Lin Feng standing at the doorway at a glance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xia Hong ushered him inside. Nephew, I heard from your uncle that the three of you were driven out by the Lin family. As Xia Hong shared this with Lin Feng, his mood grew somber, and he resolved to bring the three of them down from the mountain. However, there was no food ration for the three of them. As women who had married out of the village, their household registrations had been transferred elsewhere. Even if they could help each other out temporarily, it was not a long-term solution. Life in their village was equally tough. The government had confiscated all the grain taxes, and now each person only got 2 ounces of cornmeal per day. Life was different up in the mountains. With good luck, one could hunt rabbits or wild chickens. Come spring, the mountains would be covered with ginseng, wood ear mushrooms, angelica, hazelnuts, and more. For those willing to work hard, these could all be sold for money. Lin Feng and his two mothers were currently short on both money and food. But he never considered coming down from the mountains. He believed in making the most of the mountains. He refused to accept that starvation could come here. Seeing his uncle's hesitant expression, Lin Feng pursed his little lips and spoke up. Uncle, don't you have a gun at home? What? At Lin Feng's words, his uncle jumped up from the wooden stool in sheer fright. This kid was only 16 and knew nothing about firearms. Even if he borrowed the gun, it would just be a waste of ammunition. Chapter 5, a bit off target. Uncle, I know how to hunt. Lin Feng declared emphatically to Xia Hong, vividly recounting yesterday's snowy adventure where he and his sister had caught fish in the lake. Lin Feng, the town has strict gun control. Only the mountain guards are allowed to. The mountain guard position had remained vacant ever since grandfather descended from the hills. In previous years, those down the mountain with hunting experience had all wanted to become the mountain guard. Though they received no work points or rations, they could keep whatever they hunted or gathered in the mountains. It was precisely because of this perk that many hunters who entered the mountains never came out again. Since then, no one has clamored to take over my grandfather's duties. Xia Hong was troubled by this very issue. He wanted to lend his rifle to Lin Feng, but the boy was still just a child. What if Lin Feng got eaten by a tiger or something? What would happen to Xia Feng and Lin Xin? This boy was Xia Feng and Xinxin's lifeline up in the mountains. He certainly didn't want his cousin's life to become even more difficult. Uncle, if you just lend me the gun, I'll definitely give you half of whatever I hunt, foxes, spores, or whatever. To get Xia Hong to willingly lend him the gun. Lin Feng grinned at him, baring his teeth. Xia Hong, just lend the rifle to Lin Feng. If he really catches a fox or a spore, we can get a share too. As Xia Hong agonized over the decision, Lin Feng's Aunt Chunmei emerged, cradling a wailing infant. Perhaps Chunmei's milk supply was insufficient. The child sucked on the pacifier, but the sound of crying never ceased. Xia Hong tore his heart-wrenching gaze away from Chunmei's figure. He turned and walked into the inner room. A few minutes later, he emerged holding an automatic single-barrel rifle and a magazine. Lin Feng, this automatic rifle was returned by your grandfather after he finished guarding the mountain. It only has 8 rounds left. Xia Hong placed the rifle dated yet gleaming into Lin Feng's hands, along with the leather pouch containing the 8 rounds. Lin Feng glanced at the Made in China 1958 inscription on the rifle's body. He braced the rifle's midsection with his left hand while cradling the stock with his right. His right eye shifted toward the assault rifle's sight. Uncle, the front sight's a bit off-center. Lin Feng was a military expert who had traveled back in time from the 21st century. This automatic rifle was truly insignificant to him. As he spoke, he had already made a slight adjustment to the rifle's sights. Xia Hong glanced at Lin Feng. Your grandfather adjusted it. Are you saying you know better than him? Heh, I was just saying. Lin Feng dared not reveal that he had traveled back in time to become the original host. Now, learn how to load the bullets. Xia Hong was a bit worried the kid didn't know how to handle a gun. He intended to teach Lin Feng how to load a bullet. Before he could finish his sentence. Snap! Lin Feng had already skillfully ejected the magazine. With lightning speed, he loaded all 8 bullets from the leather pouch into the magazine. The fully loaded magazine slid effortlessly into the rifle's magazine well. You're a natural with guns, kid. Better than your grandpa. Lin Feng's deft handling of the rifle and reloading process left Xia Hong momentarily dazzled. Heh, uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. He had promised to give him half of any game they bagged. Otherwise, uncle would say he was unreliable in his words and actions. Go ahead. It's cold out there. Take care. Xia Hong walked Lin Feng a considerable distance before finally returning home. He slammed the old wooden door shut with a thud. Lin Feng carried his automatic rifle, trudging through thick snow as he made his way through the bamboo grove in the mountains ahead. There were hardly any paths through the bamboo grove. He relied entirely on instinct to navigate. Lin Feng had no intention of returning home. He searched the bamboo grove for the appearance of prey. Before he left, his mother had told him that foxes were often seen in the bamboo groves down the mountain. Foxes were cunning creatures. Without a gun, capturing them would be difficult. Now, with a rifle in hand, Lin Feng was confident he could secure a fox. As he scanned the distant reaches of the bamboo grove, several foraging creatures suddenly appeared about 200 meters ahead. Foxes. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as his eyes fixed on the dark, shadowy forms. These foxes were bent low, pawing at the snow. They seemed unaware that Lin Feng was crouching as he approached them. With only 1 bullet per fox, Lin Feng didn't rush to pull the trigger. He had only 8 rounds. If he shot from too far away, those bullets would be wasted. As he neared the 100-meter mark, his crouched stride halted. Chapter 6, Gun God. The fox closest to Lin Feng lay flat on all fours, its pointed snout probing the snow-covered ground. Its ears stood erect and forward, its sleek, snow-white fur starkly contrasting against the silver-white world around it. That white fox's fur was so beautiful, how wonderful it would be to hit it. Lin Feng thought of his sister, already 18 years old yet still lacking a single decent outfit. To this day, she shared the floral cotton coat brought from their birth family with their mother. The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. As the man of the house, he was determined to lift this poverty-stricken family out of hardship as quickly as possible. Lin Feng snapped his thoughts back to the present. Crouching low, he drew a deep breath. Simultaneously, his rifle was already clenched tightly in his hands. The shooting techniques from his past life flooded his mind and nerves. His left knee pressed into the icy snow, his right leg bent at a 90-degree angle. His left hand gripped the rifle barrel tightly, his right shoulder braced against the stock, and his right index finger poised to pull the trigger. As his 3 points aligned perfectly, a 5.66mm bullet, carrying the pungent scent of gunpowder, shot out of the barrel like an arrow, leaving the bowstring the moment Lin Feng pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the open snowfield. The massive white fox collapsed onto the snow-covered ground, its head blown apart by Lin Feng's shot. A stream of blood, thick with the tang of iron, flowed from its skull, trickling down its jaw and mouth onto the snow. The other gray foxes, witnessing this, immediately surrounded the scene from nearby. Seeing the white fox twitching on the ground, they let out a series of sharp, wailing cries. Bang, bang, bang. This was the perfect moment to strike. Their attention was entirely focused on the white fox, completely unaware that Lin Feng was behind them. Lin Feng rolled forward several times on the spot, scrambling to his feet as he raised his rifle once more. This time, he was even closer to the gray foxes. Bang, 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 bang. For tracer rounds erupted from the barrel. The gray foxes, which had been circling the white fox and shrieking incessantly, were all struck in the back of the head. They collapsed with a thud onto the snow-covered, icy ground. Several black-furred foxes in the distance had now spotted Lin Feng. Woo woo woo. They howled as they charged forward. Not a single one of you will escape today. The gun in Lin Feng's hand fired once more. Bullets trailing flames streaked toward the foxes attempting to flee. Wah! The gunfire ceased. The black fox, already dozens of meters away, collapsed on the snow-covered ground. Its limbs thrashed frantically in the snow until it finally lay still, barely breathing. Lin Feng placed the slightly warm barrel against his lips and blew on it, checking the bullets in the magazine. The magazine was now completely empty. He slung the rifle over his back and walked toward the fallen foxes. After a long while, he managed to gather all 8 foxes of different colors together. He then ventured into the bamboo grove blanketed in ice and snow, braving the bone-chilling cold to gather several vines. He strung the 8 dead foxes together and slung them over his shoulders. He tried to hoist the foxes onto his shoulders. Once, twice. To his astonishment, he effortlessly lifted the combined weight of nearly 300 pounds in the shortest time. It seemed his former abilities were gradually returning. Astonished by his rapid recovery, Lin Feng no longer yearned for his former life in the 21st century. He now found living in the original host's body quite agreeable. He effortlessly carried the 8 foxes, crunching through the thick snow as he made his way up the mountain path. Outside, his mother and sister were patching the rotten wooden door with dried grass they'd gathered days prior. The door rattled incessantly in the biting wind. Mom, don't bother patching it. I'll go to the bamboo grove later and cut a few stalks. I'll weave a bamboo screen door and weave the straw over it. This wooden door is just too rotten even patched, it won't block the wind. This ancient wooden door had been neglected ever since grandfather left the mountain. Had it not been for Lin Feng and his 2 daughters suddenly arriving here to seek shelter from the storm, it likely wouldn't have even had a chance to be turned over. Xiafang listened to Lin Feng's words, glancing at the patched-up weeds. Not only were they hideously ugly, but they truly did nothing to block the wind. She and Lin Xian finally abandoned the idea of repairing the door. Both of them, their legs already numb from crouching, struggled to stand up, leaning against the creaking wooden door. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Feng flung the foxes he'd been carrying over his shoulder onto the snow. Lin Feng, did you shoot these? Xiafang stared at the sleek-furred, plump foxes he'd tossed onto the ground. She stared at her son with utter astonishment. White breath escaped his lips. Mom, I shot these on my way back down the mountain. Lin Feng, you've never shot a gun before. You got every fox right in the head. I totally underestimated your skills. Lin Xian rubbed her hands, now purple from the cold, as she examined the foxes. Her cherry-red lips, chapped crimson by the frost, couldn't help but utter a series of admiring oohs and ahs at Lin Feng's skill. Chapter 7, Never Forget Your Roots. Hearing his sister's praise, Lin Feng felt genuinely embarrassed. He actually felt a bit embarrassed. In her eyes, he was still just a kid. Her curiosity was understandable. Sis, this is pure luck. Those foxes must have been asking for it. Lin Xian's little mouth puckered a few times. She didn't believe for a second that these foxes would walk right into the line of fire. Lin Feng, you're getting more and more cheeky. You dare lie to your own sister? Wait till I get my hands on you. In that household ruled by their stepfather, where bullying and oppression reigned, and they never had enough to eat or wear. Lin Xian and Lin Feng would glance around nervously before speaking a single word aloud, checking whether their stepfather and his family were nearby. Now, the 3 of them, mother and daughters, had finally escaped that household of bullying and oppression. Though they still lacked food and clothing, they now lived with dignity. At least they could speak up without fear of anyone. Sis, don't hit me, I'm telling the absolute truth. The siblings chased each other playfully in the freezing snow outside the small wooden hut. Xiafang went inside the cabin, fetched some ropes and a small knife, and called Lin Feng and his sister over. Stop fooling around. Come help Mom hang up the fox. Lin Feng and Lin Xian halted their chase. Standing on either side, they helped their mother hang the sleek, white fox onto the tree stump. Lin Feng took the small knife from his mother's hand. With practiced skill, he began skinning the fox. Mom, once we're done stewing the meat, have my sister dry this white fox pelt over the fire. Xiafang didn't understand the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng swiftly continued skinning the fox. Mom, it's only October and the snow is already this heavy. Who knows what the Greater Xinjiang Range in northeast China will look like come the depths of winter. I want to use this white fox pelt to make sister a fur coat. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng clapped her forehead in delight. Lin Feng, now that you mention it, I remember I can sew clothes and pants. That's a great idea. From now on, I'll make clothes and pants for both you and your sister. This winter, we won't have to fear the biting cold. Xia Feng herself was dressed rather thinly. Even now, she was thinking of her two children. Evidently, she cared deeply for them in her heart. Yet in that second husband's household, she was his daily punching bag. No matter how much she longed to protect Lin Feng and his sister, her heart was willing but her strength was lacking. Such thoughts could only remain unspoken. Now, things were slowly improving. She believed that through the efforts of the three of them, their lives would get better. Mom, don't just think about me and sister. You should sew yourself a set too. I've got 8 foxes here. We could each have a set and still have plenty left over. These were all adult foxes. Their pelts were large enough to make full-grown coats and pants, and the scraps could be turned into leather gloves and socks perfect for standing out in the cold winter. As Lin Feng spoke to his mother, he had already stripped the pelt from one fox. His sister had already brought hot water. Lin Feng gutted the fox, tossing the entrails into the basin of hot water for his sister to clean. Meanwhile, he and his mother hung the second fox from a tree to skin it. Lin Feng, I have something to say that you might not like to hear. Xia Feng hesitated, afraid her son might object. Mom, go ahead. If it's something your son can do, what's there to dislike? Though Lin Feng had grown up, he remained deeply obedient to his mother's words. Only then did Xia Feng open her hesitant lips. Feng, this gun your great-uncle lent it to you, right? The small knife in Lin Feng's hand continued to spin and dance. With a swift flick of his wrist, he had already peeled off more than half the hide. Mom, this rifle is just a loan from my uncle. It was Grandpa's old hunting rifle. The sights aren't great, and I have to return it tomorrow. Lin Feng couldn't care less about such a gun, he was only thinking about getting one suitable for hunting. Are there any bullets left in it? Xia Feng helped Lin Feng peel off a complete fox pelt. As she spread it out, she asked him anxiously. Whoosh! Lin Feng's small knife sliced open the fox's belly, revealing a layer of rich, fatty trim glistening before him. He clamped the sharp knife between his teeth, gripping it tightly with his rock-hard jaw. Both hands worked to scrape the layer of fat from the fox's belly, depositing it into a wooden basin he'd prepared. Mom, my uncle only gave me 8 bullets. He said the town's strict now don't waste bullets unless absolutely necessary. Over the past 2 years, with Soviet experts withdrawn, the Great Leap Forward campaign underway, and frequent natural disasters, the authorities had imposed strict conservation measures on everything, encouraging people to produce their own necessities. When you return the rifle tomorrow, bring down 2 fox carcasses with you. If your uncle hadn't lent you the gun, you wouldn't have caught these foxes today. Xia Feng reminded her son that one must never forget one's roots. First, borrow and repay. Second, repay kindness with gratitude. Mom, I've already planned it. Tomorrow I'll take the 2 fox carcasses and 2 fox pelts down to Uncle. I'll also bring back some salt. In these mountains, one could endure a lack of clothing and food. But without salt, over time, a person would completely waste away. All right. Your uncle might be able to help you with the salt. It was nearly noon. Xia Feng carried the cleaned intestines and stomachs, washed by Lin Xan, into the house in an old wooden basin. At the far end of the small cabin, right next to the stove, a broken earthenware jar was inverted atop the wooden structure. It sat half open in one corner. A wisp of blue cooking smoke was curling up from the broken earthenware jar. Chapter 8, Sisters Love Beauty 2. Lin Feng, let me help you. Lin Xan watched her mother enter the small wooden hut. Having already cleaned all the intestines and offal, she now stood idle, her whole body shivering slightly. She wiped the droplets from her steaming hands onto her tattered floral cotton jacket before joining Lin Feng to help peel the fox pelt. Sis, this fox has such a strong bloody smell. You shouldn't handle it. I can take care of it here at home. Sister had endured much hardship in her stepfather's household. All the exhausting and dirty work fell on her and their mother's shoulders. Meanwhile, the 2 children of the Lin family, who were older than the siblings, lived like God's clothes brought to them, meals practically fed to them. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at his sister's hands cracked from the bitter winter cold and covered in calluses and felt a pang of heartache. Hearing his brother's heartfelt words, her eyes suddenly grew moist. Yet she swiftly reined in her emotions, her rationality snapping back into reality. Lin Feng, I'm not some delicate flower. It's just skinning a fox and gutting a few animals. If we work together, won't it go faster? Her sister was a smooth talker. With just a few words, she had Lin Feng swayed. He made room for her and began carefully skinning the fox alongside his sister. With her sister's help, Lin Feng's pelting speed naturally picked up considerably. Sis, when I used to tag along with Grandpa on his mountain trips, he told me fox oil rubbed on your hands can heal dry, cracked skin. Once we're done, save some of the fox's edge oil for me to rub on my hands. That oil is greasy and smells fishy. No way am I putting that on my hands. Lin Xin was a girl who valued beauty and hygiene. She disliked smearing this dirty, fishy-smelling grease on her hands. Hey, sis, I'm not asking you to slather this on daily. Just rub it in when you've got a spare moment. And you don't need to keep it on for half a day, it provides great protection. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Lin Xin couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Alright, little brother, you're right. Once I finish processing these pelts and cleaning out the guts, I'll rub on some fox oil. The siblings happily set to work stripping the fox pelts. In the cheerful atmosphere, they swiftly skinned several foxes. Using the round nails Grandpa hadn't taken from the small cabin and a small hammer, they secured the pelts to the wall by nailing down the areas around the four legs. Before long, the siblings had finished processing several foxes, skin and all. Fomer, Shinshin, come inside the cabin for some fox soup. This midday meal was undoubtedly the most sumptuous feast they had ever known. On the slightly worn octagonal table sat a steaming pot of fox heart, lung, and intestine soup dotted with mushroom caps. These mushroom caps were found by Xia Feng in that black cloth bag on the wall. Preserved well, these dried mushroom caps hadn't spoiled. Grandpa was a kind-hearted man after all. He figured that after he came down from the mountain, if anyone ever found themselves without food up there, these dried mushroom caps could still be simmered for a while. Lin Feng picked up a soft, mushy mushroom cap with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. His mouth immediately made a crunching sound, releasing a juice so hot it made his tongue tingle. Mom, these mushroom caps are tasty, but they could use a bit more salt. Salt was no longer available on the mountain. The small clay jar where they stored it was completely empty. For today's midday soup, Xia Feng had to scrub the salt jar clean. Just make do with it for lunch today. We'll go to your uncle's place tomorrow and get some salt back. Lin Feng continued sipping the scalding broth, only now truly grasping how vital salt was in these remote mountains. He pretended to savor every bite, chatting cheerfully with his sister and mother, insisting the soup was delicious and exceptionally nutritious. As a grown man, he had weathered every kind of hardship in his previous life. Such minor inconveniences were no challenge at all. Alright, I'll head down the mountain tomorrow morning and bring back some essentials. You two take your time eating. I need to go to the nearby bamboo grove and cut down a few stalks of bamboo. Lin Feng, I'm coming too. After applying fox oil, Sister Lin Xin could already feel the pain in her dry, cracked hands had eased considerably, no longer that excruciating, bone-piercing agony. She couldn't bear to let her little brother go alone to the bamboo grove to chop down the stalks. Lin Feng preferred to go places alone. If his sister came along and something happened, he'd have to worry about her too. Sis, just stay home. Put the fox meat in the ice cellar to freeze first. When you have time, dry the fur and help Mom make fur coats and pants. Otherwise, we won't survive this bitter winter. Lin Feng's words held truth. But in the eyes of his sister and mother, he was still just a child. Xia Feng had already cleared the table of bowls and chopsticks. Foner, I'm idle at home anyway. Mother can handle the household alone. You should take your sister with you. Two people working together will get things done faster. Lin Feng took the crescent-shaped knife his grandfather had left behind and began sharpening it with a grinding stone buried in the snow outside the small wooden hut. Alright. In no time, both crescent-shaped knives gleamed brightly under Lin Feng's skilled sharpening. Chapter 9, Why the Rush? Lin Feng, are you done yet? His sister was nearly going mad inside the mountain cabin. She desperately wanted to follow her brother out, to roam freely and breathe in the fresh air of the bamboo forest. Phew! Lin Feng stood up from the cold whetstone. He held the blade, now polished to a snow-white sheen and razor-sharp, and gently scraped it against his fingernail. A layer of debris flaked off his nail bed, carried far away by a bone-chilling gust of wind. Sis, take this curved knife with the wooden handle. In the bitter winter cold that made his body ache, the wooden handle would be far less bone-chilling than gripping the icy metal blade itself. Lin Feng always worried about his sister. Give me the one with the iron handle. No. Lin Feng tucked the iron-handled curved blade into his waistband and handed the other one, with its round wooden handle, to his sister. Sis, this snow has been falling for nearly a month now. Day after day like this, when will it ever end? They trudged through the thick snow, their breath forming white clouds that instantly froze into ice crystals in the air before falling to the ground. Lin Xin tucked the wooden-handled curved blade into her back waistband, stuffed both hands into her slightly oversized sleeves, and continued walking alongside Lin Feng toward the dense bamboo grove, its stalks nearly bent double under the weight of the snow. In past years, snowfall here lasted at least 4 months: October, winter month, last month, first month until the second month of the next year. Only then would the heavy and light snows cease, the ice and snow begin to melt, and spring warmth bring the blossoms. In her birth family, sister was the scholar. After her biological father died, reading became an obsession. Lin Feng had accompanied his father for a time, learning geomancy and divination. But when his father was conscripted for the Great Leap Forward steel campaigns at the village chief's behest, Lin Feng stopped tagging along. Those geomancy skills and all that mumbo-jumbo naturally faded away. He then spent some time with his maternal grandfather in the mountains, learning basic survival skills, nothing more than superficial knowledge. Just as he began mastering pulse diagnosis and basic medicine, the tragic news of his father's death arrived. His mother took him away, and he never returned to his grandfather's side. Now, armed with a lifetime of skills, Lin Feng had returned to these mountains in the original host's place. In doing so, he was fulfilling the boy's lifelong dream. Sis, you're so articulate and more educated than me. Do you ever think about going back to school someday? Lin Xin slipped her right hand out from the warm sleeve where she tucked it, then raised her hand to brush a strand of frozen hair from her forehead. She gathered it and tucked it into the ponytail held by a red rubber band. Little brother, we haven't even solved our basic needs for food, drink, and shelter. Where would we find time to think about such distant matters? I say we should never think about it again. Lin Xin's demands were not high at all. A place to live, a filling meal, and a set of comfortable clothes to wear, that was her greatest hope. The three of them lived in this dilapidated wooden shack, sharing a large bed divided down the middle by a tattered floral cloth tied with a rope. Her youngest brother grew bigger by the day, and with both she and her mother being women, living long-term in this small wooden hut was becoming increasingly awkward. Sis, I'll handle these problems little by little. Don't worry. With heavy snow blocking the mountains, there was little to do besides hunting during spare moments. Building a new house by cutting down trees would have to wait until the snow melted. Making mud bricks also required the snowmelt to subside, otherwise, even if you prepared the bricks and fired them in the kiln, they would turn out defective. In his previous life, Lin Feng had led a rather turbulent existence. He'd worked as a bricklayer, carpenter, construction worker, barefoot doctor, geomancer, and even served in the military. Of the 72 trades in life, he had tried them all. Lin Xin tucked her hands back into her sleeves after smoothing her hair. She flashed Lin Feng a toothy grin. Sis isn't in a hurry at all. It's just tough on you, enduring this bitterly cold winter deep in these mountains with me. Sis, we're family. As long as we stick together, there's no hurdle we can't overcome. As Lin Feng spoke these words, Lin Xin felt inexplicably moved. Her little brother was truly growing more sensible day by day. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xin hurried after Lin Feng, who had already walked quite a distance ahead. Lin Feng, why are you walking so fast? Sis, I spotted some wild pheasants in the bamboo grove. I'm going to catch them. Forget it. Those wild chickens have wings. You don't think they're as easy to handle as foxes. Back at her stepfather's house, even catching domestic chickens and putting them in cages was a huge hassle. It took immense effort to coax them into those basket-woven cages, fortress-like structures with only a circular opening at the top, while the bottom was open to the chicken coop below. And now, she was dealing with a flock of wild birds in the freezing cold, completely unattended. Sis, I've got my ways with these wild chickens. You just assist me. As Lin Feng spoke, he crouched down, swiftly unfastening the curved knife strapped to his hip and gripping it firmly. The wild chickens seemed oblivious to Lin Feng and Lin Xin crouching nearby. They were busy in the dense bamboo grove, heads lowered as they searched for wild grasses and berries among the bamboo. The bamboo forest's dense canopy blocked the falling snowflakes, leaving far less accumulation within the grove than outside. Cluck cluck cluck, cluck cluck cluck. Lin Feng mimicked the pheasant's call, covering his mouth as he cooed. After a burst of calls, the siblings had already hidden in a spot where the pheasants couldn't spot them. Sis, you do like me imitate the pheasant's call. Lin Xin had never imitated a pheasant's call before. Hearing Lin Feng's suggestion, she felt a bit embarrassed. Little brother, I just can't make that sound. What's the big deal? You lure the pheasant over here so I can take it. Lin Xin hesitated. Crouching down, she mimicked her little brother's manner, covering her cherry red lips with her hand. Blushing, she began to call out softly, imitating him perfectly. Chapter 10, A Spark Can Ignite a Prairie Fire. Coo 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 coo. Lin Xin's imitation of the pheasant's call echoed deep into the bamboo grove. Among all wild fowl, the pheasant is both the wisest and the most foolish. Without a moment's hesitation, one after another emerged from the bamboo grove's depths, strutting toward the source of Lin Xin's calls. Lin Feng crouched not far from his sister, parting the thick weeds to watch the pheasants strutting toward them with heads held high. Several plump, large pheasants with reed-colored feathers continued advancing toward them. As they walked, they gobbled in response to Lin Xin's calls. Lin Feng gave his sister a meaningful glance, signaling her to keep calling. This time, her sister imitated the pheasant's call so perfectly it sounded almost indistinguishable from the real thing. This group of plump, clueless pheasants truly mistook the calls for a companion summoning them to forage. They flapped their wings in unison and flew toward the source of Lin Xin's cooing. Whoosh, whoosh. The lead pheasants had already charged past Lin Feng's position. To ensure the rear birds fell into the same trap, Lin Feng held back from acting immediately. In anxious anticipation, he waited for the last pheasant to enter the ambush zone he and his sister had set up. The hiding spot Lin Feng and his sister had chosen was truly a prime location. Dense stands of bamboo blocked both sides, creating a pincer-like path. Even if the birds could fly, escape would be impossible. When Lin Xin saw the first pheasant charging toward her, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of unease. Whoosh! She abandoned mimicking the bird's call, reaching out as her entire body lunged toward the charging pheasant. She seized it alive, skinning it in the process. A speckled hen that had followed the first pheasant to its doom panicked, spreading its legs and trying to flee backward. But it was too late. Lin Feng had already caught the remaining pheasants one by one with his bare hands. This partridge still seemed to resist, trying to survive in the cracks. When Lin Feng blocked its path, it tried to fly over his head. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a tricky maneuver. This wild pheasant was plump and large. Lin Feng estimated it weighed at least 10 pounds. With a pheasant this size, Lin Feng wasn't about to let it slip away. Just as the clumsy bird flapped its wings desperately, trying to find a way through the narrow gap, the crescent-shaped moon blade in Lin Feng's hand shot out with lightning speed. Whoosh! A flash of steel, and the cocky little bird's head rolled clean off its body. Head and body separated, it plummeted from mid-air to the ground. Bro, you're the real deal. Just one slash, and you took out this stubborn little bastard. Lin Xian couldn't help but admire Lin Feng's masterful hunting skills. Deep down, she believed Lin Feng had truly matured and could now stand on his own 2 feet. Sis, tie up these pheasants first. I need to cut some bamboo. Killing all these pheasants at once seemed like more than they could possibly eat. The family had just stockpiled fox meat this morning. If they added these wild chickens to the ice cellar, wouldn't they be eating frozen meat all year round? That was a situation Lin Feng didn't want to see. His plan was to turn these wild birds into domesticated poultry. One pheasant was insignificant, but 10, 100, 1,000 that would be a different story. A single spark can set the whole prairie ablaze. Deep down, Lin Feng always believed that a single spark could indeed ignite a prairie fire. Chapter 11. What on earth is going on? Lin Feng's swift and decisive technique was truly ruthless. The moon-shaped curved blade in Lin Feng's hand cleanly severed the heads from the necks of the chickens. A thick, bloody mist of chicken blood spread through the winter wind in swirling snowflakes. While her little brother hacked away at the bamboo, Lin Xian gathered weeds from the grove and twisted them into ropes. She bound the wild chickens somehow immobilized by her brother and tossed them aside. Only then did she join him in the relentless chopping of bamboo. Make the most of what nature provides. These mountain bamboos had remained untouched for a decade, with layers of bamboo shoots and leaves piled thick beneath the canopy. As Lin Feng and his sister chopped away, snow piled thick on the dense bamboo leaves began sliding steadily onto the ground below. Several thumb-sized snowballs landed squarely on Lin Xian's back as she swung her blade. Her body shuddered as she jumped up. Damn, I'm freezing. She had always believed that the wilderness would be quite comfortable. But the greater the hope held in anticipation, the more ruthless reality proved to be when faced head-on. As she whined and fussily complained, Lin Feng paused the curved blade he was swinging. He asked his sister with a hint of concern. Sis, what's gotten into you? Hearing her brother's words, Lin Xian seemed deeply aggrieved. While tugging at her tightly bound clothing, she fumbled with a small snowball that had fallen onto her back, eventually dropping it onto the ground. Little brother, even the snowflakes in the sky are picking on me. She told her beloved younger brother, who shared both their father and mother, with obvious frustration. Lin Feng had promised he would never let his sister suffer any injustice in this lifetime, including all natural disasters and misfortunes. Sis, you don't need to chop down anymore. Just help me strip the leaves off the bamboo I've already cut. Lin Feng didn't expect his sister to do much for him. He just wanted her to find anything to occupy her time. Otherwise, enduring this bitter winter amidst the mountains' silver snakes and plains wax elephants, this icy, snowy wasteland was truly unbearable. Lin Xian's enthusiasm had likely been dampened by the small snowballs tumbling from the bamboo leaves. She no longer competed fiercely with Lin Feng to fell bamboo. Instead, she swung her knife to trim the leaves and branches from the felled mozo bamboo. Her movements as she chopped away at the bamboo branches were remarkably swift and precise. In no time, the bamboo felled by Lin Feng was stripped clean and smooth. Lin Feng felled the last bamboo stalk at his feet. He swiftly stripped the branches from the bamboo. Sis, skewer these chickens on bamboo sticks to carry them back. I'll bundle up these bamboo stalks and then we'll head home. As the siblings carried the bamboo and wild chickens back to the cabin, one ahead and one behind, a roaring fire blazed beneath the cabin's eaves. Their mother was digging a cellar with an iron shovel in a hollowed-out spot not far from the cabin. When Xia Feng saw Lin Feng and his sister returning, she poked half her face out from the dug-out cellar. You two, bring the butchered fox meat over here. Lin Xian made a mischievous face at their mother, then happily called her brother back to the cabin. They loaded the 6 foxes into an ancient pinewood basin old beyond measure and carried it toward the dugout cellar. The siblings arrived at the top of the cellar. Lin Feng crouched down and jumped into the cellar. With his considerable strength, he carried their mother back to the entrance of the cellar. Only then did he heave the wooden basin filled with fox meat down into the underground chamber. With everything settled, he braced his left hand against the cellar opening, flicked his right hand, and with a swift roll, leapt to the upper windward side of the cellar. Lin Xian and his mother had already found a discarded, rotten wooden plank. Foamer, seal this cellar entrance shut, then pack it with snow. Sealing the cellar entrance prevented snowmelt from entering. Moreover, the temperature inside matched that of the snow-covered ground, ensuring constant freshness without any risk of spoilage or foul odors. Impressed by his mother's ingenuity, Lin Feng followed her instructions. He secured the rotten wooden plank over the cellar entrance, then used an iron shovel to pack thick snow around it, sealing it solidly shut. Lin Feng, Mom, we should hurry back. The fox pelts we're roasting are about to catch fire. Lin Mei stood nearby, her legs already shaking uncontrollably from the cold. She kept urging her mother and Lin Feng to hurry home. Lin Feng and Xiefeng finally set off, trudging through the deep snow, their footsteps sinking in and out as they made their way back to the small cabin. Chapter 12, Memories Drift Away. When the three of them rushed back to the cabin, several glossy fox pelts lay fully dried beside the blazing firewood. Lin Xian crouched down, warming her frostbitten, crimson-red hands until they were nice and toasty. Only then did she and Xiefeng gather the dried fox pelts and store them inside the cabin. He pulled an old bamboo basket from beneath the cabin bed. This small bamboo basket had a circular bamboo base at the bottom, with a plum blossom knot woven in the center. The top was open, bound with thin bamboo strips. In the center of the open top, the year 1958 was written in bamboo characters. Xiefeng pulled out a pair of slightly discolored scissors, a needle case, and several balls of blue, black, and white thread from the basket. These were left behind by your great-grandmother when she came up the mountain to accompany your great-grandfather. They've since gone down the mountain, and these things are no longer needed. But since we're making clothes and pants, they'll come in handy. Lin Feng suddenly recalled that beneath his grandfather's wooden bed lay countless other items. Back when he was in the mountains, following his grandfather through the hills, he had seen his grandfather personally place them there. His mother's words suddenly jogged his memory. Glancing beneath the cluttered bed, he found it exactly as described. If only this little cabin weren't so cramped, he'd want to pull everything out from under the bed right now. Lin Feng straightened his bent back. Mom, can you really make clothes and pants? When he went to the bamboo grove at noon, Lin Feng had only said that to them deliberately to prevent his sister from going. He never dreamed his mother would actually know how to make fur garments. Lin Xian walked over to the small bamboo basket, crouched down on the ground, and pulled out a soft leather measuring tape. The tape measure was marked with red vertical lines indicating sizes and measurements. Before her mother could answer, Lin Xian took the tape measure into her own hands. As she wrapped the tape measure around Lin Feng's waist, her sharp tongue flashed once more. My dear little brother, your mother was once the most capable woman in the village. I made every single piece of clothing you and your father ever wore. It's just a shame your father can never come back. As Lin Xian spoke these words, her eyes began to redden. Dad was a good man. But why must good people suffer so much? Xiefeng's tears, perhaps, had long since dried up. Her face remained remarkably composed. Xinshin, let bygones be bygones. No more dwelling on that heart-wrenching chapter. Quickly help your brother measure his waist, leg length, and torso length, record them all. Lin Xian was still quite obedient. She quickly wiped away the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Little brother, stand still, okay? Sister will measure from your hips to your feet. After a long while, Lin Xian finished measuring her brother's torso, legs, and chest circumference. She carefully recorded each measurement with a piece of burnt charcoal. Mom, you two keep working. I'll go outside and cut the bamboo first. Lin Feng had mentioned it during lunch. He intended to replace the dilapidated wooden door. He aimed to finish the bamboo woven door before nightfall. He walked out of the small wooden hut, head bowed and back bent. Whack, whack, whack. Outside the cabin, the sound of Lin Feng cutting bamboo with his curved knife echoed. He cut a sturdy bamboo stalk into several sections matching the cabin's doorframe dimensions, then sliced open the severed bamboo tubes with a sharp crack of his blade. Split. With a hollow thud, the bamboo split cleanly in two. He proceeded to split the halved sections into quarters and then eighths. Weaving a bamboo door was a meticulous craft. He had been learning this craft from his father since he was a child. Today, performing this task felt effortless to him. In just a moment, he had split all the bamboo strips and even shaved off the knots inside them. After finishing the strips, he then used an extremely sharp curved knife to split a long bamboo stalk into 16 pieces, then carefully sliced each piece into thin bamboo strips. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Within just an hour, he crouched down, neatly separated the 8 wide bamboo strips, and laid them beneath the eaves of the small wooden hut. With meticulous care, he wove the strips together, threading them through each other one by one. Chapter 13, Treating the Symptoms, Not the Root Cause. Night fell early in the mountains. Lin Feng had possessed a luxury watch during his military service, but it had been completely destroyed when he fell off the cliff. He had arrived carrying a soul. Yet his biological clock remained remarkably sensitive. After weaving the final bamboo splint, he slowly lifted his lowered head and gazed toward the distant mountain range. Dark clouds blanketed the horizon, and snowflakes as large as goose feathers swirled through the sky. Feng, are you done weaving? If not, you can finish tomorrow. The oil lamp had already been lit inside the small wooden hut. Mother and sister had long since put away their needlework. Mom, I still need to finish weaving the chicken coop. These are wild chickens I caught on the mountain, and there's nowhere else to keep them. Lin Feng attached the woven bamboo door, reinforced with grass and bound with bamboo strips, to the rotten wooden door. Closing the door instantly made the cabin feel much warmer. Xia Feng was busy preparing dinner. To reward Lin Feng for his hard work today, she specially baked several corn tortillas in the pot and reheated the leftover soup from lunch. Only then did she brave the biting wind and heavy snow to gather a few wild green onions from the wilderness. By the time Xia Feng returned from the wilderness, Lin Feng had already finished weaving the chicken coop. He was placing the bound wild chicken inside the small wooden hut into the newly woven coop. Lin Xian was scalding the decapitated wild hen. Feng, you're so capable. It must be such a hardship for you to stay in these mountains. Mom, life in these mountains is so much better than in the village. We get to eat meat and drink soup every day, and soon we'll have fur coats and pants to wear. This is like living like gods. Lin Feng ate a warm corn cake, bit into a wild green onion with gusto, and told his mother with a cheerful smile. The true taste of it all was something only Lin Feng understood in his heart. He simply didn't want to upset his mother. Lin Xian held a large, thick bowl, slurping down fox heart and lung soup. Though it lacked salt, it was far better than going hungry. Mom, life up here in the mountains is so much better than living with my stepfather. Hearing her children speak like this, Xia Feng felt a little comforted. After helping the children finish their corn cakes and soup, he finally rose to clear the table. Lin Feng took the 2 remaining skinned foxes outside and placed them over the roaring fire, until the moisture evaporated. He then smoked them until they turned golden brown using the cypress wood outside the cabin. Finally, he fetched a backpack, stuffed the 2 fox carcasses now yellowed and dripping with oil inside, and carried the backpack back into the cabin. Feng, it's the dead of winter. Quickly take off those worn-out shoes and soak your feet. Otherwise, you'll get frostbite, and in this miserable winter, that would be the end of you. Mother placed a basin of scalding hot water before Lin Feng, who had toiled all day. In his past life, Lin Feng had neither mother nor father, an orphan raised on the kindness of strangers. Reborn into this new body, he felt for the first time that no one in the world could compare to a mother's love. Mom, respecting elders and caring for the young is a virtue in our corner of northeast China. Tonight, you should wash your feet first. Oh my Feng, you're so considerate to your mother. Tonight, I'll make an exception and go first. Xia Feng sat down on the long wooden bench, slipped off her worn-out yellow cloth rubber shoes, and submerged her frostbitten feet into the hot water. Lin Feng crouched down, dipping his hands, slightly numb from the cold, into the wooden basin filled with hot water. Tonight, he would give his old mother a proper foot wash. In his previous life, he had worked as a foot washer. The memory of washing feet was something he could never forget. Mom, your feet are so badly frozen. If we don't reduce the redness and swelling, they'll crack and fester in a few days. That would make this winter miserable. While massaging the red, swollen areas on the top of her feet with both hands, Lin Feng also applied pressure to the acupressure points along her instep. Feng, you know massage? As Lin Feng pressed the points on her instep, Xia Feng felt the redness and swelling visibly ease. Mom, you forgot? I used to run around doing odd jobs with Dad and Grandpa for a while. The original owner of Lin Feng's body had also picked up some basic medical skills. Now that Lin Feng had taken the place of his original host to care for his mother, it was only natural that this woman, whose face was etched with worry, accepted his help. Mom's been complaining about pain all over her body lately. Could you give her a massage later to see if it helps? The mountain was quite a distance from the medical station down below. Moreover, the barefoot doctor there only knew how to give injections and such, having no real understanding of proper diagnosis. Whether it was a major or minor ailment, the only remedy offered to patients was painkillers. Over time, the villagers stopped visiting her. Instead, they'd head to the fields, gather some herbs, and drink the decoction herb and all. During the day, Xia Feng had once tried searching the mountain for herbs like Scutellaria barbata and Panax nodo ginseng. But the heavy snow had blocked the mountain for nearly a month. After searching for half a day, she hadn't found a single medicinal herb. Mom, your condition stems mainly from overwork and lack of proper food and clothing. I can give you a full body massage to ease the symptoms, but that only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. To truly get rid of the pain, you need more rest and nutritious food. Chapter 14, makes perfect sense. As Lin Feng explained this, he lifted her feet still soaking in the hot water out of the wooden basin. The thoughtful older sister immediately fetched a slightly tattered towel and a small wooden stool for her little brother. Lin Feng shifted his squatting position onto the small stool. He used the clean towel to wipe the water droplets from their mother's feet. Back then, there was no such thing as massage oil or ointment. The only luxury in their small wooden hut was the fox fat that Lin Mei had rendered earlier that afternoon while Xia Feng was doing needlework. Xia Feng's feet were somewhat dry. Lin Feng tried scraping the soles of her feet. The knuckle of his index finger clearly felt the roughness. Sister, could you scoop some fox oil for me with the spoon? Lin Xian was preparing to warm her own feet, which had grown numb from the cold. Hearing Lin Feng's words, her mouth gaped in astonishment. Fox oil was such a luxury item, using it to moisturize mom's soles was simply too extravagant. Lin Feng tossed the ragged towel onto the chicken coop. He turned to look at his sister, who was staring at him in utter astonishment. Sis, we've got plenty of fox oil now. Are you worried we won't have enough or something? Heh, little brother, you do have a point. I'll go fetch the fox oil right now. As Lin Xin spoke, she swayed her curvaceous figure toward the dimly lit stove area. The small wooden hut was just that size. The table was covered with bowls and chopsticks, along with the leftover soup and broth from dinner, which had already taken up the entire surface. The rendered fox oil had to be placed on the stove, which made it convenient for stir-frying later. Lin Xin fumbled in the dark with a wooden spoon, scooping up a generous portion of the solidified fox fat and placing it beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently scraped a small piece of the fat from the spoon and spread it evenly across the sole of his mother's left foot. His right hand held Xie Feng's foot, while the knuckle of his left index finger slowly pressed into the Yongquan acupoint on her sole with increasing pressure. Ouch! Xie Feng felt a slight sting of pain. Lin Feng eased the pressure of his massage. Mom, this is from not eating on time for so long. We have meat now, and in a few days, these pheasants will lay eggs again. Don't hold back on eating. Fomer, we should save these things. If we ever really run out of food, we could last a year or two. While Lin Feng massaged the pressure points on her soles, she voiced her concerns to Lin Feng. Mom, we're in these mountains now. There's no shortage of game. In a few days, I'll head out again. With a bit of luck, I might even bring back a few wild rabbits or something. That's right, Mom. Once the snowfall eases up in a few days, I'll head back into the mountains with little brother. Lin Feng really didn't want his sister to go into the mountains again. Having her tag along was no help at all, it only added to his troubles. Take today's trip to the bamboo grove to cut some bamboo, for instance. Lin Feng had already massaged all the pressure points on the sole of his mother's foot. The areas where she had complained of severe pain now felt less intense. Lin Feng placed both hands on his mother's other foot to massage it. While massaging the reflex points on her feet corresponding to the heart, lungs, liver, spleen, and kidneys, he answered Lin Xin. Sis, Mom's health isn't great. Just help her out with whatever you can manage at home. As for those leopards, tigers, and bears in the mountains, I've got them covered. Lin Feng knew how to speak wisely. His sister was old enough now, saying something too harsh would surely hurt her pride. He rephrased the harsh words in a way that made them easier for her to hear and accept willingly. Chapter 15, A Man Doesn't Cry Easily. Hearing Lin Feng speak like this, his sister's earlier clamoring for a slap immediately fell silent. She walked behind Lin Feng, watching her brother massage the various pressure points on their mother's legs. Brother, you've learned quite a lot of practical skills from Dad and Grandpa. If I'd known they possessed such talents, I wouldn't have studied so hard back then. Sister had only finished middle school in 21st century terms, she was essentially a 6th grade student. Yet in that unique era, she was considered a bookworm with vast knowledge. Sis, education is still worthwhile. Without it, farm work is grueling. Look how much better off those folks in town are. Lin Feng's words struck a chord with Xie Feng. Her legs shifted slightly. Xinxin, your brother has a point. If conditions in the mountains ever improve, you should definitely go back to school. Lin Xin mimicked her brother's actions, pressing acupuncture points along Xie Feng's legs. Mom, I'm already 18. Sitting in a classroom would make me look like a little adult. People would laugh at me for sure. If anyone should go back to school, it should be my brother. Lin Xin believed that when conditions improved in the future, it should be her younger brother who went back to school. Sis, I'm not cut out for studying. Don't argue about this. When we start earning money, you can go back to school. Me and Mom will raise chickens, ducks, and rabbits up here in the mountains to pay for your middle school, high school, and college. Exactly. Mom and your little brother will raise these animals to pay for your education. Xie Feng, reminded by Lin Feng's words, patted Lin Xin's shoulder cheerfully. The cheerful laughter of the three women echoed through the small wooden hut. As night deepened, the heavy snow continued to fall outside the cabin. Lin Feng had finished massaging every acupoint on his mother's body. After her son's thorough massage, Xie Feng felt utterly relaxed. She snuggled Lin Xin close and burrowed under the thin quilt, drifting into a deep, peaceful sleep. Lin Feng worried his sister and mother might be cold in the bitter winter. He placed the unfinished garments his mother had been sewing over the thin quilt, covering both mother and daughter. To head down the mountain early the next morning, Lin Feng hurriedly dipped his feet in hot water before burrowing into the blankets fully clothed. The next morning, when Lin Feng woke up, Xie Feng was already busy at the stove preparing breakfast for the family. Lin Feng crawled out of the warm bed. Xie Feng, having already cooked the corn cakes, brought them to the table. Fomer, I got up early to mend your leather socks. If you don't mind my rough workmanship, just wear them. Better than freezing your feet. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng was so touched he didn't know what to say. Mom, as long as you made them, I'll love wearing them. He replied to Xie Feng while pulling the leather socks over his feet. The moment they touched his feet, warmth instantly spread through his toes. Mom, please make a pair for sister and me during the day too. We have plenty of fur now. Once we return from Uncle's place, I'll head back into the mountains. Lin Feng finished putting on the leather socks, slipped his worn shoes over them, grabbed a few corn cakes, slung the knapsack he'd packed the night before over his shoulder, hoisted the automatic rifle, and stepped out of the small wooden hut. He vanished into the biting cold and snowstorm. 1 hour later, Lin Feng's figure appeared outside his uncle's door. The sound of an infant's wail drifted from inside. Knock knock knock. After brushing the snow off his clothes, Lin Feng knocked on his uncle's wooden door once more. His uncle inside seemed somewhat irritable. Who is it? His tone carried an inexpressible sense of helplessness. Uncle, it's Lin Feng. I'm here to return the gun today. Clatter, clatter. The sound of slippers shuffling echoed through Uncle's wooden hut. Squeak. The ancient wooden door creaked open as Uncle stepped out, a stinging cold wind blowing in and making him sneeze repeatedly. Uncle, his beard unkempt, seemed to have aged considerably overnight. Short on clothes and food, with the baby crying incessantly, he was utterly exhausted. But a man doesn't shed tears easily. Before Lin Feng, Uncle still put on a calm and collected front. Lin Feng, why are you returning the gun so soon? Uncle, the bullets are gone, and this gun isn't very reliable anyway. Uncle Lin's words made him gasp in shock. It took him a long moment to snap out of his daze. Lin Feng, after you left yesterday, I went to town to try and get you a better rifle. But they don't have any there now. However, they gave me a barrel, plus plenty of gunpowder and iron shot. If you know how to make your own flintlock, wouldn't that be even better? Uncle ushered Lin Feng inside. When Feng took the fox meat and pelt from his back pocket and handed them to Uncle, he shared the news with some excitement. The rifle he had now was unreliable, and the town wouldn't supply bullets anymore. Seeing Lin Feng fulfill his responsibility, he couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for him. He had considered making a gun himself, but he truly didn't know how. His only hope now rested on Lin Feng. Chapter 16, Such Generosity. Uncle, I've never made a gunpowder rifle either. Lin Feng listened to his uncle's words, feeling somewhat bewildered. This was all his uncle could do to help Lin Feng. Beyond this, he couldn't think of a better solution. At that moment, Lin Feng's mind began to gradually recover his past memories. Scenes from his past life in the gun workshop, grinding, soaking, assembling, and test firing played like a movie, continuously flashing through his mind. Uncle, how about I take it back to the mountain and try? Maybe I can actually build that gunpowder rifle. He had originally planned to build it here at his uncle's place down the mountain. But his uncle's house didn't have a suitable space to offer, and besides, his aunt was caring for a baby just a few months old. The noise from making the gun would surely disturb the child. After some consideration, Lin Feng asked his uncle to gather the barrel, gunpowder, and iron shot. His uncle still had full confidence in Lin Feng. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, he retrieved a barrel about 1.5 meters long from a corner of the room. In his other hand, he carried a floppy bamboo basket woven from slats. Lin Feng had seen this bamboo basket before when accompanying his maternal grandfather on mountain trips. Though small, it held quite a lot inside. Uncle handed the black, grimy barrel into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng weighed the barrel in his hands, feeling its substantial heft. This barrel weighed at least 15 pounds. Uncle, this barrel has some heft to it. Uncle was busy scooping gunpowder from the dented bamboo cage. The gunpowder was stored in a large black cloth sack. On the sack, a large character for fire was embroidered, adorned with a vivid red flame. He placed the sack of gunpowder into Lin Feng's back pocket. Uncle straightened his bent back, lifting his high-arching rear end. Lin Feng, the barrel of this gunpowder rifle has thick inner walls. If they were too thin, the explosive force of the gunpowder would cause the barrel to burst in no time. To get you this sturdy barrel, I searched high and low in town. As he spoke, Uncle also retrieved the iron filings from the bamboo basket. The iron filings were stored in an orange-yellow glass bottle. Lin Feng looked at the glass bottle in his uncle's hand. Inside that amber-colored glass bottle were at least tens of thousands of iron pellets. Uncle, how come the town is being so generous? His uncle placed the orange glass bottle into Lin Feng's shoulder bag. He glanced at Lin Feng. These iron pellets cost next to nothing to produce. 10,000 pellets run only 5 or 6 cents, a fraction of what 10,000 bullets would cost. The town mayor was in a generous mood and gave me several bottles. I don't really have any use for them, so I'll just give them all to you. These iron pellets were just cluttering up space at his place anyway. As he explained this to Lin Feng, he emptied the remaining glass bottles from the bamboo basket into Lin Feng's backpack. Deeply grateful to his uncle, Lin Feng hesitated before asking him a question. Uncle, I'd like to ask you something. Uncle had already placed all the iron filings and gunpowder into Lin Feng's knapsack. He had no idea what Lin Feng was about to ask. Go ahead. Uncle, there's a shortage of salt in the mountains. Could you help me get some? Lin Feng felt genuinely embarrassed as he spoke these words to his uncle. In the 21st century, salt cost only 2 yuan per packet and was sold in every major store. But back in 1960, salt was truly a rare commodity. Uncle burst out laughing upon hearing Lin Feng's request. His sharp eyes studied Lin Feng's tender, chapped face, whipped raw by the bitter wind. Lin Feng, though we lack some things down here, we've never run short of salt lumps. I'll fetch some for you right now. Before he could finish speaking, he was already in the kitchen, hauling out a clay jar large enough to hold 20 pounds of salt crystals. Clang! He placed the heavy earthenware jar, weighing a full 20 pounds, before Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this jar is filled with salt lumps. Take as much as you need. Lin Feng examined the aged earthenware jar, lifting the lid covering its mouth. One by one, pure white salt crystals appeared before him. He reached down, scooped handfuls of salt from the jar, and rubbed them vigorously between his palms. The quality of these salt crystals was quite good, coarse, lumpy grains that would be perfectly useful in these mountainous regions where salt and medicine were scarce. Uncle, this salt is top-notch. If you want money, I can buy it from you, or trade you game I've hunted. Haha, Lin Feng, you really underestimate your uncle. Your uncle may not have many skills, but I can certainly manage to get hold of several dozen pounds of coarse salt lumps. The 2 fox carcasses Lin Feng brought down from the mountains, along with their smooth, glossy pelts, had been a tremendous help, completely resolving his urgent need. For Xiahon, the village chief, these few dozen pounds of salt lumps were hardly worth mentioning. Hearing his uncle speak thus, Lin Feng was so delighted he slapped his thigh repeatedly. This was the happiest he had ever felt in his life. Uncle, on behalf of my mother and sister, I sincerely thank you for saving the 3 of us. Chapter 17, Still Playing Tricks. Xiahon couldn't bear to see Lin Feng's mother and sister suffer. Hearing Lin Feng's words, his face flushed crimson all the way to his ears, turning as red as Guan Yu's neck. He reached out and began patting Lin Feng's shoulder repeatedly. Oh my dear nephew. It was just a few dozen pounds of salt lumps. Look at you, acting like you've met your savior. If you have no urgent matters, you should hurry back to the mountain. Your mother and sister are waiting for you there. Uncle Lin secretly hoped Lin Feng would linger down in the village a bit longer. But conditions on the mountain changed in the blink of an eye. With the heavy snow coming down fiercely, another hour might see the entire path up the mountain completely blocked. With these thoughts weighing on him, Uncle Lin urged Lin Feng to shoulder his backpack and rifle barrel and hurry back up the mountain. Lin Feng was a man who knew how to show gratitude. As he left his uncle's house, he assured him that once he returned to the mountain and obtained something worthwhile, he would definitely bring some down to the village. His uncle listened to Lin Feng's words and was deeply moved for quite some time. As Lin Feng began his ascent, his uncle called after him from behind, "Next time you have extra game, remember to send some to your maternal grandfather's house too. His life down in the village hasn't been easy." Lin Feng trudged through the thick snow, his back weighed down by a heavy game bag and his shoulders bearing the dark, heavy barrel of his rifle. He had already covered a considerable distance. Hearing his uncle's words of advice from behind, he immediately halted his ascent up the mountain. "Uncle, you can rest assured. If I get anything good out here in the mountains, I'll bring it down to you first thing." Lin Feng's words brought his uncle such relief it was like a soothing balm. Watching Lin Feng's receding figure, he murmured to himself. "This lad," he murmured, "just like his father, knows how to repay kindness." His aunt, cradling a toddler who was tugging at her nipple, walked up behind him and called out loudly. "Hurry up and stew some of that fox meat. This baby's wriggling so much it's driving me crazy." Uncle watched Lin Feng's figure vanish into the mountains before returning indoors and slamming the wooden door shut, which rattled loudly in the biting wind. Lin Feng trudged along the rugged mountain path, a backpack strapped to his back, a long rifle barrel slung over his shoulder, and thick snow crunching beneath his feet. As he walked, his gaze never left the tracks and signs of any animals along the path. Suddenly, several oval-shaped black objects appeared on the gradually widening snowfield. What could possibly appear in the snow during a heavy snowfall? Lin Feng, who was heading up the mountain, instantly became alert. His instincts kicked in as he scanned the snowy expanse ahead. A row of irregular black particles stretched into the distance, accompanied by several forward-moving footprints resembling plum blossoms against the pristine white snow. To confirm what exactly had appeared before him, Lin Feng swiftly set aside the backpack and rifle barrel strapped to his back. He crouched down, his sturdy, muscular frame bending low. Picking up several oval-shaped objects from the snow, he held them in his palm, examining them closely. He even brought them to his nose for a careful sniff. The dark, still warm substance had no distinct odor. When he squeezed it between his fingers, it crumbled into fine, grass-like particles. Rabbit droppings. After sniffing the droppings on his hands and carefully examining the plum blossom-shaped footprints left in the snow, Lin Feng exhaled a puff of warm breath and muttered to himself. As the white vapor solidified into ice crystals in the air, he swiftly followed the footprints and droppings, which hadn't yet been buried by fresh snow. He followed the rabbit droppings and the plum blossom-shaped footprints for quite a distance, yet he didn't spot a single rabbit. Damn it, this rabbit's playing games with me. Just as he was about to give up, several tiny figures appeared not far from his line of sight. Several plump, gray-furred rabbits, their pointed snouts clutching clumps of ice-drenched grass, were chewing with their teeth bared. Lin Feng crouched low, then sprang up, aiming to grab the plump rabbits barehanded. But these drab-colored rabbits seemed to have anticipated his move. As if in concert, they leapt into a nearby cave, large enough for them to come and go freely. Lin Feng, who had been full of excitement, lunged into thin air, his entire belly slamming onto the pristine snow. Fuming, he scrambled to his feet, brushing snow from his chest as his furious eyes fixed on the cave beside the snowfield. The cave beside him had not just one entrance, but two exits. He shifted his seated body toward the opening. Both holes had been worn smooth by the constant comings and goings of those beasts. In a desperate attempt to scare his stomach out, he reached his hand into the opening. Unfortunately, the depth of both openings was beyond the reach of his hand. Frustrated by his futile effort, Lin Feng reluctantly withdrew his hand, which he had fully thrust into the hole, with considerable difficulty. Chapter 18, The Cunning Wild Rabbit. Damn it, if I don't catch you today, I'll change my last name. Lin Feng grumbled as he stood up and trudged deeper into the snowy wilderness. After an unknown amount of time, he reappeared at the cave entrance, his arms full of dry grass. Phew! He dumped the entire load of dry grass onto the ground in one go, to force the wild rabbits out of the burrow completely. This was a pretty nasty trick. Not only did he completely block the rabbit's entrance with the hay, but he also pulled a thoroughly dry matchbox from his innermost clothing. This dry matchbox was something he'd brought with him from his previous life in the 21st century. He silently rejoiced that this contraption had somehow traveled with him through time. After a moment of smug satisfaction, he slid open the matchbox and pulled out a stick of gunpowder-coated fuse. Ha! He scraped the powder tip of the stick against the dry, brown powder casing with a sharp scratch. The gun-coated stick immediately ignited in the cold air. Lin Feng feared the biting wind might extinguish the flame entirely. He shielded the flame with his hand and directed it toward the dry grass. The brushwood stuffed into the burrow entrance ignited instantly. A choking cloud of acrid smoke poured straight into the rabbit hole. Ha ha ha, now let's see if you dare come out. You think you can play with your old man? You're still too green. After adding more dry grass, Lin Feng stood up from his crouch and walked toward the exit of the burrow. Reaching the exit, he crouched down, his body now upright. Today, he would wait here, biding his time like the proverbial hunter waiting by the tree stump. Though waiting by a stump for a rabbit was a tale everyone dismissed as fanciful. But today, Lin Feng had steeled himself for this very outcome. The thick smoke pouring from the burrow grew denser. The acrid fumes rising from the burning brush made Lin Feng's nose itch, compelling him to stifle several sneezes. Yet, determined to successfully trap these wild rabbits, he forced himself to hold back the sneezes, even as tears welled up in his eyes. He steadfastly endured, refusing to budge from his position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rabbits inside the burrow, unable to endure the choking smoke any longer. They began to emerge one by one from the burrow entrance, making whoosh 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 sounds with their mouths. The first rabbit's gray ears stood erect as it dashed out. Its entire body had barely darted out of the opening. Lin Feng swiftly pulled the cloth in his hand over the cunning rabbit. He, this little rabbit is kinda cute. I'll take it back and give it to my sister to raise. As Lin Feng peeled the cloth off the upright-eared rabbit, he gazed at its smooth fur and two bright red eyes. Overcome with delight, he decided to take it home for his sister to raise. To keep the rabbit from running off, he recalled some quirky tricks his grandfather had taught him. He traced a circle in the snow with his index finger, then tapped the rabbit lightly on the head. The gray rabbit froze in place as if bewitched, crouching obediently where it stood. Lin Feng wiped the snowflakes from his face and picked up his clothes, waiting for the second rabbit to emerge from the burrow. This time, the wild rabbits in the burrow seemed more alert. Unlike the first rabbit, they didn't charge out foolishly. Crouching low, Lin Feng waited a long time with the clothes in hand, but no rabbit emerged. Finally, unable to endure the cold any longer, he had no choice but to pull the clothes he held and begin putting them on. The moment he finished putting them on, the rabbits in the burrow began bolting out like mad. Damn it, are they ing with me? Lin Feng had intended to bring them all back alive. But they were playing tricks on him, which left him feeling rather annoyed. Watching the black rabbit dash several meters from the burrow entrance, Lin Feng scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and hurled it at the creature's back. Thud! The snowball, as big as an egg, smacked against the black rabbit's back. Squeak! A shrill squeak echoed as the black rabbit, its ears flattened, immediately began writhing on the snow. After a few frantic twitches, the black rabbit's legs kicked a few times before it lay still. Another white rabbit, which had just emerged from the burrow, turned tail and darted back inside. Lin Feng reached out, grabbed its hind legs, and yanked the majority of its body out forcefully. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The white rabbit shrieked incessantly as Lin Feng held it. Lin Feng dragged its entire body out. He cursed the little beast in frustration. Who told you to cross me? If you'd been like that gray one, you wouldn't have suffered so much. The white rabbit was rather cute, and Lin Feng didn't want to kill it. Using some unknown magic, he tapped it a few times, and the rabbit immediately stopped struggling. Lin Feng crouched by the hole for a long while, confirming no more rabbits emerged before he finally picked up the few rabbits and headed toward the spot where his backpack was stashed. Upon reaching the storage spot, he placed the two live rabbits inside the backpack. He then removed his outer garment and draped it over the backpack before hoisting it onto his shoulders. With the rifle barrel slung over his right shoulder and the dead, hefty black rabbit weighing a full 5 gene held in his left hand, he set off toward the small cabin on the mountain. Chapter 19, Don't Hold a Grudge. Lin Feng walked up the mountain in high spirits. He hummed a tune, young boys have lofty ambitions, the sun shines high in the sky. Back in school, these were the songs they taught him. These were the only songs he knew now, tunes he didn't even want to sing. As he sang along, striding up the mountain with great spirit, under the eaves of their small wooden cottage stood a woman radiating an air of superiority. This woman wore a floral cotton jacket on top, black cotton pants on her legs, and a pair of black rubber boots on her feet. Hands on her hips, she bellowed like a lioness. Lin Feng didn't need to guess who she was. Hearing her roar like a lioness, Lin Feng quickened his pace. Lin Jin, what the hell are you doing up here in the mountains? My mom and sister aren't your side dishes. Lin Feng set his backpack under the eaves of the small cabin and shouted back at the fiercely advancing Lin Jin. Hoof. Lin Jin stared at the thick snow-covered ground and spat out a glob of saliva. Her hand, resting on her plump waist, reached out toward Lin Feng's nose. Lin Feng, I heard from Lin Gang that you 3 women are living it up here. I'm here on Dad's orders to take all the game you've hunted back home. You're coming with me too. If you know what's good for you, hand over the game. That way Dad will be happy. Brother, don't listen to Lin Jin's nonsense. Lin Xian emerged from the small cabin wearing a pure white fox costume. The weather was simply too cold. A fur hat made of white fox pelt adorned her head. Her all-white appearance completely enraged the haughty Lin Jin. Well, no wonder you refused to come down the mountain. Just as Lin Gang said, you really are living like gods and goddesses up here in this mountain valley. Lin Jin seemed deeply shaken this time. After spewing her tirade in one breath, she panted heavily, her voice still trembling with indignation. Lin Jin, it seems you came here deliberately to stir trouble. If you know what's good for you, you'd better head down the mountain before I lose my temper. Lin Feng faced her raging outburst, giving her all the face he could. But Lin Jin truly didn't know her place. She had the audacity to demand that Lin Feng either hand over the black rabbit lying on the ground or strip Lin Xian of her fur coat so she could wear it. Lin Jin's unreasonable demands finally pushed Lin Feng over the edge. Lin Jin, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for getting serious. This demands were utterly unreasonable. Lin Feng would absolutely not let her continue running wild here. Lin Jin's face was thick enough to be a wall. Her almond-shaped eyes glared at Lin Feng. If you don't agree to this sister's demands, I'm not leaving today. I'll be damned if you dare to devour me alive. Her words to Lin Feng were less a warning and more a deliberate provocation. Smack! Lin Feng flicked his palm, and several bright red fingerprints instantly appeared on the arrogant woman's face. Lin Jin, brimming with arrogance, never dreamed Lin Feng would deliver a vicious slap across her face. Rubbing her stinging, swollen cheek, she snarled at Lin Feng, you little brat, you dare hit me? If you keep causing trouble here, I'll slice you to pieces. At their stepfather's house, the 2 siblings had ganged up on Lin Feng before making him sit on the tiger bench, locking him in the darkroom, sometimes even shoving him into that cabinet. They'd even poured boiling water into the cabinet through the tiny hole in the lid, claiming they were reenacting the story of the bear grandmother. Recalling these horrors, Lin Feng charged into the room and grabbed the curved bamboo cutting knife. Seeing Lin Feng was serious about hurting her, Lin Jin panicked and turned her backside toward the mountain slope, running downhill. 2 rows of rubber boot prints were left behind in the thick snow. Lin Feng glared furiously as she vanished into the mountains before finally withdrawing his gaze. Mom was in a foul mood after being scolded by the arrogant Lin Jin. As Lin Feng comforted his mother, Lin Xian fetched a newly sewn black fur coat from the house and draped it over her shoulders. Mom, don't brood over it. Let me help you button it up. Lin Feng fastened the buttons on Xia Feng's coat, comforted her for a long while, and only then lifted the cloth covering the shoulder pad. Sis, come quick. Look what I brought you. Lin Feng called out to Lin Xian, grinning widely. I'm coming. Lin Xian was carrying a bowl of chicken feed to feed the wild chickens in the coop. The cage had been moved by mother and daughter to the eaves of the small wooden hut. To keep the pheasants warm, Xia Feng had specially gathered some dry grass and used bamboo strips to weave a makeshift brush mat, blocking all the drafty spots. After placing the feed in the coop, Lin Xian jogged over to Lin Feng. She crouched down in front of him, peering into his back pocket. Wow, 2 wild rabbits. Overjoyed, she reached out to stroke the erect ears of the 2 live rabbits. Xia Feng was skinning the black rabbit Lin Feng had tossed aside. Hearing Lin Xian's shrieks, she placed the skinned rabbit meat into the small wooden hut and followed suit, walking over to the siblings. Chapter 20, What on earth is this? Such big rabbits, and still alive. Lin Feng, how did you catch them? Xia Feng couldn't fathom how Lin Feng had managed to catch such cunning wild rabbits. He lifted the rabbit by both ears and placed it into a bamboo cage. Mom, I ran into them on the way. Those rabbits had it coming. I cornered them in their burrow and brought every last one back up the mountain. Lin Feng told Xia Feng, his face glowing with the satisfaction of a hunter who'd made a kill. Feng, you're becoming more and more capable. I can't help but admire you. Xia Feng praised Lin Feng effusively. Mom, this is nothing. In the future, I'll bring back more and more game. We'll stockpile it all. If conditions allow, I'll even take the game to the border market to sell it and bring back some money. As Lin Feng spoke to his mother, he handed her a large sack of salt from his backpack. What's this? Xia Feng held the heavy bag and asked Lin Feng. Mom, this salt is from my uncle. He also gave me quite a bit of gunpowder, iron filings, and rifle barrels. Lin Feng took the gunpowder and iron filings from his backpack, tucked them into his hands, and walked into the small wooden hut. After putting them away, he turned and came back out. Xia Feng carried the salt sack into the kitchen. When she emerged, she held a wooden skewer with rabbit meat threaded onto it. She planned to roast the rabbit meat with the children for dinner tonight. Lin Xian had already gathered several pieces of firewood and stacked them beneath the cabin's eaves. As the flames roared to life, Xia Feng placed the rabbit meat on the wooden skewer over the fire to roast. Turning the meat as she cooked, she asked Lin Feng, "Has the new gun uncle applied for on your behalf arrived yet?" Lin Feng found a small stool and sat down beside the crackling fire. Helping his mother turn the meat, he glanced at Xia Feng. Mom, uncle said the town's been struggling these past few years. They welcome hunters, but we'll have to figure out the gun and bullet situation ourselves. Ah, without ready-made guns and bullets, you going into the mountains to hunt is like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. As Xia Feng spoke to Lin Feng, a flicker of anxiety crossed her face, flushed crimson by the firelight. Mom, I just need to hammer this barrel a little, and I can make a pretty functional black powder gun. Plus, when the gunpowder fires, the iron shot can hit the prey all over, killing them faster. Given our current circumstances, having your own flintlock is already quite good. Feng, why don't you go under the wooden bed in the cabin and retrieve the iron stool and hammer stored there? Your sister and I cleared out the junk under the bed today. Since you often go hunting in the mountains, we kept all the useful items stored beneath it. Lin Feng perked up at once. He'd been worrying about how to hammer the smooth, round end of the gun barrel into a flat muzzle. With Xia Feng's prompting, he got up and headed into the cabin. A few minutes later, Lin Feng appeared beside the fire, clutching a lump of iron weighing 70 or 80 pounds. Thud! Lin Feng slammed the iron lump onto the ground. It smashed into the ground, leaving a large dent. A puff of white breath escaped his mouth. Mom, there really are a lot more things under the bed. Xia Feng helped him pick up an iron hammer with a wooden handle and stepped out of the room. Your grandfather kept everything he might need for hunting up in the mountains. It seems he prepared these things just for you. Xia Feng's words brimmed with gratitude for her grandfather. Mom, once we're settled up in the mountains, let's bring Grandpa and Grandma up here too. Lin Feng stuffed the end of the gun barrel he'd set aside into the blazing fire, igniting it. While the barrel was burning, Lin Feng continued flipping the rabbit meat roasting over the fire while Lin Xian went inside, grabbed a small pinch of salt and sprinkled it over the fragrant meat. She sprinkled the salt grains while drooling. It smells so good. Lin Feng tore off a rabbit leg from the roasted meat and handed it to the hungry Lin Xian. He then gave the other half of the leg to his mother. He stuffed the bone and rabbit meat into his own mouth. Crunch crunch. His mouth opened wide as he bit into the meat still attached to the bone. If you guys want more, I'll go hunt and roast another one. This roasted rabbit meat not only smelled delicious but tasted absolutely amazing. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Xian immediately protested. Wiping her sooty little mouth with her hand, she protested loudly at Lin Feng. Little brother, don't even think about taking my 2 rabbits. I love them both. Later, Mom and I will make them a wooden cage to keep them in. Seeing his sister's earnest expression, Lin Feng stuck out his tongue at her. I knew you wouldn't agree. I really regret not finishing them off on the way here. Heh, little brother, you do have a kind heart. How could you bear to kill such adorable bunnies? Lin Xian's little mouth fluttered non-stop, gushing about her brother's virtues. Chapter 21, What a waste not to be a carpenter. Lin Feng had no intention of roasting the remaining 2 wild rabbits for dinner. He couldn't bring himself to kill them either. Sis, if you like rabbits, you should raise them properly. I need to check if this barrel is red hot yet. As Lin Feng told his sister, he stood up and pulled the barrel, which had been stuck in the fire, out of the flames. The tip of the barrel glowed bright red. Mom, give me a hand. Lin Feng had thought he could handle it alone, but the barrel was simply too long. Managing it alone proved quite difficult. Xia Feng set aside the uneaten rabbit leg. Following Lin Feng's instructions, she placed the barrel onto the prepared iron block. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Feng picked up the sledgehammer resting nearby and swung it down with all his might, striking the red-hot muzzle of the barrel. Clang! 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 A shrill clanging of metal echoed from beneath the small cabin's eaves. To make the barrel more durable, Lin Feng dipped it in fox oil after each hammer strike. Oil-soaked barrels lasted longer, and with no mishaps, they could easily endure 2 or 3 decades of use. After several applications of fox oil, the flattened end of the barrel became exceptionally smooth. While the metal was still red-hot, Lin Feng used a nail to punch a small hole into it. When the trigger was pulled against this hole, the gunpowder and iron shot would blast out through it. Mom, you go ahead with your work. I've got nothing else to do for now. After finishing the barrel, Lin Feng needed to find wood for the stock. He searched the small cabin. Beneath the bed lay a large iron clamp, a trident, the tip of a red-plumed spear, a sharp axe, a wooden push rod, a rusted bow, and several iron-tipped arrowheads but no usable wood. Finding none inside, he grabbed the axe from under the bed and stepped out of the cabin, heading up the mountain to search. A few days earlier, while wandering the mountains, he had spotted a yellow rosewood tree. He planned to use the Wang Wali wood for the spear shaft and butt. This type of wood not only produced beautiful results but was also exceptionally light and sturdy. He set off toward the ancient Wang Wali tree, axe in hand. Suddenly, a squirrel leaped out from the woods. As Lin Feng crouched low to pounce on the critter, it leapt up into the tree and stuck its tongue out at him. "You little rascal, I'll deal with you when I have time." Lin Feng didn't want to kill everything. He loved little creatures like that and wouldn't harm them. Besides, when he followed his grandfather around, his grandfather never killed little squirrels either. Lin Feng cursed the little squirrel on the tree to his heart's content. Only then did he feel satisfied enough to swing his axe at a branch of the yellow rosewood tree as thick as a bowl. Felling a Wang Wali tree so massive it would take several people to embrace it was clearly unrealistic. Besides, Lin Feng planned to use this rosewood tree for furniture later: beds, cabinets, tables. He'd leave it standing for now. When the time was right, he could fell the entire tree. He swung his axe, swiftly chopping off the branches and deftly trimming away the useless thick limbs. He gave his but a quick whack with the axe, hoisted the bowl-thick yellow rosewood trunk onto his shoulder, and hurried back to his little nest. When he returned, his mother and sister had somehow obtained some bamboo strips. They were busy constructing a frame to house the rabbits. Lin Feng had no time to help him. He needed to use his axe to carve a wooden stock and buttplate for the musket, then rivet the barrel onto the frame. He set the Wang Wali trunk on the ground and went inside to retrieve his sister's used soft leather measuring tape. After taking precise measurements, he gripped the axe in one hand while steadying the trunk with the other. With a sharp swing, he began shaving away the bark. Wood shavings continued to dance beneath the eaves. A fresh, woody fragrance drifted into Lin Feng's nostrils, filling his mind and senses, leaving him feeling invigorated. After shaping the frame outline, he fetched the wooden plane from the cabin. The blade on the wooden plane, untouched for so long. The edge of the blade was now covered in rust. Lin Feng tapped the edge with the head of his axe, dislodging the blade from the plane. Holding it in his hand, he walked toward the whetstone outside the cabin. He plopped down on the back half of the cold whetstone, gripped the blade firmly in the middle with both hands, and began sharpening it at an angle. Under Lin Feng's grinding, the rust-stained blade gradually regained its shine. He reinserted the sharpened blade into the wooden pusher, tightening the iron rod holding it in place before lifting the iron-clawed support frame with the pusher. Squeak, squeak. The wooden pusher emitted an eerie sound as Lin Feng guided it along the flintlock stock, a noise that made one's hair stand on end. After half an hour of polishing, the flintlock's frame had become exceptionally smooth. As Lin Feng held the bracket in his hands, his sister approached. She reached out, ran her fingers over the polished grip, and beamed at Lin Feng. "Brother, it's such a shame you're not a carpenter in this life. You're a natural at everything you do." Lin Xian praised her brother's skill, convinced he was the most amazing man in the world. "Sis, these little things are no challenge for me. If your wooden frame isn't finished yet, I'll get the gun ready and then help you with that." Lin Xian glanced sideways at Lin Feng. "Forget it. By the time you finish that gun, the chrysanthemum flowers will have gone cold." Chapter 22, more effective than a gunpowder rifle. Lin Xian knew her brother was busy and hadn't pinned any hopes on him in the first place. As she spoke to Lin Feng, she was already wiggling her hips as she caught two adorable wild rabbits and tossed them into the prepared wooden frame. At that moment, Lin Feng truly had no time to help his sister. While responding to his sister, he had already set aside the finished gunpowder rifle for the moment. His next task was rather urgent. He needed to thoroughly mix all the gunpowder and iron filings his uncle had given him. To ensure the gunpowder and iron filings were thoroughly and evenly mixed, Lin Feng specifically found a piece of plastic film. He spread the plastic film out flat, smoothing it perfectly. Only after completing all preparations did Lin Feng carry the gunpowder and iron filings from the house to the eaves of the small wooden hut. To better blend the gunpowder and iron filings together, he first emptied the entire contents of the gunpowder bag onto the plastic sheet. Perhaps due to the cold weather, the gunpowder that spilled onto the plastic bag had become slightly damp. He had to move the plastic bag closer to the still burning fire. Xia Feng emerged from the house. "Feng, the gunpowder is so close to the fire, what if it catches?" Xia Feng had seen it all. Seeing Lin Feng handle things so boldly, she couldn't help but feel concerned. "Mom, don't worry. I'll stay right here and won't leave for a moment." Lin Feng knew full well that if the gunpowder ignited, it would be disastrous. If things went wrong, their little cabin could be reduced to ashes. Hearing her son's reassurance, Xia Feng finally felt at ease. She entered the cabin, retrieved the rusted arrow shafts, and proceeded to the whetstone, sharpening them with meticulous care. The situation in the mountains wasn't looking good. Though Lin Feng's homemade gunpowder rifle was powerful, each trigger pull could only hit one target. To fire a second shot, one must reload the gunpowder and iron shot. Ultimately, its capabilities couldn't match the superiority of an automatic rifle. His cousin had done his utmost. Now, their only option in the mountains was to save themselves. Xia Feng, her thoughts racing, sat her fur-lined bottom down on the cold grinding stone. She had to take advantage of the time while her son mixed gunpowder and iron filings to sharpen all these rusty arrowheads. Who knows? Perhaps these tips might actually prove useful in a critical moment. Outside the small wooden hut, where snowflakes drifted down incessantly, Xia Feng whirred away, sharpening the arrowheads on the shafts. The heavy snow continued to fall from the sky, but Xia Feng, clad in fur-lined pants and clothing, felt no chill at all. In just a short while, she had sharpened the tips of over a dozen arrow shafts to a razor-sharp edge. When she returned to the small cabin's eaves carrying a bundle of arrows, Lin Feng had already mixed the gunpowder and iron filings evenly together. Feng, when you fire the muskets, bring these arrows along too. At a critical moment, they might prove more useful than the guns themselves. Lin Feng poured the evenly mixed gunpowder and iron filings into several orange glass bottles. He loaded the remaining gunpowder and iron filings into the barrel of the musket. He found a wooden rod slightly smaller than the barrel, shoved it inside, and rammed the powder and iron filings down, packing them tighter. Mom, I'm still not very familiar with drawing bows and shooting arrows. In his previous life, Lin Feng had been immersed in firearms from the moment he opened his eyes. AK-47s, M58s, needless to say, he could handle any high-tech firearm with mastery. But when Xia Feng mentioned hunting animals with bows and arrows, his mind went completely blank. Xia Feng looked at her son, who seemed utterly unfamiliar with bows and arrows, his face a picture of bewilderment and helplessness. She didn't scold Lin Feng further. She turned and went inside, retrieving a recurved bow with a steel string. Son, if you don't know how to shoot a bow, I can teach you. As Xia Feng spoke to Lin Feng, she had already notched an arrow onto the drawn bowstring. Left foot forward, right foot back. Left hand holds the bow, right hand pulls the string. Xia Feng was a capable woman, but after marrying Lin Musheng, she had become timid and weak. Now, in this world of mountains, the Lin family's entanglements have vanished. Her enthusiasm flared up once more. As she explained the essentials of archery to Lin Feng, the arrow shaft in her hand shot out with a sharp whiz, like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The razor-sharp shaft struck true, piercing the vine of a large winter melon growing on a tree 50 meters away. Thud! The large winter melon, struck by Xia Feng's arrow, fell to the snowy ground along with its vine. Lin Feng quickly ran out, scooped up the winter melon still attached to its vine along with the arrow shaft, and carried them under the wooden eaves of the small cabin. He twisted the vine off the winter melon stem with his hands. Mom, your archery skills are impressive. I'll have to learn more from you in the future. Xia Feng glanced at Lin Feng and handed him the recurved bow. Practice diligently. I need to stew some winter melon and foxmeat soup for you too. The mountain air is bitterly cold now. This soup will replenish your energy and ward off the chill. As Xia Feng spoke to her son, she was already carrying the winter melon toward the house. Minutes later, the sound of Xia Feng chopping fox bones with a kitchen knife echoed from the small cabin. Imitating his mother's technique, Lin Feng drew the bowstring back and fired the arrow with all his might. At first, his aim with the bow and arrow was far from ideal. Lin Xian stood beside her brother, constantly pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. Sis, don't be so cynical. Who hits every target right from the start? Archery and shooting guns are two different things. Lin Feng told his sister with a pained expression as he practiced earnestly. His sister meant no mockery. She was simply reminding him that in these remote mountains, without solid skills, one could easily become prey to wild beasts. Just focus on your practice, little brother. Leave the arrow retrieval to me. Realizing her words had been a bit harsh, Lin Xian brushed her slightly disheveled hair back to her hairline. She bounded off toward the spot where Lin Feng's arrows had flown. Deep footprints from Lin Xian's leather boots were imprinted in the thick snow. Xia Feng, fearing the children might freeze, had specially sewn them each a pair of fox fur boots. Now they could walk through the snow without fear of freezing feet. In no time, Lin Xian had gathered back every single arrow shaft she had shot. This time, she handed all the shafts to Lin Feng, her sweet little mouth unable to hide her excitement as she told him. Brother, after your rigorous training, your arrows can now hit targets over 50 meters away. Lin Feng wasn't sure if his sister was just trying to comfort him, but he could feel that his archery skills had truly improved significantly. While the siblings continued their archery practice outside, Xia Feng had already finished simmering a fragrant fox and winter melon soup. You two should stop practicing for now. It's freezing out there, come inside and have some winter melon soup first. Back at Lin Musheng's house, she never dared offer them anything delicious because she had no authority to do so. Now, deep in these mountains, she was the head of the household. Whenever something delicious was prepared, her first thought was to call Lin Feng and Lin Xian inside. Xia Feng ladled the simmered winter melon soup into bowls for the siblings. Have a sip. See if this winter melon soup needs anything else. Lin Feng sipped the steaming hot soup, letting it linger in his mouth as he savored it thoughtfully. Mom, it would be perfect if it had some goji berries and shrimp in it. Xia Feng took a sip of the winter melon soup she was holding. She savored the taste for a long while. When I was preparing the soup, I checked the canvas bag on the wall too. Besides some winter bamboo shoots and dried mushroom caps, I really couldn't find any shrimp or goji berries. Chapter 23, They'll Take the Bait. Mom, I'll head into the mountains right now and bring back some goji berries. Lin Feng recognized goji berries as a tonic herb. Finishing his last bowl of winter melon soup, he prepared to head out with a basket to search for wild goji berries. Lin Feng, don't be so impatient. The goji berries are long gone. To harvest them, you'd have to wait until July or August. Right now, the mountains are blanketed in snow. Where would you even pick them? If you feel restless after finishing your soup, you and your sister could go to the lake and catch some shrimp instead. The lake held plenty of shrimp, but after so much snow, any edible creatures in the lake had long been devoured. At this time of year, all you need to do is drop some bait into the lake, and you're guaranteed to catch shrimp or fish every time. Lin Feng clapped his chest with delight at Xia Feng's suggestion. Mom, catching shrimp is right up my alley. I'll go get a shrimp catching tool right now. You just help me get some maggots from the outhouse, wash them clean, and roast them over the fire. Lin Feng set down his bowl and headed out. Outside the small wooden hut, he was using a curved knife to slice bamboo strips. Lin Xian emerged from the house carrying a dung scoop. She saw Lin Feng sitting on a wooden stool, weaving the shaved bamboo strips into a bizarre-looking object. This entirely bamboo-woven creation was something Lin Xian had never seen before. Surprised, she walked up to Lin Feng, ran her fingers over the nearly finished piece, and asked, "Brother, what is this thing called?" Lin Feng's creation, woven from bamboo strips, was still a work in progress and looked rather odd. "Sis, go help Mom retrieve the maggots from the outhouse first. I'll tell you what it is later." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Xian reluctantly stood up from her squatting position. Xia Feng emerged from the small wooden hut at that moment. The object Lin Feng was weaving was something she had never seen before. Seeing how focused he was, she didn't want to interrupt his work. She motioned for Lin Xian to follow her to the nearby outhouse, where they scooped maggots into a dung scoop. By the time they returned with the washed maggots, Lin Feng had already woven several identical bamboo baskets tapered from front to back, designed so fish and shrimp could swim in but not out. Each basket measured about 1 meter 30 centimeters in diameter. Lin Feng had considered making them longer, but realized that would make them too cumbersome to carry. So, while weaving, he deliberately made the baskets slightly smaller. Seeing the exquisitely crafted, compact bamboo baskets, Xia Feng looked at Lin Feng with puzzlement and asked, "Bonger, I've never seen anything like this before, nor do I know how to weave them. What exactly are these things?" Lin Feng rubbed his hands together mysteriously. His dark, shiny eyes darted from his mother's startled face to his sister Lin Xian's expression. As the two women exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions were pure confusion. Only then did Lin Feng withdraw his triumphant gaze. "Mom and sis, I made this up entirely from my imagination. I even gave it a super cool name." Still a child, Lin Feng paused mid-sentence as he spoke these words with pride. Xia Feng and Lin Xian were engrossed in his story. Suddenly cut off mid-sentence by Lin Feng, they found themselves growing impatient. "Lin Feng, just finish your story already. Don't keep us hanging like this." Lin Feng swallowed hard. Then he told them in a particularly cool manner. "These things on the ground are called bamboo baskets. Once you put spices inside, fish and shrimp will keep crawling and they can only go in, never escape." To ease their worries, Lin Feng untied the rope loop at the bottom of the basket. He explained that when they pulled the basket out of the water, they could simply untie the rope to collect the fish and shrimp. Lin Xian didn't believe such a small bamboo basket could be so magical. "Brother, are you delirious from a fever?" As she said this, she reached out to touch his forehead. But Lin Feng's forehead felt perfectly normal, not a hint of fever. Xia Feng, however, found Lin Feng's explanation quite plausible. She motioned for Lin Xian to join her inside the small wooden hut, where they poured the thoroughly cleaned maggots into a pot and began stir-frying them continuously. As the pot heated up, the aroma of the maggots wafted out from the kitchen. Lin Feng entered the room, ground all the stir-fried maggots into powder by hand, then mixed cornflour and urine into the crushed powder. Watching his entire process made Lin Xian, standing nearby, feel nauseous. "Brother, with this urine-smelling stuff, can you guarantee fish and shrimp will bite?" Lin Feng knew his sister wouldn't believe in his efforts until he actually caught fish and shrimp. "Sis, just wait a moment. You and Mom can follow me." Today, Lin Feng would show them his secret fishing technique. Since arriving at the mountain, Xia Feng hadn't even set foot near the lake. Today, her son spontaneously invited her to go fishing by the lake together, and she was naturally more than happy to join him. In her excitement, she donned her leather jacket, leather pants, and leather boots for the very first time. Lin Feng also donned warm leather clothes and boots. He wrapped the prepared corn maggot bait in a small cloth bag. Accompanied by his mother and sister, he carried several woven bamboo traps on a wooden pole as they made their way toward the lake. They arrived at the frozen lake. Lin Feng set the bamboo baskets on the ground, tossed the wrapped cloth bags into several of them, and then carefully lowered each basket one by one onto the unfrozen surface of the lake. Xiafang stared at the still lake surface, seeing no movement whatsoever. Lin Feng, should we find a bamboo pole or wooden stick to stir it? Lin Feng glanced at the increasingly heavy snowfall and the bubbles on the lake's surface. Mom, if you're bored, the three of us could have a snowball fight or build a snowman or something? Lin Feng estimated it would take at least half an hour for the fish and shrimp to gradually enter the specially made bamboo cage. At Lin Feng's suggestion, Lin Xian was so delighted she didn't know what to say. Mom, it's been ages since you've had any fun. If you don't mind, your son and little brother will help you build a huge snowman. Hearing her daughter's suggestion, the mother couldn't help but nod happily. The three of them busied themselves on the snowy lakeside. Mom, you handle the snowman's legs. I'll take care of the body, and sister will make the head and arms. Huddled together like this, they really couldn't move their arms and legs freely. With Lin Feng assigning tasks like this, everyone's enthusiasm for the work naturally increased. In less than half an hour, Mom had already fashioned two long, sturdy legs for the snowman. Lin Feng lifted the finished torso from the snow and placed it atop the two legs. This exceptionally handsome and dashing snowman was now missing only its head and arms. Lin Xian crouched in the snow, working frantically with her hands. But hard work pays off. After a flurry of activity, she perfectly attached the snowman's arms and head. Seeing the flawlessly constructed snowman, Xiafang felt a surge of emotion. If only we had a point-and-shoot camera at home someday. Back then, just having a hearty dinner was a luxury. A point-and-shoot camera? Just a pipe dream. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Lin Feng took Xiafang's words to heart. He flashed Xiafang a toothy grin. Mom, when I bag a leopard or tiger pelt, I'll take it to the border market to sell. After I sell it, I'll buy a point-and-shoot camera. Xiafang glanced at her sensible son. Leopards and tigers can be dangerous, they might even eat people. Your mother won't let you take that risk. I'm still counting on you to carry on the family line. Song Xian's little mouth puckered in protest. You two are both dreamers, each more so than the other. For now, just focus on catching fish and shrimp from the lake. Before building the snowman, Lin Feng had promised that within half an hour, the fish and shrimp would swim inside on their own. Lin Xian was determined to see today whether her brother's words were true or false. The three of them chatted all the way back to the lakeside. Lin Feng crouched beside a stump encased in a bamboo basket. After untying the rope, he began slowly pulling the basket toward the lake surface. The higher he pulled, the heavier it felt. When the entire bamboo basket emerged from the water, Lin Xian, standing on the lakeshore, jumped up in delight. There are so many fish and shrimp in the basket. Lin Feng hauled the entire bamboo basket onto the shore. He untied the small rope attached to the bottom of the basket. Numerous fish and shrimp scurried out from the opening at the bottom. Lin Xian and her mother quickly crouched down, scooping the lively fish and shrimp from the ground into the wooden bucket and baskets they had brought. Lin Feng lifted the wooden bucket filled with fish and shrimp to test its weight. The fish in this bucket alone weighed no less than 20 pounds, not counting the larger fish and shrimp in the baskets. Know when to quit. Just as Lin Xian was pestering her brother to try again, Lin Feng had already gathered all the bamboo baskets together. Sis, we need to take it easy. If we catch all the fish and shrimp at once, where will we go next year when we want to eat them? Chapter 24, What to Do Tonight. After speaking, Lin Feng hoisted several bamboo baskets onto a wooden pole and hurried homeward. Lin Xian and Xiafang, using another wooden pole, carried the fish and shrimp, walking along the path with some effort. She walked along, muttering to herself. Brother really is something. We finally get to catch fish and shrimp, and he's already thinking about the future. Xinshin, your brother has a point. If we took all the fish from the lake at once, it would just become a stagnant pool. Lin Xian's little mouth puckered, and she continued walking forward, swaying her hips. I knew you'd defend him. You really do favor boys over girls. Xiafang cherished Lin Xian like a precious treasure. Her love for Lin Xian far exceeded even half of what she felt for Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Xian's words, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. You child, you speak without a shred of consideration for your mother's feelings. In Mom's heart, I will always love you. As Xiafang spoke with Lin Xian, she accidentally slipped. Her entire body crashed to the ground. Ouch, my foot! Xiafang landed with a thud on the snow. As she winced and made disapproving noises, she told Lin Xian with some pain. Lin Xian crouched down in the snow, picking up the scattered fish and shrimp while urgently telling Xiafang. Mom, don't worry. I'll go get your brother to carry you. Oh dear, what a useless mother I am. First time out, and I take such a nasty tumble. Long-term suppression in Lin Meisheng's remarried family had made Xiafang prone to melancholy at times. As she berated herself, Lin Feng had already carried the bamboo basket back home. He was now hurrying back along the path. Mom, what happened? From a distance, Lin Feng spotted Xiafang sitting on the icy snow. His footsteps quickened instantly, and he rushed to his mother's side as fast as he could. Xia Feng's face was contorted with pain, her brows deeply furrowed. Feng, help mom check, did I sprain my ankle? At that moment, Xia Feng felt an excruciating, bone-piercing pain in her left ankle, accompanied by severe swelling. Her left foot was encased in a leather shoe. Lin Feng gently slipped off the soft fox fur shoe from her left foot and tucked it into the warm lining of his leather coat. Xia Feng's ankle joint had popped out of its socket, pressing against the surrounding flesh. The top of her foot and heel were already swelling and filling with blood. Lin Feng gently placed his hand on his mother's ankle joint. She immediately let out a series of ouch moans. Lin Feng had intended to carry her home for treatment. But in her current state, carrying her home would surely be unbearable. Lin Feng's anxious face glanced up at the dim, hazy sky. He took a deep breath. Mom, I'm going to pop your joint back into place now. You'll have to bear with it. To ease his mother's anxiety, Lin Feng deliberately engaged her in conversation. In truth, his left hand was already supporting her ankle joint, while his right hand gripped the top of her foot and toes, gently rocking them back and forth with measured force. Joint reduction required both decisiveness and precision. The slightest misstep could cause secondary injury to the patient. While Xia Feng chatted with Lin Feng, his hands twisted and rotated with force. Snap! A crisp sound echoed across the empty snowy ground. Xia Feng, who had been frowning moments before, suddenly felt a significant lightness in her entire leg. Fenger, help me put on my shoes. I want to walk around a bit. Lin Feng watched as the pallor on his mother's face gave way to a healthy flush. Only then did he pull the warm, fur-lined shoe from his own clothes and slip it onto Xia Feng's foot. Mom, try walking a few steps on the ground. As he spoke, Lin Feng helped Xia Feng rise from where she sat on the ground. With his support, she tentatively took a few steps. Fenger, let me go. Xia Feng murmured softly to Lin Feng once she realized she could walk. Lin Feng withdrew the hands that had been supporting her body. He watched as Xia Feng took one step, then another across the snow. Mom, how are you feeling? If it's too much, I can carry you back. As Xia Feng's pace quickened across the snow, Lin Feng tentatively asked her. Xia Feng halted her steps. She turned her head and said to Lin Feng, Fenger, I can walk now. But you and your sister will have to carry the fish and shrimp back together. Xia Feng could indeed walk now, though she still felt a slight ache. Lifting the fish and shrimp with any real effort remained difficult. That was why she had said those words to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had come back specifically to carry these fish and shrimp. He hadn't pinned his hopes on his mother and sister. Sis, you walk ahead with mom. I'll use wooden poles to carry the fish and shrimp home right now. Lin Xin had long since been unable to carry anymore. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she happily wiggled her hips and went to catch up with Xia Feng. Watching Lin Xin and Xia Feng's receding figures disappear into the snowy landscape, he finally withdrew his gaze, bent down, and hooked one end of the wooden pole through the wooden bucket and the other end through the basket. He hoisted the fish and shrimp onto his shoulders. He staggered along the path home, burdened by the load. Suddenly, on the distant mountain ridge, a pack of wolves with glossy fur and ears pricked forward stared hungrily at the load Lin Feng carried. Perhaps because it was daytime, the wolves merely watched his retreating figure from afar with menacing stares, refraining from attacking him. Yet Lin Feng's mind raced with calculations. What if the wolves came to the cabin at night? What then? Upon returning to the cabin, Lin Feng set down the burden on his shoulders. He had told his mother and sister that while traveling, he had seen a pack of wolves watching him. Upon hearing that wolves were watching Lin Feng, Xia Feng's previously calm state gave way to relentless anxiety. Her previously calm state gave way to mounting anxiety. Fenger, if wolves really come, what will the three of us do? Lin Feng knew his mother and sister would be frightened by such a thing. Wolves were man-eaters, the kind that didn't even spit out the bones. Any ordinary villager hearing this would feel their scalp tingle and their whole body tremble. But for him, there was not a trace of fear. After hearing his mother's anxious voice, he simply told her matter-of-factly. Leave the fish and shrimp to you and my sister. Dealing with the wolf pack is my job, Lin Feng will handle it. As Lin Feng spoke to Xia Feng, he had already carried out the glass jar filled with gunpowder and iron filings. He sat down on a small wooden stool with a natural expression, steadily loading the gunpowder and iron shot into the barrel of his flintlock rifle. While loading the gun barrel, he also used a small wooden stick to continuously stir the mixture inside. Based on his past experience, the tighter the gunpowder and iron filings were packed, the greater the explosive force when fired. Now he truly regretted making only one gun. If he had several more, he wouldn't be in such a passive position tonight. He was confident he could defeat the wolves, but a lingering worry gnawed at him. If he failed to defeat the wolves, his mother and sister would become their dinner. To cope with this complex situation, Lin Feng gathered the arrow shafts and bows his mother had ground down at noon. He also took out the sharp axe he had brought along. His mother, perhaps worried he might truly be overwhelmed. After finishing the fish and shrimp marinating inside the house, he retrieved the red-plumed spear with its handle from beneath the bed. This red-plumed spear had been used by his grandfather for many years. She believed this spear, once used by her grandfather, would prove invaluable to Lin Feng in critical moments. Once everything was ready, Lin Feng put on a carefree expression and said to his mother, "Mom, let's go back inside and have some shrimp and winter melon soup." Lin Xian had already simmered the roasted shrimp with winter melon into a fragrant shrimp and winter melon soup. The remaining large shrimp and fish had all been pickled by her mother. Mom told Lin Xian that these pickled fish and shrimp would be dried in the kitchen. When there were no other vegetables available, they could be used as a side dish. When it came to food, Lin Xian and Lin Feng had nothing to worry about. Mom was a capable woman in the kitchen. To ease his mother's worries, Lin Feng drank the winter melon and shrimp soup in big gulps tonight. As he drank, he told his mother and sister, "Tonight's winter melon and shrimp soup was especially delicious." The flavor of the shrimp made all the difference. Watching Lin Feng savor the soup with such relish, Mom felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. If Lin Feng had perished tonight under the wolves' attack, it would be the greatest regret of her life as a mother. She dared not entertain hopeful thoughts. She had to prepare for the worst. "Mom, don't just watch me drink, have some yourself. Tonight's winter melon soup is truly delicious. Try it, you'll see." Seeing the sadness in his mother's eyes, he smiled to comfort her and quickly drank his soup. Things weren't as bad as she imagined. He still had the strength to defeat these wolves. As Xia Feng watched her son grimacing and grinning while trying to comfort her, she forced herself to pick up the bowl of winter melon soup from the table, bring it to her lips, and gulp it down. But as she drank the soup, she couldn't shake the feeling of something stuck in her throat, making her feel terribly uncomfortable. Chapter 25, The 10 Ferocious Wolves. Lin Xian also sensed his mother's distress. "Mom, brother Lin is a master hunter. This pack of wolves is a piece of cake for him. He'll wipe them out in minutes. Tonight, you just wait to collect the wolf pelts. If anything happens, brother and I will take the blame." Truthfully, Lin Xian was scared out of her wits. She was merely relying on her brother's hunting prowess to act boldly. If she were truly forced to battle the wolf pack herself, her legs would likely have turned to jelly long ago. Lin Feng listened to his sister's fiery words. He glanced at her and said gently, "Sis, tonight you just need to take care of Mom." Before he could finish, Lin Feng rose from the wooden stool and stepped outside the cabin. He carried the wild chickens from the coop, along with 2 wild rabbits, all into the small cabin. These wild chickens and rabbits were hard-earned from the snowy fields. He wouldn't let those wolf cubs get their hands on them. Once everything was settled, Lin Feng picked up his flintlock rifle and quiver of arrows, entered the cabin, and collapsed onto the bed, fast asleep. Since it wasn't yet dark, the wolf pack wouldn't attack them. If they did attack, it would be in the latter half of the night. During the first half of the night, the wolves would surely remain at a distance, watching their every move. Lin Xian and her mother climbed fearfully onto the bed, burrowing deep into the blankets, too terrified to even peek out. Outside the cabin, snowflakes swirled thicker and thicker, while the biting wind whistled through the cracks, making the cabin creak and groan. The sky gradually darkened. On the distant mountain ridges, no fewer than 10 wolves let out a series of howls. They raced down the mountain, charging toward the cabin. The 10 wolves completely surrounded the cabin. But they merely encircled the cabin without launching a direct attack. Lin Feng had already risen from the wooden bed and walked to the bamboo gate, now pierced with a hole. The black muzzle of his gun, loaded with gunpowder, protruded through the gaping hole in the gate. Howl, howl. The howl of the alpha wolf echoed through the air. The pack surged toward the wooden door from all directions. Lin Feng aimed his flintlock at the lead wolf charging the doorway. Flaming gunpowder and iron pellets slammed into the alpha wolf's head and mouth. The alpha wolf collapsed to the ground, twitching violently after being shot. The 9 wolves behind it temporarily retreated, but soon they surged forward again with frenzied intensity. As the second wolf charged forward, Lin Feng thrust the barrel of his gun straight into its mouth. The barrel lifted the wolf high into the air before flinging it away at breakneck speed. The second wolf let out an agonized howl before crashing heavily onto the snow several yards away, kicking up a cloud of snow. As the third, fourth, and fifth wolves lunged at Lin Feng with frenzied attacks, Lin Feng's arrows simultaneously pierced the throats of the third, fourth, and fifth wolves. As the shafts pierced their throats, the 3 wolves instantly perished at Lin Feng's feet. 5 wolves remained. Just as Lin Feng attempted to pull the arrows from the throats of the first 3 wolves, the remaining 5 wolves suddenly went berserk, charging madly toward Lin Feng. At this point, it was impossible for Lin Feng to pull the shafts out. In desperation, Lin Feng whipped the axe from his hip with a whoosh. Swish, swish, swish. The axe in Lin Feng's hand swung down, striking the 5 rabid wolves charging at him. Awah! 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 After several agonized howls, 3 wolves had their front legs cleaved off by Lin Feng, while 2 others had their ears sliced clean off by his axe. The 2 wolves whose ears had been sliced off took advantage of the spinning axe to leap forward. They violently knocked Lin Feng to the ground. As Lin Feng's axe spun, with a sharp slash, the axe in his hand sliced open the belly of one starving wolf. But another wolf clamped its jaws onto his throat. Just as Lin Feng's throat was seized, a crimson-plumed spear shot toward the wolf's head at lightning speed. The vicious wolf instantly released its grip on his throat and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lin Xian's hands trembled uncontrollably as she gripped the red-plumed spear. Yet her mouth spewed out a bold, vicious threat as she snarled at the dead wolf. "You beast! You dared try to kill my brother. Today, I'll stab you to death." When she finally realized the wolf was no longer breathing, her legs gave way and she collapsed onto the floor beside the door. The remaining 3 wolves, seeing their comrades brutally slain by Lin Feng, they scrambled on 3 legs, fleeing from the small cabin. Lin Feng wasn't about to give them a single chance. As they scrambled to escape, the axe in Lin Feng's hand whistled through the air, striking them down. Howl, howl, howl. After several agonized screams, their blood splattered onto the thick snow. By then, a pale streak of dawn had already appeared in the sky. The sky gradually brightened. By the time daylight fully arrived, Lin Feng dragged all 10 wolves under the eaves of the small cabin. Xia Feng hadn't slept well all night. When she opened the wooden door and saw the wolves Lin Feng had brought back lying haphazardly under the cabin's eaves, she asked Lin Feng in surprise, "Fenger, did you kill all these wolves?" Lin Feng brushed wolf fur from his hands and replied to Xia Feng, "Mom, I killed 9 wolves. One was speared by my sister with her red-plumed spear. If she hadn't speared that wolf last night, I truly would have been torn apart by the pack." Lin Feng spoke these words calmly, but to Xia Feng, they felt like claws tearing at her heart. A long moment passed. She spoke to Lin Feng, her voice trembling slightly. "Fenger, why don't we go down the mountain and seek refuge with your grandfather? At worst, he'll be upset for a while. Since we've come up the mountain, we shouldn't entertain thoughts of going back down. If we left, grandfather would surely be heartbroken, and grandmother even more so. We have food and drink here on the mountain, and we can stockpile plenty of supplies. Who knows, they might face hardships too. We could even share some of what we've stored with them. If heavy snow persists through the first half of the year, everyone will surely go hungry. Rather than starve down below, it's better to risk staying up here and stockpiling supplies for the worst." Xia Feng sighed as she listened to Lin Feng's words. With a touch of sadness, she told Lin Feng, "Fenger, I've thought about this too. But living up here is truly living on the edge. The wild beasts in these mountains are far too fierce. Today it's a pack of wolves, tomorrow it could be leopards or tigers. They're far more dangerous than these wolves, countless times over." By this time, Lin Xian had risen from her spot beside the wooden door. She reappeared before Xia Feng, full of life and energy. "Mom, stop worrying. If I can kill wolves with my red-plumed spear, what can't my brother do? You're just worrying needlessly. Hurry up and help us skin the wolf. Then we'll make fur coats. Soon we'll have endless clothes and pants, plus meat we can't eat all, and soup we can't drink all." Ever since she'd killed that wolf with the red-plumed spear, her courage had grown. Her words now carried a newfound confidence. It seemed she wasn't afraid of bears, leopards, or tigers either. She insisted that her brother take her along on every hunt. Lin Feng bent down to pick up a wolf carcass from the ground, hung it under the eaves, and swiftly began scraping the fur with a small knife. As he worked, he cautioned Lin Xian, "Sis, don't underestimate this. The mountains are far more complex than our little cabin." Lin Xian persisted, clamoring, "Brother, just say yes to me. I'll only go into the mountains to assist you. I won't compete with you to hunt bears, leopards, or tigers." Lin Feng also wanted to build his sister's courage. Unable to resist her persistent pestering, he reluctantly agreed. "We'll discuss this later. For now, help me nail these wolf pelts to the cabin walls." Upon hearing her brother agree to take her into the mountains, she reached out and playfully pinched his waist. "You must keep this a secret for me, don't mention it in front of Mom." While the siblings were talking, Xia Feng had already entered the house and brought out a wooden tray and a large bag of salt. There was simply too much wolf meat. Storing it all in the cellar wasn't practical. He planned to cure the meat for a while, then hang it on bamboo poles above the stove to air dry into cured bacon. Dried cured meat could last a year or two, was easy to store, and sold well at the market. Mother crouched down, scraping away the entrails from the wolf meat Lin Feng had butchered, leaving only the backbone and legs. While rubbing salt lumps onto the wolf meat, she turned to ask Lin Feng, "What were you 2 siblings whispering about earlier?" Perhaps Mother genuinely didn't know what the siblings had been discussing. Lin Feng had promised to keep his sister's secret, so he casually lied to his mother. "Sister asked me to go with her to the mountains to gather hazelnuts, ginseng, and lingji mushrooms when the snowfall eases up a bit." Chapter 26, This Thing Still Works. Xia Feng was quite supportive of gathering ginseng and hazelnuts. But the snowfall was indeed quite heavy now. If they ventured into the mountains, they could easily get lost if they weren't careful. "Fenger, I agree with your sister's plan. Stay home these next couple of days and properly maintain the hunting tools that need repair." Ever since coming to the mountains, Lin Feng had been out every day, returning each time laden with game. Though Xia Feng wore a smile, her heart ached for the boy. He was only 16. The children in the village who had fathers were all under adult supervision. Protected by their fathers, they lived much more comfortable lives than Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Xia Feng couldn't shake the feeling that she owed him something. Lin Feng had been thinking of checking the bamboo grove down the mountain for any spores. As he leaned his body out from under the eaves, the heavy snowflakes continued to drift down relentlessly from the sky. Disappointed, he pulled his head back under the eaves. "Mom, I saw a mousetrap under the bed yesterday. Did you throw it away?" Xiafang had already let Lin Feng slice the wolf meat into small pieces with a knife. Now she was rubbing coarse salt lumps onto the cut meat. "When I said to throw it away yesterday, your sister stopped me. I have no idea where she put it." Xiafang wiped sweat from her brow as she chattered away to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already removed all the arrow shafts from the wolf's body. He set the shafts aside, planning to use wolf fat to ignite them again when they built a fire. In his experience, arrowheads soaked in wolf fat doubled their lethality when ignited again. Though he'd narrowly won last night, Lin Feng remained convinced deep down that the arrowheads still lacked sufficient power. To sharpen them further, he planned to temper them once more. However, the wolf fat his mother had rendered was still piled in the wooden basin, not yet boiled in the pot. Seizing this moment of spare time, Lin Feng shouted loudly at Lin Xian, who was crouching with her plump buttocks raised high. "Sis, where'd you hide the mousetrap?" He had searched the house for a while without finding it, so he asked Lin Xian, who was busy at work. Normally, Lin Feng wouldn't bother his sister with such trivial matters. Lin Xian paused her ceaseless work. "Brother, mice have been visiting our little cabin these past few days. You should come up with a solution that works for everyone. Ever since they hung pickled fish and shrimp on the hooks above the stove in the little cabin. These rodents would sneak in during the night while everyone slept soundly, coming in groups of 3 or 5 to steal food. When Lin Xian woke in the dead of night to the rustling sounds, she would instinctively cling to her mother's body and whisper, 'What's that noise?' Exhausted, Xiafang could only tell her sweet daughter that it was the mice. For these nocturnal creatures, mother and daughter seemed powerless to find a better solution. Although there was a mousetrap left by Grandpa in the small wooden house, neither of them knew how to use it. Yesterday, while clearing out debris from under the bed, they had naturally discarded the mousetrap as junk. Watching her mother toss it away, Lin Xian felt a pang of regret. She retrieved the trap from the snow and placed it in a pile of firewood in the kitchen. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she immediately stood up from her little wooden stool, wiggling her plump pumpkin-shaped buttocks as she waddled toward the woodshed of the small cabin. After a moment of rummaging, she emerged before Lin Feng holding a rusty, half-circular mousetrap. Snap! The heavy mousetrap, weighing several pounds, landed before Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up the trap from the floor. To him, this trap looked decidedly old. The spring-loaded steel saw blade was already covered in orange-yellow rust, but that was the least of its problems. The crucial issue was that the steel blade had completely lost its spring, lacking any elasticity whatsoever. "Sis, this trap has lost its ability to catch mice." Lin Feng held the rusty mousetrap in his hand, stating the facts subjectively. He merely wanted to share his perspective. He had always assumed his sister would agree with him. But at that moment, Lin Xian did a complete 180. Swaying her ample figure, she retorted bluntly, "You're practically a seasoned hunter now, someone who can even handle wolves. How could a mere rat possibly stop you?" As she spoke, Lin Xian couldn't help but turn her large, dark, luminous eyes toward Lin Feng. "Let me think about it." Lin Feng's memories and abilities from his previous life were gradually resurfacing. After a long moment, he dismantled the steel saw blade in his hand. He went to a toolbox piled with odds and ends in the small cabin and pulled out a tool rural folk called a taozhua. This file was covered in dense, serrated edges. To clean the rusted teeth on the mousetrap until they gleamed, this rasp was the perfect tool. Emerging from the cabin, he held the saw blade in his left hand and the file in his right. "Sister, I just need to use this file to remove the rust from the saw blade, and this mousetrap will work like new again." Lin Xian thought she had read more books than her younger brother. Yet in practical application, she was no match for this brat who'd only finished 5 years of elementary school. She felt a bit displeased. Yet, she put on a nonchalant expression. "Brother, this mousetrap hasn't been used for years. Are you really sure this thing still works?" Lin Feng ran his hand over the steel saw blade. In terms of both craftsmanship and materials, it was among the finest workmanship of the 1960s. Back then, quality was the top priority for everything. Hearing Lin Xian's words, he shot her a sharp look. Her sister's pretty face, thanks to the slight improvement in their living conditions these past few days, no longer bore the previous pallor. Instead, it glowed with a healthy flush, and her cheeks, like ripe red apples, were even a little greasy. "Sister, when have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, I'll show you right now." Chapter 27, What on earth is this? Lin Feng was a thoughtful person. As he spoke to his sister, he was already using the file clutched in his hand to meticulously file away the rust-stained saw blade, head bowed in concentration, one stroke after another. Saw blade, saw blade. The file and the rusted saw blade intertwined, producing a sound that made one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian was utterly stunned by the sound, which felt like it would split her head open. She couldn't help but clasp her hands tightly over her prominent, forward-pointing ears that, from a distance, were quite pleasing to the eye. Lin Feng knew his sister couldn't stand man-made noise like this. As he continued filing the saw blade with the steel file, he gestured for Lin Feng to step aside. Lin Feng, who had been itching to escape, eagerly moved her body as far away as possible. Sharpening saw teeth with a steel file was painstaking work. It took Lin Feng nearly half an hour to sharpen all 125 rusted saw teeth until they gleamed like new. He reassembled the sharpened saw blade using the original method. The only difference was that this time, he removed the rubber band that had held the upper and lower ends of the saw blade together. This rubber band had lost its elasticity. A gentle tug would instantly snap it into several pieces. Such a rubber band was hardly suitable for use as a mouse-catching tool. Lin Feng decided it was best to replace it. As he replaced the worn-out rubber band, he realized something. On this remote mountain, aside from the 2 rubber bands holding his sister's ponytail, not a third could be found anywhere. Xia Feng had a bob cut, and the vicissitudes of time had completely altered her appearance. Gone was the vitality and vigor of her youth, replaced by the mundane routines of daily meals and household chores. Lin Feng gazed at the fringe of his mother's hair. He pulled his gaze away from her and walked toward his sister, who was busy with her tasks. He stepped behind her and swiftly reached out his hand. Whoosh! Before his sister could react, Lin Feng had already snatched the rubber band holding her braid from the end of her jet-black, lustrous hair at lightning speed. At that moment, Lin Feng was crouched down, washing the wolf fat Xia Feng had scraped off with hot water. She planned to cut it into chunks after washing, then render it into wolf fat. For the past 2 winters, snow had fallen as soon as winter arrived, making it impossible to plant oilseed rape or similar crops in the fields. This directly affected their cooking oil supply, a fact Lin Feng and her 2 sisters understood well. Come next spring, the oil shortage would remain an unsolved problem. Just when all seemed lost, a new hope emerged. Just as Xia Feng was fretting over next year's cooking oil, this pack of 10 wolves, oblivious to their peril, had practically delivered themselves to the doorstep. Slaughtered by Lin Feng and his sister, their wolf fat held immense value. She snapped out of her preoccupation. Brother, why did you pull the rubber band off my head? I use it specifically to tie my hair. Lin Feng had no idea what her younger brother intended to do with these 2 rubber bands. With a hint of reproach, she gathered her already disheveled hair into a neat ponytail, then went into the small wooden hut to find a red hair tie to secure it. At his sister's words, Lin Feng's face flushed as red as Guan Yu's. Sis, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to use your rubber bands to fix this mousetrap. Lin Feng looked at her brother, his face flushed and neck strained. She burst into giggles, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. I thought it was something serious, but it turns out you're just after this lousy mousetrap. Fine, I'll make an exception today and give you both rubber bands. Lin Feng was quite generous. She knew that down the mountain, she could buy 10 for just a penny. But now, with heavy snow blocking the mountain pass, they couldn't easily go down. Hearing his sister's generous offer, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He happily pressed the 2 rubber bands onto the saw blade he'd sharpened with a file. He also attached a small piece of wolf meat to the spring clip on the other end of the rubber bands. Seeing the elaborate mousetrap Lin Feng had constructed, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Just how big of a rat are you trying to catch? Lin Feng gave his sister a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. Ever since food had appeared in the little cabin, Lin Feng hadn't slept well at night. He was constantly woken by the rustling sounds of mice sneaking in to steal food. Whenever he got up to catch them, they seemed to have coordinated their escape, slipping away right under his nose. But as they slipped past him, he could see in the darkness that these mice were remarkably plump. Lin Feng glanced at her younger brother. Her cherry red lips curved into a playful smile directed at Lin Feng. You're not going to tell me a single mouse weighs 2 gene, are you? Ha! Before actually catching the rat, Lin Feng dared not make bold claims to his sister. He merely gave her an awkward smile before setting the mousetrap aside in a corner of the kitchen. Once everything was settled, he returned to Xia Feng's side. Together, they transferred the cured wolf meat into 2 old wooden basins and carried them into the small cabin. The cabin wasn't large to begin with, and with the addition of 2 wooden basins, it instantly felt even more cramped. Looking around the cramped space, Xia Feng told Lin Feng that once the snow stopped, she would go down the mountain to find a few of her uncles to come up. They would level the empty ground outside the cabin and build a few mud brick houses. Mom, let's make do for now. Once the snow stops, I'll build them. Asking them to do this would mean paying them labor costs. Xia Feng glanced at Lin Feng. You're right. When the time comes, the 3 of us can prepare the land together. But in the meantime, you could go into the mountains and gather some wood. Dry it under the eaves. Once the house is fixed, we can use that wood for the mud walls. Alright, I'll head into the mountains tomorrow. Mom and sister, help me render the wolf fat. I needed to consecrate the arrow shafts and tips. As Lin Feng spoke, he had already stepped out of the small wooden hut. Beneath the eaves, he swiftly lit a pile of stacked firewood, waiting for the flames to roar to life. The howling cold wind blew against the burning wood, and the flames, fueled by the gusts, instantly grew enormous. Lin Feng tossed all 10 arrow shafts, tips and all, into the blazing fire. Chapter 28, Tastes pretty good. Outside the cabin, Lin Feng stood guard over the fire, not moving an inch. He feared the fierce wind might suddenly set the cabin ablaze. Inside the cabin, Xia Feng and Lin Xian had already rendered half a basin of wolf fat. Feng, this wolf fat is bubbling over. Come help your mom. Coming. Lin Feng walked toward the cabin, holding 2 tattered handkerchiefs in his hands. These rags were so tattered they were practically falling apart. In the mountains, where everything was scarce, Lin Feng treasured them like gold. He didn't look down on them. He stepped inside the cabin, reached the ragged cloths toward the small basin filled with wolf oil, lifted the basin, and carried it to the eaves, setting it beside the crackling fire. Xia Feng had already arrived behind Lin Feng, holding a pair of fire tongs. Mom, how did you know I'd need tongs? My silly son, the arrow shafts in this fire are already glowing red hot. If you don't use tongs to pick them up and dip them in oil, are you going to grab them with your bare hands? Lin Feng had considered grabbing them barehanded, but he hadn't yet reached the level of skill required to plunge his hands into the fire and grasp red-hot iron. Xia Feng's words made him feel a bit embarrassed. With a touch of awkwardness, he took the tongs from Xia Feng's hand, bent down, and with one buttock sticking out, fished the red-hot arrow shaft from the blazing fire and tossed it into the basin. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The arrow shafts, still bearing their tips, steamed continuously in the oil-filled basin. After tossing the first one, Lin Feng proceeded to fish out the remaining 9 from the fire and dump them all into the oil basin. After soaking in the wolf fat, the shafts and tips became even more greasy. It took nearly 10 minutes for Lin Feng to retrieve them one by one, then he tossed them all back into the fire. Once the flames had reddened them again, he gripped one end of each shaft with tongs and began hammering them forcefully with an iron hammer. After hammering the shaft, he hammered the arrowheads, repeating the process until both became more supple and sharp. He then plunged them back into the wolf fat. After repeating this process of hammering for most of the day, 10 distinct arrow shafts and heads were placed before Xia Feng once more. Seeing these more finely crafted, more powerful tools before her, she couldn't help but beam with joy, praising her son for his skill. Ah! Lin Xian, who was frying wolf fat in the kitchen, suddenly let out a hysterical scream. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Xia Feng spun around and rushed toward the kitchen. Lin Feng had no idea what was happening in the kitchen. He followed Xia Feng into the small wooden house. Xin, what's got you so worked up? What happened? Xia Feng, who had already entered the kitchen, asked Lin Xian, who looked terrified. Mom, look in the corner of the kitchen. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng walked toward the corner of the kitchen. On the mousetrap in the corner of the kitchen, 3 rats, each weighing no less than a pound, lay pinned down by the jaws of the trap. Their mouths still clutched the wolf meat they hadn't had time to finish eating. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As Lin Feng approached, the 3 rats emitted pitiful whimpering sounds. He crouched down, lifted the trap with the rats still clamped in it, and carried it toward Xia Feng and her daughter. Mom, look how big these 3 rats are. Lin Xian tugged hard on the rats' long, thin, and prickly tails. Heh, you got what you deserved for stealing our meat. Serves you right for your bad luck. Feng, go kill them and throw them away. Xia Feng looked at the rats with a hint of fear. Mom, I'll boil the rat skins, cut them up, and fry them for rat meat. It'll taste delicious. Lin Xian also clamored to eat the rat meat. Unable to withstand the children's clamor, Xia Feng relented to Lin Feng's suggestion. She boiled water for him to scald the furry rodents, then plucked out their entrails and discarded them. Lin Feng swiftly chopped the scalded rat meat into small pieces. He mixed a little cornmeal with salt lumps in a small bowl until well combined. Once Lin Xian had the wolf fat boiling in the pot, he scooped the cornmeal-coated rat meat in clumps and tossed them into the oil. The boiling oil lifted the golden brown rat meat to the surface. A savory aroma wafted through the stuffy little cabin. Before long, Lin Feng brought the fried rat meat patties to the table. Mom, try one. It tastes really good. With a bite of the fragrant patty in his own mouth, Lin Feng offered a small piece to his mother's lips. Toward her mouth. Xia Feng had never eaten rat patties before. Even when they lived down in the village, she sometimes ate wild vegetables and such. She had a deep-seated aversion to such things. She shot a disdainful glance at the meat pie Lin Feng offered. No way am I eating that. You 2 siblings can have it. Lin Xian had already finished her first meat pie. Her greasy little hands were reaching into the small bowl for a second one. Holding it in one hand, she grinned at Xia Feng with the other. Mom, these meat pies are really delicious. You should try one. Hearing Lin Xian's words, combined with the satisfying crunch of her bite, Xia Feng found herself genuinely tempted. She took the mouse meat patty Lin Feng handed her, pursed her lips, and popped a small piece into her mouth. Crunch, crunch. The crispy fried rat meat patty, piping hot, made a crisp sound as she bit into it. This is really good. Mom never used to eat this stuff, but now that I've tried it, I have to say it's actually quite tasty. She stuffed another crispy, fried rat meat patty into her mouth. The heavy snow that had briefly ceased around the small cabin began falling again at this hour. The biting cold wind outside grew stronger and stronger. The biting cold seeped through the wooden door into the cabin. Xia Feng, clad in her leather coat and pants, felt a chill run through her body. She motioned for Lin Feng to close the door, and the cabin finally felt a little warmer. After a day of hard work, Lin Feng lit the oil lamp as dusk fell and crawled into his small bed. A wolfskin rug lay over the small bed, and soon after settling in, he drifted off to sleep. His sister and mother, having nothing to do tonight, also crawled into their beds early. They were both exhausted these past 2 days, yet life felt remarkably pleasant. Down in the village, they would still be busily boiling water for Lin Meishing's family to soak their feet at this hour. Xia Feng had another rather embarrassing task, warming the bed for Lin Muxing's old housekeeper. She recalled one time when she was slightly late warming the bed for that demanding old woman, only to be met with a barrage of punches and kicks from the Lin family. Chapter 29, An Awkward Long Night. Lying in bed, Xia Feng thought about the miserable days she had endured in Lin Muxing's household, and a wave of sadness washed over her. She was a woman who cried easily. Lin Xian wrapped her arms around her. "Mom, why are you crying again?" Hearing her daughter's voice, Xia Feng instinctively wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Xin, it's nothing. It's so cold outside. Let's go back to sleep." She was also an exceptionally strong-willed woman. The hardships of her marriage had already forced her 2 children to walk a difficult path of survival alongside her. She couldn't let her children shoulder another emotional burden now. As she spoke to Lin Xian, she turned her back, pulled the quilt tighter around herself, and closed her eyes. "Ah!" Lin Xian sighed softly, pulling the wolfskin blanket over her mother. She slipped out of her clothes beneath the covers, tossing them onto the wooden stool beside the bed. Closing her own eyes, she pulled the quilt up over her head. In the middle of the night, she suddenly felt a painful tightness in her lower abdomen. She tossed aside the warm quilt, groped her way out of the wooden bed in the dark, lifted the fabric curtain separating her from her younger brother, and hopped down from the bed onto the floor. Perhaps because the small cabin was pitch black, or perhaps because she was tense from needing to urinate. As she groped her way toward the wooden bucket in the corner, she suddenly stepped on the wooden basin where the wolf meat had been piled earlier that day. Thud! She tumbled headfirst onto 2 wooden basins overflowing with wolf meat, letting out a series of ouch moans. Lin Feng wasn't in a deep sleep. Hearing his sisters groan from the cabin, he tossed aside the warm quilt, rolled over, and leapt from the bed. Grabbing the matches beside his pillow, he struck one with a sharp crack, lighting the oil lamp perched on the wooden bedpost. "Sis, what's wrong?" Holding the oil lamp, he walked toward Lin Xian, who had fallen onto the wooden basin. Since it was nighttime, Lin Xian slept wearing only a single shirt and a single pair of pants. The family was poor back then. She couldn't afford the bras and underwear worn by women in the city. Even the thin shirt and pants she wore were bought by her father years ago, before he passed away. Her father had been dead for years now, and she hadn't bought any new clothes since. When she saw Lin Feng approaching with the oil lamp, she tried to climb out of the overturned wooden basin but couldn't manage it. "Little brother, I needed to use the bathroom, but in this pitch-black darkness, I stumbled over this damn wooden basin." Lin Feng crouched down, lifted his sister's body from the wooden basin, and carried her back to bed. He asked, "Sister, did you hurt yourself?" The fall had made Lin Xian forget her urge to urinate, but now her back throbbed with a bone-piercing pain. Too embarrassed to let her brother see her back, she called out to her mother, who had been startled awake by the commotion, "Mom, I feel like a wolf bone has pierced a hole in my back. Could you please take a look?" As she spoke to her mother, she had already removed her salt-soaked clothes and slipped under the covers. Lin Feng sensed the situation and headed to the kitchen, stoking the fire to heat water for his sister. Her injury wasn't serious, it was likely the salt-soaked cloth irritating the wound that caused her pain. As he lifted his sister's body, he deliberately glanced at the contents of the wooden basin. "Lin Feng, bring some hot water. Her wound is just a superficial scrape, nothing serious. I want to use hot water to clean her body." Lin Feng had already boiled the water. Using a wooden ladle carved from a papaya, he scooped the hot liquid into a small wooden basin. Carrying it to the bedside, he also took a towel bleached white from frequent washing hanging on a bamboo pole in the room and tossed it into the basin. The instant he dropped it, he could see the faded image on the towel, steel workers wielding steel picks to poke at the furnace. Above it, in red characters, read, "Great Leap Forward in Steel Production, 1958. Awarded to Comrade Lin Hai." This towel was the only thing his father had brought back from the steel-making campaign. As for the compass, peachwood sword, talismans, and other ritual implements, whether they were lost or what happened to them, Lin Feng still hadn't found them. Next time he brought meat down the mountain for his uncle and the others, he would ask them about it. Otherwise, if he got lost deep in the mountains or encountered some mischievous spirits or ghosts, he would truly be helpless, with no one to turn to for help. "Fomer, hurry and wring the towel dry in the basin and hand it to me. Your sister is freezing under the covers." Xia Feng watched Lin Feng under the dim light of the oil lamp, noticing how he seemed lost in thought. She knew the boy was probably thinking of his deceased father again. She urged him to hurry and hand her the towel. Lin Feng snapped out of his daze. He wrung out the steaming towel and handed it to his mother, who lay on the wooden bed. Xia Feng instructed Lin Feng to lift the quilt. She pressed the warm towel against Lin Xian's pale, smooth back and began to wipe. After being wiped and warmed by the hot towel, Lin Xian's severe body aches eased considerably. Under her mother's tender care, she soon drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Returning to the bed, Lin Feng blew out the dim oil lamp. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The small cabin was filling up with more and more things. If they didn't find a way to bring back some trees soon, there really wouldn't be room left. Although Mom had dug a few extra cellars when she had time, these cellars could only hold fresh meat. Storing dried or cured meat in them wasn't suitable. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Feng sat up on his wooden bed by the time the wild pheasant outside crowed for the second time. He swiftly pulled on his leather jacket and pants, donned his fur hat, grabbed some of last night's roasted wolf legs, slung his axe over his shoulder, and headed out the door. Squeak! As he pushed open the wooden door, a blast of cold wind hit him, sending a shiver down his spine. To shield his mother and sister from this chill, he slammed the wooden door shut behind him. Ha! He exhaled a puff of white breath and blew hard onto his hands. This damn weather was nothing but cold, and his stomach was growling with hunger. He tore into the roasted wolf leg he held, trudging through snow already knee-deep. Chapter 30, First Missed Opportunity. The Tianshan Mountains were blanketed in a heavy snowfall, even heavier today. The flakes, mixed with sharp ice crystals, settled on Lin Feng's shoulders. But clad in his leather coat and pants, he felt little pressure from the fierce blizzard. To protect his hands from the biting cold, he instinctively tucked them into the sleeves of his leather jacket. Squirrels and owls in the trees had long since retreated into their hollows, no longer venturing out due to the approaching blizzard. With no sight of squirrels or owls along the way, Lin Feng felt a sense of loss, a lingering melancholy settling in his heart. Creak, creak. As his feet pressed into the snow beneath his soles emitted a suffocating sound. After about half an hour of trudging through the snow, he entered a section of the forest where the snowfall was slightly less intense. Though the century-old Wangwali tree still stood proudly in the mountains, Lin Feng had no intention of cutting it down. This Wangwali tree was so thick and sturdy that with just his iron axe, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to fell it. Even then, he wouldn't be able to carry it back alone. After staring at the Wangwali tree in frustration, he quickened his pace deeper into the woods. There, he searched for trees with good wood quality that he could actually carry. After about 10 minutes of searching, his sharp gaze settled on several mature sand trees. Though covered in thorny leaves, each sandwood tree boasted a trunk at least as thick as a bowl and stretched over 4 meters in length. Lin Feng planned to build a 3-meter-long mud hut. With trunks reaching 4 meters in length, trimming off the ends would still leave ample 3-meter sections. These would be more than sufficient as roof beams for the mud walls. After a moment of observation, he kicked a snow-laden sand tree trunk. Seizing the moment before the heavy snowflakes began falling, he kicked the trunk and sprinted away at top speed. Rustle, rustle. Clumps of snowflakes tumbled endlessly from the spiky leaves of the sand tree. In no time, hundreds upon hundreds of snow clusters slid down onto the ground. While these snowballs fell, Lin Feng used the same method to dislodge snow from several other trees. By the time he returned to the first tree, the snowball had vanished without a trace. He crouched down, reached behind his back, and pulled out the razor-sharp axe. Holding it firmly in his hands, he began hacking away at the base of the sand tree, one swing after another. Thud! In the vast, empty mountains, the dull thud of the axe striking the tree echoed. Under the relentless blows of his axe, the sand tree slowly began to lean to one side. Just as he was about to chop through the entire tree, Lin Feng stopped swinging the axe in his hand. Though the tree was leaning, safety came first. He extended his foot and kicked the nearly toppled tree with all his might. Boom! The leaning sand tree crashed heavily onto the snow-covered ground. A flock of small birds, huddled in their nest within the tree, scrambled out in fright and flew frantically toward the sky filled with swirling snowflakes. Though flakes pelted the tiny creatures, they cared only for their escape. Lin Feng instinctively reached down to pick up a snowball to throw at them. But just then, his grandfather's words echoed in his mind. You can hunt the large animals, but leave the small ones alone. Nature has its own order. If one day your actions disturb the mountain deity, he will punish you. Though Lin Feng didn't fully believe this warning, he preferred to err on the side of caution. After a moment of reflection, he watched the birds fly away, gathered his thoughts, and swung his axe again, striking the second tree. Armed with the experience from felling the sand tree, his second swing was much quicker. In less than 10 minutes, he had brought down the second tree. He then applied the same method to the third, fourth, and subsequent fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth trees, hacking relentlessly. After a fierce burst of work, he was drenched in sweat. He felt an urge to shed his leather coat, but reason warned him against it. Removing his leather jacket and pants now would leave him vulnerable to catching a winter illness that would be nearly impossible to cure. In these remote mountains, where medicine was scarce, Lin Feng dared not risk it. The stakes were simply too high. In the icy wilderness, he dared not plop down onto the snow either. To stop his sweating as quickly as possible, he had no choice but to stand and rest temporarily in the frigid snow. Only when his body ceased sweating did he swing his axe again, chopping off all the thorny leaves from the tree. He sheathed the axe on his back, shouldered a sand tree trunk, and gripped a wooden pole as he made his way toward a 45-degree slope in the mountainside. The slope's location was ideal. He only needed to toss the tree down the incline, and the round sand trees would roll to a spot just 50 meters from his small cabin. Reaching the slope, he hurled the log from his shoulder down the incline with a thunderous crash. The sand tree, thrown sideways, thundered down the slope, rolling straight toward the small wooden hut. As he ran excitedly toward the spot where he'd felled the sand trees, he spotted several spores dragging the cut branches from afar. Perhaps because the weather was too cold, they truly couldn't find anything tasty to eat. Even these thorny leaves were not spared. Lin Feng counted them. There were 3 spores here. Huff! He yanked the axe from his back at lightning speed, gripping it firmly in his hand. Crouching low, he charged toward them, aiming to fell all 3 with a single blow. But as his axe swung toward them, sensing danger, the spores scattered in all directions. This was his first empty strike since entering the mountains. Not only did his axe swing miss every spore, but he stumbled and knelt in the snow, his axe also slicing a bloody gash across his own finger. Damn it, you bunch of idiots. Sooner or later, I'll catch you and stew you in soup. Lin Feng was accustomed to using a gun. Wielding an axe against spores was truly a first for him. After mulling it over, Lin Feng concluded deep down that this slip-up was only natural. Chapter 31, Ghostly Wall. He shoved his bleeding finger into his mouth as fast as he could. Whenever his fingers bled before, this simple yet practical method had always worked wonders. This time, he didn't hesitate to choose this quick healing method for his hand injury. In less than a minute, the pain in his finger inexplicably vanished. Only when he felt it was sufficiently healed did he withdraw his finger from his mouth and expose it to the bone-chilling air. The wound no longer hurt, but blood continued to flow steadily. Without stopping the bleeding, even a healthy person wouldn't last long. To stop the bleeding quickly, Lin Feng frantically searched through his clothes. He searched for anything small he could find. Fox fur. His clothes were made of fox fur. Besides being warm and comfortable to wear, plucking out the fur could sometimes stop bleeding. This bizarre notion popped into his head. Though it was just a thought, he fully believed this method would actually work. After this absurd thought, he decisively plucked a small tuft of fox fur from his clothing and pressed it firmly against his wound. The wound, which had been gushing blood moments before, instantly stopped bleeding. Seeing that the fox fur truly had the ability to quickly stop blood flow, delighted, he picked up the axe from the ground, secured it back at his waist, and shouldered the 2 logs once more, heading toward the spot where he had previously dropped the tree. The snowfall had intensified since morning. If he didn't hurry with the logs, the path he'd just cleared would soon be buried. Finding his way through the deep snow would be difficult enough, but he risked getting lost entirely. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng quickened his pace, the weight of the logs on his shoulders seemingly urging him forward. Yet, he was still a step too slow. As he reached the final slope, it vanished abruptly. Oh no! The heavy snow had already buried the path leading to the slope. He strained to look at the route he had taken several times, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Ah, if only I had a compass. Not only could I use it for navigation, but I could even study geomancy. He muttered to himself, trying to calm his nerves as he attempted to find another way. Closing his eyes, 2 rows of footprints suddenly appeared in his mind, stretching all the way to the slope ahead. Could this be a dream? Lin Feng opened his eyes amidst the haze of consciousness. 10 meters ahead, 2 rows of footprints were indeed visible. To verify his hunch, he decisively shoved his finger into his mouth and bit down hard on his index finger. A stream of salty blood burst from the wound. He flicked the blood from his finger toward the area within 10 meters. Footprints within that 10-meter radius were now clearly visible. Damn it, you useless fools! How dare you block my path? If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. His hunch was spot on. He'd stumbled into a ghostly maze. Had he not stayed alert, who knew how long he'd wander in this frozen wasteland before finding his way home? 2 distinct footprints quickly formed in the blood-stained snow. Lin Feng dared not linger on the mountain for a moment longer. Shouldering the tree trunk, he followed the footprints, continuing down the slope. To descend as quickly as possible, he set the log down on the slope. His rear end landed squarely on the wood, and he slid down the slope toward the valley below. When he finally reached the bottom, his mother and sister were frantically searching for him among the piles of wood scattered across the snowy ground. The moment Mother saw Lin Feng appear at the bottom of the slope, the stone hanging in her heart dropped with a thud. "Feng, your sister and I have been searching for you here for ages. We even went into the mountains looking for you, but we couldn't find you anywhere." Lin Feng dared not mention the ghostly maze he'd encountered on the mountain. If he told them, his mother and sister would never let him go into the mountains alone again. Instead, he casually lied, telling his mother he'd gone into the mountains to look for ginseng and lingji mushrooms. Xia Feng glanced at Lin Feng's remarkably calm expression and ultimately accepted his explanation. "Are there really such treasures in the mountains?" Lin Feng exhaled several puffs of white breath. His expression remained unruffled as he explained to Xia Feng, "Mom, the snow in the mountains has suddenly deepened these past few days. To easily find ginseng or lingji, we'll probably have to wait a while longer." As he spoke, he hoisted the logs back onto his shoulders and headed toward the eaves of the small cabin. To reduce the number of trips Lin Feng had to make, Xia Feng called out to Lin Xin. Each carrying a log, they followed Lin Feng's footsteps toward the cabin. With his mother and sister's help, Lin Feng quickly hauled all the logs from the hillside to the shelter of the cabin eaves and stacked them neatly. Mom, when the snow eases up, we'll start leveling this spot in the snowfield. Once the ice and snow melt, we'll use the mountain sand and soil to build up the ground with rammed earth. A house built with mountain sand and soil could keep out the cold in winter and the heat in summer. Such an earthen house wouldn't feel cold in winter or hot in summer. The villagers would surely be green with envy. Xia Feng explained to Lin Feng that building with earth wasn't simple. It required not only 2 wooden formwork panels but also wooden tampers to repeatedly compact the mud within the molds, securing the earth between the boards. Mom, what's so hard about that? When it stops snowing, I'll head into the mountains and cut down a few sturdy, thick pine trees to make both the wall panels and the rammer. I can get it all done in less than 2 days. Lin Feng was confident in his carpentry skills. Xia Feng was deeply pleased with Lin Feng's transformation over the past few days. She even believed that these skills he possessed were truly accumulated from Lin Hai and Grandpa's days as extras. As she showered Lin Feng with praise, she also lavished compliments on Lin Hai and Grandpa for raising such a promising son. Lin Feng had silently vowed to himself he would take care of his mother and sister in place of the original owner, and he would keep this secret forever. Chapter 32, Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Mom, I plan to wait a few more days before heading down the mountain to check on Grandpa and the others. The heavy snowfall had persisted since October without cease. It had been some time since Lin Feng and his family had entered the mountains, and the 3 of them truly had no idea what the situation was like down below. Thinking of his grandfather's life down below, Lin Feng announced to his mother in a loud voice as he scraped the bark off a tree trunk with his hatchet. Xia Feng felt some hesitation about Lin Feng going down to see his grandfather. She was genuinely afraid that Lin Feng might accidentally reveal how Lin Musheng had forced them into the mountains. Yet she also desperately wanted to know how her father was faring down below. Fomer, how about I go down the mountain with you? Xia Feng was a bit older, so if Grandpa asked about this, she could help smooth things over. Lin Xian was helping her younger brother too, her willow slender waist bent as she scraped bark with a wood chopping knife. Once the sand tree bark was scraped off, it dried quickly under the eaves. As soon as the mud walls were built, the beams could be moved up to the walls in no time. Hearing her mother suggest going down the mountain with Lin Feng, she instantly straightened her bent waist, her little mouth curling upward in a smile. Mom, I want to go down the mountain with you too. Beyond the endless snowfields, towering trees, and elusive beasts, the mountains held only the 3 of them and their humble wooden hut. Leaving Lin Xian alone on the mountain worried not only Xia Feng but also Lin Feng. Xia Feng glanced at Lin Xian, whose little mouth kept fluttering. She gathered her worried gaze and said to Lin Xian, Xin, you can be completely at ease. We will definitely bring you down the mountain with us. Lin Xian wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Her cheeks, rosy as apples, bloomed like a blossoming flower. Mom, I knew you and my brother wouldn't abandon us. Lin Feng set down the knife in his hand and stepped out from under the eaves, glancing up at the sky where snow swirled in the wind. Tomorrow would be another snowy day, though the snowfall might be lighter. He retreated from the swirling snow and sneezed twice in quick succession. Mom, tomorrow's snow will be lighter. Today we need to get some of the cured meat ready to help Grandpa and the others carry it down the mountain. Several uncles lived down the mountain, and with Grandma and the others, they'd likely need to send out 3 wolves worth of meat. That was a conservative estimate. If they were generous, it wouldn't be nearly enough. Lin Feng, make sure the powder in your musket is well loaded. Also, get your bow and arrows ready. Tomorrow when we go down the mountain, we might be able to bring back some roe deer. Earlier that day, while Lin Feng was in the mountains, Xia Feng had personally seen several roe deer dart swiftly into the bamboo grove below from the wooden door of their cabin. Xia Feng believed that with good luck, they could certainly capture those roe deer on their descent. Lin Feng shared the same thought. Mom, twist up a few strands of grass rope. We'll string the wolf meat into chunks. I'll go pack the gunpowder. While curing the wolf meat, Lin Feng had already used his small knife to cut holes in it. All he needed to do now was thread the well-twisted grass ropes through the holes to drain the brine. As Lin Feng instructed his mother, he had already gathered some dry grass from beneath the eaves and placed it at her feet. Watching his mother crouch down and skillfully twist the grass rope, he then walked inside. He took the powder flintlock and powder flask, setting them on a small wooden stool beneath the cabin's eaves. Last time, he'd loaded the gunpowder into the barrel by hand, wasting quite a bit in the process. Gunpowder was an extremely precious resource in the mountains. To avoid wasting any this time, Lin Feng specifically went to a corner of the cabin, found a hollow bamboo bucket, and used a woodcutter's knife to sharpen the hollow part into a pointed tip. With everything meticulously prepared, Lin Feng sat down on the small wooden stool, unscrewed the lid of the gunpowder bottle, and thrust the sharpened bamboo tube into the container. The gunpowder and iron filings inside the bottle obediently flowed into the small bamboo tube. This method proved quite practical. Lin Feng quietly gloated over his clever trick for quite a while. He carefully tilted the bamboo tube filled with gunpowder and iron filings, pouring it diagonally into the barrel. This time, he heeded his mother's advice. He loaded 10 bamboo tube worths of gunpowder and iron shot into the barrel at once, then thrust a small wooden stick into the barrel and packed it tightly. Last time, the gunpowder hadn't been packed tightly enough, resulting in negligible lethal force that had been Lin Feng's most profound lesson. Once bitten, twice shy. Having learned his lesson the hard way, Lin Feng wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. This time, determined to return from the bamboo grove below the mountain with a bountiful haul, he spared no effort in preparing before descending. After completing the preparations for the gunpowder weapon, Lin Feng inspected the bowstring on his recurve bow once more. The bowstring was already somewhat worn, and when he shot arrows at distant targets, it emitted a faint creaking sound. During the hunt, excessive noise would inevitably compromise his success. These elusive creatures would vanish without a trace at the slightest disturbance. Yesterday, while skinning the wolves, Lin Feng had carefully stripped the sinews from several wolf legs. His goal was to replace the natural fibers that produce that faint, thread-like sound. "Mom, where are the wolf tendons I stripped yesterday?" Lin Feng asked Xie Feng as he removed the natural fibers from his bow. Xie Feng was carefully twisting several dried wolf tendons into a single rope. She handed him a sturdy cord she'd just finished twisting. "I knew you'd need this stuff, son. Here you go." Experience truly matters. Xie Feng seemed to know exactly what Lin Feng was planning. Lin Feng took the wolf sinew from his mother's hand, thanked her profusely, then pulled both ends taut and secured them to the bow. His left hand gripped the bow, his right hand drew the string taut. Bang! A powerful, piercing sound echoed beneath the wooden hutsieves, crisp, forceful, and utterly commanding. Watching her brother's posture as he gripped the bow and drew the string, Lin Xian couldn't help but recite to him, "Mountains dance with silver snakes, plains gallop with wax elephants. They wish to challenge the heaven's height, yet Qinshi Huang and Han Wu Di fall slightly short in literary grace. Tang Taizong and Song Taizu, too, pale in comparison." The peerless conqueror, Genghis Khan, knew only how to draw his bow and shoot the great eagle. Lin Feng drew back the taut bowstring. "Sister, you don't study? What a waste of talent." Lin Xian's almond-shaped eyes turned toward Lin Feng. With everyone struggling to make ends meet these days, who has the heart for books? Chapter 33, Where did you get that? Lin Xian was more pragmatic. As her pert hips swayed, she shot back at her brother without holding back. Xie Feng had truly suffered from her lack of education. Back in the village, they'd made her the women's brigade leader precisely because she was uneducated, and that's why she'd ended up quitting halfway through. Recalling all the hardships and deceptions she'd endured over the years, Xie Feng felt a pang of regret. Listening to Lin Xian's cherry red lips flutter non-stop at her brother, Xie Feng couldn't help but say to Xinxin, "Every word your brother says is true. Once conditions improve up here on the mountain, you absolutely must go to school. Tomorrow when we go down, I'll speak to your uncle about it." Back then, attending high school or university required special consideration for poor peasants and lower-middle peasants. Quotas were limited, and admission depended entirely on recommendations. Xie Feng was well aware of this common knowledge. Her reason for going down the mountain tomorrow was twofold: first, to prevent Lin Feng from revealing how they'd been forced out of their home, and second, to address Lin Xian's education. Hearing Xie Feng speak, Lin Xian stopped pouting her cherry red lips. "Mom, I'm not going to argue with you or Lin Feng anymore. I'm covered in stinky sweat from all this work. I need to take a hot shower." After chattering away at Xie Feng, Lin Xian wiggled her pert, peach-shaped hips and slipped into the small wooden cabin. Wispy cooking smoke curled up from the battered clay pot inside the cabin, drifting toward the snow-filled sky. A flock of southbound wild geese in the heavens scattered in fright, flying far away before they even reached the area. "Mom, let's make something special for dinner tonight." Lin Feng wanted to whip up his signature dish from his past life, spicy stir-fried pork intestines, for his mother and sister to taste. Xie Feng, unaware of the culinary delight Lin Feng was about to prepare, asked him eagerly, "Feng, what delicious meal are you planning for us?" In the 1960s, having enough to eat was already a luxury. As for stir-fried dishes or steamed bowls, those were dreams beyond reach. As Xie Feng asked Lin Feng, she waited for a miracle to happen. At that moment, the sound of bathwater splashing into a wooden basin echoed from the small cabin. Splash! The sudden, overwhelming sound of running water made Lin Feng turn away. "Mom, I'll go into the mountains to gather some wild celery and Sichuan pepper. You go inside and boil the wolf intestines into sections." As Lin Feng gave instructions to Xie Feng, his feet had already stepped out from under the eaves. He needed to take advantage of his sister's bath time to gather some wild vegetables from the bamboo grove. The only edible plants left in the bamboo grove were likely wild celery and wild pepper. One emitted an especially foul odor, while the other delivered a mouthful of fiery heat with every bite. Wild animals in the mountains despised these two things, but Lin Feng loved them most of all. Stepping out from under the eaves, he broke into a light jog through the snow to save time. He had always believed jogging through snow was an incredibly difficult task. Yet as he sped along, he suddenly realized his pace felt just as effortless as running on level ground. Damn it, this trip to the 60s has made me even more badass than in my previous life. Lin Feng silently rejoiced at this astonishing transformation within himself. After a lightning-fast dash, he soon reached the edge of a celery field heavy with snow, beside a small bamboo grove. Though the celery still held a patch of grassy green amidst the drifting snow, it looked utterly lifeless. Amidst the wild celery, several branches of wild chili peppers had withered. A third of the small, bulb-like red peppers hanging from them were already rotting and decaying. Lin Feng hadn't tasted fresh wild greens in ages. Since entering the mountains, his diet had consisted solely of fish and meat. The prolonged absence of fresh vegetables had even caused his bowel movements to become hard and clumped. Spotting this patch of green, he suddenly bent down and began yanking the wild celery with all his might. In moments, he had stripped away more than half of the wild celery growing there. Before leaving, he snapped off the stems of the wild pepper plants and gathered them in his hands. He hurried out of the bamboo grove at top speed, heading straight for the small cabin. Suddenly, several spores darted about in the bamboo grove, and there were more than just a handful. Lin Feng wanted to chase after them, but unfortunately, these spores were exceptionally cunning. The moment he lifted his foot to take a step, they had already vanished deep into the bamboo grove. Damn it! Once I get my hands on a gun and a bow tomorrow, I'll deal with you then. Unable to catch them empty-handed, Lin Feng could only vent his frustration with a string of curses before heading back to the cabin in a foul mood. When he returned to the small cabin, his sister had already finished bathing. She wore a full wolfskin outfit, jacket and pants, and from a distance, her proud figure appeared even more mature. Her freshly washed hair still glistened with moisture. Lin Feng, where did you pick up that patch of green? Lin Xian, who felt the same way, had grown tired of the rich, fatty foods over the past few days and now desperately needed to replenish some chlorophyll. Perched on a wooden stool by the cabin door, she ran her fingers through the strands of hair falling across her chest with her left hand while combing the ends of her hair with a wooden brush in her right. Her sharp tongue fired off a barrage of questions at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at his curvaceous sister. Sis, I picked these by the bamboo grove down the mountain. There's still some left there. Next time we want to eat, we can just go back and gather more. Life in these mountains demanded careful planning. Acting recklessly just to fill one's belly wasn't an option. Though Lin Feng claimed to have gathered most of it, he had secretly kept some aside. As he spoke to his sister, he was already carrying the celery into the small wooden hut. Xia Feng had already blanched the wolf intestines in boiling water. Now, seated on a wooden stool, she was skillfully scoring the large intestines with a sharp kitchen knife. In just a few moments, the wooden cutting board was piled high with puffed-up pieces of intestine. Lin Feng tossed the celery he was holding onto the floor and handed her the wild chili peppers he was holding. He found a wooden stool, plopped down, and pinched the celery bunch between his fingers. Mom, guess what I saw in the bamboo grove? Chop chop chop. Xia Feng's cleaver continued its rhythmic dance. While she chopped the wild chili peppers with both hands, she asked Lin Feng, "What did you see in the bamboo grove?" Lin Feng flashed Xia Feng a mysterious smile. "Mom, there really are a lot of spores down in the bamboo grove, and they're huge too." Chapter 34, Not a Bad Idea. Xia Feng had already sliced the large intestines and chopped the wild chili peppers. Hearing Lin Feng's animated description, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She moved from the stove to the firebox, lit a bundle of dry grass, and stuffed it into the pitch-black furnace. The dry wood crackled and popped as it burned, sending wisps of blue smoke into the air. Lin Feng rinsed the wild celery, its stems snapped off several times in the bone-chilling cold water to wash away the clinging sand and soil. He swiftly chopped it into sections. He scrubbed the greasy, shiny iron pot with a brush, then used an ancient wooden ladle to scoop out the water. Only when the pot glowed red and emitted wisps of smoke did he ladle a generous scoop of fox fat into it with a spatula. "Fomer, this trip into the mountains, it's as if heaven itself is aiding us. But we must hunt with restraint. If we overdo it and anger the mountain deity, we won't be able to survive here." Xia Feng's joy was tinged with concern. As she stoked the firewood into the stove, she voiced her concerns to Lin Feng. Though Lin Feng found Xia Feng's words somewhat naive, he responded loudly as he dumped the wild chili peppers and pork intestines into the pot with a clatter, stirring the sizzling contents. "Mom, don't worry. I'll handle this." The spatula in his hand stirred vigorously. He dumped the chopped celery segments into the sizzling iron pot, mixed everything thoroughly, sprinkled salt over it, then scooped the stir-fried intestines into a large, sturdy bowl. Lin Xian, standing by the doorway, caught the aroma of stir-fried celery and pork intestines. Her seated bottom sprang up like a spring, and she wiggled her plump hips toward the small wooden house. "Brother, I could smell your stir-fried tripe from outside." She flashed Lin Feng a toothy grin, scooped a small piece of intestine from the bowl, and chewed it with relish while lavishing praise on his culinary skills. Watching his sister chew the tough, chewy intestines, drool dripping from the corners of her mouth, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. "Tonight, if only we had a bowl of steaming white rice to go with these spicy intestines, it would be perfect." But alas, eating rice has truly become a luxury these days. Lin Xian set the large bowl on the wooden table in the hut. She also scooped the corn porridge her mother had brought over, using a small wooden spoon to divide it into 3 small bowls. "Brother, having this corn porridge tonight is already a good choice. You still want rice?" The corn porridge sent up the mountain by her maternal uncle wasn't much left, it would barely last another 2 or 3 days. Xia Fong listened to Lin Xian's words, her brow furrowed. Slurp, slurp. Sipping the corn porridge, which was thick enough to hold her reflection, she addressed the siblings. Old Yang's family at the east end of the village runs a grain and oil shop. Tomorrow, why don't we take some wolf meat down there and trade it for some rice and flour? Xia Fong hadn't saved any personal money while living with Lin Muxing's family. Having been driven out, she now found it difficult to even produce a single yuan from her pocket. Now, the only thing she could do was have Lin Feng trade the wolf meat for rice and flour. Lin Feng used a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of intestine and pop it into his mouth, chewing it steadily. Mom, that's a good idea. I just wonder if old Yang will agree to trade meat for rice and flour. Xia Fong glanced at Lin Feng. It's hard enough to get down the mountain tomorrow. I can't bring myself to ask your uncles for help, and their rations aren't plentiful either. As Xia Fong swallowed the last mouthful of corn gruel in her bowl, she voiced the confusion weighing on her mind. Lin Feng understood this well. The harvests down the mountain had been poor these past few years. With the communal meals to prepare, their household had no surplus to spare. Even if they did have anything extra, it would only be a small amount. Mom, I'll prepare a few extra chunks of wolf meat. If need be, we'll trade more meat with old Yang in exchange. Given the imbalance in material value, Lin Feng believed old Yang would agree to the meat for grain exchange. As he spoke to his mother, Lin Feng rose, fetched several twisted grass ropes, and threaded the remaining wolf meat chunks from the wooden basin onto them. He tied them securely and hung them on the bamboo pole outside the small wooden hut to air dry. After helping Xia Fong tidy away the bowls and chopsticks, Lin Xian crawled into bed early. She pulled a Chinese language textbook from under her pillow and began flipping through its pages by the dim light of the oil lamp. Xia Fong tucked Lin Xian's quilt snugly around her, her voice filled with tenderness. Xin, don't read by the oil lamp, it's bad for your eyes. Save your reading for daylight. As for chores, just do what you can manage. Seeing her daughter's deep love for books, Xia Fong assured Lin Xian that from now on, she would handle all the household chores. Touched by her mother's words, Lin Xian felt a little embarrassed. Her little face flushed as she said to Xia Fong, Mom, don't get the wrong idea. I was just flipping through it casually because I had nothing else to do. They had to head down the mountain early tomorrow. The mother and daughter chatted sleeplessly on the bed, leaving Lin Feng tossing and turning in his own bed, unable to fall asleep. He lifted the fabric curtain and said to Xia Fong, Mom, could you and sister talk a little more quietly? Lin Xian knew her brother was exhausted too. Hearing him say this, she shot him a slightly apologetic look, made a face at him, and buried herself under the covers. Before dawn the next day, the three of them set off down the mountain. Carrying the wolf meat they'd prepared the night before, along with hunting rifles and bows and arrows. Lin Xian had even made sure to bring along that red-plumed spear. It was clear that the three of them had made thorough preparations for this descent. They followed the snow-covered mountain path downhill. Along the way, Lin Feng would occasionally glance into the bamboo groves by the path. If they encountered roe deer out for a stroll, he wouldn't hesitate to take them down with his bow and arrow or gunpowder rifle. Yet the bamboo groves remained eerily quiet, devoid of any movement. It was as if the sick deer knew they were descending the mountain. After observing for a while, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. Seeing her son's disappointment, Xia Fong smiled and explained, sick deer need their sleep too. Right now, they might be tucked away somewhere taking a long nap. When we head back up, they'll be out looking for food. Though Xia Fong had never hunted herself, she understood the roe deer's habits thoroughly. Chapter 35, Sis was just kidding. Lin Feng finally realized his thinking had fallen into a rather one-sided misconception. His face flushed crimson, turning as red as Guan Yu's, all the way to his ears. Mom, I didn't think this through properly. Next time, I'll definitely put more thought into it. Xia Fong's hand patted Lin Feng's tender shoulder. Fomer, I'm not blaming you. I was just saying that offhand. We should hurry down the mountain. The snow was about to get heavier again. At that moment, the snow that had been falling for 2 months suddenly lessened. Yesterday, Lin Feng had predicted that today's snowfall would lessen. His words had actually come true. Xia Fong dismissed it as mere coincidence, never considering deeper implications. Lin Xian shifted the red-plumed spear, which had left her hands numb and aching, onto her slender shoulder. I'm practically exhausted, she said to her mother. Why are you rushing me? Facing such a long trek, Lin Xian was starting to feel the strain. Lin Feng was already carrying quite a load, yet he felt as if he were carrying nothing at all. He halted his forward stride and addressed Lin Xian, Sis, just hand me the red-plumed spear too. I was actually wishing my load wasn't heavy enough. Hearing her brother's words, Lin Xian's entire face, which had been flushed with breathless panting, suddenly turned bright red. Her entire pretty face was flushed red like a winter apple. Brother, I was just joking. Let's head down the mountain. Squeak, squeak. From the snow-covered mountain path came the sound of leather shoes crunching on the snow, a series of chilling noises that made one's scalp tingle. Lin Feng tightened the straps of the backpack on his back, following closely behind Lin Xian and the others as they continued down the mountain path. The 3-hour journey felt like an eternity. When the three of them arrived at Xia Hong's doorstep, he was raising his shovel, clearing the thick snow pile before his house. Lifting his head from the task, he spotted the three women. "Hey, ladies, you finally decided to come down the mountain. Come on in and warm yourselves by the fire." Xia Hong paused the shovel in mid-swing and thrust it diagonally into the deep snow. Creak! He pushed open the old wooden door. He led Lin Feng's mother and daughters into his small farmhouse courtyard. Once inside the courtyard, Xia Hong called out loudly to the woman in the house. "Mum, hurry out." Xia Fong brought her kids over. His aunt emerged from the room, soothing the incessantly crying Debeo in her arms. She wore the fox fur coat Lin Feng had brought down from the mountain last time, no longer so thinly clad. "Good morning, you three. This child is crying so fiercely I wonder if he encountered something unclean." Lin Feng approached his aunt and looked at the child clutching her nipple. The child's complexion was pale, and he had lost control of his bladder and bowels. The pants Lin Feng had just changed him into were now completely soiled. "Auntie, this child hasn't encountered anything unclean." His aunt pulled off the soiled pants from the child's legs and tossed them aside in irritation. She shot Lin Feng a suspicious look. "Nephew, if this child hasn't encountered a spirit, could it be that he's ill?" Lin Feng took the child, now dressed in fresh pants, from his aunt's arms. "Your baby has infant convulsions." "Infantile convulsions? How did you know?" "Auntie, have you forgotten? I spent some time in the mountains with grandfather. He taught me some basic medical skills." As Lin Feng gently pinched the baby's cheeks and forehead, he explained to his aunt. Hearing Lin Feng's words, his aunt recalled that he had indeed spent time traveling with his grandfather. "Nephew, hurry up and do something. Help your cousin by pinching his temples. This wailing is turning the whole house upside down." All morning long, the precious little bundle hadn't stopped wailing. After pressing the acupoints on the child's head and face, Lin Feng then gently massaged the fingers of his tiny hands along the palms. The baby, who had been wailing fiercely moments ago, suddenly grew much quieter. "Auntie, my cousin is fine now. You can feed him some milk." As Lin Feng spoke, he placed the child back into his aunt's arms. His aunt, treating Lin Feng like a child herself, showed no hesitation. She lifted one side of her shirt, revealing a round, milk-swollen breast, and placed the infant's mouth over the slightly darkened nipple. The infant's tiny hands fumbled at her breast while his little legs kicked wildly as he sucked greedily. Lin Feng couldn't care less about his aunt's milk. His gaze shifted instead to his uncle, Xia Hong. "Uncle, we brought some wolf meat down from the mountains for everyone. Hang it up to dry, I just took it out of the curing tub last night." As Lin Feng spoke to his uncle, he pulled 2 chunks of wolf meat, each weighing a full 10 jin, from the shoulder bag and handed them over. His uncle gladly accepted the meat, though a flicker of apprehension crossed his mind. "Lin Feng, those beasts up in the mountains are vicious creatures. I hope they haven't been paying your family frequent visits?" Uncle held the heavy wolf meat in his hands, his voice thick with worry. He still feared Lin Feng's family might suffer greatly in the mountains. "Uncle, rest assured. These wolves won't dare come near our home so easily now. Just look at our gear, we're coming down the mountain like a fully armed military unit." Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the gear he'd equipped his mother and sisters with. Uncle glanced at the flintlock rifle Lin Feng had placed nearby. He picked it up, examined it, and fiddled with it for quite some time. This flintlock was leagues better than anything he could make. Not only was the craftsmanship exquisite, but it even had a sight like a modern rifle. On top of that, Lin Feng had gone and fitted it with a scope. The only regret was that it was merely a flintlock. "Lin Feng, I went to town for a meeting yesterday. I spent ages sweet-talking the mayor, and this time he gritted his teeth and approved a double-barreled hunting rifle for you. He also issued 500 rounds of ammunition and a gun license. Not just anyone can get a gun permit, only mountain hunters qualify. Others simply can't obtain one." Chapter 36, harder than a cowpea climbing a soapberry tree. By the time Uncle had finished telling Lin Feng all this, he had already stepped inside the house. Before long, he actually appeared holding a double-barreled shotgun in one hand, along with a leather cartridge case in the other. The leather case was stuffed to the brim with loaded cartridges and bullets. Lin Feng stared at the double-barreled shotgun and leather case his uncle held, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in astonishment. "Uncle, we brought down quite a bit of wolf meat from the mountains today. When you go to town next time, please give some to the town mayor." Thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind. 500 bullets, conservatively speaking, that could take down at least 500 wild beasts of all sizes. This was no small fortune. Uncle handed over the double-barreled shotgun and ammunition clip to Lin Feng. When he saw Lin Feng pull out several more chunks of fatty wolf meat, his eyes narrowed into slits. "My boy, you really think ahead. I was just worrying about what to give the town mayor. You've done your old uncle a huge favor." Uncle Lin Feng offered polite words, his tone brimming with praise. He couldn't help but admire his nephew's keen understanding of social etiquette. "Xia Hong, I need your help with something else." Just as Xia Hong was lavishing praise on Lin Feng, Xia Fong walked over and addressed Xia Hong, who was holding the large chunk of wolf meat. "Sis, just say what you need. We're family, after all." With the wolf meat as a gesture of goodwill, Xia Hong's tone softened considerably. Brother, look how big Xinshin is now. She's been studying in town all these years and has good grades. If the town has any high school recommendation spots, could you help arrange one for her? We'll cover the expenses with Lin Feng. Xia Hong glanced over at Lin Xin. Lin Xin, with nothing else to do, sat on a wooden stool in the room. She took out an 8th grade textbook she'd brought from home and kept flipping through it, occasionally making notes with a pencil stub. He withdrew his gaze from Lin Xin. I'll mention it to the town mayor next time I deliver meat. But schools are in a tough spot right now, many are only partially open. Whether they'll fully resume operations is still uncertain. If it can be arranged, that would be ideal. You see, in our Lin family, not a single educated person has emerged in 18 generations. Xia Feng's words carried a faint hint of resignation. Her aunt had already fed the baby until it was full. The infant squirmed and fussed in her arms, shoving its tiny hand into its own mouth and sucking on it incessantly. She pulled her shirt back down to cover the snow-white bundle of flesh, then carried the infant over to Xia Feng. Little sister, this girl will marry someday. Educating her is just throwing money away. Instead of wasting resources on her, why not let Lin Feng study? Lin Feng needed to support this family, and frankly, he wasn't cut out for books. Sister-in-law, Lin Feng might as well try herding mountains. Insisting he study is like trying to make an ox climb a soapberry tree, utterly impossible. Lin Feng, listening to his aunt and mother's conversation nearby, quickly stepped forward and said to his aunt, "Auntie, I really have no interest in studying at all. Whenever books come up, my head just starts buzzing. Knowledge changes destiny, everyone knows that these days." But deep down, Lin Feng understood better than anyone that their family couldn't afford to send both siblings to school. Prioritizing the eldest over the younger sibling was his mother's wish and his own. Her aunt listened to Lin Feng's insincere words and glanced at him. If your father, Lin Hai, were still here, your family wouldn't be struggling like this. I'll make sure Xia Hong helps you all wholeheartedly. Your grandmother hasn't left the house at all these past few days. You three should find time to go see her. Worried that Lin Feng and his mother might be delayed by the heavy snow on their way back, Aunt Lin urged them to visit their grandmother's house after a brief, inconsequential chat. Xia Feng also intended to leave. When her cousin-in-law spoke up, she politely excused herself with some polite words. Sister-in-law, we're counting on Brother Lin to handle Lin Xion's matter. Once it's settled, we'll reward him generously. Though Xia Feng had lived in the mountains, she understood basic social etiquette. In these times, no one offered help without expecting something in return. Go ahead. Xia Hong will help as much as he can. Didn't he manage to get that double-barreled shotgun for Feng? Her aunt, cradling the baby and cooing at OY, called out to the three leaving. Sister-in-law, we're off now. Once we get some wild boar meat from the mountains, I'll have Lin Feng bring some down. As the three of them walked toward Grandpa's house, Lin Xian turned to Xia Feng and asked, "Mom, what were you all talking about earlier?" While they were chatting, Lin Xian had completely immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge, completely unaware of what they were discussing. Before Xia Feng could answer, Lin Feng fluttered his lips and said to Lin Xian, "Sis, Mom just told Uncle and the others about you going back to school. If nothing else comes up, it won't be long before you're back in school." Having been away from school for 3 years, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement at her brother's words. "Brother, why don't you go back to school? I can stay in the mountains with Mom, hunting and gathering to support your education." Lin Feng glanced at his sister. "Sis, give it a rest. The way you walk? Hunting in the mountains? Before the gun even goes off, wild boars or tigers would probably tear you to pieces." Hearing her brother speak of her this way, Lin Xian's chest heaved with fury. "Brother, you're judging me through a keyhole, looking down on me. I did manage to spear a wolf to death with my red plume spear." Lin Xian recalled the story of how she had killed a wolf with her red plume spear. It had become the one thing she could boast about for the rest of her life. "Sis, that was pure luck. That wolf charged at me, it never expected an ambush from behind. You think every beast in the mountains is a dumb brute? Just 1,000-pound boar would give you a run for your money." Besides mountain leopards and tigers, wild boars were the toughest adversaries. Their bristles stood on end like barbed wire. Ordinary clubs and sticks struck their bodies like fleas scratching an itch, utterly ineffective. Chapter 37, A Widow's Hard Life. Lin Xian, who had been basking in her triumph, shot her cherry red pout sky high at Lin Feng's words, her mood souring instantly. She shot Lin Feng a series of sly winks and winks. "Brother, you should flatter me too. Talking like that just kills my motivation. I'd love to pamper you, but I'm afraid I'd spoil you rotten. Next thing you know, you wouldn't even know north from south. You little brat, Lin Feng. Just wait till I get my hands on you." As Lin Xian scolded her little brother, she chased after him, who had already walked far away. Xia Feng watched Xixin's plump, pumpkin-shaped hips wiggling as she chased after Lin Feng through the snow. A complex mix of emotions stirred within her, part joy, part sorrow and indescribable ache. Her sister-in-law's words still echoed in her ears, "Educating daughters is useless, they're nothing but money pits." It was all her own fault for lacking ability. Had she possessed even a shred of capability, the three of them mother and daughters wouldn't have been reduced to this desperate plight of fleeing to the mountains. Xia Feng trudged forward through the snow, her thoughts racing wildly. Her two siblings, who had been playfully chasing and teasing each other, suddenly noticed Xia Feng lagging behind. Their boisterous laughter and playful shouts fell silent on the snow-covered village road. Lin Feng turned around and called out to Xia Feng, who was already far behind, "Mom, if you can't carry it, just give me the backpack." Xia Lao quickened her pace and caught up with the siblings. Panting slightly, she teased Lin Feng, "You're all geared up like you're some Russian strongman or something. That outfit's no joke." Xia Feng's backpack was filled with wolf meat. Though they'd already distributed several pieces, they still had plenty to carry down the mountain today. Right now, the backpack Xia Feng was carrying still held at least 50 pounds of wolf meat. "Mom, it's no big deal. This gear is nothing to me. Just look at my build. Handling a few dozen pounds of wolf meat is a piece of cake." As Lin Feng spoke, he reached out to take the backpack strapped to Xia Feng's back. Just as mother and son were politely exchanging words over the matter of the wolf meat, a rough voice suddenly boomed from behind him. "Lin Feng, you bastard haven't come to see me in ages. What brings you to this godforsaken place today?" The echoing, coarse voice startled Lin Feng. Startled, he jerked his hand back just as he was about to reach out. "Grandpa." A man of about 70 appeared before the mother and her two daughters. He was exceptionally burly, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a full beard covering his face. A tiger bone pipe, nearly 2 inches long, dangled from his mouth. Seeing the old man appear, Xia Feng's face flushed with emotion, and tears welled up in her eyes despite her best efforts to hold them back. "Dad, I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to visit you." Xia Fugue gazed at his daughter. From the silver streaks in her hair, it was clear that the hardships of life had prematurely touched her once lustrous locks. His inner world was shattered. He took the shoulder bag from Xia Feng's back and slung it over his own particularly sturdy shoulders. "Xia Feng, has the Lin family been mistreating you?" In Xia Fugue's mind, the Lin Musheng family from his 80-year-old mother down to his two arrogant sons left him with nothing but a bad impression. After Lin Hai's death, Xia Fugue had intended for Xia Feng to remain a widow. But his wife, Song Jinjin, had lashed out at him furiously. "Our daughter is only in her 30s. Widowhood is no life. You must at least let her find another man to live with." Song Jinjin's nagging words were what drove Xia Feng into the clutches of that beast, Lin Musheng. Everyone believed Xia Feng would find happiness in Lin Musheng's household, but the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Over the years, whenever Xia Feng visited her parents, she never mentioned such matters. Yet Xia Fugue, ever observant, had long sensed his daughter's profound unhappiness in Lin Musheng's household. When he questioned her angrily, she quickly stifled her sobbing, her voice now dry. "Dad, Lin Musheng treats me very well." Thinking of her father, now 70 years old yet still worrying about her affairs, Xia Feng felt a pang of guilt. Unable to bear it, she uttered a colossal lie that didn't match her true feelings. As a young man from the new century who had traveled back in time, Lin Feng understood the intricacies of the situation more clearly than Lin Xin. "Grandpa, Mom's telling the truth. Stepdad really treats us three well. We have plenty to eat and wear. Look at us now, all dressed in fur coats." In the greater Xinjiang mountains of northeast China during the 1960s, only two types of people could afford fur coats and pants. The first were those who traded long-term with the Russians along the border. They drank Russian milk and vodka, clad in enviable fur coats and pants. The second group comprised the disgraced imperial relatives and nobility who had fallen from grace after the land reform. Rumor had it that Lin Musheng's ancestors were imperial relatives, so naturally, they too enjoyed a life adorned with gold and silver. Alas, their fortunes have since declined, and their former glory is no more. As Lin Feng recounted this to his maternal grandfather, Lin Xian suddenly stepped forward and shouted at him, "Grandpa, don't listen to Lin Feng. We've been kicked out of our home for quite some time now. We're living deep in the mountains, hunting for survival. Damn it! I'm going to find that bastard Lin Musheng right now." As Grandpa confronted Lin Feng, he lunged to snatch the double-barreled shotgun from his grasp. At that moment, Lin Feng absolutely could not let the gun fall into his grandfather's hands. He shoved his grandfather's hands away and bellowed, "Grandpa, don't act on impulse. Impulse is the devil." Grandpa's agitated emotions gradually calmed. "Feng, it's Grandpa who ruined all three of you. Dad, don't say another word. Life up in the mountains is far better than yours down below. Look at us, haven't we grown richer and richer since we came up here?" In truth, during their time in the mountains, Xia Feng and the others had only hunted a few foxes and killed a pack of wolves. To call themselves wealthy was truly an exaggeration. Still, being able to feast on delicacies and wear fur coats and pants for a short while was indeed quite pleasant. Xia Fugue listened to Xia Feng's words and glanced at the three of them, dressed in their fur coats and pants. Chapter 38, What on earth is that? He glanced up at the dim, yellowing sky. "Come home with me." Xia Fugue was still relatively level-headed. After a moment of emotional turmoil, he gradually calmed down and led the three of them toward his own clothes. Grandpa's house was an old-style courtyard compound, supposedly allocated by the village back in the day. Lin Feng had lived here for a while, though with the passage of time, his memories had faded considerably. Grandpa had many children. Including Xie Feng, who was married out, there were 6 siblings in total, with Xie Feng being the youngest. Because of the large family, Grandpa and Grandma had no choice but to live separately from their sons. Grandpa led the 3 of them into the northwest room of the courtyard. The northwest room was relatively quiet, free from the clamor of the south wing. "Grandpa, where's Grandma?" Upon entering the room, Lin Feng didn't see his beloved grandmother, who was so dear to him it hurt. He asked his grandfather with concern. Grandfather placed the wolf meat he'd been carrying on his back beneath the incense altar where the Buddha statue stood. He sighed and said to Lin Feng, "Your grandmother has a weak heart. A few nights ago, she fell while getting up to use the restroom. Now she's bedridden and barely able to move. I tried using silver needles to stimulate her acupoints, but it didn't help at all." Grandpa did possess some medical skills. He could treat common childhood colds, wind-cold illnesses, infertility issues in both men and women, and even bruises and sprains. But now, with his acupuncture failing to help Grandma's illness, he felt a strange, inexplicable sadness. Hearing Grandpa sighing so deeply, Lin Feng grinned and said to him, "Grandpa, I've been with you for a while now. Why don't you take me into her room? I want to see if I can help Grandma get back on her feet." Grandpa Lin heard his words and turned his cloudy eyes toward Lin Feng. "It's true you shadowed me for a while, but that was just the basics, nothing more than running errands. It won't do a thing for your grandmother's paralysis." Grandpa couldn't believe Lin Feng's medical skills could possibly surpass his own. He didn't want Lin Feng to tend to Grandma, and his expression was deeply distressed. Xie Feng and Lin Xin had already taken some of the wolf meat from the shoulder bag and divided it evenly into 6 portions. Hearing Grandpa's words to Lin Feng, she hurried over and said, "Dad, this kid Lin Feng is capable. Just take him inside and let him treat Grandma. Who knows? Maybe he really can fix her up." Xie Feng had unwavering faith in her son. Ever since entering the mountains, she'd sensed something profoundly different about Lin Feng, as if he'd become a completely new person. Though puzzled by this change, she ultimately chose not to think the worst. She simply believed Lin Feng had truly grown up and matured. Hearing Xie Feng's words, Grandpa Lin took the tiger bone pipe from his mouth and held it in his hand. "Lin Feng, your mother trusts you so deeply. If I were to nitpick, that would be my fault. Come with me into the inner room." As he spoke, Grandpa had already led Lin Feng into the room filled with ginseng, angelica, lingji mushrooms, and other medicinal herbs. The moment Lin Feng stepped inside, he saw his grandmother lying on the bed, her expression dazed. From a distance, Grandma looked very unwell. "Jinjin, Lin Feng and his mother have arrived." Grandma, lying on the wooden bed with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her large eyes. Lin Feng walked over and sat beside his grandmother, who was clearly in a bad mood. His hands reached out toward the corner of the quilt she had pulled back, helping her tuck it neatly under her. "Grandma, what's wrong with you?" Grandma glanced at Lin Feng's flushed face. I suppose I'm just getting old," she said. "After a fall like that, I just couldn't get back up." Her voice carried a heavy sorrow as she spoke these words to Lin Feng. "Grandma, don't be sad. I might be able to cure your illness." As Lin Feng spoke, he gently placed his hands on his grandmother's immobile legs. As Lin Feng massaged her pressure points, her legs truly felt numb, just as Grandpa had described. Judging by the symptoms, this was far from a simple fall. This condition was commonly known as hemiplegia in its early stages, with the potential to progress to dementia later on. Drawing on his experience as a military medic in his past life, Lin Feng requested silver needles from Grandpa and proceeded to insert them into dozens of crucial acupoints along Grandma's legs. Grandpa watched Lin Feng's intense needlework with such intensity that he felt a chill run down his spine. "Lin Feng, if you keep needling Grandma like this, you risk overlapping the acupoints and causing secondary damage to her thigh." Lin Feng had some experience treating such hemiplegia. He listened to his grandfather's words and smiled as he replied, "Grandpa, don't worry. If I don't get Grandma standing up after this treatment, I'll take full responsibility." "Humph, you little rascal. So young, yet you talk a big game. If you really get your grandmother standing on her own 2 feet today, I'll give you everything your father entrusted to me before he left." When Lin Hai went to the mountains to temper his steel, he entrusted his father-in-law with several important items, instructing him to pass them all to Lin Feng at the appropriate time. Lin Feng was currently applying pressure to the acupoints on his grandmother's inner thigh. Hearing his grandfather speak, he immediately turned to ask, "What exactly did my father entrust to you?" Grandfather saw that Lin Feng's acupuncture on his wife was showing some effect. Leaning close to Lin Feng's ear, he whispered, "Finish acupuncture on your grandmother first. Once that's done, I'll naturally hand these things over to you. There's no point in rushing now. Grandpa, rest assured. Once I remove these dozens of needles, Grandma will stand up on her own." Grandma's temporary hemiplegia was mainly due to age-related blockages in her acupoints, compounded by internal injuries from her fall that had obstructed certain areas. After Lin Feng applied the needles, he cleared most of the blocked blood vessels. Therefore, she was fully capable of standing up after the treatment. As Lin Feng performed the acupuncture, Grandma distinctly felt her acupoints pulsating continuously, accompanied by a wave of warmth circulating back and forth within them. Chapter 39, Why So Scared? Ouch, Grandma's acupoints feel all tingly and numb. Grandma's hands, thin as bamboo poles, gripped Lin Feng's shoulders as she spoke, trying to sit up from the bed. Lin Feng had already inserted and adjusted the needles for Grandma, and nearly 15 minutes had passed. It was time to remove them. Grandma, don't move. Let me remove the needles first. Getting out of bed with needles still in place was extremely dangerous. Even with his limited experience, Lin Feng knew better than to risk it. As he reassured his grandmother, he carefully removed each silver needle from the acupoints on her legs. Snap! As Lin Feng removed the needles, a sound that made one's scalp tingle echoed through the room. Grandma, you can get up now. Lin Feng wiped down the needles and placed them back into a small wooden box. As he spoke to his grandmother, he gently helped her rise from the bed. With his support, Grandma tentatively took a few steps. Oh my, Lin Feng, your acupuncture skills are so much better than your grandfather's. He was always fumbling around without any real medical skill. He just lived 100 years without purpose. You're different. Grandma sees that you have ambition, regardless of age. Grandma had been bedridden for so long. Lin Feng's acupuncture skills had allowed her to walk again. A profound, indescribable joy welled up inside her. Grandpa was walking toward them, carrying a black canvas bag embroidered with a bagua diagram in yellow silk from a small wooden cabinet in the room. Hearing Grandma speak of him this way, he felt deeply displeased. You old woman. Speaking ill of me in front of Lin Feng again. And to think I'd been busting my back these past days, even changing your diapers. Grandma's wrinkled face flushed with embarrassment at his words, and she hurriedly apologized. Oh, old man, couldn't you be a little less petty? Grandpa shot her a glance and ignored her. Lin Feng, these are things your father entrusted to me when he went off to work in the steel mill. Take them back now. What are these? Lin Feng asked his grandfather. The bag in his grandfather's hands felt quite heavy, and Lin Feng asked him curiously. You can look inside yourself. Still fuming from his grandmother's earlier scolding, he hadn't regained his composure. His face scowled as he handed the canvas bag to Lin Feng. Lin Feng began rummaging through the canvas bag, pulling out each item one by one and placing them on a round table. Wow, these are all treasures. Your father really had a good heart. He didn't throw any of this stuff away before leaving. Hearing his grandfather's exclamation, Lin Feng glanced at the somewhat worn octagonal table. On the table lay a compass, a peachwood sword, a heaven-shaking seal, and numerous ancient talismans. Lin Feng had been lamenting not bringing these items from his previous life, yet now they appeared here with his grandfather. He felt a sense of destiny, like searching high and low in vain, only to find them effortlessly when the time was right. After a moment of elation, Lin Feng carefully gathered each item back into the canvas bag. He slung the canvas bag over his shoulder like a backpack. Grandpa, thank you for keeping these treasures safe all these years. I hunted some delicious game up in the mountains and brought it down for you. Back then, Mom feared that if Grandpa learned about the three of them, her and her two children being driven out, he might forbid them from coming down the mountain. Now that both Grandpa and Grandma knew about it, Lin Feng was determined to visit them down the mountain often. Grandpa beamed with joy at Lin Feng's promise. You little rascal, your grandpa didn't spoil you for nothing all those years. Now you know how to show respect. Next time I'm free, I'll come up the mountain and hunt with you for a while. I'll teach you how to track bears or tigers. Grandpa was already thinking about returning to his old ways. Life down in the village was truly unbearable. Grandpa, whenever you plan to come up, just give me a heads up. I'll make sure to bring the double-barreled shotgun for you. A double-barreled shotgun was definitely more impressive. Grandpa might never have handled one in his life, so Lin Feng naturally wanted to save the best for him. Hey, let's go take a look. Grandpa Lin seemed to find a kindred spirit in Lin Feng's words. He regarded the young man as a close friend despite their age difference, and together they headed toward the main hall. Xia Fang and Lin Xian had already delivered the wolf meat they'd brought down to each of their uncle's rooms. They were now heading back toward Grandpa's quarters. Grandpa held the double-barreled hunting rifle Xia Hon had given Lin Feng, praising it lavishly as he tested it. The muzzle was pointed directly at the doorway. Lin Xian walked quickly and suddenly entered the line of sight of her grandfather's gun barrel, causing her to scream in fright. Grandpa, don't shoot. Oh my, why are you so scared? There are no bullets in this gun. Hearing her grandfather's words, Lin Xian's tense heart finally relaxed completely. That's more like it. If it had bullets, Mom and I would be done for. Pouting her little mouth, Lin Xian wiggled her plump little bottom as she walked into the main room. Xia Fang followed right behind her into the house. Grandpa placed the double-barreled shotgun back on the table, then wiped his greasy old face with his strong, calloused hands. Lin Feng, this double-barreled shotgun works fine, but I still prefer the flintlock. Next time we go up the mountain, just give me the flintlock to use. Lin Feng now had an extra firearm. Though he was reluctant to part with the flintlock he'd crafted himself, his grandfather had made his position clear. Refusing to give it to him now would be downright ungrateful. Grandpa, since you like the flintlock, I'll give it to you. You can try it now. I'll head to Old Yang's general store to trade some wolf meat for rice and flour to take up the mountain. There's no rice or flour up there, and eating meat every day is starting to get sickening. As Lin Feng spoke these words to his grandfather, he had already slung the remaining wolf meat in his knapsack over his shoulder and stepped out of the house. Watching Lin Feng's receding figure, Grandpa glanced at Xia Feng and asked her, "Xia Feng, how are things going up in the mountains?" "Dad, life up in the mountains is manageable for now." Lin Feng said once things improve a bit, he'll bring you both up to the mountains. The snow in the village was as deep as on the mountain. Up there, with a bit of luck, they could hunt a decent amount of game every few days. Down here, however, they couldn't even spot a single strand of an animal's fur. Chapter 40, You Can Handle This. Xia Feng, I'm getting old. I don't want to burden you and your mother long-term by staying up here. When your circumstances improve, you should move here. We have extra rooms in our house. A daughter who's married off is like water poured out, it can't be taken back. Xia Feng knew her father meant well, but she knew her brothers would never agree if she brought her sister and brother back to live here. Just moments ago, when Xia Feng delivered the wolf meat to their rooms, not a single face had shown a smile. Especially Lin Feng's aunts, their expressions were so grim you could practically see the water dripping off their faces. Lin Xin, seeing her aunt's terrifyingly gloomy expressions, immediately bolted out of their room and vowed to Xia Feng, "I'll never go to my aunt's house again." Xia Feng, too, couldn't help but notice the unpleasant expressions on her sisters-in-law's faces. She told Lin Xin she wouldn't go again either. Delivering meat like this was nothing but slapping a warm face against a cold butt. "Dad, what good is there down the mountain? The three of us have already stockpiled plenty of meat up here. As long as we take it to the border market to sell, it'll all turn into cash." Xia Feng laid out their future plans in full detail before her father. Having lived on the mountain for so many years, Grandpa knew its conditions better than anyone. "Ah, this isn't something you can decide on your own. It'd be better to discuss it with Lin Feng when he returns." Grandfather spoke as he picked up the wolf meat from the table and headed into the woodshed. He intended to have the three of them stay for lunch today. Xia Feng followed her grandfather into the woodshed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already trudged through the thick snow to Old Yang's general store. Old Yang, Old Yang. Who is it? A girl of 16 or 17, dressed in a floral print cotton dress with a ponytail, rose from the wooden stool where she sat. Her eyes widened as she looked at Lin Feng. Not recognizing Lin Feng standing outside the door, she didn't invite him in. Instead, she used a long bamboo pole in her hand to block him from entering. Lin Feng only knew Old Yang. This girl, with her rather captivating features, was a stranger to him. "I'm Lin Feng. I'm here to see Old Yang about something." "You're looking for my dad? He's inside helping my mom clean up the mess." Hearing the girl say this, Lin Feng immediately grew wary. "What's wrong with your mom?" "Oh, I don't know what's wrong with her. She went to the bamboo forest a while back, and ever since she came back, she's been acting crazy. Not only that, but she doesn't even bother to find a proper place to relieve herself. My dad is about to lose his mind." As the young girl told Lin Feng this, her eyes welled up with tears. After chatting with the girl for a few moments, they began to feel somewhat familiar with each other. He placed his satchel on a wooden table inside the shop. "Could you take me inside your house?" The girl glanced at Lin Feng, who seemed about her age and didn't appear to be trouble. "All right, follow me." With a slight smile, she led Lin Feng into the house. As they entered one after the other, a foul stench of excrement and urine instantly assaulted Lin Feng's brain and nerves. Lin Feng forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit, holding it back with sheer willpower. A large pile of feces lay on the floor. Old Yang's face turned ashen. As he wiped his wife Chun's bare bottom, he bellowed at her. "Damn it! What the hell did you run into? Now I'm stuck cleaning up your mess." Chun Xiao, her bare bottom exposed, crouched halfway on the floor, only managing a dumb, silly grin. Lin Feng looked at Chun Xiao's face. Her forehead was dark and her eye sockets looked as if they'd been kicked, both eyelids turning a deep, dark blue. "Old Yang, if I'm not mistaken, your Chun's soul has been snatched away by some unclean thing." Old Yang had already covered the spot where Chun's wife had soiled herself with ash. He pulled her pants up to cover her bare bottom, fastening them around her full, snow-white waist. Hearing a man's voice inside the house, he quickly straightened his back. "Lin Feng, when did you get here?" Though they lived in the same village, their homes were at opposite ends, one in the east, the other in the west. Unless there was a reason, they rarely crossed paths. However, Lin Feng had stayed with his maternal grandfather for a period, so Old Yang was familiar with him. "Old Yang, I'm hunting in the mountains now. I came to trade some wolf meat for food to take up there. I just heard from your daughter that something happened at your place, so I asked her to bring me inside to see." "Ah, speaking of that, it's been a real headache. Could you possibly fix things for my family?" Lin Feng didn't need to say anything, he already knew what had happened to Chun's wife. She must have encountered something unclean. Glancing at the canvas bag slung over Lin Feng's back, he decided to try his luck and asked, In his past life, during wilderness training, whenever his comrades encountered something unclean, he'd always handle it with his rituals. But whether these skills from his past life would work here, he hadn't truly tested them yet. That instance of ghostly confusion was but a drop in the bucket, a mere drizzle, really. Listening to old Yang's words, Lin Feng reached into the canvas bag and pulled out a yellow talisman. The yellow talisman bore inscriptions of Vajra incantations. Lin Feng skimmed the characters, all traditional Chinese script, which roughly translated to exorcise malevolent energies, sacred mountain bodhisattva sealing talisman. The characters were bold and forceful, radiating a murderous aura. The only drawback was the absence of a vermilion seal. No matter how potent this thing might be, without an official seal stamped on it, it was utterly useless. Lin Feng rummaged through his canvas bag. It contained everything except cinnabar. Damn it, this was going to make him look like a fool in front of old Yang. No way. He had to find a way to get that seal paste on there. When Lin Feng felt frustrated, he ruthlessly stuck his index finger into his mouth. Crunch! With a dull thud, he pulled his bitten finger out of his mouth. Blood flowed steadily from the wound on his index finger. Huff! As the blood from his finger splattered onto the talisman paper, his thumbprints simultaneously stamped onto the yellow paper. Chapter 41, The Son-in-Law. To show off, Lin Feng pressed his thumbprint onto the yellow talisman paper. With a whoosh, he flicked the talisman paper, bearing his thumbprint away. The yellow talisman, as if possessed, shot straight toward Aunt Chun's face. Ah! A shrill scream echoed as Chun's voluptuous body fell stiffly to the floor. A dark, murky black mist billowed from her face. Oh my god, is this some kind of strange tales from a Chinese studio? Chun's daughter, witnessing this spine-chilling scene, covered her delicate, youthful face with both hands in terror and asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng had spent the past while holed up in the mountains hunting. Strange occurrences were common in the wilderness, and it was hardly unusual for someone with little exposure to the outside world to encounter supernatural entities while venturing deep into the mountains. As he listened to the pretty little girl speak, he simply replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Your mother will be fully recovered within half an hour. Spring's sister had been tormented by the mountain's strange spirits for far too long. Hearing Lin Feng's words, her daughter's heart swelled with overwhelming emotion. She tossed aside the wooden stick in her hand and rushed over, gently lifting Chun Sio's body from the ground. Mom, wake up! After the malevolent energy hidden within Chun Sio's body was expelled, she felt utterly drained. As her limp, weary form was lifted from the ground by her daughter, Jean Feng, Chun Sio opened her eyes and asked the bright-eyed girl. Feng, what have I been doing all this time? As Jean Feng helped her mother up from the ground, she explained, Mom, when you went into the mountains, you encountered something unclean. These past days have nearly killed Dad and me. If Lin Feng hadn't come down from the mountains today, we'd still be living in hell. As Jean Feng spoke, he slowly guided Chun's curvaceous figure onto the somewhat worn wooden bed. At this moment, old Yang had already shoveled the pile of filth on the floor outside the room using an old-fashioned iron shovel. Turning back, he asked Lin Feng, who taught you this skill of banishing evil spirits? Lin Feng dared not reveal his past life before his transmigration to old Yang. If he revealed his true identity, old Yang would be scared half to death. Old Yang, my father was a renowned geomancer and physiognomist in his generation. Besides helping people with house feng shui and physiognomy, he also knew these things. I've only picked up a few superficial skills from him and am still learning. Old Yang actually believed Lin Feng's well-intentioned lie. He brought Lin Feng back to his shop and generously told him that he could take anything in the general store that caught his eye. Lin Feng wasn't the type to expect rewards for helping others, it simply wasn't his style. Hearing old Yang's offer, he immediately waved him off. Old Yang, I've hunted quite a bit of game up in the mountains lately. I came down today specifically to trade some of that game for rice and flour. Old Yang's general store operated with a valid business license. Beyond selling daily necessities, he could legally stock and sell rice, flour, and vegetable oil sourced through legitimate channels. His family relied on this shop. While they weren't wealthy, their modest life was still far better than most villagers could ever hope for. Old Yang chuckled upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation. Lin Feng, you take after your father in character. I admire your integrity. As he showered Lin Feng with praise, he had already packed up all the 20-pound and 50-pound sacks of flour from the store. Lin Feng watched old Yang pack the rice and flour. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out the last few chunks of wolf meat, still attached to the leg bones, placing them on the shop counter. Old Yang, we don't have cash. This wolf meat is all we can offer in exchange. If you feel it's not enough, I'll bring more down the mountain next time I come down. Lin Feng's mountain foraging had yielded quite a haul lately. By today, the three of them had gathered at least 100 pounds of wild game. He didn't care much for this meat. Lin Feng didn't care much for the meat, but old Yang and his family valued it greatly. The moment Jean Feng saw Lin Feng pull out all that meat from his bamboo-woven backpack, she was so overjoyed she practically danced with delight. Hee, today we'll finally get to taste wild game from the mountains. If Brother Lin hadn't traded meat for rice and flour this time, I'd never have known what wolf meat from these hills tastes like. She chattered happily as she lifted a chunk of wolf meat from the counter and headed toward her kitchen. Lin Feng had already packed the exchanged rice and flour into his own shoulder bag. Old Yang, grateful that Lin Feng had rescued his wife from dire straits, insisted on keeping him at his shop to feast on wolf meat and savor rice wine. Lin Feng was also thinking about having some rice wine. In the dead of winter, sipping a cup or two would be quite the treat. But suddenly, he remembered his mother and sister were still waiting for him at his maternal grandfather's house. He grinned at Old Yang and said, "Old Yang, I'll pass on the meal today. When I have time, I'll bring some wild boar meat down the mountain and share it with your family." Lin Feng spoke politely to Old Yang. Old Yang understood Lin Feng truly had urgent matters today and couldn't stay. He felt awkward insisting Lin Feng remain for lunch. "All right then. When you come down the mountain, make sure to swing by my place. I'll see what I can do to prepare some top-quality sorghum liquor for you." Sorghum liquor packs a much stronger punch than rice wine. Just one sip could really perk someone up. For Lin Feng hunting deep in the mountains, facing such extreme weather, this was absolutely essential. Don't worry. I'll bring you at least 20 pounds of wild boar meat in exchange." Eager to return to his maternal grandfather's home, Lin Feng chatted and bragged with Old Yang for a while before hoisting his heavy backpack onto his shoulders. Stepping out of the shop, his sturdy, well-built figure vanished into the snow-covered landscape. Old Yang watched Lin Feng's figure vanish into the snowy landscape. Turning to Chun Xiao, who had regained her strength, he asked, Chun, what do you think of this kid, Lin Feng?" Chun Xiao's ample hips wiggled a few times. "He's a good lad. I'm actually thinking of having him come work for us." Her response caught Old Yang off guard. "What? You want Lin Feng to be our son-in-law?" Chun Xiao shot Old Yang a fierce look, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. "What's wrong with a son-in-law?" Old Yang was a bit dumbfounded. Scratching the back of his head, he said to Chun Xiao, "A few days ago, Town Chief Gao came to see me. He wants us to marry our daughter to his dim-witted son. He even said that as soon as Jin Feng moves into their home, he'll find a way to get Feng a government job in town." Chapter 42, Nothing But Snobs. A government salaried job was something mountain folk dreamed of. Though Jin Feng was only 16, she inherited her mother's genes. By now, she was not only fresh and vibrant but also hailed by the villagers as the village beauty. The town mayor, seemingly desperate, had sought out Old Yang, offering him cigarettes and making grand promises. As Spring's sister listened to Old Yang's words, her eyes flickered with excitement. Her cherry red lips fluttered incessantly. "Old Yang, if you fall for Mayor Gao's sweet talk and marry my Jin Feng off to his moronic son, I'll divorce you and take Jin Feng to the mountains to find Lin Feng's family." Old Yang, who had been considering marrying Jin Feng off to Gao Yubao the fool of a son of Town Chief Gao, shuddered violently at his wife's warning. He spat a mouthful of saliva far away with a puff, stammering to Chun that they'd discuss it later. Jin Feng was still too young, not of legal marriage age. While the couple argued, Jin Feng's silvery bell-like shouts echoed from the shop's kitchen. "Dad, Mom, hurry inside and set the table. We're having wolf meat and wolf soup." In a year of great famine, eating wolf meat from the mountains and drinking wolf soup was truly a luxury. Hearing Jin Feng's call, the couple scurried into the house. Lin Feng hummed a poem his sister had taught him about the northern landscape: 1,000 miles of frozen ice, 10,000 miles of drifting snow. Looking at the Great Wall, inside and out, only boundless wilderness remains. Up and down the great river, the water surges ceaselessly. Reciting poetry with one breath, he trudged through the thick snow toward his maternal grandfather's courtyard, where wisps of smoke curled from the chimney. No sooner had he entered the courtyard than he heard his aunt Lu Tsuihua berating her husband. "Xiaping, your sister's family has some nerve. They bring us a few scraps of wolf meat and think they can just camp out here in this courtyard forever. Today, you're going to kick them all back up to the mountains, or else I'll never let you off the hook." Though Xiaping served as the village accountant and had some say in its affairs, within this small courtyard, he remained a man easily swayed. Hearing Lu Tsuihua's scolding of Xia Fang and her mother, he cringed and groveled. "Tsuihua, stop it. Dad might hear us." Tsuihua's pair of pert, rearward curving buttocks swayed with exaggerated motion. Her wide mouth spewed words like flying spittle. "Today, I'll make sure that old bastard hears me. He protects his daughter so desperately it breaks my heart," while ignoring his sons completely. Lin Feng carried a heavy sack of rice and flour on his back. He'd intended to share some with his uncle, but upon overhearing their conversation, he immediately dismissed the idea. Lu Tsuihua stood with her back to the courtyard gate, completely unaware that Lin Feng had already slipped behind her, rice and flour still in tow. When she turned her hips to look behind her, Lin Feng's furious eyes were fixed intently on her. There was no hiding this now, and Lu Tsuihua was pragmatic enough to accept it. Her hands clutched her sagging breasts tightly, as if terrified the young man might assault her. "You little brat. After lunch, you'd better get your mother and that adopted sister of yours out of our humble farmhouse. Our temple is too small to accommodate 3 deities like you all cast out from your own homes." Lu Tsuihua's words were venomous, and they completely enraged Lin Feng. "Lu Tsuihua, you're nothing but a snob. One day, you'll be begging on your knees up the mountain, pleading with me for grain and meat." As Lin Feng trudged through the snow, he glanced at the gloomy sky. Heavy snow would continue falling for months to come. If it lasted half a year, many in the village would run out of food. Lu Tsuehua heard Lin Feng's words and shot him a sidelong glance. Her retort came out before she could stop herself. You little brat, stop acting crazy here. You and your mother better figure out how you're going to survive up on that mountain. As she scolded him, she wiggled her hips toward her own house. Xiaping stood in the courtyard, his face flushed and neck strained. His face was flushed with embarrassment. It took him a long while to compose himself before apologizing to Lin Feng. Nephew, don't take it personally with your aunt. She's quite the force in this courtyard. Even the other ants are afraid of her. Lin Feng brushed some snowflakes off his clothes. He sighed, looking at his rather helpless great-uncle. Uncle, the woman you married is a real shrew. I honestly don't know how you've managed all these years. After exchanging a few half-hearted words with his embarrassed uncle, Lin Feng hoisted the sack of rice and flour onto his back and headed toward his grandfather's room. Grandfather truly treated Lin Feng and his mother well. Besides the wolf meat they'd brought down from the mountains, the room held corn cakes, potato soup, and other provisions. During the famine, it was relatively normal for their family to have these provisions since Xiaping was an accountant. Grandfather saw Lin Feng returning with a sack full of rice and flour on his back. He quickly helped him take it off and set it on the ground. Lin Feng, sit down and eat first. Grandpa's even brought out the aged liquor he's been saving for years. As he spoke, Grandpa carried a glass jar filled with medicinal wine to the table. Pouring the amber-colored medicinal liquor into large bowls, he invited Xiafeng and Lin Xian to gather around the table as well. Lin Feng pinched a corn cake in his hand and popped it into his mouth. Grandpa urged Lin Feng to take a sip of the medicinal liquor, which was said to strengthen bones and tendons. Once he did, Grandpa's words started flowing freely. Feng, today Grandpa wants to discuss something with you. Lin Feng was gulping down the fiery medicinal liquor that made his whole body burn. Listening to his grandfather speak, he gently set the large, thick bowl back on the table. Grandfather, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Grandfather stuffed a chunk of wolf meat into his mouth and chewed it with gusto. Feng, I want you and your mother and sister to move into this courtyard house and live with us. Your uncles and aunts can help support the three of you. No matter how abundant the mountain's resources are, they will eventually be depleted. It might work for a short time, but it won't hold up in the long run. Chapter 43, Several Strong-Willed Women. Grandpa shouldn't have brought up the uncles. But the moment he brought it up, Lin Feng felt an urgent need to speak his mind. Grandfather, not a single woman in this courtyard is any good. Grandfather glanced at Lin Feng, bewildered by these seemingly unfounded remarks. The wives in this courtyard hadn't done anything extreme to the three of them. Had Lin Feng somehow provoked them? Grandfather withdrew his questioning gaze from Lin Feng's displeased face. Lin Feng, I truly don't understand what you're saying. Did your aunt say something harsh to you? Just as Lin Feng was about to recount his eldest aunt's cutting remarks, the quick-witted Lin Xian jumped in, causing a commotion inside the house. Grandpa, the three of us came here today with good intentions to bring everyone food. Our family's kindness has been turned into ingratitude. Those ants belittled us as if we were worthless, as if we'd come begging for handouts. If we'd known it would be like this, the three of us really shouldn't have come down the mountain. Lin Feng had been hoping to see his grandfather lose his temper at lunch today. He really wanted Grandpa to find Lu Tsuehua and give her a good slap across the face. Hearing his sister speak like this, Lin Feng joined in the commotion. Grandpa, when I came back, Auntie was loudly berating Uncle and demanding he send us back to the mountains. We're all family, why such cruelty? In his flustered state, Lin Feng blurted out everything, both what should and shouldn't have been said. Grandfather's entire aged face turned the color of liver as he listened to the siblings' words. Damn it! That harlot really pushes her luck. Today I'll go kill her myself. Let's see if she dares bully you three again. With his temper flaring, Grandpa didn't even finish his bowl of wine. He grabbed a broom and stormed out of the room. Lu Tsuehua seemed to have been waiting outside for quite some time. The moment Grandpa stepped outside, he was blocked back into the house by several of his shrewish aunts-in-law. You old fool! You live in this yard and still stir up trouble. You even brought those three back. Don't you know the saying, a daughter married out is like water poured out? Lu Tsuehua roared at Grandpa like a lioness, while the other aunts joined in, egging her on incessantly. You bunch of shrews! Xiafeng is still my daughter, damn it. If any of you try to stop her from going down the mountain, I'll slap her myself first thing today. Grandfather's temper was boiling over today. The broom he held aloft trembled violently in his hands. Lu Tsuehua had clearly come this noon with the sole purpose of stirring up trouble. Before Grandfather could finish speaking, the women stormed into the room and surrounded him. Grandpa, who had held the upper hand, now found himself at a disadvantage. Lu Tsuehua snatched the broom from Grandpa's hands and flung it aside. Rolling up her sleeves with a fierce expression, she prepared to fight him to the death. Unable to stand up to these forceful women, the uncles had already retreated to their own homes as if by prior arrangement, refusing to step outside. Watching his grandfather besieged by this group of shameless women, Lin Feng lost all interest in merely watching the spectacle. Smack! His hand slammed hard onto the table, sending the large, heavy bowl bouncing high into the air. Lu Tsuihua, who had just been about to attack Grandpa, heard the sound of Lin Feng's slap. Her dark, almond-shaped eyes darted toward the table. Good heavens! The large bowl bounced in midair for a moment before thudding back onto the table with a steady thump. This terrifying scene nearly made Lu Tsuihua's eyes pop out of her head. Let's go! The other ants, witnessing this hair-raising spectacle, fled Grandpa's room with legs trembling. Grandfather had intended to follow them out, but Lin Feng called him back. Grandpa, don't get into trouble with these domineering women. Once life on the mountain improves, I'll come get you and Grandma to join us. Judging by the commotion caused by Lu Tsuihua and the others, Grandpa and Grandma were also targets of their resentment. Living in this humble farmhouse, they were nothing but a burden. Grandpa sat down heavily on the high stool, furious at Lin Feng's words. He picked up the wine bowl from the table and downed the last of the medicinal liquor in one gulp. Xia Feng watched her two siblings stir up trouble at her parents' home, her mood sinking to its lowest point. For the first time, she scolded the two children. Look at the two of you. What have you done to your grandfather today? I'll never take you down the mountain again. At that moment, Xia Feng was also seething with pent-up anger. The actions of her sisters-in-law had truly broken her heart. The three of them had come down the mountain with such warmth and goodwill, only to be met with outright coldness. Anyone would feel angry in their place. Grandfather slammed his wine bowl onto the table, sending it spinning across the rough surface. Xia Feng, don't scold those two children. They did nothing wrong. Grandpa's cloudy eyes glowed red as he spoke to Xia Feng. Lin Feng watched his grandfather's reddened eyes, suppressing his own anger as he suggested, Grandpa, why don't you and Grandma come with us to the mountain now? Up on the mountain, there was only a small wooden hut. Food wasn't an issue. The rice and flour in Lin Feng's backpack would easily last several months. But lodging was a real problem. Lin Feng, your kindness is appreciated, but this courtyard house is my ancestral home. I'd rather die here than leave it. Leaves return to their roots. No matter how good life on the mountain might be, Grandpa still longed for this humble farmhouse. Lin Feng sighed. After packing everything that needed packing, he shouldered his hunting rifle and quiver of arrows. Just as he was about to step out the courtyard gate, he told his grandfather that the first time he caught a wild boar in the mountains, he would definitely bring it down the mountain first and give it to his grandfather to try. Grandfather and grandmother stepped outside the courtyard gate. Their eyes followed the three of them as they walked a long distance through the snow before finally turning back toward the courtyard. Row upon row of footprints stretched along the snow-covered country path, leading steadily upward toward the mountains. Mom, those ants are all so snobbish. If I hadn't remembered they're my elders today, I'd have slapped them across the face. As they neared the bamboo grove, Lin Feng pulled a compass from his canvas bag, intending to use it to locate the hidden roe deer. Chapter 44, Skillful with the Spear. Xia Feng listened to Lin Feng's words and glanced at her son. No matter how wrong your aunts may be, they are still your elders. If you had actually struck them, that would have been your fault. Though Xia Feng was annoyed by her sisters-in-law's behavior, she understood the saying, when you're rich in the mountains, you have distant relatives. When you're poor in the city, no one cares. In their current state, who would want anything to do with them? Mom, I was wrong. I won't associate with them anymore. Lin Feng held the compass in his hand, crouched down, and scooped up a small handful of dark, sticky substance from the snow. The dark substance was likely deer droppings. The climate down in the valley seemed somewhat different from that up on the mountain. Heavy snow continued to fall on the mountain at this moment. Flakes drifted down, completely covering the roe deer's tracks in the bamboo grove. For Lin Feng to track down the roe deer in the bamboo grove by following their footprints would be next to impossible. The resourceful Lin Feng, having only discovered the roe deer droppings, pinned all his hopes on this dark, sticky mass. Lin Xin was seeing Lin Feng use a compass for the very first time. She had no idea what outrageous thing her brother might do next. As she watched him pinch the dark substance into a ball and place it at the compass's center, her wide eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Brother, will this really find the roe deer? In Lin Feng's past life, he had used a compass to locate people. In this life, he had no idea if the thing would actually work. He rose from his crouched position in the snow, raised the compass to his lips, and blew a puff of white breath onto the dark substance. The dark object, warmed by his breath, began to spin rapidly around the compass's center, following the path of the magnetic needle. Sis, we just follow the direction the needle points. As Lin Feng relayed this to his sister, he seemed to have already spotted the roe deer's trail. Crouching low, he began running through the snow, following the compass in his hand. Watching Lin Feng crouch low as he ran, Lin Xin followed close behind him. Xia Feng stopped in a spot within the bamboo grove where snowflakes couldn't drift. She needed to guard the rice and flour. If everyone went hunting roe deer and the grain was lost, they'd be back to drinking wild vegetable soup. Lin Feng crouched low until he reached a massive boulder, where he stopped. The needle in his hand also stopped here, ceasing to spin. Little brother, why did you stop? His sister, who had followed closely behind Lin Feng, asked him in a low voice, slightly out of breath. Lin Feng tossed the roe deer droppings from the compass aside and slipped the compass back into his bag. He glanced at Lin Xin. If I haven't misjudged the hunt, there should be quite a few roe deer deep within the bamboo grove. At Lin Feng's words, Lin Xian actually peered around the boulder, leaning forward to peer into the depths of the bamboo grove. What she saw startled her. Deep within the bamboo grove, no fewer than 10 roe deer were gathered together, licking the snow and chewing on bamboo leaves. Brother, there are so many roe deer. Where's your double-barreled shotgun? Sis, the double-barreled shotgun isn't loaded. If I chamber around and make any noise, won't I scare them all away? Lin Feng had considered using the double-barreled shotgun to hunt the roe deer, but the risk of shooting blindly was too high. After some thought, he abandoned the idea of using the gun. Hearing her brother's explanation, Lin Xian was suddenly at a loss. A wisp of white breath escaped her lips as she anxiously asked her brother. Brother, what should we do now? Silly sister, don't you see the bow and arrows on my back? I'll use them to take down the main herd. Then you can use your red-plumed spear to kill as many as you can. Lin Feng knew his sister had tagged along purely to make up the numbers. As for hunting? He couldn't praise her skills. Hearing this, his sister beamed with delight, as if she'd just eaten a jackfruit. She gripped the red-plumed spear tightly in her hands. I'll take the east. You take the west. Let's go. As Lin Feng gave his sister these instructions, he had already retrieved the bow from his back and strung 3 feathered arrows across it. 10 meters away from the huddled group of sika deer, Lin Feng parted the thick bamboo leaves. His eyes, hands, and bow locked onto several sturdy roe deer, and with a series of whistling sounds, 3 arrows flew out simultaneously. Wah! The huddled deer hadn't even had time to react before they collapsed onto the snow, twitching uncontrollably. The remaining deer watched their suddenly fallen and writhing companions, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Oblivious to their own impending doom, they instinctively tried to investigate. Damn it, you're the ones who didn't run. Blame your own stupidity. Lin Feng leapt from the thick bamboo foliage. 3 arrows flew toward the 3 roe deer bent over, sniffing their fallen comrades. Bang, 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 3 more arrows shot out swiftly. These 3 roe deer met even more dramatic ends. One was struck through the throat, another pierced through the chest, and the third had an arrow driven clean through its skull. The remaining deer only then noticed Lin Feng standing before them. They scattered in all directions, fleeing frantically. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng was too close to them, drawing his bowstring was no longer an option. In desperation, he yanked the remaining arrow shaft from his quiver and lunged forward with blinding speed, thrusting it at the 2 antelopes sprinting ahead. Seeing this, the remaining roe deer instantly turned tail and bolted toward Lin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian wielded her spear like a dancer, jabbing wildly at the frantically darting roe deer. Tsk 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 tsk, you wield that spear quite skillfully. A few more jabs and you'll have that roe deer's head completely mangled. Lin Xian stared at the roe deer lying dead beneath her crimson-plumed spear, grinning like an idiot. Lin Feng had already gathered all the roe deer killed by arrows, tied them into 2 bundles with a rope brought from his maternal grandfather's house, and fetched a long bamboo pole from the grove. He hoisted the bundles and headed toward where Xia Feng stood. Mom, we're back. Look at our haul, pretty impressive, huh? Xia Feng had been worrying about the siblings. Now, seeing Lin Feng and his sister emerge from the depths of the bamboo grove, she waved at them repeatedly. The snow is getting heavier. Let's hurry up the mountain. Lin Xian, clutching the blood-stained red-plumed spear, grew a little displeased. Mom, look how tired I am. Can't you at least let me rest for a bit? Sister, hand me that red-plumed spear. If we don't head up the mountain now, this heavy snow will block the path, and we won't be able to return. Chapter 45, The Yellow Weasel Goes Wild. Hearing her brother's words, Lin Xian pouted her delicate lips and said to Lin Feng, women really are no match for men. If only I had half your strength. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, landing in clumps on Lin Feng's shoulders. He brushed the flakes off his fur coat with a heavy pat and turned to look at his sister. Sister, you're a scholar. You rely on your brain for everything. Little brother here has nothing but brute strength. I'm no match for you in anything else. Despite his young age, Lin Feng knew how to speak his mind. These heartfelt words moved Lin Xian to the point of tears welling up in her eyes. Brother, not going to school is truly a waste of your talent. Oh, come on. Given our current situation, just getting you into school is already a miracle. How could I possibly have the time to sit in a classroom? As these thoughts crossed Lin Feng's mind, he grimaced and stuck out his tongue at his sister, signaling that this matter would have to wait. Their immediate priority was to hurry up the mountain. Lin Xian struggled to carry the heavy red-plumed spear, which weighed a full 20 pounds. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she sheepishly handed the spear shaft to her younger brother. Little brother, this task falls to you. Just following behind you at this moment is already quite a feat for your sister. Xia Feng observed Lin Xian's visibly strained posture and, sighing, hoisted the thick rope from her backpack onto her shoulders. She murmured a gentle rebuke to her sister. If you don't go to school and end up living in the countryside, you'll suffer. You can't carry loads on your shoulders or toughen your back. No man with any sense will want you. Lin Xian listened to her mother's scolding, then wiggled her pert little hips as she followed Lin Feng. Her little mouth told Xie Feng that if no man wanted her, so be it. She didn't want to marry anyone this lifetime anyway. That sounds better than a song. Just wait till some handsome guy takes a fancy to you, you'll probably run faster than a rabbit. As mother and daughter clung to Lin Feng's heels, their chattering mouths never ceased for a moment. Lin Feng shouldered over 100 pounds of spore meat, singing mountain songs as he hurried uphill. To keep his sister and mother from falling behind, he did turn around periodically, reminding them not to lag in these snow-covered mountains. The memory of his last encounter with the ghostly maze in these mountains still sent shivers down his spine. Hearing her brother's urging, Lin Xin quickened her pace, her slightly plump thighs straining with each step. Xie Feng, though more physically fit than Lin Xin, also struggled to walk through the snow. To avoid falling behind in the snow, she panted softly while following behind Lin Xin, her large eyes trembling as she chased after the siblings. "Mom, you and sister walk a bit faster. I hear the pheasants calling from the cabin." As they neared the cabin, Lin Feng, who had heard the unusual sounds coming from inside, called out to Lin Xin and Xie Feng, who were close behind. "Hurry up and check it out. I heard the pheasants' cries too." Xie Feng had sharp ears as she hurried up the mountain. She too had heard the wild pheasants' piercing cries. To ensure the pheasants inside the cabin remained unharmed, Lin Feng's footsteps raced across the snow-covered ground. He reached the cabin at top speed. Before he could even set down the roe deer meat slung over his shoulder, he saw several weasels with long tails emerge from a hole in the cabin wall. They were dragging several tame, well-trained pheasants in their jaws. "Damn it! Drop those pheasants, or I'll kill you all." Lin Feng flung the roe deer meat from his shoulder onto the cabin's eaves with a thud, bellowing furiously at the audacious weasels. He had always believed that the yellow weasels would drop the pheasants and flee in panic at the sound of his roar. If Lin Feng thought that, he was truly walking into a dead end. His hopes were as high as his disappointment was deep. These weasels treated Lin Feng like he was air, strutting right past him with several pheasants in their jaws. "Damn it! Just because I haven't shown my teeth, you think I'm a sickly cat?" Lin Feng, fiercely spirited, had never encountered such brazen beasts. Fury blazing across his face, he swung the bamboo stick in his hand, aiming it squarely at the head of the first arrogant weasel. This weasel seemed to understand human intentions. It tilted its head to dodge the bamboo stick, dropped the pheasant it held in its jaws, and lunged at his face with its front paws raised, shrieking sharply. As Lin Feng pulled back his wooden stick, the ferocious weasel clawed a deep, bloody gash across his face. The wound on his face ignited Lin Feng's fighting spirit. He reached up, roughly wiping the blood from his face with his calloused hands. "Damn it, you've gone too far." Before he could finish his sentence, he flung the bamboo stick aside with a sharp whoosh. He steeled himself for the ultimate showdown, determined to tear this snarling weasel apart with his bare hands. This weasel, confident in its mountain terrain, didn't give Lin Feng a second thought. Seeing the blood streaming down his face and the grimace on his face, it called over the other weasels carrying pheasants, urging them to watch its showdown with Lin Feng. Lin Xin and her mother had already returned to the wooden cabin by this time. Watching Lin Feng stand his ground against the vicious weasels, she shouted incessantly from the sidelines. "Brother, kill these weasels." The onlookers among the yellow weasels dismissed Lin Xion's clamor with a dismissive chatter. The most ferocious weasel had already prepared to charge at Lin Feng once more. Having been tricked by this beast once before, Lin Feng was now thoroughly on guard. As the yellow weasel leaped up, Lin Feng crouched low, thrusting out both hands to grab its front paws. He yanked hard on the beast's two front paws. Snap! A sharp crack echoed through the air. Not only was the weasel that had dared to challenge Lin Feng now headless, but its intestines spilled out onto the pristine white snow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The leader of the yellow weasels whimpered weakly in the snow. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Each fled in their own direction. The few yellow weasels that had been brazenly watching the spectacle moments ago now tried to flee. But Lin Feng wasn't having it. "Sis, toss me the spear." Chapter 46, To Err is Human. Lin Xian was thinking of stewing these mad weasels all together. She was genuinely annoyed by the taunts of those shameless beasts. At Lin Feng's call, she bent down and flung the red-plumed spear he tossed onto the snowy ground back to him with a whoosh. Lin Feng spun around, catching the spear in his hands with astonishing agility. His hands whirled the spear, creating a whooshing wind. Squeak! The plump yellow weasel was struck in a vital spot by Lin Feng's spear. After a few weak grunts, it collapsed lifelessly onto the snow. The third weasel, sensing trouble, whipped its head around, trying to burrow into the small wooden hut. Though simple, Lin Feng's cabin wasn't something any creature could come and go as it pleased. To prevent this cunning weasel from slipping back inside the door, he flicked his spear and lunged forward in a single stride, completely blocking the creature's path. With nowhere left to go, the weasel made a desperate charge toward Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng had several more roe deer skins to skin. He had no time to play games with this stupid creature. Just as the weasel lunged at him, teeth bared, Lin Feng whirled his crimson-plumed spear, driving it deep into the creature's belly. In just half an hour, Lin Feng had killed every last one of the three wildly aggressive weasels. Seeing the weasel sprawled haphazardly on the ground, Lin Feng stood his red-plumed spear upright in the snow with satisfaction. Mom, what do you want to eat tonight? You pick. Lin Feng had climbed the mountain seething with pent-up anger. Facing those shameless women in the village, he was beyond frustrated. In his previous life, he would have slapped a woman like Lu Tsuhua across the face several times. But in this life, Lin Feng's temper had mellowed somewhat. No matter how shameless these women were, they were still his mother's family. Lin Feng understood that connection. Just as Lin Feng was stewing over his frustration, his sister's sweet tooth began to stir. Brother, we're having barbecue tonight. Didn't you bring back some pepper, Sichuan peppercorns, and chili powder from Grandpa's place? Her words jogged Lin Feng's memory. Grandpa had indeed packed some items for them in a plastic bag before they left. Mom, those spices are in my backpack. Just grab them out. I'm busy right now preparing a whole yellow weasel. Thinking about how arrogant those yellow-furred weasels were, Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation. Tonight, he'd made up his mind, he'd season that fierce yellow weasel with spices and roast it. By the time he told his mom, he'd already pinned the fierce weasel to a wooden pillar with an arrow shaft. Grabbing a small knife, he deftly began skinning it. Son, be careful not to damage these weasel skins. I want to use them to make a few yellow weasel coats. Lin Feng wasn't new to skinning. As he swiftly stripped the weasel's fur, he glanced at his beautiful sister. Sis, you really don't trust my skills? I've hunted over a dozen beasts, after all. Lin Xian's cherry red lips kept pouting. Brother, even the most skilled person can slip up sometimes. Lin Xian, a cultured beauty, would occasionally pepper her lectures with bits of literary wisdom. Listening to his sister's scholarly words, Lin Feng gave her all the respect she deserved. Got it, I'll be careful. Hurry up and get some dry firewood. When it came to barbecuing, besides having the right seasonings, a strong fire was essential. Only then would the meat achieve that perfect texture and an extraordinary flavor. In his previous life, Lin Feng had eaten plenty of grilled meat during wilderness survival training. When it came to barbecuing, he could whip up a delicious dish with his eyes closed. Lin Xian's mouth watered greedily. Hearing her brother's words, she wiggled her hips and scampered toward the pile of dry firewood. While the siblings were out hunting, Xia Feng wasn't idle either. She used the time to gather a substantial pile of dry wood around the cabin, stacking it neatly beneath the eaves. In less than a minute, Lin Xian had gathered an armful of wood with her delicate hands and returned to Lin Feng. Brother, you light the kindling. At this moment, neither she nor their mother had matches, only the ones tucked in Lin Feng's pocket. To ignite this pile effortlessly, Lin Feng would have to handle it. Lin Feng had already removed the entire weasel pelt without a single tear. After washing the blood-stained yellow weasel meat thoroughly with snowmelt, he found 2 bamboo sticks. He threaded the plump, large pelt onto the sticks before using a match to ignite the dry grass beneath the kindling. Wispy wisps of smoke began to curl up from beneath the cabin's eaves. Sis, can you handle spicy? Lin Feng asked Lin Xian as he sprinkled various seasonings over the skewered weasel meat. Lin Xian's large, dark, and bright eyes glanced at her younger brother. Brother, you know we both love spicy food. Reminded by his sister, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and sprinkled even more chili powder onto the yellow weasel. Xia Feng, being a bit older, was sensitive to spicy flavors. She didn't enjoy food that was too fiery, it was simply too much for her to handle. Coughing incessantly, she told Lin Feng the chili was too overpowering and to tone it down. Xia Feng's comment drew some disapproval from Lin Xian. Her little mouth turned up in a pout as she told Xia Feng. Mom, both me and my brother love spicy food. If you don't like it, just have my brother get another one, okay? Facing Lin Xian's stubbornness, Xia Feng glanced at her daughter. When you were little, you did exactly as I asked. But now that you're grown, you're becoming more and more disobedient. Lin Xian hated it when her mom talked to her like that. Mom, my brother and I are just kids, not idiots. Stop treating us like we're 3 years old. We're grown up now. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xia Feng felt a pang of sadness. Noticing his mother's mood, Lin Feng smiled and said to Xia Feng, Mom, there's plenty of meat tonight. I'll peel another one for you. Chapter 47, Reason Prevails Over Loudness. Hearing her son's words, Xia Feng felt a pang of embarrassment. How old was she, really? Was she already so picky? What would happen when she got older? To avoid upsetting her children, she flushed slightly and sprang up from the wooden stool like a spring, her ample behind bouncing as she rose. Feng, I was just saying that offhand. Don't always give in to my whims. As Xia Feng spoke these words to her siblings, she bent over alongside Lin Xian, her backside thrust out, sprinkling various seasonings over the weasel meat. Words spoken without intent, but heard with purpose. Lin Feng heard Xia Feng's words and etched them firmly into his mind. Huff. He drew a specially crafted ox-ear knife from the strap of his leather pants and gripped it firmly in his hand. It had been ages since Lin Feng last used this knife. Tonight, determined to treat his mother to her favorite grilled meal, he gripped the blade and hoisted a plump weasel into the air. Swish, swish, swish. The knife spun rapidly in his hand. Within minutes, the smooth, glossy fur of the weasel was completely skinned by Lin Feng's swiftest technique. He went into the small cabin, rinsed the tender, smooth, white weasel meat thoroughly with hot water, and emerged, wringing the still dripping, blood-soaked flesh. Lin Feng had truly spared no expense tonight to ensure Xie Feng could enjoy a delicious meal of weasel meat. He found a sharpened wooden stick and threaded the prepared weasel meat onto it. To ensure the yellow-skinned meat was well seasoned and flavorful, Lin Feng bent over, one butt cheek sticking out, coating every piece of meat skewered on bamboo sticks with salt. He even sprinkled on some pepper and Sichuan peppercorns for extra kick. Mom had suffered from hemorrhoids for many years. Whenever she ate chili peppers, the lumps on her buttocks would flare up, and during severe episodes, they would even ooze bloody fluid. Lin Feng knew about Xie Feng's private suffering. Though she'd never mentioned it to him, he understood it better than anyone. This time, returning from his maternal grandfather's house, Lin Feng deliberately brought back several raw potatoes. Hemorrhoids weren't exactly a disease, but the pain they caused could be excruciating. Lin Feng planned to help his mother with treatment after they finished the barbecue, once she went to bed. As he sprinkled salt onto the yellow-skinned meat, he bluntly informed Xie Feng, "Mom, since you have hemorrhoids, I'll grill yours with less seasoning." Only Lin Xin knew about her mother's hemorrhoids. Hearing her brother say this, Lin Xin felt a bit dumbstruck and immediately launched into a hysterical outburst at Lin Feng. "Brother! How did you find out about Mom's hemorrhoids? Did you sneak a peek at her poop or something?" As Lin Xin roasted the yellow-furred animal her brother had skinned over the blazing fire, she panicked and demanded an explanation from Lin Feng. Lin Feng's original host was a young man with integrity. Such a despicable act had never crossed his mind. "Sis, I never spied on Mom's poop. I just assessed her health through observation, listening, questioning, and palpation." In his previous life in the 21st century, Lin Feng had graduated from a prestigious military medical university. For him, something as trivial as hemorrhoids was nothing worth mentioning. With a mere glance of his medical expertise, he could see everything clearly. Lin Xion's ample breasts and plump hips swayed incessantly. "Brother, your story doesn't hold water. Even though you've been tagging along with Grandpa for days, you've only picked up superficial skills. Mom keeps her pants tightly fastened all day long. If you really hadn't peeked at her poop, how could you possibly know all this?" Lin Xian, well-read as she was, naturally spouted more and more irrelevant nonsense. As the siblings bickered fiercely over the hemorrhoid issue, Xie Feng pulled Lin Xian aside, tugging at the waistband of her pants. "Don't speak of Lin Feng that way. During the time he spent with Grandpa, he did pick up some knowledge. Issues like hemorrhoids, headaches, and fevers certainly wouldn't stump him." Hearing her mother speak, Lin Xian's naturally handsome face even without makeup flushed with a faint blush. Her large, trembling eyes flashed as she opened her sharp-tongued mouth to tell Xie Feng she might have misjudged her little brother. Xie Feng extended her white, delicate hand, wrapped in fur-lined clothing, and patted Xixin's fragrant shoulder. "Your brother isn't the petty type. Let's go over and enjoy the barbecue happily." After a moment of whispered conversation, mother and daughter walked one after the other toward Lin Feng, who was still busy at work. Lin Feng had already grilled 2 yellow weasel carcasses until they were fragrant and mouth-watering. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, causing drool to drip from Lin Xian's mouth onto her clothes. "Brother, the meat smells so good. How did you grill it?" Lin Xian had tried grilling meat several times herself but never achieved such delicious results. The tantalizing aroma made her unable to resist asking her brother. Lin Feng's mastery of grilling meat was a skill he'd brought over from his previous life. He never dreamed this technique of roasting meat over fierce flames would earn his sister's praise. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he divided the roasted yellow-furred weasel meat between their mother and sister, separating the spicy portions from the mild ones. "Once you've got all the seasonings right, just grill it over high heat for a bit, then bury it in low embers and let the charcoal heat it through. That's all there is to it, right?" Lin Xian wasn't buying a word of Lin Feng's tall tales. As she wolfed down chunks of yellow-furred weasel leg meat, her jet-black almond-shaped eyes shot a glare at Lin Feng. "Brother, you make it sound so easy, like a piece of lampwick. If everyone could grill such delicious food, the royal chefs would all be begging for scraps." A distant relative of theirs, skilled in both red and white cuisine, was always swamped during village weddings and funerals. His wages were decent, too. Lin Feng had no intention of telling his sister about his past life. Even if he told her the truth earnestly, she wouldn't believe him. She'd only think he'd lost his mind. Rather than risk revealing his journey through time, he preferred to bury that innocence deep within his heart forever. Listening to his sister's words, Lin Feng offered no further explanation. Reason doesn't win by shouting louder. He simply gazed at her beautiful face. Chapter 48. Stepping back doesn't mean the sky opens. Poof. Seeing this look on her face, Lin Feng sensed his sister's displeasure. Her pouty little lips curled up high enough to hang a lamp. "Brother, you've changed." Lin Feng bit into a bone, grinding it down to the last crumb. As he chewed relentlessly, he was telling his sister that he was still himself, nothing had changed. Lin Xian pouted and walked away. Watching Xinqing storm off in a huff, Xie Feng savored the fragrant yellow weasel meat and chuckled to Lin Feng, "Girls can be stubborn. Don't take things personally like your sister does." "Mom, I adore my sister. Why would I hold a grudge? Take your time eating, the rest of this yellow weasel meat is all yours. Lin Feng's double-barreled shotgun still wasn't loaded. If any dangerous animals attacked their cabin tonight, wouldn't they be finished? He placed the remaining meat, without chili, in front of his mother before hurrying back toward the cabin. Lin Xian was undressing inside the cabin, her smooth back arching against the wooden bed frame. Lin Feng's sudden entrance made his sister's face flush crimson all the way to her ears. She hastily covered her ample breasts with both hands and hissed at her brother in a low voice. Get out! I'm changing. The moment Lin Feng saw his sister's snow-white, smooth skin, he felt even more awkward than she did. After a brief moment of mental blankness, he blushed and apologized to his sister. Sis, I came in to grab the rifle and load it. The rifle is over there. Her face flushed crimson as she pulled her clothes over her snow-white skin. Her lips curved upward as she informed Lin Feng. As someone with strong self-control, Lin Feng had no mind to linger on the sight of his sister in the small cabin. Quickly averting his gaze, he had already gone inside to the gun storage area. Clutching a brand new, gleaming rifle and a leather magazine loaded with 500 rounds, he stepped out of the cabin. Xie Feng, now well fed, was busy skinning the roe deer carcass left beneath the cabin's eaves with a small skinning knife. Mom, this roe deer hide has a strong bloody smell. I'll finish loading the bullets first, then handle this. You should rest properly. Xie Feng continued scraping the skin with her knife. Lin Feng, after you load the bullets, go set some traps around the cabin. Mom's eyelid keeps twitching. I have this feeling something's about to happen. Lin Feng also wanted to set up barbed wire or dig pits around the cabin. That way, they could cripple or kill any intruding beasts without firing a single shot. He wholeheartedly agreed with Xie Feng's suggestion. Mom, we're on the same page. I'll grab the shovel and dig some pits around the cabin right now. Lin Feng's speed in loading bullets was nothing short of lightning fast, a skill honed by his military training in his previous life. In less than a minute, he had loaded all 55.66mm brass cartridges from the leather magazine into the rifle's magazine. After loading the rifle, Lin Feng deliberately gripped the gun, tested the sights, and then happily fetched a shovel from under the eaves. Carrying the loaded rifle on his back, he headed to a spot near the cabin where wild beasts might easily enter and began digging large pits. Their cabin was nestled in a concave mountain hollow, shaped like a chair with the mountain as its backrest. For beasts to ambush the family from behind was nothing but a pipe dream. The two sides of the chair-shaped terrain were even more impenetrable. Both sides served as natural barriers. Any beast attempting an assault from these flanks would only be indulging in fantasy. The only viable route for an attack lay directly in front of the cabin. This time, Lin Feng chose to dig the pit right in front of the cabin. Determined to finish before nightfall, Lin Feng's shovel never paused as he dug. In less than an hour, he had dug several pits taller than a man and studded them with thorny acacia branches. Any beast falling into these pits would suffer a painful fate. However, pits dug too conspicuously would never fool the beasts. Lin Feng surveyed the large pits he dug, then went under the eaves to gather dry sticks and straw. He spread them over the pits and covered them with a layer of soil. From a distance, the pits blended seamlessly into the snowy landscape, revealing no trace of their purpose. Satisfied with his handiwork, Lin Feng propped his shovel into the snow and scanned the distant mountain path. Several figures were approaching from the distant mountain path. As they drew nearer, Lin Feng recognized the tall figure leading the way, clad in a military overcoat. Lin Gang, what are you doing up here in the mountains again? Lin Feng bellowed at the group of burly men wearing straw hats approaching him. Lin Gang had already reached a spot several dozen meters away from Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's angry shout, he halted his stride and called back with a loud, chattering voice. Lin Feng, heard you've got a bunch of small game up here. Us guys were thinking of borrowing some to take back. Damn it, they'd come today solely for the game he'd hunted. These insatiable people, once you agree to their demands today, life on this mountain will never be peaceful again. Taking a step forward isn't necessarily a good thing, and stepping back doesn't guarantee a wide open sky. Standing on the pristine snow, Lin Feng listened to Lin Gang's mix of coaxing and deception. He shouted back defiantly, Lin, I've hunted plenty of game up here. If you're so capable, go hunt it yourself. Don't even think about taking a single thing down from my territory today. Lin Gang and his men had clearly come prepared this afternoon. No sooner had Lin Feng finished speaking than Lin Gang drew a wooden club from his waist. He barked orders at the men he'd brought along. Guys, this bastard's a tightwad. He won't give us a damn thing. We'll just have to take him out. This mountain was rarely visited by people and it bordered Russia. Even if Lin Feng's family died here, the villagers would assume it was the work of people from the Soviet Union. Lin Gang was hell-bent on killing Lin Feng. As he bellowed at his men, he charged toward Lin Feng. Seeing the man's group about to stumble into the trap he'd dug, Lin Feng grabbed the double-barreled shotgun in his hand. Bang! 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 Sparks flew as bullets erupted from the double barrels. Lin Gang, leading the charge, had his straw hat knocked flying to the side. The black leather caps on the other men's heads were also sent flying a considerable distance. Chapter 49, Don't let emotions overrule reason. Bro, this kid's got some damn sharp aim. The rough and tumble men who had followed Lin Gang were already terrified by Lin Feng's impressive marksmanship. They dared not close in any further. Lin Gang bellowed in rage, damn it. You lot eat, drink, and sleep at my place, calling me brother all the time. Now that it comes down to this, you're all chicken? Obligated by his generosity, the men who'd been freeloading at Lin Gang's house exchanged nervous glances after his outburst. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and charged toward Lin Feng's position. Charging forward was the least of their worries. The real problem was that if they pressed on, every single one of them would fall straight into the trap he'd meticulously dug. The thorny soapberry branches within would ensure they'd be skinned alive if not killed outright. In the dead of winter, any mishap right outside his home would disturb his sister and mother's rest. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng once again unleashed a volley of bullets from his double-barreled shotgun. This time, the bullets whizzed past their ears. With his masterful marksmanship, hitting their heads would have been child's play. My ears are buzzing. Charge my ass. The startled, burly men, their legs trembling, scrambled backward in a panic. Stammering, they told Lin Gang that the best course of action was to retreat. Lin Gang had also suffered serious injuries this time. A bullet fired from Lin Feng's rifle barrel had pierced his ear. Right now, he was clutching his ear, writhing in agony. Lin Feng, I'll find someone to wipe out your whole family someday. The brute brandished a wooden stick, his tone brutally unreasonable as he hurled threats at Lin Feng. Faced with Lin Gang's outrageous bullying, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to waste his bullets. Facing the man's unreasonable outburst, he raised his double-barreled shotgun once more. Bro, better safe than sorry. Let's get out of here first. Lin Gang, this fool, was courting disaster by stirring up trouble on the mountain. In the end, he'd be the one to suffer. Several thugs who'd already taken a beating tried to coax and persuade Lin Gang. Though he talked a big game, he had no gun in hand. If this continued, he'd truly be the one to suffer. Realizing this, Lin Gang reluctantly let his henchmen support him. Clutching his bleeding ear, he slunk down the mountain, his tail between his legs. Lin Feng watched their footprints left in the thick snow. Like a roaring lion, he bellowed at them, if any of you dare to mess around again, I'll blow your brains out. Bang! 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 To hasten their descent, Lin Feng fired several shots into the air behind them. Hearing the gunfire, Lin Xian emerged from the small cabin, swaying her exaggeratedly pert hips as she ran toward the furious Lin Feng. As she ran, she asked her brother, who were those people just now? The weather was rather cold, and she'd been huddled by the fire in the cabin the whole time. She truly had no idea who these people outside were. Lin Feng retracted the barrel of his gun, now slightly warm from firing. He blew a puff of warm breath onto the barrel, shot Lin Xian a glare, and explained with some irritation. That bastard Lin Gang brought his men up the mountain to cause trouble again. Today, as your older brother, I gave them a proper lesson. Too bad I wasted 10 bullets. 10 bullets in these wild mountains teeming with beasts, that could have taken down 10 animals. Lin Gang's arrival had disrupted his plans. That jerk deserves a beating. Wasting a few bullets was worth it. Lin Xian recalled the scene at her stepfather's house where Lin Gang had pinned her down, kissing her and trying to pull down her pants. She wished her brother would have killed him outright. Sis, if that jerk comes up here causing trouble again, I'll deal with him. Lin Feng, still seething over the memory of his sister being bullied by Lin Gang, told his sister with pent-up anger. Next time, you'd better hand the gun over to your sister. I'll personally send him to the other world. The siblings, each clutching an iron shovel and shouldering a double-barreled shotgun, trudged through knee-deep snow toward the small cabin. Xie Feng was sewing fur socks for the family using dried weasel pelts. Socks made from such fur looked comfortable and felt warm when worn. Fenger, there's a lot of gunfire outside. Did you take down another beast? Xie Feng sat inside the cabin, focused on sewing clothes and socks. She had heard the gunshots, but she didn't know if they had hit their target. Lin Xian chuckled at her mother's question, wiggling her plump pumpkin-shaped cheeks as she called out to Xie Feng, Mom, Lin Gang and his gang went up the mountain causing trouble again. This time, my brother didn't let them get away with it, he served them bullets. The timid Xie Feng, hearing her daughter's words, pricked her finger with the needle in her hand. Blood gushed out in a rush. Lin Feng, killing someone means you'll have to pay with your life. Your uncle won't be able to escape responsibility either. Don't ever act on impulse like this again. The double-barreled shotgun was meant for hunting animals. Using it to kill people was illegal. Lin Feng understood that much. Seeing Xie Feng's legs tremble slightly with fear, Lin Feng hung the double-barreled shotgun on the wall. Mom, I never intended to kill him. Today I just wanted to teach them a lesson. Don't worry about this. While reassuring Xie Feng, Lin Feng fetched a small potato from the woodshed, peeled it, and set it aside. He planned to help her apply the potato slices to her hemorrhoids once she rested. Xie Feng paused her needlework. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. If you'd killed someone, you'd have gone to jail. Don't ever do something so reckless, it's just not worth it. Xie Feng muttered as she went to boil water for her foot bath. Winter on the mountain was still unbearably harsh. Warming one's feet in hot water before bed made lying in bed feel cozy. In no time, Xia Feng had poured the hot water into a small wooden basin. Fenger, you've worked hard all day. Let Mom wash your feet for you tonight. Mom, I'm grown up now. If anyone should wash feet, it should be me washing yours. Lin Feng slipped his mother's socks off her feet and lowered them into the wooden basin. As he rubbed her soles with the warm water, he asked her, Mom, has your hemorrhoid gotten any better? Ah, this thing only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. It keeps coming back year after year, tormenting me. Living up in the mountains without much fresh produce, this condition really does take its toll for a while. Mom, after your bath, go rest in bed. I'll apply the potato slices for you. Potatoes are cooling, hemorrhoids are fiery. When cool and heat collide, the potato naturally wins. Chapter 50, I'm just a burden. Xia Feng listened to her son's words, her clear yet melancholy eyes glancing at Lin Feng. Will this actually work? Xia Feng, who had suffered greatly from hemorrhoids, had tried all sorts of herbal remedies during her illness, drinking them, washing with them, but none had cured her, only offering temporary relief. She had even tried potato therapy, but perhaps due to incorrect application, it hadn't worked either. So when Lin Feng suggested applying potatoes to the painful area, she was skeptical. Lin Feng asked his sister to fetch a clean, worn-out towel. He carefully wiped away the droplets of water from his mother's feet. As he wiped her feet, he urged her to give it another try, suggesting this attempt might finally work. Hearing this, Xia Feng reluctantly agreed to her son's suggestion, though she felt a bit embarrassed. To help his mother get to bed quickly, Lin Feng bent down, lifted her into his arms, and carried her toward the wooden bed. He gently laid her body on the wooden bed and tucked the quilt around her. Mom, make sure you cover up well. Don't catch a chill. It's the dead of winter now, and the mountain herbs are buried under snow, they're impossible to find. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Feng flushed slightly as she pulled the wolf fur blanket over herself. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had finished steaming her big feet and was now wearing a pair of fur-lined shoes as she approached the bedside. Little brother, you should wash up and go to bed early too. I'll slice the potatoes. You take the slices and help Mom apply them to the spot that's hurting so badly. Mom is a woman, and given how sensitive that area is, Lin Feng thought it over and told his sister he'd only handle the cutting, the rest was up to her. Lin Xian understood that having her brother handle such a task was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Her large, dark eyes as lustrous as Xinjiang grapes flickered toward Lin Feng. Hurry up with the cutting. I'll go help Mom take off her pants. Lin Xian kicked off her shoes, crouched down, and climbed onto the bed. She lifted the quilt, slipped her mother's pants off, and tossed them outside the covers. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wasn't idle either. With practiced precision, he sliced a whole potato paper thin. Sis, place these potato slices on Mom's hemorrhoids. Lin Feng handed a sliced potato to his sister. Lin Xian took the paper-thin potato slice and couldn't help but marvel at the precision. Brother, your medical skills may be lacking, but your knife work with potatoes is quite impressive. Her sister, a woman who spent her days hovering over cutting boards and stoves, couldn't achieve such culinary skill. Watching her brother effortlessly slice potatoes into paper-thin sheets truly astonished her. Lin Feng heard his sister's words and merely shot her a cool, confident glance. Before the moisture evaporates from the potato slices, hurry up and help Mom apply them. Stop dawdling. To treat hemorrhoids with potato slices, two things were crucial: the slices had to be thin, and the timing of application had to be precise. Both factors were interdependent and equally vital. Mom's previous poor results were likely tied to these factors. Lin Feng's urging made his sister a bit reluctant. As her hands guided the thin potato slices toward Mom's anus, her cherry-like little mouth kept chirping at Lin Feng. What are you freaking out about? It's like the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Xia Feng's hands pressed against the pillow as she lay prone. The moment the thin potato slices touched her bare bottom under the covers, it felt like a raging fire being doused with a bucket of cold water. As the burning sensation eased, she began listing Xinxin's faults. Xinxin, hurry up and switch the compresses for me. Stop picking on your little brother all the time. Hearing Xia Feng speak like this, Lin Xian felt deeply displeased. Mom, I'll change it for you right now. After an hour of treatment, the pain from Xia Feng's hemorrhoids had significantly eased. As she pulled her pants back on under the covers, she spoke to Lin Feng with a touch of gratitude. Feng, if you can cure Mom's hemorrhoids for good this time, I'll help you take care of the baby later. Mom, I'm still young. You're already thinking about grandchildren. Lin Feng planned to dedicate several years to his career in Dashan. He hadn't the slightest thought of marrying and starting a family anytime soon. Perhaps due to her age, Xia Feng's perspective differed from Lin Feng's. You silly boy, the earlier you plant the rice seedlings, the earlier you'll harvest the grain. The earlier you have children, the earlier you'll figure things out. Old Yang's daughter is quite nice. If you like her, I'll find time to arrange a match for you. Xia Feng, who had long hoped for grandchildren, never stopped talking about Lin Feng finding a partner. Mom, let's talk about this later. Conditions up here in the mountains are so poor right now. Even if we did get married, we wouldn't have anywhere to live. Hearing this, Xia Feng shot him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with displeasure. I'm not asking you to bring her up the mountain right away. It's just dating. Besides, if your sister isn't married, you can't get married either. This small mountain village had an unwritten, rotten rule: children in families had to marry in order. The eldest came first, the younger followed later. Anyone who dared to defy this unwritten law and rush ahead would be struck by heavenly thunderbolts. Mom, go down the mountain and find a match for my little brother. I'm not getting married in this lifetime. Hearing Lin Xin say this, Xia Feng's previously playful expression instantly turned displeased. Xin, how can you not marry? Do you intend to stay home and remain an old maid forever? Hearing Xia Feng speak to her this way, Lin Xin felt utterly crushed inside. Mom, could you please not bring this up? Men grow up to marry, women grow up to wed. Marrying and having children is the natural order of things. What's so embarrassing about that? Mom, didn't you want me to focus on my studies? I can't date while I'm in school. Cornered by Xia Feng, Lin Xin resorted to a desperate ploy. Xia Feng's face flushed with embarrassment at Lin Xin's reminder. She apologetically told her daughter she hadn't considered that aspect at the time. I knew you just wanted to marry me off. I'm the black sheep of this family. Neither you nor my brother like me. To refuse dating, Lin Xin put on a fierce front, unleashing her full force on Xia Feng and leaving her thoroughly flustered. Just as they were locked in a heated argument over the dating matter, outside the small cabin, the sound of something crunching through the snow suddenly echoed. Chapter 51, Such a Heavy Snowstorm. Lin Feng's ears perked up. He listened intently, tilting his right ear to the sound outside. The sound of multiple animal footsteps echoed across the snow-covered ground. Amidst the chaotic clatter, he could distinctly sense that the noise originated from a spot not far outside the cabin. That spot was precisely where he had painstakingly dug a large pit earlier that afternoon. To ensure Xia Feng and Lin Xin's safety, Lin Feng warned them that the commotion outside tonight was unusually intense. Unless absolutely necessary, neither of them was to venture outside under any circumstances. Lin Xin had accompanied her brother on several hunts, and her courage had grown with each outing. Hearing her brother's words, her mind was filled with nothing but deep dissatisfaction. She crawled out from under the warm blankets and, right in front of Lin Feng, began pulling leather pants over her long, slender legs white and smooth as lotus roots while roaring at her brother like a lioness, "I'm going out tonight too. Otherwise, you'll get all the fun for yourself." Lin Xin's words to her brother carried no hidden meaning. Her primary concern was that he might not handle things outside alone. Xia Feng also climbed out of her warm bed, pulling clothes over her elbows. She told Lin Feng that 3 heads are better than 1 at critical moments. She and Lin Xin could still be of some use. Unable to resist his mother and sister's persistent pleas, Lin Feng reluctantly agreed. He told them they could come with him, but under no circumstances should they forget to protect themselves at all times. Hearing their younger brother agree to their demands, Xia Feng and Lin Xin beamed with delight and went off to grab their gear. Lin Feng carried the brand new double-barreled shotgun in his hand as he walked toward the small wooden door. Xia Feng clutched tightly the red-plumed spear Lin Xin had used, its tip sharp and pointed. To assist Lin Feng in eliminating the unknown beast outside, Lin Xin clutched the obsolete flintlock pistol tightly in her delicate hands. Lin Feng, leading the way, reached out and gently pushed open the small wooden door, which rattled incessantly in the wind. A bone-chilling wind, accompanied by flurries of snow, poured into the small cabin, slapping against Lin Feng's face. "Damn it, why's the blizzard so fierce tonight?" he cursed under his breath as he darted swiftly out through the door. Outside, the sky hadn't yet turned completely dark. As Lin Feng scanned the snow-covered ground nearby, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hundreds of meters away, amidst swirling snowflakes, a group of fiery red, robust, and plump palm civets were sprinting toward the cabin, legs splayed wide, howling as they charged toward the cabin. Behind them, a wild boar, mad as hell, was baring its teeth and panting furiously, relentlessly chasing the civets like a rabid beast. Witnessing this scene of the strong preying on the weak, Lin Xin, overcome with excitement, raised her flintlock rifle and fired a shot at the wild boar relentlessly pursuing the palm civets. Sparks flew from the barrel of her musket, carrying iron shot straight toward the boar, its tusks bared, bristles standing on end. Unfortunately, Lin Xion's shot was incredibly poor. The iron shot from the musket all struck a large rock beside the boar, leaving a dense cluster of pockmarks that stood out starkly against the snowy winter landscape. The missed shot itself wasn't the problem. The acrid smell of gunpowder had thoroughly enraged the already frenzied boar. It turned its gaze toward the small wooden hut where the shot had been fired. Lin Feng's black muzzle was already aimed squarely at the boar's head. Roar! 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 A bone-chilling sound echoed across the vast, snow-covered field. The group of palm civets ahead tumbled thud after thud into the pitfalls Lin Feng had dug. The enraged boar behind them spotted the large pit ahead. With a sudden leap, it soared over the edge of the pit, hurtling toward Lin Feng and his companions, its entire snout charging straight at the 3 of them. "Lin Feng, this one's vicious. You need to be careful. Mom, move out of the way." The beast's charging speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it had already closed to within 10 meters of the 3 of them. To protect his sister and mother as quickly as possible, Lin Feng pulled the trigger of his double-barreled shotgun. Bang! 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 The automatic rifle bullets shot out like arrows released from a bowstring, striking the head of this demonic wild boar. Streams of foul-smelling blood gushed relentlessly from multiple holes in the beast's skull. On the snow-covered ground, the pungent scent of pig's blood quickly dissipated in the cold air. Watching the boar, shot in the head, stomp its hooves through the snow, Lin Feng clapped her hands in triumph. The wounded boar, its four legs still pounding the snow, did not stop. Instead, it charged toward them with renewed fury. Damn, this thing really has become a demon, hasn't it? By the time Lin Feng tried to fire another shot, it was already too late. The wild boar had already charged right up to him. Whoosh! As he tossed his double-barreled shotgun aside, Xia Feng swiftly handed him her red-plumed spear. Xia Feng had intended to deliver the finishing blow herself, but given the boar's current frenzied state, she truly dared not confront this raging beast. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng's crimson-plumed spear sliced through the snow, sending swirling flurries dancing chaotically before the boar's eyes. The frenzied boar, momentarily disoriented by the sudden snowstorm, spun wildly in circles before Lin Feng. Brother, this beast has tough bones. Whatever you do, don't stab its head or anything. Those in the thick of things or often blind outsiders see clearly. Lin Feng was making quite a racket beside them at this moment. Sis, where exactly should I stab this boar? This dumb beast had no chance of escaping. Its demise was only a matter of time. Hearing her brother's question, Lin Feng's leather pants, clinging to her long, jade-like legs, bounced high off the snow. Go for its rear end. Even the fiercest boar has its weak spot. Her words instantly snapped Lin Feng back to reality. Whoosh! The formidable weapon in his hand swept upward in a single stroke, piercing the beast's rear end with pinpoint accuracy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Feng's crimson-plumed spear pierced the beast's vital spot, he gave it a few vigorous jabs inside. That still didn't seem to satisfy him. He flipped the weapon around and gave it another good thrashing. Chapter 52. This isn't my fault. The wild boar, which had been bellowing incessantly moments ago, now lost all its spirit. Its entire body collapsed into the knee-deep snow, rolling back and forth. From its sharp snout came a series of sounds that made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng walked over to the creature and delivered a vicious kick with his massive foot. Its head, covered in backward-pointing bristles, slowly lifted before slumping limply back down. Oink oink oink. After Lin Feng's rough treatment, its entire heavy body immediately began kicking the thick snow with its four sturdy, plump legs, sending snow flying everywhere. The boar now gasped for air, convulsing on the ground in obvious agony. Watching the wild boar thrash on the ground, Lin Feng drew the rifle barrel from his hand. Hey, don't blame me for this. You only have yourself to blame for being so stupid. The thought of taking down this colossal beast together tonight filled Lin Feng with a sweet, euphoric joy. Xia Feng couldn't hide the joy on her face. Feng, where's your knife? On my leg. Stab it in the throat. If the blood isn't drained, all the bad blood will clog up in the pig's veins, and that pork won't taste good at all. In their original families, they used to slaughter a pig every year for the new year. Xia Feng still remembered the pig slaughter vividly. Recalling this memorable event, she spoke with great detail and knowledge, seemingly even more knowledgeable than Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened to his mother's words and glanced at her. Mom, this little knife is too puny. I'd rather use my red-plumed spear to slaughter this beast. That'd be more satisfying. Heh, do as you please. As long as you're happy. Through her observations of her son over this period, Xia Feng felt he had made considerable progress in hunting. She smiled as she told Lin Feng. Huff. Lin Feng's crimson-tipped spear once again darted toward the wild boar's throat. After thrusting it forcefully several times into the boar's throat, Lin Feng finally withdrew the red-tipped spear from its neck. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The boar's blood gushed out vigorously. As Lin Feng withdrew his spear, blood gushed relentlessly from the boar's throat, staining the surrounding snow-white ground a vivid crimson. Seeing the blood gushing from the boar's throat, sister felt nauseated and ran to the side, vomiting repeatedly. Lin Feng, let's carry this boar back home. Leaving it out here in the snow isn't a good idea. The boar was enormous. Lin Feng estimated it weighed at least 800 jin. Xia Feng suggesting they carry this boar back together was easier said than done. In reality, she probably couldn't even lift a single pig's leg. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hands at her. Mom, you really shouldn't try to carry a boar this heavy. If you strain your back lifting it, I'll end up having to help you get it back in place. Xia Feng heard Lin Feng's words and felt a bit defiant. Fenger, this boar is huge and heavy. If I don't lend a hand, you won't be able to carry it back alone. Xia Feng knew Lin Feng had some strength, but she simply couldn't believe he could drag such a behemoth back through the snow. Mom, just watch me. As Lin Feng spoke to his mother, he bent down and swiftly grabbed the boar's front and hind legs. With a swift motion faster than the blink of an eye, he hoisted it onto his shoulder and strode purposefully toward the cabin. Xia Feng, witnessing it all, couldn't believe her eyes. She felt as if she were living in a dream. Mom, what are you thinking about? Lin Xin, having finished vomiting, came up behind her mother, her eyes wide and exaggerated, and asked softly. Xia Fang's wandering thoughts snapped back to reality. She stammered slightly as she told Lin Xin. Xinshin, what kind of magic did your brother drink? How did he manage to carry back such a huge wild boar so effortlessly? Lin Xin was equally amazed by her brother's impressive feat. People back then didn't know what time travel or rebirth meant. Her tender, smooth, white hands clutched her own pair of trembling breasts tightly. Mom, he's in the prime of his youth. It's perfectly normal for him to be strong. Lin Feng's extraordinary feat prompted his sister to conjure 1,000 excuses in her mind, yet not a single one held water. She could only offer vague excuses to Xia Fang. Xia Fang listened to Lin Xin's words and reluctantly accepted her explanation. Xinshin, if it weren't for your brother taking such good care of us these past few months, the two of us would have either starved or frozen to death this winter. I believe you, but that's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? During the time Lin Feng had been in the mountains, he had indeed provided everyone with a comfortable life that was an undeniable fact. But it wasn't nearly as exaggerated as Xia Fang made it sound. Lin Xin couldn't help but feel a bit resentful at her mother's praise of her son, Lin Feng, and she answered her mother's question with a touch of bitterness. While mother and daughter were heatedly discussing Lin Feng, not far away, the palm civet trapped in the pit was wailing incessantly. These palm civets had been writhing and whimpering in the trap Lin Feng had dug for quite some time. Mom, listen to the sounds coming from the pit. Xia Fang frowned upon hearing it. After a moment, she snapped back to reality. We were so preoccupied with the wild boar that we completely forgot about these civets in all the rush. Let's go take a look. As Xia Fang spoke, she was already leading Lin Xin toward the large pit. When they reached the edge of the pit, Lin Xin peered down into the hole, which was taller than a person. Inside the pit, covered in soapberry thorns, no fewer than 20 palm civets were making a racket. Woo woo! A wail that sounded almost pitiful reached the ears of the mother and daughter. Mom, those palm civets look so pitiful. We have to survive. If we don't kill the civets today, we'll all go hungry tomorrow. Mom, we've stored so much meat already. Surely we don't need this whole group of palm civets? Lin Xin loved small animals and didn't agree with killing the palm civets. Xinshin, let's wait until your brother gets here and see what he thinks. The question of whether to kill these palm civets had caused quite a disagreement between mother and daughter. At this point, Xia Fang could only wait for Lin Feng to arrive and make the final decision. Little brother, come here quickly. Lin Xin was deeply compassionate toward these small creatures and hoped his younger brother would hurry out of the little cabin. Lin Feng tossed the wild boar, weighing no less than 800 pounds, with a thud under the cabin's eaves. Wiggling his hips, he ran toward the trap. As he ran, he shouted back to his sister, Sis, what's with all that he calling me? Chapter 53, where did you learn that? Lin Xin was crouched over the edge of the pit trap, most of her body hidden. Why don't you come over and see for yourself? Hearing her urgent tone, Lin Feng picked up speed, sprinting through the knee-deep snow with his legs flying. The distance of several hundred meters vanished in the blink of an eye as he reached the mother and daughter. The moment he arrived, Xinshin's chatter began to flow. Brother, you have to find a way to save them all. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, hands pressed against his bent knees. His sharp gaze followed his sister's voice down into the pit. Inside the pit, a group of red palm civets had their tails curled upward, their forelegs frantically pacing in the hole. Several of the little creatures appeared to be injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng withdrew his piercing gaze from the pit and addressed his sister and mother crouched in the snow. This pit is dug a bit deep. To save them, I'll have to climb down into it. Lin Xin's large, fluttering eyes shot a glare at her brother. I knew you didn't want to save them. You just want them dead. You're just like Mom, you have no compassion at all. Faced with his sister's sharp words, Lin Feng felt utterly wronged. He shook his head stubbornly, bared his teeth at his sister, and prepared to leap into the pit. Seeing Lin Feng about to leap in, Xia Fang suddenly grew anxious. She raised her voice and shouted at him, don't jump. Whoosh. Before Mom could finish her sentence, Lin Feng's body shot into the air. With his arms spread wide like a white crane drying its wings, he plunged into the pit. He'd always believed that jumping into such a deep pit would surely leave his entire backside in tatters. Yet, when his entire body landed in the pit, nothing happened. Stunned by his own abilities, he crouched in the pit and whispered to the agitated, frightened palm civets. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you tonight. At these words, the previously terrified civets instantly became friendly toward Lin Feng. They wagged their fiery red tails, chirping softly, and rubbed their adorable little heads against his thighs. Lin Feng patted the little creatures' heads, then picked up one of the civets and held it high above his head. Sis, you take it up first. The sister, who had been frowning moments ago, flashed a sweet smile at Lin Feng's words, her lips curling up in delight. Brother sure knows how to handle things. I'll take the palm civet up now. Woof woof. The moment Lin Xin took the palm civet, the adorable little creature actually let out a grateful cry toward Xinshin. She handed the civet to her mother, explaining that its leg was stuck with soapberry thorns. Xia Fang knew her daughter was a pet enthusiast. Glancing at the affectionate Lin Xin, she took the palm civet from her hands and cradled it in her arms. One hand held the adorable creature's front paw while the other carefully removed the thorns embedded in its foot. For the sake of this group of adorable creatures, all 3 family members pitched in, each doing what they could. With everyone working together, dozens of palm civets were finally rescued from the traps. Lin Feng pushed himself up from his crouched position in the pit. Getting in was easy, but climbing out was another story. Now he had to figure out how to climb out of the pit. Lin Xin watched her brother, clearly flustered and anxious. She reached out her pale, delicate hands. "Brother, let me pull you up." Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Sis, you want to pull me up? I think we should just forget about it." Hearing her brother's lack of trust, her naturally beautiful, unadorned face turned as cold as ice. "Brother, you really don't believe in your sister's strength. I'm even the captain of the school's tug-of-war team. Everyone knows you just pull on opposite ends of a rope. The championship isn't won by your strength alone. I'm not talking to you anymore." Xinshin, who was solely focused on pulling her brother out of the pit, wore a look of anger on her face. "Sis, don't be mad." As Lin Feng spoke flattering words to his sister, his entire body shot out of the pit with a whoosh. His seemingly effortless maneuver left Lin Xin and their mother, crouched nearby, utterly dumbfounded. It took them quite a while to snap out of their astonishment. Lin Xin blinked her wide eyes at her brother, stammering as she asked, "Brother, where did you learn all these skills?" These bizarre skills were all brought over from Lin Feng's previous life. He dared not tell his sister or mother about it. Recalling that his father had been dead for many years, he promptly decided to use his father as a scapegoat. "Sis, these half-baked skills? Dad taught me all of them. Haven't you forgotten? Dad actually knew a thing or two about martial arts." She honestly couldn't recall whether their father had any martial arts skills. During his lifetime, he had never shown off in front of her. Xia Feng had finally pulled the soapberry thorn from the last palm civet's paw. She patted the little creature's head, urging it to leave, then stood up, her legs numb from crouching. "Xinshin, your father knew a little martial arts, just the basics. With your brother being so eager to learn, it's only natural he's picked it up better than your father ever did." Right. Mom is absolutely right. Look, the little ones have left too. We should head back to our little cabin. Lin Feng chuckled as he watched the group of palm civets walking away in the snow, glancing back at them occasionally. He explained to his sisters. Lin Xin listened to her brother and mother's words, perhaps finding them reasonable. "Little brother, come help me up." She stopped digging for answers and instead called out to Lin Feng in a sweet, girlish voice. "Sis, what's wrong with your leg?" Lin Feng extended his large hands to lift his sister's plump body from her crouched position in the snow, asking her with genuine concern. Lin Xin looked up at her brother's warm face, her brows furrowed as she explained. My legs have gone numb." Chapter 54, Only Mom is the Best. Lin Xin spoke while struggling to walk across the snow, enduring the aching numbness in her legs. "Sis, how about I carry you back?" "Oh, I'm a grown woman. If I let you carry me back, Mom will scold us again." Her sister still wanted her younger brother to carry her back to the cabin, but she worried about their mother's scolding. After all, Lin Xin had reached adolescence, and certain aspects of her had matured considerably. If she continued acting so playfully with her brother, outsiders would surely condemn them. Hearing her daughter speak of her this way, Xia Feng felt deeply hurt. "Xinshin, talking about your mother like that will give you nightmares. What's wrong with your brother carrying you? He's not a stranger. Only Mom is the best in the world." Lin Xin placed her hands on her brother's shoulders, gently leaning her shapely body against Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng's arms wrapped around her rounded curves from behind as he carried her toward the small cabin. Xia Feng followed behind the siblings, watching their retreating figures as they headed toward the cabin. She murmured to herself. "The kids are growing up. If they keep acting so recklessly, something bad will happen sooner or later. I need to find time to go down the mountain." She followed their footsteps through the snow toward the eaves of the cabin, her words echoing in the quiet. Lin Feng had already carried his sister to the eaves and set her down on a small wooden stool. He reached out to massage her sore, numb, and swollen thigh, asking with concern, "Are you feeling any better now?" Lin Xion's response was quite amusing. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Brother, with a doting little brother like you, I already feel half better. Sis, I'll stop massaging you now. Just sit and rest for a bit. I need to go deal with that wild boar. Tonight, no matter what, I'm going to skin this giant beast." Lin Feng offered his sister a few words of comfort before standing up from his crouched position and heading toward where the wild boar lay. At that moment, Xia Feng wiggled her slightly plump body over to where Lin Feng stood. White breath puffed from her mouth as she rubbed her hands together. "Fomer, you're full of ideas. What do you suggest we do with this boar?" "Mom, this boar is so heavy. I think we should dig a temporary stove under the eaves to boil water and scald off its bristles. A pig this heavy would crush the entire stove if carried back to the kitchen to be butchered. Then there wouldn't even be a place to cook." Lin Feng had no desire to undertake such a thankless task. He was thinking of using local resources. It would save both time and effort. Xia Feng listened to her son's suggestion, glanced once more at the massive wild boar lying on the ground, and spoke with great satisfaction toward Lin Feng. Feng, I agree with your plan. Just tell me what you need me to do next. In Xia Feng's eyes, her son was growing up. His ideas were often more thorough than hers, just like the saying goes, the new generation surpasses the old. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. His entire youthful face flushed crimson, like Guan Yu's, all the way to his ears. He spoke shyly to Xia Feng, go check under the bed, see if there's an iron scraper for shaving pig hair. I'll start digging the stove right away. Son, I'll go look right now. In Xia Feng's memory, there seemed to be an iron scraper specifically for removing pig hair under the bed. A few days ago, she had placed this item in a small wooden box. As she answered Lin Feng, she walked toward the small wooden hut. To finish digging the stove pit as soon as possible, Lin Feng dared not waste a single moment. He swiftly fetched an iron shovel and several bamboo strips, traced a 3/4 circle in the snow with the strips, then bent over, one buttock raised, and swung the shovel. By this time, the numbness in Lin Xian's legs had completely vanished. She wiggled her ample hips over to Lin Feng, looked at the nearly finished circular stove pit, and asked, Brother, is there anything I can do to help? Just go find some dry firewood and tend the flames. Leave the rest to me. Scalding pigs, scraping bristles, patting them to release gas, or using a prodding stick, even if explained to Lin Xian, she wouldn't understand. Talking wastes energy, playing the zither wears down your fingernails. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain further. This time, Sister Lin Xian was quite cooperative with Lin Feng. Following his instructions, she went to a small thatched shed not far from the cabin to gather firewood. Lin Feng was frantically digging a makeshift stove, desperate to finish it quickly. Just as he was completely absorbed in digging the stove, Lin Xian, who had gone to the thatched shed to fetch firewood, suddenly let out a piercing scream. An ominous foreboding flooded Lin Feng's mind and nerves. He placed an iron pot from the cabin onto the hastily dug makeshift stove and dashed toward the source of Lin Xian's screams with lightning speed. Lin Xian was now completely overcome with terror. Her long, slender legs had given way beneath her, leaving her frozen in place. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, she clutched her chest tightly, her hands covering her breasts like two Mount Everests. Hysterically, she cried out to him, Brother, my own brother, you must go see. As Lin Xian uttered these words to Lin Feng, her emotions had completely shattered. Sis, why are you acting like a scared little kid? Is there something terrifying in the firewood? Lin Xian's speech was slightly stuttered at this moment, and her mental state was clearly unstable. Brother, I can't explain it. You must see for yourself. Lin Xian couldn't continue. She had already retreated to the side, terrified. Lin Feng followed the direction his sister had pointed and peered into the woodpile. Good heavens! A grass snake, easily weighing over 3 pounds, coiled its body and hid within the dry woodpile. Lin Feng didn't want to harm it. In the dead of winter, perhaps it had nowhere else to go and had chosen this woodpile as its refuge. Yet the old adage, a good snake stays in its hole, filled Lin Feng's mind and nerves. Staring at the coiled snake, Lin Feng held up 2 fingers on his right hand and began chanting. He hoped his incantation would drive the snake away in time. Haste, as the law commands. After chanting for a while, the snake didn't even bother to move. The creature seemed utterly unimpressed by Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng was thoroughly enraged. Damn it! Heaven offers you a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no gates, yet you insist on barging in. You're practically begging for death. After cursing the creature, Lin Feng drew a small knife from his leg bindings. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, and in an instant, the rat snake's head was severed from its body. Chapter 55, A Trivial Matter. SSSSH. A stream of blood, thick with the tang of iron, spurted from the snake's vital point. Lin Feng gripped the snake's body with his left hand while pinching its vital spot with his right, forcing the gushing blood into his own mouth. Lin Xian was utterly horrified by her brother's bloodthirsty antics, wailing at the top of her lungs. Good lord, that blood reeks. How can you even drink it? Lin Xian, who had just vomited at the sight of pig's blood, hadn't even finished her sentence before she grabbed her brother's shoulders with both hands. Her body swayed unsteadily, her stomach churning violently once more. Lin Feng steadied his sister's slightly exaggerated swaying. While rubbing her uncomfortable stomach, he asked with genuine concern, Sis, what's wrong with you? Wah. She vomited the food she'd eaten that day all over Lin Feng's body. Sis can't stand seeing you drink raw blood like this. Lin Feng continued massaging her churning stomach. Ah, this snake blood really boosts your stamina. I need it for hunting. As Xinshuan vomited while her brother massaged her stomach, the symptoms gradually subsided. Brother, this raw blood has worms in it. Try to drink less of it in the future. In his previous life, Lin Feng had consumed plenty of snake blood and rat meat during wilderness training. The blood of this non-venomous flower snake was practically nothing to him. Sis, if you don't like it, I'll just avoid drinking it in front of you from now on. Hearing her brother's stubborn words, Lin Xian truly didn't know how to reason with him. She sighed, swaying her exaggeratedly curvy hips as she addressed Lin Feng, "Do as you please." As his sister spoke, he was already using his sharp fingernails to forcefully slit open the snake's belly. As the snake's belly split open, he extracted a thumb-sized, grass-green gallbladder nestled near its stomach. He tossed the warm, faintly bloody gallbladder into his mouth and swallowed it whole with a gulp of saliva. The moment the gall entered his stomach, a feverish heat surged through his entire body. Sweat broke out across his forehead and face, and his large eyes became unusually clear and bright. Lin Xin had intended to carry the firewood toward the small cabin, but when she saw her brother's flushed face and bulging neck, she was startled and shouted at him angrily. "I told you not to drink raw snake blood or eat the gallbladder. You wouldn't listen. Now you're done for, aren't you?" As Lin Feng's body burned with fever, he tore off his fur-lined coat. In the bone-chilling winter cold, he stood before Lin Xin wearing only a thin undershirt. The moment the leather coat came off, his massive, well-defined muscles were exposed before Lin Xin. As Lin Xin gazed at her brother's robust physique, her pair of mature, ample breasts swayed rhythmically. "Brother, this incredible physique, could it be from drinking that snake blood and eating the gallbladder earlier?" In Lin Xin's understanding, frequent consumption of raw substances could trigger genetic mutations. She worried her little brother might have undergone genetic mutation. Ultimately, the sister simply couldn't bear the thought of Lin Feng consuming these terrifying, blood-soaked delicacies raw. Lin Feng had long since picked up on the subtext in his sister's words. Gazing at her smooth, fair, and delicate face radiating feminine charm, he addressed her with utmost sincerity. "Sis, snake blood and gallbladder aren't that miraculous. This is just something I built up from working long hours at that old geezer's place." "Oomph, just keep bragging." Lin Xin couldn't explain the matter to her brother in a moment. Her small mouth puckered a few times before she turned away from Fengzi. Her round, pert buttocks swaying, she clutched a bundle of hard firewood tightly with both hands and walked toward the makeshift stove where ice had already been placed. Lin Feng watched Lin Xin strut forward, her exaggeratedly rounded hips swaying, as he carried the decapitated cauliflower dragonfish in his hands, following her toward the small wooden hut. By then, Xia Feng had retrieved the iron scraper from the cabin. "Mom, look at this." Lin Feng raised the decapitated snake in his hand and called out loudly to his mother. Xia Feng had already reached the makeshift stove. She had just crouched down to place the iron scraper when she heard Lin Feng's voice. Lifting her face, reddened by the biting cold wind, she wore an expression of utter astonishment. "Wow! Tonight we can have phoenix soup. I'll go get that wild pheasant the weasel killed a few days ago and stew it together with this grass snake." Of the wild pheasants from a few days ago, 2 had been saved through Lin Feng's careful treatment. Sadly, 1 had succumbed to its severe injuries and died painfully in the freezing snow. Lin Xin had been deeply saddened by the death of the pheasant, holding it for a long while. Lin Feng had walked over then, comforting his sister repeatedly, telling her not to be so sad. He promised that when he had time, he would go back to the bamboo grove down the mountain and bring her back a few more. Her dark eyes glared at Lin Feng as she pouted and scolded him, her words light as a feather. To stop her crying completely, he immediately pounded his chest and made a bold promise before her: if he couldn't catch the pheasant back for her, he'd give up hunting for good. Only then did his sister stop crying and hand the dead pheasant to their mother. Several days had passed since that incident, yet Lin Feng still remembered it vividly. He dared not forget, for he had made a solemn promise before his sister, one that might as well have been signed and sealed. Lin Feng pulled his thoughts back from the past. He said to his mother, "When you stew the dragon phoenix soup, you should blanch them first. That way, the soup will be not only delicious and savory but also free of any fishy smell." Xia Feng had always cooked and stewed dishes by tossing ingredients directly into the pot without blanching them first. No wonder her dishes often retained a lingering fishy taste. Hearing her son's suggestion, Xia Feng was taken aback. "You didn't pick up this cooking trick from Grandpa, did you?" Grandpa was skilled in the kitchen, and he was the one who handled the cooking for all the village celebrations and funerals. Xia Feng knew this better than anyone. Lin Feng stuck out his tongue at his mother, grinning mischievously, and answered her promptly, "Mom, you're right about that. Grandpa really did teach me these things." "Mom, I'm so envious you have such a great dad and such a great grandfather." "Hee hee, Mom, once we finish building the cabin up on the mountain and make some tables, benches, and beds, I'll bring Grandpa and Grandma up to live with us." Chapter 56, Growing More Articulate. Xia Feng listened to her son's words. Her face, flushed crimson from the cold, gazed up at the sky where snowflakes drifted down. The sky had already darkened, and snowflakes as soft as goose feathers continued to dance through the air. Around the small cabin, the accumulated snow had piled up into one little hill after another. With snow like this, forget about building a house, even getting around was becoming impossible. Xia Feng withdrew her worried gaze. "We'll discuss this later. You and your sister prepare the wild boar outside first. I'll finish stewing the dragon phoenix soup and join you shortly." Preparing the wild boar was no easy task. First, several people had to work together to lift it onto the prepared wooden plank placed at the edge of the stove, making it easier to pour boiling water over the pig. Second, while scraping the bristles with an iron scraper, another person had to stand by with a wooden ladle to continuously pour water over it. This work seemed simple, but doing it was anything but easy. What seemed like a daunting task to Mom was no big deal to Lin Feng. "Mom, you can go ahead and prepare the dragon phoenix soup. Leave the wild boar to me and my sister." His sister was squatting, feeding wood into the stove with one buttock perched on the hearth. Inside the pot, ice cubes were melting rapidly under the roaring flames, releasing plumes of steam. As Lin Feng watched the blazing fire illuminate his sister's pretty face, turning it a vivid crimson, he dared not take credit for himself. That would only earn him a scolding. To please her, Lin Feng included his sister in the plan. Hearing Lin Feng tell Xie Fang this, her sweet little mouth began to curve upward again. "Brother, you're becoming quite the smooth talker. If old Yang's daughter ends up marrying you, she'll be blessed beyond measure." Watching his mother sway into the kitchen, Lin Feng finally plucked up the courage to declare to his sister, "I don't want Jin Feng. I only want you, sister." His sister giggled, her silver bell laughter echoing beneath the wooden cottage's eaves. "Little brother, you're such a silly boy. I'm your sister, but Jin Feng is different. She's the village beauty. If you don't want her, plenty of others will. I bet there's a line of suitors waiting at the village entrance right now." Her words made Lin Feng's face flush crimson and his neck throb. Only then did he remember that he and his sister were full siblings, sharing the same father and mother. How could he have such impure thoughts? He quickly reined in his wandering thoughts. "Sister, I want you to stay with us forever. Someday, you can bring your husband and children to live up here on the mountain, helping me manage everything. As for that village beauty, I do like her, but sometimes you try to make things happen and they don't, while other times things just fall into place without effort. This kind of thing really can't be forced. Little brother, sometimes when chasing girls, you have to take the initiative." As Lin Xian answered her brother, she added more firewood to the hearth, causing the flames to blaze even brighter. Lin Feng straightened his body before crouching down halfway. Huff! Gripping the wild boar's front legs and hind legs with both hands, he effortlessly hoisted the beast onto the wooden plank laid across the prepared stove. The wooden plank creaked incessantly under the weight of this colossal beast. Lin Xian, who was feeding wood into the stove, was utterly stunned. Lin Feng's insane move completely shattered her expectations and understanding. Her cherry-red lips parted into a perfect O shape. "Holy crap, you're not telling me you drank snake blood and ate snake gall to get this badass, are you?" I'm not entirely sure myself." Lin Feng was left flustered and bewildered, his head spinning. "Oomph. If I'd known drinking snake blood and taking snake gall was this powerful, I should have shared in the glory. You hogged all the good stuff, this big sis isn't happy at all." Lin Xian now truly regretted not having tried that stuff herself. Hearing his sister speak like this, the younger brother felt a bit embarrassed. He lifted the wild boar's hindquarters higher, tilting its entire body head included toward the pot. Then he dipped the wooden ladle, carved from papaya wood, into the boiling water, scooped up a ladleful, and poured it over the boar's entire body. This was how villagers prepared whole hogs. Such rudimentary techniques were second nature to Lin Feng. He could handle them effortlessly by simply copying what he saw. The bristles on the wild boar grew backward and were quite stiff. To soften these bristles, Lin Feng worked swiftly with both hands, scooping water with the wooden ladle in his left hand and scraping with the iron scraper in his right. Lin Xian wanted to come around from the stove area to help her brother, but she was tied up passing firewood into the stove and couldn't leave. "Brother, should I call Mom to help you?" "Forget it. She's probably still busy in the kitchen. She won't have time to come out and help us right now." Everyone had their own tasks to attend to, and Lin Feng didn't want his mother running back and forth between them. His hands worked even faster as he answered his sister. "Fenger, I'll come out to help you right now." From the kitchen of the small wooden house came his mother's voice. Moments later, she emerged from the room, her hips swaying as she walked, wearing a tattered cloth garment. A delicious aroma wafted out from the room. "It smells so good." Lin Xian had never smelled such a delicious soup before. As she added wood to the stove, she couldn't help but exclaim to Lin Feng and her mother. Xie Fang had already taken the wooden ladle from Lin Feng's hands. At that moment, she was continuously pouring boiling water over the wild boar's body. With Xie Fang's assistance, Lin Feng gripped the iron scraper with both hands. His movements as he scraped away the bristles seemed to fly effortlessly. "Lin Feng, please don't work yourself to death like this. You'll wear yourself out." Xie Fang worried about her son. As she kept pouring boiling water over the wild boar, she spoke to her son with genuine concern. This task was nothing to Lin Feng's strength. His pace only quickened. "Mom, you can rest assured. My body is incredibly strong now. It feels like I have endless energy." Lin Xian was seething inside at how exaggeratedly her brother's physical strength had suddenly become. Hearing his reply to their mother, she snatched the conversation back with displeasure, roaring like an enraged lioness. "Mom, the reason my brother has boundless energy is because he ate both the snake blood and the snake all by himself." Chapter 57, No Problem Too Big. Lin Xian was truly vicious. For the sake of a snake's blood and gall, she actually tattled on her brother right in front of him. Xiafong was utterly horrified upon hearing Lin Xin's words. Swallowing snake gall raw might be manageable, but drinking raw snake blood could easily lead to parasitic infections, a lifelong burden of disease. Years ago, a hunter in the village had hunted and devoured a snake raw. He ended up dying a miserable death deep in the mountains, his body never found. Listening to Xinxing's words, Xiafong felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Fonger, have you lost your mind? Not everything in these mountains is safe to eat. If something goes wrong because of what you've eaten, how will your sister and I survive out here? Xiafong nearly burst into tears as she spoke to her son. That sister of his was truly a devil incarnate. Why bring up this particular incident when there were so many other things she could have mentioned? Lin Feng's heart burned with hatred for his sister. Deep down, he believed she was utterly heartless. The matter of drinking snake blood and eating snake gall had already been revealed to his mother. There was no escaping reality now. The only solution now was to come up with a reasonable explanation for his mother to ease her fears. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep a wink tonight. Mom, I drank snake blood and took snake gall because Grandpa taught me that regularly drinking snake blood is like drinking pigeon blood. It boosts blood circulation and metabolism. Look how strong Grandpa is. That's the result of regularly consuming animal blood and gall. Lin Feng found a plausible reason for drinking snake blood. Upon hearing her son's words, Xiafong's intense anxiety gradually began to ease. It's true your grandfather is in good health, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's all because of drinking this random animal blood. In the end, Xiafong still didn't approve of Lin Fengxing drinking animal blood or eating raw animal gallbladders. Mom, if you don't believe me, come down the mountain another day and ask Grandpa yourself. If he says it's true, then you won't have to worry. Hearing Lin Feng's solemn assurances, Xiafong could only continue pouring scalding hot water over the wild boar carcass. I'll believe you for now. But if what you say down the mountain doesn't match what Grandpa says, I'll deal with you later. Alright, Mom. What his sister nearly ruined was salvaged by Lin Feng's passionate defense, earning his mother's approval. His heart was both elated and nervous. Mom, don't let your little brother's sweet talk fool you. He's just spinning you a yarn. His sister was clearly relishing the drama, determined to stir up trouble where none existed. Lin Feng had expected his mother to make a big fuss about it. The outcome, however, completely surpassed Lin Feng's imagination and understanding. Xiafong glanced at Lin Xin, who sat by the stove adding fuel. A mischievous grin played across her strikingly pretty face. Xinxin, let's leave it at that. Your brother has a sweet tooth. He's already swallowed that blood and gall. Are you really going to make him spit it out? Lin Xin understood her mother's meaning. Xiafong was urging her to know when to stop, to avoid leaving her brother with no room for redemption. Lin Xin seemed to grasp her mother's meaning. Pouting her lips high, she muttered, Mom, you're just a child-protecting maniac. As Lin Xin scolded Xiafong, she kept her head down, busily shoveling firewood into the stove. Seeing his sister's furious expression, Lin Feng wanted to walk over to the stove to comfort her. Xiafong quickly signaled to Lin Feng with her eyes, telling him not to mind his sister, she'd be fine in a moment. Lin Feng understood the look and glanced at Cici. Sure enough, just as Mom had predicted, she was smiling happily again, asking her brother if he needed any other tools. He had nearly finished cleaning the entire wild boar. The only task left was to vent the air from the carcass. Lin Feng glanced at his sister as she stood up, grinning mischievously as he told her, go get that big iron rod leaning by the door. When the villagers slaughtered their New Year pigs, they always had to use a pole to vent the gas at the end. Xinxin had witnessed such pig slaughtering before and knew that piercing the pig and releasing its air were necessary steps. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she quickly spread her legs and ran towards the door. While his sister was running toward the door, Lin Feng swiftly drew the small knife tucked into his leg from his leg bindings with a sharp whiz. Xiafong saw the fierce glint in Lin Feng's eyes and shuddered violently. Fonger, why did you pull out that little knife? Seeing his mother stammer in fright, Lin Feng grinned and explained, Mom, don't be scared. We need to make an incision to pierce the pig. It seemed he was quite skilled in the art of slaughtering pigs, having prepared everything in advance. Oh, Fonger, you really know more than your mother. I guess I'm truly falling behind these days. Lin Feng took the small knife in his hand and made a small incision on the wild boar's hind leg. Mom, during my years in the village, I often helped out at the pig farm. I learned how to slaughter pigs from them. Whenever his mother felt down, Lin Feng always found the right words to comfort her. Only then did Xiafong recall that Lin Feng had frequently worked at the pig farm during his time in the village. Mom, stop fussing. Your brother needs to put the iron bar on Piglet. You'd better step aside. Lin Xin appeared before Lin Feng, shouldering a smooth iron rod nearly 2 meters long. She panted breathlessly as she addressed Xiafong. Fearing she might hinder Feng's work, Xiafong, holding her wooden ladle, hopped to the side with her big feet. Lin Feng took the iron rod from his sister's shoulders and slid it completely into the gash on the wild boar's hind leg. Oh my god, that's absolutely terrifying. Lin Xin stood nearby, watching her brother handle everything with such calmness. Terrified, she covered her pretty face tightly and dared not look a second time. Lin Feng judged the piercing had done its job. He fetched a wooden club and began pounding relentlessly on the boar's body. Thump, thump, thump. From beneath the cabin's eaves came a sound that sent chills down the spine. Lin Feng, this whole routine of yours is pure sadism. Watching her brother unleash relentless violence on the wild boar lying beside the stove, Lin Xian bellowed at him in fury. Chapter 58. What the heck is this? Lin Feng heard his sister's words but merely gave her a dismissive glance. What's this? Just wait, I've got something even crazier planned. Lin Xian had no idea what her brother was planning next. She stared at Lin Feng with utter bewilderment. What kind of mischief are you planning now? Poof. Go fetch the iron hook. All right. A few days ago while tidying up the house, Xie Feng and Lin Xian had come across some iron hooks. At the time, neither of them knew what they were for, so they'd simply hung them on a wooden peg in the small cabin. Hearing her brother's request, Lin Xian immediately went into the cabin, retrieved the iron hooks, and brought them out. Lin Feng looked at the heavy iron hooks and asked his sister with a hint of concern, "Are these iron chunks heavy?" Lin Xian huffed in a pouty voice. "Oomph. You made me fetch something this heavy? It nearly killed me." There were 6 sets of these iron hooks in total. Each set had 2 hooks, an upper and a lower one, called the main hook and the auxiliary hook respectively. The main hooks were designed to be hung on wooden stakes beneath the eaves of the small cabin, while the secondary hooks were specifically crafted to seize a wild boar's legs. Lin Feng swiftly removed the hooks from his sister's shoulders and hung them all beneath the eaves before taking down 2 sets. Huff! He hooked the 2 selected sets onto the wild boar's legs. After securing the hooks, Lin Feng effortlessly lifted the boar off the wooden plank beside the stove. As he neared the wooden posts beneath the eaves, he gripped the hooks in his left hand while cradling the boar's plump flesh with his right. Swiftly, he hooked the line beneath the posts. Lin Feng performed the entire sequence of catching the boar and hoisting it onto the hook in one fluid motion, requiring no assistance from anyone. This demonstrated that his physical strength had reached an unparalleled level. His sister seemed accustomed to her brother's actions, showing no surprise. "Little brother, is there anything else you need?" Lin Feng glanced at his sister, who stood with her hands on her hips, panting slightly. Having rarely engaged in such strenuous labor, she was now panting heavily, barely catching her breath. "Forget it. I'll just carry it myself." A few days ago, while tidying up the house, they had a small vegetable basket hanging on a wooden peg in the cabin. Lin Feng walked over, took the small vegetable basket off the wooden peg, held it in his hand, and stepped out of the cabin. He set the basket on the ground beneath the hanging wild boar, then drew from it a curved blade weighing about 10 jin. It featured a wooden handle adorned with a cross-shaped pattern, a curved back, and an exceptionally sharp edge. He raised the curved blade, aimed it at the chest of the piglet hanging upside down, and brought it down with a single, sharp stroke. Watching Lin Feng's swift, decisive motion, Xie Feng felt a chill run down her spine. She immediately fetched several wooden basins from the cabin and placed them beside him. "Mom, I'll toss the heart, lungs, and liver over here, and the intestines over there." Before mother and son could recover from their shock, Lin Feng had already gutted the boar completely. Only the meat remained on the wooden stake. Listening to her son, Xie Feng poured a bucket of hot water into the wooden basin on the ground. She instructed him to fill the basin under the pig's head and to also prepare 50 jin of pork leg meat. While Lin Feng sliced the meat from the pig's skull with his curved knife, he asked his mother, "Mom, what's the full portion of the skull for?" Crouching down to clean the pig intestines alongside Xinxuan, Xie Feng answered Lin Feng with a playful smile. "Son, tomorrow I plan to go down the mountain to arrange a match for you. All we have to offer up here is the pig's head and hind legs." Xie Feng calculated that the pig's head and hind legs alone would fetch at least 10 yuan. At the time, pig head meat sold for 10 cents per pound, so a 20-pound head would fetch 2 yuan. Pig hind legs went for 25 cents per pound, meaning 50 pounds would bring in 12 yuan 50. In the village back then, being able to offer such items was already considered quite decent. "Mom, I'll do as you say. Whatever you decide is fine." Hearing his mother plan to go down the mountain to arrange a match for him, Lin Feng moved his knife with even greater speed. He cut off more than the 2 pounds of hind leg meat his mother had requested. After finishing all this, Lin Feng asked his mother if he should help deliver some down to his grandfather and the others. "Forget it. Your grandpa and the others are getting old. If we send these things down the mountain, they'll just get divided up among your aunts. They're all insatiable." After the last time she'd been rebuffed, Xie Feng had grown much more detached from such family ties. She no longer pinned her hopes on her maternal family. Now, if the 3 of them wanted a decent life up in the mountains, they could only rely on themselves. Everything else was just nonsense and fleeting dreams. Lin Feng shared his mother's sentiments. After hearing her words, he used his curved knife to cut the wild boar meat into portions weighing 5 to 6 pounds each. This way, Lin Xian and his mother could manage the weight, and it would be easier to hang them under the eaves to air dry. After finishing these tasks, he went to the cabin, scooped the wolf and roe deer meat he'd cured days earlier from the wooden tub, and hung it under the eaves. Only then did he place the portioned wild boar meat into the tub for curing. "Feng, have some dragon phoenix soup first to nourish your body." As Lin Feng was nearly finished with his tasks in the cabin, Xiafang carried the freshly simmered dragon phoenix soup over to the table. Lin Xin gazed at the steaming, milky white dragon phoenix soup on the table. Unable to resist the temptation of such a delicious-looking dish, she leaned her cherry-red lips toward the soup bowl, practically ready to gulp it down in one go. "Oh dear, look how greedy you are." Seeing her daughter's eager expression, Xiafang couldn't help but tease her with a mix of affection and gentle scolding. Lin Xin scooped a spoonful with the small wooden spoon and fed it into her own little mouth. As she sipped the soup, she told her mother how delicious it truly was. Xiafang motioned for the siblings to sit down and served them bowls of soup. "If you like it, have more. We're not wealthy, having this kind of dragon phoenix soup every day is impossible. Mom, now that my brother's so awesome, getting whatever soup he wants should be a piece of cake, right?" Sipping the savory dragon phoenix soup, Lin Xin beamed with delight, her little mouth full of sweetness as she told Xiafang across from her. "Snakes possess a certain spirit. When they don't bother you, it's best not to provoke them." Xiafang sipped her soup, her worries seeming a bit excessive. "Mom, if you're really worried the snake will come after us, I'll get some realgar powder after dinner and sprinkle it around our cabin." In Lin Feng's past life, during wilderness training, they always carried spare realgar powder on their persons. Chapter 59, A 1,000-Year Wait. At Lin Feng's suggestion, Xiafang, who had been sipping the dragon phoenix soup, set her bowl down on the table. She stared at Lin Feng with utter astonishment. Where would you even get realgar powder? Realgar powder wasn't something ordinary people could obtain. In the 1960s, acquiring it required a certificate from the village authorities. Without that, neither pharmacies nor clinics would sell it to you, not even if you were the king of kings. Lin Feng had read about this in books documenting the 1960s and still remembered the details. "Mom, didn't Grandpa give me a bag a few days ago? If I'm not mistaken, that bag should have this stuff in it." Seeing his mother's gaping mouth, Lin Feng hurriedly filled in the details. His sister drank her soup quickly, and in no time, she was full to the brim. "Little brother, where's your canvas bag? I'll go get it for you." The real issue was that 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 the real issue was. The clever Lin Feng hastily waved his hands at his sister. "Sis, I'll get the canvas bag myself. My bed's a total mess, you'll just end up scolding me again." Lin Feng made up a casual excuse to brush his sister off. His sister glanced at him, then shot him a sideways look. "Who do you think you are? If you don't want me to help, fine. I'm going to bed." By now, night had fallen, but the everywhere whiteness made it seem like broad daylight to anyone unaware. Lin Feng gave his sister an embarrassed smile. Rising from the wooden stool, he walked to his bed and picked up the canvas bag. As he did so, he also retrieved the realgar powder from his inner pocket. This ground realgar weighed at least a pound. Lin Feng felt immensely fortunate to have brought such a precious treasure with him from the bustling city. He smoothly poured the realgar powder into the canvas bag. "Lin Feng, what are you doing? Why haven't you come out yet?" Xiafang called out to her son with concern when he hadn't emerged after so long. After a long time, his mother and sister would surely grow suspicious. To prevent them from questioning his identity, he answered his mother loudly as he emerged, already carrying the canvas bag adorned with the Bagua diagram. He placed the canvas bag on the table in front of his mother and sister. His sister stared at the bulging canvas bag, her wide eyes growing even rounder. "Brother, hurry up and get the realgar out. Stop teasing us like this." Lin Xin didn't believe her brother could produce any real xiongwang. She thought he was getting more and more full of hot air every day. Lin Feng had always been polite to his sister. Despite her repeated teasing, he didn't get angry. Instead, he adopted a carefree demeanor, made a mischievous face at her, and then finally lifted the canvas bag. He took the bag of realgar powder out of the canvas bag and placed it gently on the table. Lin Xin burst out laughing when she saw the dung-colored substance on the table. "Lin Feng, you call this crap in your bag real realgar? To me, it looks more like." Her sister found the sight of this dung-colored substance in the bag rather revolting. Xiafang, though skeptical, reached out, opened the small plastic bag containing the powder, pinched some between her fingers, and held it to her nostrils for a careful sniff. A pungent, sharp scent instantly filled her brain and nerves. "Yep, this is pure real orpiment powder. Your dad brought back orpiment stones back then. He probably ground them into powder during his free time." Xiafang confirmed the bag contained realgar powder and told Xinshin that this was the very substance Lin Hai had brought with him all those years ago. Hearing her mother say this, Xinshin had no reply. Blushing slightly, she reached out, dipped her little finger into the powder, and popped it into her mouth. A bitter, astringent taste spread throughout her mouth. "Brother, wasn't this the same realgar that Fa Hai gave Su Xian back then? Get real. Who knows about something that happened so long ago? Maybe it's just a beautiful legend. I don't believe in the white snake and Su Xian story." Lin Feng took the bag of realgar and walked out. Behind him, his sister's mocking voice drifted, "It's your business if you don't believe it. I've always believed in their 1,000-year wait for each other." Girls, after all, always loved living in romantic tales. It was only natural. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with his sister's fairy tales. He opened the plastic bag, scooped up a handful of realgar powder, and began scattering it meticulously around the small wooden hut. Lin Feng, sprinkle it everywhere you can. Xia Feng fetched some damp pine branches and placed them on the charcoal in the makeshift stove. She also took down some of the wolf and roe deer meat hanging from the eaves to smoke it. Lin Xian simply couldn't endure the long, bitterly cold winter night any longer. After washing her feet, she crawled into bed and fell asleep. By the time Lin Feng finished all this, it was already deep into the night. Seeing his mother dozing by the makeshift stove, he walked over and draped one of his fox fur coats over her shoulders. Lin Feng's voice was soft, but his mother still stirred awake from her slumber. Her eyes opened, still hazy with sleep, and she said to Lin Feng, "It's very late now. You should go to sleep first. I'll keep watch here." Lin Feng felt wide awake, not the slightest bit sleepy. Rubbing his hands together, he exhaled a puff of warm breath. "Mom, I'm not sleepy at all. You can leave the smoked meat to me." As Lin Feng told his mother this, he bent over, his backside sticking straight up, and added more wet cypress wood to the charcoal. The wet pine needles crackled and popped as they sizzled over the coals. "Feng, I'm going to bed now. Don't get distracted, okay?" Considering Lin Feng was still a child and might grow drowsy after a while, his mother repeated her warning as she left. Lin Feng flipped the charred meat over and told Xia Feng with a smirk, "Mom, don't worry. If I get sleepy, I'll just spin circles in the snow." Xia Feng, her eyelids drooping, headed back inside. Lin Feng focused intently, turning every piece of meat over and over with damp cypress wood. This method not only kept the meat bug free but also made it exceptionally fragrant. Even while roasting meat, one could still doze off. As the night watch approached, Lin Feng could no longer stay awake. His eyelids battled relentlessly, and within moments, he was snoring his way into dreamland. Chapter 60, What on earth is this? In his dream, Lin Feng drifted into another world. He found himself behind the small cabin, squatting his plump behind in the snow as he inspected the area where realgar had been scattered. Where the realgar had been scattered, a path resembling the trail of a mountain dragon had completely indented the snow. Ugh! He spat a glob of saliva onto his hand and rubbed it vigorously. His legs moved involuntarily along the indentation, carrying him forward. The indentation seemed to stretch on, winding its way all the way to the foot of the mountain. Just as Lin Feng was about to pursue further, he saw a blinding cold light suddenly erupt from the foot of the mountain where the depression ended. In the bitter winter cold, it pierced his eyes like broad daylight. Ah! The cold light in his dream jolted Lin Feng awake from his terror. His hands pressed against his broad, muscular chest as he gasped for breath. Cluck cluck cluck. The pheasant in the little cabin kept crowing. In the southern sky, a sliver of pale light had already appeared. After months of heavy snowfall, it had suddenly stopped. Hearing Lin Feng's startled cry, Xia Feng rushed out of the cabin in a panic, clutching a spatula and wiggling her ample hips. "Fenger, what on earth is going on? You scared the life out of me." Lin Feng lowered his hands from his chest. "Mom, I need to go out." "What are you going out for so early in the morning?" Lin Feng glanced at his mother as if possessed. "Mom, don't worry about me." As the words left his mouth, his feet were already moving toward the back of the small wooden house that had appeared in his dream. He wanted to see if the place he'd seen in his dream matched the real-life scene. Driven by some mysterious force, Lin Feng sped toward the back of the cabin at top speed. As he crouched down, he indeed discovered the indentation where the realgar had been scattered. Though the mountain dragon was nowhere to be seen, faint traces of the earth dragon's passage remained visible. "No, I have to follow it. Who knows? This chase might lead to an unexpected discovery." With this plan forming in his mind, Lin Feng followed the path the earth dragon had taken, chasing after it all the way. Damn it, this earth dragon's run a hell of a distance. In the blink of an eye, it's already reached the foot of the mountain. As Lin Feng cursed the earth dragon under his breath, his footsteps had already carried him to the base of the mountain, where peaks lay layered upon each other, bathed in the rising sun's glow. By the time the earth dragon reached the base, it had vanished without a trace. Just as Lin Feng was puzzling over this, a steaming hot spring suddenly gushed forth from the mountain's base ahead. Seeing the spring gushing from the mountain base, still billowing steam, Lin Feng hurried over to the steaming spot. He peered into the steaming mass. The area was about the size of 2 baskets. From a distance, it appeared octagonal, much like the pattern on his canvas bag. Within the octagonal shape, a pool of steaming water bubbled. Staring at the steaming well water, Lin Feng was so overjoyed he couldn't find words. Ever since entering the mountains, they had subsisted on melted snow from the icy landscape. His sister and mother, suffering from prolonged water and soil incompatibility, now had to use the restroom 5 times every morning. With the mountain snow blocking their path, Lin Feng's hope of gathering medicinal herbs deep in the mountains to brew for them had become nothing more than a distant dream. Just as he was fretting over this unsolvable problem, the earth dragon from his dream offered his family a glimmer of hope for survival. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Feng quickened his pace to the edge of the well. He crouched down, his round buttocks sticking high in the air, cupping his hands to drink the water from the octagonal well without pause. Ah, that feels so good. After a satisfying gulp, as if a raging dragon had quenched its thirst, Lin Feng lifted his head and let out a long howl to the heavens. Xia Feng, fearing something might happen to Lin Feng, had already instructed Xinxin to follow him closely after seeing him leave in such a dazed state. Hearing Lin Feng's frenzied cries, Xinxin, who had been trailing behind him, quickened her pace and caught up. Lin Feng, what on earth are you doing? Lin Feng, who was savoring the pleasure brought by the mountain spring water, heard his sister's call. He turned his half-kneeling body around. Sis, come taste this water. Lin Xin had already reached the octagonal well. Hearing her brother's words, she looked at him with disbelief. Brother, how is this water any different from ice cubes? Drinking it will just give you diarrhea anyway. Her sister didn't buy Lin Feng's tall tales for a second. In her mind, Lin Feng was becoming more and more unreliable. Lin Feng cupped his hands like a half-dipper and carefully scooped some water from the octagonal well. He brought the water he held in his cupped hands to his sister's small mouth. Her jet-black eyes darted toward her brother, who was looking at her with complete seriousness. Her sharp tongue began to stir trouble again. Little brother, seeing how kind you are to your sister, I'll do you a favor today and swallow this water from your hands for now. But mark my words, if this water tastes anything like that freezing cold stuff from the snowy fields, I won't let you off easy. Lin Feng, who had already tasted the sweetness of this spring water, couldn't help but grin from ear to ear at his sister's warning. Sister, if this water causes any harm to your stomach, your little brother will take full responsibility. Having gone this far, Lin Feng must have been extremely confident that the water was perfectly safe to drink. With that thought, sister bent her well-proportioned body forward, her entire mouth extending toward the water Lin Feng held in his hands. Gulp, gulp. Her irresistibly cute little mouth spread across Lin Feng's palms as she sipped the still warm spring water with eyes half closed, savoring every drop. After finishing the first handful of nectar like spring water, Lin Xian's little mouth lingered in savory delight, relishing the water already swallowed. A stream of salty, warm water gurgled down her throat, sloshing into her belly. Her entire body was filled with an unprecedented sense of comfort. After savoring the lingering taste, Xinxin used her tender, smooth, and fair hands to wipe her own apple-red cheeks. Seeing his sister completely immersed in the world of the spring water, Lin Feng gazed at her stunningly beautiful body. Sis, which tastes better, this water or the ice shavings? Xinxin withdrew the hands that had been caressing her lovely face. Chapter 61, Reading the Weather by the Clouds. Under the rare winter sunshine, Xinxin's gracefully curved body began to sway. Her thin upper and lower lips kept curling upward. Brother, this spring water tastes 100 times better than the ice shavings by our little cabin. Times better than the ice shards by our cabin. Recalling how she'd frequently gotten up at night to use the bathroom after drinking icy water lately, her sister felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Although Lin Feng had tried massaging her stomach and pressing acupoints, these remedies only provided temporary relief without addressing the root cause. Just as she was feeling down about it, Lin Feng somehow stumbled upon this place. How could Xinxin not be thrilled? As she shared this with her brother, she couldn't hide the unmistakable joy bubbling within her. Lin Feng could hear the excitement in his sister's voice. Seizing the moment, he told her he had to figure out a way to bring this sweet, delicious spring water home. Brother, aren't you a carpenter? Why not use the wood we've drying under the eaves to make a few wooden barrels? Then we could carry the spring water together, walking along the country lanes, singing songs about the tinkling spring water. Wouldn't that be absolutely wonderful? As she suggested this to Lin Feng, she actually began singing the song of the spring water's tinkling melody in her sweet voice. The spring water tinkles, the spring water tinkles. Lin Feng knew this song too. After humming along with his sister for a moment, he asked her to stop her melodious and enchanting singing. Her cheerful singing had been interrupted, and the playful smile on her face instantly turned displeased. Lin Feng, don't you want to use the wooden bucket to fetch water? Sensing Lin Feng had some idea in mind, his sister asked with two dimples appearing on her displeased face. Lin Feng flashed his sister a mischievous grin. Sis, making a wooden bucket takes forever. It'd take at least 10 days, maybe even half a month. There's no way we could finish it in time. I've just thought of a way that's faster and easier than making a bucket. Hearing this, his sister's gloomy expression instantly brightened. Brother, what's this brilliant idea? Spit it out already, don't keep your sister in suspense. Xinxin was now eager to know what method her brother had in mind to solve the mountain spring water problem. As she swayed her curvaceous figure, trudging through the thick snow alongside Lin Feng on their way home, she couldn't help but ask her brother impatiently. Lin Feng followed behind his sister's exaggeratedly swaying hips, a small wooden stick he'd found somewhere clenched between his teeth. Sis, after breakfast today, aren't the three of us going to old Yang's place down the mountain? Last time I was there, I saw some flexible hoses in his general store. We could trade some of our pork leg meat for some. As Lin Feng walked home with his sister, he blurted out his idea like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. At her brother's suggestion, the sister walking ahead began dancing and clapping her hands in the snow. Unable to contain her joy and excitement, she danced in the snow, repeatedly praising her brother for being so clever. Lin Feng beamed with pride at her praise. "Sis, let's not get carried away. We should head home for breakfast and then go down the mountain early to find old Yang." After such a long snowfall finally stopping today, it was clear this was a favorable day. Without an almanac on the mountain, Lin Feng couldn't tell if today was auspicious for weddings or other outings. He could only gauge the weather in days by reading the clouds. In his experience, on auspicious days, fierce winds, heavy rains, and blizzards would abruptly cease. Though this notion seemed far-fetched, he still clung to it as a form of self-comfort. Xinxin listened to Lin Feng's words and stopped twisting her slender, jade-like legs. "Brother, let's head home for dinner now." Xinxin was especially happy today. Holding her brother's hand, she trudged through the deep snow toward the little cabin. They ran all the way, shouting loudly along the way. "Mom! Mom!" Xia Feng, who had been busy inside the cabin, heard the siblings' calls and immediately rushed out. Her hands clutched her heaving breasts tightly. "What's got you two so excited? Did you find a gold ingot or something?" Finding a gold ingot these days would truly be a stroke of luck. A single ingot could fetch at least 1,000 yuan. Panting heavily, the siblings rushed to Xia Feng's side, gasping for breath as they told her the news. Just as Lin Feng was about to tell their mother they'd found a well at the foot of the mountain, his sister's little mouth was already fluttering. "Mom, guess what my brother and I found at the foot of the mountain?" Caught off guard by Lin Xan's question, Xia Feng asked her back, looking a bit dazed. "What did you find?" Xinxin's almond-shaped eyes darted toward her mother's face. Perched under the eaves of the little cabin, she wiggled her chubby bottom and declared to Xia Feng with utmost seriousness and flair, "Mom, when my brother and I went into the mountains this time, we found a bagua well." Xia Feng listened to Xinxin's words and glanced at her. "What's so special about finding a well? It's just the same old slushy water." Like Lin Xin, Xia Feng had been running to the bathroom constantly these days. The thought of it made her feel a bit distressed. Lin Feng had also tried treating his mother, but the results were much the same as his sister's. After a while, Mom stopped bothering with it altogether. Hearing her mother's retort, Xinxin's pretty face lit up. "Mom, if you think that, you're wrong. I'm telling you straight up, the water in this bagua well comes from a spring." "Impossible. With all this snow falling for so long, there's no way this bagua well wouldn't have a single ice crystal in it." Xia Feng simply couldn't believe Lin Xin's words were true. Seeing the look of utter confusion on his mother's face, Lin Feng immediately sided with his sister. The boy knew how to pick sides when it mattered. He grinned cheekily at Xia Feng. "Mom, there really isn't a single ice chip in this bagua well." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Feng's puzzled expression eased slightly. "Lin Feng, you've been running around with your dad and grandpa for so long. Can you offer a reasonable explanation for this absurd situation?" Chapter 62, Village Beauty. Xia Feng believed the story was true. But she couldn't fathom how this bagua well could possibly be completely devoid of ice shards. Lin Feng was also a bit flustered. Though he had traveled with his biological father and maternal grandfather for a period, he had never encountered anything this damn absurd during that time. Pondering these things, Lin Feng couldn't come up with any reasonable explanation either. "Mom, this is really baffling. I've never encountered anything like this before either. But I'm still trying to figure out what's going on." Seeing the look of utter bewilderment on her son's face, Xia Feng withdrew her skeptical gaze. "Feng, if you can't figure out the mysteries of nature, that's perfectly fine. I was just asking casually. Don't dwell on it too much. The weather is beautiful today. After breakfast, let's head down the mountain to old Yang's place and help you with your matchmaking. Today truly was a splendid day." The rising sun shone high in the sky, and the thick snow began to melt. Xia Feng genuinely didn't want to dampen the siblings' spirits on such a splendid day. As she answered Lin Feng, she had already led the siblings to sit down at the table inside the small cabin. "Pig stomach soup?" The aroma of the soup wafted through the air, and Lin Feng blurted out the question to his mother as she ladled it out with a wooden spoon. Her mother continued ladling while explaining to Lin Feng. "We've been eating fox meat and wolf meat every day lately, and I'm sick of it. Last night we happened to slaughter a wild boar. I heard boar stomach is good for the stomach, so I got up early today and stewed this one." Hearing his mother's perfectly reasonable explanation, Lin Feng's pearly white teeth flashed in a grin. "Mom, pig stomach soup really is good for the stomach. It's rare for you to be so enthusiastic about stewing soup for us. You should have some too." As Feng replied to his mother, he stood up and used a wooden spoon to scoop some pork stomach into her soup bowl. "Children are raised to care for their parents in old age. Mom raised me when I was young, so now I'll take care of her in her later years." Seeing the increasing number of gray hairs on his mother's forehead, Lin Feng naturally continued scooping the floating pieces of pork stomach meat into her bowl. "Feng, don't just focus on me. You and your sister need to eat too. Mom, it's rare for your son to be so filial. Just drink what he scooped for, you no need to be so polite. Slurp, slurp." As Lin Xin slurped down the pork tripe soup with gusto, her adorable little cherry mouth never stopped moving. Xia Feng smiled slightly at Cece's words. "You two have both grown up. Mom, let's hurry and finish the soup. Today is a special day after all." Xinxin was also eager to head down the mountain to see what her future sister-in-law looked like. As she sipped her soup, she kept urging Xia Fong to hurry up, eat her fill, and head down the mountain. The three of them gathered around the table, sipping pork stomach soup and chatting about their plans after descending the mountain, their moods as high as could be. After a thoroughly satisfying bowl of pig stomach soup, Lin Feng's belly was full. Carrying the pig's head and hind leg he'd prepared the night before, he led the way through the thick snow, with his sister and mother following behind. The three of them chatted and laughed as they made their way down the mountain. When joy fills the heart, the spirit soars. The journey that usually took 2 hours down the mountain was completed in just 1. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the trio had already stopped at Old Yang's doorstep. Old Yang was busy clearing the thick snow in front of his general store with an iron shovel, accompanied by his wife and daughter. Spotting the three figures approaching, Old Yang paused his shoveling. "Well, if it isn't Sister Feng Feng. What brings you here today? Brother Yang, let's go inside the general store to talk." Xia Feng was a woman who valued her dignity. She scanned the area around the store for a long moment, making sure there were no suspicious people around. Only then did she reveal her slightly flushed face and speak to Old Yang. Come in, come in." Old Yang, having spotted the heavy load strapped to Lin Feng's back, beamed with delight as he offered polite chatter, ushering the mother and her 2 daughters inside. Jin Feng quickly served tea to Lin Feng and his family. No sooner had they sat down inside. Old Yang immediately called his daughter to serve tea while he and Spring's sister entertained Lin Feng and his family. Xia Feng plopped her ample behind onto a wooden stool inside the house. Sipping the old camellia tea Jin Feng had brought, she scrutinized the woman everyone jokingly called the village beauty. Jin Feng was indeed quite attractive. Her jet-black, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders. Beneath thick, expressive brows sat large, grape-like eyes that sparkled with vitality. A high nose bridge framed a delicate, innocent face, while her ample, mature breasts, visible from afar, looked so tempting one could almost bite into them. But that was nothing compared to the real showstopper, her pair of round, exceptionally large hips, curved backward in an exaggeratedly voluptuous curve. Seeing Jin Feng's voluptuous figure, even Lin Xian, sitting inside the house, felt a twinge of envy. Such a stunningly beautiful body would undoubtedly be a rare beauty in the village. Just as Xinxin's mind began to wander, Old Yang, seated across from the three women, spoke up. "Young lady, you three came here today." He deliberately paused mid-sentence, waiting for Xia Feng to continue. Old Yang had kept in mind what Sister Chun had mentioned earlier about wanting to take Lin Feng as a son-in-law. Hearing Old Yang's words, Xia Feng motioned for Lin Feng to take the pig's head and hind leg meat from his backpack and place them on the table. "Brother Yang, we don't have much to offer from the mountains. These are what the three of us gathered last night, and we brought them down early this morning." Old Yang motioned to Spring's sister, and together with Lin Feng, they carried the meat into his kitchen. His jet-black teeth gleamed as he smiled. "Young lady, if you have something important to say, just speak up. We're all from the same village, no need for formalities." Xia Feng brushed the stray strands of hair from her forehead back into place. "Old Yang, your daughter is quite beautiful." Old Yang perked up at Xia Feng's words. He slapped his thigh with glee and launched into a spittle-flecked boast to Xia Feng. "Hey, sis, no offense coming from Old Yang here, but just look at my daughter, 5 feet 7 inches tall, a plump, curvy figure, long, shapely legs, and that pretty oval face. Calling her the village beauty isn't an exaggeration at all." Old Yang sure knew how to sell his own melons, praising his own wares. He was now painting his daughter as if she were a heavenly nymph. Chapter 63, This Girl's Got Looks. With Old Yang's enthusiastic praise, Chun's wife swayed exaggeratedly as she walked into the room from outside. Her gaze fell upon Xia Feng's weathered face. "Xia Feng, look at my Jin Feng curves in all the right places. Suitors lining up outside the village just to speak with us about marriage." At first, Aunt Chun had been particularly fond of Lin Feng. She had even discussed bringing him into the family. But not long after Lin Feng arrived in the mountains, Town Chief Gao showed up at Old Yang's house with his dim-witted son, Gao Yubao. After some small talk, Town Chief Yao made a bold promise to Old Yang: if Jin Feng married his son, he would secure her position as the town's women's affairs director. Back then, the women's director held considerable power. Aside from the town mayor, she wielded the most influence. Though Mayor Gao's promise seemed too good to be true, the cunning Old Yang didn't give his full consent. After all, Old Gao had arrived empty-handed with his son, a clear attempt to get something for nothing. Old Yang might be a farmer, but that didn't mean farmers were stupid. While laughing and joking with Mayor Gao, he casually mentioned that Lin Hai's son in the village also wanted to court Jin Feng. As Old Yang spoke, an awkward expression flickered across the chillingly stern face of Town Chief Gao. He assured them he would choose an auspicious day to pay another visit. When Aunt Chun said these things to Xia Feng, she meant no harm. She simply hoped that at this moment, Mayor Gao would appear outside their courtyard with his dim-witted son. Though Xia Feng was honest, he understood what Old Yang and Chun Xiao were saying. With a hint of reluctance, she addressed Chun Sa. "Aunt Chun, look at my son, Lin Feng. He's not bad either. Besides hunting, he can help people with illnesses and even knows a bit about feng shui and divination. If your daughter marries my son, she'll live a life of ease and comfort." Old Yang puffed on his leaf-wrapped cigarette, the crackling sound echoing steadily. Wispy blue smoke continuously drifted from his foot-long tiger bone pipe, rising toward the ceiling. Young lady, these days, knowing how to treat illnesses is nothing special. As for geomancy and divination, they won't make you rich either. Old Yang genuinely looked down on Lin Feng's lowly trades. Deep down, he believed that power meant everything. Lin Xin sat beside her mother. Hearing Old Yang's words, she couldn't help but flush with anger, her voice sharp as she confronted him. Old Yang, you wouldn't be treating your own daughter like a cash cow, would you? Xin was still an 18-year-old girl. She didn't care about social niceties, she simply said whatever came to mind. At her words, the smirk that had graced Old Yang's face vanished instantly, replaced by pure displeasure. He roared at Lin Xin like a raging lion, "You little brat, what are you stirring up here? This is between us adults. Mind your own business." Old Yang seemed deeply offended by Lin Xin's words. Exactly. What's a girl doing here stirring up trouble instead of staying home embroidering and doing chores? As they spoke, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed outside the room. Town Chief Gao entered wearing a black flat cap and chewing on a brass pipe. Trailing behind him was a tall man with a lopsided face, drool constantly dripping from his mouth, his gait unsteady. Mayor Gao's mismatched eyes roamed over Lin Xin's curvaceous figure for a long moment before he addressed the woman, as beautiful as Lin Feng, with unabashed directness. Xin had no idea what this man in the slouch hat was up to. Her wide eyes locked onto the burly, overbearing-looking old man as she shouted at him. "Where did you come from, you wild beast? Stop meddling here and delaying our family's marriage talks. Heh, you're quite the looker, girl. My wife just passed away, and I'm feeling lonely. If you don't mind, you could marry me." Old Yang quickly jumped in to smooth things over, flattering the duckbill-capped man present. Town Chief Gao has excellent taste. For his second spring in life, he set his sights on a fresh, tender young thing. Hearing this, Xin finally understood who the old man in the room truly was. Her plump buttocks sprang up like springs from the wooden stool. Swaying her ample curves, she stormed toward the unkempt old man older than her own grandfather and retorted loudly, "Pa! You old fart! Have you no shame? Still thinking of old bulls grazing on tender grass." Xia Feng, hearing this old man harass her daughter, was equally furious and cursed the shameless bastard. "Town Chief Gao, why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? What kind of appearance do you have? Heh, you two can be my women." Smack! Before Town Chief Gao could finish his sentence, Lin Feng delivered several hard slaps across his rough, pine bark-like face. He clutched his face, revealing a mouthful of rotten, blackened teeth. "I'm the town mayor. You've broken the law by hitting me. When I get back to town, I'll have you arrested." "Nope. You tried to molest my mom and sister first. Today, I'm just getting justice for them." Lin Feng couldn't care less about some so-called mayor. Knowing he was in the wrong, the town mayor, Gao, shot Lin Feng a glance with his cloudy eyes before wisely backing away. Watching old Yang fawn over Town Chief Gao, Lin Feng's anger boiled over. He warned old Yang, "You handle the matter with your daughter Lin Feng. Don't be blinded by money and ruin her life by marrying her off to some dim-witted fool." Mayor Gao's dim-witted son wasn't just mentally slow sitting in the room, drool constantly dripped from the corners of his mouth, making anyone who saw him feel sick to their stomach. The moment Lin Feng entered the room and saw this dim-witted man, she immediately clutched her chest and gagged. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Mayor Gao hurried over from the side and shouted at old Yang with a fiery intensity, "Old Yang, I've brought cash this time." Seeing old Gao's dim-witted son, old Yang hesitated. But at old Gao's words, his eyes lit up instantly. His face, dry as pine bark, bowed and scraped toward Town Chief Gao as he asked, "How much did you bring?" Chapter 64, The Real Intent Lies Elsewhere. The man surnamed Gao glanced at old Yang, whose face was as rough as pine bark, then waved the colorful bills in his hand. Slap! After flaunting the waving bills before everyone in the room, he slammed them down hard on old Yang's table. His thick lips fluttered as he spoke. "Here's 2,000 yuan as a token of our father-son visit. If this deal goes through, we'll send another 5,000 to your family when the wedding comes." Town Chief Gao, spittle flying from his mouth, continued painting a rosy picture for old Yang and his wife. Seeing the stack of cash on the table, old Yang's face lit up like he'd eaten aspartame, his mouth stretched wide in delight. "I'll go ask my daughter right now," he replied to the town mayor as he walked toward Lin Feng. "Fenger, see how generous Mayor Gao is? If you have no objections, just nod and agree to date his son." Lin Feng glared at the two men's ridiculous expressions, her entire body seething with anger. Hearing her father's suggestion, her high, firm chest heaved with fury. "Dad, I refuse to marry his son." Old Yang's face, which had been smiling moments before, instantly darkened. His weathered features stretched into a long, grim line. "Daughter, Mayor Gao said that if you agree, he'll send over an extra 5,000 yuan. After you marry into the family, you'll become our town's women's affairs director." Lin Feng's exaggeratedly ample bosom trembled even more violently at the mention of this. "Dad, I like Lin Feng." "Oomph. What good would marrying that good-for-nothing Lin Feng do? Besides his looks, he's not fit to hold a candle to our family in any other way." Dad, stop judging people through a keyhole and looking down on them. If you keep talking nonsense like this, I'll turn against you right now. Jin Feng seemed genuinely fond of Lin Feng. Facing old Yang's mix of soft and hard tactics, she stubbornly refused to budge. Seeing his daughter refuse the match, old Yang grew furious. He fetched a wooden stick from the house. Jin Feng, if you don't agree to this match today, I'll teach you a lesson with the Yang family's disciplinary methods. Watching the deal slip through his fingers, old Yang wasn't about to give up easily. As he threatened Jin Feng, he actually raised the wooden stick in his hand. Lin Xan stood beside her brother, watching old Yang, blinded by greed, force Jin Feng into marriage with the town chief's dim-witted son. Her expression turned grim as she strode to face old Yang, launching into a blunt lecture. Old Yang, I've never seen anyone in this village push their own daughter into a pit of fire. Is it worth sacrificing your daughter's lifelong happiness for a few colorful bills? Besides, does that fool of a son of town chief Gao even know the way to the bedroom? Your daughter marrying a fool is just a front in the end, she'll still become this old geezer's plaything. You damn woman, this is my family's business. Get lost. His words flew out, spittle splattering across Lin Xan's face as he swung the wooden stick in his hand toward Jin Feng. Lin Xan had already noticed that Jin Feng had fallen for her younger brother. Today, when she was being beaten, he bravely stepped forward to shield her from that wooden club. Perhaps this would completely turn the tables. Jin Feng, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Where Lin Xan found the courage, she didn't know. As she confronted Jin Feng, she had already shielded her with her own ample frame. As the wooden club was about to strike Xinqing's head, Lin Feng, who had been observing the room's tension, suddenly flew into a rage. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, using his own body to block the swinging wooden club. Thud! The wooden club slammed heavily into Lin Feng's solid arm, snapping clean in two. Old Yang, having exerted too much force, was sent reeling backwards several paces. Lin Feng, you penniless good-for-nothing. Even if my daughter likes you, I'll never approve. Old Yang, sent reeling by the impact, yelped like a mad dog. Lin Feng, having taken a heavy blow, was thoroughly displeased. He stormed toward Old Yang, hoisting the old man up like a small chicken. Old Yang, I've seen shameless people in my life, but someone as shameless as you, pushing your own daughter into a pit of fire? That's a first. Lin Feng desperately wanted to slap Old Yang hard across the face, but considering Jin Feng's feelings, he merely flung Old Yang's body several meters away with a heavy throw. Old Yang's body crashed heavily onto the floor inside the house. Damn it! You don't give a damn about me. The fall left Old Yang's buttocks throbbing painfully. Clutching his two large, fleshy cheeks, he hurled a torrent of curses at Lin Feng. Earlier, when Lin Feng had gone to the kitchen, he'd already asked Jin Feng if she was willing to be with him. Jin Feng had half-heartedly resisted before collapsing onto the woodpile with Lin Feng. After a passionate encounter, she had given him her virginity. Now that Jin Feng was his woman, Lin Feng was determined not to let her suffer any injustice. Old Yang, when I first dealt with you, I thought you were a righteous man. But today's matchmaking has completely shattered my expectations and understanding. Let me make this perfectly clear, Jin Feng gave her virginity to me in the woodshed. I'm taking her away now. Lin Feng's words exploded like a time bomb in the modestly sized room. Town Chief Gao, who had been hoping to arrange his son's deflowering, shot Old Yang a deeply unsettled glance. He picked up the 2,000 yuan he'd flung onto the table and gathered it back into his hands. Old Yang, your daughter's so young yet already such a loose woman. My son's such a fool who knows how many times he'll be cuckolded in the future. As he grumbled his complaints at Old Yang, he slipped the 2,000 yuan back into his own pocket. He then motioned to his dim-witted son and stormed out of Old Yang's room, thoroughly displeased. Old Yang watched the receding figures of Town Chief Gao and his son, then rushed back into the room. Mayor Gao, this matter can be discussed. Old Gao halted his steps at the courtyard entrance, turning back to retort at Old Yang with a sarcastic tone. What's there to discuss? I found it myself. What's the point of this mess now? As he retorted, he led his dim-witted son, Gao Yubao, out of the courtyard. Old Yang, frustrated that his efforts had come to nothing, stormed back into the house with his hands clasped behind his back. Aunt Chun hurried over and asked Old Yang, didn't you keep the Gaos here? Chapter 65, Stop this fuss. Old Yang heard Chun Sio's words and glared at her fiercely with his goldfish eyes. Damn it! Look at your precious daughter, she's made the duck I had in my grasp fly right away. At that moment, Old Yang felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. As he cursed at Chun, he walked into the house with his hands behind his back and plopped his plump butt onto a wooden stool. His rotten teeth gleamed through his crooked, cracked mouth as he gritted his teeth. Lin Feng, you've deflowered my daughter. How do you intend to compensate me for this loss? Old Yang, consumed by thoughts of wealth, grabbed a clay pipe from his wooden table and stuffed it into his mouth in sheer frustration. As he puffed away, he barked the question at Lin Feng without any pretense of politeness. Seeing Old Yang's overbearing demeanor, Lin Feng sprang to his feet from the wooden stool. Old Yang, Jin Feng gave me her first time. I'll take responsibility for her. But... Hearing Lin Feng's words, the old geezer spat the tobacco leaves from his mouth with a loud puff, sending them flying far away. His goldfish eyes darted around wildly as he shot Lin Feng a look of utter contempt. What responsibility could you possibly take for her? Old Yang, never judge a book by its cover. The sea cannot be measured by a bucket. I, Lin Feng, possess all kinds of skills. As long as Jin Feng follows me up the mountain, I guarantee she won't go hungry. Lin Feng was a man of deep responsibility. He intended to take full accountability for this matter, declaring it openly before old Yang and Chun Xiao. Before he could finish, Chun Xiao swayed her exaggerated curves over to him and declared, "You saw the gift town chief Gao gave us earlier. He left 2,000 coins in cold, hard cash right here on the table." At this point, even a fool could understand what Chun Xiao was implying. "Mother-in-law, didn't I bring down the pig's head and hind leg? If you convert those into real silver and gold, it's quite a sum." Lin Feng couldn't let this woman, who was like a mother-in-law, continue to toy with him like this. Aunt Chun clutched her chest tightly with both hands, circling Lin Feng in a wide arc. "What you gave is worthless. Old Yang and I made our stance clear today. Either you give us 2,000 yuan as a meeting gift, or..." Jin Feng, so young, had already done such a sordid thing with Lin Feng in the woodshed. On top of that, she'd actually defied her own mother for this boy. This had completely changed Spring Auntie and her husband's earlier decision to invite them over. Hearing Chun Xiao speak thus, Lin Feng's stubborn temper flared up. "If I take Jin Feng away today, what are you going to do about it?" Old Yang's previously conciliatory attitude instantly hardened into a menacing glare. He strode toward Lin Feng like a raging lion, bellowing, "If you dare take her, I'll have the village chief arrest you." To force Lin Feng into complete submission, old Yang even brought up the village chief, Xiaping. The village chief was his uncle, after all. If he came, he would speak up for him. That way, Xiaping would be caught in old Yang's trap. But Lin Feng was with Jin Feng now. He couldn't possibly abandon her. Facing old Yang's relentless pressure, Lin Feng shouted back defiantly, "Don't try to intimidate me with the village chief. I'm taking Jin Feng with me today." "Oomph. Oomph. Oomph. Think you can get my daughter for free? My daughter might be naive, but I'm no fool." Lin Feng had already ruined his plans, and he was already furious about that. Now, hearing this kid wanted to forcibly take his daughter away, his rage only intensified. While ranting loudly, he actually went inside and fetched a powder flint gun, gripping it tightly in his hand. Jin Feng had already packed some clean clothes, ready to head up the mountain with Lin Feng and the others. When she saw her parents willing to do anything for money, she knelt down with a thud before old Yang. "Father, Lin Feng and I are already together. Please grant us your blessing." Old Yang's gun barrel was already aimed at Lin Feng. Hearing his daughter speak so shamelessly for Lin Feng, he flew into a rage and turned the black muzzle toward Jin Feng instead. "Damn it! You shameless girl, you've brought utter disgrace upon me today." As he cursed Jin Feng, he had already pulled the trigger of the flintlock. Old Yang's extreme actions completely enraged Lin Feng. Seizing the moment when old Yang wasn't looking, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick to his left leg. Bang! Old Yang, along with his gun, was sent flying a considerable distance by Lin Feng's kick. The firearm in his hand then discharged, striking the tiled roof inside the house. Clatter! The explosive force of the gunpowder shattered a hole in the roof tiles, sending fragments raining down into the room. Naturally timid and fearful, Xia Feng began to panic. Her legs trembling, she approached Jin Feng and helped her up from where she knelt on the floor. "Jin Feng, it's not that we don't want to take you up the mountain. But your father is so formidable, it truly frightens me. We should wait until we've gathered the money first." "Mom, don't worry about it. I won't believe it today. Does old Jiang really dare to do anything to Jin Feng and me?" Lin Feng was thoroughly enraged. While his mother comforted Jin Feng, he shouted at Xia Feng. Hearing her son speak like this, Xia Feng was furious. "Son, you've already made a mistake. Are you going to keep making them?" Lin Feng knew forcibly taking someone away was illegal, but with things having escalated to this point, he felt he had no other choice. "Mom! Don't say another word. If you truly care about Jin Feng, listen to me. Stop this commotion right now." If this continued, it would only make matters between Lin Feng and Jin Feng increasingly difficult. Xia Feng's insistence on stopping Lin Feng was undoubtedly driven by her own calculations. Old Jiang was now so close to Town Chief Gao. If Lin Feng insisted on taking Jin Feng away, that bastard would definitely get the village chief to arrest him. If Xiaping didn't arrest Lin Feng, he'd be accused of harboring a criminal. But if he did arrest him, he'd be betraying Xia Feng. If this whole mess played out, Xiaping would likely lose his position as village chief. Worse still, he might end up in prison alongside Lin Feng. Xia Feng couldn't possibly drag Xiaping down for her own selfish gain. Ah! Lin Feng, who had been brimming with ambition moments ago, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, his round head drooping completely. At just 16 years old, he felt utterly at a loss when faced with the formidable and cunning old Yang. Chapter 66, Do As You Please. Seeing her brother at a loss over Jin Feng, Xinxin stepped forward. "Little brother and sister-in-law, leave it to me." Lin Feng, utterly disillusioned with reality, pinned all his hopes on his sister. Even Jin Feng placed her hopes on Xinxin. Jin Feng clutched Lin Xian's shoulders with her tender, smooth hands, pleading tearfully and sniffling. Sister, no matter what, you must find a way to take me away today. Old Yang wanted to marry her off to Gao Yubo. Anyone with eyes could see that. Gao Yubo was nothing but a fool. Given enough time, she'd inevitably become Town Chief Gao's plaything. This was as clear as day, something even a 3-year-old could see. Just thinking about Town Chief Gao's ugly, misshapen face made Jin Feng gag. There was no way she'd walk into that den of wolves. Lin Xian reached out and patted her sister-in-law's fragrant shoulder. Jin Feng, today your sister will fight for you. As she spoke, she approached Old Yang, who was still sitting on the ground. Old Yang, the matter between your daughter and Lin Feng is already a done deal. The rice is cooked. If you truly care about your daughter, let Lin Feng take Jin Feng up the mountain. Relying on the few days of schooling she had received, Lin Xian attempted to persuade Old Yang with lofty principles. Old Yang, who had been shaken by Lin Feng's cunning maneuver, snapped out of his daze upon hearing Lin Xian's words. You little brat, I can't be bothered to argue with you. If you want to take Jin Feng away, fine, but you'll have to pay up. Hearing the old codger's words, Lin Xian's cherry red lips puckered in displeasure. Old Yang, this is a new society. Your mindset of raising daughters for profit is long gone. If you treat your daughter like livestock to be sold, that's illegal. Old Yang heard Lin Xian's words and shot her a sly, dead-eyed glance. Little smartass, you're lecturing me on principles? If you want Jin Feng today, bring 7,000 including the meeting fee. 7,000 yuan back then equated to 70 million in today's currency. Lin Xian sucked in a sharp breath at Old Yang's words. Damn it all to hell. Old Yang is driving our entire family to ruin. Old Yang, I'm going to town to report you. Lin Xian couldn't contain her rage, bellowing at Old Yang. Old Yang paid no heed to Xinqing's outburst. He was just a rough country bumpkin. Sue me if you want. Suit yourself. Lin Xian was utterly dumbfounded by this turn of events. Back then, in the greater Xing'an range of northeast China, the mindset of foster daughters prioritizing money was deeply ingrained. Even if she reported him to the town authorities, it wouldn't make a difference. Besides, the town was still under the rule of Chief Gao. Lin Xian was brimming with confidence, ready to lecture Old Yang with a lecture full of grand principles. But Old Yang's utterly indifferent attitude completely deflated her resolve. Old Yang, you're ruthless. As Lin Xian cursed Old Yang, he returned to his younger brother and Jin Feng. Sister-in-law, your old man is too tricky. He's the kind of guy who only recognizes money, not people. I've done my best. Jin Feng wept, her tears falling like pear blossoms in the rain. Sister, you must find a way to help me. Xinqing felt helpless at this moment. Their area was classified as a minority region, and according to local regulations, all villagers had to abide by the conventions of the ethnic minority community. Jin Feng, why don't you stay at home for a while? Our family will figure out how to scrape together the 7,000 yuan and come get you up the mountain. But? Jin Feng hesitated. The cost was simply too high. But with things having come to this, there was no other choice. Sis, how could you just agree to Old Yang's demands like that? Lin Feng strongly disapproved of his sister's approach, unable to contain his bewilderment as he loudly questioned Xinqing. Xinqing understood her brother's feelings better than anyone. She swayed her well-proportioned figure as she walked up to Lin Feng and said earnestly, Brother, we're an ethnic minority here. Certain laws and regulations require thorough consideration of everyone's opinions and suggestions. Listening to his sister's words, Lin Feng suddenly felt like he'd aged several years. Sis, this reality is just too damn cruel. Lin Xian glanced at her brother, feeling helpless as she told Fenger that accepting reality was the best course of action. Xinqing had already done everything she could for this matter. Expecting her to come up with another brilliant solution was simply unrealistic. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng forced his wandering thoughts back to reality. His hands pressed against Jin Feng's fragrant shoulders. Fenger, I'll find a way to raise the money right away. Lin Feng, his eyes burning with rage, stormed out of Old Yang's house. Faced with the stark contrast between his ideals and harsh reality, this incident had dealt him a crushing blow. Xinqing and her mother hurried after him. Seeing their brother face such an unsatisfactory situation, they felt deeply distressed as well. Brother, don't worry. There must be a way to make everything work out. As they climbed the mountain path, his sister walked right behind him, offering comforting words with genuine concern. Lin Feng's mood, however, was anything but pleasant. Sister, Jin Feng is in their house now. She could be sold at any moment. How could I not be anxious? Brother, we have dozens of pelts stored on the mountain. Let's return there immediately and sell them at the border market. When all seemed lost, it was the educated Lin Xian who finally came up with a solution. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng clapped his chubby little butt in delight. Right. Why didn't I think of that? You're so preoccupied with Jin Feng these days, how could you possibly think so far ahead? Though her sister spoke with a hint of pity, she quickened her pace, following close behind him. The three of them quickened their pace as they made their way up the mountain. An hour later, their figures appeared at the small cabin on the mountain. Feng, sort through these and see how many pelts we can sell. Xia Feng, eager to bring Jin Feng up to the mountain quickly, urged her son to bring out all the fox, wolf, and roe deer pelts from the cabin at once. After carefully cleaning them, Lin Feng sorted out a total of 20 dry, smooth pelts. Mom, we have 20 pelts we can sell right now. Hearing this, Xia Feng beamed with joy and told her son that the money from selling these pelts would be more than enough to bring Jin Feng up to the mountains. Chapter 67, Good things come to those who wait. Lin Xin overheard the mother-daughter conversation and felt somewhat uneasy. In her experience, the town market did buy furs, but the prices were ridiculously low. A single adult fox pelt fetched only 10 yuan. To get a decent price, one would have to go to the border market and deal with the Russians, which also required obtaining a border permit. Without a border permit, you wouldn't be allowed to sell anything at the border market, not even the smallest mountain produce. Wearing a wolfskin hat adorned with 2 wolf ears, she appeared before Lin Feng and his mother at just the right moment. Brother, I think you shouldn't take these pelts down the mountain just yet. Lin Feng didn't understand his sister's meaning. Sis, tell me why I can't take these furs down the mountain. Are there bandits down there or something? Xinxin's large eyes narrowed as she glared at Lin Feng. Brother, selling furs in town won't bring you any money. A fox pelt of this quality, for instance, would fetch no more than 10 yuan at most. As Lin Xin spoke to Lin Feng, she held up a high-quality fox pelt, passionately explaining the market prices down in the valley. 10 yuan? Lin Feng listened to his sister's words, exhaling a puff of warm breath. Old Jiang had clearly priced Jin Feng's body, a 2,000 yuan meeting gift and a 5,000 yuan wedding gift. For Wang Dachuan, who was as poor as a church mouse, these sums were truly astronomical. If a single pelt is only worth 10 bucks, how many beasts would he have to hunt to scrape together 7,000? Lin Feng, consumed by these thoughts, plopped down onto a wooden stool in the small cabin. The ambitious look that had just been on his face instantly turned utterly despondent. Lin Feng's expression was as gloomy as a frostbitten eggplant, and Xinxin had already noticed it. She sat down on the wooden bench beside her brother, clad in her wolfskin pants. Little brother, I know how you feel. If you really want to get a good price for these pelts, I suggest you ask uncle to help you get a border pass. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng stared at her blankly. Sis, I'm just selling stuff at the border market. Do I really need a permit for that? Xinxin clenched her fists and pounded her brother's thigh. How did you suddenly become so naive? With China and the Soviet Union at odds now, just being allowed to sell your goods is a blessing. You're dreaming if you think you can come and go freely. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng let out his first long, heartfelt sigh. Why must heaven torment us so? Her fists continued to pound his thighs. Little brother, good things come to those who wait. No rainbow appears without first enduring the storm. Sis, I'll head back down the mountain right now. They had just returned from the mountain, already exhausted. Now they had to make another trip down the mountain. It was going to be a real slog. But seeing Jin Feng's helpless expression, Lin Feng felt like his heart was being clawed by a cat. Xinxin watched her brother's bewildered expression. As he stood up, she followed suit, lifting her pair of plump little buttocks off the ground. Little brother, I'll go down with you. Lin Feng scooped a large chunk of wild boar's prized rib meat from the brining wooden tub, drained off the salt water, and threaded it onto a twisted grass rope. Sis, you don't need to come down. Stay home and help me hang this pork to dry. The weather's so nice today. Lin Feng had his reasons for not wanting his sister to come down the mountain. Not only would it be exhausting for her to follow him, but it would also leave their mother alone and lonely up on the mountain. Xinxin listened to her brother's words and glanced at their mother's face. Her mother's face bore traces of weariness. Mom, rest for a while. I won't go down with my brother. He only needs to carry the rifle. As Lin Xin comforted her mother, she struggled to take down the double-barreled hunting rifle hanging on the wall and handed it to her brother. Lin Feng threaded the string pork onto the black muzzle of the rifle, shouldered it, and began his descent. Xinxin and her mother watched Lin Feng's receding figure as he descended the mountain. The mother and daughter couldn't help but sigh, this really is putting him through a lot. As they spoke, they walked over to the wooden basin. Crouching down together, they scooped out the pork chunks one by one, tying the oil-soaked rope to each piece that had been scored with a slit. To get there and back quickly, Lin Feng wasted not a single moment on the journey. He practically jogged all the way to his uncle's house. The weather was fine today. His uncle was holding his young son, basking in the sun outside the courtyard, humming a tune about how even the backwater corners of northeast China could be a good place. Uncle, you're looking sharp today. As Lin Feng took the double-barreled shotgun off his shoulder, he casually removed the pork rib from the barrel, holding it up and waving it in front of his uncle. You're on a roll, kid. Did you bag some wild boar meat up in the mountains again? Lin Feng chuckled at his uncle's words, hanging the prime rib neither too fatty nor too lean, weighing at least 20 jin onto the clothesline. Uncle, ever since I got this double-barreled shotgun, hunting in the mountains has been much easier. Sometimes when luck's on my side, I even manage to bag some game. What about the hides? Uncle Lin asked. Mom made some into clothes and pants for us. It's too cold up the mountain, we have to wear them. And the rest? They're still up in the mountains. Well, your family needs money. Why not take them down to the town market to sell? Uncle, my sister said furs aren't worth much in town. 10 yuan per pelt is the highest they'll pay. If the town won't pay, you could take them to the border to sell. Uncle probably knew the town's market too. The town really doesn't pay well. Uncle, I've thought about taking them to the border market too, but unfortunately, you need a border pass to sell there. Alright, Feng, I'll go to town right now to get it for you. Come down tomorrow to pick it up. The prime rib Lin Feng had given him was genuinely worth several dozen yuan, quite a decent sum back then. Given Lin Feng's generosity, Uncle Lin was determined to help him secure that permit no matter what. As Uncle Lin walked out of the courtyard with him, he suggested to Feng that he try to bring back a reishi mushroom from the mountain today. Uncle knew this wouldn't come cheap. He'd have to make a promise to the people he approached. Lin Feng listened to his uncle's words and gazed up at the dazzling sky. Today, the sun still blazed overhead, its rays beating down on the snow-white land. Thinner patches of snow were slowly melting away. Chapter 68, What on earth is this? Lin Feng pulled his gaze back from the distant horizon. Uncle, I'll head up the mountain right away. If there are any extra Lingji mushrooms, I'll set some aside for you too. He couldn't let his uncle help him for nothing. If there was a share for that flashy guy from town, then naturally there would be one for his uncle too. Lin Feng understood that much. Alright. What do you take your uncle for? I'm not the greedy sort. Just having this certificate sorted out for you is enough. Hearing this, Uncle Lin felt genuinely embarrassed. As he walked toward the township government office, he waved his hand at Lin Feng, signaling not to make a big fuss over nothing. But Lin Feng wasn't about to listen to his uncle. While still talking to his uncle, he shouldered his rifle and headed into the mountains. The birds in the mountains chirped and chattered as they watched Lin Feng enter the woods. It seemed as though they were welcoming him into the woods. Lin Feng had 3 principles: never harm birds, never harm small animals, and never harm relationships between loved ones. Amidst the birds chattering, he entered the woods. Today, the animals in the woods seemed to have conspired against him. After circling the entire forest, he hadn't spotted a single creature, not even a single little white rabbit. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with these critters? It's like they're deliberately avoiding me. As he cursed the creatures, Lin Feng kept wandering through the woods. But after searching for ages, he hadn't spotted a single beast. With that thought, Lin Feng reluctantly abandoned his hunt for game. He followed the paths through the snow-melted woods, searching for wild Lingji mushrooms. Wild Lingji mushrooms typically grew on stumps or the branches of large trees within the forest. While there were many broken stumps in the woods, few bore Lingji. Lin Feng couldn't be certain why these stumps weren't producing mushrooms, wondering if it might be due to the prolonged heavy snowfall. Prolonged heavy snowfall could indeed hinder the development and growth of Lingji on tree stumps. Carrying his hunting rifle on his back, he had wandered through the entire mountain forest for nearly 2 hours without even catching a glimpse of Lingji. Back when his uncle went to the town government, he had made a bold promise right in front of him, vowing to give each person a Lingji mushroom. Now, after searching for half a day and not even spotting a single hair, wasn't this just slapping himself in the face? Walking along the forest path, these thoughts made his head ache. What was he supposed to do about this? As Lin Feng mulled over these troubles, his head began to throb. He plopped down onto the icy snow. Damn it, even the heavens won't help me. Sitting in the freezing snow, Lin Feng scooped up handfuls of the pristine white powder and flung them repeatedly into the air above the forest. His mental state was teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Feng was only 16 years old, yet he was now bearing a pressure he had never experienced before. Just as his body instinctively collapsed onto the snow, a group of fiery red palm civets suddenly appeared on the snow ahead. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Not far from Lin Feng, the fiery red palm civets stood up on their hind legs. They washed their faces with their front paws, chirping incessantly. Lin Feng grabbed handfuls of snow and flung it fiercely at their faces, bellowing at them. Damn it all to hell. When a man's down on his luck, even you lot come along to kick him when he's down. He had always assumed these fiery red palm civets would retreat from him. But to his surprise, these naturally docile palm civets not only stayed put but actually edged a bit closer. Though Lin Feng's spirits had sunk to rock bottom, when he realized these palm civets were actually quite friendly toward him, all hostility vanished. He pushed himself up from where he'd fallen in the snow, his mind still a bit foggy, and slowly made his way toward this group of adorable little creatures. These charming creatures, remarkably perceptive of human intent, began moving toward Lin Feng as well. Their little heads kept rubbing against Lin Feng's hands. As Lin Feng stroked their perfectly round heads, he suddenly remembered these fiery red palm civets were the very same little ones he'd rescued from the jaws of that wild boar not long ago. After a moment of affection, Lin Feng patted the head of one civet with its beautiful, silky fur and said to it in a somewhat rough manner, "Fire Chief, you better take your people and leave. I'm getting really annoyed here." As he spoke these words, Lin Feng knew he was telling them something they couldn't understand. They were merely animals, incapable of comprehending human speech. Even if he explained it to them like this, it wouldn't solve a single problem. His only hope now was for them to vanish from his sight as quickly as possible. Oh woo. Instead of heeding Lin Feng's words and leading the little ones away, the little fellow let out a series of howls. With its sharp little teeth, it bit onto his sleeve, tugging at his body as it dragged him deeper into the forest. As Lin Feng was being pulled deeper into the woods by this fiery red group of palm civets, he addressed the adorable little creatures, "If you truly care about me, lead me to the Lingji mushrooms." At his words, the lead palm civet actually released its grip on his sleeve. Wiggling its rear, it joined its companions in dashing deeper into the forest where the snow had thinned. They came to a halt before a 1,000-year-old locust tree, their footsteps ceasing in the snowy ground. The leader, tail wagging and hips swaying, scampered toward the base of the great tree. Whoosh! It reached the tree's base, then scrambled up its trunk at lightning speed, all four paws off the ground. Using its front claws, it plucked a brown, umbrella-shaped object from the dense, leafy branches of the locust tree and tossed it down. Lin Feng swiftly caught the Lingji mushroom the little creature plucked from the locust tree. In just a moment, the lead palm civet had already gathered several high-quality Lingji mushrooms from the massive tree, excellent in both taste and color, and tossed them into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng was utterly amazed by these little creatures. Feeling deeply grateful toward them, he called out to the one still perched on the locust tree, "Little one, you can come down now. I have enough Lingji here." For such a rare and hard-to-find treasure, Lin Feng didn't harbor excessive expectations. He thought it would be enough to give some to the town's fire chief and his uncle. As if understanding human speech, the palm civet tossed another Lingji mushroom from the locust tree branch into Lin Feng's hand before leaping down from the tree with a cheerful squeak and landing before him. "Little ones, if you're hungry, come to my cabin." Lin Feng felt an indescribable joy and happiness in his heart because these little creatures were helping him gather Lingji with such wholehearted dedication. Chapter 69, Don't even think about it. Chirp chirp. As Lin Feng invited the palm civets, they swarmed around him, chattering excitedly before trailing behind him toward the little cabin. With these little companions by his side, Lin Feng's earlier gloom lifted considerably. As he hurried home with his little companions, he called out loudly to Xie Feng, who stood before the cabin door from a distance, "Mom! Mom! I'm back!" Xie Feng, who was busy with chores, heard her son's call and immediately stood up from her crouched position. She swept her hair back from her forehead and secured it with a 2-foot-long red hair tie. "Fomer, what on earth are you doing? Why did you bring back so many civets for no reason?" Hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng quickened his pace and returned to the eaves of the small wooden house. He placed several umbrella-shaped Lingji mushrooms on a small table beneath the eaves. "Mom, I only managed to gather these Lingji mushrooms in the forest today because of these clever little creatures. Do we have any tasty treats at home?" Lin Feng was thinking of bringing them some tasty treats. After finishing his task, he turned to ask his mother. Xie Feng glanced at Lin Feng, pressing her hand against her lower back. "We still have the wild boar intestines and stomach we got the other day. Go fetch them, clean them out, and prepare them for the girls to eat. Palm civets don't just eat hazelnuts, nuts, pine nuts, and such. Sometimes when they come across animal intestines or stomachs, they'll eat those too, especially wild boar offal." When Lin Feng finished cleaning the wild boar intestines and stomach, chopped them up with a kitchen knife, and fed them to the civets, they were overjoyed. They spread their 4 legs and devoured the food voraciously on the ground. Seeing the little creatures devouring their meal with such gusto, Lin Feng went back inside and fetched more. He chopped it up on a wooden board and fed it all to them. Only when their bellies were round and full did they scamper away from the small wooden hut, bounding toward the depths of the mountains. After watching the palm civets disappear into the distance, Xie Feng picked up the Lingji mushroom Lin Feng had placed on the table and held it in her hands, asking carefully, "Son, why do these palm civets obey you so completely? When you tell them to go west, not a single one heads east." Hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng felt a bit elated. "Mom, my luck today was terrible, I didn't spot a single beast. But wouldn't you know it, the moment I plopped down in the snow, they all came running. And what's even crazier is that they led me deep into the mountains and brought back all these Lingji mushrooms." Lin Feng recounted these events to his mother, his face beaming with excitement. Xie Feng listened to her son's words, unable to hide her inner joy. "Son, you were right not to hunt those palm civets back then. If you had truly harmed them, you definitely wouldn't have been able to find these Lingji mushrooms." Lin Feng, who had been reveling in his own excitement, quickly reined in his triumphant gaze. "Mom, I won't hunt civets or birds anymore. If I see them, I'll just go around them. You can rest assured about that." As Lin Feng shared this with his mother, he also mentioned that his border pass might be ready tomorrow. He planned to head back down the mountain then, but today, while the weather was good, he needed to go into the woods to cut some hollow bamboo tubes. While chatting with Xie Feng, Lin Feng had already grabbed his crescent-shaped moon knife and headed into the bamboo grove outside the small wooden hut. "Xinshin, after you finish your chores, go help your brother trim the bamboo shoots. I've sharpened the curved knife for you until it's razor sharp." As Xie Feng spoke, she placed the curved knife into Lin Xian's hands. "Mom, I'll go help my brother make some pork tripe soup for dinner tonight." As Lin Xian told her mother, she wiggled her ample hips and disappeared into the bamboo grove. Chop chop chop. The dense bamboo grove echoed with the sound of Lin Feng chopping bamboo. "Little brother, are there any bamboo badgers in the grove?" Lin Feng continued swinging his blade at the bamboo. He crouched low, his backside sticking high in the air. Hearing his sister's question, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, telling her that today was the most frustrating day of his hunting career. So far, he hadn't found a single bamboo weasel, let alone a stick insect. Just as Lin Feng answered his sister with a dejected look, he suddenly heard a series of squeaking sounds coming from the ground beneath the bamboo. Surprised, he told his sister there really might be something in the soil after all. Brother, quickly use the curved knife to pry it up. Hearing the commotion, Lin Feng considered heading home to fetch a sturdy iron rod for the job. But going back would cost him precious time. Xin didn't want to let the thing they'd found just slip away. She urged her brother to use the crescent-shaped curved knife instead. Lin Feng kept prying at the soil with the crescent-shaped curved knife. Huff, puff. Before long, a large patch of soil beneath the bamboo had been dug up. Ears, tail. While her brother dug at the earth with his curved blade, Lin Xian had already spotted the bamboo badger cub trying to escape. Standing beside Lin Feng, she shouted even more urgently than he did. Lin Feng had already spotted the bamboo badger cub trying to burrow out of the soil and escape. Chop chop chop. Her brother's crescent-shaped moon blade came down in a furious flurry of strikes against the plump badger piglets buried in the earth. Blood spurted from the earth, splattering Lin Feng's face. Xin reached into her leather pants pocket and pulled out a small handkerchief. Though slightly worn, it was still clean. She carefully wiped every trace of blood from her brother's face. Brother, means we get to feast again tonight, huh? Lin Feng dug the bamboo badger he'd slain from the earth. 4 bamboo badgers emerged from the earth, each weighing over 3 jin. Such specimens made the perfect gift. Sis, don't even think about eating these tonight. Hearing her brother's words, Lin Xian stared at Lin Feng in bewilderment. Little brother, you're not planning to give these away, are you? Lin Feng looked at his sister's questioning face. Uncle's trip to town today is still uncertain. I thought of adding these bamboo-fed badgers to the ginseng I'm already giving them. Lin Xian immediately protested. Her voice raised in indignation as she shouted at Lin Feng, brother. Have you lost your mind? Chapter 70, they're all bastards. Sis, you have to sacrifice the lamb to catch the wolf. Trap my ass. Lin Xian retorted to her little brother, stood up, and wiggled her hips as she walked into the bamboo grove, swinging her blade to clear the bamboo leaves. Lin Feng watched his sister's furious expression as he gathered the badger cubs together and began searching through the dense bamboo grove. Her displeasure stemmed mainly from her desire to eat this type of badger pig. These badger piglets were truly the finest delicacies the mountains had to offer. Not only were they incredibly flavorful, but their meat was also exceptionally tender. Villagers privately whispered that these creatures were the ginseng of the mountains. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Feng moved swiftly through the bamboo grove. His ears strained to listen, his eyes never resting, fixed intently on the ground beneath the bamboo. Suddenly, a faint squeaking sound emerged from beneath the bamboo. Sis, there's something else down there. Calling out to his sister, Lin Feng crouched low and sprinted toward the direction Huaner had pointed. Lin Xian, drenched in sweat, swung her machete and wiggled her plump hips as she followed Lin Feng's lead. Sis, toss me your curved blade. As Lin Feng pried at the earth with his curved blade, he called out for his sister to fling hers over. Whoosh! The curved blade flew from his sister's hand. Hearing the whistling sound of the blade approaching, Lin Feng raised his hand. With a single motion, he effortlessly caught the flying blade in his palm. Sis, your wrist action is pretty sharp, huh? As Lin Feng flipped the curved blades in both hands, he grinned at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, anxious to see her brother, was busy trying to lift the badger cub again. This time, Lin Fei's dual sword speed reached a transcendent level. Kneeling beside her brother, Lin Xian watched with eyes wide as saucers. Her brother's skills were no exaggeration, just the speed at which he disarmed the badger was enough to outclass anyone in the village. Seeing his sister so delighted, Lin Feng's face broke into a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Sis, this badger's a bit big. We'll have it for dinner tonight. Sounds great. Her pretty little mouth curved upward in a smile as her hands clapped excitedly. While his sister was still beaming, Lin Feng already had a plump, large badger in his hands. Sister, take the badger back first. I'll tie up these bamboo poles and join you soon. He knew his sister couldn't carry all the bamboo. Feeling a pang of concern, Lin Feng sent his sister home first, intending to carry the bamboo back himself. In the bamboo grove, his sister found a hollow bamboo stalk nearly 5 feet long. After instructing her brother to loop a rope around the badger, she had him hoist it onto her shoulders. Heave-ho! Humming a tune, Lin Xian carried several badger cubs and walked toward the edge of the bamboo grove. Watching his sister's receding figure vanish into the bamboo grove, he finally bent down, squatted on one buttock, bundled the felled bamboo into a stack, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and set off down the path home. As he emerged from the bamboo grove, he suddenly saw his sister being harassed by several village ruffians. From a distance, he could hear the shameless taunts of the thugs. Hey, big sis, how about playing a little old man pushing a cart with us tonight? We promise to make you so comfortable you'll feel like you're flying. Put. You bunch of scoundrels. Just wait till my brother gets here. He'll beat every last one of you black and blue. Ha! What's your brother got to do with it? Just say yes today, and we'll treat you like a lady. Right. Lin Gang, you're the boss. By the rules, you go first. A series of suffocating, spine-chilling sounds seeped into Lin Feng's ears, filling his brain and nerves. Damn it all to hell, it's that good-for-nothing son of my stepfather again. Hearing their disgusting words, Lin Feng quickened his pace. He had to stop them before they raped his sister. He would teach them a lesson and never let them defile her pure body. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his feet had already begun to sprint. Lin Gang, egged on by a few village idiots, had already rolled up his sleeves and lunged toward Lin Xian. Before, he'd held back somewhat, remembering that Lin Xian's family of 3 still ate, spoke, and lived in his house. Now that they were gone, he cared nothing for past ties. His words were still coming out as he lunged viciously at Lin Xian. Lin Xian hurled the bamboo tube slung over her shoulder at him with all her might. But this hollow bamboo tube was utterly useless against the burly Lin Gang. The bamboo tube she hurled, along with the little badger, was tossed far away with a whoosh. Lin Xian, I'm gonna take your virginity right now. Lin Gang blocked the bamboo stick Xin hurled with his hand, flinging it far away. Like a raging lion, he lunged at the defenseless Lin Xian with lightning speed. In an instant, her sturdy body was tightly wrapped in his embrace. Huff! Lin Gang, worse than a beast, had already torn off her fox fur pants. Her snow-white, long legs trembled slightly in the gentle breeze of the winter sun. Lin Xian's virtue couldn't be taken by this beast without a fight. In desperation, Lin Xian mustered her last ounce of strength and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Help!" Boom! Just as Lin Gang's blood boiled, poised to strike, the bamboo poles Lin Feng had been carrying on his shoulders crashed heavily onto the snow-covered ground. Thud! As the bamboo fell from his shoulder, Lin Feng's foot shot out, aiming straight for Lin Gang's blood-engorged groin. Ow ow ow. Lin Gang, who had been pumped up like a jack-in-the-box, was sent flying a good distance by Lin Feng's long leg. His entire energetic body instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, not only going limp but also writhing on the ground, wailing in agony. Unable to contain his rage, Lin Feng walked over and delivered a vicious kick to the cowering figure. Damn it, are you even human? Xin is your sister by blood, for crying out loud. The kick sent Lin Gang curling into an even more absurd position, like a snail drained of all strength, utterly powerless. As he cackled, ha 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 ha, blood began trickling from his nostrils. Lin Feng, you son of a. You always ruin my plans. You bastards, charge. Lin Gang knew full well he was no match for Fengzi, yet he stubbornly clung to his delusions of strength. Several bold thugs hurried over, bending down to lift Lin Gang, who lay sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog from the freshly thawed snow. Chapter 71, Mother and Son, One Heart. The village kids weren't complete idiots either. Lin Feng was so formidable a single kick could send the leader flying to Japan. He must possess some genuine martial arts skills. As they helped Lin Gang up, they couldn't help but look utterly bewildered as they told him, "Bro, your little brother is so badass. I think we should just call it quits." These little punks had no desire to end up huddled like dogs in the freezing cold, stripped of all dignity. Almost as if they'd coordinated beforehand, they spoke in unison to Lin Gang. But Lin Feng spat the blood clogging his throat out forcefully, sending it flying far away. With hands trembling from the cold, he slowly wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. Fuming with frustration, he hurled a torrent of angry curses at them. Damn it, I've never seen you guys act like such cowards before. Those little punks didn't lift a finger. Even if Lin Gang caused a ruckus, it was like an egg smashing against a rock. They looked like a bunch of deadbeat losers. Better safe than sorry. After weighing his options, Lin Gang dared not persist in his stubborn defiance. Furious, he called out to the village brothers to help him up from where he'd been crouched in the snow. Staggering, he made his way toward the snowy ground outside the bamboo grove. Lin Feng kicked a small pile of snow. He bellowed a thunderous curse, "Damn it! Trying to bully my sister? You rats ing cats, you're just asking for trouble." Xin, clad only in red underwear, clutched her ample breasts with both hands, shivering violently in the freezing cold. At this moment, she was on the verge of a mental breakdown, terrified by this group of reckless little punks. After cursing the village's young hooligans, Lin Feng turned his head and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Such a melodramatic scene was something he'd only ever seen in the old TV drama Desire from his past life. Blood rushed to Lin Feng's brain and nerves, forcing him to shout a warning to his sister, "Sis, hurry up and put on those fox fur pants." Before he could finish speaking, he had already turned his back to his sister. Startled by Lin Xian's words, his sister snapped out of her panic. She retrieved the pants Lin Gang had removed, her hands trembling as she pulled them up over her own snow-white, long legs. As she pulled the fox fur trousers over her long, snow-white legs, delicate as lotus roots, Xinxuan's paper-thin lips never stopped moving. "Brother, if you ever run into those arrogant fools again, just castrate them all with a knife." But Lin Feng stared at the snow-white ground and spat forcefully. Only after his sister had fully pulled the trousers over her smooth, fair buttocks did he turn back. He carefully helped her hoist the bamboo tube and the badger onto her fragrant shoulders once more, then they set off toward the small wooden hut. This time on the way to the cabin, they encountered none of the village thugs, only the slowly melting snow. By the time they reached the cabin, Mom had already simmered the pork stomach soup until it was fragrant and steaming, waiting for Lin Feng and his sister to return. Phew! Upon returning to the cabin, Lin Feng tossed the bamboo from his shoulder onto the open ground in front of the cabin. The snow-covered ground, empty save for the snow, emitted a dull thud as the bamboo hit the ground, sending snow flying. Hearing the sound from the open snowfield, Xia Feng, her slightly plump figure wrapped in a tattered cloth, rushed out of the cabin. Her mother, who had been busy in the kitchen, had no idea that outside the bamboo grove, the stepfather's bastard son had come to harass her sister again. On the way back to the cabin, his more sensible sister had warned him, no matter what, he must never reveal what nearly happened to her. Otherwise, mother would worry herself sleepless again. His sister's well-intentioned warning struck a chord with Lin Feng. He patted his chest in front of his sister, solemnly promising that for as long as he lived, he would never breathe a word of this incident to anyone. When their mother saw the siblings happily returning to the cabin, carrying several bamboo pigs on their shoulders, beaming with joy, she turned to Lin Feng. "Fenger, hurry and prepare that plump, large badger pig for tonight's dinner. Take the rest down the mountain to your uncle." Surprisingly, Mom and Lin Feng were in complete agreement about how to handle the remaining 4 badger piglets. Mother and son shared the exact same idea, leaving Xinxin with no hope whatsoever. "Oh, they say like father, like son, but why are they now as thick as thieves?" As Xinxin spoke, she dropped the bamboo tube from her shoulder and stormed off toward the house where the bathwater was heating, thoroughly displeased. Swish, swish. Lin Feng swiftly stripped the thick, plump badger piglet's hide and handed it to his mother. "Mom, you and sister stir-fry it. I need to pierce all these bamboo tubes." By the time he told his mother this, he had already placed the remaining 4 badger piglets into the ice cellar. After a flurry of activity, he returned to the small wooden hut, retrieved an iron rod, and thrust it into the hollow bamboo sections. The hollow bamboo sections emitted a series of sharp, cracking sounds as the iron rod pierced through them, sending a chill down one's spine. Lin Feng worked swiftly, piercing through the joints of dozens of 3-meter-long bamboo sections in less than an hour. After bundling the hollowed-out bamboo sections together, he hoisted them all onto his shoulders and headed toward the angular bagua well at the mountain's base. Reaching the edge of the well, Lin Feng let out a huff and flung the bamboo tubes he was carrying onto the ground with a thud. The long hike, coupled with the weight of dozens of bamboo tubes on his shoulders, left Feng Zi panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Damn, that was exhausting. The moment he dropped the bamboo tubes, he knelt down with a thud at the edge of the bagua well, leaning over to gulp down the well water. The gurgling in his stomach felt more satisfying than ever before. He stood up, his plump buttocks wobbling, and wiped the spring water trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Heh, our family won't have to eat those diarrhea-inducing ice cubes anymore." After a moment of joy, he picked up the bamboo tubes scattered on the ground and began arranging them one by one in order of size. 1, 2, 3. He arranged the bamboo tubes at the foot of the mountain while counting them. When he reached the 50th tube, he finally arrived at his home's doorstep. Chapter 72, Stop Overthinking It. Lin Feng, you should go back inside and eat first. You're as strong as iron, but food is steel. You've been working hard all day, how can you go without eating? Mom emerged from the kitchen carrying a wooden basin of stir-fried badger meat. Setting it on the table, she called out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was genuinely feeling a bit of a stomachache by now. He was solidly built, and he'd been working especially hard. So he was genuinely starving, his head spinning from hunger. Hearing his mother's words, he squatted down and used the snow-white flakes to scrub his grimy hands clean. While her brother washed his hands, Lin Xian had already slipped out through the small wooden door of the house. "Brother, here's a clean towel. Wipe your hands." Xinxin told Lin Feng as she handed him a clean handkerchief, albeit one with several holes. Lin Feng took the towel, now slightly faded from washing, from his sister's soft, fair hands. He roughly wiped the water droplets from his hands before tossing the tattered handkerchief back into his sister's hands. Xinxin, who had been beaming with joy, had the handkerchief flung right at her handsome face. Her previously playful expression instantly turned deeply displeased. Her pretty little mouth turned up in a pout as she called after her brother, who was already walking back into the house, her voice clearly displeased. "Little brother, that was a bit much." Hearing his sister's angry words, Lin Feng quickly turned back. "Oh, sis, it's all my fault." The tattered hand towel had landed squarely on her sister's exquisitely delicate face. Their mother had once warned them both, if you wipe your face with a towel used for hands or tables, you'll end up with a swallow's mouth. Now, let me give you the lowdown. Swallow mouth, also known as rotten mouth, is a dreadful condition that leaves you looking utterly disfigured. How could the beauty-conscious sister tolerate such a disgrace? Xinxin's willow-browed, almond-eyed gaze shot a glare at her brother. "Oomph. If my pretty little mouth gets rotten, you'll be the one I hold accountable." As she scolded Lin Feng, she wiggled her hips and squeezed through the narrow wooden door into the room. Her plump pumpkin-shaped bottom nearly split the wooden stool in two when she plopped down. Xia Fong listened to her daughter's complaints about her brother. While ladling fragrant pork tripe soup into both children's bowls, she stepped between them to play peacemaker. Both of you, stop this nonsense. Lin Xin sipped the fragrant pork tripe soup, chewing on shredded badger meat, and retorted to Xia Fong with a hint of pout. Mom, look how beautiful Xixin is. If her face gets hit by a swallow's beak, it'll ruin her looks. Xixin told her mother, a hint of displeasure visible on her face. Xia Fong used her chopsticks to transfer a piece of lean yet surprisingly tender badger meat into Xixin's bowl. Xixin, who told you that even a dirty rag thrown on your face could cause a swallow's mouth? Oh my goodness, didn't you tell me that yourself? Now you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Hearing her mother's question, Xinxuan's lips immediately started fluttering. Mom, didn't you tell me this? Why are you acting like a big shot now? As Xinxuan spoke, her mood plummeted to its lowest point. She desperately wanted to hear her mother's true voice. But, hearing Xixin's slightly aggrieved voice, her mother burst into giggles. Xinxuan, those were all lies I told you back then. You and your brother were so young. I deliberately tricked you both. If you took it seriously, you'd really be the one who lost. Lin Xin listened to her mother's words, her cherry red lips pouting in protest. Mom, I never thought you'd trick Xixin too. That's so unfair. Even as she scolded her mother, Xinxin's mouth never stopped. She continued sipping the fragrant pork tripe soup and chewing on the tender badger meat. Feeling a bit guilty, Xia Fong quickly added more of the seasoned pork stomach soup to Xinxin's bowl. Oh my dear daughter, you actually took what I said seriously? Don't believe the things I told you back then. I only said those things because you were so young. I was just trying to fool you. Xia Fong explained the meaning behind those words from years ago, speaking to her daughter when her spirits were at their lowest. Listening to her mother's words, Xinxuan's delicate, smooth face, which had been filled with worry, lit up with a smile as radiant as a flower blooming in spring. Her cherry red lips curved upward once more. Mom, if you lie to me, the big bad wolf will definitely eat you. Well, Mom would gladly be eaten by the big bad wolf today, as long as you two siblings live happily ever after. Xia Fong had lived to such an age that the vicissitudes of time had washed away all her life's ideals and aspirations. Beyond caring for her two children's survival, she no longer possessed the passion or desires of her former life. Children are a mother's heart and soul. For Xia Fong, her brother and sister were now her greatest concern. Though Lin Feng was young in years, his grasp of situations far surpassed his sister's. He grasped the unspoken meaning behind his mother's words. Mom, our family must bravely survive in these mountains. With true determination, even iron rods can be ground into needles. As long as I, Lin Feng, am here in these mountains, what can fierce winds and heavy snow possibly do? Her sister also sensed the unease in their mother's voice. As she listened to her mother speak, she respectfully used the ladle from the wooden basin to scoop delicious, flavorful pork tripe soup for her mother. Mom, don't worry so much. After we finish eating, your brother and I will take you to connect each bamboo tube we've prepared. That's right, Mom. After we finish this pork stomach soup, our whole family will go connect each bamboo tube. Once they're all connected, the three of us can drink sweet, pure mineral water. While his mother sipped her soup, Lin Feng vividly described the process of installing the bamboo pipes. Deep in the mountains, Xia Fong hadn't even had a sip of spring water. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she was so delighted she set down her bowl and chopsticks. Come on, the three of us are going to install those bamboo pipes right now. Chapter 73, Mom's Little Treasures. With her children's encouragement, Xia Fong regained her confidence in life. She led her two adorable children outside the small wooden hut. Mom, you've been doing farm work for so long. Your insights on installing bamboo tubes are truly unique. You should guide us siblings in setting them up. Lin Xin thought her mother was the head of the household, and she had practically broken her heart over the entire family. She spoke up first to Xia Fong. Xia Fong brushed her bangs from her forehead with hands thick with calluses. She told her children with a hint of uncertainty. Mom's methods are outdated. I think your brother has more ideas. Let him take the lead on this. By saying this to Lin Xin, Xia Fong was essentially giving Lin Feng all the credit. Lin Feng, who had traveled from the modern world to the 1960s, understood his mother's feelings perfectly. Every mother's deepest wish is for her son to become a dragon and her daughter a phoenix. Her greatest hope now was to witness her son's practical abilities in action. Hearing his mother's modest words, Lin Feng's face flushed as red as Guan Yu's. Mom, you have more experience. You should be the one to decide. Whatever you say goes. My sister and I will stand by and follow your every command. Not only was Lin Feng exceptionally skilled, but his words also had a remarkable way of comforting everyone. His words immediately resonated with his sister. As her well-proportioned, beautiful body swayed rhythmically, her sweet little mouth echoed Lin Feng's words with equal respect. Mom, every word my brother says is absolutely true. Both of us siblings have placed all our hopes in you. Xia Fong, who had been hesitating, regained the confidence she had lost years ago upon hearing her siblings' words. Unable to hide her inner joy, she gave them a small, satisfied smile. Since you two trust your mother so much, I'll personally guide you. Start from the door of the little wooden house and install it section by section all the way down to the foot of the mountain. Lin Xin was a girl who never played by the rules and had a rebellious streak. As her mother gave instructions, she kept shaking her round little head. Mom, I personally think it'd be better to assemble it at the foot of the mountain and bring it back. Xinshin, busy with the bamboo tube installation, grinned as she chimed in with her own suggestions while their mother directed the siblings. Lin Feng, reborn and transported to this world, knew his sister's temperament well. She simply loved playing devil's advocate against him and their mother. Truthfully, she harbored no ill will toward either her mother or him. While respecting his sister's opinion, Lin Feng also voiced his own. Sis, may I offer a different perspective? Xinshin had always assumed her brother would stand firmly on her side. She wore warm fur boots and thick wolfskin pants, her hands clutched tightly over her chest. She circled Lin Feng's body, steam rising from him, making a large loop around him. Brother, I hope you'll fully express your own technical opinions and suggestions, rather than just parroting others' views or engaging in hindsight criticism. Having received elementary education, her words carried a surprisingly modern edge. As Lin Feng listened to her words about blindly following others and being a Monday morning quarterback, he even began to wonder if his sister had also traveled back in time from the 21st century. But judging by her clothing and style, she was unmistakably a native of the 1960s, a true child of that era. As Lin Feng gazed at his beautiful sister's figure, his thoughts racing wildly, he told Xinshin with unwavering resolve. Sis, if we install bamboo pipes from the wooden door of the cabin down to the mountain foot, we can bring mountain spring water right to our home. If we go from the mountain foot to the cabin, it's like walking that distance for nothing. When Lin Feng spoke these words to his sister, he wasn't just spouting nonsense. His reasoning was sound and well-founded, almost to the point of calculating the exact distance back and forth. Amateurs watch the spectacle, experts listen for the subtleties. Hearing his brother's explanation, the doubt that had clouded his sister's face moments before instantly gave way to a smile. Brother, you're just an illiterate, yet your reasoning surpasses my own thoughts and understanding. Truth be told, the education one received in the 1960s was rather superficial. A junior high student back then was essentially at the level of an elementary school student. Compared to Lin Feng, sister's current knowledge was truly worlds apart. Hearing her heartfelt words, he merely chuckled softly. Sister, I've been hanging around with Dad and Grandpa for so long. I've picked up a thing or two about these old, stale matters. His sister had always suspected that her brother belonged to a different world entirely. But after hearing Lin Feng speak, she dismissed that notion. Brother, I was just speaking off the cuff earlier. What you and Mom said makes sense. From here on out, you and Mom call the shots. I'll just follow your lead. Lin Xin willingly accepted her brother and mother's decision, for she knew well, when a family stands united, even the sea makes way. When a family is divided, it's like 100 boats racing against the current, or an eagle struggling to soar. Disagreements within a household would inevitably lead down a path of exhaustion and no return. As for installing the bamboo tubes, Lin Feng could handle that alone. He could easily handle it on his own. But to keep his sister and mother occupied and ward off boredom, he politely suggested, you two just check my work, see if anything's loose or crooked. His sister and mother had been wondering what to do with themselves. Hearing Lin Feng's request, they immediately took turns inspecting the joints of the bamboo tubes. Whenever they found a misaligned joint, Lin Xin and her mother would instinctively crouch down, carefully inserting the smaller section of one tube into the larger one. By the time Lin Feng finished assembling all the bamboo tubes, his sister and mother were completely exhausted. Lin Feng, you handle the rest of the bamboo tubes. Your mom and I can't manage anymore. Xinshin plopped down onto the icy snow and shouted loudly. Lin Feng straightened his crouched body from the kneeling position. If you can't handle it, just head back home. Chapter 74, Feeling So Good Today. Hearing her brother say this, Lin Xin shot back. Her pair of dark, bright eyes locked onto Lin Feng as she retorted loudly, Lin Feng, Mom, and I won't back down. It's just checking a bamboo tube, it's not like it'll kill us. Sometimes, Lin Feng really had no solution for his sister's stubbornness. Hearing her words, he could only shake his head helplessly. Sis, you and Mom decide what to do. I need to keep installing the rest. Winter sun was fleeting indeed. Before half the day had passed, the sun had already vanished completely behind the clouds. While keeping an eye on his mother and sister, Lin Feng crouched down, one butt cheek sticking out, continuing to install the unfinished bamboo pipes all the way down to the mountain foot. As the sun neared the horizon, the three of them finally completed the installation of a simple bamboo water pipe down to the last detail. Truth be told, Lin Feng was utterly exhausted by this point. He struggled to push himself up from the snow-covered ground with his hands. Mom, let's head back to the cabin. Seeing her son utterly exhausted, Xia Feng walked over to help him toward the cabin. Lin Feng waved her off hastily. Mom, this little bit of energy is nothing to me. We should hurry back to the cabin. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng dashed toward the cabin. If he ran too slowly, the spring water in front of the cabin would spill everywhere. Then the entire area in front of the cabin would be flooded. Spring water was scarce on the mountain now, so scarce you couldn't even buy it with money. By the time he reached the cabin at top speed, the spring water had just begun to flow out of the bamboo tube. Gurgling. As the water began to flow, Lin Feng had already fetched several small buckets, carefully scooping the crystal clear spring water into them. Watching the gushing spring water, Xia Feng bent over, her plump buttocks thrust high in the air as she drank the sweet, pure water. After gulping down the water, Xia Feng wiped her mouth with her hand. Lin Feng, this is the most refreshing mountain spring water I've ever had since coming into the hills. We absolutely mustn't waste a drop of this water. Lin Feng understood his mother's words. Mom, I'll go find some wooden sticks right away. As he answered his mother, Lin Feng darted into the cabin. Moments later, he emerged with several wooden sticks, forcefully thrusting them into the icy snow. He crossed them over each other and bound them tightly together. Lin Xian came running breathlessly from the other side of the cabin toward her brother. Seeing the wooden frame her brother had constructed, she asked him curiously. Little brother, what are you making with these wooden sticks? Lin Feng placed the tube flowing from the bucket onto the wooden frame. Sis, we came down from the mountain empty-handed this time. The spring water from the 8 trigrams well is precious. I made this makeshift trident to serve as a temporary spigot. When you need water, just pull this bamboo pipe out. Lin Feng had intended to bring back various items from this trip down the mountain. However, the sudden appearance of the high-ranking town chief, accompanied by the dim-witted Gao Yubao, had completely disrupted his plans. The wealthy think like the wealthy, and the poor have their own ways. Driven by necessity, Lin Feng quickly devised some astonishing solutions. Lin Xian listened to her brother's words and shot him a disapproving glance. Is this half-baked idea even feasible? Her sister was skeptical of the makeshift solution Lin Feng had come up with. Deep down, she believed that these flashy, gimmicky things were often impractical. Xinxin's rejection did little to dampen Lin Feng's enthusiasm. Noticing her disapproving gaze, he retorted loudly at Lin Xian. Sis, how else are you supposed to know if it works unless you try it? Facing her sister's eye roll, Lin Feng didn't hold back in telling her. His sharp-tongued but soft-hearted sister shot him a sidelong glance. Little brother, when did you learn to talk back to your sister? As she scolded her little brother, she trotted over to the spot where the bamboo tubes were stored. Sticking her bottom out high in the air, she reached up with her smooth, delicate white hands, took a bamboo tube from the wooden rack, and then placed it back. After several back-and-forth adjustments, satisfied there were no major issues, he reached up to lower the bamboo tube slightly. With a light-hearted mood, he washed his own hands, which were a bit dirty. Watching his sister's satisfied expression, Lin Feng finally chuckled and asked Lin Xian. Sis, how's it feeling? Her sister straightened her body, which had been swaying slightly. Little brother Feng, I give you full marks for this effort. Hee, it's rare to see you in such a good mood today, sis. Lin Feng praised his sister's words, then used the wooden bucket his mother had brought to fill several bamboo tubes to the brim with water before returning indoors. Fomer, Mom specially boiled some water from the spring at the mountain's base today. Come have a drink. Mom handed him the steaming kettle. Lin Feng gazed at the steaming water in his hands. He raised it to his lips and gulped it down. His sister, wearing wolfskin pants that hugged her hips tightly, ran into the small wooden house from outside. Little brother Feng, I want some too. Lin Feng handed the half-empty cup to Lin Xian. Xinxin puckered her lips as she sipped the sweet spring water. While drinking, she told her mother that this was the first time in her life she had tasted spring water that was so sweet yet slightly salty. You too take your time drinking. Tonight we're having chicken head soup. Cici, let your brother rest a bit first. We'll handle the cooking. Xia Feng ushered Lin Xian away after she finished drinking. Lin Feng couldn't help with the kitchen chores. While his mother and sister were busy inside, he picked up the rusty axe lying nearby, sat down by the whetstone buried in the snow, and began sharpening it. He scooped a handful of snow that hadn't yet melted and placed it on the whetstone. Once the snow melted into water, he began pushing the axe blade across it at an angle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rusted axe emitted a bone-chilling sound as it scraped against the whetstone. By the time Lin Feng had polished the rusty axe to a cold, gleaming edge, the last rays of sunlight had already sunk below the horizon. Little brother Feng, come have some chicken head soup. Coming. Lin Feng rose from the cold whetstone, gripping the gleaming axe as he headed toward the small wooden hut. Chapter 75, Retreat When You Can't Win. Lin Feng's figure darted into the hut. Xinxin, who was drinking the chicken head soup, stared at the cold gleam of the axe. Terrified, she stammered at her brother, Brother, why did you sharpen the axe until it's so cold and shiny? The hunting tools in the cabin weren't lacking in axe. Lin Feng polishing his axe to a bone-chilling gleam was pure overkill, like taking off your pants to fart. His sister didn't approve of Lin Feng using the axe for hunting. Lin Feng placed the axe on his lap. He picked up the bowl of chicken soup from the table, its heat making him spit out a few drops. Sis, I've already wasted at least 20 bullets from my hunting rifle. If this keeps up, we won't be able to sustain it. Lin Feng was thinking of saving the double-barreled shotgun's ammunition for the most critical moment. Xia Feng listened to Lin Feng's words and set the large, thick bowl she was holding down on the table. Fomer, how many bullets are left in the double-barreled shotgun? She couldn't help but worry. With the snow melting and clear skies, many wild beasts would surely emerge from the mountains to hunt for food. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng quickly set down the large bowl he was holding and walked toward where the shotgun was hung. Whoosh! He reached up, pulled down the magazine and rifle, and returned to the table. As he loaded the cartridges into the magazine, he explained to his mother, "Uncle gave me 500 rounds. Right now, between the magazine and the belt clip, we only have 480. If we keep hunting with the double-barreled shotgun long term, we might not have enough ammunition to last through winter." Without the shotgun's protection in the mountains, the three of them could fall prey to tigers at any moment. These thoughts filled Lin Feng with dread. His own life was insignificant, but he had his mother and sister to protect. Sigh, if only bullets were sold at the border market. Mom, gun control is so strict these days. Where would bullets even be sold? We shouldn't cling to such wishful thinking. Lin Feng understood better than anyone that the border market was heavily guarded, with sentries every few steps. Getting bullets from there would be harder than climbing to the moon. We should stock up on hunting gear instead. As long as we're not facing bears, leopards, or tigers, we'll rely on bows, axes, and machetes. Shinshin nodded in agreement. Mom, I'm not going to argue with you. I need to go out for a walk. Lin Feng spoke with the cornmeal chicken head in his mouth, carrying his mother's large wood chopping knife in one hand and a gleaming axe strapped to his hip as he headed outside the small cabin. Sister, fearing something might happen to Lin Feng alone in the mountains, clutched an iron rod in her hand and followed close behind him. They began wandering the mountain foothills before dusk had fully settled. Many wild animals in the mountains drank from the springs. Earlier that afternoon, the figures of Lin Feng and his mother working busily at the foot of the mountain had been clearly observed by a pack of red jackals perched on the mountainside. This pack of red jackals seemed to have set their sights on the Bagua well at the foot of the mountain. By the time Lin Feng and his sister arrived at the foot of the mountain, 20 red jackals had already surrounded the Bagua well, pacing back and forth around it. Woo 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 woo. Their harmonized howls echoed through the valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides, sending a chill down one's spine. Lin Xian, trailing behind her brother, felt her legs grow weak at the hair-raising sound and hurried to catch up with Lin Feng. Brother, did you hear that earth-shaking sound? Lin Feng's hand already gripped a cold, gleaming broadsword. He spat out a piece of grass he'd been chewing, sending it flying a good distance away. Sis, if I'm not mistaken, that's the sound of red jackals. Those beasts are far more vicious than wolves. Little brother Feng, if we can't handle them, should we retreat? Shinshin, hearing Lin Feng's words, felt a surge of retreating thoughts. Her sister's timid nature, combined with the deafening howls of the jackals, made such thoughts perfectly understandable. Sis, there's a big tree up ahead. If you're really scared, climb up into it once we reach it. If she followed his advice, he wouldn't be able to fight the red jackal with full force. As they continued walking forward, Lin Feng whispered to his sister. Hesitating at first, she ultimately accepted his suggestion. When they reached the tree ahead, she placed her feet on Lin Feng's shoulders and climbed up to hide in the branches. Sister, here's your iron rod. Unless absolutely necessary, don't come down from the tree. As Lin Feng greeted his sister, he had already retrieved the iron rod she tossed into the snow and placed it in her hands. The red jackals at the mountain's base, sensing the scent of humans, swarmed toward the large tree like mad. Hiding among the branches, his sister watched the swirling snowflakes, her mouth tightly covered in terror. Hearing the unusual sound, Lin Feng snapped his head up. A fierce red-furred jackal, its eyes gleaming with malice and ears pricked erect, was already airborne, hurtling toward him. Lin Feng crouched down with a whoosh, his body straightening instantly. The broad blade in his hand slashed through the air, slicing toward the belly of the red jackal diving toward his head. Woo 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 woo. Before the red jackal could bite Lin Feng, its entire belly was ripped open. Its intestines spilled out along with blood, gushing from its belly. Lin Feng flicked his left hand, snatched the 30-gene red jackal, and hurled it with all his might toward the tree stump. The defeated red jackals immediately let out a wailing howl. Their voices were filled with rage, their eyes reddened, radiating a sense of vengeance for their fallen comrade. Damn it, if you've got the guts, gang up on me. Lin Feng's broadsword flew toward the head of the fiercest-looking red jackal, baring its teeth menacingly. Arg! The second red jackal's head was severed from its body. A stream of blood, thick with the pungent scent of flesh, stained the snow-covered ground, still melting. Lin Feng's brutal actions had completely enraged the pack of beasts. Wah! 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 No fewer than 28 remaining red jackals closed in from all directions, their frenzied howls echoing as they lunged at Lin Feng. With lightning speed, Lin Feng drew the razor-sharp axe from his waist and gripped it firmly. His entire body darted and leaped amidst the attacking pack, swinging the axe in his hand with a whirring, clanging sound. Chapter 76, Barehanded Battle Against the Red Jackal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Feng's axe whirled, no fewer than 10 red jackals fell to the snow. Some had ears severed by the blade, others had legs chopped off, and a few were decapitated entirely. As Lin Feng fought with increasing ferocity, these fearless red jackals regrouped briefly before charging at him once more with even greater savagery. The axe, already used to fell over a dozen beasts, began to feel heavy in his hands. He had no choice but to fling the increasingly dull axes far away, wiping the blood from his face with his hands. Seeing Lin Feng now unarmed, the remaining red jackals grew even bolder. Woo woo! As if coordinating their attack, the beasts changed direction and charged toward Lin Feng. Damn it, just you wait, I'll tear you apart with my bare hands today. Lin Feng had always believed that after losing over a dozen of their own, these beasts would retreat in defeat. But now, showing no sign of retreat whatsoever, they had completely enraged the unarmed Lin Feng. His fist shot out, meeting a red jackal lunging at his face with a thunderous punch. Boom! As his fist slammed into the ferocious red jackal, it punched a gaping hole through its skull, spurting blood relentlessly. A stream of blood, thick with the pungent scent of gore, splattered toward Lin Feng's face. Ducking to avoid the spray, he grabbed hold of a red jackal that had been frantically tearing at him. Splash! His hands gripped the red jackal that had attacked him, and he tore it apart with a forceful rip. The red jackal's body was instantly split in two. As Lin Feng fought desperately against the remaining red jackals, one particularly cunning beast leaped from the blood-soaked snow, lunging toward his back. Little brother Feng. Hiding high up in the tree, sister was terrified. Yet from her vantage point, she watched her brother being torn apart by the vicious red jackal. Hysterical screams erupted from her as she leapt down, swinging her iron rod. This pack of red jackals had their backs turned to Lin Xin. Their entire focus was on tearing into Lin Feng. They never dreamed Lin Xin would drop from above, using the iron rod in her hands to relentlessly smash down on their skulls. Xinxin possessed no martial arts skills. The only weapon she could rely on was the iron rod in her hands. Thud! 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 Watching the muscles on Lin Feng's back being torn apart by the ferocious alpha jackal, Xinxin swung her iron rod with all her might, driving it down with brutal force. Woo woo woo! Xinxin smashed open the red jackal's skull. As white brain matter spilled out, its vicious jaws slowly released the muscles they had been tearing at Lin Feng's body. The other jackals, sensing an attack from behind, released their grip on Lin Feng and turned their backs, lunging toward Lin Xin. Sis, run! Seizing the moment as the jackals turned, Lin Feng grabbed one and hurled it against the two massive boulders opposite them, shouting for his sister to flee quickly. Knowing she couldn't fight these red jackals, Lin Xin tossed the iron rod to Lin Feng and scrambled away, rolling and crawling until she was a good distance away. Armed with the iron rod, Lin Feng suddenly became ferocious. As his iron rod whirled through the air, no fewer than 15 red jackals fell to his blows. The remaining 3 red jackals, sensing the dire situation, attempted a hasty escape. But Lin Feng wasn't about to give them any chance to escape. As they scrambled for the exit, Lin Feng's iron rod shot out. Whoosh, whoosh. The iron rod seemed possessed, smashing down on the heads of the 3 desperate red jackals. With wails of agony echoing across the snowy ground, the 3 jackals collapsed, twitching convulsively. The sister, who had frantically run several hundred meters away, only halted her staggering body after the sounds behind her finally ceased. She turned around, hands on her hips, panting heavily as she called out to Lin Feng hundreds of meters away. Brother, are those red jackals really dead? Lin Xin had truly experienced it today, battling this pack of vicious red jackals and witnessing their bloody side. The memory of that suffocating scene still made her legs tremble uncontrollably. Lin Feng, by this point, was gasping for breath from sheer exhaustion. Of the 30 red jackals, he had single-handedly taken down 28. The remaining 2 had been finished off by his sister with an iron rod. He collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath as he called out to his sister standing in the distance, "Sis, hurry back. We've taken down all 30 red jackals. Now we need to figure out how to get them back." Each red jackal weighed only 30 jin, so 10 would only be 300 jin. But now, lying in this frozen wasteland, were 30 of them. Lin Feng's wound was dripping blood. He truly couldn't carry all 30 red jackals back now. His sister quickened her pace and came to Lin Feng's side. She extended her soft, delicate hands and carefully reapplied the torn skin from his back. "Brother, the red jackals have torn the skin right off your back. Sis, after you heal me, could you also apply some ice shards from this freezing snow to cool the wound?" "Brother, you're talking nonsense. Applying ice shards to a wound would only make things worse." Lin Feng listened to his sister's frantic voice, humming in response. His body felt scorching hot right now. Applying ice shards to his back would cool him down nicely, and might even speed up his recovery? His sister was utterly flustered by his words. As she applied the ice shards to his back, she grumbled, "I honestly have no idea where you picked up this nonsense. Applying ice shards to a wound? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing." Amidst her grumbling, she finished applying all the ice chips to his wounds. Lin Feng, who had been burning up moments ago, felt his body cool down considerably. "Sis, let's load all 30 red jackals onto a few logs. I'll pull from the front, you push from the back. We'll try to get them back to the cabin as fast as possible." As Lin Feng instructed his sister, he walked over to where he'd thrown the axe. Picking up the blood-stained blade, he vigorously wiped the blood clean against the red jackal's fur. Only then, clutching the axe in his hand, did he set off toward the forested depths of the mountains. Chapter 77, Not That I'm Bragging. Thud, thud, thud. Deep within the mountains, the sound of Lin Feng swinging his axe to chop down trees echoed. Lin Xin stood guard at the mountain's base, watching over the dozens of dead red jackals. Her heart was filled with both joy and nervousness. Killing so many red jackals in one go meant not only a substantial meat supply for home, but also an additional 30 pelts. This haul brought her closer to the money needed to marry Jin Feng up the mountain. If she could smoothly obtain the border pass tomorrow, that would mean half the battle was won. Plus, Jin Feng, the girl her younger brother wanted to marry, was young like her. Once she came up the mountain, it would surely bring more laughter and joy to the place. Thinking about these things, Lin Xin felt quite content as she guarded her treasures. Yet, as she gazed into the depths of the mountains and her brother's figure still hadn't appeared, a wave of fear washed over her heart. A chilly wind blew in, sending shivers through her body. To ward off the biting chill, she pulled her wolfskin pants and coat tighter around her. Whoosh, whoosh. The biting wind continued to lash the land, whipping snowflakes from the ground. Standing in the icy snow, Lin Xin waited anxiously for Lin Feng's return. She took a few steps toward the depths of the mountains, her small mouth frozen red, calling out into the mountains, "Lin Feng, where are you?" Deep within the mountains, beyond the echoes of the valley, the moonlit night with its sparse stars fell into a deathly silence. A wave of fear washed over Lin Xin, and she collapsed onto the icy snow, her body trembling. Just as Lin Xin felt utterly alone, helpless, and desperate, Lin Feng appeared in her line of sight. Under the light of a crescent moon, he trudged through the icy snow, pulling 10 sand trees as thick as bowls with a rope woven from kudzu vines. In the depths of despair, Lin Xin pushed herself up from the icy snow with both hands, struggling to her feet. Stumbling through the frozen wilderness, she sobbed and shouted at Lin Feng, "Little brother Feng, you nearly scared the life out of me. I was afraid the mountain bears would devour you." While his sister was scolding him, Lin Feng had already pulled the tree toward Xixin. "Sis, no offense, but that measly bear blind man? I didn't even give him a second thought." He pulled the tree trunk forward with all his might, boasting loudly to his sister. Xixin followed behind, fetching the iron rod to help push the tree trunk. Her sharp tongue cut him down to size. "Brother, you really think those mountain bears are pandas? One swipe from one of them could knock your whole head off." Years ago, many villagers ventured into the mountains to hunt. One hunter, even more ruthless than Lin Feng, was struck by the bear-blind man's paw and decapitated on the spot. Those hunting with him dropped their weapons and scattered in panic. They say that day in the mountains, the blind bear killed 20 hunters. In the end, only Grandpa and a few others survived. After the survivors descended the mountain, they immediately burned incense and paper offerings. They also brought a basin of clear water and dipped their hands into the golden basin. These were all stories my grandfather told my mother, who then passed them on to Xixin. Whether the story was true or not, Lin Xin didn't know, but the ferocity of the bear was beyond doubt. Lin Feng listened to his sister's words, his breath coming in heavy gasps. "Oomph. If it comes to it, we'll just bring the double-barreled shotgun and bows and arrows when we go into the mountains. I refuse to believe this thing is invulnerable to blades and bullets." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xixin's tense mood eased slightly. Her hands continued pushing the tree trunk with the iron bar as she told her brother with a smile that next time they went into the mountains, he absolutely had to bring her along. Lin Feng claimed he wasn't afraid of the bear-blind man, but if it came down to a real fight, who knew who would win? Thinking of the dangers awaiting him in the mountains, Lin Feng surely wouldn't want his sister to join him on such a perilous journey. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng tightened the vine he was pulling over his shoulder. "Sis, let's talk about this later. Look, it's about to snow again. We need to hurry and get these beasts back." As he spoke to his sister, he had already dragged the logs to where the red jackals lay. Her sister considered Lin Feng's words and realized he had a point. She fell silent, tossing aside the iron rod in her hand. Bending over, her round buttocks jutting out, she helped her brother pile the red jackals onto the wood. It took them quite a while to pack all 30 red jackals away. Lin Feng strained to pull the tree trunk forward, while Xixin worked just as hard behind him. As they hauled the tree toward the cabin, they sang mountain songs. Brother pulls the cart, sister helps push. Lin Feng, pulling the stacked trees and red-haired jackals, joined his sister in singing. "Sister, you're so beautiful." Their voices rang out, echoing endlessly through the moonlit, star-dotted night deep within the mountains. Xia Feng had been waiting under the cabin's eaves for quite some time. Still awake at this hour, she was smoking cured wild boar meat with fresh cypress branches. Numerous strips of pork, now a waxy yellow from the smoke, hung from bamboo poles beneath the eaves. The entire space under the roof was nearly filled to capacity. Hearing the song echoing through the valley, she sprang up from her log stool like a spring. She swayed her gradually thickening waist, wiggling her hips as she stepped from beneath the eaves into the whitening, icy landscape. Under the sparse twinkling of stars, the figures of Lin Feng and her brother appeared before the small cabin. Xia Feng raised her hand to her mouth and called out to the approaching siblings, "Xixin, Fenger, do you need Mom to help?" In the moonlit, sparsely starred snowy landscape, Lin Feng's reply echoed, "Mom, you don't need to come. We'll pull everything back soon." The worry stone hanging in Xia Feng's heart dropped with a thud to the ground. Take your time. I'll warm some water for you to wash your faces. Xia Fong called back to the siblings as she turned and hurried inside. Inside the simple wooden cabin, the clatter of pots and pans echoed. Lin Feng and his sister stopped under the eaves of the cabin, dragging over a dozen tree branches and 30 red jackals. He and his sister tossed the red jackals they'd placed on the trees down beneath the eaves. Xia Fong emerged from the cabin carrying a steaming basin of hot water, setting it upon a wooden stool. You too, wash your faces quickly. You're frozen stiff, like red carrots. Chapter 78, Scattering Beans to Create Soldiers. The winds and sand in the mountains were fierce. Just spending half a day outside would leave you frozen stiff like a winter radish. Lin Feng and his sister knew this well, even without their mother reminding them. Under their mother's care, the siblings flicked the red squirrels off the trees onto the ground before slowly making their way to the small wooden basin. They reached for an old towel hanging on a bamboo pole, dipped it into the basin, and happily scrubbed the ice crystals off their hands and faces. Lin Feng's face wasn't just covered in ice shards, it also had some snow stains on it. To avoid contaminating the steaming water with his grimy face, Lin Feng washed only his hands before stepping aside politely. Sister, you go ahead and wash. My face is all dirty. Xinshin was scrubbing the grime from her face with a small piece of soapberry. Hearing her brother's modest words, she swayed her graceful figure over to the small wooden basin. As she washed her handsome face with the hot spring water from the basin, she couldn't help but praise her brother with a series of tsk tisk tisk sounds. When did you become so well-mannered? Lin Feng looked at his sister's face, flushed bright red from the cold wind, and gave a dry chuckle. Sis, I've always been this well-mannered, you just never noticed. Her lovely cherry lips puckered dramatically, revealing her pearly white teeth. Pfft, you're just getting more and more smooth talking. After the siblings finished their morning routine amidst playful banter, Lin Feng composed his expression and addressed his mother and sister. Mom, sis, I have a very important task to assign to you both. Would you be willing to take it on? His mother and sister usually took his suggestions seriously. At his words, both paused their tasks. Mom added a few more pine cones to the makeshift wood stove. She straightened her bent back. Feng, if you need Mom's help with something, just say so directly. Why beat around the bush? Are you trying to stump us with a riddle? His sister had already washed the soapberry foam clean from her face. Her fair cheeks glowed crimson in the light of the bonfire beneath the eaves. As soon as mother finished speaking, sister's cherry red lips began to flutter rapidly. Brother, Mom's absolutely right. Stop playing dumb with us. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Feng cleared his throat and spoke up. Mom, tonight's 30 red jackals under this eave are yours to handle. I've checked the weather, a blizzard will strike again within 10 hours. As Lin Feng relayed this to his mother and sister, his eyes gazed toward the moonlit sky dotted with sparse stars. A biting cold wind whipped up sand and gravel, lashing against Lin Feng's face. His sister listened to his words, her graceful figure swaying slightly. Little brother Feng, do you think you're Zhuge Liang reincarnated, capable of divination and stargazing? She seemed skeptical of his prediction that a blizzard would arrive within 10 hours. Deep down, she believed her brother was just spouting nonsense. Faced with her sister's utter disbelief, Lin Feng boldly boasted before her. Sister, if no blizzard comes within 10 hours, our family will descend the mountain and never hunt again. As Lin Feng made his bold declaration to his sister, he entered the house, slung a canvas bag across his chest, and grabbed several bamboo sticks. He then walked toward the front of the small cabin. Xinshin watched her brother head toward the clearing in front of the cabin. She and her mother, chattering away, found several sharp skinning knives and began chopping the red jackal's hide under the cabin's eaves. Lin Feng arrived at the clearing and didn't linger. As he placed the bamboo sticks on the ground, he had already retrieved a chalk line, a compass, red thread, glutinous rice, soybeans, and other items from his canvas bag. With everything prepared, he turned back under the eaves, caught a wild rooster full of vigor, and to prevent it from running back to the cabin, he muttered a spell. He then laid the rooster on the ground and traced a circle around its resting spot with his right index finger. The speckled wild rooster, as if possessed, instantly collapsed to the ground and lay motionless. Driven by curiosity, his sister crept over silently. Witnessing this terrifying scene, she covered her mouth in fright. Lin Feng, however, had no time to spare for his sister at that moment. At this very moment, she crouched low, compass in hand, aiming it at the brightest star in the sky. This star was called the Morning Star. He now needed to align the position of the tent's entrance with this morning star, ensuring the angles above, below, left, and right were perfectly aligned without the slightest deviation. Once everything was set, Lin Feng placed the compass on the ground and scattered glutinous rice and soybeans around it. Her sister, already feeling deeply unsettled, was utterly terrified by her brother's bizarre actions. Even when Lin Feng walked past her, carrying a bamboo stick and pulling a red thread, she remained completely unaware. With everything prepared, Lin Feng picked up the mottled rooster lying on the ground and pinched its comb with his right hand. The moment the blood spurted from the comb, the clear night sky still bright with the moon and scattered stars suddenly plunged into pitch darkness. Sand and stones began swirling through the air. Sister, hurry back to the cabin. In the darkness, Lin Feng supported his sister, who was completely petrified with fear, back into the small cabin. The moment Xia Fong saw her son enter the cabin, she followed him inside. Mom, you and sister stay inside this cabin from now on. Don't go anywhere. As Lin Feng instructed them, he swiftly exited the cabin. Xia Fong wanted to see what was happening outside, but when she peered out the cabin door, the night was pitch black, she couldn't see a thing. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a heavy snowfall truly began outside the cabin, accompanied by a fierce wind carrying grit and sand. Lin Feng was transferring the red jackal meat his mother and the others had prepared the night before into the newly built wooden shed. The newly built wooden shed was much more spacious than the original cabin. Its roof was covered with soft straw, now blanketed in white under the assault of the blizzard. Seeing the new shelter erected in the pitch-black night, Mother was so astonished her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. She approached Lin Feng, who was carrying the meat into the shelter, and reached out to touch his slightly feverish face. Son, tell your mother honestly, are you human or a ghost? But. Hearing his mother's words, the son couldn't help but laugh out loud. Carrying the meat, he led his mother under the newly built eaves and into the new shed. As he hung the meat under the bamboo poles, he explained to his mother that he was human, but last night had been rushed. He'd used the bean scattering spell his father taught him to speed up the shed construction. Surveying the new shed Lin Feng had built in the spacious, level ground, Xia Fong asked him with some unease, Son, are you sure this bean scattering trick you learned was from your father? Chapter 79, None of them are good people. Mom seemed skeptical, doubting whether Lin Feng's words were true. Unless Lin Feng could produce undeniable proof. Seeing the doubtful look on his mother's face, Lin Feng unfastened the canvas bag hanging from his shoulder. He scooped out a handful of unused soybeans and placed them in his mother's palm. She popped one into her mouth and chewed it thoroughly. Indeed, the beans in her hand were real. Back when Lin Hai was still alive, she had heard him mention the legend of scattering beans to create an army. Lin Feng, those years you spent traveling with your father weren't wasted. If you ever stop hunting, you can make a living with this skill. You'll never go hungry. It was clear Mother was quite pleased with her son's skills. While Mother and son chatted, Xinxin had slipped into the new shed carrying several chunks of meat. Recalling last night's sandstorm and flying rocks, she still felt a lingering sense of dread. She raised the red jackal meat in her hand and confronted Lin Feng with a loud barrage of questions. Lin Feng, tell me straight, where did you take my own brother? Lin Xian's suspicion toward Lin Feng, standing before them, grew stronger by the moment. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng looked utterly astonished. Sis, what on earth are you talking about this early in the morning? I am your little brother. If you don't believe me, just look at the birthmark on my butt. To convince his sister beyond doubt that he was indeed Lin Feng, he actually pulled down his wolfskin pants as he answered her, revealing a pair of bare buttocks. Sure enough, high on his bare right buttock sat a birthmark as thick as a thumb. When he was little and misbehaved, Lin Xian would actually pull down his pants and spank him bare-bottomed. That dark birthmark had left an indelible impression on Xinxin. She knew its exact location even with her eyes closed. Seeing the birthmark on her brother's buttocks, Lin Xian's pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Now that he was older, having him bare his bottom for her again felt truly embarrassing. She hung the meat she was holding on a bamboo pole in the new shed, covered her flushed face, and ran off with her legs spread wide. The person standing before them was none other than Lin Feng. Xinxin ran back to the eaves of the small wooden hut, her breathing slightly labored. Her hands pressed tightly against her chest, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. As her thoughts raced, Lin Feng and his mother emerged from the new shed. Mom, you and sister, move all the cured meat from the cabin to the new shed. The cabin's packed to the rafters now, there's barely room to sleep. They had planned to go down the mountain today to get the border pass. If they were late, they might not even get the chance to descend. Lin Feng needed to hurry down the mountain before the snowstorm grew too fierce. Before leaving, he specifically instructed his mother and sister. We'll handle things at home. You must be careful going down alone. Don't run into any bears. As Lin Feng stepped inside to place the Lingji and badger fur and all into a bamboo basket, his mother showered him with countless warnings. He slung the packed bamboo basket over his shoulder, grabbed the double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall, and set off swiftly through the snow, heading rapidly down the mountain. Mom, I want to learn those skills my brother has too. Watching Cece race down the mountain like a bird, she approached her mother and Xia Fong to express her desire to learn those skills. Xia Fong was inside the small cabin, placing pieces of cured pork into the bamboo basket. Hearing Xinxin's rather outlandish request, she looked utterly astonished. Xinxin, mastering skills depends on fate, the right time, place, and circumstances. Besides, our Lin family has always passed down skills to sons, not daughters. As Xia Fong spoke these words to Xinxin, a clear frown spread across her daughter's face. Seeing her daughter so displeased, Xia Fong slung the bamboo basket over her shoulder and walked with Xinxin toward the new shed. Don't be upset. Learning these things is no joke. If you can't handle the heavenly signs, you might even lose your life. Her mother's words eased Lin Xian's earlier unease. After helping her mother take the bamboo basket off her shoulder, she fished out the cured pork and hung it beneath the bamboo poles of the new shed. Lin Feng jogged down the mountain path, reaching his uncle's house in less than half an hour. Setting the bamboo basket down, he took out 2 pieces of badger meat and a dark red lingji mushroom, placing them into his uncle's bamboo basket. "Uncle, the items in this basket are yours. The contents of the bamboo basket are for that fire starter." Xiaping beamed with delight at the generous gifts, his eyes crinkling as he told Lin Feng they were heading back to find Lu Dengue. The day after Lin Feng left, Uncle had gone straight to town to find Lu Dengue. Lu Dengue was a very pragmatic man. He refused to process the certificate until he saw what he wanted. Xiaping was furious at the time, wanting to slap the guy across the face, but remembering he needed Lu's help, he forced himself to swallow his anger and promised they'd bring gifts today. On the way to town, Uncle told Lin Feng that neither Town Chief Gao nor Armed Forces Department's Lu Dengue were any good. Hearing his uncle's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Why was getting a border pass so difficult? If he needed other permits in the future, wouldn't that be harder than climbing to the moon? After a brief moment of frustration, Lin Feng smiled and told his uncle, if gifts can solve the problem, then gifts it is. It's just a matter of some mountain produce. The mountains aren't short of these things. Besides, the bullets and hunting rifles were issued by the town in the first place. Sending some gifts over is only fair and reasonable. Uncle Lin listened to Fengzi's words and chuckled as he replied. What you say makes sense, nephew. But down in the valley, these things are like gold. Hey, uncle, if you ever need any mountain goods in the future, just give me a shout. Flying in the sky, running on the land, swimming in the water, I can get my hands on anything for you. Uncle glanced at Lin Feng. Never mind. You've had a tough time up here, taking care of mom and looking after your sister. Things will be easier once the new year starts and your sister goes to boarding school. When they went to town, Uncle also chatted with Lin Feng about his sister's schooling. Hearing this, Lin Feng clapped his hands in delight. When school starts, I'll definitely send some mountain produce for the kids and teachers to enjoy. Lin Feng's spirited reply made his uncle sigh. She only agreed in principle. Schools are closed now, who knows when they'll reopen? Chapter 80, truly cures difficult cases. His uncle's words carried a hint of sadness as he spoke. The village youths, with nothing better to do, resorted to petty theft and other low-down activities. The town authorities had issued orders, any who disobeyed would be rounded up and sent to reform school. Lin Feng glanced at his uncle, who looked somewhat melancholy. With an apologetic expression, he told his uncle he shouldn't have brought up such a headache-inducing matter in front of him. Lin Feng, you did nothing wrong. You were right to bring this up. In the coming days, I'll discuss the matter of the children's education with the town authorities. Uncle Lin and Lin Feng walked side by side, continuing their conversation as they approached the entrance of Lu Dengue's Armed Forces Department. Lu Dengue's door stood ajar, an ancient, toothless wooden door with peeling red paint. From afar, it seemed decidedly mismatched with the words Armed Forces Department above it. But this was merely a local office. The real Armed Forces Department was located in the district. Just as Lin Feng was about to push open the door, a choking sound suddenly erupted from inside. What the hell are you doing? I'm already giving it my all. Oomph. Just as I was about to ascend, you blew it completely. And you call yourself the head of the Armed Forces Department? Huff. Before the weathered, old wooden door could be pushed open, a woman with disheveled hair, swaying a pair of heavily sagging curves, stormed in, yanking the door wide with force. She wiggled her ample hips as she strutted out of the Armed Forces Department room. The unfamiliar perfume scent clinging to her body made Lin Feng sneeze uncontrollably. The sound of sneezing outside startled Lu Dengue inside the room. Cough, cough, cough. After a few forceful coughs, the sound of bamboo and rattan chairs shifting echoed through the room. As the chair shifted, Lu Dengue's voice echoed through the room. Who's there? His uncle answered, Minister Lu, it's Xiaping. The wooden door, slammed shut earlier with excessive force by that shrewish woman, was now gently pushed open by a pair of rough hands, weathered like pine bark. Xiaping, why did you bring a little brat along today? Lu Dengue looked at Lin Feng standing beside his uncle, a child who hadn't even lost his baby fat yet, and asked Xiaping with some confusion. Uncle Xia glanced at Lu Dengue's weary face as he heard the question. Old Lu, don't underestimate this little guy, he's quite the prodigy. If you've got any ailments you're too embarrassed to mention, he can have you back on your feet in no time. The moment Uncle Lu mentioned Lin Feng, he began to lavishly praise him in front of Lu Dengue. Lu Dengue, who had earlier been reluctant to let the uncle and nephew inside, listened to Xiaping's eloquent speech. Wiping his greasy old face with his hand, his attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn. His face now plastered with a broad smile, he waved his rough, pine-bark-like hand and, with teeth flashing as he chewed, politely invited them in. Come in, come in. Squeak! The old wooden door swung open. A nauseating stench wafted out from the room, where scraps of coarse toilet paper lay scattered haphazardly across the floor. Feeling awkward, Lu Dengue hurriedly fetched a broom and swept the crumpled tissues into a trash can. Old Lu, my nephew's been roaming the mountains these past few days. Yesterday, he got lucky. Not only did he find some lingji mushrooms, but he also caught a few badgers. He brought them down to you first thing this morning. While chatting with Lu Dengue, the uncle had already instructed Lin Feng to take the lingji and badgers out of the bamboo basket and place them on Lu Dengue's office desk. Having just tidied up the messy tissues scattered on the floor, Lu Dengue narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. With a swift motion, he pulled open a desk drawer, took out a border pass stamped with the official seal, and placed it on the table. My end is all cleared. For the final step, you'll need to get Town Chief Gao's signature and seal. Lu Dengue bellowed at his uncle, who was picking up the border pass. His uncle, now holding the permit, puffed on his leaf-wrapped cigarette with a satisfying crackle. I'll go get Mayor Gao's signature right away. Lin Feng, you just stay here. When they arrived earlier, Lin Feng and his uncle had heard every word spoken by that shrewish woman. Lu Dengue suffered from an embarrassing ailment. His uncle, choosing to overlook the matter, spoke to Lin Feng while already striding out of the room. Only after watching his uncle's retreating figure did Lu Dengue chuckle awkwardly and invite Lin Feng to sit down. Lin Feng, you really can treat rare and difficult illnesses? Lu Dengue harbored some skepticism about what his uncle had said. He was just a wet behind the ears kid. It was only natural that Lu Dengue didn't believe his uncle's claims. Lin Feng didn't respond immediately. He looked straight at Lu Dengue's bewildered face. Minister Lu, your poor complexion is the least of it. The real issue is that the war hasn't even begun, it's already over. Your pace in battle is a bit too swift, don't you think? Lin Feng delivered the harsh words with remarkable wit and humor. His words made Lu Dengue burst into laughter. He stood up and walked over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, why don't you take a look at what's going on with my body? Lu Dengue's chronic diarrhea was an undeniable fact. Regularly drinking Lingji-infused medicinal wine could improve his condition, and the crucial point was that the Lingji was still sitting on his office desk. Lu Dengue was well aware of this. Lin Feng asked Lu Dengue to extend his wrist. He mimicked the pulse-taking technique his grandfather had taught him long ago and began to take Lu Dengue's pulse. Lu Dengue's pulse was weak and highly unstable, slipping away at any moment. When he stuck out his tongue, the central part of his tongue coating was pale and colorless. His overall physical condition was not good. After taking his pulse, Lin Feng instructed Lu Dengue to lie face down on the wooden bed covered with a straw mat. Once Lu Dengue was positioned on the bed, Lin Feng walked to the edge, bent over, and began massaging various acupoints on his body. When his hands reached the acupoints at Lu Dengue's waist, old Lu's hands gripped the straw at the edge of the mat. Lin Feng, it hurts terribly. This area is blocked. Pain means stagnation, no pain means flow. If you want to regain your vitality, you need to cooperate properly. Lin Feng's hands didn't stop the massage despite Lu Dengue's fussing. If he stopped now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He certainly didn't want this effort to come to nothing. Chapter 81, Don't make a scene here. Ow ow ow. A series of dry howls echoed through the room. Lin Feng's hands kept kneading Lu Dengue's back, while his lips fluttered, urging Lu Dengue to keep it down. Lu Dengue's hands gripped the straw at the edge of the mat even tighter. Damn it, I really want to blow your brains out. Lin Feng's grip was too brutal. The old man cried out in pain, gritting his teeth and snarling at Lin Feng like a raging lion. Oh no, oh no. Just as Lu Dengue lay comfortably sprawled across the wooden bed, savoring the euphoria that followed the pain, a clamor erupted outside the door. Xiaping burst into the room, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. With Lin Feng's help, Lu Dengue sat up from the wooden bed. He pulled his pants, which had been discarded during the massage, back up over his thighs. While pulling them up, he asked the flushed and flustered Xiaping, Village Chief Xia, what's got you so worked up? Xiaping wiped the sweat from his forehead with his filthy sleeve. Damn it! That bastard Gao refuses to sign, and insists on talking to Lin Feng personally. Lu Dengue flew into a rage the moment he heard this. He grabbed the holster from his office desk and slung it over his thick waist, bellowing loudly. Everyone follow me. Lin Feng and his uncle trailed behind Lu Dengue, storming toward Gao Zhenxiong's office. The wooden door to the town chief's office stood wide open. Glancing down the corridor, they could see the old man sitting cross-legged in a bamboo chair, sipping aged tea. Lu Dengue stormed into Gao Zhenxiong's office. Thud. The pistol in his hand slammed heavily onto the office desk. Gao Zhenxiong. What the hell do you mean by withholding my border pass without signing it? Within the township, Lu Dengue still commanded some authority. He and Gao Zhenxiong were like two sides of the same coin, evenly matched. Gao Zhenxiong set down the large goblet emblazoned with serving the people that he had been holding. Lu Dengue, don't make a scene here. This is a personal grudge between me and Lin Feng. Hearing Gao Zhenxiong's words, Lu Dengue felt a bit flustered. Lin Feng was just a kid, what personal grudge could he possibly have with Gao Zhenxiong? Hearing Gao Zhenxiong's words, Lu Dengue reluctantly stepped aside for the moment, his words flying thick and fast. Lin Feng, whatever beef you have with this senile old man, you two sort it out yourselves. Lu Dengue shoved Lin Feng in front of Gao Zhenxiong, then plopped himself down on a bamboo and rattan chair not far from them. A 5-inch long leaf-wrapped cigarette dangled from his mouth. He struck a match against the gunpowder coating and lit it. As acrid smoke curled through the room, Gao Zhenxiong spoke with a tight-lipped sneer. Lin Feng, I can arrange that border pass for you. But you must withdraw from that matchmaking scheme, it's completely mismatched. Lin Feng, who had been puzzled moments before, now understood Gao Zhenxiong's shameless words. This old codger was competing with him for Jin Feng. Before Gao Zhenxiong could finish, Lin Feng arched his sword-like eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curling upward. His piercing gaze locked onto Gao Zhenxiong. You want me to back out of this competition? Dream on. Gao Zhenxiong reached out and took the border pass Xia Ping had handed him. Saliva flew from between his teeth as he spat. If you want me to sign, withdrawing is your best option. Relying on his position as town mayor, Gao Zhenxiong knew no one dared oppose him. In front of Lin Feng, he was practically a second Huang Shiren. Lin Feng hadn't intended to lose his temper, but Gao Zhenxiong's use of this as leverage to threaten him ignited a rage that erupted completely. Gao Zhenxiong, I don't want that border pass anymore. Today, I'm sending you to meet your maker. In his youthful fury, as Lin Feng shouted curses at Gao Zhenxiong, he had already grabbed the pistol lying on the office desk. Click. His finger pulled the trigger. The black muzzle was now aimed squarely at Gao Zhenxiong's temple. If Gao Zhenxiong dared to utter another word, a peanut-sized bullet would enter his left temple and exit through his right. The once arrogant Gao Zhenxiong suddenly backed down. Lin Feng, let's talk this out. It's just over some woman you deflowered, it's not worth it, really. Bang. Lin Feng deliberately raised the barrel upward. The bullet whizzed past the old man's hairline, filling the office with a thick, acrid smell of gunpowder. Already paralyzed with fear, Gao Zhenxiong had a pool of yellow liquid seeping from his pants, carrying a strong stench of urine. Huff. Lin Feng lowered the red-hot barrel, blowing gently on the smooth metal. You don't have to sign this border pass. Beads of sweat dripped relentlessly from Gao Zhenxiong's forehead. His trembling hands reached out and picked up the border pass lying on the desk. Lin Feng, I'll sign it right now. His stammering reply came as his trembling hands signed and stamped the document. Only after Gao Zhenxiong had signed his name and stamped the document did Lin Feng toss the pistol back onto the table. Gao Zhenxiong stood up, half-crouching, and respectfully handed the pass to Lin Feng. He repeatedly emphasized that both he and his son would completely withdraw from the Jin Feng affair. Ha! I've already rolled around with Jin Feng in the hayloft. What's wrong with your family, can't get a woman or something? Lin Feng took the pass from Gao Zhenxiong's outstretched hands, shot him a look of utter contempt, and unleashed a torrent of unfiltered abuse. Gao Zhenxiong was berated like a grandson, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. By now, a crowd had gathered outside the town mayor's office, drawn by the spectacle. Word had spread that the arrogant town chief Gao had been thoroughly humiliated by a mere kid. Lin Feng knew when to quit while he was ahead. Seeing the crowd outside the mayor's office growing larger, he motioned to his uncle and walked out of the office. Even before they reached the door, Gao Zhenxiong was already inside, bellowing at Lu Dengue. Director Lu, could you give me some damn respect? Bringing this brat into the mayor's office like this? Lu Dengue, who harbored significant resentment toward Mayor Gao, retorted loudly from inside, Gao Zhenxiong, your son is a fool. Even if he marries Jin Feng, what difference does it make? I think you're just looking for a woman for yourself. You're just talking nonsense. A heated argument erupted from the mayor's office. Outside the office, some staff members murmured among themselves, Mayor Gao may be old, but his heart's not. Old bull grazing on tender grass. He should take a good look at his own backside. All manner of whispers drifted from outside the office into Mayor Gao's ears. At first, Xia Ping had assumed Lin Feng would be arrested by Mayor Gao's men over this incident. Now, having effortlessly secured the border pass, Uncle Xia couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with newfound respect. Lin Feng, you're one hell of a tough guy. You actually dared to get physical with Mayor Gao today? Lin Feng tucked the border pass into his chest. What's Gao Zhenxiong got on me? When my bullets start flying, he'll get a taste of his own medicine. Wow, impressive. Uncle, how's life down in the village these days? After chatting about everything under the sun, Lin Feng cast all his unpleasantness far from his mind. As he walked back to the village with his uncle, he couldn't help but ask him loudly. Chapter 82, A Cornered Rabbit Will Jump Over the Wall. His uncle, who was fretting over having no meat to cook, chewed on a blade of grass. Chewing it over and over, he simmered his words slowly for Lin Feng. My boy, I won't hide it from you, the communal kitchen hasn't had a drop of oil in 3 months. The villagers are up in arms now, clamoring to disband the whole thing. Due to the Great Leap Forward campaign, Uncle had mobilized the villagers half a year ago to hand over every single iron item they owned to the authorities. Back then, he'd made bold promises, assuring everyone that as long as they handed over their pots and pans, the canteen would never let them go hungry. At first, life in the canteen was indeed quite decent: thin porridge, steamed buns, pork stewed with glass noodles, nothing was ever missing. But as the heavy snow continued to fall and the snowdrifts grew deeper, the food cooperative had little meat left. Xia Ping was the quartermaster in charge of supplying vegetables to the mess hall. When the cooks repeatedly sought him out, he had made a promise: he would secure meat supplies for everyone as quickly as possible. He made this promise in front of everyone, but as soon as the words left his mouth, regret washed over him. A village of over 1,000 people, each getting 1 ounce of meat per day, that added up to over 100 pounds of meat daily. The thought of this made Xia Ping want to smash his head against a boulder, but luckily his aunt pulled him back. Lin Feng's mountain now held a substantial meat reserve. After drying the old house, they dried the new house, and the cellar also held a considerable amount. Uncle, if you really need meat down in the village, I can send some to the canteen. Uncle Lin Feng's uncle clapped his thigh in delight upon hearing this. That's wonderful. Can you make that happen? His beaming smile vanished instantly. Lin Feng was still just a kid, after all. Children speak without reservation. Don't take his words too seriously. If you do, you'll be in for trouble. At his uncle's words, the playful grin vanished from Lin Feng's face. His youthful face darkened. Uncle, up on the mountain, Mom and my sister still listen to me. We can definitely get you those dozens or even hundreds of pounds of meat. If you don't believe me, you can come up the mountain yourself tomorrow. To ease his uncle's concerns, Lin Feng bluntly suggested he gather a few men to come up the mountain and collect the meat themselves. Down in the canteen, there was still some flour and corn. Xiaping wasn't one to take advantage of Lin Feng. Nephew, you go back first. I'll head to the food distribution center right now to call a meeting and find people to go up the mountain tomorrow to get the meat. After walking back to his home with Lin Feng, Uncle Sa gave his nephew some instructions. Then, while Lin Feng was heading up the mountain with his rifle, he braved the wind and snow to make his way to the canteen. With joy lifting his spirits, Lin Feng, now bearing his border defense permit, deliberately stopped by Old Yang's general store to visit Jin Feng. Old Yang and Spring's sister happened to be out, so Jin Feng and Lin Feng embraced tenderly for quite a while before slowly letting go. As Lin Feng released her, Jin Feng told him that her greedy father had gone to Lobby Town Chief Gao again. If he truly loved her, he should hurry up and prepare the money to bring her to the mountains soon. Lin Feng planted a hard kiss on Jin Feng's pretty face. He reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a border pass stamped with an official seal, handing it to Jin Feng. Jin Feng held the brown leather-bound booklet in her hand, opened it to reveal the border pass inside, and returned it to Lin Feng with a look of disappointment. I thought it was a marriage certificate. Without one, us being together like this is just illegal cohabitation. Jin Feng had heard this threat from Old Yang, and she was still afraid of her father's words. Lin Feng took back the border pass Jin Feng had returned. Fenger, I've gathered quite a haul of furs up in the mountains. Once I wrap up things up there in a couple days, I'll take these furs to the border market to sell. By then, I'll have more than enough money to marry you. Before Lin Feng could finish, a commotion erupted outside the general store. That bastard Lin Feng caused a huge scene at the town government today, nearly beating Mayor Gao to death. Jin Feng recognized Old Yang's voice and hurriedly pulled Lin Feng into the courtyard. Fengzi, find a way to climb over the wall and escape. My dad came back through the front gate. Even if we tried to run out that way now, we couldn't get away unless you grew wings and flew out. Old Yang and Mom had already entered the house, chattering all the way. Right now, they were making a racket in the general store. Jin Feng. Jin Feng. Jin Feng, don't be afraid. As Lin Feng spoke to Jin Feng, his entire body leapt. He planted his feet on the base of the wall and propelled himself upward, scaling it as smoothly as if he were gliding. In less than a minute, Lin Feng's entire body, along with the hunting rifle in his hands, had already appeared atop the 3-meter-high wall. Holding the double-barreled shotgun, Lin Feng leaped out of Old Yang's yard in a single bound. Old Yang, a bone pipe about 50 centimeters long clenched between his teeth, puffed away as he walked toward the courtyard. He scanned his surroundings. After a long moment, he spat out the tobacco residue from his pipe with a puff and bellowed at Jin Feng. What was all that commotion in the yard just now? Apart from a few hens circling a rooster, the yard was empty. Old Yang couldn't find a proper reason to scold Jin Feng, so he lashed out at his daughter with a random excuse. Jin Feng wasn't stupid. Hearing her father's angry roar, she immediately lifted her pretty face. Dad, these chickens were fighting over attention, so I chased them around with a feather duster. Old Yang glared at her fiercely upon hearing this. The deal with Mayor Gao fell through, and now your mother's found you some blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner in Russia. This time, Jin Feng was truly furious. She flung the feather duster aside and roared at Old Yang like a lioness. Dad, don't push me too far. If you corner me, I might just jump the wall. As she cursed Old Yang, Jin Feng already had her chest thrust out proudly as she strode toward her room. Bang! The door slammed shut, startling the hens in the yard into scattering in flight. Outside the wall, Lin Feng trudged through the thick snow, heading deeper into the mountains. Snowflakes swirled thicker and thicker from the sky. Within moments, it had already piled up to his knees. Chapter 83, Dare to be harsh with me? Damn it, do you want me to climb the mountain, or what? Lin Feng stood knee-deep in snow, letting out a long howl to the heavens. The surrounding ice shards rattled and clattered in response. Suddenly, about 500 meters ahead, a scene that made his blood boil unfolded. Several sika deer were being pursued by a leopard covered in spotted markings. Unfortunately, the deep snow had sapped the deer's ability to run. The ferocious spotted leopard had zeroed in on the deer, unable to sprint forward, launching itself into the air with all 4 paws off the ground, lunging at a young fawn. When Lin Feng accompanied his grandfather on mountain patrols, he had once told him that sika deer were like spirits in the deep mountains, fond of living near humans. If ever they were attacked by wild beasts, he must find a way to protect them. His grandfather's words echoed in Lin Feng's ears. With this in mind, Lin Feng swiftly and professionally shifted the double-barreled shotgun from his shoulder to his hands, aiming it at the spotted leopard 500 meters away. Bang! 2 bullets erupted from the black muzzle, streaking toward the leopard 500 meters away. Sparking as they flew through the snow-filled air, the bullets were crushed by ice shards just 450 meters away, sinking into the deep snowdrifts. Only then did Lin Feng recall that bullet range could be drastically reduced by temperature and wind direction. Watching the spotted leopard savagely tear into the roe deer, Lin Feng's eyes burned with fury. He scrambled to his feet, attempting to run across the thick snow, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't gain any speed. Desperate to save the deer, Lin Feng threw himself flat onto the snow, rolling forward headlong. Whoosh, whoosh. 18 forward rolls later, Lin Feng closed in on the ferocious leopard. Just 50 meters away, the massive beast suddenly spotted a human figure tumbling toward it. Roar! 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 Fearing its meal would be snatched away, the ferocious leopard flung aside the deer it had been savagely tearing into. Whipping its head around, it lunged toward Lin Feng like a rabid beast. Bang! 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 Without even standing up, Lin Feng fired 3 shots in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the charging leopard. 2 bullets whizzed past the leopard's skull, while 2 others buried themselves deep in its neck. Blood gushed from the wounds, splattering the pristine white snow. Ha ha ha, see if you dare be so fierce with me now? Lin Feng stood up, lowering the gun he had been clutching tightly. Standing not far from the leopard, he had completely let his guard down. Whoosh! The wounded leopard suddenly leapt into the air, pouncing toward Lin Feng. Its paws slammed down hard on Lin Feng's shoulders, its gaping maws snapping toward his throat. Lin Feng's entire body was pinned down by the spotted leopard. The only parts he could move now were his hands. Thump! 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 Lin Feng's fists rained down on the leopard's head, eye sockets, and lips. Under the relentless pounding, the beast's fangs temporarily released his throat, but its claws still pinned him down with brutal force. Such a massive beast crushing him, he'd be skinned alive if not killed outright. In desperation, Lin Feng mustered his brute strength. Clutching the leopard's body with both arms, he rolled relentlessly across the thick snow. Ahead, not far away, lay a sharp tree stump. Lin Feng aimed for the sharp tip of the branch. A meter away from it, he mustered every ounce of strength, using both legs and arms to shove the leopard's body toward the pointed branch. Thud! As if by divine intervention, the force of Lin Feng's shove drove the leopard's rear end straight onto the protruding branch. The leopard, which had been raging fiercely moments before, instantly lost its spirit. It tried to break free from the tree branch, but the harder it struggled, the deeper the branch sank into its flesh. Covered in wounds, Lin Feng pushed himself up from the thick snow with great effort. He tried raising his fist, but it held no lethal force. Left with no choice, Lin Feng staggered over to where his double-barreled shotgun lay and picked it up. He raised the double-barreled shotgun, aiming squarely at the leopard's head. Bang! 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 Several sparks trailing bullets shot angrily into the leopard's skull. As brain matter splattered, Lin Feng's burly frame collapsed onto the thick snow. He lay there in the snow-covered field for an unknown length of time before slowly regaining consciousness. When he awoke, several adorable sika deer stood beside him. The lead deer licked his wounds incessantly with its red tongue. During his mountain hunts, his grandfather had told him that deer saliva could hasten the healing of wounds. Seeing the deer before him so devotedly tending his wounds, Lin Feng reached out his hands and placed them on the deer's antlers. "Dear sister, thank you." The deer seemed to understand human speech, nodding repeatedly as another deer brought over a bright red fruit. Moo moo moo. As Lin Feng watched, the red fruit was already in the deer's mouth, being fed toward his own. The moment the fruit touched his stomach, Lin Feng's previously exhausted body suddenly felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. He sprang to his feet, his backside springing up from the icy snow like a coiled spring, his whole body bubbling with energy as if pumped full of adrenaline. "Dear, you saved me today. I, Lin Feng, will never forget this. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just give me a shout." As if understanding human speech, the herd of sika deer wagged their tails in unison before leading the injured fawn deep into the mountains. Only after the deer vanished completely into the ancient forest did Lin Feng approach the leopard, now barely clinging to life. He kicked the leopard's body hard with his foot and cursed at it. "You worthless piece of trash. Look in the mirror and see what you're made of. How dare you show off your skills in front of this old man? You deserve to die like this." As he cursed the leopard, he drew a knife from his trouser leg and swiftly chopped through several tree branches. Once everything was settled, he sheathed the knife in his leggings and tried lifting the leopard, which weighed no less than 500 pounds. He had always believed this spotted leopard would be too heavy for him to carry, yet he hoisted it effortlessly onto his shoulder without exerting any significant effort. Astonished by his own strength, he couldn't help but marvel at the contribution of those sika deer. Chapter 84, Why not just kill him? As Lin Feng cursed the spotted leopard, he flung it onto his shoulders with a swift motion. He shouldered the leopard, weighing no less than 1,000 jin, and began his ascent up the mountain. Back in the mountains, Xie Feng and her sister hadn't wasted a moment while Lin Feng was descending. They'd already moved all the cured bacon to the new shed. To drive out the dampness, they'd even started a fire to warm the place. The new shed was now filled with warmth. Lin Xin and Xia Feng sat huddled around the hearth, their round faces glowing crimson in the blazing firelight. Xia Feng added a few more logs to the blazing fire, making the flames burn even brighter. She pressed her warm, toasted hands against her round cheeks and asked Lin Xin, sitting across from her, "Why hasn't your brother come back yet today?" Lin Xin, too, was worried about her younger brother's safety. Having hunted with Lin Feng in the mountains before, she knew the complex terrain well enough to feel a deep sense of unease. After a wave of unexplained worry, Lin Xin rose from the log stump she'd been warming herself on. "Mother, shall we go down the mountain to fetch my brother?" Lin Xin, already standing, addressed Xia Feng, whose face bore signs of exhaustion. Lin Feng had gone down the mountain early that morning and still hadn't returned. Xia Feng was growing increasingly anxious. Hearing Cici's suggestion, she sprang to her feet, her emotions stirring. "Let's go. We'll head down the mountain right now to find your brother." As they spoke, mother and daughter had already stepped out of the new shed, supporting each other as they made their way down the mountain. The mountain blizzard lashed at their faces with large flakes of snow, blowing their eyes shut. "Mom, this blizzard is just too fierce. Searching aimlessly like this really isn't working." Having found no trace of her brother, Lin Xin couldn't help but feel discouraged. "Xin, we must find your brother no matter what. Let's search one more time, just the two of us." Xia Feng clutched a wooden stick in her hand, her voice echoing loudly through the swirling blizzard. "Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Where are you?" At that moment, Lin Feng was carrying a leopard weighing over 1,000 pounds, trudging up the snow-covered mountain. The relentless north wind lashed his face, stinging with pain. His mother's cries from the mountain reached his ears. "Mom, I'm back." Already halfway up the slope, Lin Feng shouted back to Xia Feng, who was frantically calling from the mountain. Xia Feng, who was frantically waiting on the mountain, heard Lin Feng's reply and felt a surge of joy. She wiped the ice crystals clinging to her face forcefully onto the ground and addressed the exhausted Lin Xin. "I heard your brother's echo." Lin Xin, who had also heard her brother's reply from halfway up the mountain, perked up instantly. Filled with renewed confidence, she urged Xia Feng to hurry down the mountain to meet her brother. Mother and daughter mustered their strength, supporting each other as they made their way down the mountain. Though Lin Feng carried a leopard weighing over 1,000 pounds on his back, he felt no burden at all. From a great distance, he spotted his sister and mother running down the mountain toward him. To spare them from the harsh wind and snow, Lin Feng waved his arms continuously, signaling them to stop. The mother and daughter, trudging through the blizzard, halted their steps. They waited for Lin Feng to approach the mountain as the snowstorm intensified. Lin Feng, shouldering the 1,000-pound spotted leopard, sprinted swiftly across the snow-covered ground amidst the swirling blizzard. In no time, he reached the mother and daughter. Xia Feng gazed at the spotted leopard on Lin Feng's shoulder. Unable to conceal her inner joy and excitement, she asked him in astonishment, "Homer, where did you get this?" Lin Feng shifted the leopard heavily on his shoulder to ease the strain. "Mom, I encountered this leopard on my way back. It was attacking a herd of deer." As Lin Feng explained to his mother, they all began walking up the mountain together. Xin walked behind her brother, occasionally reaching out to stroke the leopard's spotted tail. "Brother, this spotted leopard's pelt could fetch at least 200 yuan on the border market. This spotted leopard was a full-grown adult, so its pelt would certainly fetch a good price. But with the current market conditions being so poor, how much it would actually fetch was truly anyone's guess. Sis, I'll take the earlier batch of pelts to sell first. If the market's good, I'll come back for this leopard's pelt." In Lin Feng's memory from his previous life, the red-haired folks were notoriously shrewd merchants. They wouldn't just hand over a high price without a fight. Xin nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Feng's reasoning. After all, her brother had never been to the border market himself. The current state of the market there was truly hard to predict. Speaking of the border market, Xin pressed her brother further. "Brother, have you sorted out the border pass yet?" "But..." Lin Feng spat a glob of saliva onto the thick snow, his lips fluttering as he told Xin, getting that border pass was a real hassle. "Brother, you wouldn't be saying that old bastard town chief Gao messed with it again, would you?" "You're absolutely right. That shameless old fool made me withdraw my proposal to Jin Feng." Mentioning this incident filled Lin Feng with boiling rage. Xin was dying to hear the rest of the story. As she continued to swish the leopard's tail, she pressed her brother relentlessly. "Did you back down?" Lin Feng hoisted the leopard onto his shoulder and continued climbing the mountain. His eyes, unusually sharp and alert, met his sister's. "Sis, I'd back down in front of him? I was this close to sending that bastard flying." Hearing Lin Feng's boast, Xin clapped her hands in delight. That old scoundrel deserved a beating. Why didn't you finish him off? By the time they finished speaking, they had returned to the eaves of the small cabin. Huff! Lin Feng tossed the 1,000-pound tiger-striped leopard onto the snow beside the stove. A massive crater had been blasted into the thick snow. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he grinned back at Xin. "Killing someone means paying with your life. I just taught him a lesson." Lin Feng spilled everything about his confrontation with Town Chief Gao in town, pouring it out like beans from a bamboo tube. Chapter 85. What's so great about that? That shameless bastard? Just scare him, don't take it seriously. Xia Feng's tone was more diplomatic, but on the matter of Gao Jinxiong, he was almost entirely aligned with Lin Feng. Oomph, Lin Feng, you're such a pushover. That old geezer has his sights set on your sister and your future wife, yet you're still so lenient with him. If it were me, I'd have killed him by now. Lin Feng went to the cabin and fetched several iron hooks. Whoosh! He drove the iron hooks deep into the leopard's hind legs, then flicked his wrist, sending the 1,000-pound beast swinging upside down. After scolding him, his sister followed into the cabin, carrying out a small basket. She placed it before Lin Feng with a huff. Lin Feng bent down, picked up the sharpest skinning knife, and made a cut along the leopard's hind leg. Following the blade's path, he began skinning the leopard, slicing and peeling the hide as he went. Sis, if Gao Jinxiong ever crosses the line like that again, I won't hold back. Lin Xian, her chest heaving with fury, suddenly turned from anger to joy and joined Lin Feng in skinning the leopard. Xia Feng arrived just then, carrying a large basin of hot water to assist. Lin Feng tossed the leopard's gutted intestines into the wooden basin. Mom, I need to discuss something with you. While his mother and sister scrubbed the intestines, Lin Feng addressed his mother. Squatting on a round wooden stool, his mother used a bamboo stick to turn the clean intestines inside out, flushing away any remaining residue. She looked at Lin Feng with puzzled eyes. The border pass has already been processed. What else do you need to discuss with me? Lin Feng cut the gallbladder off with his knife and held it in his greasy hands. Mom, Uncle said the canteen hasn't had any meat for 3 months now. The villagers are getting really upset. Hearing this, Xia Feng stood up from her crouched position and wiped her greasy hands clean on her floral print skirt. What does your uncle intend to do now? Lin Feng glanced at his mother, continuing to flip the knife in his hand. If he knew what to do, would he be bringing this up to me? Sweat beaded on Xia Feng's hesitant brow as she turned to Lin Feng, who was offering the bitter gall to Xinxin. What if we let Uncle come up the mountain to get some meat down? Before Xia Feng could finish, Xinxin, who had already swallowed the leopard gall, spit the bitter gall out with a loud puff. Mom, you've lost your mind. This meat was obtained by my brother risking his life. Those people down the mountain except for our uncle deserve every bit of it. Not one of them is any good. Lin Xian was furious. Forgetting to swallow the leopard gall, she was the first to stand up and protest loudly. Sis, not everyone in the village is ungrateful. Uncle went to talk with everyone before I headed up the mountain. If they need meat, they'll come up tomorrow. Listening to her brother's words, Lin Xian realized he had a point. She swallowed the bitter bile she'd vomited, mixing it with the hot water in her bowl. An unusually intense heat instantly spread throughout her entire body. Little brother, you ate the leopard's gall for me. What are you going to eat? Lin Feng shot his sister a disapproving glance as her face flushed crimson. Last time you made such a fuss. If I don't give you any this time, how can I possibly avoid trouble? Oomph. So in the end, you still won't let me have it. I'm truly amazed by you. Xinxin pouted as she scolded Lin Feng, then stomped off toward the small wooden hut. Soon after, the sound of pots and pans clattering together echoed from inside. Xia Feng had already threaded the cleaned intestines onto a rope. Seeing the siblings bickering over a bitter gallbladder, she walked up to Lin Feng, patting his shoulder. Next time if there's bare gallbladder or something, you can have it. Hee hee, Mom, I was just teasing my sister. For lunch today, we're having stir-fried leopard liver, you can cook it. As Lin Feng reassured his mother, he placed the leopard liver in her hands. As his mother turned and entered the house, Lin Feng swung his cleaver, swiftly cutting the leopard meat into large chunks. He swiftly cut up all the meat and marinated it in a wooden basin. Lin Feng, stir-fried leopard liver and braised leopard lungs are ready. Xia Feng and her sister called out to Lin Feng from inside the small wooden hut, urging him to come eat. During the meal, Lin Feng glanced at the cramped wooden bed. Mom, just give me a minute. I'll move all my sleeping stuff over to the new shed. His mother, who was sipping soup, froze upon hearing this. Isn't sleeping here just fine? Lin Xian frowned at her mother's polite words. What's so good about it? Last time I was changing clothes in my room, my brother walked in. Well, it's not really your brother's fault. The place is so small, it's bound to happen. Xia Feng listened to Lin Xian's complaints, her voice tinged with obvious resignation. Lin Feng hurriedly moved his belongings into the new shed. He hadn't even finished his soup before diving into the work. Sis, could you help me move my hunting gear into the new shed too? Even while carrying a large bundle of items, Lin Feng didn't forget to call his sister over to help. Her full belly rounded beneath her hands, Sister Lin responded with a cheerful smile. Since you made me eat that leopard gallbladder, I'll do this job for you. Her chatter filled the air as she and Lin Feng bustled about together. After moving everything inside, Lin Feng immediately fetched an axe, a saw, and a small wheelbarrow. He also brought several sand trees from outside, which had already been dried to the right consistency, into the new shed. His sudden flurry of activity left Lin Xian and her mother utterly baffled. Feng, what kind of mischief are you up to now? Lin Feng grabbed the saw and began cutting the longer sand trees into sections. Mom, with this blizzard raging outside, I figured I'd make a few wooden beds, some tables, chairs, and benches. How can we live without a single decent piece of furniture in the house? Jin Feng was about to come up the mountain soon. Such a major life event deserved to be celebrated in style. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Feng told his mother as the axe in his hand flew back and forth. Piece after piece of wood shavings scattered wildly throughout the newly built wooden shed. A crisp, sandalwood-scented fragrance permeated every corner of the new shed. Chapter 86, Stop Messing Around. As sawdust swirled through the shed, Lin Xian carried in the vise and other tools. Watching her brother chop away at the sand tree logs, Lin Xian's cherry red lips curled into a pout. Brother, are you making beds for me and Mom too? Lin Feng glanced at his sister's pouty lips, then continued swinging the axe at the wooden log. Sis, of course there'll be beds for you and Mom this time. Once they're done, you can pick whichever you like. The wooden beds for his sister and mother were so rotten that they'd fall apart the moment anyone sat on them. Currently, the 4 legs of the wooden bed were replaced by 4 large stones. When Lin Feng made the bed, their bed was the first thing on his mind. Hearing this, his sister brightened and went back to the small wooden hut to fetch more supplies. Lin Feng worked at a brisk pace. Before long, he had finished the bed frame, bed legs, and all the necessary components. The next step was assembly. Sister, come help me. It's hard to assemble this alone. Lin Feng crouched in the new shed, bedside in hand, calling out loudly to Lin Xian. Thinking about how she'd soon have a new bed to sleep in, Lin Xian skipped over to stand opposite Lin Feng. Together, they lifted the bedside panel and fitted it onto the 2 bed legs. After securing one leg, Lin Feng and his sister repeated the process to attach the other 2 legs. Watching her brother's practiced movements, Lin Xian couldn't help but give him a thumbs up repeatedly, praising his skill. Stop praising me, Lin Feng said. We still need to install a few crossbeams horizontally. Xinxin's big eyes glanced at Lin Feng as she picked up a wooden block and handed it to him with both hands. Oh, Lin Feng, couldn't you just stop tormenting your sister like this? She said, though inside she was as happy as if she'd eaten aspartame. By the time dusk fell, Lin Feng had finished both wooden beds. Eager for his sister and mother to sleep on them sooner, he hoisted the completed beds upright and carried them into the small wooden hut. Mom, spread the bamboo mats and straw from the old bed on top. I need to head back to my shack. As Lin Feng relayed this to his mother and sister, he bent over, one butt cheek sticking out, and carried the straw into his hut. After a flurry of activity, Lin Feng lowered the thatched mat over the wooden shed. Instantly, the entire space felt much warmer. The next morning, when Lin Feng appeared beneath the eaves of the small wooden hut clad entirely in wolfskin garments, his uncle had already set off toward the mountains with several villagers in tow. Lin Xian stood behind Lin Feng. As she watched her uncle and the others approach the mountain, she muttered under her breath, if they're coming, why bring so many people? It's like they're raiding a rich household. They really think our mountain is some kind of freezer. Sis, don't talk like that. See the sacks of cornmeal on their shoulders? As they drew nearer, Lin Feng noticed the sacks of cornflour on their shoulders and whispered to his sister. That's more like it. If they think they can just take without giving anything in return, even if you're willing, your sister here isn't. As they chatted intermittently, their uncle had already arrived at the small cabin's eaves with several villagers. Big brother. When Xia Feng saw her maternal relatives, tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. Little sister, I discussed it with the villagers and specially brought you several sacks of flour. I'll have them carry it inside now. After some small talk, Xia Ping had the villagers carry the cornmeal and other supplies inside. Xinxin, uncle and the others made the trip up the mountain with great effort. Come help me stew the leopard ribs. The cured meats had all been moved to the new wooden shed, leaving only the ribs and leopard heart in the wooden basin the only decent items left. All right. Lin Xian was initially displeased, but seeing everyone emaciated to skin and bones, her heart softened. She joined her mother in scooping large chunks of ribs and cured leopard heart into the pot to simmer in the kitchen. Cooking smoke drifted steadily from the cracked earthenware pot into the sky. A flock of winter birds circled endlessly above the small wooden hut. Uncle politely offered Lin Feng a cheap cigarette. Big nephew, this is some real firecracker stuff. My uncle never offered cigarettes when asking favors before. Today, for the sake of the village, he'd swallowed his pride and offered Lin Feng a smoke. Lin Feng didn't smoke, and his uncle's warmth made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He gently pushed the cigarette back toward his uncle. Uncle, I don't smoke. His uncle chuckled, a man who doesn't smoke or drink is wasting his life. You've got to learn to smoke and drink, that's how you make friends in this world. I'll learn when I have time later. Facing his uncle's teasing, Lin Feng responded with a somewhat awkward chuckle. After some polite small talk, Uncle Lin steered the conversation toward today's purpose for going up the mountain. Lin Feng, after you went up the mountain yesterday, did you tell your mother about the meat shortage down here? Uncle, I told Mom as soon as I got back. I explained how tough life down here has become. Lin Feng recounted to his bewildered uncle the conversation he'd had with his mother the previous day. His uncle, who hadn't held much hope for the matter, perked up immediately upon hearing this. He couldn't help but whisper urgently to Lin Feng, "What did your mom say?" Mom said that when her family is in trouble, she has to help no matter what." Hearing this, excitement flashed across the old man's weathered face. Kneeling abruptly before Fengzi with a thud, he declared before Lin Feng, "I thank your family on behalf of the village's 2,500 people. A man may not shed tears easily, but only when he has not yet reached the depths of sorrow." As his uncle's emotions surged, tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly helped his uncle to his feet and led him and the villagers toward his new shed. "Uncle, this new shed is filled with mountain goods I gathered recently. Whatever you need, just ask." Lin Feng pointed excitedly at the sun-dried pork, its edges yellowed and glistening with oil, as he explained to his uncle and the villagers. His uncle gazed at the heavy bamboo pole, grinning from ear to ear as he asked Lin Feng, "What kind of meat is on this pole?" "Uncle, the first 100 pieces are fox meat, the middle 100 are wolf meat." As Uncle Lin praised Lin Feng for listing the mountain delicacies on the bamboo pole like they were his own treasures, he told the villagers they could each take 10 pieces. At least 10 kinds of wild game hung on that bamboo pole. 10 yuan for each piece? That was no small feat. Chapter 87, Something's Wrong with My Sister. 10 yuan isn't enough. Lin Feng shouted at his uncle. After finally making it up the mountain, he was determined to bring back at least 20 yuan worth of game today. His uncle did a quick calculation, each piece of game weighed about 5 jin 2.5 kilograms, and 5 jin of game could fetch 2 yuan. If he took 20 yuan for each item, Lin Feng would have to bring back 1,000 jin of meat to help the villagers today. This financial calculation was startling once he actually did the math. As Lin Feng continued tossing cured meats from the bamboo poles into the basket, his uncle hurriedly reached out to stop him. While they were tugging at each other over the cured meat, Xia Feng wiggled her hips as she walked into the new shed. "Brother, if you hadn't helped us three back then, we'd probably have frozen to death on this mountain by now. What's a few dozen yuan worth of meat to us?" With Xia Feng's words, her uncle finally accepted the cured meat tossed into the basket by Lin Feng, though somewhat embarrassed. Once everyone had nearly finished loading the cured meat, Xia Feng finally called them inside the small wooden hut to drink leopard heart, lung, and rib soup. The villagers, who hadn't tasted meat in 3 months, grabbed the large bowls from the table and began devouring the soup with gusto. After several bowls of soup, they all praised the kindness of Lin Feng and his mother, even expressing envy for their life up in the mountains. Lin Feng saw how difficult everyone's lives were, so he generously invited every villager in the small cabin. "If you wish to live like us, my mother and I, you're welcome to join us on the mountain for hunting. Good things should be shared." Lin Feng had no habit of hoarding for himself. When old Wang Kai heard this, his head shook like a rattle. "My boy, it's not that old Wang Kai won't go up the mountain. Years ago, a Siberian tiger bit me that sharp fang nearly took my life." As he told Lin Feng this, old Wang Kai swiftly rolled up his pant leg. From his heel to his thigh, an 80-centimeter scar wound around his right leg like a crimson python. As old Wang recounted this tale, his lips trembled uncontrollably. Uncle Wang Kai stared at the scar. After gulping down a large bowl of spare rib soup, he quickly interjected, "Nephew, Wang Kai was hanging by a thread back then. Your grandfather pulled him from the tiger's jaws, carried him all the way down the mountain in one breath, and had us rush him to the Xinganling hospital." The other villagers present kept shaking their heads when Lin Feng invited them to join the hunt, insisting they'd never set foot in the mountains. Since no one was willing to go, Lin Feng couldn't exactly hold a knife to their throats. As they descended the mountain laden with game, he generously declared, "Whenever you run low on meat, come back up the mountain. We'll always have plenty to share." "Got it." Uncle Wang replied to Lin Feng with a touch of embarrassment. After another round of profuse thanks, he finally led everyone down the mountain. On the descent, Uncle Wang Kai turned to the village chief and said, "Chief Xia, you should find a way to get those 3 women down the mountain. Life down here might be poorer, but it's safer. Don't be fooled by Lin Feng hunting all those wild boars and wolves up here. Those are lives lost. One wrong move and they'd be torn to shreds." While Uncle Wang Kai was speaking to Xia Ping, Erden chimed in with a few timely remarks. "When Lin Feng tossed meat into our baskets, I saw his back covered in wounds torn open by wild beasts." Xia Ping listened to everyone's words for a long while before finally addressing the group. "Life down the mountain is so poor we can barely put food on the table. In this situation, even if I told them to come down, would they really want to? And with this snow falling non-stop like this, within 3 months, we'll probably all have to go seek refuge with Lin Feng and the others." After sharing these words, Xia Ping walked toward the food distribution center with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, up on the mountain, Lin Feng was busy rehanging the freshly smoked meat in the new shed. Lin Xian walked in from outside the shed, carrying several pieces of leopard meat that had been smoked until they glistened with oil. She handed the meat to Lin Feng and said with obvious displeasure, "Brother, we worked so hard to save all this meat, but you and Mom just gave it away so generously. Now we're practically back to square one." Seeing the villagers' plight, Lin Xian had gritted her teeth and agreed to the donation. But she never dreamed her brother would give away over 1,000 pounds of meat. At the time, the daily ration was 1 liang of meat per person. 10 people equaled 1 gene, 100 people 10 gene, 1,000 people 100 gene, and 10,000 people 1,000 gene. This 1,000 caddies of meat equated to feeding 10,000 people. Calculating the economic cost, Lin Xin kept scolding Lin Feng for being so extravagant. Lin Feng took the meat his sister handed him and hung it on a bamboo pole. Sis, my marksmanship is top-notch. I can go out hunting anytime and come back with plenty. Don't worry, you won't go hungry up here in the mountains. Seeing the displeasure on his sister's face, Lin Feng patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Oomph. If you can't even support your own sister, how do you plan to support your future wife? His sister scolded him, her exaggerated gestures already carrying her out of the newly built wooden shed. Watching her leave, Lin Feng sighed before continuing to thread cured meat onto the bamboo pole. Fomer, did your sister scold you again just now? Mother, carrying 2 front legs of pork each weighing no less than 20 pounds, struggled to walk from outside the wooden shed toward the interior. Lin Feng quickly jumped down from the wooden stool, hurriedly took the pork from his mother's hands, and with a swift leap, returned to the stool to hang the 2 pieces of meat onto the bamboo pole. Mom, sister didn't really say anything. She was just venting. Feng, don't listen to your sister. She's petty-minded, only caring about getting rich herself. But what good is personal wealth? Your mother's wishes for you siblings to lead everyone to prosperity together, to live in skyscrapers, feast on delicacies, and have money that never runs out. Mom's ideals and ambitions were grand, articulating everything Lin Feng himself aspired to achieve. Her words made Lin Feng wonder, could his mother have traveled back in time from the 21st century? Just as Lin Feng was lost in these wild thoughts, a desperate cry for help suddenly echoed outside the wooden shack. Help! Help! Oh no, something's happened to my sister. Lin Feng dropped the front leg meat he was holding and dashed out of the wooden hut like the wind. A ferocious brown bear, its massive frame carrying his sister's half-naked, bare-bottomed body, was charging wildly through the snow. Seeing this beastly brown bear so brutally tormenting his sister, Lin Feng darted back into the hut. Grabbing his bow and arrow along with his double-barreled shotgun, he tucked a sharp axe into his belt and set off in hot pursuit, chasing after the bear's hindquarters. Chapter 88, Once bitten, twice shy. You beast, let me go. Sister clung to the bear's back, pounding and punching this clumsy, trembling giant. But her tiny fists landing on its body felt like a flea scratching an itch, completely ineffective. Left with no other choice, sister pinned her hopes on her younger brother. Perched on the bear's shoulder, she screamed desperately, "Brother, save me." Lin Feng's feet seemed to carry him on the wind, his entire sprint as swift as if he were riding the windfire wheels. Hearing his sister's cries, he had already loaded 5 arrows onto his bow. The legend of Hou Yi shooting down 9 suns flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Today, he would emulate Hou Yi, shooting arrows while running. As his feet pounded the ground, his hands drew all the arrows taut, the bowstring stretched to its absolute limit. Bang! 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 The arrows shot out like lightning as he released the string. Within 10 seconds, 5 arrows had been fired toward the palm bear's 2 plump black hindquarters, its 2 thick bare arms, and 1 sturdy hind leg. Roar! 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 As the arrow struck the clumsy beast, it let out a wild howl and violently flung Lin Xin, who had been slung over its shoulder, onto the snow-covered ground. Cringing in pain on the icy snow, Lin Xin still managed to scream hysterically at her brother. Brother! No matter what, we have to kill this beast today. Lin Feng had no time to worry about his sister's safety now. The dumb beast was yanking the arrow shaft from its arm, turning its rear end toward him, and charging madly. A whirlwind of movement swept toward him. Lin Feng felt something warm and sticky spurt onto his face, trickling down his cheek and into his mouth. Damn it, I'll kill you today. Bang! 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 Lin Feng tossed aside his bow and arrow, snatched the double-barreled shotgun in one swift motion, and fired several rounds into the palm bear's chest. Sparking bullets pierced its heart in a flash. Spurting streams of foul-smelling blood erupted as the massive beast was blasted several meters away. Roar! 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 Everyone assumed the clumsy beast, sent flying several meters, would be finished. What Lin Feng never dreamed would happen was that the beast's rear slammed into a massive tree trunk. Using the trunk's rebound, it swiftly scrambled back. Damn it, you're forcing me to give you another axe blow. Facing such a blazingly fast rebound, firing another shot was impossible. With a whoosh, Lin Feng drew the razor-sharp axe from behind his back and swung it straight at the brown bear's forehead. The blade sliced from the brow right down to the palm bear's belly, leaving a 2-foot-long gash. Once opened, the beast's blood flowed relentlessly. Wiping the blood from his forehead, Lin Feng dug deep with his hand, pulling the bear's gallbladder clean out. He kicked it away with a forceful stomp. Thud! With a thunderous crash, the clumsy bear's body slammed into a tree, splitting a tree trunk as thick as a bowl in half at the waist. Having dealt with the clumsy brute, Lin Feng clutched the still warm, pungent bear gall in his hand and hurried to his sister's side. Sister, sister! His unconscious sister, cradled in Lin Feng's arms, slowly opened her eyes. Little brother, did you kill that dumb bear? Sis, I just finished him off. This is the bear gall I took from its belly. You should take it first. Seeing her brother covered in wounds from saving her, her beautiful cherry red lips began to pout again. This stuff won't do a thing. Last time I ate leopard gall, it didn't stop me from getting beaten up by a bear anyway. As she spoke these words to her brother, she flicked her wrist and shoved the bear gall into his mouth. Caught completely off guard, he swallowed it before he could react. The moment the bear gall entered his stomach, Lin Feng felt a raging fire ignite within his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, burning hot and feverish. Sis, I gotta carry this dumbass home first. You wait here for me. His blood already boiling, Lin Feng set his sister down and sprinted toward the palm bear, dead for quite some time. With a swift tug of his hands, he effortlessly hoisted the 1,000-pound Shadahan onto his shoulders and strode purposefully toward the small cabin deep in the mountains. Xia Feng, spear in hand, was already halfway there. Mom, hurry and go get sister. I'll drop this big dummy off at the cabin and come back for you both. By the time Lin Feng finished telling his mother, he was already nearly at the cabin. Mom. Just as Xia Feng turned around and started walking toward where Lin Xian was, she had already gathered all the items scattered on the floor into one pile and was calling out loudly for her mom. Xin, did that big bear hurt you? Ugh, I just went to the bathroom and got dragged off by that beast. It's terrifying to think about. When I get home, I'll have my brother figure out a way to move the toilet inside the house. Otherwise, even peeing will be a nerve-wracking experience. Once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. As Lin Xian recounted this to Xia Feng, her legs still trembled uncontrollably. Your brother's back now. Talk to him about it. Xia Feng slung the cleaned rifle over her back and handed the axe and bow to Lin Feng, who had just returned. Brother, today was terrifying, wasn't it? You're full of ideas, let's figure out how to build the toilet inside the house. Lin Feng glanced at his sister. He and their mother supported their sister's body as they continued walking forward. I'd been thinking about this too. Building a toilet inside isn't impossible, but the key is finding the right materials. Aren't you going to the border market tomorrow to sell furs? See if they have pipes and faucets there? His sister's suggestion made Lin Feng slap his thigh in delight. Right. The border market is run by those redheads. Buying some faucets and steel pipes shouldn't be hard. Uncle Lin had no suitable steel pipes left. Where had he even sourced that old gun barrel from last time? With his plan set, Lin Feng helped his sister toward the small cabin. Just as they settled into the cabin, Lin Mushing had already gathered a group of village bachelors and was waiting under the eaves. They were busy gathering ropes to loop around the palm bear's body, preparing to haul it down the mountain. Chapter 89, Sharing Blessings and Hardships. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickened his pace. Behind him, his sister and mother's voices called out, "Hurry and stop them." Ignoring his injured sister, Lin Feng sprinted toward the cabin at top speed. Heave ho, heave ho. Under Lin Mushing's direction, the men below the mountain strained to lift the palm bear, which weighed over 1,000 pounds. Lin Feng had already reached the small cabin. These arrogant villagers were complete strangers to Lin Feng. He had no idea where Lin Mushing had found such help. He lunged forward in a single stride, planting his feet wide apart to block their entire path. Put that bear down. The righteous command burst from Lin Feng's mouth. Though not loud, it reverberated through the air, making everyone present feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. The rough countrymen carrying the 4-pole stretcher were so frightened their legs went weak, their lips trembling uncontrollably. Lin Mushing, your son is too formidable. We'd better not. What's there to fear? I'll just go over and teach him a lesson. Puffing white smoke from his bamboo pipe, Lin Mushing strode confidently toward Lin Feng as he retorted to the rowdy men. You little brat, what do you think you're doing? As Lin Mushing addressed Lin Feng, he raised the bamboo pipe in his hand, poised to smash it down on the boy's head at any moment. Lin Feng couldn't care less about this arrogant stepfather. Thinking of the suffering endured by his original host, he gritted his teeth and told this despicable man before him, put the things down. He had always believed Lin Mushing would heed his words. But Lin Feng's hopes were as high as his disappointment would be. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Mushing swung the bamboo pipe in his hand, smashing it down toward Lin Feng's head. Crack! 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 After several dull thuds, the several-foot-long bamboo pipe shattered instantly into pieces. You old bastard! You've shown no mercy or loyalty. I'll send you to the west right now. Completely enraged, Lin Feng reached out and hoisted the enraged Lin Mushing up like a little chicken. Whoosh! Before Lin Mushing could comprehend what was happening, Lin Feng had already flung his body away. Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Mushing's body slid and skidded across the frozen landscape, hurtling straight toward Xia Feng's crotch as she hurried toward the small cabin. After a clatter of ice shards, Lin Mushing clutched Xia Feng's leather-clad thigh with both hands and struggled to his feet. Gazing at the plump and voluptuous Xia Feng before him, drool began to drip from the corners of Lin Mushing's mouth. You've been living it up lately. Which bastard's been keeping you company? Still reeling from the beating Lin Feng had given him, Lin Mushing hadn't fully come to his senses and lashed out at Xia Feng again. Xia Feng, still bound by their marital ties, hadn't intended to lash out at him. But his words made her eyebrows shoot up in anger. She yanked off the wolfskin gloves she was wearing. Smack! 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 Several sharp slaps landed on Lin Musheng's icy face, sending teeth flying from his mouth onto the floor. After taking the blows, Lin Musheng raised his hand, aiming to choke Xie Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian thrust her red-plumed spear toward him. You old bastard, you think you can bully my mom? Terrified, Lin Musheng stumbled back several steps and bellowed at Lin Xian, you little. One day, I'll take your virginity too. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian's red-plumed spear flew toward Lin Musheng, sending him scrambling down the mountain in terror. Watching Lin Musheng flee the mountain with his tail between his legs, Lin Feng tidied up the dragon pole and stored it in the shed. Only then did he use a thick rope to lasso the palm bear, which weighed over 1,000 pounds. Mom, you and sister come help out. Facing this massive, clumsy beast, Lin Feng called his mother and sister over. Together, they hoisted it beneath the eaves of the small wooden hut and began skinning it. While skinning it, Xinxin chirped, Brother, tonight we'll have stewed bear paw soup. Lin Feng continued skinning while teasing his sister, Sis, forget bear paw soup. If you want bear heart soup, your little brother will make it happen. Bear heart and bear paw were among the most prized treasures on a bear's body. Consuming soups made from them not only beautified the complexion but also extended one's lifespan. Hearing this, Lin Xian hurriedly fetched a cleaver and handed it to her brother. If you're truly serious, chop off the front bear paw so I can stew it. Lin Feng snatched the knife his sister handed him. Whoosh! The sharp machete flipped in Lin Feng's hand, and in an instant, a bear paw weighing nearly 5 pounds was cleanly severed and landed in his grasp. Sis, catch! Lin Feng flung the heavy bear paw toward his sister's hands. Overjoyed, his sister caught the flying paw, wiggling her exaggeratedly large, plump hips as she scampered toward the kitchen. Lin Feng continued skinning the bear. With his sister handling the kitchen alone, his mother, now in an exceptionally good mood, approached him to lend a hand. Mom, you can stretch this bear hide over the bed. He instructed his mother as she joined him in skinning the bear. Money was desperately needed right now. A single bear skin could fetch at least 500 yuan if a buyer was willing. Forget it. Next time, take the hides to the border market to sell. There'll be plenty of times we need money later. Money talks, and without it, even the devil won't open his door. When you're broke, even relatives and friends won't give you the time of day. Xie Feng had truly tasted the bitterness of poverty these past few days. Mom, let's talk about this later. I'll take some pelts to try selling tomorrow. Lin Feng had never dealt with Russians before. Would they try to rip him off? Fine, I'll properly roast the bearskin tomorrow. As mother and daughter chatted, they spread out the skinned bear hide beside the roaring fire, tending the flames as it roasted. Lin Xian was in an exceptionally good mood tonight. She actually carried a bowl of simmered bear paw soup over to the roaring fire. She personally ladled a bowl of soup containing bear paw and handed it to her younger brother. Little brother, you've worked so hard these past few days. You should drink this bowl of soup with bear paw first. Lin Feng glanced at his sister. Huh, sis, you're too kind. But you know, Mom's been working hard too lately. This bowl of soup should go to Mom first. As he spoke, he had already placed the steaming bowl of bear soup into their mother's hands. Mom was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. The three of us will each have a few sips. We share hardships together, and we share blessings together. Mom's learning to be a Liangshan hero now. The way she talks, she's practically becoming Sun Yang. As his mother took a sip and passed the bowl to him, Lin Xian watched her gulp down the broth while whispering sweet nothings. Stop teasing. Finish it for your brother. Chapter 90, Dry Wine, sell it if you have it. Little brother, have some bear paw. Tonight, Lin Xian, brimming with excitement, handed her younger brother a bowl nearly half filled with bear paw soup. Lin Feng, who had been craving bear soup for ages, glanced at his sister's pretty oval face, beamed with delight, took the bowl from her hands, and began slurping it down in big gulps. After downing several mouthfuls of the broth, Lin Feng proceeded to devour every last scrap of the bear paw in the bowl. Seeing her brother's hearty appetite, she went back to the kitchen and scooped out another large bowl for him. Little brother, there's plenty left in the pot. You can have as much as you want. Lin Feng gave his sister a simple, earnest look, feeling a bit embarrassed as he told her, this soup is really delicious. It's rare to hear such praise from you. May you have sweet dreams tonight. Sis, could you bring me another bowl? His sister had already stepped inside the house. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she turned back and stuck her tongue out at him. Nice try. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea, one moment sunny and bright, the next overcast with dark clouds. Sis, you're so stingy. If you won't bring it out, then forget it, I'm not drinking this soup. As Lin Feng scolded his sister, the sharp cleaver in his hand swung down again, slicing toward Xiong Xiang's back. By the time he reached the last piece of meat, Lin Feng had hacked several deep gouges into his razor-sharp machete. The bear's bones were simply too hard. Xie Feng stood beside Lin Feng, busily scooping the carved meat into a wooden basin. She sprinkled Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and other spices over every piece of bear meat in the basin. As the night breeze blew, the aroma of these spices wafted around the entire cabin. Tomorrow's trip to the border market meant no firearms were allowed per regulations, but knives were permitted. On the back of the border pass were 9 points of caution. After finishing his work, Lin Feng pulled it out and read them carefully. After reviewing the precautions, Lin Feng tucked the permit back into his inner pocket. Carrying a small wooden basin in one hand and a chipped machete in the other, he walked toward the grinding stone standing tall amidst the wind and snow. Having learned his lesson from previous cold shoulders, Lin Feng now acted wisely. As he plopped down on the whetstone, he called out loudly to his mother, who had finished her chores, "Mom, could you get me some old rags?" Xia Feng, her heart aching for her son, agreed as she hurried out of the small hut with a bundle of rags in hand, rushing to his side. "Feng, lift your bottom." As Lin Feng lifted his seated bottom, Xia Feng swiftly stuffed the pile of rags beneath him. Once his mother had finished patting him, Lin Feng finally lowered his round, plump bottom onto the whetstone. With both hands, he pushed the chopping knife now notched in several places diagonally while expressing his deep gratitude to his mother. "You're the best, Mom." Xia Feng blushed slightly at his praise. "If I were good, I wouldn't have brought you all up to the mountains. Mom, conditions up here are so much better now. If not for your choice back then, we'd still be down below suffering abuse." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng continued sharpening the cleaver at an angle, its grinding sound echoing through the snowy night. "Mom, you should get some rest. It's getting late." Watching her son toil in the snowy night, Xia Feng brushed back the strands of hair graying at her temples. "Fenger, take your time. You keep working. I'll go to bed first. I need to get up early tomorrow to make breakfast for you." As she spoke, her weary body already began shuffling toward the small wooden house. Crackle, crackle. Lin Feng's axe ground with a sharp, grating sound in the biting cold wind. By the late hours of the night, after sharpening both his knife and axe to a razor's edge, Lin Feng finally stowed the gleaming tools away. He then entered the shed, lay down on the newly made wooden bed, and soon fell into a deep, snoring sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xia Feng, who had risen early, boiled the wild chicken eggs. Alongside the boiled eggs, Mother had specially prepared a bowl of lean meat soup for Lin Feng. Lin Feng appeared before his mother wearing wolfskin trousers and a fox fur coat. Seeing her son before her, Xia Feng was overcome with emotion as she peeled the wild eggs for him and placed the lean meat soup before him. "Fenger, these are freshly peeled wild eggs. They'll help you regain your strength." Mom placed the peeled wild eggs into Lin Feng's hands. "Mom, you should eat too. I didn't have much of an appetite this morning. Just make sure you eat your fill." A mother worries even when her child is miles away. She gave Lin Feng the most nutritious food she had. Lin Feng stuffed the fist-sized wild egg into his mouth and took a few sips of lean meat congee. "Mom, once we sell the fur coat today, I'll buy some gold and silver jewelry for you and my sister." Xia Feng had lived most of her life, and truth be told, she had never worn a ring, let alone pierced her ears for earrings. Overcome with joy, her lips trembling slightly, she told Lin Feng, "Your own affairs come first. Don't let your mother and sister distract you from what's truly important." "Mom, without you, there would be no me. If you hadn't raised me, how could I be standing before you now?" As he spoke to his mother, Lin Feng found himself spontaneously humming the tune of Wine Dry, for sale. In his emotional state, Lin Feng actually began humming the timeless Wine Dry, Sell No More. Such a familiar voice. Accompanying me through so many years of wind and rain. Never needing to be recalled. Hearing this stirring melody, Mom and my sister, who had just woken up, began humming along, "Wine, wine, if you sell it, wine, wine, if you sell it." After the three women sang this Taiwanese song with heartfelt emotion, mother and daughter helped Lin Feng pack all the furs, dozens of them, into a bamboo basket capable of holding over 100 pounds. With everything settled, Lin Feng hoisted the basket onto his back and set off toward the border market down the mountain, braving the swirling blizzard. After 3 hours of trekking, Lin Feng arrived at the border, his body encrusted with ice crystals. Fully armed PLA soldiers stood guard at the border gate, carbines at the ready, standing tall at the nation's frontier. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of respect well up within him. He saluted the PLA soldiers guarding the nation's gate with a standard military salute. The friendly PLA soldier returned the salute with a standard military gesture before politely requesting Lin Feng to present his credentials. Lin Feng reached into his inner pocket and handed the PLA soldier the border pass, still warm from his body. Chapter 91, I'm no coward. Comrade, here is my pass. Lin Feng respectfully handed the border pass he'd retrieved from his inner pocket to the PLA soldier. The PLA soldier, wearing a green military cap, carefully inspected the border pass Lin Feng had handed over. After confirming there were no issues, he returned the document. Comrade, please leave your axe behind. Lin Feng was momentarily dumbfounded by the PLA soldier's request. Hey, doesn't this border pass clearly state that knives are permitted? Comrade, the border area is currently chaotic. Regardless of your status, all metal items must be deposited at the storage facility. Having served in the military and seen combat in his past life, Lin Feng said nothing more upon hearing the PLA soldier's words. He dutifully placed the axe strapped to his hip and his pocket knife into the storage area beside the border market. Only after Lin Feng had deposited all his metal items was he permitted entry into the border market by the imposing PLA soldier. Having never visited the border market before, Lin Feng scanned every corner of the place as soon as she entered. The border market was predominantly populated by fair-haired, blue-eyed Russians, both men and women. The men were tall and imposing, while the women were fair-skinned beauties with mesmerizing blue eyes that could captivate souls. When they caught Lin Feng staring at their curvaceous figures, they would toss him a flirtatious kiss while whispering to their friends, "That northeasterner is built like a tank. If I could land him, it'd be worth dying for." Lin Feng didn't understand Russian, but from the chatter of these women, constantly pouting their lips, he could sense the admiration Russian women held for him. These exotic women held little interest for him. He pulled his gaze away from the women, casually finding a spot in the market to set down his bamboo basket filled with furs. He spread out the dozens of pelts inside onto the ground. No sooner had the pelts been laid out than several burly Russians strode over to Lin Feng's stall, swaggering with bravado. "Northeast dog, who gave you permission to set up shop here?" They stood with arms crossed, their thick, muscular legs swaying back and forth in front of Lin Feng. Facing this group of fair-skinned, blue-eyed, red-haired Russians, Lin Feng struggled to keep his emotions in check. "Friends, I was permitted to enter by comrades from the PLA. Please respect my human rights." "Ha ha ha, you northeastern dog is hilarious." The fiercely spirited Lin Feng clenched his fists at the redhead's insult. "Friend, show me some respect. I'm a northeasterner, and above all, I'm Chinese." "Ha ha ha ha, what bold northeasterner. So poor you're peddling mountain goods." They kicked the fur coats Lin Feng had laid out on his street stall far away with their feet. "Damn it, I'm no coward." Feeling profoundly humiliated, Lin Feng swung his fist while unleashing a flurry of kicks from his feet. As his legs whipped toward this group of obnoxious redheads, a scene from Fist of Fury where the hero kicks the Russian strongman flashed through his mind. The rousing song echoes, "Child, this is your home, red bricks and white tiles." As the song echoed on, several strong, sturdy Russians had already been kicked hard to the ground by Lin Feng. As they convulsed on the ground, Soviet soldiers and PLA troops, rifles drawn, were already sprinting toward the scene. The commanding officers from both sides shouted at Lin Feng, "What the hell is going on here?" Recalling how the redheads had nearly defecated and urinated on his head, Lin Feng pointed at the pile of mangled furs on the ground and snapped, "These bastards ruined the furs I had laid out on my stall." The Soviet officer swept a harsh glance over the chaotic mess on the ground, then waved his hand decisively. "Mako, take them all away." Knowing they were in the wrong, the Soviet guard officers led away every single troublemaking redhead without exception. The PLA soldiers helped Lin Feng gather the fur coats, which had been thrown into disarray by the troublemakers, and neatly rearrange them before leaving with a sense of relief. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the soldiers guarding the border, Lin Feng began shouting loudly, "Passers-by, don't miss out. Authentic Northeast Greater Shingon Range fur coats." His fluent Northeastern dialect instantly drew a crowd of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Russian beauties. As he continued his sales pitch, a woman with fair skin, striking features, and a well-proportioned figure swayed her graceful hips toward his stall. She wore a grass-green pencil skirt that hugged a pair of mature, peach-like curves. "Handsome Chinese guy, how much are these furs?" The Russian beauty seemed genuinely interested in Lin Feng's furs, clearly intending to make a purchase. Lin Feng gave the curvaceous Russian woman a thorough once-over before withdrawing his sharp gaze. "Beautiful lady, if you're interested in buying, white fox fur is 50 per piece, light gray wolf fur is 100 per piece." The Russian beauty crouched down, her ample curves nearly pressing against her knees. "Young man, I'm in the fur business, not a street vendor. If you can lower the price a bit more, I can buy all of your furs in one go." Back on the mountain, his sister had told Lin Feng that Russians could afford to pay well and weren't overly picky about prices. Recalling her words, Lin Feng straightened his back and crouched down too, his knees nearly touching hers. "Beautiful lady, if you really want the whole lot, I can give you a discount of 5 yuan per pelt." Though he'd risked his life to obtain these pelts deep in the mountains, offering too steep a discount would leave him bleeding money. The Russian beauty seemed set on the batch of furs in Lin Feng's hands, determined to have them. As she listened to Lin Feng's offer and rose from her crouch, her blue eyes held a hint of suggestive allure. "Young man, I'm quite taken with these pelts. If you don't mind, pack them up and come with me across the street." As the Russian woman spoke to Lin Feng, she was already swaying her hips in a slit skirt that revealed her long, snow-white legs, striding toward the Assyria leather manufacturing plant across the street. Lin Feng gathered all the furs, stuffed them haphazardly into a bamboo basket, and hurried after the woman with the captivating figure and exotic charm. Chapter 92, What's so interesting? This Russian woman, swaying her exaggeratedly pert behind, moved at a brisk pace. Lin Feng jogged for quite a while before finally catching up to her. Not knowing her surname, he resorted to the northeastern custom of calling out loudly, "Hey, sis! Wait for me!" The woman, striding forward with her long, beautiful legs, halted her steady pace. "My Russian name is Lena. You can call me Sister Na from now on." Only then did Lin Feng realize his initial address had been abrupt. He quickly changed his approach. "Sis Na, that company up ahead, is it a joint venture between you Russians and us Northeasterners?" Back then, our resources were limited, and the government permitted private citizens to collaborate with foreigners along the border. Lena glanced at Lin Feng, who was looking perplexed. This leather company is our family's own business. We have no partnership with your government. Lina casually informed Lin Feng. But upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in shock. What kind of capital would that require? 1,000,000 yuan wouldn't even be enough to build a leather company. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Lin Feng snapped back to reality. No matter how formidable this Russian woman's capital was, it remained her asset. He was merely a hunter, she could run her company, and he could sell his own leather. He walked shoulder to shoulder with Lina, carrying his bamboo basket. The mature, feminine scent emanating from Lina made him sneeze repeatedly. Hearing Lin Feng's incessant sneezing, Lina stopped, her large, curvaceous hips swaying to a halt. Young man, does my scent smell that bad? No, no, no. Your scent is too alluring, I just couldn't help sneezing. Lin Feng's few compliments instantly closed the distance between them. Lina began asking him questions, his name, his age, and so on. As they walked side by side into the spacious, well-lit leather company building with security guards, Lin Feng told her his name and age. I'm 3 years older than you. From now on, you can call me Sister Lina. This woman from a foreign land seemed to harbor a hint of unspoken affection for Lin Feng. The moment Lin Feng entered the factory, he drew the attention of several Russian female workers. They all turned their gaze toward Lina, murmuring among themselves about how the boss had found herself a handsome young man. Lina's almond-shaped eyes flashed at the chattering women, and she roared like a lioness, "What's there to see? Get back to work." The group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed women scattered at Lina's command. Lin Feng, hand the bamboo basket to that tall, fair-skinned man with blue eyes. But we haven't even inspected the goods yet. Silly brother, you're so nervous you think we'd cheat you? Seeing Lin Feng sweating profusely from nervousness, Lina chuckled. She walked behind him, took the bamboo basket from his hands, and let the tall man carry it away. On someone else's turf, Lin Feng could only stand there dumbstruck as the tall man took away the furs along with the bamboo basket. Little brother Lin Feng, come to my office for some milk. Big sister will give you the best milk. Ha! Lin Feng was genuinely feeling a bit dazed, as if he'd stumbled into a stroke of luck today. He stood there dumbstruck, unable to react for a long while. Lina watched Lin Feng's dazed expression, swaying her ample curves as she walked up to him. She patted his shoulder. Just follow me, little brother. I won't eat you. With Lina speaking so decisively, Lin Feng had no choice but to steel himself. Flushed and flustered, he followed her into her executive office. Her office was lavishly decorated, marble tiles covered the floor, topped with a red carpet. A world map hung on the snow-white walls, and floor-to-ceiling deep blue windows stood over 2 meters tall. Standing at this deep blue glass window, one could see all the activity outside. Within this opulent space, several dark brown desks stood side by side. Lin Feng lightly touched one of the desks and immediately recognized it as being crafted from premium wanwali wood. At that time, a single desk crafted from such premium wanwali would cost no less than 1,000 yuan. This luxurious office contained 4 desks, each measuring 1.8 meters long and 90 centimeters wide. These 4 desks alone were worth 4,000 yuan. Beyond the desks, the office featured plush leather upholstered armchairs. Lin Feng noticed that 2 such leather armchairs were positioned in front of each desk. As Lin Feng scrutinized every detail of the office, Lina had already prepared a cup of cheese and approached where he stood. Little brother Lin Feng, this is the milk we Russians love most. Try some. Lina swayed her hips as she approached Lin Feng, her delicate hands already bringing a cup of fragrant milk to his lips. Lin Feng had never drunk milk in his life. Deep down, he believed this milk had a strange taste. When Lina brought the cup to his lips, he instinctively recoiled. He timidly asked Lina, "Does this milk taste good?" Lina's sapphire eyes narrowed at him. "Whether it's fishy or not, you'll know once you try it." Under Lina's urging, Lin Feng took a small sip of the milk she offered. He had always assumed this kind of milk would have a strong fishy taste, but to his surprise, the cheese reconstituted with hot water had no unpleasant odor at all. Finding it quite delicious, Lin Feng drank the entire remaining cheese from the cup. The sweet, savory milk was quickly drained clean by Lin Feng. Lina seemed to notice how much Lin Feng enjoyed the milk. She took the empty cup from him, bent over, and brought him another freshly prepared cup. This time, Lina was so engrossed in talking to Lin Feng that she completely failed to notice the sofa chair beside her. Bang! While chatting with Lin Feng, her 2 slender legs collided squarely with the corner of the sofa seat. Both her body and the cup toppled toward him. Quick as lightning, Lin Feng stepped forward, his arms already wrapping around Lina's voluptuous form as he pulled her into his embrace. Thump, thump, thump. Just as Lina's limp body lay in Lin Feng's embrace, their eyes locked, their lips nearly touching. Outside the office, a rhythmic knocking suddenly echoed. Chapter 93, Country Bumpkin, Get Out. Lina nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, basking in his tenderness. Upon hearing the knocking outside the door, her fair, delicate face flushed crimson. She hastily wriggled free from Lin Feng's embrace, swiftly standing up while smoothing out the leather jacket and pants that had become disheveled from leaning against him. Her sweet voice echoed through the office. "Come in." The person outside heard Lina's voice. Squeak! The office door creaked open. A tall foreigner walked in from outside, holding an invoice. As he walked in, he explained to Lina in Chinese, 10 fox pelts from Lin Feng, priced at 50 yuan each, totaling 500 yuan, 7 wolf pelts, priced at 700 yuan, 20 red jackal pelts priced at 5,000 yuan. Lin Feng listened to their conversation, his mouth agape in astonishment for a long moment. While Lin Feng was still reeling from shock, Lina had already begun tapping away skillfully on her abacus. The abacus was invented by our ancestors, yet Lina handled it with remarkable ease. Her swift, practiced movements left Lin Feng in awe. This woman with her exotic charm was truly capable. Before Lin Feng could recover from his astonishment, Lina had already calculated the price of his furs. Little brother Lin Feng, these furs have a lustrous sheen and show no signs of contamination. Our production workshop has rated them as grade A. Lina's leather factory graded all purchased furs into 4 categories, A, B, C, and D. Grade A was the highest, commanding the best price. Grade B was slightly lower, fetching at least 10 yuan less per pelt than grade A. This was Lin Feng's first time coming down from the mountains to do business. He had absolutely no idea what grade A or grade B meant. Lina's explanation left him utterly confused, completely unable to grasp the situation. Lina glanced at Lin Feng's utterly bewildered expression. This is your first time selling, right? Lina's lipstick-coated lips curved into an amused question directed at Lin Feng. Her question made Lin Feng feel a bit embarrassed. His face flushed, his neck turning red as he apologetically explained, "This really is my first time coming down the mountain to sell furs. I don't know anything about it." Hearing this, Lina felt a pang of sympathy for him. She pulled out several stacks of $10 bills from a drawer in the black desk. Not only were these bills crisp and new, but they were all neatly bundled with rubber bands. Lina placed all the money in front of Lin Feng. "It's fine if you don't understand the grading system. Just remember the highest price I'm offering you. Here's 10,000 yuan. If you think it's not enough, I can add more." Lin Feng was a contented sort. Hearing Lina's offer, he kept shaking his head in front of her. It's enough, it's enough. These furs are worth far more than I ever imagined." Lin Feng had only anticipated getting 7,000 yuan. Lina had suddenly given him an extra 3,000 yuan, which already made him very happy. As he gathered the money with a flutter of excitement, Lina told him that whenever he got good furs in the future, he should sell them to her factory first. "Sister Lina, you can count on me. From now on, any pelts I hunt in the mountains, I'll sell them to you." Lina, delighted by Lin Feng's words, called the tall foreigner out of the office to help load his backpack with plenty of cheese and bread. "Little brother, remember to come visit often." As Lin Feng walked out of the office, Lina personally escorted him a considerable distance. To ease her worries, Lin Feng turned back with his bamboo basket on his back and waved goodbye. The tall foreigner, standing behind Lina as she watched Lin Feng disappear into the distance, felt a surge of jealousy. "What's so special about that northeasterner that you're so sentimental over him? He's no match for someone of your noble status." "Kaokor, I like Lin Feng. What can you do about it? Even though you like me, I've never liked you." Lina watched Lin Feng's retreating figure until he vanished around the street corner. Only then did she turn her body and deliver her words to Gaokor without the slightest trace of politeness. Just as Gaokor tried to say something more, Lina strode into her office with long, snow-white legs. Gaokor tried to follow her inside. But as soon as his footsteps reached the door, it slammed shut with a loud thud, slamming him right in the face. Left out in the cold, Gaokor blamed every last bit of this on that northeastern man. Rubbing his forehead where the blow had drawn blood, he muttered bitterly, "Lin Feng, you stole my woman. I'll get you back for this sooner or later." Completely unaware of the commotion, Lin Feng cheerfully walked into a jewelry store carrying a bamboo basket. He had promised his mother and sister when he came down the mountain that he would buy them necklaces or something. Now that he had money in hand, his first thought was to buy them jewelry. The jewelry shop in the border market was staffed by Russian mixed beauties with striking looks and curvaceous figures. Seeing a country bumpkin like Lin Feng walk in, they assumed he was a scrap collector from northeast China. A foreign woman clad in black leather shorts, black thigh-high stockings, and a high-waisted short leather fox fur sweater barked at Lin Feng in broken northeastern Chinese, "Country bumpkin, get out of here." Lin Feng considered lashing out at this snobbish woman, but remembering he now had money, he suppressed the rage threatening to boil over. He yanked his wolfskin pants down from his thighs and flung the 10,000 yuan from his inner pocket onto the jewelry counter with a sharp slap. "Here's 10,000 yuan. Is that enough for a pearl necklace and a gold chain suitable for a young woman?" Back then, necklaces at the border market weren't expensive. The finest pearl necklace cost 100 yuan, while a 32-gram gold chain was only 50 yuan. When Lin Feng casually flung down that stack of crisp, ink-scented banknotes, the Russian mixed beauty's eyes nearly popped out of her head. "Handsome, you want both these items for just 150 yuan? Are you planning to buy in bulk or something?" Lin Feng glanced at her ample behind. He bluntly informed the somewhat condescending woman that for now, he only wanted one pearl necklace and one gold necklace, plus some red leather cords, lip balm, and lipstick. His sister and mother had been working their lips raw up on the mountain. If they had lipstick to moisturize them, things would definitely be much better. Watching the women in the jewelry shop bustling about, busily packing his purchases, Lin Feng felt the power of money for the first time. Chapter 94. This matter is definitely true. Handsome, we've packed everything you wanted for you. The mixed-race beauty swayed her hips and buttocks, grinning as she told Lin Feng, her ample cleavage rising and falling with each movement. How much is it, beautiful? Lin Feng pointed at the wrapped items and asked the curvaceous woman. 200. That cheap? Hee hee, our shop is the most affordable jewelry store in the border market. If you need anything in the future, come directly to our store and we'll give you a discount. Russian women really know how to do business. Back in the 60s, they already had this forward-thinking concept of discounts. Alright, I'll definitely come back. Lin Feng retrieved the 20,000 yuan he'd angrily flung onto the counter earlier. Counting out 20 bills from the stack of large denomination notes, he handed them to the woman wearing a miniskirt and short fox fur jacket in the dead of winter. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, clutching the 20 bills, beamed with delight as if she'd just eaten 2 pounds of osmanthus paste, watching Lin Feng walk out of her jewelry shop. Walking through the border market, Lin Feng bought a pack of cigarettes for 3 mao to reward the PLA soldiers on duty at the border outpost before heading to the frontier to retrieve his axe and pocket knife. Comrades, you've worked hard. Have a smoke. When Lin Feng retrieved his axe and pocket knife, he handed the pack of cigarettes to the soldier who had been holding them for him. The soldier politely declined with a smile, explaining he didn't smoke and that protecting the border communities was their unquestionable duty. Hearing these words, Lin Feng felt deeply moved. He retrieved the cigarette the comrade had returned to him, snapped his fingers, and saluted the soldier with a crisp, military-style salute before setting off toward the village. When they had gone up the mountain, old Yang had warned him if he wanted to marry Jin Feng, he'd better hurry up. If he wasted time, he'd have to take responsibility himself. The thought of old Yang's deliberate obstruction filled him with frustration, but Jin Feng was his daughter, there was no other way. To reach old Yang's house as quickly as possible, Lin Feng wasted no time on the journey. He practically sprinted through the icy, snowy landscape. Half an hour later, his face encrusted with ice crystals, he arrived at old Yang's doorstep. What unfolded before his eyes instantly plunged him into boundless fury. A flashily dressed redhead was carrying Jin Feng out of old Yang's house. Jin Feng. Lin Feng stood at old Yang's doorway, shouting her name at the top of his lungs. Hearing his cry, Jin Feng tried to break free from the tall foreigner's embrace, but he only tightened his hold on her. Consumed by rage, Lin Feng rushed forward, blocking the tall foreigner's path. He pointed his finger at the tall foreigner's nose. Let her go. Country bumpkin, I'll let her go if you hand over 50,000 yuan. What? Don't get worked up, country bumpkin. Old Yang, that gambling addict, lost 50 grand at my Wiali casino. He gambled away Jin Feng. Damn it. Lin Feng had never felt such rage. Faced with reality, he could only watch helplessly as Jin Feng was carried off by that high-nosed foreigner. Just as the foreigner hoisted Jin Feng onto the carriage, she screamed, Lin Feng, save me. Her cry ignited Lin Feng's pent-up rage and helplessness, unleashing his primal instincts. Jin Feng, I'm coming. You foreign devil, let him go. Pay up and release her. This is illegal. Country bumpkin, don't be a ing fool. Come back when you've got the money together. Giddy up. The high-nosed foreigner ordered his attendant, and the carriage sped off, leaving a trail of wheel tracks in the thick snow. Old Yang emerged from the small shop, his heart pounding. Lin Feng yanked old Yang up by the collar. Old Yang, I really want to kill you. As he cursed old Yang, he flung him forcefully with a mighty swing of his arm, sending him flying a considerable distance away. Sister Chun, trembling with fear, begged Lin Feng to find a way to get Jin Feng out. Otherwise, she'd be raped by the underground casino's men. Lin Feng felt like slapping Chen Xiao across the face, but after a moment's thought, he held back. To rescue Jin Feng as quickly as possible, Lin Feng had no choice but to seek help from his uncle. When he arrived at his uncle's house in a panic and explained the situation, his uncle informed him that there was indeed an underground casino in the border market. That area fell under Soviet jurisdiction, and to rescue someone, he'd have to find someone familiar with that side. Uncle, take the things in this basket up the mountain for me. If my mother asks about this, just tell her I went to treat someone. You have connections over there? Uncle took the basket from Lin Feng's back and asked with concern. When I went to the border market today to buy fur, I met a woman named Lina. She has some influence in the border market. Lin Feng recounted his encounter with Lina to his uncle. Hurry to the border market to save people. Leave the mountain matters to your uncle. His uncle urged Lin Feng to return to the border market while he himself rushed back up the mountain without delay. Determined to rescue Jin Feng swiftly, Lin Feng wasted no time on his return journey to the border market, practically flying along the road. When he appeared breathless in Lina's office, she looked at him in surprise. Lin Feng, why are you back already? Lin Feng explained breathlessly, Sister Lina, my woman was gambled away by her father. She's now in your underground casino. Lina could scarcely believe what Lin Feng was saying. Are you absolutely sure? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Feng roughly wiped the sweat from his forehead. His entire face flushed crimson, turning as red as Guan Yu's, all the way to his ears. I saw them drag her away with my own eyes. Seeing Lin Feng's desperate plea to save her, Lina hesitated for a moment before pulling out several stacks of cash from a drawer and tossing them onto the office desk. Do you play poker? Lina's words stirred more memories from Lin Feng's past life. I can play poker. Let's go. I'll go with you. Lina had someone fetch a black leather briefcase, pack some cash from the office desk inside, and slipped a handgun into her stocking before leaving the office with Lin Feng. After walking along the border market for 10 minutes, they turned into a place labeled Card and Board Games Entertainment. Lina seemed quite familiar with these places. She led the way, with Lin Feng following behind, carrying the black leather briefcase. Two burly Russian bouncers at the entrance bowed respectfully to Lina and politely gestured for them to enter. Lina and Lin Feng smoothly entered the casino. The casino was thick with smoke, the acrid odor permeating every corner of the room. Chapter 95, Teasing My Patience. Oh, baby, what are we playing today? As Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, a tall foreigner with a prominent nose reached out, wrapping his arms around Lina's voluptuous figure. After a brief embrace, he asked her. Lin Feng finally turned his serious gaze toward the man with the prominent nose. This tall-nosed foreigner was none other than the very man who had kidnapped his woman. As Lin Feng clenched his fists, Lina spoke up, I won't gamble with you today. The tall foreigner seemed taken aback, a look of utter astonishment spreading across his face. Then what's the purpose of your visit today? My friend wants to wager with you. I heard you abducted her woman. Hearing Lina's words, the tall foreigner finally noticed Lin Feng standing behind her. Heh, country bumpkin, do you even know how to gamble? Lin Feng replied coldly, I do. Win the money and the woman, and you take them with you. Lose, and we'll chop off your hands. The foreigner was straightforward. Judging by his attitude and tone, this bet was largely to save Lina's face. Robeck, stop dithering. Bet or let her go. Lina roared at the high-nosed foreigner like a lioness, showing him no courtesy whatsoever. Under Lina's urging, Robeck reluctantly sat down across from Lin Feng. Lin Feng snapped open the black briefcase. Clatter. Like a seasoned gambler, he dumped all the large bills from the black briefcase onto the table. Hick, how do you want to play? Robeck stared at the pile of cash on the table, his two blue eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 3 rounds to decide the winner. Desperate to save lives, Lin Feng had no time to waste with the redhead. Okay. Robeck snapped his right fingers, and a dealer promptly arrived to deal the cards. To ensure fairness, neither player handled their own cards. The dealer managed the entire shuffling and dealing process. As the dealer shuffled, Lin Feng generously tossed out a neatly bundled stack of cash. Robeck gasped in astonishment, country bumpkin, are you sure about throwing out that much? You bet. With no other choice, Robeck gritted his teeth and tossed out 10,000. A strange glint flashed in his eyes as he cursed inwardly, damn it, is this country bumpkin actually the gambling king? Clatter. The dealer swiftly shuffled the cards and began distributing them to both players with a bamboo stick, following the rules. Seconds later, the dealer had finished distributing 3 cards to each side of the table. Lin Feng didn't even glance at his cards before tossing another 10,000 onto the center of the table. To look at the cards, you must bet 20,000. If you don't look, 10,000 is enough. Robeck assumed Lin Feng was bluffing and followed suit, placing another 10,000 on the table. Another 10,000. As Lin Feng tossed the money, he still didn't look at his cards, casually throwing down another 10,000 yuan bill. The country bumpkin must be bluffing. I'll match 10,000. Robeck mimicked Lin Feng's actions and tossed out another 10,000. Another 10,000. When Lin Feng raised to 30,000, sweat began to bead on Robeck's forehead and face. I'll throw down 20,000 to see the cards. He tossed out the 20,000 and glanced at his cards. Damn it! He slammed his cards down hard in front of the dealer. To ensure Robeck accepted his defeat gracefully, Lin Feng deliberately turned his cards face up a straight of 7, 8, 9. Right in front of Robeck, Lin Feng picked up the 40,000 he'd thrown down, deliberately leaving 20,000 on the table as a stake. Country bumpkin, don't get cocky. 3 games will decide the winner. As Luobio cursed Lin Feng, he gritted his teeth and tossed another 20,000 yuan onto the table. After the dealer shuffled a new deck, the second round of dealing commenced. This time, Robeck acted first. After glancing at his cards, he immediately placed another 20,000. Lin Feng merely glanced at the backs of the cards. 20,000. 20,000. After both sides matched each other with a excess, Robeck couldn't hold back any longer and flipped his cards. He had KKK. Lin Feng hesitated slightly. Hick! What are you sitting there looking dumb for? Show your cards. Robeck and the surrounding spectators all shouted at Lin Feng. Lina, standing beside Lin Feng, broke out in a cold sweat. If Lin Feng lost this hand, there would be no more chips left on the table. He'd have to concede defeat. Lin Feng. Lina whispered his name softly. Flip. No sooner had Lin Feng spoken than he flipped open the 3 cards. Triple A. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Holy. Robeck's eyes turned green with rage. He never dreamed he'd be on the losing end again. In less than half an hour, Robeck had already lost 100,000. The mountain of betting chips before him had dwindled by 2/3. Lin Feng gathered all the winnings and placed them before himself. Robeck, wanna keep playing? Lin Feng was a man who knew when to show mercy. He intended to leave this redhead a way out. The redhead seemed consumed by his losses, shouting loudly, 3 more rounds to settle this. As he made a scene, he flung the remaining 100,000 yuan in front of him onto the table. Fine, that's your change. Having won his bet, Lin Feng decided to play along. He tossed out another 100,000 yuan. By the end, both sides had thrown down a total of 200,000 yuan. Lina even had to borrow some more from the casino to cover the round. Flop. Both players simultaneously turned over their cards. Redhead's 666. Lin Feng's 888. Damn it, this hand doesn't count. Redhead actually tried to cheat on the spot. This completely enraged Lin Feng. Lina, pick up the money. As Lin Feng instructed Lina, he already had his hand stuffed into her stocking, gripping the pistol. Robeck, hand over the hostage. He leapt over the card table, pressing the gun against Robeck's temple. Robeck's legs trembled as he led Lin Feng toward another room. Boss, this won't back down. Should we just take care of her? As they entered the room, Robeck's henchman shouted loudly. Damn it, cut the crap. Hand her over now. If they didn't release her, Lin Feng's gun could go off at any moment. With urine already soaking through his trousers, Luo Buke stammered orders to his men to release Jin Feng. This is just teasing me. Robeck's men untied Jin Feng, who had been bound with ropes. Jin Feng, terrified, wailed and ran toward Lin Feng. Lina, take Jin Feng and leave first. Lina had already packed all the winnings into a box. She whisked Jin Feng away from the underground casino. The casino staff tried to chase after them. Chapter 96, I'll avenge Jin Feng. Bang! 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 As Lin Feng yanked Robeck by the throat, hauling him toward the exit, several bullets spitting sparks whizzed past his ear toward the burly Russians rushing to rescue him. Robeck's legs trembled uncontrollably. Damn it! All of you, fall back. His roar, like a lion's, sent them reeling back. Lin Feng dragged Robeck out of the underground casino. After running a considerable distance, he brought the butt of his pistol down hard on the bastard's head. Ow ow. Robeck grunted, collapsing onto the border market street. Lin Feng delivered a vicious kick before trudging, thoroughly annoyed, toward Lina's leather factory. Gao Care spotted Lin Feng storming toward the leather factory's office and hurried out to block his path. The fiercely tempered Lin Feng glared at Gao Core. Damn it, if you don't want to get hurt, get the hell out of my way. When Gao Core saw the black muzzle of the gun in Lin Feng's hand pointed directly at him, he had no choice but to back down and retreat to the side. Lin Feng pushed open Lina's slightly ajar door. Jin Feng's clothes, torn to shreds by the underground casino's thugs, had already been removed with Lina's help. Her body was covered in deep scratch marks, and some areas bore scars from cigarette burns. Seeing the torment Jin Feng had endured, Lin Feng wanted to charge out of the room again and hunt down the underground casino's men for a bloody fight. Lina's voice echoed through the room, filled with fury. Lin Feng, you're coming back with me. Lin Feng's throat felt parched and dry. He halted his advancing steps. I'm going to avenge Jin Feng. Lina had already fetched gauze and alcohol. She cleaned Jin Feng's scratches and cigarette burn wounds with alcohol, then carefully bandaged them with gauze. Lin Feng, don't forget you're on the Sino-Soviet border. If this escalates, the Soviets will issue a warrant for your arrest. During the Sino-Soviet hostilities, Soviet soldiers were extremely unfriendly toward Northeasterners doing border trade at the frontier market. By the time Lina finished warning Lin Feng, she had already finished treating Jin Feng's wounds and helped her into a clean, warm mink coat. A Buddha needs gold to shine, a person needs clothes to shine. Already naturally beautiful, Jin Feng became even more alluring and captivating under Lina's careful styling. Even Lin Feng, standing nearby, felt his blood boil slightly as he gazed at Jin Feng's slender figure. Only after Lin Feng had fully regained his composure did Lina beckon him over and have him sit down on the plush leather sofa. She laid out nearly 250,000 yuan, the entire sum she'd won at the underground casino, on the table. Lin Feng, I only want my original stake back. Take the remaining 200,000 yuan, pack it all into the box, and take it with you. Hearing Lina's words, Lin Feng glanced at the table before withdrawing his slightly haughty gaze. Lina, I have little interest in ill-gotten gains. You're a businesswoman, this money is crucial to you. You should keep it safe. Lin Feng had given the money on Lina's table careful consideration. Carrying such a large sum across the border would inevitably draw scrutiny from the PLA at the frontier. If things went wrong, Lina could be implicated too. That was only one reason. More importantly, carrying this money up the mountain would be utterly useless, nothing but a burden. Rather than live in constant fear over it, he preferred to let it go freely. Lin Feng's words left Lina utterly astonished. In this world of countless men, how many truly didn't care about money? Yet Lin Feng was the one man among them who didn't care about money. Listening to Lin Feng, Lina could only return the 250,000 yuan in cash from the table to the drawer. She flicked a strand of hair from her forehead. Consider this 200,000 yuan as your investment. You'll own half the shares in our leather company. As he heard Lena's words, Lin Feng's mind buzzed like a madman. This happiness came too suddenly. Lena wasn't related to him in any way. Why was she being so kind to him? Lin Feng felt a bit dumbfounded thinking about all this. His mother had once told him that money could make the devil grind the millstone, but without it, even the devil wouldn't open the door. His grandfather had often lectured him, no windfall, no wealth, no night feed, no fat horse. Snapping out of his reverie, he recalled his mother's advice and his grandfather's words, Lena, that works. Starting today, if your leather factory makes money, we'll share it. If it loses money, we'll bear the loss together. Alright. To prevent Lin Feng from reneging, Lena deliberately pulled out pen and paper to draft a contract. She signed her name and had Lin Feng sign alongside hers. After spending half the day in the office sorting out all the details, Lin Feng finally emerged, his arm linked through Jin Feng's delicate hand. Tall and slender, Lena's snow fox fur coat hugged her curvaceous figure. Leaning her pert behind against the corner of the desk, she watched Lin Feng and Jin Feng's receding figures. Her large, almond-shaped eyes gleamed with a light that seemed to want to capture Lin Feng. Having already exited the border market, Lin Feng wanted to take Jin Feng to a jewelry store to buy some pearl necklaces or similar items, since he still had several thousand yuan on him. Jin Feng glanced at him with her pretty face. Brother Feng, I think we should skip it. Keep that money on you, you never know when it might come in handy. That's right. This money is the dowry I owe your family. We should take it to your parents right now. Lin Feng was a man of his word. He had promised old Yang 7,000 yuan, and as he spoke these words to Jin Feng, he was preparing to take the money from selling the fur coat to old Yang's home. Hearing Lin Feng still dwell on the betrothal money, Jin Feng grew displeased. Brother Feng, my gambling-addicted father has treated me like livestock, selling me off to town chief Gao as a concubine one moment, gambling me away the next. Why are you still considering his well-being? Jin Feng was determined to sever all ties with old Yang and Spring sister. Hearing Jin Feng's resentment toward her parents, Lin Feng asked tentatively. From what you're saying, it sounds like you don't plan on going back to that family anymore? Return to what? Do you want to see me escape one hell only to fall into another? When Lin Feng asked her, Jin Feng's almond-shaped eyes narrowed fiercely as she glared at him. Seeing her fury, Lin Feng wrapped his arms around her waist and began walking uphill. Are you planning to elope with me? Chapter 97, let's not talk about unpleasant things. Jin Feng's arms wrapped tightly around Lin Feng's neck. Her thin lips curled upward in a persistent smile. So what if we elope? Old Yang's home was no longer fit for human habitation. Rather than endure such torment there, she'd rather see him crushed to dust and scattered to the winds. Young Jin Feng, pushed to her limits by old Yang's relentless escalation, had finally taken decisive action against him. Led by Lin Feng, she set off toward the mountains. The heavy snowfall from the sky never ceased. The snow piled up past their knees, making each step harder to take. When Jin Feng was abducted by Lobok, she had only worn a pair of tattered cloth shoes. When she was rescued, Lina hadn't had time to help her change into fur boots before Lin Feng had already pulled her away. After her slender form trudged through the snow for a while, she truly could go no further. Moreover, her entire pair of cloth shoes had become soaked. Lin Feng pulled off her soaked cloth shoes and tossed them aside. He removed his own fur-lined coat, wrapped it tightly around her feet, and asked with concern, "Are you cold?" Jin Feng's large, jet-black eyes turned to look at Lin Feng's face, battered by wind and snow. "With you here, how could I possibly be cold?" Lin Feng clasped Jin Feng's small hand tightly in his own. "I'll carry you." Jin Feng's small hand slipped free from Lin Feng's rough, large palm. "All right." As Lin Feng straightened his body and slowly crouched down, Jin Feng's slender frame gently pressed against his strong, sturdy back. His arms wrapped around her plump, rounded hips as he charged into the mountains, where ice stretched for miles and snow drifted for 10,000 leagues. Whether from excitement or deep emotion, as Lin Feng carried Jin Feng through the snowy mountains, gasping for breath, he began singing a song about walking through the snow with only her by his side. Uncle had already delivered the bamboo basket to the mountain. Xia Feng looked at Xia Ping with concern. Brother Ping, Lin Feng always returned punctually whenever he went down the mountain. It's already this late, yet there's not a single soul in sight. My eyelid is twitching violently. Could something have happened to him? Xia Feng, who knew Lin Feng's habits best, voiced her worries to her cousin. Sis, don't worry. Lin Feng just went to treat a big boss at the border market. If there's nothing serious, he'll be back soon. Xia Ping didn't know when Lin Feng would return either. He was merely trying to comfort Xia Feng. Lin Xian, standing opposite her mother, glanced at Xia Feng's anxious face. Mom, with brother Lin's exceptional medical skills and martial arts to protect him, why worry? I say we should prepare some delicious food to welcome Uncle Lin. Heavy snow continued to fall from the sky. Since Xia Ping had gone up the mountain, it hadn't stopped for a moment. Xia Ping couldn't make his way down the mountain anytime soon. He had rushed up the mountain without eating, and Cici's words made him truly feel his stomach growling loudly. Xia Feng, slightly startled by Xinxin's words, looked a bit embarrassed. Brother, we were so caught up talking we forgot about dinner. I'll start cooking right away. Xia Feng offered polite excuses to Xia Ping as she turned her gradually expanding figure toward the kitchen. From the kitchen chimney, wisps of blue smoke rose into the swirling snowstorm. As Xia Feng entered the room, her uncle's slightly cloudy eyes gazed out at the snow-covered path leading to the small wooden house. A figure was running up the winding mountain path. As the figure drew nearer, the uncle's rough voice echoed through the empty valley. Xin, your brother's back. Lin Xian, who had been practicing with swords and spears under the eaves of the new shed, paused his movements. Following the direction his uncle pointed, he gazed out toward the vast, silver-white mountains. 200 meters away, Lin Feng carried a woman on his back, racing swiftly toward the mountains. Lin Xian covered her small mouth with both hands and called out to the approaching figure, "Brother. Who's that on your back?" White breath escaped Lin Feng's mouth. His arms, wrapped tightly around Jin Feng's body, were beginning to ache. He shifted his position as quickly as possible and shouted back to his sister, calling out to him, "It's Jin Feng." Hearing Lin Feng's answer, a flicker of surprise crossed Xin's face. "Uncle said you went to the border market to treat people. When did you get involved with Golden Phoenix?" While Xin questioned him, Lin Feng had already carried Jin Feng's body to the eaves of the small wooden hut, cradling her form in his arms. "Sis, this is a bit complicated. It's hard to explain in a few words." As he answered his sister's question, he carried Jin Feng's limp body into the small wooden hut and sat her down on a wooden stool. Xia Feng saw Jin Feng's feet had turned bright red from the cold. She quickly scooped some hot water from the cauldron over the stove with a wooden ladle, poured it into a wooden basin, and brought it to Jin Feng. "Jin Feng, what on earth happened? How did you end up hiking barefoot up the mountain?" Jin Feng felt a bit embarrassed as Lin Feng lifted her feet and gently placed them into the steaming wooden basin. As Lin Feng squatted to help Jin Feng, rubbing her soles, she finally began recounting the events that had unfolded down the mountain during her absence. By the time she reached the part about old Jiang treating her like a piece of livestock to be bought and sold, her face was streaked with tears. Her uncle slammed his hand hard on the ancient wooden table, his voice boiling with rage. "Old Yang is getting more and more outrageous. As soon as the weather clears, I'll gather every member of the commune and hold a mass struggle session against him. We'll see if he dares bully you again." Lin Feng lifted Jin Feng's steaming feet from the hot wooden basin. As he dried them, he addressed his uncle, "Uncle, don't forget old Yang is tight with town chief Gao. He tried to sell Jin Feng off to the chief's son as a wife. If I hadn't taken care of the chief in town, Jin Feng might be lying in his bed by now." Uncle Yang pulled the leaf cigarette from his mouth. His face turned ashen. When it came to town chief Gao, he truly dared not confront him head-on. After a long pause, he ground out a few words through clenched teeth, "What goes around comes around. Mayor Gao will stumble sooner or later." Xia Feng had already prepared the pancakes and specially stir-fried wild boar kidneys, her uncle's favorite. Overhearing Xia Ping and Lin Feng's conversation, she set the dishes on the table and declared, "Let's not dwell on unpleasant things. Eating and drinking soup, that's what truly matters in life." Chapter 98, Just a Little Brat. Xia Feng's warm hospitality deeply moved her uncle. The group gathered warmly around the table, feasting on bear meat and sipping leopard rib soup. Lin Feng held a flatbread in his hand, wrapping it around a wild green onion and a piece of bear meat before stuffing it into his mouth. While chewing the bear meat, he didn't forget to wrap a piece for Jin Feng. "Jin Feng, it's your first time up the mountain, and we haven't really treated you to anything. If you like it, I'll wrap some more for you." Lin Feng's kindness toward Jin Feng made Lin Xian feel a pang of jealousy. "Brother, you used to wrap my pancakes for me too. Now that you have a wife, you've forgotten about your sister." Lin Xian's offhand teasing caused Jin Feng's lovely face to flush crimson. Her cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe winter apple. Lin Feng watched as Jin Feng's pretty face flushed crimson at her sister's words, and quickly wrapped another pancake for her. As he stuffed bear meat into the dumplings, he grinned widely at his sister and said, "Both you and Jin Feng are the apple of my eye. If Jin Feng gets a share, how could I leave out my dear sister?" As he spoke, he placed the wrapped bun into his sister's hands. Her cherry red lips pursed, and she giggled softly. "Little brother Feng, I was just teasing you. Did you really take it seriously?" Lin Feng didn't believe for a second that this was just a joke. He glanced at her pretty face. "Pfft, like anyone would believe you." Mindful of everyone's mood, Lin Feng wrapped another bun for his uncle and another for his mother before handing them over. Uncle Lin, seeing that Lin Feng didn't treat him like an outsider, became more talkative as he chewed his pancake. "Lin Feng, if it weren't for you last time telling me to bring men up the mountain to hunt meat and relieve the urgent need down below, the mess hall down there would have erupted long ago." His words, both spoken and implied, were filled with gratitude toward Lin Feng. "Uncle, if there's any trouble down there, just say the word. Up in these deep mountains, we might be short on grain for now, but we've got plenty of meat. When you head back down, bring some more with you. Otherwise, if the mess hall crew starts rioting, you'll have a huge headache on your hands." Uncle Lin Feng listened, his eyes meeting Lin Feng's with gratitude. "Fomer, if this heavy snow continues, life down in the village will only grow harder. I don't know how much longer we can hold out." As he spoke, a look of exhaustion crept across his face. Lin Feng shoved a piece of flatbread into his mouth and took a big bite. Chewing the bare meat inside, he told his uncle, when faced with natural disasters, we must find ways to cope as early as possible. His uncle sighed. With snow falling this heavily day after day, even if we wanted to resume production, we'd be eager but unable. Your uncle is already doing everything possible. Uncle, how long will the grain down in the village last? Food is the foundation of life. Without grain, even eating meat every day would eventually kill a person. Lin Feng assessed the situation before his uncle and pondered possible solutions. Right now, the village storage room only has 3,000 gin of wheat flour and 5,000 gin of cornmeal. Everyone in the canteen, young and old, is doing their utmost to cut back on expenses. I thought about going to the border market to buy some Russian flour and cornmeal, but they won't take IOUs, they want cash. We're barely managing to feed ourselves as it is. Where would we get the cash to pay the redheads? As uncle finished describing their current predicament, his weathered face, rough as pine bark, bore an indescribable look of hardship. Xia Feng paused mid-bite of her flatbread as she listened to her uncle's words. Feng, didn't you go to the border market to sell furs? You haven't delivered that dowry for Lin Feng's family yet, have you? Old Yan was such a despicable man. Xia Feng was certain her son wouldn't hand over that money to him. The money from the fur sale was undoubtedly still in her son's hands. Mom, I only spent 200 yuan on necklaces for you and sister. The remaining 9,800 yuan is still safely tucked away. As Lin Feng told his mother, he pulled the necklace and a stack of cash out of his inner pocket all at once and placed them on the table. He handed the gold necklace to his sister, saying, Sis, you've been working hard with me on the mountain these past few days. This necklace is my way of rewarding you for all your efforts. Women always love flattery. Hearing her brother's compliments, her willow-shaped eyebrows curved into a smile. She slipped the gold chain around her snow-white neck, stood up, and spun a wide circle in the small cabin, beaming with joy before settling back down. Lin Feng then presented some red hair ribbons, lipstick, and lip gloss from the table to his sister and Lin Feng respectively. Finally, he placed the remaining pearl necklace into his mother's hands. As her mother held the pearl necklace, she glanced at Lin Feng's innocent, childlike face. Lin Feng was still just a child, her dark, shiny eyes fixed intently on her. Thoughtful Xia Feng took Lin Feng's delicate, pale little hand and placed it in her own. Fenger, this is your first time coming up the mountain. I didn't have a proper welcome gift for you, so this pearl necklace is my present to you. As Xia Feng spoke to Lin Feng, she had already fastened the pearl necklace around her wrist. Overjoyed, Lin Feng's sweet little mouth cried out crisply, Thank you, mother. Xia Feng beamed at Lin Feng's words, unable to stop smiling. We're all family here, no need for such formalities. As she motioned for Lin Feng to sit down, Lin Feng handed the bundle of 9,800 yuan tied with a rubber band on the table to his uncle. Uncle, I had intended this money for Lin Feng's dowry. But Lin Feng stopped me, saying I should keep it in case of emergencies. The village's current situation is truly dire. If you don't mind the amount, please take this money to the border market and bring back flour and cornmeal. Lin Feng, you've saved the villagers time and again. Your uncle wants to nominate you as village chief. Lin Feng had no desire to be village chief. He just wanted to hole up deep in the mountains, hunting and fishing. Sometimes, when he felt cheerful, he'd take Lin Feng and his sister into the mountains to gather rare medicinal herbs to sell to the red-haired foreigners at the border market. As his uncle took the money and wrote out an IOU, Lin Feng protested, I'm just a kid, what kind of village chief could I be? Chapter 99, Deserve to have a fool for a son. Uncle finished writing the IOU. He rummaged through his inner pocket repeatedly, finally pulling out a plastic bag. Lin Feng peered into the translucent plastic bag. Inside was a round aluminum box, a small rectangular wooden block, and a round wooden knob with a handle. Uncle opened the transparent plastic bag, carefully removing the small rectangular wooden block, the round knob, and the circular aluminum box. He placed them neatly on the table. Lin Feng now clearly saw that laid out on the table were an ink pad box, a personal seal engraved with his uncle's name, and a village committee official seal. Uncle opened the sealed ink pad, picked up the small rectangular wooden block, and pressed it firmly onto the designated signature and seal area in the lower right corner of the written IOU. He then took the round wooden knob, pressed it into the red ink pad, and stamped it onto the IOU. With everything settled, he handed the note to Lin Feng, his lips curling upward in a perpetual smile. Lin Feng, ambition knows no age, a life without purpose is 100 years wasted. My time is done, but your bright future is just beginning. If you agree to take the village chief position now, I'll step aside immediately. Uncle, let's discuss this later. I'll go pick out some better cuts of meat for you to take down to the canteen. Lin Xin spoke without a second thought. Hearing his brother speak so politely to his uncle, he immediately bellowed, Lin Feng. Why are you being so courteous to those people down the mountain? They're all the same as Lin Gang and Lin Jin, a bunch of insatiable leeches. Today they're begging for money, and tomorrow they'll probably stir up some more trouble out of nowhere. Lin Xion's words left his uncle in an awkward position. His aged face flushed red, then drained pale, then turned ashen. His upper and lower lips trembled uncontrollably. Xia Feng, hearing her daughter speak so insolently, was so enraged her chest heaved uncontrollably. Xin, how dare you speak like that? The villagers down the mountain aren't all like you say they are. If you keep talking without thinking, just wait until your mother deals with you. Scolded by Xiafang, Lin Xin turned away, her round pumpkin-shaped cheeks puffed out and her cherry-red lips pouting. She stormed off to help Lin Feng pick out meat, clearly displeased. Jin Feng, hearing Xiafang scold Xin, hurriedly began clearing the dishes. Before long, Lin Feng had selected nearly 200 pounds of meat, hanging it in 2 baskets suspended from a double-pole shoulder pole. He emerged from the new shed. His uncle had already been ushered out by Xiafang and was now chatting beneath the eaves. As dusk deepened, Lin Feng urged his uncle, "Uncle, let me walk you down the mountain." Only then did Uncle grasp Xiafang's hand, promising that when the village had money in the future, they would definitely repay Lin Feng for the money and meat. Xiafang never expected Xiaping to repay Lin Feng for any of these things. Uncle's profuse thanks made her, as his sister-in-law, feel rather flustered. "Brother, the 3 of us live much better now than you did down the mountain. What's a little meat? Hurry down with Lin Feng, he's waiting for you." Xiafang feared continuing the conversation with Xiaping might lead to more complications, so she deliberately sent him away. "Little sister, I'm leaving now. If you ever need anything from your big brother, just tell Lin Feng." With a tone full of gratitude, Xiaping headed toward where Lin Feng was standing. "Lin Feng, you brought me all this meat again?" Uncle stared wide-eyed at the 2 baskets Lin Feng had filled with all kinds of meat, his eyes bulging as he asked. Lin Feng looped the basket straps higher on his shoulders, balancing the weight as he trudged down the mountain through thick snowdrifts. His slightly downy lips kept twitching up and down. "Uncle, if the men and women, young and old down the mountain were to lose half an ounce of meat a day, they'd have no strength left to work. I've only managed to get you about 500 pounds. The harvest has been poor lately, so I couldn't bring you much more." Lin Feng wanted to ensure his fellow villagers had meat to eat, but he also had to consider the situation on his own mountain. They absolutely had to keep some reserves stocked on the mountain. Otherwise, with such a long winter and such heavy snowstorms, they'd be utterly helpless, with no one to turn to for help. The meat Lin Feng had given them already filled his uncle with boundless gratitude. Since the village lacked sufficient meat supplies, the old man had even mustered the courage to approach town chief Ko several times. Mayor Ko, resentful over Lin Feng being his nephew, had cut him off mid-sentence with a tirade, "The whole town is starving. What do you expect me to do? We'll just have to eat cornbread and tree bark for a while." That old curmudgeon really had a nasty tongue. When my uncle left, muttering curses under his breath, he grumbled, "Serves him right for having a dim-witted son." Recalling these infuriating events, the bulging veins on his uncle's forehead throbbed violently for a long while before finally subsiding. He reached out with his rough hands and gave the basket Lin Feng was carrying a firm squeeze. "Having this much meat is already pretty good. Times are tight now. If need be, we'll just add more cabbage to the stew." Throughout the entire winter, only cabbages could be grown. Any other vegetables planted would be crushed flat by the thick snow. "Uncle, I'll head up the mountain to gather some cabbages. If you have any extra vegetable seeds, I'd appreciate it if you could spare some for me." Lin Feng was quite the scoundrel. After gifting his uncle a load of meat, he insisted on getting a basket of cabbages from him, and even demanded some vegetable seeds. His uncle was just fretting over what to give Lin Feng in return. Uncle Lin rubbed his upward curling mustache with delight at Lin Feng's words. "Just the other day, we happened to gather some cabbages from the snowfields for the canteen. But since the vegetables lacked any oil or fat, neither the young nor the old would eat them." Watching the cabbages slowly wither and rot had weighed heavily on his uncle's mind. Now, with Lin Feng's mountain camp in need of fresh vegetables, he readily offered to help, letting Lin Feng take as much as he needed. Lin Feng and his uncle struggled mightily to carry a heavy load of cabbages all the way to the mess hall. As soon as they reached the canteen entrance, a loud commotion erupted from inside the dining hall. Chapter 100, Pulling My Suspension Bridge. Clang! Clang! The clamor emanating from the bustling hall was punctuated by the sharp clang of spoons striking against metal food containers. By the time Lin Feng and his uncle appeared in the hall, the entire mess hall was packed to the rafters. Inside, the clanging of spoons against metal bowls continued. A coarse voice bellowed, "Damn it! Look at what you've cooked. Food like this isn't fit for pigs. I say scrap this mess hall altogether, everyone should just cook for themselves." This foul-mouthed rant from the dining hall immediately drew responses from many. Following the coarse voice, they shouted in unison, "Abolish the mess hall! Abolish the mess hall!" Uncle stood on the periphery of the crowd. If such words reached higher-ups, it would be a serious matter. Thinking of such an incident happening in his own village, his uncle's heart grew restless. From the outer circle of men and women, he bellowed angrily, "Whoever's causing trouble in there, come at me if you've got the guts." His uncle cursed at the figure hidden among the crowd, a tobacco pouch hanging from his mouth. He forcefully pushed through the people blocking the canteen entrance and strode inside. As he burst into the center of the crowd, the sight before him made him gasp in shock. The one causing the ruckus in the crowd was none other than Lin Feng's stepfather Lin Musheng. He was dumping several pots of boiled cabbage onto the kitchen floor, leaving a trail of greasy, watery soup splattered across the center of the dining hall. As if this outcome still didn't satisfy his rage, he unleashed a torrent of curses at Xieping, who had now reached him, venting his frustration. Village chief Xia, you ing bastard. The canteen feeds us cabbage every single day trying to starve us to death, is it? All the good stuff gets snatched up by you lot to hoard for yourselves. Lin Musheng was a man utterly devoid of reason. Spittle flew from his mouth as he cursed Xieping, rolling out the sleeves of his tattered cotton jacket to his elbows, glaring at Xieping with a menacing glare. Out of respect for Lin Feng's stepfather, Uncle Lin didn't engage in a prolonged argument with him. He merely suppressed his rage as best he could in front of everyone. Lin Musheng, I didn't steal any grain or meat from the canteen. Bah! Your family's fat as pigs while these villagers are skin and bones. They're too scared to speak up. Today I'll take justice into my own hands and strip you of your commissary leadership. Uncle Lin, the village chief and canteen director, had truly worked himself to the bone to secure decent meals for the villagers. Yet these very villagers showed no gratitude. While he was away in the mountains, they conspired with Lin Musheng to plot his downfall. Uncle's pleas fell on deaf ears. Crowding around Lin Musheng's round head, they shouted in unison, "Get rid of this corn-fed pig. Look how fat his family's backs have gotten." From a distance, Xieping's face did appear plump and round. Yet when pressed, it caved in like a deep hollow. Under the conditions of that time, this condition was called edema, primarily caused by long-term malnutrition. Without closely examining Uncle Xia's physical condition, the villagers blindly followed Lin Musheng's nonsense, joining in the senseless clamor. Behind Lin Musheng, voices rose in righteous indignation. Kill him! Kill him! That old bastard Lin, taking his authority too far, swung his fist and slammed it into his uncle's face. Lin Feng stood beside his uncle. Seeing the relative who had once helped him being beaten to death by his stepfather, rage instantly ignited within him. He leapt forward in a flash, blocking his uncle's path. Lin Musheng, you bastard, come hit me instead, he roared. As he hurled insults at Lin Musheng, his iron-clenched fist already surged forward. His hard fist collided with Lin Musheng's outstretched hand. Ah! Lin Musheng's emaciated fist, clenched into a ball, was smaller than a steamed bun. When Lin Feng's iron fist met it head-on, Lin Musheng howled in agony amidst the crowd. The old man's left hand clutched his right as he bounced up and down frantically among the mess hall crowd. Only after a long while did the dry, cracking sound finally cease. Lin Feng, I'm your old man. I raised you for years. How the hell could you pull my bridge at a critical moment, you son of a? Amidst his wailing, Lin Musheng shamelessly played the sympathy card with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was merely young. He'd seen this kind of melodramatic act from Lin Musheng countless times before. Lin Musheng, I'm warning you. Starting today, if you keep stirring up trouble and making my uncle red in the face, I'll grab you with one hand and toss you onto the roof of the mess hall. Lin Musheng had sparred directly with Lin Feng before. He knew better than anyone else just how formidable Lin Feng's martial arts skills were. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Lin Musheng had already given himself an out. Pointing at the overturned pots of rotten cabbage, he flattered Lin Feng with a sycophantic tone. Lin Feng, it's not just our villagers complaining. Look at this boiled cabbage. No oil is bad enough, but what's truly outrageous is that half of it is rotten and moldy. Here, Pepixia would like to share a bit of knowledge. Cabbages in winter, once hit by a blizzard, either rot or mold. This time, Lin Musheng might actually be telling the truth. Listening to the old man's endless complaints, Lin Feng crouched down, picked up the rotten cabbage scattered on the ground with his hands, and shoved it into his mouth. A bitter, astringent taste flooded Lin Feng's brain and nerves. He spat out the chewed cabbage with a puff. Uncle, these rotten vegetables really aren't fit to eat. Xieping listened to Lin Feng's words, his entire rough, pine bark-like face filled with confusion. Fenger, why can't we eat this cabbage? Lin Feng picked up a head from the pile stacked in the corner of the mess hall. As he peeled it, he explained to his uncle, look, mold spots have already appeared on these leaves. Moldy leaves like these contain a toxin called aflatoxin. If consumed in large quantities, it can cause poisoning and unconsciousness at best, or land you in the hospital at worst. Chapter 101, The Age of Wolves and Tigers. Uncle listened to Lin Feng's words, finding it almost impossible to believe what he was hearing. He wiped his greasy face with his hand. Lin Feng, hasn't our village always gotten by like this during snowy winters? Your claims lack any scientific basis, pure nonsense. Uncle didn't believe aflatoxin could cause unconsciousness. Deep down, he'd never encountered aflatoxin poisoning before. Before Lin Feng could respond to his uncle, the village squad leader arrived in a panic. Stammering, he reported to Uncle, Village Chief Xia, old Wang at the eastern end of the village. He was so hungry he just ate some cabbage soup. Now he's completely passed out. What? Uncle stiffened instantly upon hearing team leader Lu Manzi's words. He couldn't believe that eating a little rotten cabbage could cause poisoning. Overcome with grief and regret, Uncle now pinned old Wang's life entirely on Lin Feng. His cloudy eyes turned toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you know a bit about medicine. Why don't you go check on old Wang's condition? What exactly is wrong with him? Old Wang lay in a corner beside the canteen. As Uncle spoke, his body already pushed through the parting crowd, leading Lin Feng toward old Wang, toward the man lying there. Old Wang lay weakly on his side on a makeshift stretcher in the cafeteria. His face was deathly pale, his brow furrowed, his hands limp and dangling over his stomach, and he was still vomiting continuously. Seeing Old Wang's condition, Lin Feng looked worried as he told his uncle that things really didn't look good for the old man. Uncle, seeing Old Wang's agonized state, gripped Lin Feng's sleeve tightly. Nephew, I beg you to do everything in your power to save Old Wang. He has elderly parents and young children to support. If he passes away, his entire family will be devastated. Uncle's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. He was responsible not only for everyone's daily needs but also for their very survival. Lin Feng crouched down, extending the nails of his right index finger and thumb. He pressed firmly into Old Wang's philtrum, temporarily stabilizing his uncontrollable vomiting. As he stood up, he shouted to his uncle, "Does the food cooperative have any rubber tubing?" Among the onlookers were canteen staff members. Hearing Lin Feng's question, they immediately answered, "Yes." "Any soap?" "Yes." "Bring me a basin of warm water and send over the rubber hose and soap while you're at it." Uncle, listening to Lin Feng's instructions to the staff, looked at him puzzled and asked, "Lin Feng, you think you can save Old Wang with just these things?" He simply couldn't believe that a small bar of soap and some water could pull someone back from the brink of death. "Uncle, Old Wang has been confirmed to have nitrite poisoning from cabbage. For this type of poisoning, I can only treat it with an enema. Whether he survives depends entirely on his own fate." In Lin Feng's past life, during wilderness survival training, he'd witnessed a soldier poisoned by rotten cabbage successfully saved through an enema-induced vomit. Therefore, he felt somewhat confident in handling this situation. However, in such a complex and chaotic environment, he absolutely could not reveal this information. If he did, the consequences would be far worse than the sky falling. As Lin Feng tightly suppressed his past memories, the mess hall staff swiftly brought over clean water and soap. He rubbed the bar vigorously in the water until the entire basin turned milky white before lifting the soap out. "Uncle, shove that rubber tube into Old Wang's nostril. The nose and mouth are connected, but inserting it directly through Old Wang's mouth wouldn't be effective." To achieve immediate results, Lin Feng instructed his uncle to gently insert the rubber tube into Old Wang's nostrils. Just as uncle was inserting the rubber tube into Old Wang's nostril, that troublemaker Lin Musheng arrived with Old Wang's family, rushing toward Lin Feng and the others. Old Wang's wife had disheveled hair, bruises on her neck, and several fingernail scratches on her snow-white cleavage. Without waiting for Lin Feng's next move, she stormed toward Uncle Xie, screaming like a madwoman, "Village Chief Xie! If you kill Old Wang today, I'll send you straight to the labor camp. Che Deng, you worthless piece of trash! Stop your nonsense! My nephew's got skills. If Old Wang dies, I'll take the blame myself." Only after hearing her uncle's fierce words did Che Deng wisely retreat to the side. Troublemaker Lin Musheng was truly a man who thrived on chaos. He walked behind Che Deng, wrapped his arms around her ample bosom and plump hips, and whispered to her, "If Old Wang dies, Lin Feng will be an accomplice too." Che Deng still possessed a shred of conscience. She wriggled free from Lin Musheng's embrace. "Lin Musheng, shame on you as Lin Feng's uncle. At this critical moment, not only do you refuse to support his work, but you deliberately incite me to push him to his death. I'm embarrassed for that little brat." Che Deng's blunt words left Lin Musheng caught between a rock and a hard place. His goldfish eyes glared fiercely at the 30-something wolf, 40-something tiger that was Che Deng. "I'm doing this for your own good, yet you bite the hand that feeds you, failing to recognize a kind heart." Lin Musheng's warm face met Che Deng's cold shoulder, leaving him no choice but to walk away, thoroughly humiliated. Che Deng glanced at the dashing, handsome Lin Feng. Feeling quite taken with him, she stepped forward. "Lin Feng, if you cure Old Wang today, I'll let you eat my..." Uncle heard the promiscuous Che Deng saying disgusting things to Lin Feng, and his anger flared. Che Deng, my nephew's still just a kid. Don't you dare seduce him." "Hoof." Che Deng, stung by her uncle's rebuke, felt thoroughly annoyed. Clutching her sagging breasts tightly with both hands, she stormed off to a distant corner. "Lin Feng, I've already shoved the rubber tube into Old Wang's nostril. You can start pumping the soapy water into his stomach now." "Uncle, there's air in the tube. Wait while I expel it first." Lin Feng remained undisturbed by Che Deng's words. At this very moment, he was earnestly taking responsibility for Old Wang's life. Chapter 102, If You've Got the Guts, Bite Me. Uncle gently pulled the soft rubber tube from Old Wang's nostrils, took the opportunity to expel all the air from the tube, and then carefully reinserted it into his nostrils. "Lin Feng, I'm ready. You can start pouring the water." Uncle held both of Old Wang's nostrils shut with his left hand while gripping the soft tube tightly with his right. Lin Feng submerged the tube's upper end into the basin of soapy water. Gurgle, gurgle. The slightly cloudy soapy water slowly flowed down the inner wall of the rubber tube and into Old Wang's nasal cavity. Che clutched her own high, perky breasts with both hands. Watching Lin Feng treat Old Wang like he was watering a pig, she couldn't bear to look any longer. Her big, sharp-tongued mouth started chattering again. "You stupid kid. My Old Wang isn't a pig. If you kill him, I'll haunt you for the rest of my life." Lin Feng was completely focused on giving Old Wang an enema. He had no time to deal with Che-Che's antics. Uncle, pinching old Wang's nostrils, found himself with nothing better to do. Che-Che Deng's endless grumbling only fueled her uncle's already sour mood. Che-Che Deng, you damn woman, will you ever shut up? Che-Che Deng, who had a bone to pick with her uncle, heard his curse and, her mouth still spewing words, charged toward him like a demon. She lunged forward, both hands clenched, aiming to wring his neck. Startled, Uncle dropped the soft hose and sprinted toward the exit of the mess hall. Che-Che Deng followed closely, her arms flailing wildly like a pumpkin seed, chasing after him. At the rescue scene, only Lin Feng remained. To avoid disrupting the rescue, Lin Feng had no choice but to prop up the basin of soapy water a bit higher. With the basin elevated, the soapy water flowed even faster through the rubber hose. Watching old Wang's belly gradually expand, Lin Feng reached out and lifted old Wang by his legs, upside down. He massaged old Wang's belly while instructing him to open his mouth wide. Wah! As old Wang's mouth opened wide, a large mass of filth mixed with undigested cabbage leaves spewed out continuously, mingled with the soapy water. A foul, sour stench filled every corner of the mess hall. After half an hour of enemas and induced vomiting, old Wang regained consciousness. Lin Feng then fetched clean water to rinse out his nostrils and mouth before having a staff member prepare a bowl of ginger soup for him to drink. After finishing the ginger soup, old Wang's spirits gradually lifted. He recognized this kid, Lin Feng. As Lin Feng helped him up, old Wang tearfully expressed his gratitude. Feng, if you hadn't pulled me back from the brink of death today, I wouldn't have made it to dinner tonight. Lin Feng pulled the soft rubber tube from old Wang's nostril and patted his shoulder. I didn't do much, just cleaned out your stomach. But remember this, never eat anything rotten, moldy, or spoiled. Feng, times are tough at the canteen now. Everyone's tightening their belts. If we don't eat this rotten cabbage, are we supposed to just drink plain water? Old Wang nearly broke down in tears as he spoke to Lin Feng. In these troubled times, anyone who brought up the matter wore a look of utter bewilderment and helplessness. Old Wang probably didn't know that Lin Feng had just delivered several hundred pounds of meat down the mountain for them. Lin Feng looked at old Wang's troubled face and said, Old Wang, you shouldn't worry too much about the food situation. Oomph. You brought more meat again? Old Wang listened to Lin Feng's words, his puzzled gaze fixed on the boy's face, still soft and innocent. Lin Feng looped the neatly coiled flexible hose into a circle and tossed it to the dazed staff member standing nearby. Only then did he cheerfully explain to old Wang. You're absolutely right. This time, when I brought my uncle down the mountain, I really did bring some meat for you guys down here. Upon hearing Lin Feng mention meat being brought down the mountain, Lin Musheng lost all interest in listening to their casual chat. He leapt forward like a cat, pushing through the crowd of onlookers, and dashed toward the large wicker baskets stored in the mess hall. When he saw the baskets filled with deliciously fragrant cured pork, he was so overjoyed he jumped high in the air. I'm taking a piece home today, no matter what. He muttered to himself as he bent down, hoisting a pair of plump, round, high-arching legs. Clutching a piece of cured meat weighing no less than 10 pounds, he ran off shamelessly before everyone's eyes. Lin Feng watched Lin Musheng grab the bacon and dash off. He sprinted after him like the wind. He shouted as he chased, You old fart. That's for the mess hall. As Lin Musheng sprinted away, he bellowed back at Lin Feng, I'm your honorary father. So what if I snatched a piece of meat? His words made it clear he intended to eat his fill at Lin Feng's expense. When disaster strikes, don't think you can pull any special favors. Whoosh. As Lin Feng cursed Lin Musheng, a streak of golden light shot swiftly from his hand. Lin Musheng, who had been running like the wind while holding the meat rope, only realized after covering a considerable distance that all he had left in his hand was a broken piece of rope. Frustrated, he flung the rope aside with a sharp toss. Lin Feng, you bastard. You don't even recognize your own old man. Your future kids won't even have assholes. Facing Lin Musheng's curses, Lin Feng gazed up at the dusky sky and declared with righteous indignation, My conscience is clear. I risked my life to hunt game and distributed it fairly to the village. My noble deeds will surely move heaven and earth. Lin Musheng, looking somewhat bedraggled, glared at Lin Feng with dead fish eyes. You bastard. Your heaven-moving bull is all just bull. With that, he stormed off from the food distribution point, clearly annoyed. Lin Feng, why the hell are you arguing with that piece of Lin Musheng? Hurry up and help me. Just as Lin Feng was about to chase after Lin Musheng, his uncle pinned down on the snow outside the mess hall with Chesh's legs straddling him shouted at him. Only when his uncle lashed out at him did Lin Feng notice Che Deng's pair of plump, heavy thighs firmly pinned down his body. Seeing his uncle being bullied by old Wang's woman, Lin Feng couldn't hold back his anger. Che Deng, if you know what's good for you, get off my uncle right now. Otherwise, I won't be polite. When Lin Feng spoke these words to Che Deng, he wasn't trying to scare her at all. He was simply telling her that one shouldn't go too far. Che Deng sat triumphantly astride her uncle's body. She didn't seem to take Lin Feng's earlier words entirely to heart. She wiggled her delicate, translucent body and shouted back at Lin Feng, Go ahead and bite me off if you dare. Chapter 103, Don't provoke him unnecessarily. You shameless old woman. Lin Feng hadn't intended to lose his temper, but Che Deng's words, both overt and covert, reeked of an old cow trying to eat tender beef. Che Deng's behavior deeply repulsed Lin Feng, especially as her pair of round, plump breasts sat squarely on her uncle's body. Standing several meters away, Lin Feng clasped his hands together and chanted, "Molly Molly Hong." A powerful gust of wind surged from his outstretched palms, slamming into Che Deng's back. Che Deng's entire body shuddered, then her plump, spring-like breasts bounced off her uncle's chest. In full view of everyone, she began stripping off her clothes while giggling incessantly. Everyone present was stunned into stupor, murmuring among themselves. "Why is that silly woman so forward today, even stripping herself? Did you see Lin Feng cast a spell on her just now?" Whispers of all kinds spread outside the mess hall. Facing everyone's skepticism, Lin Feng casually explained that Che Deng had brought this upon herself. After her madness passed, she would recover on her own. Those present exchanged bewildered glances. Their legs trembled slightly as they watched him help Xie Ping up from the ground. Whispers filled the air, "This kid's got some shady tricks up his sleeve. Best to stay out of his way unless you have to." Che Deng's situation today is the perfect example. Lin Feng let these words roll off his back. As he helped his uncle up, the old man clutched his tailbone. "Ouch, this hurts like hell." Right where Che Deng had pinned his uncle to the ground lay a small stone. When the fierce woman pinned him down, his tailbone had been driven hard against this very stone. Combined with the biting cold of the icy snow, his old ailment compounded by the new injury, Uncle Lin felt a piercing, bone-chilling pain rising from his tailbone. Lin Feng was quite skilled at treating such symptoms. His right hand pressed firmly against the uncle's tailbone, kneading it vigorously with his palm. The coldness in the uncle's painfully sore vertebrae gradually faded, replaced by a fiery heat that burned within him and swiftly spread to every corner of his body. "Lin Feng, you know so many things. Once the village situation stabilizes, you can come down the mountain anytime to help everyone with illnesses and injuries. We'll pay you for your services." As he tended to his uncle's vertebrae, the old man expressed his gratitude and even fished some paper bills from his pocket, trying to press them into Lin Feng's hand. With the village desperately needing funds, Lin Feng wouldn't stoop to coveting a few coins for personal gain. He withdrew his right hand from his uncle's body. "Uncle, treating people is just a side gig for me. Hunting to support my family is what I need to focus on right now. If there's nothing else, could you give me some vegetable seeds from down the mountain? I need to head back up." Uncle Lin sheepishly tucked the banknote Lin Feng had tried to give him back into his own pocket. He led Lin Feng to the small shed where the food cooperative stored various seeds. Thud! A heavy padlock weighing 2 jin hung on the wooden door. From a distance, it resembled a trapezoid, wide at the bottom, narrow at the top, with a long bolt protruding from the top. Perhaps because it was rarely unlocked, Uncle struggled mightily to open it. As the door swung open, a pungent aroma, a blend of vegetable and grain seeds mingled with the medicinal scent of hexachlorocyclohexane, flooded Lin Feng's senses. Achoo, achoo. Unaccustomed to the smell of the pesticide powder, Lin Feng rubbed his nose and sneezed repeatedly. Gritting his teeth against the pungent odor, Uncle Lin retrieved several small cloth bags from the hut. He filled them with grains, corn kernels, mung beans, cabbage, garlic, radishes, and other produce. These were the only things the village used to grow. Uncle Fu had nothing else to offer. Lin Feng dumped everything his uncle had packed into his basket all at once. Just as he was preparing to head back up the mountain, several squad leaders, along with his own uncle Xie Fugui, found Xie Ping. "Village chief, the food cooperative is running low on staple grains. We should figure out a way to get more grain from the border." Xie Fugui had emptied the village's last reserves over the past 2 years. Due to consecutive years of natural disasters, the village's income had dwindled. The only funds they could muster now were 3,000 yuan, mostly in loose change of 1 or 2 yuan coins. Though Xie Fugui was a bit of a scatterbrain at home, he was remarkably organized when it came to serious matters. He had meticulously counted all the loose change during his free time, bundling it with red rubber bands and storing it in a wicker basket. "How much is in the basket?" Uncle Xie examined the loose change in the basket and asked Xie Fugui. This uncle, whom Lin Feng looked down upon, wiped his greasy face with his rough, calloused hands. 3,000 yuan. When I went up the mountain, Lin Feng gave me over 9,000. Hearing the village chief mention such a large sum from Lin Feng, the few squad leaders present were astonished. They asked him incredulously, did he discover a treasure trove up in the mountains? Rumor had it that when Ganlong came to the greater Xing'an mountains to select a burial site years ago, he had buried countless rare treasures in the mountains. The village had even sent people to search before, nearly turning the place upside down, yet they hadn't found a single feather. Today, Lin Feng had unprecedentedly produced such a large sum of money. Deep down, they all believed he must have found the treasure stash buried by Emperor Qianlong back in the day. Uncle Lin looked at their bewildered faces. This money was earned by Lin Feng risking his life. He intended to use it for Jin Feng's dowry. When I went up the mountain and explained the village's situation, he selflessly donated all of it. Uncle's words left the squad leaders and Xie Fugui feeling utterly ashamed. They slapped themselves hard across the face, muttering curses under their breath about their own damnable stupidity. After a moment of pointless self-reproach, the squad leaders voiced their concerns to their uncle. The border market is chaotic. If we go to buy grain, won't we get robbed? Over 10,000 yuan was no small sum back then. A few years prior, when they'd visited the border market, Russian bandits had stripped them bare. In front of everyone, they'd been forced to pull down their pants. In the dead of winter, they'd fled back to their village wearing nothing but their underwear. Recalling this humiliating ordeal, the squad leaders were filled with dread. Uncle glared at the timid squad leaders. You lot are usually so sharp, but when it comes to the crunch, you turn into a bunch of cowards. Seeing you just pisses me off. The squad leaders flushed crimson, their necks bulging with anger at their uncle's scolding. Lu Erzwang plucked up his courage and suggested to his uncle, how about letting Feng come with us to buy grain? Chapter 104, This is all my fault. Lu Er's suggestion immediately gained unanimous support. Uncle Xieping turned his gaze toward Lin Feng's youthful face. Though his features were still youthful, his entire face bore the weathered look of one who'd endured much hardship. He pinned all his hopes on this 16-year-old boy. He addressed Lin Feng standing opposite him. Feng, look at the people in our village, they're all cowards. Today, you might as well see this good deed through to the end, see it through to the end. At this critical moment, Uncle Xiefugui still sided with his nephew, wiping his greasy old face with his hand. Lin Feng is still just a child. Those Russian bandits are fierce. I fear these red-haired devils might hurt him, and I wouldn't be able to face my sister. Xiefugui, speaking from the perspective of family circumstances, made no attempt to hide his feelings as he told his cousin Xieping, who was present, to carefully consider whether he really wanted Lin Feng to go. Hearing Fugui's words, Xieping's earlier hopes pinned on Lin Feng began to waver. Lin Feng, let's call this off. We'll find a few more burly men to go instead. Your mother is waiting for you back at the mountain. After exchanging glances, Lu Er and the others present also abandoned the idea of having Lin Feng accompany them. They recruited several burly villagers instead. They pulled a two-wheeled wooden cart loaded with at least 10 wooden clubs and 5 ropes as thick as thumbs, heading toward the border market. Uncle Xieping trailed behind them, hands clasped behind his back, a heavy look on his face. As he walked toward the border market, he kept glancing back at the snow-covered path where Lin Feng had ascended the mountain. They had refused Lin Feng's request to accompany them. Carrying his basket, Lin Feng raced up the mountain like the wind, not wasting a single moment on the path in his haste to return home. Though the snow-covered mountain path was treacherous, for Lin Feng, whose martial prowess was steadily rising, traversing it felt as effortless as running on bare ground. Soon, he reached the edge of the small pond nestled atop the mountain. Though some ice floats on the surface, most of the water is covered with a thick layer of shepherd's purse floating on top. Lin Feng and her sister were using a bamboo pole several meters long, bending over and using pairs of round, smooth PG tools to push the shepherd's purse plants from the icy pond toward the shore. His sister was responsible for scraping the shepherd's purse with the bamboo pole, while Lin Feng crouched down, using his hands, reddened by the cold, to lift the scraped plants by their roots and place them into the bamboo basket waiting at the edge of the pond. Lin Feng set down the basket slung over his shoulder. Just as he was about to greet the two busy beauties, the bamboo pole in his sister's hand, far too long, slammed into Lin Feng's back with a whoosh. The force sent her tumbling headfirst into the pond, body and all. The pond water was over a person's height deep at this point, and it was bone-chillingly cold. Lin Feng had never played in water since childhood and knew almost nothing about swimming or escaping danger. The moment she fell in, her body flailed wildly in the water. Within minutes, she drifted away from the shore toward the deeper parts of the pond. Her sister, terrified, hastily extended the bamboo pole in her hand, urging Lin Feng, who had drifted to the middle of the pond, to grab hold of it. Lin Feng tried to grasp it, her flailing arms reaching toward the long pole extended toward her. But after several attempts, not only did she fail to grasp it, her body began sinking faster. Help me! As Lin Feng's body rapidly sank into the deep water, she choked on the water and cried out loudly. Splash! Lin Feng didn't even have time to shed his clothes and pants before he plunged into the bone-chilling pond with a splash. Most of Lin Feng's body was already submerged, only half her head bobbing up and down on the surface. She gulped down several mouthfuls of the icy pond water, sneezing uncontrollably. Lin Feng had already swum to her side. As his body broke the surface with a splash, he shouted to Lin Feng, Feng, hang on. I'll be right there. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he dove headfirst into the deep water. Lin Feng's sinking body slowly began to rise from the deep water. Lin Feng's body surfaced, his entire head drenched. He swam back toward the pond's edge, carrying Lin Feng's leather-clad body on his back. With his sister's help, they pulled Lin Feng from the water onto the shore. Achoo, achoo. Having spent too long in the water, Lin Feng's entire body shivered uncontrollably as she continued to sneeze. As Lin Feng hurried home with Lin Feng on his back, his sister kept blaming herself. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Lin Feng, clinging to Lin Feng's back, stammered through her shivering, Sis, it's not your fault. I fell in because I wasn't careful. Achoo, achoo. As Lin Feng spoke these words to Lin Feng, she began sneezing uncontrollably again. Lin Feng focused solely on carrying Lin Feng home as quickly as possible. Her current condition was extremely dire. If he continued carrying her toward home, she'd likely collapse before they even arrived. Unable to bear the thought of the consequences, Lin Feng hoisted Jin Feng onto his back and sprinted toward the nearby woods. The sister who had caused the trouble followed behind them, panting heavily as she ran. Once inside the woods, Lin Feng found a patch free of snow and laid Jin Feng's drenched body beneath the stump of a large tree. He leaped onto the tree and swiftly broke off several dry branches. As Lin Feng tossed the dry branches down, Jin Feng, dragging her soaked body, and her sister, who had arrived panting heavily, quickly gathered the wood together. Seeing Jin Feng shivering uncontrollably from the cold, his sister urgently called out to Lin Feng. "Little brother, stop gathering now. Come down and light the firewood." "Sis, I'm coming down right now." As Lin Feng answered his sister, he clutched a large bundle of dry leaves and let down from the 2-meter-high tree trunk with a thud. He placed the dry leaves in the center of the kindling and pulled a damp box of matches from his wet clothes. He looked at the matches in his hand and told Jin Feng and his sister with some disappointment, "The matches are no good." "Oh dear, what are we going to do now?" His sister and Jin Feng sank into utter despondency. The glimmer of hope that had just flickered into life was instantly extinguished. Chapter 105, A New Hope. "Sister, do you have any matches on you?" Lin Feng tossed the soggy matchstick aside and called out to his sister, who was visibly disheartened. Sister turned her back, rummaging through her inner pockets for a long while without finding anything. Finding nothing, Lin Xin turned back around. Her face worn with exhaustion, she told Lin Feng she didn't have any matches either. The last shred of hope was utterly shattered. Lin Feng rubbed his face hard with both hands. "Jin Feng, take off those wet clothes. You'll catch a chill wearing them." As he instructed Jin Feng, he sprinted deep into the forest. As Lin Feng's figure vanished into the forest steps, Jin Feng, with her sister's help, slowly began stripping off her soaking wet clothes and pants. Soon, Lin Feng's figure reappeared in their line of sight. He practically flew toward them, running at full speed. As he sprinted, he called out to Jin Feng and her sister, "I found it. I found it." Jin Feng, now clad only in a wet pair of shorts and a red belly-bearing vest, clutched her ample bosom tightly with both hands, shivering even more intensely from the cold. Her two long, smooth, white legs, as delicate as lotus roots, trembled uncontrollably. Seeing Jin Feng shivering violently, her lips turning purple, her sister hurriedly began stripping off her own leather coat. "Jin Feng, I'm wearing extra layers today. Take one off and put it on." Jin Feng didn't want everyone to fall ill because of her. "Sister, I can endure a little longer. You're nearly frozen solid. What's there to endure?" Her sister stripped off her own coat and forcibly draped it over Jin Feng's plump frame. The moment sister finished draping the clothes over Jin Feng, Lin Feng swiftly approached them. "Sister, look at what's in my hand." Having finished covering Jin Feng, sister turned her head at Lin Feng's words and looked down at his hands, now crouched beside the woodpile. Lin Feng held a fist-sized pebble in each hand, furiously striking the two stones together. "Brother, can you really strike fire with these stones?" Watching the stones collide relentlessly in his hands, the sister asked him doubtfully. Sparks continuously flew from the stones in Lin Feng's hands, landing one after another on the dry leaves below, producing a series of hissing sounds. "Sis, in ancient times they used wood drilling to make fire, and pebbles to aid combustion. Today I'm trying this old-fashioned method passed down by our ancestors." As Lin Feng explained to his sister, more and more sparks fell into the dry leaves. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dry leaves slowly ignited under the falling sparks, sending up wisps of blue smoke. His sister and Jin Feng watched the blazing leaves, dancing and singing joyfully beneath the tree. "Hoo hoo hoo." Lin Feng lay flat on the dry brushwood, puffing his cheeks as he blew steadily into the blazing leaves. Under his breath, the fire gradually grew larger. Warmth began to radiate around him. While adding more wood to the fire, he called out to Jin Feng and his sister, "Stop dancing around. Come over here and warm yourselves by the fire." Jin Feng and her sister stopped wriggling. They found a bamboo pole and hung all the wet clothes and pants they had just taken off on it. The clothes on the bamboo pole now encircled all three siblings. As Jin Feng's body gradually warmed, she noticed Lin Feng was still wearing his wet clothes. She called out to him, "Feng, your clothes are soaked. Take them off and dry them by the fire." Only then did Lin Feng glance down at his own body. His own wet clothes and pants were continuously steaming. "Oh, I was so busy earlier that I completely forgot about this." Lin Feng turned his back and stripped off his dripping clothes and pants, standing before them wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. Jin Feng felt a bit embarrassed as she stole glances at Lin Feng's physique. Lin Feng's robust, well-defined pectoral muscles, thick, sturdy forearms, and thighs as powerful as an elephant's instantly stirred a small ripple of emotion within Jin Feng's heart. The older sister, who had watched her younger brother grow up, glanced at his youthful physique. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Jin Feng's gaze, which was secretly fixed on Lin Feng's body. Her lips began to quiver again. "Jin Feng, isn't my brother's physique impressive?" Caught off guard by her sister's question, Jin Feng's face already flushed crimson from the blazing fire dropped in embarrassment. Her sister's question left Jin Feng feeling flustered. Just as she was caught between a rock and a hard place, Lin Feng grimaced and spoke up to his sister. Sis, look what you've done. Lin Feng's embarrassed. Only then did her sister realize her mistake. She handed Lin Feng the dried clothes and pants, helping her put them on while smiling and reassuring her. Lin Feng, I said the wrong thing earlier. I won't say it again. As Lin Feng slipped the parched leather pants over her snow-white, long legs, she leaned close to Lin Xan's ear and whispered, Sis, Lin Feng's body is so sturdy. But. Sister giggled, her lips pressed together. Her silver bell laughter echoed through the dense forest. While the aunt and niece whispered secrets, Lin Feng had already pulled the sun-dried clothes over his body. Sister, let's hurry home. Mother might already be searching for us by now. Lin Feng finished dressing, then smothered the blazing fire with several thick chunks of ice. Calling out to Lin Feng and his sister, he shouldered the bamboo basket and hurried homeward. Lin Feng walked behind Lin Feng, peering curiously at the contents of his basket. Feng, what on earth is in your basket? Lin Feng, our mountain lacks grain and vegetables. This time I went down the mountain specifically to gather some grain and vegetable seeds. But the mountains are still covered in snow. What good will these vegetables and seeds do you? Chapter 106, it's not something that can be explained in a moment. Lin Feng listened to Lin Feng's words but didn't respond immediately. His footsteps carried him forward as he gave Lin Feng a mysterious smile. Fenger, we'll talk about it when we get home. I don't buy it. You're going to grow vegetables inside the house? Lin Feng's face darkened with displeasure at Lin Feng's evasive answer. Her lips trembled slightly as she glared at him, her anger palpable. Their older sister, who had caught up with the couple, saw Lin Feng's irritated expression and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Sis, Lin Feng brought these seeds up the mountain. He's bound to figure something out. Just wait and see, our mountain will be overflowing with grains and crops, our livestock thriving, and we'll be well on our way to prosperity. Lin Feng, who had been sulking, finally let a smile touch her pouty, pretty face as she listened to her sister's words. Alright, I'll listen to you, sis. As she replied to her sister, she took Lin Xan's delicate hand and began skipping and jumping through the snow. Lin Feng, carrying a basket on his shoulder and a bamboo sack on his back, hurriedly followed behind. Just as the three siblings reached halfway along the path, Feng appeared on the high hilltop, already wearing an apron. Her chest heaved as she covered her mouth with her hand, shouting reproaches at the siblings. Lin Feng, you three siblings are nearly driving your mother to her grave. Mom, we picked some shepherd's purse from the pond. Eating rich food every day is too much for our bodies to handle. Thanks to the efforts of the four of them, life on the mountain was gradually improving. Yet the problem of vegetables and grain remained unresolved. To live healthily, one cannot do without vegetables and grains. That's why Xinshin and Lin Feng went to the pond to gather shepherd's purse. Life without vegetables really is unbearable. Feng called out to Lin Feng as she watched him approach with a basket on his shoulder. Mom, in the days ahead, I'll plant some vegetables and grains in the new house. Look, I've already brought some vegetable seeds up from down the mountain. The novel idea of growing vegetables in the new greenhouse was Lin Feng's brainchild. Feng, Xinshin, and Lin Feng had never seen their mother and the three of them together before. As they listened to Lin Feng's plan, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Growing vegetables and grains in a greenhouse, such an absurd notion, and yet Lin Feng had come up with it. In truth, growing vegetables and grains in greenhouses was already commonplace in the 21st century. Lin Feng had merely transplanted his memories from his previous life into the 1960s. Watching the astonished expressions on his mother, Xinshin, and his sister's faces, he hoisted his basket and continued walking forward. He addressed the three of them, don't be afraid. Growing vegetables and grains in a greenhouse is a feasible plan. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Feng reined in her racing thoughts. Feng, throughout history, no one has ever grown vegetables and grains inside a house. If you can truly cultivate them in the new shed, then our family's daily needs, food, drink, and everything else can be systematically addressed. Feng strongly supported Lin Feng's idea. She was utterly confident her son could solve this problem, which wasn't really a problem at all. As the mother and son chatted along the way, they had already returned to the small wooden house. Lin Feng placed the bamboo baskets in containers under the cabin's eaves before hurrying into the new greenhouse spanning hundreds of square meters. Inside the new shed, the bed he had laid out occupied only 1/10 of the several hundred square meters, leaving the rest as extra space. He gathered several thin red cords and looped them around wooden stakes driven into the ground, enclosing the empty space. As he threaded the red cord through the sticks, Lin Feng and her mother had already entered the shed. Hearing their footsteps inside, Lin Feng lifted his head from where it had been lowered. Lin Feng and Mom, wait a moment. In the area I've marked off with the red string, you two will bring all the moist soil from outside inside. The women, unsure of Lin Feng's intent, looked at him with puzzled expressions as he explained. Lin Feng, we really don't understand. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? His mother spoke to him with great politeness as she looked at him. Mom, it's hard to explain in a few words right now. Just do as I say. As Lin Feng instructed them, he casually picked up the double-barreled shotgun resting in the corner of the room and headed outside toward the new shed. His mother, still confused, called out again, Lin Feng, are you going hunting again with that shotgun? Lin Feng, already a considerable distance away, turned back and answered his mother loudly. Mom, uncle, and the others went to the border market to buy grain. I don't know if they'll run into trouble. The border market was notoriously chaotic, and his mother knew this well. Hearing his son's words, she could only call after him as he descended the mountain, urging him to be extremely careful when helping his uncles. Mom, you can rest assured. Lin Feng's voice echoed loudly through the valley. To reach the border faster, Lin Feng took a shortcut. With astonishing agility, he sprinted down the snow-covered mountainside. In no time, he reached the outskirts of the border market. Shouldering his double-barreled shotgun, he dared not venture recklessly inside. Hiding on a hill outside the border market, he watched the bustling, lively scene below. His uncle and the others were pulling and pushing sacks of grain, each weighing no less than 300 pounds, out of the market while chatting. Several dozen meters behind them, a group of burly Soviet Red Army soldiers followed their trail. Lin Feng remained hidden in the shadows, his vantage point elevated. From his vantage point, he could clearly see this group of ill-intentioned men. Each carried a wooden club several feet long, and every pair of eyes held an unsettling, strange glint. Oh no! Uncle and the others might get robbed by bandits along the way. An ominous foreboding filled Lin Feng's mind and nerves. After observing their movements from his vantage point on the mountain, he descended along a winding path, his hunting rifle in hand. Chapter 107, The Fierce Redheads. Descending the winding mountain path, Lin Feng found cover behind a massive boulder. No sooner had he concealed himself than shouts echoed from the path leading to the border market, "Hurry up, everyone! Bandits are approaching the border market." For context, bandits were rampant in the Bawa region and Yunnan Guizhou areas at that time. To put it politely, they were outlaws and robbers. Lu'er pushed the grain-laden cart with all his might from behind. He listened to his uncle Xieping's words and kept glancing back over his shoulder. When he finally turned to look, he suddenly noticed no fewer than 20 tall men with curly red hair trailing behind them. They followed at a leisurely pace, their right hands gripping wooden sticks that they rhythmically tapped against their left palms. The sight sent a chill down Lu'er's spine, making his legs tremble. His legs trembling uncontrollably, he whispered to Xieping, who was standing right beside him. "Village Chief Xie, there's a group of Soviets right behind us. The look on their faces, they don't seem to mean well." As Lu'er, sensing the encroaching danger, spoke these words to Xieping, he felt as though the sky itself was about to collapse. If those red-haired bastards charged at them, they'd all lose their heads. Xieping heard Lu'er's words and turned to look at him. Lu'er's brow was deeply furrowed, his face pale. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and his legs, tightly wrapped in his trousers, were streaming with yellow urine. Xieping watched Lu'er, who looked scared as hell, his mouth twisted in fear. He started yelling at Lu'er. "Damn it! The Russians haven't even shown up yet, and you're already backing down? If a Sino-Soviet war really breaks out, you'd probably crawl into a hole and hide." Xieping despised Lu'er's usual behavior, how he'd casually whip people in the mess hall with his belt, and how he'd glare at Soviet soldiers outside like a cat eyeing a mouse. He unleashed a torrent of abuse at Lu'er. Faced with Xieping's tirade, Lu'er hurriedly explained to his uncle, "Village chief, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, just look ahead and behind you." Though timid and cautious, Lu'er was ever vigilant, his eyes and ears constantly scanning his surroundings. As he spoke to his uncle, he described the situation ahead and behind them with unflinching clarity. Uncle Xie lowered his hands from the handcart and scanned the road ahead. About 100 meters ahead, no fewer than 10 burly men stood in a row, their gleaming machetes drawn, completely blocking the road ahead. Uncle gasped in shock at the sight before him. He had seriously underestimated the red-haired bastard's strength when coming to the border market. With just their small group, facing off against 10 redheads up ahead was going to be tough. Just then, the constantly rolling wheels hit several iron nails, grinding to a halt with a screech. Sizzle, sizzle. The tires of the cart, punctured by the nails, began to leak cold mist. In just a moment, most of the mist had escaped from the two swollen tires. Uncle's head buzzed as he took in the scene. "Damn it, this is like adding insult to injury. Caught between two fires like this, we'll be skinned alive if we don't die first." Without daring to dwell on it, Uncle glanced over his shoulder. Behind them, no fewer than 20 red-haired men were closing in step by step. In flawless Mandarin, they bellowed at Uncle, "East Asian bastards! Leave your vehicles or your heads!" As they hurled insults at the old man and the other squad leaders, they confidently closed in, encircling them. The phrase "East Asian bastards" ignited Uncle's bloodlust completely. Unable to contain his rage, he roared at the fierce Soviet group, "Don't mistake a tiger that doesn't roar for a sick cat." As he hurled insults at the advancing redheads, he crouched low, his hips hunched, swiftly pulling out several steel pipes hidden beneath the cart. "Damn it, anyone who's not a coward, follow me." Swearing never to become a slave to the East Asian bastards, Uncle grabbed a steel pipe and unleashed a barrage of blows on the pursuing redheads. Unfortunately, facing the red-haired bastards attacking from both front and rear, Uncle was truly all heart and no strength. Before long, he was already struggling to keep up. He fought back fiercely while cursing the bandits who had ambushed him. "You all! If my nephew were here, he'd kill every last one of you. The red-haired bandits, growing bolder with each kill, now held complete dominance. Wielding their wooden clubs relentlessly, they spat out their insults without restraint. Cut the crap. Just looking at scum like you, we can tell what kind of piece of your nephew must be. While hurling insults at the uncle, their wooden clubs never ceased their relentless assault. Facing the red-haired bastard's savagery, uncle and Luer were truly no match for them. They swung their clubs, retreating while fighting, heading straight for the boulder where Lin Feng was hiding. Uncle Xia sprinted while bellowing at Xia Fugui. I told you to bring Lin Feng. Your stubborn ass wouldn't listen. Now we're all screwed. Thinking about all this, Xia Ping felt a sharp pang of regret. This incident had dealt him a truly devastating blow. He was now completely cornered, with no room left to fight back. Xia Ping, if I'd known we'd run into that bastard halfway here, I would have made sure Lin Feng came along no matter what. Facing the advancing red-haired man, Xia Fugui backed away while expressing his regret to his uncle. It seemed he deeply regretted not having sent Lin Feng along in the first place. Hearing his uncle's words, Xia Ping spat a thick lob of phlegm from his mouth, sending it flying a considerable distance. Fuming with rage, he cursed Xia Fugui. We're at this critical juncture now. What good does all this bull talk do? Any real men, follow me in charge. With the massive boulder providing cover, their tense nerves eased momentarily. Chapter 108, The Bully Who Preys on the Weak. You red-haired bastard, I'll curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Uncle swung his steel pipe relentlessly, aiming blows at Redhead. Tall and burly, Redhead extended his muscular arm, forcefully blocking the steel pipe as it swung toward him. Clang! 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 The pipe struck their arms, yet they shrugged it off as if nothing happened, flexing their powerful muscles. When the uncle finally exhausted his last ounce of strength, the imposing, fierce Redhead kicked the steel pipe flying from his hands. Then, he hoisted the uncle's body up like he was carrying a little chicken. This towering Redhead, holding his much smaller uncle aloft with one hand, warned him in pure Mandarin, Chinaman, don't mess with our fierce people. You better behave yourself, or I'll wrench your head off and use it as a chamber pot. As the Redhead cursed at the uncle, he hoisted his body with both hands like a chicken, preparing to hurl him against the boulder. Bang! 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 Just as the Redhead seized uncle's body, poised to hurl him against the boulder, Lin Feng, concealed behind the rock, pulled the trigger of his double-barreled shotgun in rapid succession. Sparking bullets struck the Redhead's wrists with pinpoint accuracy. The red-haired man, his hands trembling, dropped uncle's body with a thud. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at Lin Feng, who stood atop the boulder, towering over them. Who the hell are you? This fierce Redhead had no clue who the man on the boulder was. Deep down, he knew this was a complete surprise attack. A Changyao appears out of nowhere refers to the story of Chen Yaojin intercepting Wang Meng in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. We won't delve into that here, let's just get back to the main story. Bang! 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 Standing atop the massive, round boulder, Lin Feng pulled the trigger repeatedly, unleashing several bursts of bullets toward the terrified Redhead. I'm the same man who stormed that underground casino last time, Lin Feng, standing right before you now. News of Lin Feng and Lina's solo casino raid had already spread throughout the border market. Rumors painted him as a legendary figure who could scale walls, climb mountains, and brave fiery hells. Everyone in the border market, both legitimate and criminal, now addressed him as the boss. But legends were just that, legends. Today, the red-haired man got a real taste of Lin Feng's fiery temper. Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, the Redhead immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, shouting at the top of his lungs. We didn't know the hero was here today. For any offenses committed, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. Seeing their leader kneel, the other redheads followed suit, thudding to the ground in unison. Lin Feng didn't want them to bear a blood feud against him over the grain robbery. After all, these outlaws often acted out of necessity. Lin Feng raised his double-barreled shotgun toward a soaring eagle and fired a crack. Wah! After several shrieks, the soaring eagle flapped its wings and plummeted to the ground, landing directly before the group of Soviet bandits. A foul-smelling stream of blood gushed relentlessly from the bird's belly. In sheer terror, they turned their gaze toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng retracted the scorching barrel and bellowed at them, from this day forward, don't harm our villagers along this border. If I catch you, your fate will mirror that of the eagle flapping on the ground. Lin Feng, rest assured. We won't cause trouble on your turf. The group of redheads kneeling on the ground scrambled up from the icy snow, supporting each other as they trudged off into the distance. Only after they had completely disappeared from sight did Lin Feng motion to his stunned uncle and Luer to approach the cart. They found several stones, lifted the cart, and propped it up on the rocks they had brought. Lin Feng swiftly patched the punctured tire with the glue his uncle had brought, then attached an old-fashioned air pump to the valve stem, pumping air into it steadily. Luer watched Lin Feng's practiced movements and chuckled, saying, Lin Feng, if it weren't for you helping us today, we'd have been skinned alive, if not dead. Hearing Luer's flattery, Lin Feng casually mentioned to everyone present that these redheads were bullies who picked on the weak. The reason they'd stopped today was largely because of his previous solo raid on the underground casino. Mentioning the underground casino reminded Lin Feng of Lina. If he hadn't had a gun today and hadn't been escorting his uncle back to the village, he would have rushed straight to Lena's place to enjoy a cup of her fragrant milk tea. His thoughts quickly snapped back to reality. Second Uncle Lou, I've already inflated the tire. You guys hurry up and get the cart onto it. Getting it down was easy, but getting it back up was proving to be a real pain in the neck. Uncle Lou rallied everyone to pull together on the cart's handles, but it felt as if the cart had taken root there, weighing heavily and refusing to budge. Despite the combined effort of so many people, the cart didn't budge an inch. My uncle grew visibly frustrated. Where's all that strength you've been packing been hiding? Uncle, don't take it out on them. Let me give it a try? Lin Feng called out loudly to his uncle, who was still fuming. His uncle stopped his incessant grumbling, his unkempt beard hanging loosely, and turned to look at Lin Feng with wide, expectant eyes. Lin Feng slung the double-barreled shotgun over his shoulder. Huff! His hands lifted the handlebar of the handcart with surprising ease. Whoa! Amidst their gasps, Lu Er and the others hurriedly slid the cart's wheels into the slots. Lin Feng pulled the cart backward through the snow, racing a considerable distance before finally bringing it to a halt. Uncle, I have to go back to the mountain. Mom and the others are waiting for me there. Lin Feng halted the sled and called out to his uncle and the others, who were panting as they caught up. His uncle gasped for breath, his lips fluttering rapidly. Lin Feng, carry a sack of rice home. Use the millstone up on the mountain to grind it yourself. The village's grain was already in short supply. If he took a sack home, it meant everyone else would have to eat less each day. Lin Feng couldn't bring himself to do something so dishonest. Uncle, I haven't really helped much. I can't accept this sack. As Lin Feng explained this to his uncle, he had already dashed up the mountain. Behind him, his uncle's voice boomed, in a few days, I'll find Lu Dengue and get some bullets. I'll send them up to you on the mountain. Dealing with those red-haired devils had cost Lin Feng quite a few rounds of ammunition. Adding to the bullets he'd used up during his recent hunting trip, Lin Feng's magazine was now seriously low on ammunition. He was fretting over this very issue. His uncle's words came as a godsend, hitting the nail on the head. Chapter 109, A Rare Opportunity. Lin Feng halted his ascent up the mountain. He turned around and shouted down the slope at his uncle, Uncle! You better keep your word. Uncle Lin wiped his rough, pine bark-like face and bellowed back at Lin Feng halfway up the slope, You little brat, rest easy. I'll risk my own life to get you another 500 rounds up here. 500 rounds of ammunition. Uncle could manage that. At worst, he'd have to give Lu Dengue a few more of his prized fragrant pigs. Lu Dengue loved stir-fried wild boar with liquor. He'd secretly sought out Uncle several times, urging him to find ways to procure game. Uncle had been extremely busy lately, so he hadn't mentioned this matter to Lin Feng. Today, when the topic of bullets came up, Uncle at the mountain foot shouted back to Lin Feng, If you can get me a few wild fragrant pigs, forget 500 rounds, I'll get you 1,000 rounds back. As the uncle spoke these words to Lin Feng from the mountain's base, drool dripped from the corners of his mouth onto his clothes. Wild fragrant pigs were the mountain's ultimate delicacy. In all his years, Uncle had only tasted one when Grandpa hunted one down back then. Back then, over 10 people devoured every last scrap of bone, and afterward, everyone asked Grandpa if he could get more. Uncle remembered it vividly. When they found the tail, Grandpa's eyes widened as he declared, These fragrant pigs are elusive. You think they're easy to hunt? Catching one is all about luck. All these years later, Uncle still salivates at the memory of that fragrant pig's flavor. When Lin Feng used to follow his uncle around like a puppy, his uncle once whispered to him in secret, To catch the fragrant pig, you must burn incense and pray to the mountain god, and you must choose an auspicious day. Back when his grandfather told him this, he never believed a word of it, all that nonsense about believing in ghosts and gods instead of science. Even now, he still didn't believe his grandfather's nonsense. Today, he refused to believe it. With his skills able to catch tigers in the mountains and ride sea dragons in the ocean, how could he possibly fail to find a mere handful of fragrant pigs? His mind was still chewing over his grandfather's nonsense as he shouldered his hunting rifle and made his way from mid-slope into the deep, snow-laden forest. Recently, Lin Feng had been circling the mountain's edges, managing to bag quite a few foxes, wolves, and the like. But those beasts were hot-headed fools, practically offering their bodies to Lin Feng to be torn limb from limb. The wild boars and leopards deep in the mountains weren't as foolish as those low-level creatures from outside the mountains. Each and every one of them was cunning as hell. Treading through the deep snow in the dense forest, his eyes never left the droppings scattered across the snow as he made his way deeper into the primeval woods. To avoid getting lost, he deliberately pulled the long and used compass from his pocket and held it in his hand. Spotting a fresh pile of fragrant pig dung on the ground, he picked it up without a hint of disgust and placed it on the compass in his hand. Lin Feng placed the pig dung on the compass. Instantly, as if possessed, the compass needle stubbornly pointed deep into the dense forest. Damn it, everything my old man left behind is a treasure. Muttering to himself, he already had the compass in hand, crunching through the snow as he dashed deep into the dense forest. In less than a minute, the needle came to a halt and his footsteps stopped too. By past experience, the compass could always locate people, but today it felt strangely unresponsive, freezing solid in under a minute. Lin Feng held the compass, now covered in feces, and seeing the needle had lost its usual sensitivity, he felt like hurling it to the ends of the earth. He forced back the anger rising in his face and reluctantly began meticulously cleaning every last bit of the dung off the compass. As he scrubbed away the filth, he cursed his grandfather for being such a jinx. Just as he was cursing his grandfather, a strange sound suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Feng, don't curse me. My words aren't medicine, but they can serve as a catalyst. If you believe me, take out the joss paper, paper offerings, and incense from that canvas bag. Within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, that lucky pig will appear right before your eyes. In Lin Feng's memory, his grandfather seemed to possess some mystical abilities. While he couldn't possibly project his voice over 1,000 miles, transmitting at 100 miles was well within his capabilities. As Lin Feng listened to the buzzing sound in his ears and looked up at the vast expanse before him, the entire lush forest vanished. Only the snow-covered ground and some oddly shaped rocks materialized before his eyes. Grandpa's long-distance communication left Lin Feng unimpressed, yet he knew his canvas bag truly contained joss paper, paper offerings, candles, and incense. He had discovered just days earlier that the canvas bag contained joss paper, candles, and incense. He wasn't sure if his grandfather had placed them there earlier. He didn't bother to dwell on it. Instead, he hurriedly reached into the bag slung across his shoulder and began rummaging through its contents. In the blink of an eye, 3 incense sticks, a pair of candles, and some paper money made from straw paper were clutched in his hand. He fished a box of matches from his inner pocket. Sizzle! As the match ignited, the joss paper, candles, and incense in his hand burst into flame. Mimicking the ritual gestures his grandfather had taught him years ago, he reverently placed each burning item into a patch of ground in the forest untouched by ice water. Simultaneously, he dropped to his knees with a thud. As he bowed to the mountain god, he murmured softly, "Grandfather Mountain God, please taste a few of these fragrant piglets." After completing his bows and salutes, he rose from his kneeling position and leaped onto the tree with a swift whoosh. Standing brazenly beneath the great tree, would Prey really be foolish enough to walk straight into the trap? The odds of waiting for rabbits to come to him were pitifully low, and creatures as foolish as rabbits were few and far between. Deep down, Lin Feng believed that even with the mountain god's blessing, his chances of catching a fragrant pig would be better if he took some risks. After leaping up, he leaned most of his body against a branch, chewing on a leaf as he waited foolishly for the wild boar to appear. For such elusive game, Lin Feng hoped to bag a few. Besides gifts for others, his own family could enjoy a hearty feast. While Lin Fei was lost in his dreams, his sharp eyes scanned the area beneath the tree, eagerly anticipating the appearance of prey. Chapter 110, My Ambitions Reach for the Sky. Oh. Just as Lin Feng grew impatient waiting in the tree, a group of small, black-furred, plump-bodied wild boars appeared in his line of sight, their bodies trembling. He instinctively counted them 6 in total, including the leader. To capture these 6 pygmy pigs, he abandoned the idea of shooting them and prepared to catch them all alive with his bare hands. These 6 pigs were far more intelligent than ordinary domestic or wild boars. While foraging for edible scraps on the open ground, their 2 tiny eyes scanned the surroundings in every direction. But the devil always has a trick up his sleeve. While they were preoccupied with their surroundings, they failed to notice Lin Feng perched on a tree branch. Several red ropes now appeared in Lin Feng's hands. These red cords were also retrieved from the canvas bag. He planned to slip them around the pig's hind legs the moment he caught them. The pig's timely appearance was largely due to the allure of the scent. As the incense burned, it released a distinct fragrance. While Lin Feng was up in the tree, the fragrant pigs had already gathered one by one before the burning incense, thoroughly enjoying the aroma. Just as they were deeply inhaling the intoxicating scent, Lin Feng descended from above, blocking their escape route. With a swift lunge, he pounced toward the backs of the 6 little fragrant pigs. Sensing danger behind them, the pigs jerked their heads around, attempting to slip through the space beneath Lin Feng's legs. The lead pig reacted faster than the others. Head lowered, it charged forward with all 4 hooves pounding the ground, aiming straight for Lin Feng. With lightning speed, Lin Feng's right hand seized the leader's front hoof. Oh! As the leader was seized by Lin Feng, it let out a series of frantic squeals, its remaining 3 hooves kicking wildly in midair. Smack! Lin Feng's palm smacked down on the head of the squealing pig. The squealing piglet suddenly fell silent. Brother Feng's hand was a bit heavy. Those 2 slaps knocked the pig right out cold. Taking advantage of its unconscious state, he swiftly clamped his legs around the 2 pigs still wriggling beneath him. The piglet that had already slipped halfway between his legs tried desperately to wriggle free and escape. Unfortunately, the more frantically they tried to escape, the tighter Feng's legs clamped down. After a futile burst of squealing, they gave up struggling, barely clinging to life. The rope in Lin Feng's hands whipped around their hind legs, binding them tightly. In less than 3 minutes, he had captured all 3 pigs. The remaining 3 pigs were smaller and more agile. They had no intention of charging recklessly toward Lin Feng. They tried to escape by dashing past Lin Feng's left and right sides while he was busy wrapping the red rope around the pig's legs. These 3 pigs were considerably smarter than the first 3 careless ones. At least they knew to split up and flee. As Lin Feng grabbed their ears with both hands, he secretly admired their thinking, sometimes truly superior to humans. The last little fellow, seeing its companions captured before it could flee, turned its round little rear end and dashed toward the stump. As it fled, it must have spotted an escape route near the tree stump. Lin Feng tossed aside the bound piglet in his hands and gave chase after the little creature, which had already bolted several meters away. Boom! Just as Lin Feng was frantically chasing the piglet, a dull thud echoed from the stump. With a piercing squeal, a spray of foul-smelling blood spurted from the throat of the frantically fleeing piglet. Lin Feng looked over. A sharp root protruding from the stump had pierced the throat of the piglet, which had been too preoccupied with running to notice. Seeing this piglet killed by the root before he could even catch it, Lin Feng genuinely felt a pang of pity for 2 seconds. Oh dear, I never meant for you to die. Why did you have to be so stubborn? I feel so sorry for you. Lin Feng ran behind the piglet, still spurting blood. He bent down, its plump little PG sticking high in the air, reached out to grab its hind legs, and hoisted it up. The pungent, warm blood continued gushing from the piglet's throat. Lifting the piglet's body, Lin Feng bit down on the spot where the blood was spurting. After a smooth, unimpeded gulp of blood, Lin Feng's blood boiled within him, as if he possessed inexhaustible brute strength. He couldn't help but silently marvel that in these remote, untouched mountains, sometimes one truly needed the mountain deity's protection. After a moment of grateful reverie, Lin Feng's thoughts snapped back to reality. Having dispatched all 6 fragrant pigs, he strung them together and slung them over his shoulder. Humming to himself, he whistled freely, cracking self-made jokes. My dreams soar higher than the heavens. His shoulders bore the weight of 600-pound fragrant pigs with surprising ease. He alternated between whistling and singing youthful songs, striding happily across the snow-covered ground. As he cheerfully made his way up the mountain, Lin Feng and her sister emerged from the dense forest, each carrying a bamboo basket on their backs. They raced across the snowy ground, calling out loudly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! You little bastard, why are you running so fast? Hearing Lin Feng and his sister's shouts, Lin Feng halted his running stride on the slippery snow. Sisters, you've got some nerve. Why were you out in the deep woods on a snowy day instead of staying in the cabin? If you get unlucky and run into Bear 1 or Bear 2, they'll give you a real treat. Lin Feng still remembered the last time his sister was snatched by a bear while squatting. He didn't want history to repeat itself with his sister and Lin Feng. Sister and Lin Feng had already wiggled their way over to Lin Feng, their exaggeratedly perky behind swaying with each step. Lin Feng tugged hard at the thick rope straining across her shoulders and back. Brother Feng, Mom wanted hazelnuts, so sister and I went deep into the old forest to find some. Lin Feng panted breathlessly as she told Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced into the bamboo basket Lin Feng was carrying on her back. The bamboo basket was completely empty. Chapter 111, Early Sowing, Early Harvest. My 2 lovely ladies, with this heavy snowstorm raging, let's wait until the weather clears up a bit. I'll take you both deep into the mountains to gather hazelnuts. Lin Feng tightened the red rope hanging from his shoulder, which was tethered to the fragrant piglet, as he addressed the 2 beauties. After exchanging glances, they reluctantly followed Lin Feng through the thick snowdrifts. Amidst howling winds and swirling northern snow, they trudged toward their small cabin in the mountains. Along the way, the older sister, who had been feeling down for a moment, began to get excited again. She stretched out both hands to pinch the ears of the fragrant piglet hanging from Lin Feng's shoulder. The piglet's ears were soft and flopped forward, giving it a cartoonish appearance reminiscent of an anime character from afar. Her pet-loving heart began to overflow once more. Lin Feng, could you please not slaughter these little pigs? Sis, I need to take these to Uncle down in the village. Keeping them up here isn't practical. Once the snow melts next spring and the weather warms, I'll build a wooden fence around our cabin. We can raise them then. This time, Lin Feng refused to give in to his sister's whims. These miniature pigs were meant for something important. He couldn't let his sister's overflowing compassion derail his plans. Thinking of her usually obedient younger brother refusing her for the first time, the sister's pert bottom swayed as she stomped ahead. With each step, she crushed the thick snow beneath her feet, making it crunch loudly. Every so often, she'd turn back, her little mouth turned up in a pout as she scolded Lin Feng. Brother, you've changed. You don't care about your sister at all anymore. You won't even help me with this little thing. If it weren't for your hunting skills in these deep mountains, I'd seriously consider cutting ties with you. Sister was just venting her frustration. If she truly cut ties with Lin Feng, given her current hunting skills, she'd be too scared to venture out of the cabin within 3 days. Walking behind Lin Feng, Lin Feng watched her sister's angry expression. She whispered a few words softly into Lin Feng's ear, then sprinted after Lin Xian. Sis, wait for me. Lin Xian seemed to be teasing her younger brother and sister-in-law. Turning her head, she watched the pair of peaks swaying toward her. Her silver bell laughter rang out along the deserted mountain path, echoing through the valley. Her words drifted toward Lin Feng's ears. I won't wait for you. If you're so eager, come chase your sister. Just as Lin Feng was about to catch up, her sister's long legs, tightly encased in leather pants, began sprinting across the thick snow. Watching them race forward through the swirling snowstorm, Lin Feng felt a sudden impulse and began chasing after them. When they returned to the mountain, their mother was building a simple wooden shelter with some dry grass. This makeshift shelter connected the small cabin to the new room where Lin Feng slept. Seeing Lin Feng and the others return, mother paused her work. "Feng, once this wooden shelter is finished, it'll be easier for you and Jean Feng to sleep in the new room." Ever since moving up the mountain, Jean Feng had been sharing a bed with her sister. Over time, this had become a source of quiet worry for their mother, who acutely felt the need to address the situation for her son. Hearing her mother's words, Jean Feng's bright, dark eyes beneath her arched willow moon brows glanced toward Xie Feng's smiling face, and her own pretty cheeks flushed crimson to her ears. She told Xie Feng somewhat bashfully that the new hut was damp and she wasn't used to it. Though Jean Feng's words expressed discomfort, her heart was as sweet as if she'd just eaten a peach. Lin Feng listened to his mother's words, his wide mouth gaping in astonishment. He set the fragrant piglet hanging over his shoulder under the eaves of the small wooden hut while telling Xie Feng, "Mom, this isn't something you can rush. Haste makes waste." While Lin Feng spoke, Xie Feng had already brought out the slaughtering basin and sharp knife, placing them before him. Her weary face turned to her sons. "Early planting means early harvest. Early children mean early fortune. You and Feng Feng should be together sooner. With good luck, next year I could be a grandmother." As Xie Feng spoke these words to Lin Feng, her weary face brimmed with hope. "Mom!" Lin Feng understood Xie Feng's eagerness to become a grandmother. But hearing her mother's words made Jean Feng's face flush and her heart race. Standing behind Lin Feng, she tied a patched floral apron around his waist before covering her face with both hands and running away. Watching Jean Feng's swaying hips as she ran into the house, Xie Feng realized she'd spoken a bit too harshly. She laughed awkwardly to save face, then handed Lin Feng the sharp slaughter knife from the bamboo basket. "Feng, I won't say another word. You've scared your wife away." Lin Feng picked up one of the small fragrant pigs lying on the ground. His left hand gripped the piglet's throat skin, while his right hand thrust the sharp, pointed knife into its hard throat. But the foot-long blade plunged diagonally into the piglet's vital spot. Squeal, squeal. The piglet let out a shrill squeal in Lin Feng's hands, nearly piercing the eardrums. Startled, Lin Xian standing nearby raised both hands to cover her ears tightly, then dashed away at top speed. Swish! Lin Feng's right hand swiftly pulled the butcher's knife from the piglet's throat. As the blade withdrew, the pungent, bloody spray from the piglet's throat shot like a jet of blood into the wooden basin its mother had placed nearby. "Mom, go get some salt and sprinkle it in the wooden basin." Lin Feng shouted to his mother as he held the piglet upside down, its blood still spurting, to continue draining it. "I'll go get it right away." His mother replied to Lin Feng, her slightly plump body swaying as she walked into the small wooden house. In the kitchen of the small cabin, the sound of Mom lifting the lid off the salt jar echoed. Yikes! Just as his mother stepped out of the cabin, salt clumps firmly pinched between her fingers, Jean Feng's hysterical screams suddenly pierced the air. Mom hurriedly scattered the salt nuggets she held into the wooden basin where Lin Feng was stirring the pig's blood. While Lin Feng was stirring the pig's blood with his slaughter knife, she anxiously called out to him, "Feng, what happened to your wife?" "Mom, I don't know either. Why don't you go inside and check?" Chapter 112, I'd rather die. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, his mother had already dashed back into the house. "Lin Feng, hurry inside." Mom's shrill scream echoed from the small wooden house. Hearing Xie Feng's shrieks, Lin Feng tossed the fragrant piglet aside. The knife followed suit, clattering to the floor. "Sis, I'm going inside. You start boiling the water first." Lin Feng briefly spoke to the sister crouching down and stroking the pig's ear, but he had already turned on his heel and dashed into the house. The scene that greeted him upon entering the small wooden hut left him utterly stunned. Jean Feng's body had been helped onto the rickety wooden bed by her mother. The bed creaked incessantly with every movement. Her voluptuous figure writhed and twisted continuously. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurried to the bedside where Jean Feng lay writhing like a plump pumpkin slice. He asked her with deep concern, Feng, what's wrong?" Jean Feng, still writhing on the wooden bed, clutched her stomach. Weakly, she whispered to Lin Feng standing before her, "Brother Feng, my tummy hurts so much." Mother stood beside the wooden bed as well. Seeing her daughter-in-law, who had been lively and energetic just moments ago, now lying on the wooden bed in agony, she looked utterly exhausted as she told Lin Feng. "Fenger, you know medicine. Fenger is suffering terribly, please examine her quickly." "Mom, I'll examine Feng right away." Lin Feng's hands were still smeared with blood. As he responded to his mother's worried words, he grabbed a tattered towel and roughly wiped the blood from his hands. Bending over with a crooked posture, he whispered to Jean Feng, whose body was twisted in agony, Feng, big brother Feng will examine you now." Jean Feng obediently rolled her contorted body over, slowly lying flat on the bed. Her cherry red lips parted as she spoke weakly to Lin Feng, "My lower left abdomen hurts like a knife is stabbing my heart. Please help me properly." Jean Feng herself didn't know exactly where this excruciating pain was coming from. As the excruciating agony tore through her, she could only pin all her hopes on Lin Feng. Observing, listening, questioning, and examining these were no challenge for Lin Feng, a master of medical arts. At Jin Feng's words, images of her internal organs instantly formed in Lin Feng's mind. He quickly pinpointed the coordinates to a crucial spot in her lower left abdomen. "I'll examine you right away." Jin Feng's abdomen throbbed intensely. As Lin Feng comforted her, his already warm hands lifted her leather garment. As his hands touched the organs in her abdomen, Jin Feng's entire body trembled uncontrollably. A heat wave, soaring to dozens of degrees, flowed continuously from Lin Feng's hands into her body. As Lin Feng's hands glided over Jin Feng's pale, tender belly, he spoke with concern. Feng, there's a bubble the size of an egg in your uterus." "What?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jin Feng felt as though her entire body was about to explode. Lin Feng continued massaging the intensely painful areas with his warm hands, softly reassuring her bewilderment. "This bubble is actually a cyst. It's filled with fluid. I have 2 treatment options for you." As Lin Feng massaged Jin Feng, the intense pain gradually subsided. Once the pain eased somewhat, she couldn't help but ask Lin Feng, who was massaging her, what are the 2 options? Lin Feng's hands moved slowly to other pressure points on Jin Feng's body. Feng, the first is surgery, but our town doesn't have the necessary surgical instruments for that." Ovarian cyst surgery required the use of a Y-shaped scalpel, a technique unheard of in the 1960s. Such groundbreaking technology was simply beyond Lin Feng's expertise. Upon hearing about surgery, Jin Feng immediately protested. "Brother Feng, I'd rather die than undergo surgery." Lin Feng's first proposal was swiftly dismissed by Jin Feng. Now, the only card Lin Feng had left to play was to give Jin Feng a massage. Masterful massage techniques could completely dissolve the ovarian cyst. However, this required a full course of treatment, and Lin Feng feared Jin Feng wouldn't endure such a lengthy regimen. His hands continued to glide over Jin Feng's fair, smooth skin. "I can use the slow method of massage to dissolve your ovarian cyst, but it will take some time." Jin Feng harbored a deep dread of surgery. As long as no scalpel was involved, everything was negotiable. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Jin Feng arched her curvaceous body and responded in a coquettish voice, "I'd much rather have you massage my belly than go under the knife." Jin Feng harbored a certain aversion to surgical procedures. Regardless of whether the surgery succeeded or failed, it would inevitably leave a scar at the incision site. Women are naturally beauty conscious. A sudden 7 or 8-inch scar on a fair, smooth belly would be unbearable for any woman. Jin Feng's heartfelt words gave Lin Feng even more confidence. "Fenger, with your words, I feel reassured. Over the next 7 days, I'll work to dissolve the cysts in your abdomen." In his previous life, Lin Feng had developed a unique treatment protocol for ovarian cysts. Facing Feng's response, he pounded his chest and declared to Jin Feng with a loud assurance. While Xie Feng assisted Lin Feng, her hips swayed rhythmically. "Fenger, ovarian cysts aren't life-threatening, but they can affect fertility. Don't take this lightly. Here, I can share some background. My wife also had 3 cysts before. I wanted her to have surgery, but she was completely unwilling. With no other options, I tried traditional Chinese massage techniques. After 49 days of persistent massage, I managed to dissolve the fish bubble-like cysts in her abdomen." Under Lin Feng's massage, Jin Feng's intensely painful abdomen gradually eased. Her little mouth kept curling upward. "Brother Feng, I'm pinning all my hopes on you. If you want a pair of happy, healthy babies, you'd better help me out properly." Jin Feng, intimately connected with Lin Feng, spoke her mind without reservation. Chapter 113, Such Meticulousness. Lin Feng's hands continued to glide over Jin Feng's fair skin. While massaging her, he assured her with confidence that these bubbles weren't anything serious. While Lin Feng comforted Jin Feng, her mother brought over a bowl of freshly brewed brown sugar water. This aged brown sugar had been discovered recently by Xie Feng while tidying the house, tucked away inside a bamboo tube. She had treasured it all this time, fearing that one day someone might fall ill and she wouldn't have the right folk remedy. A mixture of aged brown sugar and water could treat stomachaches and menstrual cramps. As someone who had been through it all, Xie Feng spoke to Jin Feng with a touch of heartache. Feng, get up quickly and drink the brown sugar water I made for you." Though Jin Feng had enjoyed a pampered life at home for a time, she understood the saying, "Follow the rooster if you marry the hen, follow the dog if you marry the hound." Now that she was married to Lin Feng, she had to adapt to the ways of the Lin family. At Xie Feng's urging, she pulled Lin Feng's arm and slowly sat up from the bed. When Xie Feng brought a steaming bowl of orange-red brown sugar water to her lips, Jin Feng took the large, sturdy bowl from her mother's hands and gulped it down. Thanks to Lin Feng's careful massage and the brown sugar water her mother had prepared, Jin Feng no longer complained of stomach pain. As if nothing had happened, she stood up from the bed, excitedly took Lin Feng's hand, and walked out from under the small wooden hut's eaves. Lin Xian sat before the roaring stove, the relentless flames already casting a warm glow across half her pretty face. The water in the pot had long since begun bubbling and boiling, forming one bubble after another. Spotting Lin Feng emerge, she fired questions at him in rapid succession. "Brother, what were you doing in there? Why did it take so long? Before Lin Feng could answer, Jin Feng stepped forward, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she explained to Lin Xian, "Sis, I had a stomachache earlier, and brother Feng helped me with it." Hearing this, Lin Xian's bottom sprang up like a spring from the log stool she'd been sitting on. She darted to Jin Feng's side, bent down, and placed her hand on Jin Feng's stomach. "Little Feng, is your tummy feeling better now?" Jin Feng felt a bit embarrassed under her sister's touch and replied, "Sis, it was just a minor issue. I'm fine now." Hearing this, Lin Xian withdrew her hands from Jin Feng's belly. She returned to sit before the hearth, continuing to stoke the fiercely burning stove with fresh firewood. Lin Feng picked up the little fragrant pig he tossed aside and placed it in the pot to scald off its hair. Jin Feng followed close behind, seizing the moment to lend a hand. Compared to the giant boar they'd handled days before, this little piglet's coat was much easier to manage. Lin Feng plunged the entire piglet into boiling water. Once it was thoroughly scalded, Jin Feng used an iron scraper to remove most of its black bristles. Seeing that most of the hair had been scraped off, Jin Feng hurriedly urged Lin Feng to quickly slaughter the remaining 5 pigs. She and Xia Feng wielded cleavers to gut and disembowel the piglet. In no time, amid the squeals of the pigs, Lin Feng slaughtered them all. Though Lin Xian felt a twinge of pity for the little pigs, she glanced around and realized the surroundings were indeed unsuitable for raising pigs. She had to abandon her scattered thoughts and began helping Xia Feng and the others shave the hair and scald the skin off the remaining 5 pigs. Watching Xia Feng, her sister, and Jin Feng bustling around the stove, Lin Feng cheerfully announced, "Leave this to you all. I need to fix the squat toilet in the room." The family had always had to dash through wind and snow to use the outhouse, and sometimes, if luck wasn't on their side, someone would get snatched away by wild beasts from the mountains. The memory of his sister being snatched by a bear still filled Lin Feng with dread. For the family's safety, he was determined to dig a simple pit today, no matter what. He entered the house and, right next to the outdoor latrine, used his small iron pickaxe to dig a hole about 20 centimeters deep. He then found 2 rectangular stones and placed them on either side of the pit. Using a small shovel, he cleared away the soil in the center of the pit. Only when he reached solid rock beneath the center of the pit did he toss the shovel aside. Xia Feng had finished her outdoor chores. Upon entering and seeing Lin Feng working on the pit, she hurriedly fetched a round wooden bucket and had him hang it above the squat hole. "Mom, could you grab that section of flexible hose from the basket for me?" Soon, Xia Feng handed the flexible hose from the basket to Lin Feng. He secured one end of the hose firmly to the wooden barrel before standing up. He then pulled the hose along the crack in the wooden wall, heading outside the small cabin. Reaching the tap connected to a bamboo pipe outside the cabin, he inserted the hose into the bamboo tube. He then turned back, returned inside, and used the wooden planks he'd removed from the old bed a few days prior to fashion a simple wooden door. He installed it beside the squat toilet, merely to cover up the unsightly sight. To test the makeshift toilet's functionality, Lin Feng deliberately went inside the wooden door for a trial run. Though this squat toilet couldn't compare to a smart toilet in his eyes, it was already quite luxurious given the circumstances. Seeing her brother emerge from the pit toilet, his sister who had been desperately holding it in immediately crouched low and slipped through the wooden door. From behind the door came the sound of splashing urine. "Sis, there's a wooden scoop in the bucket. Remember to scoop out the water and flush after you're done." Lin Feng quietly reminded his sister as she finished, stood up, and headed toward the exit. Her eyes flickered toward Lin Feng as she glanced sideways at her own snow-white thighs, clad in wolfskin pants. "Oomph, when did you learn to be so particular? Sis, it really stinks if you don't flush. Go away. Don't you feel embarrassed watching your sister pee?" After pulling her wolfskin pants back on, she shooed Lin Feng aside before reluctantly scooping water from the wooden bucket with a ladle and flushing it down the squat toilet. Splash! The sound of flowing water echoed from the pit, trickling down into the outhouse beyond. Chapter 114, The Wedding Night. Lin Feng, shooed aside by his sister, peered carefully into the small wooden hut. The small cabin did indeed feel rather cramped, with a wooden bed and a dining table crammed inside. He withdrew his gaze from the room. "Mom, I want to move this octagonal table out to the hallway of the cabin." When Xia Feng was building the simple corridor, Lin Feng had taken a look. The entire corridor was just wide enough for people to pass through, but it could also fit a table and a few stools. Xia Feng was simmering blood and awful stew. The pungent, spicy aroma made her cough uncontrollably. Covering her mouth as she coughed, she urged Lin Feng to hurry and move the octagonal table out to the hallway. Eating inside this small wooden hut really would be quite awkward. Lin Feng understood his mother's meaning. He instinctively grabbed one of the table legs, slung the octagonal table diagonally across his shoulder, and walked out through the cabin door toward the fresh air of the corridor. Jin Feng sensibly carried several wooden stools out from the cabin and followed him. The octagonal table was just set up in the corridor when his sister and mother each carried a pot of steamed chicken and a pot of blood curd stew to place on the table. Jin Feng had been up in the mountains for several days now, and with everyone so busy, no one had paid much attention to her frail little frame. To reward this good daughter-in-law today, Xia Feng specially caught a wild pheasant from the cage to slaughter. She stewed it into a soup, blending in a century-old mountain ginseng left by her grandfather. Her sister dipped her slightly reddened fingers into her mouth, sucked on them twice, then withdrew them from her little mouth. Her sweet little voice always called out to everyone, "Dinner's ready, dinner's ready." Lin Feng was Lin Feng's wife. Under her mother's thoughtful arrangement, she sat with Lin Feng on a wooden stool. Xia Feng brought a bowl of ginseng chicken soup to Lin Feng. "Feng, this soup is made with a century-old ginseng root. Since your health isn't the best, you must drink plenty of it. Otherwise, how will you conceive a baby?" Xia Feng's words prompted Lin Xin to join in the teasing. "Sis Feng, don't be shy. A poor appetite means your health will suffer too. You need to learn from me, eat everything, no matter how scrappy or scraggly, and fill your belly." As her sister comforted Lin Feng, she grabbed a chicken leg with the claw still attached and began gobbling it down. Watching her sister's exaggerated eating style, Lin Feng stuck out her tongue in amazement before following suit, gulping down large mouthfuls of ginseng chicken soup. Knowing Lin Feng loved spicy food, Mom deliberately tossed extra chili peppers into the blood and offal hot pot. Lin Feng scooped the blood and offal stew, broth and all, into his bowl with a spoon. He took a big bite into a chunk of the blood and offal stew. Squish! The juices from the cooked blood cubes burst in his mouth, delivering a sensation that was both numbing and savory. "Feng, you're always out in the snow. This blood and offal stew is great for building energy and blood. You should eat more." Watching her family gathered around the table, slurping soup and biting into chunks of blood curd, Mom couldn't help but feel happy too. Occasionally, snowflakes drifted in from the corridor, landing on the octagonal dining table where they shared their meal. Yet this did nothing to dampen their spirits as they ate and admired the snowy scenery. Nightfall in the mountains came swiftly. While they were still happily eating and drinking, the sky outside the corridor had already grown dim. "Lin Feng, go grab a quilt from the bed in the small cabin. It's freezing out here in the winter wind, and he'll be sleeping alone in the new shed. It'll be chilly for him. You can keep him company," Xia Feng said cheerfully to Lin Feng, who was already full, as she cleared the tableware. Lin Feng blushed slightly at Xia Feng's suggestion. Her sister glanced at Lin Feng, whose cheeks were flushed, and giggled as she teased her, "Little Feng, you and Lin Feng already rolled around in the woodshed at your parents' place. You're no longer a virgin, so what's there to be shy about?" In truth, that night in the woodshed, Lin Feng and Lin Feng had only embraced and kissed each other. Before they could do anything else, Lin Feng's mother burst in from outside and ruined their moment. Recalling that incident in the woodshed, Lin Feng still felt a surge of irritation. It had made her genuinely feel like a virgin all over again. Urged on by her mother and sister, Lin Feng steeled her resolve, stood up from the stool, and walked toward the small wooden hut. Moments later, Lin Feng emerged from the cabin carrying a quilt made from several fox pelts, walking down the corridor. At the end of the corridor, where it met the new shed, her mother had deliberately placed a wooden basin filled with glowing charcoal embers for the newlyweds. According to village custom, when a couple shared a room for the first time, candles were lit and a pair of large red lanterns hung. But the mountains offered no such luxuries. The only thing Xia Feng could do for her son and daughter-in-law tonight was to place a charcoal brazier there, a gesture meant to bless their future with prosperity and ever-growing fortune. Lin Feng lifted Lin Feng, blanket and all, and stepped over the charcoal basin into the new hut. The straw mat covering the entrance fluttered down with a rustle as he stepped inside. The kerosene lamp that had been glowing moments before instantly went out. Sister and mother crouched outside the straw curtain, listening intently to the sounds within the hut. Feng, how do we? I'll show you." Hearing the sounds from inside the hut that made her skin crawl, sister covered her flushed face and dashed into the little wooden hut. Mother beamed with delight. She happily hummed a song she hadn't sung in years, swaying her hips as she walked down the hallway toward the little cabin. In the new shed, after a passionate embrace, Lin Feng clung tightly to Lin Feng's body and asked softly, her voice trembling with nervousness, "Brother Feng, do you love me?" Lin Feng traced Feng's high, straight nose with his finger. "I do. How long have you loved me?" Lin Feng, now transformed from a young girl into a young woman, nestled into Lin Feng's embrace like a cute kitten, continuing to probe him with a tentative tone. Without hesitation, Lin Feng whispered back, "For 10,000 years. Lin Feng giggled softly, 10,000 years isn't enough. I want you to love me even more. I'll love you until the heavens crumble and the earth fades." Lin Feng poured out every mind-bendingly romantic phrase women crave, spilling them all at once before Lin Feng. Satisfied by these words brimming with romance, Lin Feng finally lay contentedly against Lin Feng's sturdy chest and drifted into a deep sleep. Lin Feng had always been the type to cherish women. While Lin Feng slept soundly, he tucked the quilt around her before stepping off the bed. He fumbled for a match and lit the kerosene lamp. Chapter 115, As Long as I'm Here. Lin Feng used the iron ring beneath the lampshade to pull the wick backward. The wick, nearly extinguished by the breeze, immediately burned brighter. To prevent the lamp in his left hand from being blown out, he gently shielded it with his sleeve against the breeze blowing in through the straw mat. The gentle breeze, as if bewitched, slipped entirely away beneath his sleeve. Lin Feng placed the lamp on a large rock inside the shed. Bending over, he thrust his plump buttocks high into the air and scooped up a small handful of soil from the leveled earth beneath the rock. He gently rolled it between his fingers. The soil, baked all day by the roaring fire inside the shed, was no longer damp, yet it still exuded a distinct earthy fragrance. He held the fragrant clump to his nose, inhaling its scent deeply before tossing it back into the fertile mound. Mom and the others had gone to extraordinary lengths. They'd brought soil straight from the frozen ground into the shed, spread it out evenly with iron shovels, and even smoked the damp earth with firewood. The three women were united in purpose with him. Back at Lin Muxing's home, Lin Gang and Lin Jin would never have listened to him. He felt inexplicably happy that his family had escaped their hardships. After a wave of intense emotion, Lin Feng pulled all the vegetable and grain seeds from the basket in the corner of the room. According to the village's traditional farming methods, these vegetable and grain seeds could be directly scattered onto a patch of land in this shed. However, Lin Feng had no faith whatsoever in this method of relying on luck for growth. He opened all the bags of vegetable and grain seeds and set them aside. Then he went to the eaves of the small wooden hut, fetched several wooden basins, and in the freezing cold with wind and snow swirling, turned on the tap from the bamboo pipe. He filled the basins with water, carrying them one by one into the wooden shed where he slept. A rustling sound emanated from the wooden hut. As Lin Feng gazed at the various vegetable seeds and grains scattered across the water-filled basins, the rustling sounds awoke the golden phoenix from its dream. Huff! Her hands, warm from covering herself, lifted a corner of the fox fur blanket draped over her body. By the light of the oil lamp, she slowly sat up from her lying position, pulling the clothes draped over the bedpost over her fair skin as she did so. Lin Feng, what are you doing so late? As Jin Feng spoke to Lin Feng, her curvaceous body had already descended from the warm bed to the floor. Her dainty feet, clad in a pair of wolfskin cloth shoes Xie Feng had made during the day, wiggled like plump pumpkin halves as she walked toward Lin Feng. Absorbed in her question, she failed to notice the wooden basin at her feet. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Jin Feng's bound feet slammed into the nearest wooden basin. Ouch! A soft gasp escaped her petite lips as she flung herself onto Lin Feng's back. Feeling the soft weight on his back, Lin Feng flushed slightly as he explained to Jin Feng, who was perched on his broad, sturdy frame, I soaked all the vegetable seeds I brought back today in warm water. Seeds and grains soaked in mountain spring water have a much higher germination rate. Lin Feng placed great hope in the spring water he'd channeled from the mountain's base. This mountain spring water was rich in trace elements like copper, iron, sodium, and magnesium. These elements were easily absorbed by the human body and played an equally vital role for the vegetable seeds. Jin Feng, lacking knowledge in this area, listened to Lin Feng's explanation and reluctantly slid her limp body off his back. Her sweet little mouth asked Lin Feng, Brother Feng, what can I do for you next? Outside, the cold wind howled fiercely around the shed. Occasionally, sharp ice shards, driven by the biting wind, whipped toward Lin Feng and Jin Feng's faces. Lin Feng straightened from his crouch. Wiggling his plump hips, he leaned over to gently brush the ice shards from Jin Feng's face with his hand. Using his sturdy frame to shield her from the biting wind, he reassured her, It's freezing out here, but I'm here with you. Jin Feng's body shivered slightly as she huddled deeper into her wolfskin coat. Her hands instinctively retreated into the sleeves of her jacket. Brother Feng, I'm going to sleep now. Yawning, she reluctantly pulled her hands out of the sleeves and gently rubbed her nose, which had turned slightly red from the cold. As clear snot trickled from her nostrils, her delicate, translucent figure drifted toward the warm wooden bed. Lin Feng watched Jin Feng climb into bed, pull back the quilt, and fall asleep before finally withdrawing his gaze. The various vegetable seeds and grains had been soaking in the wooden basin for quite some time. Lin Feng's military watch had been smashed to pieces in the car accident long ago. He could now only rely on his intuition to gauge the time. Judging that the vegetable seeds and grains had soaked long enough, he gently lifted a small, damp canvas bag and slipped his bare hand inside. Soon, a handful of vegetable seeds emerged from the canvas bag as he rummaged through it. These vegetable seeds in his hand, soaked in the right spring water, had already sprouted tiny sprouts. Seeing these sprouted vegetable seeds in his hand, Lin Feng, pleasantly surprised, scattered them into the warm soil inside the shed. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The vegetable seeds in his hand fell evenly onto the ground, instantly sinking into the warm, steaming soil. After scattering the vegetable seeds, Lin Feng moved to another spot and began sowing the grains and corn seeds from the other canvas bags. By the time he finished scattering all the vegetable seeds and various grains and corn, the robust gray partridge perched beneath the wooden hut's eaves began its first crow of the day. He tossed the empty bags aside, rubbed his weary face vigorously with his hands, then walked to a corner of the shed. Scraping up some soil, he scattered fine sandy particles over the warm earth inside the shed, sprinkling water over them. Only then, yawning, did he wash his hands with hot spring water while muttering, Man, this is exhausting. Muttering to himself, he dragged his weary body over, lifted a corner of the quilt, and climbed onto the bed, his plump buttocks jutting out. Chapter 116, What's all the fuss about? So cold. As Lin Feng burrowed under the covers, Jin Feng, who had been sleeping soundly beneath them, was jolted awake by his icy body. Heh, I'll just warm up a bit. Lin Feng held Jin Feng close, pulling the warm quilt over both their heads. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Lin Feng had already crawled out from under the warm blankets. He needed to take advantage of the heavy snow gradually easing out to deliver the remaining 5 little fragrant pigs down the mountain. His uncle had instructed him to go down the mountain today to retrieve bullets. With bullets, he could move through the deep, ancient forests with even greater confidence, free from any threat of wild beasts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt energized, like he'd been injected with adrenaline. He pulled on his thick wolfskin pants, covering his sturdy thighs. Jin Feng, tucked deep within the blankets, pouted her little lips and asked softly, "Where are you going in such freezing weather?" Lin Feng, already dressed in warm clothes, turned back and pressed his slightly bearded lips against Jin Feng's small mouth. After a moment of romance, Lin Feng sprang up from the wooden bed like a spring. He whispered to her, "I'm heading down the mountain to get bullets from Uncle Young. I'll also deliver the 5 little fragrant pigs we prepared yesterday to the village below. Do you want to come down with me? You could visit your parents." It had been some time since Jin Feng left old Young and the others. Though things had gotten pretty heated back then, so much time had passed. Lin Feng still thought it would be good for Jin Feng to come down the mountain with him and visit her parents while she was at it. It was better that Lin Feng hadn't brought it up. The moment he mentioned old Young and his wife, the playful smile on Jin Feng's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of distress. "Brother Feng, don't bring up my parents here. Just mentioning them makes my whole body feel suffocated." As Jin Feng snapped back at Lin Feng, the pair of Essex nestled under the quilt rose and fell in rhythm. Lin Feng blinked, watching her visibly angry expression. Feeling a bit downcast, he helped tuck the blanket around her, bent down to slip on a pair of fur-lined shoes made from scraps of leopard print fabric, and headed out the door. As he stepped out of the shed, Xia Feng emerged from the small wooden hut carrying a bowl of freshly made spicy soup, placing it into Lin Feng's hands. Sipping the steaming hot, fiery soup, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask Xia Feng with a delighted expression, "Mom, where did you learn to make this spicy soup?" Xia Feng had actually known how to make spicy soup for years. But during those times, living day after day in Lin Muxing's household, even if she managed to whip up this delicious soup, her own children couldn't enjoy it. So, when she felt disheartened, she couldn't be bothered to make it for that bunch of ingrate children to drink. Xia Feng glanced at her son's face, now covered in splatters from slurping. With pride, she told her son, who had grown into a man, "I've known how to make this specialty dish for many years now." Lin Feng licked the bowl clean with his tongue, then set the large, sturdy bowl back on the table. "Mom, I'm heading down the mountain. This stuff is really good. When Jin Feng and sister wake up later, make sure they have some too." Lin Feng hoisted the hunting rifle shiny and gleaming from afar onto his broad shoulders. He grabbed a bamboo pole carved into a carrying pole, threaded several small fragrant pigs onto ropes, and slung them over his right shoulder. After giving his mother a few parting instructions, he set off down the mountain, crunching through the thick snow beneath his feet, whistling a carefree tune as he hurried along. When he appeared at the mess hall carrying over 100 pounds of miniature pigs, Lin Gang, who had been playing cards in the dining area, immediately tossed aside the few cards he held. He shoved his thumb and index finger into his own pitch-black mouth. "Shoo!" His foul-smelling mouth immediately began chirping incessantly, like a little bird deep in the forest. The village punks playing cards with him scattered in all directions across the cafeteria. They surrounded Lin Feng, who was carrying the fragrant pigs on his shoulder pole, layer upon layer. Lin Gang's squinty eyes scanned the fragrant pigs perched on Lin Feng's shoulders. "You little brat! Where'd you steal these pigs from? If you don't spill the beans today, I'll drag you straight to the town government and lock you in a dark cell." Though Lin Gang had been beaten by Lin Feng several times, he remained stubbornly unforgiving, bellowing threats at him. "But," Lin Feng roared at the squeaky-voiced Lin Gang, "none of your damn business where I got them. Come bite me if you dare." Lin Gang yanked the filthy black straw hat off his head and flung it to the right side of his skull. A cloud of thick, smoky breath wafted from his mouth, forcing Lin Feng, who was carrying the fragrant piglet, to stumble back a few steps. "Xia Lake! Your nephew stole a bunch of fragrant pigs from the border market. Hurry up and come." Lin Gang roamed the village hills daily with his gang of good-for-nothings. Their hunting skills were abysmal, but that was the least of their problems. Their luck was even worse. Forget about the fragrant pigs, they hadn't even caught a single wild rabbit. Seeing the still fresh fragrant pigs on Lin Feng's shoulders, he was filled with envy and resentment. He shouted indiscriminately at Xia Ping, who was holding a team leaders meeting in the mess hall. Hearing Lin Gang's commotion echoing through the mess hall, Xia Ping burst out of a room inside the canteen. "Lin Gang! What's this racket you're making with this bunch of good-for-nothing brats from the village? You better believe I'll beat the crap out of you today." Lin Gang's biological mother died early, leaving him without a mother's guidance. To put it in Xia Ping's own words, he was the kind of bastard born of a mother but never raised by one. The villagers all feared this gang of half-grown brats. Whenever they spotted them, they'd scatter far out of the way. While others feared this group of reckless young hooligans, Xia Ping wasn't afraid of them. As he cursed at the little brats led by Lin Gang, he had already closed in on the circle surrounding Lin Gang. Lin Gang stood slumped sideways, arms crossed over his chest, his foul-smelling mouth puckering incessantly. "Xia Ping, come judge this for us today. Does Lin Feng stealing that fragrant piglet count as a crime?" Chapter 117. Don't worry about my strength. Lin Gang's idiotic words filled Xieping's mind and nerves. As the village chief, Xieping was no pushover. He looked at Lin Gang, this dumb, clumsy fool, with utter contempt and disdain. His piercing gaze fixed on Lin Gang standing opposite him. Gang, if you've got the balls to a horse, you could just as easily snatch a few of those fancy pigs and parade them around here. Xieping paid no heed to Lin Gang's arrogant roar. His piercing gaze fixed on Lin Gang's misshapen face, delivering a blunt message to the cocky fool. Lin Gang wiped his greasy face with his rough, calloused hands, wringing out beads of sweat from his weathered, pine bark-like skin. He flung the sweat from his hands onto the snow-covered, icy ground with a sharp slap. He shouted at the dim-witted Lin Gang with utter contempt. "You idiot! If you're so capable, go hunt in the mountains. Why make such a racket over a few little pigs, putting the village chief in a tough spot?" Deep down, Lin Feng had always looked down on Lin Gang, that dimwit. He genuinely believed Lin Gang was nothing but an uneducated fool, and a pretty stubborn one at that. Lin Feng's disdain for his half-brother Lin Gang was quickly validated. This guy's actions were truly jaw-dropping. After being confronted by Xieping and Lin Feng, the once arrogant Lin Gang did an immediate 180-degree turn. With a smug grin plastered on his face, he addressed Xieping and everyone present. "How about you have Lin Feng bring out those fragrant pigs and stew them with taro for us to eat?" As Lin Gang spoke, drool began to drip from the corners of his mouth. It was clear these little brats had come here today solely for the fragrant pigs. But Lin Feng spat contemptuously onto the canteen floor and shouted at the shameless Lin Gang, "You want the fragrant pigs? Fine. We can wager a few rounds. If you beat me, you can take everything here." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Gang's greedy eyes instantly lit up. His two crooked, misshapen eyes darted over to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you'll keep your word? I'm a man of my word, damn it. You decide what we bet on." Lin Feng deliberately aimed to dampen the youngster's cockiness, otherwise, this guy might genuinely lose his bearings. As soon as Lin Gang heard this, he quickly rounded up his rowdy friends. Spittle flying, he announced to the group, "Lin Feng wants to wager a few rounds with me. You lot, what should we wager against this jerk?" His gang exchanged glances. The boldest among them, Lusan, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his hand. "Isn't there a rice-pounding stone in the cafeteria? Your strong bet him on pounding rice." The others, unable to think of a better idea for the moment, chimed in with Lusan, yeah, bet on the millstone." Lin Gang glanced toward the stone roller in the mess hall. The round stone roller lay on the ground, with a pile of rice grains beneath it. Several burly farmers sat nearby, catching their breath. Sweat beaded on their sallow faces and foreheads as they wiped their brows with sweat towels draped over their shoulders. He withdrew his gaze and said to Lin Feng, who stood opposite him, a smirk playing on his lips, "You little punk, we're betting on this millstone." Lin Feng couldn't care less about this millstone. He could lift it in a matter of minutes with just a flick of his wrist. He glanced at Lin Gang's smug face. The guy's face radiated confidence, his eyes darting around as he looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Seeing that strange look in his eyes, Lin Feng pounded his chest loudly in front of everyone present and declared, "Fine, let's bet. You think I'm scared of you?" To ensure fairness, Lin Gang had even called Xieping to oversee this bet. He was certain he'd win. Xieping was eager to knock some sense into Lin Gang's cocky attitude. Having never been cheated or deceived before, the guy was strutting around like he owned the place. "Lin Gang, Lin Feng, follow me." Xieping called out to these two former brothers, leading them one after the other to the spot where the millstones were placed. Once their emotions had settled, Xieping announced the rules to everyone present. The first contest is strength. Whoever lifts the millstone effortlessly wins. Before Xieping could finish, the cocky Lin Gang began hopping around the mess hall grounds. Snatching a sweatband from a farmer's shoulder, he yanked it tight around his own midsection with a sharp snap. The crowd of onlookers, men, women, old, and young surrounding them shouted from the sidelines, "Tighten it more to get the air pumping." Judging by his fierce expression, this guy was clearly trying to lift the millstone using qigong. Xieping shot a disdainful glance at Lin Gang, whose belly was now puffed up with air, before turning his gaze back. "Lin Feng, this fool's already channeling his energy. Aren't you going to prepare?" Uncle Lin remained worried that Lin Feng's strength wouldn't measure up against the burly Lin Gang. Lin Feng looked at his bewildered uncle and assured him confidently, "Uncle, don't worry about my strength. I can handle this little brat." As they spoke, Lin Gang, already pumped up and ready, stumbled up to the millstone, face flushed and neck bulging. His swollen arms shot out, clamping down on the two wooden handles with a loud clang. But just as he bent over, sticking out his ass like a pig, straining with all his might to grip the millstone handles, not only did his pants give way, but two plump, white butt cheeks spilled out too. "Damn it all to hell." Lin Gang shot upright from his crouched position, his hands flying back to cover his buttocks. One hand clutching his snow-white butt cheeks, he bellowed, "Wait till I change my pants before we continue." His face flushed crimson, veins bulging, he dashed to a secluded corner of the mess hall. His sworn brother fetched a grain sack, which he wrapped around his waist. Only then did he stumble back to the competition site, still ranting and raving. After this commotion, all the gas in his stomach had finally escaped. Chapter 118, Cut the Nonsense. A stench wafted from his mouth. Lin Feng, you're making me lose my breath again. Whether he was deliberately stalling or what, the guy just kept dithering there. Lin Feng had no time to play along with this nonsense. His large eyes shot a fierce glare at Lin Gang, who stood directly opposite him. Damn it, if you wanna play, just play. If not, stop dragging your feet. What's with all this bull? Lin Feng's words completely enraged the dim-witted Lin Gang. He spread his legs wide, crouching in a horse stance, fists clenched. His uneven, yellowed and blackened teeth bared as he bellowed at Lin Feng, "You think you're so tough? You go first." Lin Feng withdrew his furious gaze from the man's face. But he forcefully spat a mouthful of saliva far away. "Lin Gang, you're the one who dared me to go first." He cursed the man as he walked over. His right foot, clad in wolfskin boots, kicked hard against the heavy, solid millstone. Whoosh! That millstone, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was actually kicked into his hands by his right foot. As if that weren't enough, while everyone stood in astonishment, he lifted the millstone he held in his hands above his head, spinning it continuously high above his own head. Holy crap, this kid's even stronger than the Russian strongman. Could this guy be the reincarnation of Li Yuanba? The villagers, wide-eyed with astonishment, gathered around him, whispering in hushed tones. Just as everyone marveled at Lin Feng's immense strength, he tossed the millstone he'd held overhead as if it were a sack of rice with tremendous force toward Lin Gang, who had already fled in terror. Boom! The 1,000-pound millstone slammed into the ground right in front of Lin Gang, leaving a massive crater. Lin Gang's legs trembled as he stammered at Lin Feng, "Damn it, you're trying to kill me." Lin Feng, unflappable and unruffled, brushed the dust off his hands and told him bluntly, "Now it's your turn. I always thought this guy would just go dig the roller out of the hole." But the little brat tightened the sack wrapped around his buttocks, flicked his big mouth, and retorted at Lin Feng, "You're the one who smashed that weight so deep down you dig it out." Lin Gang had just found a face-saving way out for his own blunder. Lin Feng never dreamed this guy would corner him like this. He strode over to the gaping hole the grinding stone had smashed open. Bending down to grab the 1,000-pound slab of granite with his bare hands, he cursed the bastard loudly for being shameless. Lin Gang held a cheap cigarette between his lips, puffing away incessantly. With a hint of smugness, he informed Lin Feng, who had just returned the roller to its original position. "Lin Feng, you dug your own grave and damn it, that's just how it goes. So what if you're strong? You're still just a fool." Lin Feng was so furious he genuinely wanted to walk over and slap that rough face hard a few times. But after holding back, he ultimately abandoned the urge to punch him. Xiaping watched the two of them, knowing Lin Gang was deliberately being stubborn. Fuming, Xiaping declared loudly to Lin Gang, "This first round doesn't count. Next, we'll play some games with a higher difficulty level." As Xiaping spoke, he pointed towards several tables already set up in the mess hall. Following his gesture, they looked over. On the tables lay no fewer than 50 bottles of baijiu, arranged end-to-end in a haphazard, uneven line. They couldn't fathom Xiaping's true intentions behind arranging these bottles. Lin Gang withdrew his strange, distant gaze. He flicked the glowing ember from his cigarette onto the ground with a sharp flick. "Old geezer, what kind of mind-bending setup is this?" He stared for ages but couldn't figure out what kind of competition this was supposed to be. Even as he followed Xiaping closer to the glass bottles arranged on the tables in the mess hall, Lin Gang remained baffled. But Lin Gang kept his confusion to himself. He trusted his uncle would explain the game himself. True to Lin Feng's expectations, just as Lin Gang stood there utterly bewildered, his uncle announced loudly to both of them, "This contest tests your manual dexterity. There are slingshots and playing cards on the table, choose whichever you prefer. Our ultimate goal is to knock over the dozens of glass bottles in front of us while shattering every single one." Upon hearing the details of the contest, Lin Gang slapped his thigh in excitement. "I thought it was some big deal, but it's just smashing a few bottles and jars?" He shot back at his uncle while already sprinting to the table, grabbing the slingshot in one swift motion. Lin Feng tried to grab the slingshot too, but unfortunately, he was a step too late. In the end, he only managed to grab the deck of playing cards from the table. Armed with his prized possession, Lin Gang grinned as he stuffed the dozens of pebbles scattered on the table into his pockets. He swung the slingshot in his hand, wrapping a small pebble inside its leather pouch. "Lin Feng, I'm starting. You go ahead too." As he stretched the rubber band taut, the pebble inside the leather pouch shot out with a whiz. Carried by the wind, it slammed into the glass bottle 20 meters away with a bang. Crack! A series of shattering sounds echoed as the glass bottle on the table shattered and toppled over. Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't yet spread his playing cards, he deliberately raised his voice to say something that sounded like genuine concern. "Cut the crap and stop messing around." Lin Feng's left hand shuffled the cards with lightning speed, while his right hand grabbed at least 10 cards and flung them toward 20 glass bottles scattered unevenly across the 20-meter distance. Whoosh, whoosh. The cards seemed possessed, hurtling toward the glass bottles. Bang, bang, bang. As the cards struck the bottles, they emitted an eerie, distorted sound. After a suffocating clatter, the bottles on the table shattered one after another, each splitting cleanly down the middle. Damn, this kid's card shuffling skills are even better than before. Lin Gang's slingshot isn't half bad either. He took out quite a few bottles and jars. As the crowd watched with blood pumping, they couldn't resist offering their own critiques of the two performers. Chapter 119, Fearless. Watching Lin Gang and Lin Feng's contest, Uncle Lin's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat. Lin Gang's slingshot skills were genuinely impressive. He'd never put his slingshot down since childhood. Any melon or jujube he set his sights on would either be smashed to bits or end up in his hands the moment he fired. His slingshot prowess was so notorious that village women would take detours to avoid him from a distance. Once, a woman visiting relatives from another village, unaware of his reputation, approached him. He flicked his slingshot, and her breasts were struck, sending her into a wail of pain. Recalling Lin Gang's shameless deeds from years past, Uncle stood before Lin Feng, shouting, "Go Lin Feng! Go Lin Feng! Uncle, Lin Gang's no match for me. Just sit back and enjoy the show." As Lin Feng reassured his uncle with these words, his left and right hands were already clutching the remaining dozens of cards. The crowd of men and women, watching the commotion, once again focused their attention on Lin Feng. They were eager to see just how masterful Lin Feng's card shuffling technique truly was. Several young, beautiful women walked to the opposite side of Lin Feng, clutching their ample bosoms with both hands, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Their almond-shaped eyes fixed on Lin Feng's hands as they whispered excitedly, "This kid's got a silver tongue, and his hands are no slouch either. Something big is bound to happen soon. My daughter is the same age as him. After the competition, you should ask if he'd consider marrying into our family." The two women chatting were known as Sister Yang and Widow Li. Wherever they stood, the place would buzz with excitement. Yang's third sister had spent the past few years treating her daughter like a cash cow, loaning her out to various households. Rumor had it she'd already married her off to several young men. Widow Li had no interest in taking on such a hot potato. She clutched her plump child tighter with both hands, her mouth twice the size of an egg flapping nonstop. "Third sister-in-law, your daughter could fit an aircraft carrier inside her now. Do you really think Lin Feng would look at her twice?" The widow's words infuriated third sister-in-law. Seizing the upper hand, she spread her tightly wrapped long legs wide, hands on her barrel-like waist, spittle flying as she unleashed a torrent of curses at the widow. "You whore of a woman! Today I'll tear your filthy mouth to shreds right here." As third sister-in-law Yang hurled insults at the widow, her sagging breasts jiggled menacingly toward her. Just as it seemed the widow was about to be seized and beaten senseless, several playing cards whistled through the air from Lin Feng's hand. "Ouch! My hand!" The playing cards in Lin Feng's hand struck sister-in-law Yang's hand, drawing blood as she let out a hysterical scream. As Lin Feng's cards flew toward the glass bottles on the table, he bellowed at third sister-in-law, "If you want to fight or yell, take it somewhere else. Don't disrupt our game here." If it came to blows, Widow Li wouldn't stand a chance against third sister-in-law. Having long since seen the outcome, Lin Feng had effectively done the Widow Li a favor by giving third sister-in-law a well-deserved scolding during the chaos. Sister-in-law 3 stomped off, her left hand clutching the back of her right hand, muttering curses under her breath. After watching third sister-in-law waddle away with her large, plump hip swaying, Widow Li moved closer to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you must never go near her daughters. They're all worthless trash, spending the whole year chasing men like they're swapping scythe handles." Xieping listened to the widow's mind-bending rant, then waved his large hand dismissively and bellowed at her, "Go on, go. Don't interfere with Lin Feng's competition here. If you have anything to say, I'll come find you tonight." The widow Li glared at Xieping with her almond-shaped eyes. "Who said you could come find me?" Muttering curses under her breath, she reluctantly shuffled away. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Feng remained completely unfazed by the disruption from third sister-in-law and Widow Li. As they stormed off, the cards in his hands began to scatter like petals from a fairy's hands. As he flicked the cards from his hands, he muttered under his breath, "Smash, smash, smash." In an instant, as the bottles and jars on the table toppled over one after another, the cards had sliced them clean in half, shattering them into pieces. Just as Lin Gang was about to fire another pebble from his slingshot at the glass bottles, Xieping shouted to stop. "Stop, stop, stop. There aren't any bottles or jars left on the table. What the hell are you still shooting at?" Xieping yelled at Lin Gang, who was about to fire the stone from his slingshot. Hearing his uncle's yelling, Lin Gang tossed the pebble aside. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, what a buzzkill. Even playing with a slingshot has to have a time limit." Though his words were curses, his hands were already tucking the exquisitely crafted slingshot into his pocket. Uncle Lin watched Lin Gang's pathetic display. He'd wanted the kid to return the slingshot to the table, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. With a hint of displeasure on his face, he motioned for Lin Gang and Lin Feng to follow him toward the broken glass bottles they'd shattered. To prevent Lin Gang from pulling any tricks, Uncle ordered both boys to stand still while he personally counted the shattered bottles and jars. After a thorough and meticulous count, Uncle addressed them. Lin Gang shattered 20 bottles and jars with his slingshot. Lin Feng smashed 33 using playing cards, which are now firmly stuck in the broken glass. Hearing the outcome his uncle announced, which fell far short of what Lin Gang had anticipated, he immediately started causing a scene right there. "Xieping, you're nothing but a biased uncle. Everyone knows you're Lin Feng's uncle. You're blatantly taking sides with your nephew. Thinking of his 2 consecutive losses, Lin Gang threw a tantrum in the mess hall. When he threw a tantrum at his uncle, he demanded the fragrant pig be brought out for a feast, threatening to cause a huge scene at the mess hall otherwise. Lin Gang's words now completely enraged Lin Feng. He grabbed a broken glass bottle from the table and lunged at Lin Gang's face. "I raised that pig myself. I'll give it to whoever I damn well please. You want me today? Well, see if this glass bottle says no." Lin Feng was dead serious as he thrust the glass bottle toward Lin Gang. This guy feared nothing under heaven except when Lin Feng got serious. Chapter 120, Don't Cause Trouble Here. Faced with the shards of glass hurtling toward him, he stumbled backward in terror and fled toward the exit of the mess hall. As he sprinted, he bellowed to his gang of cronies, "You guys, go stop this lunatic." By the time Lin Gang yelled at his little minions, he'd already sprinted a considerable distance away. His little minions swung wooden clubs in their hands, rushing toward Lin Feng to block his path. "You little punks, so full of yourselves, always following Lin Gang around like lapdogs. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." As Lin Feng cursed them, he hurled the shards of broken glass bottles at them with all his might. Faced with the flying shards, the kids dropped their sticks in terror, clutched their heads, and scattered in all directions. As Lin Feng yelled curses at them, he flung the glass bottle far away with a whoosh. His uncle panted heavily as he caught up behind Lin Feng. Gasping for breath, he informed Fengzi that Lu Dengue had agreed to deliver 1,000 rounds of ammunition. However, he demanded to sample the spicy pork dish at the mess hall. The cooks at the mess hall were all elderly men and women. Uncle had asked everyone, and they all unanimously told him they didn't prepare that spicy little pig dish. As Uncle relayed this to Lin Feng, an inexplicable helplessness washed over his face. If they couldn't make this dish, Lu Dengue would take the bullets back. These guys were tough characters, the kind who didn't just talk tough, they acted on it. Recalling how he'd cured Uncle Lu's impotence last time, Lin Feng glanced sideways at his uncle's face. He confidently reminded his uncle of the time they'd gone to town together to treat Lu Dengue. But his uncle took the leaf-filled pipe from his mouth and spat a warm glob of saliva into the freezing snow. Drifting snowflakes instantly enveloped the warm spit, trapping it tightly. "You treated his illness, and he got you that border pass. That evened things out. This time, trading bullets for food is a whole different matter." People back then weren't all warm-hearted souls. They acted based on self-interest. If there was no personal gain involved, they wouldn't lift a finger to help. And handing over 1,000 rounds of ammunition? That was like putting your head on the chopping block. One wrong move and you'd be fired and punished. Most people wouldn't dare take such a risk. But Lu Dengue had taken down plenty of Japanese devils. That alone meant the townspeople dared not cross him. Hearing his uncle speak, Lin Feng, who had been so confident moments ago, began to doubt himself. What on earth should he do now? "Lin Feng, can you stir-fry this dish?" His uncle asked through the puffs of white breath escaping his lips as Lin Feng hesitated, pinning his last shred of hope entirely on him. Lin Feng placed both hands on his head and removed the straw hat perched atop it. "Uncle, I know how to cook this dish, but I don't know if Lu Dengue has a discerning palate." Lin Feng had never dined with Lu Dengue before. He had no clue whether the man was a picky eater or not. His mind was truly blank on that front. So far, his uncle hadn't provided him with a single piece of valuable information. He was anxiously waiting for his uncle to share details about Lu Dengue's eating habits. Otherwise, if the dish he cooked didn't suit the Lu family's taste, it would all be for nothing. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. This had been Lin Feng's consistent approach since his rebirth. Lin Feng's question hit the mark perfectly for his uncle. With a chuckle, he explained, "Lu Dengue isn't exactly a picky eater. Just make sure to eliminate any fishy or gamey flavors, and have all the right seasonings on hand." Hearing his uncle's words, Lin Feng, who had been struggling with the challenge, slapped his thigh in delight. "If you just said so earlier, I wouldn't have been wasting my time overthinking this. Let's head to the kitchen and start prepping the meal." This minor request posed no challenge whatsoever to Lin Feng. 5 fragrant pigs, lying on the ground, were dragged by Uncle Yi toward the kitchen. After taking a few steps toward the kitchen, Lin Feng heard his uncle panting heavily behind him. He turned back, bent down, and with one swift motion, easily lifted the pigs by their legs, carrying them into the kitchen. The elderly couple in the kitchen watched as Lin Feng carried the fragrant pigs in his hands. They murmured their admiration, "Wow, wow, wow," and promptly brought him some delicious food. Once the elders had finished expressing their delight, Lin Feng tossed the pigs into a basin filled with hot water. "Uncle, I only need 1 piglet here. You can prepare the rest however you like." Lin Feng reasoned that Lu Dengue and his group wouldn't bring many people down. Feasting them all on 5 whole suckling pigs would be downright extravagant. "Lin Feng, your uncle said these fragrant pigs are all for Lu Dengue. He told everyone not to covet these once-in-a-century delicacies." The old man's tone carried a distinct hint of displeasure as he relayed this message to Lin Feng. By then, his uncle had already entered the kitchen, panting heavily. Hearing the old man quietly vent his grievances in front of Lin Feng, his weathered face, rough as pine bark, immediately twisted into a long frown. Old Gu, you're in the wrong here. What's so special about a few fragrant pigs? Lin Feng has already given us more than enough gifts from down the mountain. Could you please stop causing trouble for everyone? Uncle Gu was genuinely torn about this matter. Standing on the side of supporting Lin Feng, he urged everyone to stop dwelling on the matter of the fragrant pigs. Old Gu was also a timid man. At his uncle's words, he quickly crouched down beside the basin of hot water, nervously rubbing the piglets in the basin with his hands. Seeing how frightened Uncle Gu had made Grandpa Gu, Lin Feng shot a furious glance at his uncle. Uncle, there are only a few of them. They can't possibly eat all that. Just let them take some home. At Lin Feng's words, Uncle Ge's irritated face forced a faint smile. Fine, but you'd better figure out how to handle them. As Uncle Lin watched Lin Feng pick up the cleaver from the cutting board, he reiterated his instructions. Chapter 121, Being Village Chief has its perks. Lin Feng held the sharp cleaver in his right hand while his left hand grabbed the fragrant piglet that Old Gu had washed for him, slamming it hard onto the cutting board. He chuckled in response to his uncle's repeated warning. Uncle, you know I get things done. Just wait and witness the magic. Lu Dengue and the others had already informed Uncle yesterday that they'd be arriving for lunch. Lin Feng knew these men were punctual about their meals. While speaking to his uncle, his hands never paused. His left hand gripped the pig's head, while the sharp knife in his right hand spun and sliced across the entire belly of the fragrant pig. In just a moment, all the intestines and offal inside the fragrant pig's belly had been completely removed by Lin Feng. The liver, intestines, lungs, stomach, and heart of the fragrant pig were all delicious delicacies. To win over Lu Dengue and the others' stomachs, he had to start with these pig offal. When stir-fried, these parts tasted far better than the meat from the fragrant pig itself. He tossed the large and small intestines into a clean basin beside Old Man Gu, specifically designated for washing intestines. He instructed the matron sitting on a wooden stool to help clean them thoroughly, as he would need them shortly. The old lady didn't dare delay a moment with Lin Feng's request. She called over several women in the kitchen, and they all got busy helping him. Uncle, go get me 10 free-range eggs, 2 pounds of chili peppers, 3 pounds of old ginger, 1 pound of Sichuan peppercorns, half a pound of star anise, and 3 ounces of black pepper. Lin Feng barked out the order to his anxious uncle standing nearby. His uncle, his brow furrowed, immediately began searching the wooden shelves in the kitchen upon hearing Lin Feng's request. The kitchen was well stocked with staples like ginger, scallions, garlic, star anise, and other spices. In no time, Uncle gathered every ingredient Lin Feng had requested and placed them before him. Uncle, wash these 10 eggs, 1 ounce of Sichuan peppercorns, 20 star anise pods, and 10 peppercorns, then stuff them into the pig's stomach. Lin Feng had already gutted the entire piglet. At this moment, he was dumping all the spices his uncle had gathered onto the chopping board, chopping away relentlessly. His hands were occupied, making it impossible to spare them for other tasks. He could only delegate simpler, more manageable chores to his uncle. Uncle couldn't handle the major kitchen tasks, but he knew how to stuff eggs and seasonings into the pig's stomach. As he picked up the slightly slimy pig's stomach, Widow Li waddled her plump frame into the kitchen. She had come to ask her uncle to help unclog the drain. Before she could speak, Uncle beckoned her over and enlisted her help stuffing eggs and seasonings into the pig's stomach. Amidst the hushed murmurs of the gathered elders, the two worked frantically, their faces inches apart. As they frantically stuffed everything Lin Feng had mentioned into the pig's stomach, he finished chopping all the seasonings on the cutting board. Uncle, get someone to stew the pig's stomach. I'll stuff these seasonings inside and then fry the liver, kidneys, intestines, and such. Lin Feng stuffed the chopped seasonings into the hollowed-out pig's stomach while loudly instructing his uncle. Sweat glistened on his forehead and face. Widow Li approached with a look of concern. She pulled a fragrant handkerchief from her trouser pocket and gently wiped the sweat clean from Lin Feng's forehead and face. Lin Feng, you're such a hard worker. If I were 20 years younger, I'd want to be your woman. Uncle watched as Widow Li wiped Lin Feng's sweat, her plump, rounded buttocks swaying back and forth. Fuming, he bellowed at her from the side, Widow Li. Keep your thoughts off my nephew. He's a married man. Hearing her uncle's lion-like roar, the widow wiggled her hips and cooed at Lin Feng. All right, I won't wipe your sweat anymore. Just wait, your old, stubborn uncle is going to get jealous again. The Widow Li pulled the small handkerchief which carried a faint, refreshing fragrance away from Lin Feng's face. Spittle flying from her mouth, she stormed out of the kitchen. As she left, she yelled at her furious uncle, Old Geezer. The drain in my room is clogged. Once you're done here, bring your tools over and give it a good poke for me. Only then did the deeply displeased expression on her uncle's face soften slightly. The few women in the kitchen, their toothless mouths gaping, exchanged sarcastic remarks about the village elder. Being the village chief sure has its perks. When my son grows up, I'll make sure he becomes one too. These women weren't exactly pushovers, speaking their minds right in front of him. Knowing he was in the wrong, my uncle's eyes bulged wide. He flung the stuffed pig's stomach into the stewing pot, his face darkening ominously as he bellowed at them. What are you all fussing about? She's in trouble, and her husband's dead. I helped her unclog the drain. What's wrong with that? The women shot him disdainful glances, their eyes lingering on his greasy face. They muttered among themselves, "You're not at fault. The fault lies with us, we've all become old maids." Though their words vented their discontent, their hands never stopped working. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already stuffed the entire little fragrant pig into the pig's belly, which had been gutted and re-sewn shut with pig intestine casing. He left only the pig's anus open as a vent for steam. To ensure the pig could be roasted evenly over the stove, Lin Feng fetched an iron rod and skewered the entire animal onto it. With all preparations complete, Lin Feng instructed his bored uncle to place the whole pig on the grill rack and push it out toward the mess hall. Within the mess hall complex stood a small room specifically designated for entertaining visitors from higher-ups. To avoid prying eyes, Uncle pushed the roasting pig into the small room. As his uncle's figure disappeared into the room, the several middle-aged women assisting Lin Feng began teasing him. "Lin Feng, you're so capable, come down the mountain and be my son-in-law." Chapter 122, What dish smells so delicious? Lin Feng stood by the stove, utterly swamped with work at that moment. Faced with the matchmaking advances these women were throwing his way for their daughters, he could only offer a sheepish chuckle. "Silly boy, don't just laugh. My daughter's way prettier than your Jean Feng. She's got a pair of perky ones that'll give you a real feast for the eyes, and those plump pumpkin-shaped ones are downright huge. If you're interested, come over tonight, your future mother-in-law will make your bed." Huff. As Lin Feng stirred the wok with his spoon, the flames beneath the pot roared to life. That old woman, bragging like a peddler hawking her own melons, finally shut her chattering mouth in fright. Lin Feng dumped the fiercely stir-fried spicy pork liver into a preheated aluminum bowl, loudly informing the well-meaning old woman that his Jean Feng was the village beauty herself. No matter how voluptuous her daughter might be, he wouldn't be swayed. The old woman's cheeks puffed out in mockery as she turned to the bewildered Lin Feng. "Being so honest won't get you anywhere. You should learn from your uncle, keep your mouth busy with what's in the bowl while eyeing what's in the pot, and don't leave the vegetable patch empty either." He grinned as he spoke, busy preparing the next batch of stir-fried vegetables. Suddenly, Lu Dingui's booming voice echoed outside the kitchen. "Village chiefs, yeah, what's that delicious smell coming from the kitchen?" The reply came from the dining hall of the food cooperative. "Minister Lu, we followed your instructions and had Lin Feng scour every mountain in the village. We finally managed to find a fragrant piglet, which is being prepared for you all right now." Uncle wasn't a fool. The 5 fragrant pigs Lin Feng had brought down from the mountains had somehow dwindled to just 1 in his telling. Lin Feng had specifically instructed that the remaining pigs be used to treat the villagers. Quick-witted Uncle Lin improvised, spinning a seamless tale to cover the discrepancy. Upon hearing that only 1 fragrant pig had been found in these mountains, Lu Dengue clapped his hands in admiration, praising Lin Feng's thoughtfulness. In the dining hall of the canteen, he clamored to see Lin Feng in person to express his gratitude. The cunning uncle feared Lu Dengue might head toward the kitchen. He hurriedly shouted outside the kitchen, calling out to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Hurry up and bring out the fried fragrant pig intestines. Minister Lu is here." Uncle was blatantly signaling the kitchen staff to quickly stash the 4 fragrant piglets soaking in the basin. Old Gu, who had been squatting with an auntie cleaning the fragrant pigs in the basin, moved all the basins to a hidden spot under Lin Feng's instructions. He even covered the hiding place with some firewood and straw. Only after stashing the 4 pigs did Lin Feng emerge from the kitchen, carrying the stir-fried dishes in a hurry. Lu Dengue glanced at the dishes Lin Feng was carrying. What he held was a steaming bowl of freshly cooked, spicy, savory, and aromatic pork intestines. On top lay segments of red chili peppers, black Sichuan peppercorns, star-shaped star anise, and most astonishingly, a few green leaves. It had been ages since Lu Dengue had treated himself to a feast in town. Staring at this bowl of fragrant pork intestines, red with hints of green, he reached out, scooped up a piece of sizzling, oil-glistening intestine from Lin Feng's bowl, and shoved it into his mouth, chewing voraciously. The aroma carried a hint of pungent odor and inherent quality of pig intestines, present in both domestic and wild boars. It would be more accurate to say Lu Dengue came not for the aroma of the fragrant pig, but to savor its pungent stench. Lu Dengue harbored a peculiar passion unknown to outsiders. Since childhood, he'd relished the scent and taste of pig intestines, becoming increasingly addicted to them. After swallowing a piece of fragrant smelly pork intestine, Lu Dengue slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "Nephew Lin Feng, you helped me get this wild game in the freezing cold. I won't let you down. Look what I brought for you." The steaming hot pork intestines Lin Feng held were taken from him by the old woman behind him, who carried them into the mess hall hut. He followed Lu Dengue's pointing finger. Outside the mess hall entrance, 2 militia members, one wearing a magazine pouch, were making their way toward the main hall. Seeing how laboriously they walked, Lin Feng knew their belt holsters must be packed with dried goods. Lin Feng watched their belt holsters with delight. He leaned close to Lu Dengue's ear and whispered, "Director Lu, we've prepared a sumptuous feast of fragrant pork for the 3 of you as well." Lu Dengue, hearing Lin Feng's words, couldn't help but ask eagerly, where did the fragrant pig feast come from? To avoid gossip from the villagers outside the mess hall, Lin Feng pointed towards Xiepeng, who was walking ahead. "We'll just follow his lead. Understanding immediately, Lu Dengue waved his large hand toward two militia members with ammunition slung over their shoulders, signaling them with a secret gesture known only to insiders. The two militiamen broke into a cheerful run. Wiggling their hips, they followed behind Siaping toward the small hut. On the round table inside the hut, dishes were already laid out: spicy stir-fried pork intestines, hot and sour pork liver, egg-braised pork stomach soup, and stir-fried pork kidneys with scallions, all specialty dishes made from fragrant pig offal. At the center of the laden table, a small iron grill held blazing charcoal, roasting a whole fragrant pig until its skin was golden and the meat was succulent. As Lu Dengue gazed at the deliciously fragrant pig, still steaming with a layer of glistening fat, his mouth watered uncontrollably. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he asked Siaping excitedly, "Is this whole roasted pig another one of Lin Feng's signature dishes?" Though sizzling in dripping oil, the entire pig remained intact except for its rear end, which continuously emitted a cloud of fragrant steam. Lu Dengue's jaw dropped in astonishment. Watching Lu Dengue's jaw nearly drop, Siaping gestured for everyone to take their seats according to seniority. Grinning through clenched teeth, he finally announced, "These fragrant pig feasts are all Lin Feng's ingenious creations. If you gentlemen don't mind, dig in heartily, eat as much as you can handle." Before Siaping could finish, Lu Dengue already bellowed at Lin Feng, "Break off that fragrant pig's hind legs for me. This one weighs about 30 pounds. The two hind legs alone are 10 pounds, the two front legs 8 pounds, and the carcass itself is 12 pounds. Lu Dengue's immediate demand for the hind legs inevitably left the two militia members feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "Minister Lu, we were the ones who worked hard to deliver the bullets. You merely guided the way." Chapter 123, Everyone feasts on everyone's delicacies. The two militia brothers wore their displeasure on their faces, confronting Lu Dengue directly. Lu Dengue shoved the fragrant pig hind leg Lin Feng had pried off into his mouth with both hands. With his broken teeth, he tore into it in big bites, bits of meat and crumbs spilling out as he chewed. When his mouth finally emptied, he barked at the grumbling militiamen without a shred of politeness, "You two idiots. If I hadn't called you to deliver this shipment today, you'd still be slurping wild vegetable soup back in town." Across the town's 22 villages, only Siaping's people feasted on meat and soup every few days. The rest 21 villagers and the entire town government were now living on half a year's worth of melons and vegetables. As Lu Dengue berated them, his asymmetrical eyes darted toward these two ungrateful fools. After being scolded by Lu Dengue, they finally quieted their incessant chatter, their tone softening slightly. They jokingly asked Dengue, who was wolfing down his food, "You get the hind leg, so we should at least get the front leg, right?" Lu Dengue couldn't be bothered to argue with them. His dead fish eyes withdrew from their stiffened faces and turned toward Lin Feng instead. "Lin Feng, break off that hind leg for your uncle. Give the two remaining front legs to these two." Without Siaping's intervention, Lu Dengue could only dream of enjoying this fragrant feast. So he dared not enjoy these two hind legs all by himself. Siaping was still dying to eat. Sitting beside Lu Dengue, he watched the old man bite into the meat with such gusto that the lump in his throat bounced up and down in rhythm. Lin Feng, seated across from Siaping, could clearly hear the sound of him repeatedly swallowing saliva. Siaping's two calloused hands, resting on his thighs, had already moved from beneath the table to rest on the tabletop. Yet his words remained courteous. "Minister Lu, you've worked tirelessly delivering these bullets. This other pork leg should be yours to enjoy alone." Lu Dengue belched loudly. "Village Chief Xia, isn't there a saying in your rural areas? Shared food tastes better, eating alone is like throwing a spear. If I were to eat such a delicacy alone, I truly would be throwing a spear." Lu Dengue was self-aware enough to know that if he handled this matter improperly, there wouldn't be a next time. Leave a little wiggle room in your dealings to avoid awkward encounters down the road. As Lu Dengue teased Siaping, he urged Lin Feng to hand over the pork leg he'd carved to Siaping. His uncle, who had only tasted the fragrant pork once before, looked even more ridiculous than Lu Dengue as he ate. Holding the 5-pound pork leg in both hands, his lips flapped wildly as he used his few missing teeth to take wild, raucous bites at the deliciously roasted meat right in front of everyone. The two militia brothers were so amused by the uncle's exaggerated gestures and expressions that their stomachs growled loudly. Before Lin Feng could even distribute the front legs of the two fragrant pigs to them, they had already spring-loaded their plump, round behinds into action. Leaning forward, they grabbed the front legs of the pigs and tore into them with all their might. All civility abandoned, they devoured their meal with a slurping, gobbling mess in the warm room, utterly oblivious to Lin Feng's gaze and discomfort. Witnessing their utterly embarrassing eating habits, Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Just as he was about to retreat from the room, his belly bloated from overeating, he used a small bamboo stick to pick between his teeth. As he scraped bits of fragrant pork residue from his teeth and wiped them onto his military pants so worn they gleamed, he grinned and told Lin Feng, "Nobody eats the middle section of this fragrant pig. Save it for yourself." They all agreed the front and hind legs were the tastiest parts, so they'd been scrambling to get their hands on those sections. Little did they know that all the essence had concentrated in the section around the pig's backbone. This section, while leaner, contained all 18 seasonings. Uncle was too busy gnawing on the hind leg to consider this. When Lu Dengue told Lin Feng to enjoy it himself, he chimed in, "Pack up the meat from the middle section for your mom and the others to take back home. They're up in the mountains and have never tasted anything this delicious." In truth, the night before, his family had already enjoyed fragrant pig soup and some offal. But with limited seasonings up there, the flavor was always just a little off. Sister had a terribly picky palate and left the table after just a few bites. Jean Feng forced herself to finish the soup and ate some more offal before leaving the table. Watching the two beauties leave, Xie Feng and Lin Feng felt a pang of sadness. The remaining food took the mother and son quite a while to finish. As Lin Feng headed down the mountain, Xie Feng specifically instructed him to bring back some seasonings no matter what. At his uncle's words, Lin Feng immediately dashed toward the kitchen. The moment his feet stepped into the kitchen, he froze in shock. The old woman who had been clamoring to marry her daughter off to him was now pressing her limp body against the honest, hard-working old Gu, pinning him down on the kitchen cutting board. Cough cough. Lin Feng had already entered the kitchen. Retreating now was impossible. He could only steel himself and cough a few times. His dry cough startled the old woman, who was about to reach her climax, causing her to push old Gu off the cutting board. The old woman hurriedly pulled her pants up over her snow-white, long legs while muttering under her breath at Lin Feng, "You little brat, you couldn't have picked a worse time to show up." Lin Feng glanced at the shameless old woman, whose body still retained traces of her former allure, before quickly averting his gaze in disgust. "I just came to grab some seasoning for the mountain trip. Never expected you two would be at it in the kitchen." The old woman had pulled her pants up to her thighs by now. She warned Lin Feng in a low voice, "Don't mention this to anyone outside. If the time is right, you can go to her house and sleep with her daughter." Lin Feng had seen shameless women before, but a woman this shameless, desperately pushing her own daughter out like this? He'd truly never encountered one like her. He had no desire to waste another word on this old woman. "I didn't see a thing. Is that satisfactory?" After gathering the necessary seasonings in a cloth bag from the kitchen, Lin Feng addressed the old woman and old Gu, who had jumped down from the cutting board, his tone calm and measured. Chapter 124, If you want to do it yourself. Old Gu nervously tightened his belt around his waist. To ensure the matter remained confidential, old Gu grabbed some additional seasonings and tossed them into Lin Feng's bag. Even with meat and soup from the mountain, without the right seasonings, you can't bring out the flavor. As old Gu told Lin Feng this, he cast a peculiar glance at the boy's youthful face. His cloudy eyes held a pleading look, begging Wang Dachuan not to spread word of this disgraceful affair. Lin Feng seemed to read old Ge's mind. After politely thanking the honest, straightforward old Gu, he picked up the bag filled with seasonings and quietly made his way out of the kitchen. Reaching the wooden door of the kitchen, he gently closed it behind him. He jogged back to the small hut. Two militia members, their bellies absurdly swollen from overeating, had already helped pack the seasoned pig carcass and every bullet from the leather pouch into two sturdy burlap sacks. Burping contentedly, they whispered to Lin Feng, "Next time the bullets run out and they deliver more, rest assured, Lin Feng." Lu Dengue whispered to Lin Feng, who had already slung several bags over his shoulders and strapped his hunting rifle to his back, "Next time if you have anything good, just deliver it directly to his house. Doing it this way is too risky. Walking long distances at night, you're bound to run into trouble." Lin Feng met Lu Dengue's peculiar gaze as he waited for a response. With a cool air, he told old Lu, "Don't worry about it. Next time, we'll just keep a lower profile." Lu Dengue exhaled a sour stench as he and his uncle personally escorted Lin Feng to the canteen entrance. Only after watching Lin Feng sprint up the mountain did he exhale a sigh of relief. His belly bulging prominently, hands clasped behind his back, Lu Dengue voiced his concern to his uncle, "I went through hell to get those 1,000 rounds. That Lin Gang from the village dragged his gang into town causing trouble, demanding I process his gun permit too. He even spilled the beans about you helping Lin Feng get his permit and the bullets." Uncle Lu's mood instantly grew tense upon hearing this. "How did you handle that?" Lu Dengue glanced at his terrified uncle. "A bunch of puny kids? They couldn't cause much trouble. I had a few militia members tie them to the locust trees at the town government office and gave them a few lashes with the whip." "Have you released them?" "Long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted so much time coming to see you." Lu Dengue briefly explained his tardiness to Xie Ping, advising him to steer clear of those bastards like Lin Gang in the future. These days, troublemakers aren't to be trifled with. After giving his uncle a brief rundown, he finally set off toward the town government building with two militia boys in tow. Lin Feng ran up the mountain without stopping for even a moment. Though his shoulders bore the weight of 1,000 rounds of ammunition, along with food and seasonings, his heightened state of excitement left him feeling no fatigue whatsoever. He had to get the warm, fragrant pork from the bag up to the mountain as quickly as possible so that the three women could truly savor it. With all the right seasonings, the dish would undoubtedly be something special. With this thought, Lin Feng pushed his speed to the absolute limit. Before long, he had reached the edge of the small cabin. Xie Feng was shoveling snow around the cabin with the two beautiful women. Heavy snowfall would block their view of the mountain scenery. Clearing the surrounding snow would reveal the snowy landscape effortlessly. Moreover, they could plant vegetables and grains nearby to sustain their family. Seeing his mother, sister, and Jin Feng sweating profusely in the snow, Lin Feng quickened his pace and approached them, motioning for the three women to pause their work. As he motioned for them to cease their labor, his sharp gaze swept over the swirling snowflakes and the dim, overcast sky before withdrawing, its intelligent expression unreadable. "Mom, if you're really bored and cold, you can do some calisthenics or dance in the new shed. I check this kind of heavy snowfall will last at least another 3 months." Lin Feng ushered them back to the cabin, laying out the facts plainly. Mom trusted Lin Feng implicitly. Having traveled with Grandpa and the kid's dad for so long, he'd mastered reading the clouds to predict the weather. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Feng collapsed onto a cold stone slab inside the cabin, utterly exhausted. "Oh dear, looks like I messed up again. Bringing Xinxin and Jin Feng along, we've wasted half the day for nothing." Xia Feng confessed to Lin Feng with a hint of self-reproach. Quick-witted Lin Xin promptly stripped off her leopard print coat, tossing it aside. While fetching a basin of lukewarm spring water to wash her pretty face, she kept grumbling at Xia Feng. "The moment you left the mountain, Mom made us two sisters-in-law do the work. Now the freshly shoveled snow is covered again by fresh snowfall. Next time you want it done, do it yourself. This lady has to go review her classical Chinese." After her noisy, chattering face washing routine, she wrung out a damp towel and stuffed it into her sweat-soaked clothes. She wiped the perspiration from her snow-white body before dressing again. Returning indoors, she pulled out a Chinese textbook, flipped to the classical Chinese section, and began reading aloud in a soft voice. "Chirp, chirp, 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 Mulan weaves by the window. No sound of loom or shuttle, only the girl sighs. I ask her, what are you thinking of? What are you remembering? She says, I think of nothing, I remember nothing. Last night I saw the military notice, the Khan is conscripting troops. 12 scrolls of military orders, each scroll bears my father's name." This melodious classical poem flowed effortlessly from Lin Feng's lips in his previous life. He glanced at his sister, who was reading with rapt attention. As he praised her aloud, he slid several heavy canvas bags off his shoulders. He held up one of the lighter bags, waving it in front of Lin Xin. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted out from the canvas bag, filling Lin Xin's mind and senses. Chapter 125. Guess what? It smells so good. The scent drifted on the breeze, tickling her sister's nostrils. She abruptly stopped the folk song she'd been humming. Her pair of plump, rearward curving buttocks sprang up with a thud from the stone bench she'd been sitting on. She called out loudly to Jin Feng, who was nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Jin Feng, Lin Feng's bag has tasty treats." Exhausted and feeling as if her bones were about to fall apart, Jin Feng perked up instantly at Lin Xin's words. Grasping a wooden post in the corridor, she pulled herself up and began staggering toward the small cabin. Seeing Jin Feng struggling under the weight of exhaustion, Xia Feng hurriedly motioned for Lin Feng to carry the canvas bag to the corridor. As Lin Feng held the canvas bag, he too noticed Jin Feng's exhaustion. He called out to her, "Fenger, just sit down on the bench in the corridor. We'll be right over." Jin Feng dragged her long legs, heavy as if filled with lead, back to the high wooden bench and sat down. Her hands cradled her rosy cheeks as her large, dark eyes fixed on the canvas bag in Lin Feng's grasp. When the aroma from the canvas bag drifted over to her with the wind, she couldn't hide her inner joy and excitement. She asked Lin Feng with a slight pout, "What's in the canvas bag?" The three of them had already come one after another and sat down at the table in the corridor. Facing their eager anticipation, Lin Feng slowly reached his hand into the canvas bag. Lin Xin's ample behind made a few creaking sounds as she sat down on the high stool. Her ample breasts nearly pressed against the edge of the table, and her pretty little mouth began chattering away again. "Lin Feng, are you teasing us or what? Always dropping the ball at the crucial moment?" As she scolded Lin Feng, drool kept trickling from her pretty little mouth. Jin Feng's sharp eyes never left Lin Feng's hands or the canvas bag. Seeing her son deliberately teasing everyone, Xia Feng walked behind Lin Feng and gave his broad shoulders a pat. "Silly boy, stop teasing sister and Jin Feng. Whatever tasty treats you have, hurry up and share them with us." Under his mother's coaxing and persuasion, Lin Feng finally placed several pounds of steaming wild boar carcass from the canvas bag onto the table. The aroma of the marinade sealing the belly wafted from every corner of the 4 legs that had been pried off the frame. Lin Xin was utterly captivated by the bone and pork carcass, its aroma a symphony of spices. She pressed her entire head against the fragrant carcass on the table, her high, straight nose sniffing deeply at the aroma wafting from the bones and the enticing spices, unwilling to pull away for even a moment. Xia Feng reached out and pulled Cece's body away. She scolded Lin Xin with a hint of reproach, "Now we have another sister-in-law in the family, and you're still so inconsiderate. If you keep this up, I'll have you separated and eaten and housed apart." Xia Feng's words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Lin Xin mimicked a cat washing its face before reaching out with her soft, white hands. She tore several ribs from the pork frame, gripping one end tightly. Licking and biting, she devoured them with relish, completely disregarding any ladylike demeanor as she sat on the stool, thoroughly enjoying her meal. Jin Feng, having only recently joined the household, still felt compelled to maintain her image. Watching Lin Xin tear the ribs apart and chew them with relish, she reached out her own delicate hands. But suddenly, she felt that doing so might be a bit inappropriate. Her mother-in-law was right there. No matter how much Lin Xin might be lacking, she was still her mother-in-law's daughter. Jin Feng, on the other hand, was merely an outsider in their home. Truthfully, this was merely Jin Feng's own internal conflict. Xia Feng had endured years of abuse in Lin Muxing's household. She didn't want to inflict all that suffering onto her daughter-in-law. Seeing Jin Feng's hesitation, she quickly shifted her body to the edge of the table. Huff. She reached out, tore off several pieces of spare ribs fragrant with chili and garlic paste, and handed them to Jin Feng. Jin Feng, order whatever you like. I was just teasing your sister earlier, don't be scared. As Xia Feng offered her apology to Jin Feng, she forcefully tore off a few more ribs with lean meat and handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng pushed the ribs his mother offered back. Mom, you eat first. I prefer ribs with a spicy kick. In Lin Feng's memory, his mother couldn't handle spicy food. The ribs she was holding now were precisely the ones without chili peppers. Seeing how considerate her son was, Xia Feng happily cast all her unpleasantness to the winds. For the first time, she happily bit into her ribs while joining Jin Feng and Xian in lavishing praise on the fragrant pork ribs Lin Feng had brought back. Lin Feng dipped the remaining ribs in chili and Sichuan pepper before tearing into the fully seasoned meat. As he tore into the ribs, he walked to the eaves of the small wooden hut, picked up the canvas bag filled with various seasonings, and made his way back to the table. His sister had already devoured her portion of the succulent ribs, leaving only bare bones behind. Watching Lin Feng toss the canvas bag onto the table, her large eyes sparkled as she grinned at him and asked, Lin Feng, is there more deliciousness in that canvas bag? Lin Feng glanced at Lin Xian's eager face, her mouth smeared with grease and meat crumbs. The mess hall down the mountain only prepared one fragrant pig for us to eat. The rest was hidden away when Lu Dengue arrived. Hearing this, Lin Xian was even more confused. Brother Feng, then what on earth is in that canvas bag you tossed on the table? Lin Feng deliberately acted mysterious, giving the canvas bag on the table a few firm pats. Inside, a rustling sound echoed. Why don't you guess? Her little mouth puckered. She shot Lin Feng a dismissive glance, her thin lips curling upward in a sneer. Why would anyone guess if there's nothing in it for them? Chapter 126, Deceptive Tricks. Lin Feng glanced at his sister's pouty little mouth. Half coaxing, half deceiving, he burst into laughter at Lin Xian. I knew you wouldn't figure it out. Oomph. If I had guessed it, what would you have rewarded me with? Lin Feng gazed out toward the distant towering mountains and dense forests. Snow swirled in the distance, blanketing the surrounding peaks with ever-deepening drifts. Every tree and blade of grass, both high and low, was now cloaked in white. He pulled his gaze back from the distant landscape. Pointing at the contents of the canvas bag and patting his chest, he declared to Lin Xian, if you really had guessed it, I'd go out into the snowy wilderness, shoot down a few birds with my bow and arrow, and let you roast them for dinner. With the heavy snowfall, all manner of beasts in the deep, ancient forest had already hidden themselves away. Now, the only option was to venture outdoors and try his luck, hoping to shoot down a few eagles or flamingos with his bow and arrow. At Lin Feng's words, Lin Xian giggled excitedly. Golden Phoenix, Mom, let's all guess together what on earth are these? Those well-read possess deep knowledge and an abundance of clever ideas. She glanced at the canvas bag and decided involving everyone in the guessing game was the best approach. If one guess failed, there were two more. If two failed, the third would surely succeed. After all, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers make a zhuge liang. Xia Feng hated guessing these random things the most. Lin Xian's silly idea was making her feel irritable. She fetched a broom made from small bamboo sticks gathered in the mountains and swept up a pile of pork rib scraps on the floor, all the while grumbling at Lin Xian, you always have to come up with these messy little things, making everyone rack their brains along with you. Lin Xian giggled and cooed at Xia Feng, a knife rusts if not sharpened, and people fall behind if they don't learn. What I'm doing here is effectively preventing your menopausal syndrome. Xia Feng straightened her bent back and lifted her rounded hips. Pounding her back with her hands, she burst into a hearty laugh before launching into another round of playful scolding at Lin Xian. Mom hasn't hit menopause yet. Her pouty lips curled defiantly as she pointed at the canvas bag on the table, declaring with conviction, these are definitely bullets. After all, hadn't Lin Feng gone down the mountain specifically to retrieve those bullets? Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted it out to everyone. Hearing his mother's clear voice, Lin Feng shook his round head like a rattledrum, his mouth frantically telling her, no, you're guessing the wrong direction. Xia Feng glanced at the shaking Lin Feng. She flicked a few strands of dark hair from her forehead, sweeping them all back to the nape of her neck and twisting them into a bun. Her face clouded with confusion, she turned to Lin Feng, her voice tinged with disappointment. If these aren't bullets, then what are they? Just as Lin Feng was about to reveal the contents of the canvas bag to everyone, his sister sashayed over, her slender figure swaying. She reached out with her snow-white, lotus root-like hands and covered his furry little mouth. We agreed everyone would guess. If you just blurt it out like this, what's the point? She absolutely didn't want Lin Feng to rush and reveal the answer just yet. Lin Feng felt slightly suffocated by her hands pressing down on him. He had no choice but to push her small, airtight hands away with his own large ones. "Sis, let go of me. You're choking me." Under his push, she reluctantly moved the small hand that had been covering his mouth to the side. Pouting her little mouth, she cooed, "Lin Feng, Mom guessed wrong. Now it's your turn. What could possibly be inside this canvas bag?" Not long ago, Mom had craved hazelnuts. She and her sister had searched every single branch of the hazelnut tree, yet hadn't found even a single hazelnut shell. Could it be that Lin Feng had brought back a whole bag of hazelnuts this time? Lin Feng's imagination ran wild. She stood up from the wooden stool, her exaggeratedly wide smile stretching her lips upward. When her flawlessly white teeth flashed, the thin skin of her lips kept curling upward. "Brother Feng, if I'm not mistaken, this must be hazelnut." Lin Feng responded to Lin Feng's rambling, prompting him to urgently shout back at her, "Why do you think it's hazelnuts?" The answers from his mother and Lin Feng left Lin Feng utterly dumbfounded. He thought neither of them would be able to guess what was inside that canvas bag. Deep down, Lin Feng was convinced it was a bag of hazelnuts. As she told Lin Feng this, she deliberately ran her fingers through the canvas bag several times. These things were undoubtedly hazelnuts. Just as Lin Feng stood there brimming with confidence, Lin Feng smiled at her and said, "Congratulations, you guessed wrong." Lin Feng's chest heaved with fury. Her almond-shaped eyes glared fiercely at Lin Feng's shameless, slightly greasy face. "Lin Feng, you're playing games with us three women. Ha, the way you put it makes it sound like I'm really bullying you. But we agreed earlier that I wouldn't reveal the answer. Now you're pointing out my faults?" Lin Feng responded with a hint of grievance, facing Lin Feng's sharp tongue. Just as Lin Feng was about to dump the contents of the canvas bag out all at once, Lin Xian walked to the table. Her hands once again began to feel the surface of the canvas bag. Inside were objects of varying lengths, octagonal, circular. Her hands explored while her eyes, round as black grapes, fixed on Lin Feng's smug expression. She declared loudly to the smug Lin Feng, "You little rascal. Your tricks might fool Mom and Lin Feng, but they won't fool me. Just wait, you'll be off to the frozen wasteland shooting down eagles and flamingos for us to roast and eat." As Lin Xian spoke these words to her younger brother, her beautiful face radiated absolute confidence. Lin Feng glanced at his sister's determined face. "If you really knew, you should have said so earlier instead of spouting all that nonsense." He was convinced that if even their mother and Lin Feng couldn't figure it out, his sister wouldn't fare much better. Chapter 127, What's There to Discuss? Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng chuckled. "Cut the nonsense. If you know the answer, just spit it out." Lin Xian's high, firm breasts trembled with anger. "You little brat, don't push your luck. Ha ha ha." Their sibling bickering seemed like both a real argument and a childish game of make-believe, leaving Lin Feng watching them wide-eyed and startled. Worried, she shrieked hysterically at her sister, "Sis, stop messing around with this jerk. Just give him the answer already." Lin Feng could barely bear to watch any longer, and Lin Xian finally began to squirm and fuss. "If I'm not mistaken, there are all kinds of seasonings in here: chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, Chinese cloves, cashews, and so on. At least 10 different ingredients." Lin Xian's answer left Lin Feng, who had been standing opposite her, listening intently, frozen stiff like a fool. It seemed he had seriously underestimated his sister's capabilities this time. Lin Xian's sparkling almond-shaped eyes flicked toward Lin Feng, who stood frozen in place like a dazed statue. "Lin Feng, what are you standing there for? If I guessed right, hurry up and pour out these seasonings." Now it was her turn to belittle Lin Feng. She began urging him incessantly, insisting he shouldn't waste everyone's time over such a trivial matter. "I'll dump the contents of the canvas bag right now. What's the big deal?" Lin Feng put on an air of great importance as he dumped the contents of the canvas bag out with a clatter. As the bag slipped from his hands, fiery red chili peppers, glossy black Sichuan peppercorns, golden brown star anise, flat white Chinese star anise, and fragrant cashews. They all tumbled out of the canvas bag one after another, seemingly reluctant to land on the table. Lin Xian watched the colorful spices spread across the table, clapping her hands and jumping up with delight. In the heat of the moment, she even broke into a particularly stylish Uyghur dance, twirling and swaying with abandon. Seeing her sister dance with such joy, Lin Feng shot a bewildered glance at Lin Feng before mimicking her sister's movements with surprising grace. After finishing the exhilarating Uyghur dance, sweat glistened on both sisters' flushed cheeks. As they pulled small handkerchiefs still carrying a faint feminine scent from the pockets of their beautiful, well-fitting floral leopard print coats to wipe their faces, Lin Xian turned to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you promised to shoot down some birds in the icy wilderness. It's getting late, when do you plan to start?" Lin Xian felt Lin Feng had gotten a bit too cocky lately. If she didn't teach him a lesson, he might forget his own name someday. Today, she was determined to make him feel embarrassed. The snowstorm outside grew fiercer, the cold wind whistling relentlessly through the corridor. Lin Feng poked his head out halfway and gazed up at the southern sky. Hundreds of meters up in the dim sky, a flock of hungry eagles circled endlessly. But without spotting any prey, they showed no intention of descending. "Damn it, these beasts are cunning. Today, I'll shoot you down and roast you with these spices." As Lin Feng cursed the hawks silently in his mind, his head retracted back into the corridor. Sister and Jin Feng were busy sorting the seasonings on the table into several small pouches in translucent glass jars. Watching them bustle about with such enthusiasm, Lin Feng called out to his sister, who was busy working, in a tone that suggested he wanted to discuss something. "Sister, I'd like to discuss something with you?" In her memory, Lin Feng had never once taken the initiative to ask her for anything like this. Hearing his words, she paused her work. Her hands held several fiery red chili peppers, which she was twirling playfully. "Go ahead. What do you want to discuss?" Lin Xian asked politely as she continued to play with the fiery red peppers in her hands. Lin Feng's sharp eyes darted toward the eaves of the small wooden hut. "Sis, I'd like to borrow your pets, Gray and Little White." "What?" Lin Xian was taken aback. Gray and Little White were her absolute favorites just days ago. Little White had even given birth to 10 little ones for her. After the initial shock, Lin Xian's excitement gradually subsided. She undid a button at her throat, revealing her slightly flushed neck. The gold chain around her snow-white, delicate neck still shimmered faintly. This gold necklace had been bought by Lin Feng at the border market, a special gift just for her. Her tender, smooth, white hands inadvertently brushed against the end of the chain. Overcome by emotion, she addressed Lin Feng. "I agree to lend you Xiao Wei, but I won't lend you Xiao Bai. She's still in her postpartum recovery period. If she catches a chill and dies, her little ones would be pitiful." Her sister, who adored Little White, only agreed to lend Little Gray to Lin Feng. Hearing his sister offer to lend him her precious pet, Lin Feng felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. He immediately took off running toward the eaves of the small wooden hut. Reaching the cage holding Xiao Wei and Xiao Bai, he scooped up Xiao Hui's plump little body into his arms. His furry lips whispered something near Xiao Hui's erect ears. As if obeying, Xiao Wei leaped from Lin Feng's hands into the icy wilderness, darting about in the snowy landscape. As Lin Feng looked up at the sky, the eagle soaring hundreds of meters above had already locked onto Xiao Wei, now dashing through the icy wilderness. The prey was hooked. Thrilled, Lin Feng sprinted toward his archery hut like a rocket. When he emerged again, 10 arrow shafts with sharp points were already drawn taut on the bowstring. The eagles in the sky seemed to have locked onto Little Gray in the icy wilderness. At that very moment, the entire flock, which had been circling endlessly overhead, suddenly dove in unison toward their target, plunging straight down. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Crouching low, Lin Feng pulled back the taut bowstring holding the 10 arrows and released them. The arrows on the bowstring shot out like possessed, streaking toward the diving eagles. Wah! The eagles struck by the arrows plummeted one after another from the sky into the frozen wasteland, flapping their wings in convulsive spasms. Little Gray spread his legs and sprinted toward the group of eagles trying to snatch him away. He glanced at their flailing bodies on the ground, then turned his rear end toward them, dropping a few pellets of rabbit droppings onto their forms before racing back toward Lin Feng. Chapter 128, I was just kidding. As Xiao Wei raced through the icy snow, his 4 short, sturdy rabbit legs kicked up a trail of snowflakes. Watching Xiao Wei run with such vigor, Lin Feng put his hand in his mouth and whistled sharply in the direction of its run. Understanding human commands, it immediately turned toward Lin Feng. As it neared his feet, its 4 gray legs leaped upward, and it plunged into his arms. Lin Feng stroked its 2 long, erect ears with both hands, showering it with praise. "Little one, you've done a great job today. I'll go to the shed later and find some fresh greens for you to feast on." Little Gray seemed to understand Lin Feng's words. Lying on his elbow, it extended its red tongue and licked its own front paws, still damp from the snow and ice. Just as Lin Feng was about to carry Little Gray into its hutch, his sister emerged from the icy snow. Her long legs, tightly wrapped in wolfskin pants, swayed as she ran toward him. As she ran, she shouted loudly, "Fengsy, give Gray back to me." Little Gray and Little White were her sister's precious treasures. If anything happened to them, Xinshin would definitely lose her temper with Lin Feng. Hearing Cici's shout from behind, Lin Feng halted his steps toward the cabin and waited for her arrival. Panting heavily, Xinshin trudged through the thick snow, wiggling her ample behind as she ran toward Lin Feng. After a few stumbles, she finally came to a halt before Lin Feng, panting breathlessly. "Lin Feng, did Xiao Wei get hurt this time?" Her breath formed a puff of white vapor as she asked, her lotus root smooth hands already reaching for Lin Feng's elbow. Crouching beside Xiao Wei, she stroked the little dog's erect ears with both hands. Seeing his sister doting on Xiao Wei more than him, he felt a pang of jealousy and glared at her face, now dotted with flakes of snow. "Here!" In a foul mood, he flung the rabbit in his hand toward his sister's ample figure. Before his sister could react, he turned and dashed into the snow-dusted field. 10 particularly majestic eagles, pierced by sharp arrow shafts, lay sprawled on the bone-chilling snow, their feathers scattered wildly around them. By now, their entire bodies had frozen solid in the icy wilderness, utterly lifeless. Lin Feng walked over, crouched down, and lifted their stiffened bodies. He held the first one, a particularly fierce-looking eagle, in his hand, weighing it. This eagle weighed no less than 5 jin. Next, he picked up the remaining 9 eagles lying in the snow, each still attached to their arrows. These 9 birds, with their black feathers and sharp talons, each weighed between 3 and 4 pounds. Lin Feng gathered them all together, clutching a large bundle of arrow shafts as he made his way toward the eaves of the small cabin. Jin Feng had already dashed into the icy snow, picked up the recurved bough Lin Feng had dropped, and followed right behind him toward the small wooden hut's eaves. Lin Feng tossed the bundle of arrow shafts, along with the dead falcons, onto the ground. Jin Feng, you, mom, and sister, start cleaning out these 10 falcons. I'll go behind the cabin to fetch something. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead as he called out to Jin Feng, who was bent over with her exaggeratedly large, plump buttocks. Quick-eyed and quick-witted, Lin Xian had already placed Xiao Hui into the wooden rabbit cage. As she listened to Lin Feng's loud shouts at Jin Feng, she swayed her ample bosom as she walked toward them. Lin Feng, you little rascal. You're so good at scheming against us three. Whenever we're doing something important, you just run off. Jin Feng didn't see it that way. Lin Feng was her man. At critical moments, he was absolutely not the type to chicken out. Though she'd only been up the mountain a short time, she understood Lin Feng's sense of responsibility. Before her sister could finish speaking, Jin Feng's paper-thin lips began trembling uncontrollably. She cut in sharply at her loudly protesting sister. Sis, you might be misunderstanding Lin Feng. In my experience, he's not the type to run away from trouble. He's shown responsibility and commitment to us three. When I was down in the village, I was skinny as a rail. But since coming up the mountain, I've gained weight and my hips have broadened too. These changes were inseparable from Lin Feng's attentive care, and she was deeply grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. Recalling her moments with Lin Feng on the mountain, Jin Feng couldn't contain her joy and excitement. As Lin Feng left the cabin and headed toward the back of the house, she began to speak highly of him. Hearing Jin Feng speak so highly of Lin Feng, Lin Xian grew displeased. She swept the strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead back into the high wooden hairpin securing her bun. Her small mouth fluttered rapidly as she scolded Jin Feng. Jin Feng, you're nothing but a woman who prioritizes romance over friendship. Lin Feng is your man, so you defend him at every turn, while you've tossed me, your own sister, out to pasture. Jin Feng's veiled support for Lin Feng left Lin Xian deeply dissatisfied. Xia Feng, bent over extracting arrows from Fei Ying's back, watched Lin Xian argue shamelessly with Jin Feng until both were flushed red. With a springy pop, she straightened her high-arching hips and stood up. Xinshin, the older you get, the less manners you have. When has your brother ever treated us three badly? What kind of behavior is this, yelling and lashing out at your sister-in-law? I say, all those years of schooling have been wasted on you. And to think you even studied the three-character classic, with its teachings like, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. In the 1960s, many textbooks were still in transition, and the language reform was actively underway. Under these unique historical circumstances, the three-character classic remained a core subject. Though Xia Feng couldn't recognize more than a handful of characters, he understood such important matters perfectly well. After being sharply rebuked by her mother, Lin Xian's previously arrogant expression instantly softened. Mom, I was just joking around. You actually took it seriously? Lin Xian, having received a decent education, knew how to turn the tables when everyone was piling on. Chapter 129, What new trouble is she brewing? Xinshin's clever remark to shift the mood gradually softened the expression on Xia Feng's weathered face, which had been flushed with anger. She tossed a male eagle into the boiling water, quickly blanched it, then scooped it out of the steaming pot onto a wooden board she prepared. Together with Jin Feng, she swiftly plucked every last black feather from the bird, tossing them into a wooden basin filled with hot water nearby. Turning to Lin Xian, she sighed and said, When will you ever grow up and stop causing your mother such worry? Lin Xian's pretty face flushed crimson at her mother's words. But her apple-red cheeks soon regained their color, and her beautiful, expressive eyes turned toward her mother in Jin Feng. Mom, Feng, I was wrong today. I won't do that anymore, okay? Her tone and attitude shifted faster than the flip of a page. Jin Feng, who had been sulking, heard Lin Xian's sweet apology. She straightened her busy body and lifted her pert behind. Oh my, we're all family here. Once it said, it's no big deal. Hurry up and gut that plucked eagle. If Lin Feng comes back, we won't have anything ready. Jin Feng wasn't the petty or unreasonable type. Her every gesture seemed to show she'd already forgiven Xinshin's mistake. She walked to the table in the hallway and began chopping away at the various seasonings that had been prepared earlier, wielding two razor-sharp kitchen knives. Chop, chop, chop. The biting cold wind blowing through the corridor was almost unbearable, yet it did nothing to dampen Jin Feng's fervor as her hands chopped away at the assorted seasonings. As her hands moved rhythmically, the ample curves beneath her fox fur coat swayed gently. From a distance, they resembled two ripe peaches in spring, tempting enough to make one want to take a bite. While they were each busy at their tasks, Lin Feng had already returned in a flurry, striding back through the thick snow with his sturdy, well-muscled legs. As he ran, he shouted toward Lin Xian, who was crouched with her round buttocks exposed, preparing to gut the flying eagles in the basin of hot water. Sis, hold off on the rough stuff for now. Lin Xian paused, her hand still holding the gleaming small kitchen knife she was flipping. Turning to Lin Feng, who had now reached her, she asked with unexpected politeness, Little brother, if we don't gut these eagles, how are we supposed to prepare them? Lin Feng dumped the sticky yellow mud he was holding onto the ground in one go. Straightening his body, he squatted down opposite his sister. Her chest was slightly exposed, and she hurriedly reached up with her delicate hands to cover the snow-white cleavage with the wolfskin coat she wore. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the view before him, a rather striking one, to be sure. His right hand took the sharp little knife from his sister's grasp, while his left hand had already retrieved the eagle's body from the basin of hot water. He pinched it firmly and drove the blade deep into the eagle's rear. The eagle's intestines spilled out in a heap as Lin Feng thoroughly cleaned its insides. While pouring hot water into the eagle's rear, he explained to his sister. "Sis, if you gut these birds, it'll be a nightmare to sew them back up. When we stuff them with seasoning later, it'll be impossible to work with." Lin Xin was utterly bewildered by her brother's bizarre technique. She couldn't fathom what he was about to do next. Her eyes filled with confusion as she watched Lin Feng's hands working frantically. A row of pearly white teeth flashed as she opened her mouth. "Brother, what fancy new trick are you pulling out of your sleeve now?" In no time, Lin Feng had gutted the insides of several flying eagles lying in the basin. He flashed a smile at his bewildered sister. "Just watch me do it." As Lin Feng explained to his sister, he beckoned Jin Feng, who had already chopped the seasonings, to bring the seasoning bowl over to them. Jin Feng, her willowy waist cinched by a floral apron, carried a small bowl of chopped seasonings. She swayed with proud grace as she approached them. Reaching Lin Feng's side, Jin Feng placed the bowl beside him. She too looked curiously at her man's hands. "Lin Feng, what are you up to?" As she asked, her voluptuous body crouched down, her hips pressed close to his. Lin Feng exhaled a puff of white breath. "Fenger, take the bowl." Jin Feng obediently picked up the seasoning bowl from the ground and held it in her hands. "Sister, you hold Flying Eagle's body." Lin Feng was showing special care to Jin Feng and his sister at this moment, making sure neither of them was neglected. His sister seemed to have caught on to something. She no longer pressed Lin Feng for answers. She lowered her trembling hands from her high, firm breasts and cooperatively used her tender, pale palms to grasp the eagle's entire bare body. Lin Feng waited until both aunt and niece were ready before reaching into the seasoning bowl. He scooped up the chopped ingredients and forcefully shoved them all into Fei Ying's anus. While stuffing the seasoning, Lin Feng also had his mother go to the small hut nearby and chop down a few banana leaves. Beside the small hut stood several banana trees, planted by his maternal grandfather years ago. Due to the prolonged snowfall, the leaves of these banana trees had withered and turned yellow. A few minutes later, Mom returned with a bundle of withered, yellowed banana leaves in her hands. Lin Feng had already poured all the seasonings into the eagle's stomachs through their rear ends. He took a withered, yellow banana leaf from his mother's hands and wrapped the entire body of the seasoned eagle inside it. Sister and Jin Feng, watching the commotion nearby, followed Lin Feng's example and wrapped the remaining 9 flying eagles in banana leaves. Lin Feng coated the banana leaf-wrapped eagles with sticky yellow mud from the ground, smearing it over their bodies. Chapter 130, Nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. Lin Feng was exceptionally meticulous as he coated the eagles with the sticky yellow mud. He applied the mud meticulously to the banana leaves, taking great care to avoid letting it touch the eagles' bodies. This was a highly technical task. By the time Lin Feng finished wrapping all the chilly eagles, his legs, which had been crushed the entire time, felt sore and swollen. Not wanting to dampen everyone's spirits, Lin Feng stood up with Jin Feng's support. He walked to another spot under the eaves of the small wooden hut. Using an iron shovel, he dug a pit large enough to hold 10 lumps of yellow clay. After digging a small hole beneath the pit for burning firewood, he placed the 10 lumps of yellow clay into the prepared pit. After placing all the yellow clay into the pit, Lin Feng swung his shovel, carefully refilling the hole with the excavated earth. After shoveling the final scoop of earth, he used the shovel to tamp down the loose soil over the filled pit. With everything settled, Lin Feng thrust his shovel diagonally into the ground beside him. His mother seemed to understand her son's thoughts and intentions. As Lin Feng sat on the ground, using dry grass to light the firewood, she quickly gathered some dry pine needles and cypress leaves from under the eaves and piled them all beside him. With keen interest, she asked Lin Feng, who was adding firewood to the small hole, "My son, what delicious treat are you preparing for us tonight to reward us 3? Lin Feng kept adding firewood to the square stove hole while proudly telling his mother. "Mom, when I went hunting with Grandpa, I once had this dish called beggar's chicken. Oh my, the way it's made and the flavor, just thinking about it now makes you have to admire it." As Lin Feng spoke to Xie Feng, his eyes sparkled with excitement, his mind filled with vivid memories of hunting with his grandfather. Her son's words instantly pulled Xie Feng back to reality. She plopped her round bottom onto a log stool, folding cypress branches for Lin Feng as she hesitantly asked her son, "Life down in the village is getting harder and harder. When do you plan to bring Grandpa and Grandma up to the mountains?" Her own uncles were all useless, while her aunts were each more formidable than the last. Grandpa and Grandma were truly having a miserable time navigating the complex web of relationships in that courtyard compound. Although Grandpa and Grandma had explicitly stated in front of him during their last trip down the mountain that they would rather die in the courtyard down below, those were just words spoken in anger, not their true feelings. Who would willingly choose death unless absolutely forced to? His mother's reminder jolted Lin Feng back to reality. Relying on his half-baked martial arts skills, he began adding cypress twigs and pine needles to the stove while counting on his fingers. After a moment of deliberately mysterious finger counting, the smug look on his face vanished, replaced by an expression of utter distress. Seeing her son's anxious look, Xia Feng hurriedly asked, "Son, you look so worried. Could something be about to happen to Grandpa and Grandma?" "Mom, I just calculated it. Grandma might be facing a calamity in her destiny." Listening to her son's dramatic account, Xia Feng forced a smile. "Your grandmother is blessed with great fortune and longevity. It's impossible. Don't scare me like this, okay?" As she answered Lin Feng, her emotions began to slip. Lin Feng continued adding white pine branches into the fire pit while soothing his mother. "Mom, even if Grandma is destined to face a crisis, it won't threaten her life. Tonight should pass safely. Tomorrow morning, the two of us will head down the mountain." Hearing her son's words, Xia Feng's earlier tension gradually eased. "Son, we'll head down the mountain first thing tomorrow morning. If Grandpa and Grandma are still there, we'll bring them up with us." Xia Feng offered this as a suggestion to Lin Feng, fearing her son might refuse. After all, one more person meant one more mouth to feed. Though the mountain, snowbound for months, provided meat and soup, it was no paradise on earth. Surviving in these remote mountains meant the constant threat of being devoured by bears or tigers. Just days ago, while gathering firewood in the mountains, Xia Feng had spotted the footprints of a northeast bear. Compared to those dumb blind bears, the northeast bears were twice as dangerous. When Xia Feng spotted those tracks, she was so terrified she abandoned the wood she was chopping and stumbled all the way back home. Though days had passed since the incident, Xia Feng still felt a chill of fear whenever she recalled it. Just as mother and daughter were discussing matters concerning Grandpa and Grandma, Lin Xian and Jin Feng had already run up to them. Seeing the steam rising from the mound of earth, Lin Xian couldn't wait to speak to Lin Feng, who had already extinguished the fire. "Brother, you and Mom shouldn't dwell on those unhappy things. Grandpa and Grandma both have sons and daughters. Even if it comes to supporting them, it won't be our family's turn." "Lin Xian, what are you saying?" "Mom, the law is clear. If the elderly have sons, the sons provide for them. Only if there are no sons and only daughters do the daughters take responsibility. Grandpa and Grandma? There's no way it falls to us." When it came to matters affecting her family's interests, Lin Xian was determined to argue with Xia Feng. Lin Xian was right, her mother's approach was indeed somewhat biased. In Lin Feng's view, it truly felt like the guest was taking over the host's role. But the principle of "you raise me when I'm young, I care for you when you're old" was a promise upheld for millennia, passed down through generations. Those good-for-nothing uncles were useless, and his family wasn't about to follow such scoundrels. While Xinqing and her mother were locked in a standoff over this matter, Lin Feng swung his iron shovel. As he dug into the parched, steaming earth, he addressed Lin Xian. "Those uncles are good-for-nothings. Expecting Grandpa and Grandma to rely on them for support is pure fantasy. Mom and I have already discussed this. If you have any genuine concerns, speak up, we'll address them together." Chapter 131, My Little Brother Bullied Me. As Lin Feng dug at the earth before his sister, his furry lips kept curling upward. Lin Xian's ample bosom rose and fell with each breath. The hasty decision made by her mother and Lin Feng left her feeling utterly breathless. Apart from stockpiling some meat, their current life was far less comfortable than their days down in the village. At least down there, they had a proper place to live. What was the mountain like now? The dilapidated wooden huts were perpetually in a state of being patched up only to break again. The newly built wooden sheds, while covering a decent area, were shielded from winter's biting winds and heavy snow only by thatched straw mats. If not for the few pots of charcoal fire placed inside the large sheds, who would willingly live there? As these thoughts crossed Lin Xian's mind, a look of bewilderment and helplessness spread across her handsome oval face. All sorts of strange thoughts flooded her mind and nerves. She dared not imagine what the true state of the little cabin and the shed would be like after her grandparents went up the mountain. Unable to bear the thought, she forced her wandering mind to pause. She lowered her hands, which had been clutching the white steamed buns, tightly against her chest. "Brother, you've already discussed this with Mom. What's there to talk about? You're just telling me now." Lin Xian straightened up and crouched down in front of Lin Feng. By then, her brother had already dug up 10 lumps of baked, cracked, steaming yellow mud balls from the ground with both hands. Watching her brother's rough, calloused hands effortlessly dig out the yellow mud balls, hold them casually in his palms, and pound the dry clay with his fists, Lin Xian's bewildered expression temporarily forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. She extended her delicate, pale hands, mimicking her brother's actions, and scooped up a scorching hot yellow mud ball, holding it in her own hands. Ouch! The moment Lin Xian grasped that lump of yellow mud, her small, lipstick-coated mouth suddenly let out a shrill, hysterical scream. The steaming mud ball in her hands clattered to the ground with a slap, smashing into a messy pile. An aroma of savory meat, infused with various seasonings, quickly wafted through the air around the small wooden hut. Lin Feng, who had been relentlessly pounding the hot, steaming lump of yellow mud, heard his sister's piercing scream. He couldn't spare a moment to tend to the lump he was working on. Whoosh! With lightning speed, he flung the mud ball aside. His round, dark eyes darted toward the source of the scream. Crouching low, her exaggeratedly pert buttocks had landed squarely on the ice-free ground. Her face, framed by arched willow moon brows, bright almond eyes, and a high, straight nose, was now contorted with agony. Crystal-clear tears glistened in her luminous eyes, trickling down the corners of her cheeks. Seeing his sister in such agony, Lin Feng withdrew his piercing gaze from her beautiful oval face. With a scowl and a sneer, he addressed his sister, who sat on the ground sobbing uncontrollably. "You really think you're some kind of god? This hot potato, do you even think you can handle it? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? What kind of strength do you think you have?" Her cherry-red cheeks deflated even more before Lin Feng's eyes. As she listened to Lin Feng's scathing rebuke, her once pretty face contorted even more wildly with tears. Hearing Lin Xian's wails, Mom and Jin Feng rushed out of the wooden hut. The mother and daughter had been busy inside the wooden hut, preparing beds and laying out straw for Grandpa and Grandma's ascent up the mountain. Disturbed by her sister's commotion, the busy pair hurried over, their plump behinds wiggling as they sprinted toward the source of Lin Xian's wails. Mom reached the scene first, panting slightly as she urgently asked her tear-streaked sister, "Xin, what's wrong? Why are you crying so heartbreakingly?" Her mother's words only made the older sister cry even harder. Swaying her ample bosom and plump hips, she stood before her mother, speaking ill of Lin Feng. "Mommy, my little brother bullied me." Unfamiliar with the truth, Xia Feng's already anxious expression immediately grew even more stern upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Her weathered face, already etched with wrinkles, grew even more stern. "Lin Feng, why would you bully your sister? Even if she's in the wrong, you could have told me. Did you actually slap her?" Though Xia Feng had little formal education and could barely read, she understood right from wrong. Her questioning of Lin Feng was merely a verbal attempt to comfort the emotionally distraught Xin. Hearing his mother's reproach, Lin Feng turned his slightly aggrieved gaze toward her icy cold face standing before him. His bright, alert eyes fixed on his mother as he spoke to her bewildered face. "Mom, I didn't bully my sister." Xia Feng's icy expression gradually softened. The look of bewilderment and panic vanished from her agitated face. As her demeanor softened, she pressed Lin Feng with some urgency. "Fenger, then tell me, why is your sister crying so bitterly?" Hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng struggled to control his emotions. His face filled with anxiety as he explained to Xia Feng. "Mom, sister got burned by the mud ball I fished out." "Oh." Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Xia Feng let out an inexplicable sigh from her anxious lips. Lin Xian's words were utterly unreliable. She was merely seeking psychological comfort. Deep down, Xia Feng recognized that her thinking had been completely skewed by the Lin Xian standing before her. She quickly withdrew the reproachful look she had directed at Lin Feng. With a sudden shift in demeanor, she turned her still graceful body toward him and said urgently, "My son, you must find a way to treat your sister's injury quickly. She's suffering terribly like this." A flicker of anxiety crossed Xia Feng's weathered face as she spoke to Lin Feng, her tone almost pleading. She was now utterly convinced that everything Lin Xian had said was a false accusation against her son. Yet, knowing both her hands and palms had come from her own womb, Xia Feng refrained from saying anything to the pain-stricken Xin. She pinned all her hopes on this exceptionally promising son. Chapter 132, Unacceptable. Her mother's words snapped Lin Feng, who had been emotionally agitated, back to reality. He swiftly regained his composure. "Mom, send Jin Feng to the cabin to fetch some wolf oil." Wolf oil could alleviate burns, and in Lin Feng's past life memories, it was actually a pretty effective burn treatment. Xia Feng had never heard of wolf oil treating burns before, and Lin Feng's words left her utterly astonished. Her exaggeratedly large, plump buttocks swayed as she moved, while the pair of slightly sagging white buns on her chest jiggled continuously. Her wide mouth flapped incessantly. "My boy, you're joking with your mother, aren't you? Wolf oil can treat burns? Do you take your mother for a fool?" Xia Feng couldn't believe a word Lin Feng was saying. Standing before her own son, she opened her sharp-tongued mouth and unleashed a barrage of rapid-fire questions. Better to act than to hesitate. Convincing Xia Feng in a moment was impossible. In his desperation, Lin Feng grabbed his sister's blistered hands and pressed them against his own. He spat a glob of saliva onto the tender, white blisters, then used his fingers to spread it evenly over the painful areas of her wounds. While carefully applying the saliva to her wounds, he ignored Xia Feng's puzzled looks and instructed Jin Feng, standing behind their mother, to fetch the wolf oil from the small wooden hut. Jin Feng swayed her pair of round, towering breasts as she glanced at her bewildered mother-in-law's face. Ultimately, she chose to side with Lin Feng. Before Fengge could finish speaking, she wiggled her ample hips toward the small wooden hut with its weathered door ajar. Lin Feng's hands continued to spread saliva across his sister's painfully raw wounds. The agony eased slightly under the coating of his spittle, but the strange taste of that saliva was genuinely hard for her to stomach. When Lin Feng opened his wide mouth, intending to spit more saliva onto her fingers, she instinctively pulled her hands' fingers, now swollen and red like carrots, dotted with white blisters, back toward her high, firm breasts. Her two thin lips, delicate as butterfly wings, fluttered rapidly up and down. "Brother, your saliva may have healing properties, but your sister truly finds it unbearable. Watching his sister resolutely withdraw her tender, lotus root-like hands while delivering this cutting remark, Lin Feng could only force the saliva pooling on his tongue back down his throat. As the Adam's apple in his throat bobbed up and down, Lin Feng emerged from the small wooden hut. Her delicate hands cradled a brown earthenware bowl, its surface dotted with layers of baked-on residue. She scampered out, her snow-white, slender legs striding swiftly. As she ran, her sharp tongue fluttered incessantly. "Brother Feng, there are just too many bottles and jars in there. I had to sniff my way around for ages before I finally found it." Her cherry-like, pretty little mouth chattered incessantly as she approached Lin Feng and the others. Her dainty little feet came to a halt before them, and she casually set down the slightly grimy earthenware jar beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng lifted the small lid off the jar, dipped his index finger inside, and scooped out a dollop of white, slightly greasy fat from the crystal-clear contents with his rough fingers. He held the glob of white fat beneath his two dark nostrils, squinting his eyes to inhale its scent. Only then did he reopen his narrowed eyes, fixing his gaze upon Lin Feng's proud and captivating figure, wrapped in her white fox fur coat, standing directly opposite him. His eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng's voluptuous figure as he bared his gleaming white teeth, offering her words of praise with genuine admiration. "Feng Feng, your sense of smell is remarkably keen. This bowlful of fat you brought is indeed wolf fat. I'm genuinely puzzled, how did you manage to identify wolf fat so quickly?" As Lin Feng applied the wolf fat from his finger to his sister's wound, he asked Lin Feng with a half-amused, half-bewildered expression in tone. Lin Feng listened to Lin Feng's question. She gently swept a strand of her lustrous black hair, which had fallen onto her full, high-rising chest, back over her shoulder with her soft, supple hands. Her bright, dark eyes sparkled with intelligence as she looked at Lin Feng's somewhat clumsy, slightly greasy face. "Brother Feng, I may not have eaten wolf meat, but surely I've smelled wolf fat?" Lin Feng's thin, butterfly-like lips fluttered with these words, leaving Lin Feng flushed and flustered. Previously, Lin Feng had believed deep down that Lin Feng's reputation as the village beauty was merely a gimmick, nothing but an empty shell. Bringing her up to the mountain was nothing more than a whim born of his own vanity, treating her as a pretty ornament to display. Today, Lin Feng's words had utterly overturned his imagination and understanding, completely shattering his worldview and perceptions. He had to re-evaluate the woman lying beside him in bed. Her beauty, first and foremost, was undeniably flawless. Crucially, her sharp wit and composed, steady intelligence were in no way inferior to his own. After Lin Feng applied the wolf oil to her hands, the intense redness that had made them look like carrots faded considerably. The painful white blisters on her fingers also eased noticeably. Her pretty face, which had been twisted in pain moments before, slowly blossomed into a radiant smile. All right. You two have already worried yourselves sick over this ridiculous situation of mine. If I don't treat you properly, I'd really feel guilty." Chapter 133, A Loving Family. Sister spoke these polite words to Lin Feng and Lin Feng with apparent nonchalance, but deep down, her heart remained firmly on Lin Feng's side. No matter how good Lin Feng was, the blood flowing through her veins was still that of the Liaoyang family. Lin Feng was different. His bloodline belonged to the Lin family. She and Lin Feng were siblings bound by blood. Even if their bones were broken, their tendons remained connected. Her small mouth fluttered incessantly with sentimental words as she unwrapped several pieces of eagle meat crushed and mud-stained, wrapped in banana leaves that had fallen to the ground. As Lin Xin peeled back layer after layer of the slightly withered, still steaming banana leaves, the enticing aroma of roasted eagle meat, crispy on the outside and tender and smooth on the inside, filled the air before everyone's eyes. The intoxicating aroma of the hawk meat stirred even Xie Feng's picky appetite. Her wrinkled, weathered face wore an exaggerated expression. She hugged her still curvy figure close, parted her thin lips, and sniffed deeply with her two shiny little nostrils beneath a high, straight nose, taking in the unfamiliar, enticing aroma. Her wide, exaggerated mouth murmured incessantly, "Such delicious, beautiful meat. This is the first time I've ever smelled and seen such a delicacy. To taste this tempting treat in this lifetime, it would be worth dying for." As Xie Feng muttered to herself, she couldn't wait any longer. Her hands, tightly wrapped in her wolfskin coat, reached out to grab the flying eagle meat held in Lin Xin's hands. Lin Xin seemed to be teasing her mother on purpose. Watching her mother's hands reach for the tender white eagle meat, her dark, shiny eyes fixed on her mother's hesitant hands. "Mom, what are you doing?" Xie Feng felt a bit embarrassed by Cece's slightly reproachful tone. Her elbows, tightly encased in the wolfskin coat, withdrew from the eagle meat Lin Xin had deliberately moved aside. Her mouth, absurdly large and exaggerated, kept flapping. "Oh my goodness, this mother really craves that eagle soaring through the sky. It's the finest delicacy I've ever seen." As Xie Feng withdrew her hands, she spilled her innermost thoughts before everyone, pouring them out like beans from a bamboo tube. Lin Feng stood beside his mother. Seeing her become so emotionally overwhelmed by this mouth-watering eagle meat, he quickly hushed his sister, who had been deliberately teasing their mother. "Sister, the steamer has upper and lower tiers, bamboo has upper and lower sections. Respecting elders and caring for the young is a virtue cherished in our great Chinese nation for millennia. What you're doing is simply wrong." Lin Feng's words made his sister's pretty face flush crimson all the way to her ears, like Guan Yu's iconic red cheeks. She had only intended to tease their mother, never dreaming her little brother would use the traditions of our great nation to pressure her. Reluctantly, she shifted the eagle meat aside and handed it reverently to her bewildered mother. She kept apologizing to Xie Feng, whose face was still flushed crimson. "Mom, I was just interacting with you earlier. Don't take it to heart." Xie Feng seemed to sense Xinxin's unease. The awkwardness slowly faded from her face as she calmly took the steaming eagle meat from her daughter's hands. Peeling away the crispy outer layer to reveal the tender, juicy flesh inside, she popped a piece into her mouth. Then, looking 10 years younger as she did so, she winked at Lin Xin and said, "Mommy knows you were just messing around. Come, everyone, have some." With her mouth full of the fragrant, seasoning-rich eagle meat, Xie Feng warmly invited her 2 children and her beloved daughter-in-law. Hearing his mother's warm invitation, Lin Feng grinned and teased her, "Mom, there are still 9 left on the plate. Each of us has 1 left to finish our share. You absolutely have to eat 1 more." Instead of receiving any substantive response to her invitation, Xie Feng found herself abruptly assigned 2 extra portions. She waved her hands frantically at Lin Feng, utterly bewildered. "Just eating this 1 piece of eagle meat has already filled my stomach completely. If I keep eating like this, my stomach will burst." Lin Feng held out another piece of roasted eagle meat, fragrant and perfectly cooked, not a hint of discoloration, toward his mother's hand. A single eagle meat weighing several pounds was already overwhelming for her mother, yet Lin Feng was still offering more. Burping contentedly, she scolded him playfully, "My dear boy, are you trying to fatten your mother up like a pig? Hee hee, Mom, we're a loving family. Take as much of this delicious food as you want." When Mom refused Lin Feng, his lips trembled as he told his mother, then handed the flying eagle meat to his sister, whose mouth was already watering. His sister had been drooling over the sky-flying bird for ages. When Lin Feng offered the falcon to her, she snatched it without hesitation, shoving it into her plump mouth and devouring it with a satisfying crunch. Jin Feng stood behind Lin Feng, watching her sister devour the meat so voraciously she even crushed the bone fragments. She approached Lin Feng, tugged at the hem of his clothes, and pressed her petite, cherry-red lips close to his ear. In a soft whisper, she asked, "Brother Feng, when will you get me another one?" Lin Feng tugged gently at Jin Feng's tender, dewy little hand. His bearded lips leaned toward her ear, leaning in close. He murmured soothingly into her ear, "Fenger, with your sister and mother eating, how could there be any shortage for you?" As he comforted her, he slipped the other piece of steaming eagle meat, still warm from the fire, into her hands. Jin Feng's thin lips gently bit into the snow-white, oil-glistening breast meat of the eagle. Panting softly, she murmured to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, let's bite together." Chapter 134, The Bastards Here. Jin Feng's small mouth eagerly bit into the eagle's hind leg meat, her beautiful cherry-red lips passionately inviting Lin Feng. Hearing Jin Feng's invitation, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a flutter of desire. Right in front of his sister and mother, he pushed his unshaven, greasy face toward Jin Feng's lips. Quick-witted and sharp-tongued, Jin Feng was startled by Lin Feng's sudden, tiger-like move and let out a loud shriek. "Lin Feng, if you 2 want a kiss, go do it in the shed. Don't treat me and Mom like we're invisible." Her sister's seemingly harmless remark sent Lin Feng, whose eagle-like face had nearly touched Jin Feng's lips, into a flustered panic. His entire body shuddered as he abruptly withdrew his untouched mouth from her lips with a whoosh. His face, brimming with youthful hormones yet still carrying traces of innocence and carefree charm, instantly flushed crimson like Guan Yu's, the color spreading all the way to his ears. "Sis, I just wanted a bite of that eagle meat near your beak. I wouldn't dare kiss you in front of everyone." As Lin Feng pulled his stubble-covered lips away from Jin Feng's mouth, he desperately tried to justify his actions. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than words. As soon as Lin Feng spoke, his mother, Xie Feng, joined in the playful teasing. Her mouth clamped around the eagle's razor-sharp talons, both lips smeared with eagle meat, trembled as she chattered on, "Fenger, you 2 should go inside the shed. It's windy and snowing hard out here. You might catch a chill. You're the apple of your mother's eye. If you were to fall ill, it would be a terrible thing." His sister's egging him on and his mother's nagging made Lin Feng's protests seem rather feeble. He crouched down and began peeling away the layers of banana leaves wrapping the other piece of falcon meat lying on the ground. The rich aroma of meat and seasoning wafted into his nostrils. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he flung the unwrapped banana leaves into the icy, snow-covered world. The withered, yellowed banana leaves drifted aimlessly in the biting cold for a moment before vanishing into the distant horizon. As Lin Feng tore off chunks of the fragrant eagle meat and stuffed them into his mouth, his puffed-out cheeks ground out a few words, "I can't be bothered to explain to you lot." After cursing his sister and mother, he led Jin Feng along the corridor toward the hut. Jin Feng followed right behind him, chewing the meat vigorously while loudly demanding he wait for her. Lin Feng slowed his pace. Only when Jin Feng's 2 long, snow-white legs as slender as lotus roots caught up did he finally enter the shed, chatting and laughing all the way. Lin Xin, who loved watching the drama unfold, watched the couple enter the shed. Her little mouth started chattering again. "Mom, they're going in to get all lovey-dovey again." Xie Feng gnawed the flesh clean off the 2 sharp eagle talons, leaving only bare bones. Her dark, sunken eyes studied the bare bones for a moment before reluctantly flinging the 2 stripped claws into the icy snow. She wiped her greasy mouth with both hands, glancing sideways at Lin Xin's plump cheeks. Xinshin, let's not make such reckless remarks in the future. Didn't you see how upset your brother got? Xia Feng knew her son well enough to understand he would never do such shameful things in broad daylight, in front of everyone. Xia Feng's reminder made Lin Xin's previously gloating expression turn sour. Her previously excellent mood plummeted like a discounted item, instantly freezing to zero. Her lips, coated with at least 2 layers of thick lip gloss, curled into a pouch sharp enough to hang a moon-shaped teapot. Mom, you were on my side just a moment ago. How quickly your tone and attitude have changed. No wonder my classmates often curse those without resolve when choosing sides. We fear not God like allies, but pig like opponents. Lin Xin's sharp little mouth fluttered with unrelenting words as she wiggled her plump, pumpkin-shaped cheeks toward the rabbit cage and the small wooden hut. The fact that these flying eagles could be so easily shot down from the sky by Lin Feng was largely thanks to the little gray rabbit in the cage. By the time she reached the wooden frame of the cage, she had already bent over, her plump, rounded bottom sticking high in the air as she reached out to stroke the 2 long, erect ears of gray and little white. Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai must have been genuinely hungry. As Lin Xin stroked their ears, they actively nuzzled their tiny heads against her hand. Feeling a pang of pity, Lin Xin slid her hand from their ears to the tops of their little heads. Just hang in there a little longer, I'll go find Lin Feng right now. Before her words had even finished forming, she straightened her bent waist and pulled back her absurdly large, rounded buttocks with a sharp jerk. As her long, slender legs strode down the hallway, Lin Xin's hysterical shouts echoed, Lin Feng, you bastard. You promised to reward my little gray and little white after shooting down that sky-high eagle, but now you've gone off to enjoy yourself in your Xiaoyao palace. Jin Feng, who was watering the vegetable seeds in the shed, paused her work upon hearing the shrieking, shrill yells that sounded like a shrew cursing in the street. Sis, what's all the commotion outside? Lin Feng is picking some vegetable leaves. Jin Feng hadn't lied to Lin Xin. As she yelled back at Xin, Lin Feng was crouched down, picking leaves from cabbages and greens, with a few carrots nearby. These vegetables and carrots had only been planted in the soil the day before. By today, they had already sprouted and grown green shoots. Even the carrots with roots had developed tubers nearly half a foot long. Such accelerated growth made him exclaim that the spring water at the foot of that mountain was truly miraculous. Jin Feng's sudden shout down the corridor made Lin Xin's large eyes nearly pop out from beneath her arched willow moonbrows. She couldn't believe Jin Feng's retort was genuine. Her hands clamped tightly over her own towering breasts. Chapter 135, A Nonsensical Tale. As Lin Xin clutched her high, firm breasts, 2 lips as thin as cicada wings fluttered in the corridor. With each heaving rise and fall of her soft chest, a desperate cry burst from her throat, Mom, hurry over. At that moment, Xia Feng stood beneath the eaves of the small wooden hut, sweeping away the scattered bones of the hawk they had just devoured with a bamboo leaf-tipped broom. Hearing Lin Xin's blood-curdling scream, Xia Feng feared something unspeakable had occurred. She abandoned the sweeping task, flinging the broom aside. Swaying her ample waist and jiggling her pert behind with every step, she sprinted toward the corridor where the cries originated. As she ran, panting coquettishly, she shouted frantically at Lin Xin, who stood frozen in place, what happened? Lin Xin clutched her ample bosom, her hands never leaving it for a moment. Her emotions now mirrored her mother's as she rushed over. Mom had already reached her. At that moment, she was slightly out of breath. After exhaling several puffs of white vapor in quick succession, her agitated emotions finally began to slowly settle. Once her emotions had somewhat stabilized, Lin Xin widened her almond-shaped eyes, opened her cherry-red lips, and stammered to Xia Feng, Mom, just now Jin Feng said in the shed that vegetable leaves have sprouted in the shed. As Lin Xin spoke these words to Xia Feng, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Deep down, she was convinced Jin Feng was spinning some fairy tale to deceive them both. Who would believe such a trick? Before Lin Xin could utter another word, Xia Feng shot forward, her wide hips swaying as she plunged into the greenhouse. Whoosh! The tent flap was violently yanked open by Lin Xin, who had followed Xia Feng closely. A bone-chilling cold wind instantly poured through the gaping curtain, blowing against their bodies and sending shivers down their spines. Feeling the chill, Lin Xin hurried over to where Lin Feng and Jin Feng were. Jin Feng was crouched down, her hands tucked tightly inside her fox fur coat. She was carefully placing the lush green vegetable leaves Lin Feng had pulled from the soil into a small basket. Just as Jin Feng finished placing the vibrant green leaves into the basket, Mom and Lin Xin had already wiggled their way over to stand before her and Lin Feng. Xia Feng stared at the greens in Jin Feng's basket. Her wide-open mouth instantly formed an O shape, and beads of sweat instantly began to pour from her forehead and face. Seeing Xia Feng's utterly astonished expression, Jin Feng tapped Lin Feng on the back. He was crouched down, his back to Xia Feng, carefully pinching the tips off various vegetables. Jin Feng whispered to him, Brother Feng, Mom and Sister are here. Lin Feng, who had been busy, stood up from his crouched position. He lifted his head from his lowered position to look at his sweat-drenched mother, asking Xia Feng with a hint of curiosity. Mom, what happened? Xia Feng untied the floral apron around her waist, clutched it in her hands, and kept wiping the sweat from her face and forehead. Her words came out a bit stuttered. Son, why did everything in this greenhouse change overnight? Xie Feng and Jin Feng had entered the greenhouse earlier to make beds for Grandpa, Grandma, and Shan Shan for the next day. But when they came in, they hadn't ventured over to the vegetable growing section. Her astonishment was perfectly understandable. Seeing his mother staring at the sea of green inside the greenhouse, Lin Feng could only explain earnestly that these vegetables and radishes had grown so wildly likely because they'd absorbed the mountain spring water at the foot of the hillside under the perfect temperature conditions. Standing behind her mother, Xin refused to believe a word of Lin Feng's tall tales. She stepped quickly from behind her mother to the edge of the exaggeratedly lush vegetable patch. Swaying her ample bosom and pert hips, she pointed at the robustly growing greens and the half-foot-long carrots poking from the soil. Her thin, sharp-tongued lips were more chattering than ever. Little brother Feng, you're pulling the wool over my eyes and mom's. Vegetable seeds would grow like crazy even if they drank the spring water at the mountain's base. Following your absurd logic, does that mean if we drank that spring water, we'd all end up pregnant? As sister spoke, Lin Feng was reminded of the absurd scene in the 1986 TV series Journey to the West, where Zhu Beiji and Tang Sanzang, on their pilgrimage to the West, accidentally drank from the river of mothers and daughters and became pregnant. But that was all nonsense concocted by Wu Chang'an out of sheer idleness, made up behind closed doors to fool everyone. Lin Feng had seen such stories countless times in his past life and simply couldn't believe them. Yet today, for the first time ever, this kind of trickery seemed to be happening to these vegetables. Thinking about these bizarre tales, and his sister's relentless, science-obsessed disbelief in anything supernatural, Lin Feng pulled his thoughts back from the fog and into reality. As he looked at his sister's puzzled face, he offered an explanation meant to convince her. Sis, there are many things in nature that can't be explained by science or mysticism. I can't give you a clear answer right now, but since I started drinking this mountain spring water, my complexion has improved, and my health is getting better by the day. Lin Feng racked his brain to explain the extraordinary growth of these bizarre vegetables to Lin Xin. Hearing this, their mother stepped forward and hurriedly added, your brother has a point. Lately, I've been needing to use the restroom much less often at night, and my appetite keeps getting better. I'm not wasting my breath arguing with you two. Unable to win the argument against Lin Feng and her mother, Lin Xin crouched down, grabbed a handful of vegetable leaves from the basket and a few carrots from the ground, then dashed toward the shed exit. Watching his sister snatch away the freshly picked greens and beautiful carrots, Lin Feng shouted angrily from behind her, Sis! Those greens are what we're eating tonight. Don't go wasting them. Chapter 136, You're the wind, I'm the sand. Lin Feng's angry shout was met with his sister's hysterical storm of words. Running alongside him, she screamed back at the top of her lungs, when you shot that eagle down from the sky in the freezing cold, you promised little Gray and his wife you'd treat them. They don't eat meat, so these vegetables and carrots are their reward. After spouting a torrent of nonsense, Lin Xin wiggled her curvaceous figure and dashed out of the shed like the wind. Soon, a soothing children's song drifted from beneath the wooden hut's eaves, two little rabbits, one named Gray, one named White. Gray loves eating greens, White loves radishes and veggies. Lin Feng stood in the warm vegetable shed, listening to his sister happily sing the nursery rhyme. He was so furious that his eyes spun clockwise in their sockets, completing a full circle. His voice tinged with indignation, he confronted his mother across from him. Mom, look. My sister's been causing a ruckus in the shed for ages, scolding us the whole time, and in the end, she just plundered the entire basket of vegetables and carrots. She's a complete fascist. Lin Feng's words left Xie Feng feeling both amused and exasperated. Smiling as she comforted him, she held the floral print skirt in her hand, swaying her slightly plump figure as she walked out of the shed. Lin Feng watched Xie Feng's receding figure, his heart heavy with a profound sadness that refused to lift. Jin Feng stood beside him. She only had to turn her head slightly to see the look of intense fury on Lin Feng's face. Seeing his boiling rage, Jin Feng tugged at his sleeve. She pressed her irresistibly cute little mouth, the kind that made you want to swallow her whole, close to his ear, which was as big as the Buddha's, and whispered softly, blowing him a gentle breeze. Brother Feng, it's no big deal. Don't let these trivial matters ruin everyone's mood. If we have to, we can just pick more. There's plenty right here in the field. What's there to worry about? Jin Feng, this woman with a way with words, blew her breath on Lin Feng like this. The anger on his face slowly faded away. His rough fingers gently traced Jin Feng's high, straight nose. Exhaling a puff of spicy scented breath, he grinned at her. Fomer, come with me to the vegetable patch. We'll pick them again. Hand in hand, they carried their vegetable baskets into the lush, green fields. As Lin Feng picked vegetables and Jin Feng carried the small basket, he began humming the theme song of the wildly popular drama Deep Love in the Rain. You are the wind, I am the sand, entwined and intertwined to the ends of the earth. The melodious, lingering notes drifted into Jin Feng's ears. Taking the vibrant green vegetable leaves from Lin Feng's hand, Jin Feng's face flushed as she asked the man singing this melodious, catchy tune, did you write this song? Lin Feng dared not reveal his rebirth. The song story originated from a classic work by Taiwanese romance novelist Zhong Yao, a wildly popular masterpiece back in its day. To spare Jin Feng from worry and fear, Lin Feng casually made up a plausible excuse. I secretly composed this song when I had nothing better to do. If you like singing or listening to it, feel free to join in with me. Under Lin Feng's well-intentioned lie, Jin Feng actually believed him. She swayed her delicate, translucent body as she continued weaving through the lush green vegetable patch alongside Lin Feng. They picked vegetables while singing this song that had swept across the nation. You are the wind, I am the sand, entwined forever till the end of the earth. The melodious singing drifted out from the warm greenhouse, quickly caught by Xinshin and her mother under the eaves of the small wooden house. While feeding vegetables and radishes to the chattering gray and little white, Xinshin hummed along with the melodious tune, her voice filled with emotion. You are the wind, I am the sand, entwined forever to the ends of the earth. As the melodious song faded, Lin Feng and Jin Feng emerged side by side from the shed, their hips pressed together, chatting and laughing all the way. Sister snapped back to reality amidst the enchanting melody. As she fed the last carrot into Little Gray's mouth, she stood up, her hips tilted high behind her. Turning her body, she lifted her slender face from its lowered position and gazed down the empty corridor. In the empty corridor, Lin Feng and Jin Feng walked hand in hand, carrying a basket full of vegetables, heading toward the little wooden house. Seeing this scene that sparked all sorts of thoughts, Xinshin teased Lin Feng with a mix of jealousy and playfulness. Brother, how long have you two been together that you're practically inseparable now? Hearing his sister's words, Lin Feng blushed and quickly let go of Jin Feng's hand. Looking at his sister, who appeared somewhat bewildered and flustered, he chuckled awkwardly and told her, Jin Feng and I don't seek forever, we only cherish what we've had. Hearing her brother's words, Lin Xin felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart. If she weren't his biological sister, she would have been the first to step forward and confess her feelings to him. But in this lifetime, such impure thoughts could only be buried deep within her heart. After a flurry of wild thoughts, he quickly snapped back to reality from his unrealistic daydreams. He turned to Lin Feng and shouted, his voice filled with emotion, hurry up and take the vegetables in that little basket to the kitchen. Mom's already cooking dinner. Winter in the mountains was like this. During the long, dark season, short days and long nights were commonplace. Especially during the periods of heavy and light snow, the air was always filled with the constant waft of cooking smoke. Prompted by her sister's reminder, Jin Feng hurriedly carried the small basket brimming with greens toward the kitchen of the little wooden house. Soon, her mother's voice called out from the kitchen, Fenger, you should go outside. The ventilation in here isn't good. You'll get choked up in a minute, and your husband will worry himself sick over you again. Her mother's words made Jin Feng's pretty face flush bright red. Her petite, cherry-like dimples trembled as she replied, Mom, I'm going out now. Call me if you need anything? Chapter 137, Dare you play shuttlecock with us? Achoo. Jin Feng emerged from the kitchen, her slender frame swaying as she sneezed all the way. As she stepped out of the small wooden hut, she muttered to herself, what's wrong with me? Lin Feng, who heard Jin Feng's voice, was currently under the eaves of the small wooden house, helping his sister tidy up the mess his mother hadn't finished cleaning earlier. He straightened his bent back and called out to Jin Feng with a playful grin, Fenger, if you can't stand the acrid fumes in there, just don't go in. It's not good for your health. Jin Feng's long, slender legs continued walking toward Lin Feng. At Lin Feng's words, Jin Feng immediately protested. Her little mouth fired off a rapid-fire barrage of complaints in his direction. Brother Feng, it's not that I'm unwell. The problem is the kitchen fumes can't escape. You really need to figure something out, like adding a few wooden windows to the cabin walls. Otherwise, anyone who cooks or stirs fries in here will feel the same way. Jin Feng's seemingly trivial remarks immediately resonated with her sister, who was busy gathering empty cartridges from the Flying Eagle and tossing them into a dedicated trash basket. She planned to use her spare time to make a few shuttlecocks specifically for kicking around. The shuttlecocks made from the fluffy white chicken feathers she'd used recently were too soft, they'd all worn out after just a couple of days of kicking. This time, Jin Feng planned to use sturdier hawk feathers, hoping to extend the playtime considerably. As she sorted through the high-quality feathers and quills, she called out to Lin Feng, Jin Feng is absolutely right. If you're truly serious today, hurry up and figure out a way to vent the kitchen fumes. Lin Feng briefly considered building a range hood himself, but the idea was immediately dismissed. After all, this was still the 1960s, and there wasn't even electricity up in these mountains. If he came up with some strange contraption, who knew if it might make his sister's jaw drop? To avoid raising his sister's suspicions, Lin Feng decided it was best to keep a low profile for now. With that thought, Lin Feng tore his gaze away from watching his sister and Jin Feng bustling about. He called out to them both, I'll go cut some wooden windows in the kitchen wall right now. Lin Feng was an impatient sort. Even as he spoke, he'd already fetched an axe from the shed, gripped it firmly, and strode briskly through the corridor to the back of the cabin. There, he swung the axe with a resounding clatter against the wooden wall behind the cabin. Thud, thud, thud. The suffocatingly dull sound from the wooden wall behind the cabin reached Xia Feng's ears as she was busy stir-frying in the kitchen. Xia Feng, who was busy in the kitchen, raised her voice and called out to Lin Feng outside, Lin Feng, what are you doing out there? You're making the whole cabin shake. This little cabin was quite old, and even a little force could cause a chain reaction. Mom, the kitchen smells too smoky. I'm opening the window. Don't worry, the house won't collapse. Mom was the type who freaked out at the slightest disturbance, convinced the sky would fall. To spare her worry, Lin Feng shouted from outside the cabin while hacking away at the window with his axe. Hearing Lin Feng's reassuring voice, Xia Feng's tense and anxious heart gradually calmed. Her belly, swaddled in a floral print skirt, pressed against the stove counter at belly height as she continuously flipped the leafy greens in the pot with a metal spatula. Then, a sound that made your hair stand on end echoed from the wooden walls of the cabin. Lin Feng worked at this messy task with surprising speed. In no time, he had carved out a window roughly 30 centimeters long and 50 centimeters wide and tall. Half his head peered through the freshly cut wooden opening into the kitchen, taking in his mother's busy figure. Mom, from now on, the cooking fumes will escape right through here. As Lin Feng told his mother this, he quickly pulled most of his head back out of the opening. At that moment, a massive cloud of cooking fumes was surging relentlessly toward the window. As the thick cloud of smoke drifted toward him, Lin Feng genuinely felt overwhelmed. It took him quite a while to recover. He then dug several more small holes in other parts of the cabin using the same method. Finally, axe in hand, he returned to the eaves of the cabin. To prevent small mountain animals from squeezing through the window into the cabin, he fetched several wooden sticks, smoothed them to a glossy finish with a small plane, and returned to the cabin windows. After installing each polished stick, he finally returned, satisfied, to where his sister and Jin Feng were making feather shuttlecocks. His sister and Jin Feng worked at an impressive pace. While Lin Feng had been busy with the windows, they had already finished no fewer than 10 feather shuttlecocks. Seeing Lin Feng return, his sister shot him a challenging look as he put the axe and saw back in the shed and walked toward them. "Little Feng, dare you join us for a game of shuttlecock?" Lin Feng heard his sister ask him this. He glanced at the corner of her mouth, where a black beauty mark sat, revealing a barely perceptible trace of contempt and disdain. "Oomph, what's there to be afraid of? I just worry you and Jin Feng won't be able to beat me." Facing his sister's taunting voice, Lin Feng bluntly told both her and Jin Feng. His sister flicked a shuttlecock lying on the ground toward Lin Feng with a whoosh. Lin Feng hooked his right leg out at the feather shuttlecock, which was about to hit the ground. The shuttlecock immediately began bouncing up and down under his curved, extended leg. With each kick, his sister loudly counted aloud. When he reached 600 kicks, Lin Feng could no longer keep going. "Sis, I've kicked 600 times. Now it's your turn to show off with Jin Feng." Chapter 138, Relax, Relax, and Relax Some More. When Lin Feng kicked the shuttlecock from his leg toward his sister, she effortlessly caught it on her bent calf with the slightest touch. Kicking shuttlecocks seemed to be her forte. She deftly kicked the shuttlecock up and down while bantering playfully with Lin Feng, who stood counting for her. "Lin Feng, back in the day, I was the school champion at kicking shuttlecocks. You'll never guess how many I kicked in 10 minutes. As she kicked the shuttlecock, the two plump white buns on her chest bounced up and down in rhythm with the feathered shuttlecock, becoming a striking sight beneath the wooden cottage's eaves. Hearing his sister's question, Lin Feng shot her a sharp glare as she swayed. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust out his rough, calloused hand and made a sign language gesture toward her, signaling her to stop distracting him while he was counting. Jin Feng noticed the expression on Lin Feng's face and the gesture of his hand. Taking over her sister's question, she stepped before her, flashing a flawlessly white smile. "If I counted correctly, you kicked at least 800 times. Jin Feng's words made her sister, who had been kicking happily, immediately open her sweet little mouth in a smile. "Silly little sister, how could I kick that many in 10 minutes? You're really flattering me." Jin Feng stared blankly at her sister's rapidly blinking eyes, then blinked back at Lin Xian and pressed further. "So how many did you kick then?" When it came to this, Lin Xian was quite proud. Hearing Jin Feng's question lifted her spirits, and she began spilling it all like beans from a bamboo tube, bragging lavishly in front of Jin Feng and Lin Feng. There were 500 contestants in the whole school. "I kicked 500 in 10 minutes. With a rate of 50 kicks per minute, I took the top spot that year." Jin Feng was utterly stunned by Lin Xian's words. Her body swayed involuntarily as she showered her sister, who was already exhaling puffs of white breath, with praise, declaring her sister truly an amazing person. Listening to Jin Feng's praise, her pretty face, glistening with sweat, beamed with joy as if she'd eaten aspartame, unable to stop smiling. While the aunt and niece chatted, Lin Feng was meticulously keeping track of the count for his sister. Since arriving at the mountain, Lin Xian had rarely participated in physical training. After kicking the feather shuttlecock for a while, she gradually felt her stamina waning. As Lin Feng kept track for her, she asked him, struggling to keep up, "Little brother Feng, how many have I kicked?" Lin Feng hadn't missed a single count. Seeing his sister's increasingly exhausted form, he called out to her, reporting to the young lady, "You've kicked 588 times. What?" She never dreamed that after kicking for so long, she'd only managed 588. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead and face. Lin Feng's count made her doubt her own abilities. Yet she trusted his count, there was no fudging the numbers. As a look of doubt spread across her face, Lin Feng shouted at her, "Sis, hang in there." Before Lin Feng could finish, Sister Lin was already exhausted, her legs weak and aching. Panting heavily, she retorted to her younger brother, "Sis can't hold on for Jack. Before Lin Xin could finish, she collapsed onto a log stool beneath the cabin's eaves. Her hands clutched behind her back, pressing hard on her lower back. She said to Lin Feng with a hint of insincerity, "Little brother, I'm completely wiped out today. Let's try again another time. For now, let's just watch your wife's performance." As Lin Xin spoke, sweat continued to pour from her forehead and face. Her leg, which had just kicked the shuttlecock, was still trembling uncontrollably. She had entered this shuttlecock competition brimming with confidence, certain she would take first place. Yet life's disappointments often arrive hand in hand with hope. She ultimately scored 588 kicks, falling short of her younger brother's 600 kicks and temporarily placing second. As for whether Zui Xiao would come in third, that remained uncertain. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement when her sister told her to go. While helping her parents mind the general store, she often played with the shuttlecock. But with only her at home, she never had the chance to compete against others. Today, finding a worthy opponent, she instantly regained a powerful sense of confidence. Her excitement mingled with apprehension as she turned to her sister and Lin Feng, asking timidly, "Are we really going to compete?" Lin Xin was eager to see just how skilled her sister-in-law was. Her aching back, sore legs, and cramps had eased considerably. At Lin Feng's question, she giggled, "Sis Feng, what are you afraid of? I got 588, so you'll probably get 568 at most. Relax, relax, relax." Though defeated by her own brother, Lin Xin was convinced Lin Feng stood no chance against her. Desperate to salvage some dignity in front of everyone, she was now relentlessly brainwashing Lin Feng, urging her to dive into this fiercely competitive contest. She couldn't let the match fizzle out. Hearing her sister's urgent shouts urging her onto the stage, she couldn't shake the feeling she was being forced into the spotlight. Facing her sister's urging, Lin Feng turned her wide, fluttering eyes toward Lin Feng, who had stopped counting and paused to rest. Trembling, she asked, "Lin Feng, help Feng decide should I compete next or forfeit?" Despite Lin Feng's sheltered upbringing deep in the mountains, she knew a thing or two about competition rules. All her hopes now rested on Lin Feng's response to this matter. At this very moment, she was waiting for Lin Feng's answer. Lin Feng's single sentence would significantly influence whether she participated in this shuttlecock kicking competition. Lin Feng still encouraged Lin Feng to enter the shuttlecock kicking competition, though deep down, he harbored no expectations for her success. Seeing Lin Feng's anxious gaze, desperately awaiting his reply, Lin Feng chuckled and said to her, "If you've got the confidence, go ahead and join the competition." Chapter 139, The Exaggerated 666. Lin Feng's feigned coyness made Lin Feng feel so benevolent that he started giving her a pep talk. He genuinely thought of himself as quite the character. Lin Xin certainly didn't see it that way. Hearing Lin Feng's encouraging words to Lin Feng, her little mouth formed an O shape in surprise. She'd probably caught her breath and gathered her wits by now. Faced with her brother's sentimental overtures toward Lin Feng, her O-shaped mouth started chattering away again. "Brother, if you care so much about Lin Feng, why not just tie her to your back with a flowery blanket and carry her off?" Lin Xion's words dripped with obvious jealousy. Lin Feng might be young, but that didn't mean she was naive. She could easily pick up on her sister's sarcastic jabs. Perched on a creaking wooden stool, her two round, slightly exaggerated buttocks sprang up like springs as she stood. As she shifted, her almond-shaped eyes beneath arched willow moon brows fixed on her sister whose face was etched with contempt, whose disproportionately large bosom heaved with every breath, and whose pitifully small mouth opened to unleash a torrent of words at Lin Xin. "Sis, don't worry. I may be a country bumpkin, but I know a thing or two about kicking shuttlecocks." Hearing Lin Feng's emotional outburst before her sister, Lin Feng immediately stepped forward. He wrapped his arms around Lin Feng from behind, covering her speaking mouth with his hand. Lin Feng, still seething with anger, thrust her pert behind backward with all her might. The force sent Lin Feng, who was clinging tightly to her, tumbling to the side. Frustrated and embarrassed, she roared at Lin Feng like a lioness, "Throw that feather shuttlecock over here." Lin Feng, who had just been rebuffed, heard Lin Feng's commotion. Quickly moved his hands away from his crotch. Bending down beneath the wooden hut's eaves, he scooped up a shuttlecock studded with eagle feathers from the ground with his large, plump winter melon-like hands. As Lin Feng waited expectantly with her legs spread, he hurled it toward her crotch. He had always assumed Lin Feng would reach out with her delicate little hands to catch the feather shuttlecock. Yet Lin Feng seemed to look down upon catching it with her hands. As the shuttlecock flew through the air from Lin Feng's hand, she executed a graceful leap, catching the mid-air shuttlecock with her raised right leg, landing it steadily. Catching the shuttlecock seemed like child's play. What was even more astonishing was that this unusually black and glossy shuttlecock kept bouncing between Lin Feng's feet right before Lin Feng's stunned eyes. While Lin Feng stood frozen in shock, his mouth agape, the shuttlecock fluttered relentlessly between Lin Feng's left and right feet. As if obeying Lin Feng's every command. It rolled up and down, darted left and right, a tiny feather shuttlecock dancing between her legs, creating a dizzying spectacle. Lin Feng, who had been brimming with jealousy moments before, now hummed nursery rhymes she hadn't sung in years as the exaggeratedly flying shuttlecock danced wildly. "Little shuttlecock, so pretty, 31 days to May, 25, 26, 27, 31 days to May. As Lin Feng joined his sister in singing this nostalgic melody, he dared not let his foot falter for a moment. He sang along to the tune that had accompanied his childhood while loudly counting the number of kicks Jin Feng made. Before he knew it, Jin Feng had surpassed Lin Feng's personal best while her shirt was soaked through with sweat. Under identical conditions, Lin Feng's personal best was 600 kicks in 10 minutes, while his sister Lin Xian achieved 588 kicks in the same time frame. Jolted back to reality by the rhythm of his biological clock, Lin Feng snapped out of the lullaby's melody. His mouth agape, he counted the eagle feather shuttlecock darting and soaring between Jin Feng's long, white legs. 601, 602, 603. By the time Jin Feng was drenched in sweat and her legs cramped, a number that sent adrenaline surging through Lin Feng's mouth instantly exploded into Lin Xian's wide eyes. 666. Lin Feng's piercing voice boomed over the little cabin like a clap of thunder. The sister, who had been singing the shuttlecock song with gusto, lost her composure in an instant. It was one thing for Jin Feng to surpass her own record of 588, but damn it, he'd even broken her younger brother's historic score of 600. Hearing Lin Feng shout 666, the sister's curvaceous figure trembled more violently than ever before. She never dreamed a mere village girl could achieve such an extraordinary feat. The melodious nursery rhyme abruptly halted amidst her sister's stunned silence. Amidst the strange glances of envy and resentment, Lin Xian's delicate, translucent figure swayed back and forth before everyone. Her wolfskin coat clung tightly to her lotus-root white elbows. She clasped her hands behind her back, pressing them against her exceptionally large, perfectly round buttocks, her upper and lower rows of pearly white teeth grinding together incessantly. Jin Feng, your skills are impressive. Within the same time frame, you've surpassed both my and Lin Feng's results. If you ever compete, you'll definitely stand out. Though Lin Xian envied Jin Feng's enviable physique, the cold, hard numbers before her forced her to take Jin Feng seriously. This little brat Jin Feng's shuttlecock skills were in no way inferior to hers or Lin Feng's. In fact, they had completely surpassed all her expectations and understanding. Having completely reassessed her attitude toward Jin Feng, Lin Xian immediately did a complete 180. Every word and tone now radiated admiration for this younger sister-in-law. Even Lin Feng, who had been counting for Jin Feng, couldn't help but admire her skill and speed. He felt a sense of the new generation surpassing the old, as if she had kicked the previous generation straight onto the beach. The siblings were highly impressed by Jin Feng's astonishing score, 66 points above the norm. For the first time ever, they unanimously agreed that Jin Feng should participate in the annual Xing'anling shuttlecock kicking competition. After kicking the eagle feather shuttlecock for a while, Jin Feng was drenched in sweat. As Lin Feng wiped the sweat from her body with a towel, her sweet little mouth murmured to him, "There are so many shuttlecock masters out there. What if Mom turns out to be way better than us?" Chapter 140, none of them are pushovers. Though Jin Feng achieved an impressive 666 points in the shuttlecock kicking competition, she knew full well that the sky has no limits and people surpass one another. Living in these remote mountains, they were merely frogs in a well. The village was full of talented individuals. Lin Feng didn't buy Jin Feng's words for a second. Clenching his fists tightly, he pounded them against Jin Feng's long, almost falling apart legs as he declared with absolute confidence, "What do those villagers even amount to? Just one move from you, and they'd all tremble in fear." Jin Feng didn't buy a word of Lin Feng's nonsense. Exhausted, she plopped back down onto the tall wooden stool, her forehead and face glistening with sweat. She wiped her forehead and face with the white fox fur sleeve of her coat, pouting her lips as she chattered away at Lin Feng. As the young couple bickered, Xie Feng emerged from the small wooden hut, carrying a plate of stir-fried vegetables. Seeing the couple arguing fiercely, Xie Feng carried the steaming vegetable bowl to the old octagonal table on the porch and set it down. Turning back toward the couple, she asked Lin Feng and Jin Feng with a playful smile, "What's got you two so flustered and red-faced?" Xie Feng had been busy in the kitchen while her three siblings were making a racket. She genuinely had no idea that just 10 minutes earlier, a jaw-dropping, teeth-chattering contest had unfolded under the wooden cottage's eaves. Uninformed, Xie Feng's question prompted the outspoken Lin Xian to step forward and chatter loudly at her mother, "Mom, are you genuinely clueless, or just pretending to be dumb?" Lin Xian unleashed a torrent of shrieking at her completely oblivious mother, startling even the rabbits in their cage and the chickens named Hui Hui and Bai Bao, along with several wild chickens under the cottage eaves. They all hopped frantically in their enclosures. Xie Feng looked at Lin Xian's flushed face, now as cold as ice. Her handsome oval face was stretched into a long line. The winter wind whipped her cheeks, yet the biting cold seemed to have little effect on her. When Xie Feng's willow moon almond brows turned toward her, Lin Xian instinctively pulled her beautiful, warm wolfskin coat up to partially cover her icy expression. Her emotions flaring, she roared at Xie Feng like a lioness, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Her daughter's stubbornness and arrogance didn't seem to affect Xie Feng's mood much. She withdrew her peculiar gaze from Lin Xian and instead turned her attention to Lin Feng and Jin Feng, hoping they would speak. Lin Feng saw the urgent look in his mother's eyes, desperate to know the truth. He stopped pounding his fist against Jin Feng's slender, jade-like leg. Exhaling several puffs of white breath, he said to his mother, "Mom, just now, the three of us siblings had a fiercely competitive shuttlecock kicking match." He recounted the events truthfully before his mother. Xia Feng perked up at her son's story, instantly losing interest in Lin Xian's sly winks. She shifted her body and began grilling Lin Feng with eager curiosity. "How did the three of you do?" Lin Feng glanced at his sister's displeased expression before turning his bright, sparkling eyes toward his excited mother. "Mom, my sister scored 588. "Oh, and what about your score?" Xia Feng nodded approvingly at Lin Xian's achievement before turning her attention to her precious son. Lin Feng had intended to keep a low profile and not mention it, but seeing the eager look in his mother's eyes, he spoke up in front of his sullen sister. "Mom, mine wasn't great either. I only beat my sister by 12 points, just barely hitting 600. In front of his mother, Lin Feng carefully guarded his sister's feelings and emotions, casually reporting his own score of 600 points. His sister wasn't upset by his 600 points. Her deepest anger and frustration now stemmed from Lin Feng's unattainable 666 score. Such an unprecedented score was a realm Lin Feng could never reach, no matter how hard she worked her entire life. Her high, firm breasts trembled uncontrollably with rage. "Mom, why don't you ask Lin Feng about her score?" Anger was anger, but she still desperately wanted to share Lin Feng's score with her mother. Hearing Lin Xian's outburst, Xia Feng turned her smiling, willow moon brows toward Lin Feng. Maintaining her dignity as a mother-in-law while showing Lin Feng the utmost respect, she asked politely and courteously, "Lin Feng, how many did you kick this time?" Lin Feng sat on a tall wooden stool, fanning her face with a thin wooden board. Her bright, dark eyes met Xia Feng's, both eager for the answer. She knew her sister harbored strong reservations about her score of 666. Her suggestion that Lin Feng enter the village shuttlecock competition was nothing more than a ploy to make her look foolish. Catching her mother's gaze, Lin Feng, who was being pushed into the spotlight by her sister, quickly averted her eyes from her mother's direction. "Mom, my score was better than Lin Feng's." Lin Feng, whether from spending too much time with Lin Feng or some other reason, had also picked up the art of teasing. Xia Feng chuckled softly at Lin Feng's deliberately incomplete statement. Swaying her voluptuous, graceful figure, she teased, "When did you learn to play hard to get?" Lin Xian, who already harbored resentment toward Lin Feng's grades, instantly seized upon this as ammunition. While her mother was speaking to Lin Feng, she made a sudden dash, jiggling her exaggeratedly ample rear as she hopped to the seat opposite Lin Feng. Her eyes, filled with mischief and a strange glint, fixed on Lin Feng's pair of ripe peaches so tempting they made one want to take a bite. "Lin Feng, stop pretending to be innocent. Your grades might beat ours, but they won't beat Mom's." Lin Feng wasn't one to be pushed around. As the pampered darling of her parents at home, she refused to tolerate Lin Xian's snide remarks. Her piercing gaze locked with Lin Xian's as she retorted, her thin lips parting to declare before everyone, "Mom, my score is 666. Chapter 141, What Are You Thinking? Before Lin Feng could finish, Xia Feng's ample bosom swayed provocatively before everyone's eyes. Her upper and lower lips, as thin and delicate as Lin Feng's, began to twist and turn with a flash of bright red tongue. At such a young age, kicking 666 times in the same amount of time as everyone else, Mom is truly impressed with you. Just as Xia Feng clapped her hands and showered Lin Feng with praise, Lin Xian stood amidst the crowd and shouted at Xia Feng, "Mom, didn't you once kick 888 times in 10 minutes? I remember it clearly. The village even gave you a certificate and a big red flower." Lin Xian thought of her sister-in-law, who had so ruthlessly overshadowed her own talent in such a short time. At that moment, her heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat. Today, no matter what, she had to make her sister-in-law suffer a humiliating defeat. Otherwise, if she stayed on this mountain too long, she would become unwelcome. Her mother and brother would all revolve around her sister-in-law. Her words were meant to deliberately reignite this unfinished competition. Lin Xian's reminder jolted Xia Feng, who had long forgotten the incident, suddenly coming alive. Xia Feng untied the ragged yet immaculately clean floral print skirt that cinched her ample waist, letting it fall behind her as she stood with her hands behind her back. With one hand, she hooked her index finger into the knot of her floral apron tied above her ample hips, while with the other, she began recounting the long-forgotten events of those days to the group. Back then, Lin Xian still wore open crotch pants, and Fomer was still breastfeeding. Though village life wasn't wealthy, we still had 3 square meals a day. Everyone lived a leisurely life. Throughout the year, we'd hold competitions like tug-of-war, shuttlecock kicking, and stilts walking. The winners received certificates, red flowers, plus 5 pounds of northeast rice, 3 pounds of northeast red dates, and 2 pounds of venison from the village. Your father and I signed up for 2 events back then. As Xia Feng recounted those bygone days, a pair of breasts sagging rather noticeably swayed incessantly beneath her fox fur coat. As a mother of 2, Xia Feng no longer cared about her breasts, now completely deformed and exaggerated in size. She used both hands to push the sagging bulges up toward her chest. Lin Xian watched her mother's exaggerated movements with a look of urgency, as if determined to get to the bottom of what had happened back then. Mom, what kind of competition did Dad enter back then? Did he end up getting a certificate or placing? Lin Xin bombarded Xie Fong with question after question, her relentless barrage leaving her mother breathless. What a long while. Xie Fong finally snapped out of Lin Xin's machine gun-like interrogation. Her hands pressed against her own heaving breasts, while an exaggeratedly wide mouth continuously exhaled puffs of white breath. Her slightly wrinkled face wore an expression of absolute confidence. Your dad signed up. He's doing the stilts. Jin Feng and Lin Xin seemed unfamiliar with this contraption called stilts. Listening to their mother's explanation, their two pairs of jet-black eyes fixed on Xie Fong, whose lips fluttered incessantly as they pressed her relentlessly. What is a high-leg stick? For Lin Feng, a strapping 7-foot man, the term high-legged stick was anything but unfamiliar. Whether in his memories from his previous life or during his 60 years, the image remained vividly etched in his mind. In his past life, Lin Feng would tie 2 bamboo or wooden poles taller than himself to a backpack. Climbing onto the poles, he'd sing songs that lingered in the air, songs of waiting for summer, waiting for school to end, waiting for childhood as he walked to school, his 10 toes never touching the mud. The moment he entered the campus, his friends would immediately surround him in a tight circle. Recalling these memories, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He wiped his greasy face vigorously with both hands, finally snapping back to reality. In reality, Lin Feng followed his grandfather through the deep, ancient forest on stilts. Both carried powder guns on their backs as a pack of ignorant antelopes charged toward them. Lost in his grandmother's tale of battling those insolent muntjac, Lin Feng was startled by Xie Fong's shouts. My boy, what are you thinking about? Xie Fong's words snapped Lin Feng out of his daydream and back to reality. His face flushed and his neck strained as he looked at his astonished mother, sister, and Jin Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was just thinking about the high-legged sticks. Lin Xin, hearing her brother's words, swayed her ample bosom and curvaceous hips, turning in a wide circle before everyone, showing off her exaggeratedly perky behind. She stopped directly opposite her brother and, without the slightest hesitation, roared at him like a lioness unleashed, you little brat. The high-leg stick is nothing but nonsense and fluff. Our top priority right now is to sort out mom's shuttlecock kicking business. Sister was dead set on bringing the shuttlecock matter out into the open. To establish her authority and dignity on the mountain, she was racking her brains, exhausting every possible method to make Jin Feng understand that experience truly matters. In the deep forests of the future, Xie Fong would still be the one calling the shots. A little brat like Lin Feng was only good for being cannon fodder on ordinary days. As Lin Feng reined in his wandering thoughts, his face, radiating youthful energy, turned toward his sister's pouting expression. Sis, what exactly are you getting at? Naive and inexperienced, Lin Feng didn't think the worst of the situation. He simply asked his sister, who shared his daily life, about the matter at hand. Hearing his words, sister extended her tender, smooth elbows from beneath her wolfskin coat, gave her ample behind a generous pat, and declared without a hint of embarrassment, I want Mom and Jin Feng to have another match kicking the feather shuttlecock, under the same time limit. Chapter 142, What's the Use? Hearing his sister's enthusiastic words, Lin Feng shot a longing glance at her voluptuous figure, swathed in that wolfskin coat. A competition is fine, but we should eat first. Jin Feng seemed willing to take on the challenge of competing alongside their mother. As soon as Lin Feng made his decision, she slowly buttoned back up the button she'd loosened earlier when she felt a bit warm. Brother Feng is absolutely right. Even if we do compete, we should go back to the corridor and eat first. Kicking shuttlecocks was not only exhausting but also incredibly physically demanding. By now, Jin Feng's stomach was already growling loudly with hunger. Lin Xin had wanted Jin Feng and her mother to join the competition immediately. But her words were immediately shot down by Lin Feng and Jin Feng. She could only back down somewhat, turning slightly red in the face and neck as she put on an innocent act. With an awkward smile, she said, I meant we should eat first too. As your big sister, my stomach is growling so much it's making me a bit anxious. Finding a plausible excuse to save face, she swayed her pair of round, firm breasts as she walked toward the table laden with dishes in kanji. Mom seemed quite confident about this competition. Still seemed quite confident. As Jin Feng and his wife walked toward the corridor, she remained under the eaves of the small wooden hut, bent over with her large, plump buttocks thrust high in the air. She was picking up a pile of feathered shuttlecocks from the ground, carefully placing each one into a small prepared basket. She even pinching and squeezing them in her hands. Her handling of these feather shuttlecocks held no hidden meaning. She simply wanted to check whether these crafts made from 2 Y-shaped pieces met the required standards. In those resource-scarce times, there were no quality testing instruments. Everything relied entirely on tactile judgment. As she felt them, she nodded repeatedly, thoroughly satisfied with the eagle feather shuttlecocks made by Jin Feng and Lin Xin. Lin Feng, already walking down the corridor, glanced back. Seeing his mother still under the small wooden hut's eaves, scrutinizing the eagle feather shuttlecocks in her hands, he halted completely. Raising his voice to its full volume, he called out to Xie Feng, Mom, what are you still fussing over? Hurry back to the corridor for dinner. Our stomachs are growling like crazy. Xie Feng slowly straightened her exaggeratedly pert behind and bent over posture. Her nimble hands were tossing 2 feathered shuttlecocks into a wicker basket. Lin Feng's outburst made her feel a bit embarrassed. She reluctantly set aside her plans to tidy up the mess, twisting her long legs as she brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead back into place. She then headed toward the young couple waiting for her in the hallway. Lin Xin was unusually enthusiastic tonight. As the three of them strolled down the hallway, chatting and laughing all the way to the table, Lin Xin had already ladled steaming hot corn porridge for everyone. It had been ages since anyone had corn porridge, and occasionally having a bowl had become quite a luxury. As Lin Feng walked to the table and settled his sturdy frame onto a tall stool, his eyes lit up when he saw the bowls of corn porridge on the table. Wow, Mom's corn porridge really is something else. Jean Feng, who had already plopped her round little bottom onto the wooden stool right next to Lin Feng, heard his exclamation. She leaned forward slightly, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with intelligence, following his gaze to the bowls of corn porridge her sister had already served. Steaming hot, the porridge contained not only corn kernels but also generous chunks of meat, and even a few bright red goji berries. As Jean Feng murmured her praise, remarking how impressive tonight's corn porridge was, Lin Feng picked up the large, sturdy bowl from the table. He began slurping the porridge heartily and chewing on the slightly green vegetable leaves, then turned to Xia Feng with a playful grin. Mom, where did these goji berries come from? Xia Feng sat across from the young couple. As her son spoke, she was using her bamboo chopsticks to guide some green, oil-glistening vegetable leaves into her open mouth. Seeing Lin Feng's bewildered, slightly childish, yet handsome and dashing face, his mother grinned and told him these goji berries were wild ones she'd stumbled upon while gathering firewood in the mountains not long ago. Hearing his mother's confession, Lin Feng's hands trembled involuntarily. The chopsticks in his hands froze mid-air. Mom, you really shouldn't go into the mountains to gather firewood anymore. I'm here, along with my sister and Jean Feng. Why are you still worrying about this? Xia Feng understood her son's meaning. She knew she couldn't accompany him into the mountains to hunt wild game, but gathering some withered firewood from the forest during her free time was manageable. Oh, I just need something to keep me busy. Otherwise, sitting in this little cabin eating and sleeping and eating, you three would turn me into a little piggy. Life thrives on movement. Back when Xia Feng lived at Lin Muxing's place, she worked on to dusk, barely fed and poorly clothed, toiling day in and day out. How could she ever find time to savor this leisurely life? Now that their family's life on the mountain was getting better and better, Xia Feng sometimes found herself bored out of her mind. So whenever Lin Feng went out hunting or down the mountain, she'd sneak off into the woods to gather firewood and such. Lin Feng understood his mother's thoughts perfectly. After listening to his mother's story, Lin Feng smiled slightly, then addressed his mother, his sister, and Jean Feng. When the wind and snow ease up a bit, let's all pitch in and clear away all these ice shards outside the corridor. Swoosh swoosh. Lin Xin was gulping down corn porridge, still chewing on green vegetable leaves with wolfish abandon. Burping contentedly, she fired a barrage of questions at Lin Feng. What good is it to have everyone level this ground? In your own words, in just a few days, the snowstorm will come and cover up the cleared area again. Chapter 143, My fate lies in my own hands, not heaven's. Slurp, slurp. As sister gulped down corn porridge, she was the first to voice her objection to Lin Feng's words. Because the areas they'd painstakingly cleared this afternoon were now completely buried under the relentless snowfall. Listening to his sister's endless complaints, Lin Feng paused mid-sip of corn porridge and mid-chew of the oily vegetable leaves. His dark, sunken eyes shifted toward the fertile patch of land where his mother and sisters had toiled all afternoon. Not a trace of soil remained on that fertile ground. Instead, knee-deep snow lay everywhere, and a biting, howling wind lashed against Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng surveyed the scene beyond the corridor, then wiped his greasy face vigorously with his strong, calloused hands. Pulling his hands back from his greasy face, he shouted to his sister, Sister, my fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. If heaven seeks to destroy me, I will destroy heaven. Heaven has treated our family with such unbridled cruelty and oppression. I will never sit idly by and do nothing. Lin Feng retracted his half-exposed head and entire body from the corridor. With a sharp sniff, he wiped away all the icy flakes from his face. His sister watched his unusual actions with alarm and asked him, Brother, with your current abilities, you think you can challenge heaven? Lin Xin simply couldn't believe her younger brother possessed such formidable abilities. Deep down, she believed he was merely trying to impress Jean Feng. Jean Feng was the village beauty, after all. Every man in the village had his eyes on her. Her seclusion on the mountain did not mean men had ceased to covet her body. Who doesn't love a pretty girl? On this matter, Lin Xin was quite self-aware. As she watched Lin Feng's every word and action, she unleashed a barrage of criticism at him. Lin Feng had some real skills. The heavy snowfall before him was nothing to someone whose ambitions reached the heavens. He looked at his sister's bewildered face and declared with unwavering confidence, Once we bring Grandpa and Grandma up from the valley tomorrow, I'll develop all this surrounding terrain. Within a kilometer radius, you'll never be troubled by snow again. Lin Xin couldn't believe her brother could possibly handle all this snow. Her little mouth puckered, her thin upper and lower lips curling upward in disbelief. Bro, you're blowing your own horn way too big. With such fierce winds and thick snow, how could you possibly handle it in minutes? Lin Xin couldn't fathom her brother possessing such ability. Standing before him, she declared bluntly, "Lin Feng, if you really pull this off, I'll follow you around like a shadow from now on." As she spoke these words to Lin Feng, she pushed her promise to the absolute limit. She hadn't placed her bets on Lin Feng, so when he shot back at her, she made a rash promise in front of him. The siblings were at each other's throats over clearing the snow. Xia Feng, who was enjoying her corn porridge, felt thoroughly annoyed. Her hard-won good mood had been severely dampened by the siblings' incessant bickering. Slap! She lost all interest in her corn porridge, even her appetite for the vegetable leaves vanished. She slammed her large bowl down on the table and issued a sharp warning to the siblings squabbling over trivial matters right in front of her. "Can you two stop being such a downer? Tonight is my big showdown with Jin Feng." When Xia Feng addressed her siblings, she originally intended to use the particularly impressive idiom "settle the score" to express herself. But after much deliberation, she decided the phrase might hurt Jin Feng's pride. She quickly replaced the mind-bending phrase with the simpler "big showdown." Lin Feng and his sister, who had been causing a ruckus, heard their mother scolding and obediently backed down before her. In unison, they declared, "Mom, we'll do whatever you say. If you tell us to go east, we'll never go west. If you tell us to stand, we'll never sit down." Lin Feng and his sister's response to their mother left Xia Feng feeling somewhat defeated, a flicker of shock crossing her middle-aged face. Xia Feng pulled her trembling eyes away from the old octagonal table, her voice booming, "Lin Feng, you son of a... Go light that pine resin torch right now." In the mountains of the 1960s, there was no electricity and no roads. The only luxury and source of prestige was the pine oil torch and a winding mountain path. This was something the Lin Feng family took particular pride in. As Mother's 5 delicate, lotus root-like hands issued commands in the biting cold, Lin Feng seized the moment to make a big deal out of nothing. Strutting before her with smug satisfaction, he mimicked Wei Xiaobao's bow to Emperor Qianlong in the palace dramas, one knee half bent while his lips chattered incessantly, "Your Majesty, I..." Xia Feng hadn't felt this happy in ages. Hearing her son's playful banter, she slapped her own snow-white, supple thigh in delight. "My son, heed my command, light the pine resin torch." Seeing his mother's joy, Lin Feng immediately rose from his half-kneeling position on the icy snow. He dashed at top speed toward the shelter where he and Jin Feng rested. The unused pine resin torches had all been stored haphazardly in the shelter where he and Jin Feng rested. These pine resin torches had been stored in the corner of the shed for quite some time. Lin Feng had always believed these pine resin torches would never be put to use. His thoughts were truly unnecessary. Now, at his mother's command, Lin Feng eagerly scrambled to retrieve every single one of the pine resin bundles piled in the shed's corner. Chapter 144, What a Fool! At this moment, swirling snowflakes mingled with the bone-chilling wind blowing in from Russia, enveloping the mountain's surroundings in pitch-black night. Not wanting to dampen his mother's rare excitement, Lin Feng lit every single pine resin torch from the corridor all the way to the eaves of the cabin. He carefully placed each one in a conspicuous spot. When Lin Feng finished placing all the pine resin torches, he glanced toward the cabin and the corridor. Everywhere was brightly lit. He couldn't help but let out a long howl to the heavens. A single spark truly could ignite a prairie fire. As he stood with his hands behind his back, lost in thought, Jin Feng and her mother, illuminated by the pine resin torches, had each taken their positions, fully prepared. Under the flickering glow of the torches, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, their eyes like pairs of trembling lanterns, roared at Lin Feng like a pair of enraged tigers. Lin Feng had just finished placing these pine resin torches in the spots needing light. The shrieking of his mother and Jin Feng filled him with deep displeasure. His face, which had been beaming moments before, instantly fell. "You two really are something. I've gone out of my way to make sure you can have a comfortable competition, yet you act like dogs biting Lu Dongbin, unappreciative of good intentions. From now on, if I ever encounter something like this again, I'll stay far away and never bother with you two." Lin Feng's enthusiasm was significantly dampened by the mother-in-law and daughter's arrogance. He felt like he'd been slapped in the face. In his anger, he confronted them both without holding back, firing back at them loudly and without any courtesy. In Xia Feng's memory, Lin Feng had rarely ever lost his temper with them. This outburst must mean the incident had hurt him deeply. Xia Feng wasn't unreasonable. Seeing her son's fierce opposition, she immediately realized her earlier actions might have been a bit excessive. To comfort her son, she quickly swayed her curvaceous body toward him. As she approached the spot where he was fuming, she offered words of apology to her displeased son. "My son, I didn't mean anything by what I said. The cold winter weather is a minor thing. The real concern is that I fear your wife might not endure it." Xia Feng's heartfelt words struck a chord deep within Lin Feng. Feeling somewhat ashamed, he said to his mother, "Mom, this is my fault. I'll apologize to them right now." As Lin Feng spoke these words to his mother, he genuinely tried to emulate the ancient gesture of Lianpa and Lin Shangru, intending to bear a bundle of thorns and beg forgiveness before Xia Feng. His son's dramatic gesture made Xia Feng's still voluptuous face break into a broad, hearty grin. Her mouth stretched wide in laughter as she leaned forward, her voluptuous figure illuminated by the pine resin lamp. Wrapped in leopard print fabric, she extended her elbows to lift Lin Feng, who was already half kneeling on the bone-chillingly cold ground. As she helped him up, her face flushed slightly as she reminded him, in the dead of winter, we should just warm up a bit. No need to be on duty all day long. Lin Feng, now supported by his mother, understood her meaning. For the greenhorn Jin Feng, his mother had more than enough strength to take her down, but she didn't want to push things too far. If Lin Feng still didn't know his place after Xie Feng spoke up like that, he really would be a complete idiot. Receiving his mother's directive, Lin Feng turned to Jin Feng, who was preparing the feather shuttlecock, and his sister, announcing loudly, the match between Feng Feng and Mom will be decided by who finishes burning half a stick of incense first. Jin Feng was Lin Feng's wife. While she couldn't exactly be called supportive of his words, she certainly wouldn't oppose them either. Her exceptionally perky ears, which flopped forward like antennae, pricked up at his suggestion. Her slender hands clutched tightly at her fox fur-lined waist, still trembling slightly from earlier excitement. From a distance, her mature, alluring figure looked so tempting one could almost bite into it. Lin Feng's jet-black eyes fixed on Jin Feng's voluptuous figure, drool trickling uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth, pooling on his slightly chubby chin. Lin Xin had already prepared the feather shuttlecock for the competition for both her mother-in-law and herself. She straightened her slightly forward-curving, voluptuous figure, her sparkling eyes catching Lin Feng's gaze, which was currently fixated on Jin Feng's alluring form with a somewhat dazed and dejected look. With a hint of disdain, she tore her gaze away from Lin Feng. Her small mouth, smeared with greasy lipstick, barked at her younger brother without the slightest restraint. Lin Feng, get your act together, will you? Stop staring at women's curves like you've lost your mind all day long. If you don't feel embarrassed, I sure as hell do. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson under his sister's scathing tirade. He roughly wiped his flushed, baby-faced cheeks with his calloused hands, flicking off bits of frost that flew off into the distance. Crackle, crackle. The ice shards flung from Lin Feng's hand crackled and popped in the pitch-black winter night. Under the glow of the pine resin torch, Xie Feng listened to the rhythmic voices of her siblings. Instantly, she stiffened her dignified expression and barked at them in a stern voice. Tonight, we discuss only the competition. Any trivial chatter unrelated to the race, get it out of my sight. While Xie Feng was scolding the siblings, Jin Feng had already shed the thick white fox fur coat wrapped around her body. Now, her exquisitely delicate figure was clad only in a pink cotton blouse made of floral patterned fabric. Her sharp, clever smile, illuminated by the pine resin lamp, flashed before everyone as she swayed her lithe body and called out to Xie Feng, should we follow Lin Feng's suggestion for this friendly match, or decide it ourselves? Chapter 145, Settling Matters Swiftly. Jin Feng didn't want this trivial matter to turn into a huge mess. Her plan was to simply call it a draw and proceed normally with the friendly match. In the final moments before the match, she stood with her ample chest thrust forward, swaying her exaggeratedly purred hips, her mouth moving exaggeratedly as she asked Xie Feng with utmost politeness. Though Xie Feng hadn't received much formal education, she couldn't help but seriously consider her future daughter-in-law's suggestion. She thought of Jin Feng as the woman who would carry on the Lin family line in the future. Lin Xin would marry out sooner or later. As the saying goes, a daughter married out is like water poured out once gone, it's gone. Relying on Xinxin to support her in her old age would be a very distant prospect indeed. After listening to Jin Feng's question and hesitating for a long while, Xie Feng's weathered face broke into a playful smile as she chirped, of course I'll listen to your husband. Whatever he says, that's what we'll do. Xie Feng ultimately placed all her bets on her son, Lin Feng. Lin Xin, who had been eager to see Jin Feng humiliated, saw her mother's response. Her previously delighted, pretty face instantly wilted like a pair of limp eggplants, her mood plummeting to rock bottom. Her high, full, mature breasts trembled slightly with her anger. She tugged the fabric covering them tighter, muttering under her breath. What good is half an incense stick's worth of time for my brother? In my opinion, it should take at least a full stick. Lin Xin was truly a troublemaker. She was clearly relishing the drama, sitting back and watching the two of them fight like tigers. Xie Feng knew better than anyone what was going through Xinxin's mind. As her ample bosom and plump hips swayed unabashedly, she addressed Xinxin with a tone that was half playful, half serious. It's freezing out. Let's just have a warm-up match. Early tomorrow morning, your brother and I need to go down the mountain to fetch your grandparents up here. We can't let a game get in the way of our real business. With Mom laying it out so plainly, Lin Xin couldn't find any excuse to keep pushing. She had no choice but to back down, turning to shout orders at Lin Feng standing nearby. Little brother Feng, go light the incense. The small cabin where Lin Feng and his family lived didn't have one of those round, two-legged alarm clocks. Normally, they judged the time of day by observing the clouds on the horizon. When the clouds scattered across the sky, it meant dusk hadn't yet fallen. But when fierce winds brought blizzards and the world turned murky, nightfall was not far off. This cool little piece of knowledge was actually something Lin Feng had taught his sister. When Lin Feng glanced at his mother, sister, and Jin Feng's faces, he suddenly noticed something unusual. While his sister's pretty face was stretched into a long frown, both his mother and Jin Feng were beaming with smiles, a rare sight indeed. Jin Feng wiggled her exaggerated, slightly upturned plump buttocks, her swaying curves seemingly urging Lin Feng not to make a mountain out of a molehill over such an old, trivial matter. Observing their preoccupied gazes, a hot-headed young Lin Feng snapped his fingers in the night sky illuminated by the pine resin torch. He then reached into the canvas bag slung across his shoulder and pulled out some short incense sticks. The canvas bag contained both tall incense sticks and shorter ones. Burning a single tall incense stick would take at least an hour. This was a short-duration contest demanding considerable physical exertion if prolonged. Jin Feng and her mother's stamina wouldn't hold out to wrap up this contest in the shortest time possible. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng pulled 3 short incense sticks from his canvas bag and placed them in the rectangular groove beneath the wooden hut's eaves, specifically designed for lighting incense. The rectangular groove still held a fair amount of incense ash. However, over time, the ashes which originally carried the natural fragrance of sandalwood had lost their scent, replaced only by damp, lifeless residue. Lin Feng glanced with disdain at the long incense burner that hadn't been used in ages. He crouched down and effortlessly inserted the 3 short incense sticks into the burner with both hands. As he inserted the burning incense, the famous verse slipped from his lips: "The sun shines on the fragrant hut, raising purple smoke from afar, the waterfall hangs before the river. A torrent plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the heavens." Recalling these verses, Lin Feng raised his voice to the pitch-black night sky, composing poetry with fervor. He echoed the bold words of ancient poets: "Drink today's wine, for tomorrow is uncertain. Ask the heavens, but who knows what year this is? I long to ride the wind back to the heavens, yet fear the jade towers and crystal palaces, where heights bring unbearable cold. Dancing with my shadow in the clear light, how does that compare to the joys of the mortal world?" When Lin Xian glanced toward her younger brother, she saw the crimson flames on the 3 short incense sticks had yet to ignite. Her high, firm chest trembled uncontrollably. "Fenger, what are you thinking about? If the incense in your hands doesn't ignite, this competition can't proceed." Lin Xian possessed some basic knowledge of the rules for events like sprints, long-distance races, and shuttlecock kicking. She knew that without a timer, no matter how thrilling the race, it would be a futile effort, something to be admired but never achieved. Lin Xian's loud, boisterous scolding snapped him out of his ethereal reverie. She swayed her ample bosom and ample hips with unabashed boldness, her relentless, clamshell-shaped paw taunting him incessantly. "Lin Feng, tonight you must stand on the side of impartiality and bring this matter to a swift and decisive conclusion." Lin Feng found his sister's erratic behavior one moment warm, the next cold hard to stomach. Though she usually made a huge fuss, when it came down to it, she was utterly clueless beyond spouting empty slogans. Listening to his sister's tax-free bragging, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Chapter 146, What's all the fuss about? Lin Feng glanced at his sister, illuminated by the pine resin torch. The pine resin torch burned bright red, crackling and spewing wisps of blue smoke. Her bright, dark eyes, framed by delicate willow moon brows, were stinging with tears from the cold wind carrying the acrid smoke. Seeing her sister tear up over this matter, Lin Feng exhaled a puff of warm breath. "Sis, I'm approaching this with complete impartiality. I won't take Mom's side, nor will I protect Jin Feng." As he spoke to his sister, his fingers flicked at the pine resin dripping sparks. These fiery, glowing embers flew like possessed sparks, hissing and crackling as they darted toward the short incense sticks burning in the incense burner. The sparks ignited the incense completely, and soon the air inside the small wooden hut was filled with the scent of medicinal herbs. Lin Xian, startled by her brother's audacious borrowed flower to offer to Buddha maneuver, clutched her high, firm breasts tightly with both hands. The white breath escaping her mouth felt somewhat forced. Lin Feng had no time to tend to her feelings, as he needed to help his mother with the counting. To avoid giving his sister any ammunition, he handed the task of counting for Jin Feng to her. After igniting the short incense sticks with the elastic on his finger, Lin Feng stood under the eaves of the small wooden hut and announced loudly to his mother in Jin Feng, 1, 2, 3, go. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 2 feathered shuttlecocks in his hands began spinning rapidly, whizzing toward the large feet of his mother in Jin Feng. His sister, who had been in a daze, snapped out of her shock. She released her hands from covering her towering chest, wiggling her exaggeratedly large breasts as she jogged to stand opposite Jin Feng, who was kicking the shuttlecock. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "Jin Feng, go for it. In my eyes, you're the best." Jin Feng's feet were darting back and forth on the feather shuttlecock. She had no time to exchange such idle chatter with her sister. As her long, white legs bounced relentlessly on the shuttlecock, the exaggerated curves beneath her chest bounced up and down in rhythm. "Sis, don't bother me. Just count for me quickly." Half an incense stick's time would be over soon, and Jin Feng dared not waste a single moment of it. Her sister, left with nothing to do in front of Jin Feng, could only concede defeat. With her lips moving rapidly, she began counting aloud across from Jin Feng. 258, 259. Jin Feng's progress was still quite good. While helping Jin Feng count, her sister swayed her hips and turned to ask Lin Feng, who stood beside her, "Little brother Feng, how is mother doing now?" Lin Feng, who was counting for his mother, pulled his wide eyes away from the feather shuttlecock bouncing between her legs. His peripheral vision caught his sister's gaze as he confidently informed her that their mother's score was decent. She had kicked 300 times so far. At his words, her willow moon brows curved upward like green beans, and her fair face, flushed crimson by the winter night wind, bloomed as radiantly as a spring flower. Her thin, delicate lips began to curl once more as she directed some sarcastic remarks at Lin Feng. Brother, compared to mom, Lin Feng still can't hold a candle to her skills. As Lin Feng continued defending his mother, his slightly downy lips twitched. Mother is indeed exceptional, but Lin Feng has already given her all. As Lin Feng spoke these words to his sister, his gaze shifted from the shuttlecock his mother was juggling to Lin Feng. Sweat poured down Lin Feng's forehead and face. Her floral print undershirt was completely soaked through, her chest nearly pressed against her back. Her pretty cherry red lips kept panting out breaths of exhaustion. Despite her exhaustion, Lin Feng's two slender legs continued to dance across the fluttering shuttlecock. The casual exchange between Lin Feng and his sister was swiftly overheard by his mother, who had arrived ahead of them. She gradually slowed the rhythm of her legs, which had been moving with such ease. Lin Feng was the village beauty and also his own daughter-in-law. No matter what, he couldn't let her steal his thunder. With these thoughts, as her movements slowed, she deliberately feigned a pout. Ouch, my poor legs. Lin Feng, who had been counting for Xie Feng, heard his mother's feigned whinge. He stopped counting and rushed over to Xie Feng, who had stopped kicking the shuttlecock and was now sitting on the cold ground. He asked his mother hysterically, Mom, what's wrong with you? In her eyes, Lin Feng was the epitome of filial piety. Whenever something happened to her, he was always the first to rush to her side. His shrill cry drew Lin Xian's attention as she helped Lin Feng count. Twisting her delicate, slender body, she urgently called out to her mother sitting on the ground, Mom, what happened to you? Xie Feng gave Lin Xian a slightly reproachful look as she came running over, twisting her hips with a pair of large baskets. Oh, Mom's old rheumatism flared up again. Now both my thighs feel like they're cramping up. It's unbearably painful. Lin Xian had already reached her mother's side. Squatting down, her plump little bottom sticking out, she extended both hands to massage the inner and outer sides of her mother's thighs. Lin Feng was massaging his mother's soles. His left hand gripped the sole of her foot, while his right hand firmly kneaded the calf muscle below her knee. After a relentless round of massaging and kneading, Xie Feng, who was putting on an act, felt her legs had indeed improved considerably. Lin Feng, help Mom up. Sitting on this cold, hard ground, my butt's about to freeze solid. Mom, I'll help you up right now. Lin Feng picked up where his mother left off, helping her rise from the ground. Thanks to Lin Feng's massage and manipulation, her mother's spirits seemed to lift considerably. The children then dispersed, each preparing to take their turn finishing the shuttlecock competition. Xie Feng shot a disapproving glance at her three siblings. It's so late, what are you all fussing about? Lin Xian echoed her mother's words, her sharp tongue firing off complaints. Mom, the game's only halfway through. Ending it so abruptly would just leave it completely unfinished. Chapter 147, what are you still doing? Lin Xian really lacked emotional intelligence. She was completely oblivious to the situation. Her mother had clearly stated she wanted to quit while she was ahead. Yet here she was, relentless as a raging lion, roaring on and on. Her every word and action had completely enraged Xie Feng. Wiggling her plump, rounded hips and jiggling the pair of sagging, ample breasts hidden beneath her leopard print blouse, she unleashed a torrent of unfiltered curses at Lin Xian. Xin, can you please stop giving me such a hard time? Xie Feng's original intention was that everyone could engage in some exercise during their leisure time after meals to stay fit. But Lin Xian had gone overboard with this whole thing, making everyone feel thoroughly annoyed. Xie Feng absolutely refused to tolerate such behavior. As Lin Xian swayed her ample bosom back and forth, Xie Feng felt deeply uncomfortable. Her almond-shaped eyes shot a disapproving glance at her daughter. Lin Xian, who had been determined to embarrass Lin Feng, was now being scolded by her mother. Her earlier smug expression instantly deflated. Mom, you're not feeling well. If you don't want to continue the competition, that's fine. I'll help you back to the cabin right now. Lin Xian wasn't stupid. With her mother speaking so plainly, continuing this charade would only invite trouble. After weighing her options, Lin Xian complied with her mother's wishes. Together with her younger brother, she helped her mother into the small cabin. A long while passed. After settling his mother in, Lin Feng dragged his weary body out of the cabin. Lin Feng, who had stopped mid-match, was feeling quite miserable at that moment. She had given her all for this match. Her expectations weren't high. She'd only hoped to draw with her mother-in-law. Yet now, her only remaining hope had been cut short midway. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Lin Feng collapsed onto a round wooden stool beneath the cabin's eaves, her body nearly spent from exhaustion. She sat there, sighing deeply and intermittently. Just as Lin Feng's spirits were sinking to their lowest point, Lin Feng appeared before her. Seeing her face clouded with displeasure over the matter, Lin Feng's rough, calloused hands patted her fragrant shoulders. His furry, full lips offered comfort to the dejected Lin Feng. Fenger, some unexpected things happened during today's match. It's not your fault. We'll have plenty of time to compete again later. Lin Feng had intended to comfort Lin Feng, but she wasn't having any of it. She pushed away his hands resting on her shoulders, her sharp tongue firing back. Bongo, don't say another word. I'm feeling a bit tired right now. Go prepare some bathwater for me. As Jin Feng spoke to Lin Feng, she lifted her wet, box fur-covered buttocks from the round wooden stool and braced herself against the doorframe to stand. She swayed slightly as she walked down the corridor toward the wooden hut. Watching Jin Feng enter the shed in her soaked clothes, Lin Feng withdrew his pitying gaze and headed into the kitchen of the small wooden house. Soon, the clatter of pots and pans filled the cottage kitchen. Mom's voice followed shortly after. "My child, it's so late. What are you doing in the kitchen?" Lin Feng added firewood to the stove while answering his mother, the race-soaked Jin Feng's clothes and pants. "She just wants to take a nice, hot bath now." From inside the cabin, his mother's voice continued, "It's all this mother's fault. In this ridiculously cold winter, I still make you wait on your wife to bathe." "Mom, it's not your fault. Jin Feng's body tends to sweat easily. Sweating is actually good for her." Lin Feng offered his mother some comforting words. His entire face, rough and boyish, glowed warmly in the light from the stove fire. Judging the water in the iron pot was nearly ready, Lin Feng sprang up like a spring, his thick thighs and ample buttocks bouncing off the wooden stool. He twisted his body, swinging his thick, sturdy legs around to the back of the stove. From a half-frog-shaped bamboo basket hanging diagonally on the wooden wall, he grabbed a wooden scoop made from papaya wood and began scooping the steaming hot spring water into a wooden barrel placed beneath the stove. Lin Feng worked swiftly. Within minutes, he had filled the entire barrel with hot water using the ladle. He then effortlessly lifted the steaming barrel and headed outside the small wooden hut. As he stepped outside the cabin carrying the steaming bucket, the biting cold wind sent an involuntary shiver through his body. To avoid disturbing his sister and mother's precious rest, he gently set the bucket down on the ground. Reaching out, he slid a small wooden peg into the iron-buckled door latch. Only then did he bend down, his strong, powerful hands gripping the full bucket tightly as he carried it toward the large tent where he and Jin Feng slept. The large tent remained warm thanks to the charcoal fire inside. The moment Lin Feng stepped inside carrying the bucket, his eyes fell upon a large wooden basin placed beside the charcoal fire. Jin Feng stood with her back to him, slowly slipping the tight-fitting garment from her fragrant shoulders down toward her elbows. As the last piece of fiery red shorts was tossed aside, Jin Feng's smooth, fair skin had already settled into the wooden basin. Her hands clasped her high, full breasts as she cried out loudly, her back still turned to Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, I'm feeling a bit chilly. Hurry and pour the hot water from the wooden bucket into the basin." Jin Feng's words snapped Lin Feng out of his trance beside the stove. He lifted the large wooden bucket of hot water he held in his hand, tilting it at a 45-degree angle. The steaming bathwater poured down over Jin Feng's body as she squatted in the wooden basin. Chapter 148, Deceptive Ghost Talk. Splash, splash. As the water from the bucket poured into the wooden basin at an angle, it produced a sound that stirred the imagination. Jin Feng, seated in the wooden basin, used a damp towel to splash warm spring water over her snow-white, smooth skin. Turning her back to Lin Feng, she cooed, "Brother Feng, help me scrub my back." Lin Feng had already poured half the hot water from the wooden tub into the basin. Jin Feng's bold and exaggerated invitation to scrub her back left him somewhat flustered. Jin Feng, who was pouring hot water over her pair of round, plump breasts, had received no response from Lin Feng for a long time. She couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and embarrassment. Slap. She flung the towel she'd been using to scrub her smooth, fair skin forcefully into the basin. Clutching her ample bosom tightly, she turned around and bellowed at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I'm your wife. What's so shameful about you scrubbing my back?" As Jin Feng berated Lin Feng, her dark, round eyes bulged wide, nearly popping out of their sockets. Lin Feng snapped out of his daze at Jin Feng's outburst. His eyes darted toward Jin Feng's voluptuous figure, which had already begun to steam vigorously, instantly enveloping the entire wooden basin in a cloud of heat. But the steam swirling around the basin was too thick, he couldn't make out a thing. "Alright, for you today, I'm going all out." Lin Feng moved toward the golden phoenix shrouded in heat. This section contains overly sensitive information and has been omitted for 10,000 characters. The sound of splashing water poured over a body echoed from within the shed. The next morning, as Jin Feng gently lifted her delicate, boneless body off Lin Feng's broad, muscular chest, Xia Feng had already lifted the straw curtain and stepped from the large shed into the small wooden hut. She glanced at Jin Feng, who was pulling fox fur leggings over her thighs. Several bruises marred Jin Feng's snow-white, long legs, with scrapes at her knees. Even her delicate, pale neck bore faint marks. After taking in this sight, Xia Feng withdrew her peculiar gaze and asked Jin Feng with concern, "Feng Feng, did you sleep well last night?" By the time Jin Feng answered her mother's question, she had already pulled her leggings back up and finished dressing her body. She gently roused Lin Feng from his deep slumber and in passing, informed Xia Feng that last night had been the most restful sleep she'd ever experienced. Xia Feng, who had longed to hold a chubby grandson, watched as Lin Feng rolled over to get dressed, his back turned to the mother and daughter. Xia Feng pulled Jin Feng toward the hut's exit, walking alongside her while blowing kisses toward Jin Feng's ear. "Fenger, you and Lin Feng need to step up your efforts. Your mother here is more eager than either of you." Jin Feng blushed and felt her heart race at Xia Feng's words. Covering her pretty face with both hands, she dashed out into the hallway. White steamed buns were already laid out in the corridor, and this morning, unusually, there were even a few wild eggs. The wild hen that Lin Xin and Lin Feng had caught on the mountain a while back had started laying eggs. Thinking Lin Feng needed to nourish herself during this period, her mother had gotten up early and boiled several wild eggs that had been stored for days. Lin Xin had also risen early that morning. She had taken special care to dress herself up, and her naturally fresh and vibrant appearance made her look even more beautiful. As Lin Feng hurried down the hallway, Lin Xin sweetly called out to her. Feng, come quickly and eat these wild eggs. Lin Xin swayed her newly adorned figure as she greeted Lin Feng with great enthusiasm. Lin Feng walked with a slight limp this morning, likely from the rough night she'd had with Lin Feng. She sat down at the table, looking a bit embarrassed. As Lin Xin flashed Lin Feng a sweet smile, her restless eyes drifted toward Lin Feng's snow-white neck. With a mischievous grin, she teased, "Little Feng, did you and your brother stay up all night last night?" As she asked these questions, the wild eggs she'd peeled were already being handed over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng stuffed the peeled wild egg into her mouth in one bite. Her clear, bright black eyes glanced at her sister, who was dressed up like a flower. "No way. We were kicking shuttlecocks until we were exhausted last night." Lin Xin didn't bite Lin Feng's tall tales for a second. She stuffed a steaming hot bun from the table into her little mouth, smacking her lips as she told Lin Feng, "Sis doesn't believe a word you say." While the aunt and niece chatted, Lin Feng and his mother, who had been talking, were already walking from the large shed toward this side of the corridor. "Lin Feng, regarding your sister's schooling, I also want to take advantage of going down the mountain today to ask your uncle about it again." Life on the mountain was steadily improving, and naturally, the topic of his sister's education had resurfaced. Lin Feng understood the meaning behind his mother's words. "Mom, let's bring both my sister and Lin Feng down the mountain with us later. I'll take some wild game to give to my uncle and Lin Feng's parents." Last time, Lin Feng had urged Lin Feng to visit her parents' home, but that stubborn girl refused to budge. This time, he wasn't sure if she'd be willing to come down the mountain with him. While talking with his mother, Lin Feng had already approached the table where Lin Feng and his sister sat. He picked up a steaming white steamed bun from the table and shoved it into his mouth. After chewing it thoroughly with his saliva, he swallowed the crumbly white steamed bun into his stomach. "Lin Feng, come down the mountain with us today. We'll bring some good food for your parents while we're at it." Lin Feng stood across from Lin Feng, a smile on his face as he told her. He had always believed Lin Feng would readily agree this time. But his hopes were dashed as swiftly as they had risen. Lin Feng flicked the peeled eggshell from her hand, sending it clatter onto the snow-covered corridor floor. Chapter 149, This One's Up to You. Her sharp tongue fired back without hesitation, her voice loud and clear before Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, please stop harping on the same old story. In this lifetime, expecting me to go back and see old Jiang and his wife is nothing short of a pipe dream." Lin Feng's words instantly silenced Lin Feng, who had been brimming with enthusiasm. He never dreamed that after all this time, Lin Feng still held such deep resentment over her parents' deaths. This perpetual estrangement wasn't a solution either. What if old Jiang and his wife fell ill? Who would even tend to their needs? After being shut out, Lin Feng could only pin all his hopes on his mother. He pulled his mother aside as she stood by the table, chewing on a steamed bun. Xia Feng was chewing vigorously on a steamed bun, completely unaware of the real reason Lin Feng had pulled her aside. As she stuffed another bun into her mouth, she looked up at her son with a bewildered expression. "Lin Feng, what on earth has gotten into you?" Lin Feng felt his head was about to explode. He waited until his mother swallowed the last bite of steamed bun mixed with saliva before whispering to her, "Mom, when you have time, talk to Lin Feng." Xia Feng listened to Lin Feng's words, feeling utterly baffled. Lin Feng was standing right there, chatting animatedly with Lin Xin, showing no signs of any issues. She swallowed the last crumbs of steamed bun mixed with saliva, burped softly, and whispered to Lin Feng, "My dear, did Feng come here sulking because she hasn't decided about having a baby yet?" Xia Feng, desperate for grandchildren, pressed her bun crumb-covered hands against Lin Feng's, her eyes gleaming with cunning as she leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper. "But." Hearing his mother's off-the-wall remark, Lin Feng exhaled a puff of white breath and couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at his mother's bewildered face. "Mom, what on earth are you talking about?" His words only deepened his mother's astonishment. She kept wiping her heaving chest with her hand, asking Lin Feng without any hesitation, "If it's not about getting pregnant, then what is it about?" Lin Feng spat the saliva he'd been holding in his mouth out with a loud puff, sending it flying far away. He glanced at his mother's bewildered face and lowered his voice to tell her that today wasn't about the pregnancy. The main reason was that Lin Feng refused to go down the mountain to visit her parents. Seeing old Yang and his wife coming was the trigger. Those two were truly despicable, even daring to sell their own daughter like livestock. Lin Feng's words left his mother feeling uneasy. The memory of their trip down the mountain to discuss the marriage proposal still weighed heavily on Xia Feng. Lin Feng's impulsive behavior today was hardly surprising. The trauma inflicted upon her by this incident was no less devastating than an 8.0 magnitude earthquake, becoming a shadow that would haunt her for the rest of her life. After hearing his words, the mother turned to look at Lin Feng, who was completely dumbfounded. Her wide mouth curled upward in a smile. This matter, your mother could try to mediate. As for how it will ultimately turn out, well, your mother doesn't know either. She didn't harbor much hope for this matter. After all, Lin Feng was still young, her mind and thoughts not yet fully matured, caught in that impulsive phase of life. Hearing his mother's stance, Lin Feng wiped the chill from his face with a forceful gesture. Mom, I'm counting on you for this. I'll go take a walk in the mountains for a while. Today, the family was heading down the mountain to seek their uncle's help with their sister's schooling. To secure her sister's education, they needed to prepare some gifts for their uncle. Uncle-grandfather favored fresh game from the mountains, believing such fare benefited bodily metabolism. When Lin Feng had last returned from the mountains, his uncle had hinted at this preference. Therefore, this time when Lin Feng went down the mountain, he had to bring his uncle some meaningful gifts. He told his mother that no matter what, he had to get Lin Feng's matter settled. Watching her son head into the mountains with only a sharp axe, not even a double-barreled shotgun, she retrieved the loaded gun from the wooden shed and called after him, "Fenger, I'm bringing you the shotgun." Lin Feng, trudging through the swirling snow, halted his footsteps in the snowy ground. He turned his head and body, responding loudly to his mother who had already chased him a distance. "Mom, put the shotgun back. I'll just circle the mountain's edge and bring back a few small animals." As Lin Feng spoke to his mother, his feet had already begun moving swiftly away. For within his line of sight, several northeast Chinese muntjac were leaping up and down deep within the forest. These hares, leaping incessantly in the forest steppes, remained utterly unaware of the danger looming before them. At that moment, they were busy gnawing on tree bark and chewing leaves amidst the lush foliage. Watching her son's hastening retreat, Xia Feng sighed deeply before finally picking up the double-barreled shotgun in her hands and heading toward the corridor. Following her husband's lead, Lin Feng clutched a red-plumed spear as she dashed out of the corridor. Running alongside Xia Feng, who was heading back, she called out, "Mom, I'll go help Brother Feng with the hunt." By the time she finished speaking, she had already swayed her curvaceous figure far ahead. Xia Feng certainly didn't want her daughter-in-law following her son through wind and rain. Watching Lin Feng's relentless strides forward, Xia Feng bellowed at the sight of her daughter-in-law swaying, ample hips. "Lin Feng, you come back here with me." Xia Feng's commanding roar startled Lin Feng, who was still running forward, causing her legs to tremble slightly. She halted her rapid strides, turned her pretty face, and demanded at Xia Feng, who was watching her, "Mom, why do you want me back?" Chapter 150, Taking Your Lives. Lin Feng didn't know Xia Feng's true intentions for calling her back. As she questioned Xia Feng, she thrust her red-plumed spear forcefully into the icy ground, her breath forming puffs of white vapor in the frigid air. Lin Feng was her daughter-in-law, not like Lin Xian and Lin Feng, her own siblings. To put it bluntly, if handled poorly, this girl might just flip her spear and turn on her, refusing to acknowledge anyone and stubbornly opposing her. If she was too gentle, it would be like a flea scratching an itch, utterly ineffective. As Lin Feng questioned her, Xia Feng placed the hunting rifle in her hands on the hallway table. Her right hand, tightly wrapped in a leopard print coat, raised and waved repeatedly toward Lin Feng standing in the snow. "Lin Feng, come back. Lin Feng just went to catch some small animals. He'll be back in a moment." As Xia Feng waved and coaxed Lin Feng, the latter reluctantly picked up the red-plumed spear frozen in the icy snow and began walking back toward the corridor. As soon as Lin Feng's body reappeared in the corridor, Xia Feng hurriedly fetched a clean towel. She began patting the white snowflakes off Lin Feng's chest and back, one by one, letting them fall to the ground. While helping Lin Feng brush off the snowflakes, she said to her, "Mom wants to discuss something with you." She used a conciliatory tone as she spoke to her daughter-in-law. Lin Xian was always the one who didn't sweat the small stuff and loved to crack sarcastic jokes. Her round, plump headlights swayed as she spoke, her lips stained with eggshell puckered tighter than ever. "Mom, what do you want to discuss with Feng Feng?" She was dying to know what shady business her mother could possibly be discussing with Lin Feng. Xia Feng knew her daughter was a walking megaphone. She certainly didn't want her private conversation with Lin Feng exposed to her daughter. To spare her daughter's feelings, Xia Feng pursed her lips at her. "Clear the tableware from the table. This is Lin Feng's private matter." Lin Xian, who had been attending school for a few days, seemed to catch a hint from her mother's words. Her dark, sparkling eyes flicked toward Lin Feng and her mother, her pretty face clouded with displeasure. She gathered the bowls and chopsticks from the table, her two lips both coated in lipstick rolling nonstop as she carried the dishes toward the little wooden hut. Xia Feng's warm hands reached out to clasp Lin Feng's small, shivering ones. She smiled cheerfully and said, "Fenger, let's go warm ourselves by the fire in the shed." Lin Feng's hands grew warm under Xia Feng's grasp, and a wave of warmth instantly rose within her heart. At her mother's invitation, Lin Feng swayed her two slender legs and followed right behind her mother toward the wooden shed where the fire was burning. Mother and Lin Feng stopped beside the roaring stove. They wrapped themselves tightly and sat on small stools by the fire. While adding charcoal to the brazier, Xia Feng began telling Lin Feng about the events down in the village. Under the blazing fire, the two women's fair faces glowed crimson. Their conversation gradually turned to the affairs of old Young and his wife. As mother and daughter chatted, the biting cold wind outside the hut whipped the straw mat into a howling frenzy. The snow, which had paused briefly, began drifting ceaselessly through the air back down to the snow-covered ground. Lin Feng, now deep within the dense forest, had snowflakes clinging to his hair. A howling cold wind lashed his handsome face, stinging like a knife. He instinctively pulled the collar of his wolfskin coat up over his face and body, then darted into the woods. He was completely unaware that his few antelopes were bent low, tongues extended, biting at leaves untouched by snow. As they gnawed, their heads pressed together and their hindquarters rubbed against each other, engaged in the most primal and instinctive act of the animal kingdom. As Lin Feng's wide eyes scanned them, a larger roe deer stretched both front legs, climbing toward the rear end of a female standing on all fours beneath the leaves, gnawing at foliage. The revolting sight of the two deer sent a surge of anger coursing through Lin Feng. He cursed aloud, "You filthy beasts, I'll take your lives right now." As the words fell, the sharp axe tucked at his waist was already in his hand. With a whoosh, he leapt out from behind the concealed foliage, swinging the blade down toward the male deer's head. Whoosh! As the blade met flesh, a spray of warm, iron-tangy blood spattered from the plump deer's neck onto the snow-covered ground. The antelope, caught mid-pleasure, whipped its head around, ready to confront the axe-wielding Lin Feng. "Damn it, I didn't come here to take your life. You walked right into this axe, you asked for it." As Lin Feng cursed the deer, his axe already swung swiftly from its hand, striking straight for its forehead. The razor-sharp blade sliced from the antelope's forehead straight down to its mouth before finally coming to a halt. Huff! Less than a minute after Lin Feng's axe withdrew from the marten's mouth, its entire body collapsed onto the snow-covered ground, cold enough to freeze an ice pop. Its limbs flailed frantically in the icy snow. The remaining deer attempted to charge at Lin Feng as a group. Lin Feng had just wiped the blood from his axe with leaves and was preparing to head back home. He had come down the mountain today to attend to business, not expecting to engage in a bloodbath. Yet this pack of deer, ignorant of their own limitations, dared to confront him head-on. Facing the charging deer, he unleashed a killing spree. Whoosh, whoosh. His axe flew through the air, striking the heads, backs, and hind legs of the charging martens. He moved through the arc of cold light like a blur. As the howling wind swept through, wave after wave of blood, thick with the scent of gore, drifted out from the depths of the forest. After slaying the last deer, utterly exhausted, he grabbed the gushing wound and sucked relentlessly. Chapter 151, The Greater Xing'an Range is my home. After a frantic, desperate suck, Lin Feng's exhausted body immediately regained some of its strength. He tossed the drained deer aside, gathered several leaves, and wiped the blood from his lips. His previous acts of drinking wolf blood and eating snake oil had terrified Lin Xan so badly she seemed to have lost her soul. To avoid upsetting them, he had been deliberately avoiding their presence. As he wiped the last drop of blood from his lips with a leaf, he crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the thick undergrowth. Then, using the axe in his hand, he chopped down a branch the size of a fist. After stripping off the twigs and vines, he tucked the blood-cleaned axe into his belt. He then hoisted the antelopes, their legs bound and impaled on wooden poles, and set off toward the small cabin where they lived. This morning's haul was quite good. He'd taken down 6 deer with just an axe. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mood lifted considerably. Whistling a carefree tune, he shouldered the sick deer still bleeding onto the frozen ground. His strong, sturdy legs pushed through the deepening snow, striding confidently along the forest path ahead. A clear, resonant song echoed through the knee-deep snow-covered forest path. The Greater Xing'an Range is where I roam, green mountains and clear waters, beautiful as a painting. The resonant melody emerged from the dense forest, echoing through the deep mountains, soaring over peaks and snowdrifts, lingering long in the valley. Inside the large greenhouse, Jin Feng and Xie Feng, who had been chatting by the fire, heard this melodious and lingering song. They both abruptly stood up, their large, plump bottoms lifting off the small wooden stools with a rustling sound, and unconsciously made their way toward the corridor. Through their conversation in the large shed, Jin Feng's stubborn attitude had completely softened. She swayed her curvaceous body as she entered the corridor. Lin Xian was combing her jet-black, lustrous hair with a wooden comb. Ever since she started washing her hair with the miraculous mountain spring water, her once dry hair had become incredibly soft and easy to manage. A few days ago, she had asked Xie Feng about this, and Xie Feng told her it was probably due to the long-term use of mountain spring water. It seemed the mountain spring water wasn't just good for growing vegetables and nourishing people, it could also help with all sorts of ailments. As her wooden comb spun continuously in her hand, Jin Feng turned to Lin Xian with a cheerful smile and asked, "Sister, that crisp, melodious singing is so soothing to listen to. I wonder who's singing such heavenly music." Lin Xian paused the spinning wooden comb at her hairline, her almond-shaped eyes turning toward Jin Feng's pretty face. She shot back at Jin Feng with her sharp tongue. In these towering mountains and vast waters, besides Lin Feng, could there possibly be another man singing such a song up here? Scolded by Lin Xian, Jin Feng beamed like a baby still nursing, skipping and jumping toward the snowy path outside the corridor. Behind her, Xie Feng's voice echoed, "The snowstorm is fierce. Come back with me." Amidst the swirling blizzard, Jin Feng's sweetly defiant voice echoed back, "I'm going to fetch my brother Feng." "Ah, that girl's just as troublesome as you are." Watching Jin Feng dash into the deep, old forest amidst the blizzard, Xie Feng remarked to Lin Xian, who was still combing her hair. Lin Xin, who hadn't overheard her earlier whispered conversation with Lin Feng, now felt deeply uncomfortable. Her mood was far from pleasant. She shot her mother a withering glance, offering no kindness whatsoever. "I'm far better than that useless ornament. I don't even know what you and my brother see in Lin Feng. You treat her like she's made of gold." After Lin Feng joined the mountain community, Lin Feng and his mother had shifted their focus and care toward her. This change was hard for Lin Xin, who had always been the favored daughter, to accept. That was why she spoke so harshly, words that threatened family harmony. Moreover, she attributed all her discontent to Lin Feng, this young woman. "Xia Feng." Hearing Lin Xin's words that were so detrimental to family harmony, turned her eyes clouded by years of toil toward her daughter. "Xinxin, I never want to hear words like these from you again. Your brother braved such fierce snowstorms to hunt deep in the mountains for your education. For whom did he do this?" Xia Feng's words, each one like a needle, pierced the heart of Lin Xin, who was both naive and resilient, leaving her momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, from the distant mountain path, the singing of a man and woman continued to drift toward them. From deep forests, birdsong echoes, wildflowers drift through the mountain air. Struggling for words, Lin Xin stepped out onto the corridor. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, she joined in, humming loudly. "The greater Xing'an Range is my home, green mountains and clear waters as beautiful as a painting." By the time the song ended, Lin Feng's face was frosted with ice crystals, his breath visible in the air. Shouldering several antelopes, he followed Lin Feng's swaying hips toward the small cabin. Seeing her brother and Lin Feng return, Lin Xin swayed her slightly plump figure. Holding a feather duster made from an eagle feather, she swept it across Lin Feng's back where he had just set down the antelope. While brushing the snow and ice shards from her brother's back, she asked, "With such fierce winds and snow on the mountain, are we really going to brave it all the way down?" Lin Feng took the feather duster from his sister's hand and swept away the snowflakes from Lin Feng's forehead. He gazed up at the sky for a moment, still whipped by cold winds and drifting snowflakes, yet somehow brightening before finally pulling his eyes away from the heavens. "Later tonight, the heavy snow will gradually ease up. As for when it might start again, I can't say for certain." With his current abilities, Lin Feng could only see the weather within the next 3 days. Beyond that, he dared not make any rash predictions. No sooner had Lin Feng finished speaking than Lin Xin's little mouth broke into a wide grin. "Brother, in ancient times, Zhuge Liang observed the heavens at night to borrow arrows with straw boats. Could it be you're also divining the future today?" The tale of Zhuge Liang borrowing arrows with straw boats still lingered faintly in Lin Xin's memory. Deep down, she believed her brother's words were meant to be taken lightly, never to be taken seriously. Chapter 152, How much can feng shui really earn? Lin Xin still harbored some doubts about her own judgment. Seeing his sister's utter disbelief in his judgment, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from her and continued using the eagle feather whisk to sweep away the snow and ice shards clinging to his body and legs. He reinserted the eagle feather dart, now stripped of ice shards, into the wall. Turning to his sister, mother, and Lin Feng, who were all at a loss, he declared loudly, "Everyone, get yourselves ready. If my calculations are correct, the blizzard outside should cease shortly." Last time, Lin Xin's disbelief was one thing. But this time, Lin Feng's words immediately met with Lin Feng's skepticism. She twisted her slender frame, clicking her tongue as she looked at the bewildered Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, did you catch a chill out there? Or did you stumble upon some strange spirits deep in the mountains?" The deep, old forests were indeed a bit eerie. When snuggled warmly in bed, Lin Feng would often tell Lin Feng stories about the mountains while holding her naked body close. Having heard countless tales of spirits and monsters, Lin Feng now followed suit, her imagination running wild as she questioned Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng echo her sister's skepticism, casting doubt on everything he said, a chill crept through Lin Feng's heart. Why didn't they believe him when he spoke earnestly? Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of despair, Xia Feng suddenly walked in from outside the small wooden hut, heading toward the eaves. Walking in, she glared at Lin Feng and Lin Xin, her eyes wide as she snapped, "What are you two yelling about in here? The snowstorm outside has stopped. We need to take advantage of this break to head down the mountain and get everything done." Lin Feng and Lin Xin, scolded by Xia Feng, finally turned their skeptical, science-believing eyes toward the outside of the cabin. Outside the cabin, the wind hadn't completely died down, but it had certainly lessened considerably. As for the snowflakes that had been drifting earlier, they now fell sparsely, with only the occasional flake drifting down from the sky. The two women exchanged glances at the scene outside before retreating to their respective sleeping quarters, each lost in thought. As Lin Xin entered the cabin, the slightly worn wooden door creaked shut behind her. Lin Feng's changing area was farther away. She swayed her hips down the corridor into the shed, casually lowering the straw curtain hanging outside as she went. Lin Feng watched Lin Feng's retreating figure disappear into the shed before finally relaxing and withdrawing his gaze from her back. Xia Feng gazed at her son's remarkably composed yet still slightly childish face and said cheerfully, "Son, you're so talented. It would be such a waste if you didn't become a feng shui master someday." A mother doesn't wish for her son to become a high-ranking official or a deity as long as he can support the family and provide for their livelihood, that's enough. Lin Feng glanced at his mother's weathered face. Before she went up the mountain, her entire face had been sallow, and her lips were pale, devoid of any color. Now, her complexion had improved significantly. The pallor had faded, and her lips were growing increasingly rosy. He withdrew his gaze from his mother and said, "How much money can you really make from feng shui in this lifetime?" Her son's words startled the mother. Her body swayed slightly as she gaped at her son. "Son, you don't want to practice feng shui? What do you want to do instead?" Deep down, Xia Feng still yearned to know her son's future aspirations and plans. In a mother's eyes, every child has a bright future ahead. Some children dreamed of soaring ambitions to become factory workers, soldiers, doctors, scientists, and the like. Her son had grown up, yet Xia Feng had never once heard him speak of his own dreams. Now that they'd reached this point in their conversation, Xia Feng naturally had more to say. Lin Feng's piercing gaze swept over the distant mountain ranges, the dense forests nearby, and the fertile land blanketed in snow all around. Only after a long while did he withdraw his sharp, focused stare. He declared boldly to his mother standing opposite him, "Mom, I'm going to transform this fertile land into the great Jiangnan of our greater Xing'an range." Lin Feng's declaration sent a jolt through his mother. Her full frame instinctively stumbled backwards several steps before finally stabilizing against a wooden pillar beneath the cabin's eaves. Her round face was frozen in shock, speechless. After a long moment, she stammered out a question in a trembling whisper to her son, "Do you realize how many people you could feed if you harnessed the full potential of this land?" The surrounding soil was incredibly fertile. In Xia Feng's previous memories, it covered at least several hundred acres. If the ice and snow melted and spring arrived, planting corn, soybeans, and rice across the entire area would yield a bountiful harvest. "Mom, I was just saying that casually. With heavy snow continuing to block the mountain, this land won't be usable anyway." Lin Feng envisioned building a large greenhouse on the surrounding land, allowing all the vegetables in the fields to undergo reverse growth. The vegetables growing in the makeshift shelter they'd been staying in these past few days were still part of the experiment. Whether it would succeed remained an unknown. Building the greenhouse would require significant funds. Currently, on the mountain, they had enough to eat and wear, but no money to spare. Without money, this plan would remain nothing more than a pipe dream. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Feng's face betrayed a look of bewilderment and helplessness. By bringing his grandfather up the mountain this time, they could venture deeper into the wilderness together. For the truly valuable game animals all lurked deep within the mountains. Unless they were starving, they weren't foolish enough to wander out and walk straight into Lin Feng's gun barrel. Just as Lin Feng laid bare his wonderful dream before his mother, Jin Feng's shrill cry suddenly pierced the greenhouse. "Lin Feng, hurry up and come here." Chapter 153, Biting Its Own Tail. Jin Feng's startled shrieking froze Lin Feng in his tracks. What on earth had Jin Feng encountered in the greenhouse? As Lin Feng stood dumbstruck under the wooden hut's eaves, his mother instantly grew alert. She reached out and smacked him hard on the head. "You idiot! Hurry up and go inside." Xia Feng's words snapped the dazed Lin Feng out of his daze. His two strong, muscular legs flew into action, sprinting into the greenhouse. Jin Feng, who was hastily pulling clothes over her ample bosom and hips, gasped in shock. Seeing Lin Feng charging toward her so quickly, she hadn't even finished dressing when she suddenly threw herself into his arms. Lin Feng had no idea what unsavory sight Jin Feng had witnessed. He held Jin Feng close, soothing her. Feng, what did you see just now?" Hearing his question, Jin Feng trembled as she stammered out the details. In the lush vegetable patch, creatures larger than rats were stealing carrots. These beasts looked quite fierce. In all his years, this was the first time Jin Feng had ever told him such a thing. No matter how hard he tried, Lin Feng couldn't believe her words were true. But Jin Feng wouldn't lie in broad daylight. As he coaxed her, he wanted Jin Feng to lead him to the vegetable patch to see for himself what kind of strange creatures these monsters were. With Lin Feng's protection, Jin Feng's courage grew. She pulled the half-on wolfskin pants further up her thighs and began recounting this rather absurd incident. "Earlier, I went to the vegetable patch to pee and saw them by accident. When I yelled at them, those dumb creatures just stared at me but with weird eyes, grinning like they wanted to eat me alive." As Jin Feng recounted this to Lin Feng, her body would occasionally tremble. It seemed she'd truly encountered a bunch of shameless beasts. "Jin Feng, don't be afraid. I'll deal with these creatures right now." The vegetables in the greenhouse were for his experiments. Once successful, they would be cultivated on a large scale. That these beasts dared to brazenly steal and eat them was something Lin Feng could not tolerate under any circumstances. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Feng quickened his pace under Jin Feng's guidance, hurrying toward the lush green vegetable patch. When they reached the edge of the vegetable patch, they were immediately stunned. A group of creatures, larger than rats and round as balls, were digging up the sturdy carrots in the vegetable patch with their claws. The carrots they'd pulled out were already chewed to a pitiful state by their sharp teeth. Seeing his painstakingly cultivated carrots destroyed by this horde of unknown beasts, Lin Feng's mood soured considerably. His eyes blazed with fury as he picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it furiously at the beasts. These bold creatures showed no fear whatsoever as the stones flew toward them. As they deftly dodged the stones, they raised their front paws, baring their teeth and grinning. They strutted before Lin Feng and his wife, making all sorts of grotesque faces. Their asymmetrical little eyes stared strangely at Jin Feng's exposed pair of large white breasts. It seemed Jin Feng hadn't exaggerated a bit. This pack of unnamed beasts wasn't just greedy for food, they were downright lustful. They were veritable spirits of the beastly realm. Lin Feng pulled the still undressed Jin Feng behind him and bellowed at the creatures daring to challenge him. Today I'll show you the power of beans shoved up your ass. As Lin Feng cursed them, his hands were already holding several soybeans. As his words came out like a military command, the beans in his hand spun wildly through the air, flying straight into the assholes of several beasts who hadn't given him a second thought. As the beans swiftly entered the beasts' rear ends, Lin Feng flicked several strands of thin thread from his fingers. These strands swiftly tied tight knots around the anuses of these despicable creatures. Once everything was set, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Just wait until you bite yourselves. Jin Feng had never seen Lin Feng employ such bizarre techniques before. Standing behind him, she pulled on the wolfskin coat and fastened the buttons, her voice tinged with horror as she asked, "What kind of black magic did you just use?" Lin Feng glanced at the animals already in the throes of their affliction, circling the vegetable patch and biting their own tails. With a smug grin, he told Jin Feng, "It's not really some shady trick. Just quick hands and sharp eyes." Jin Feng didn't believe a word Lin Feng was saying. As she wriggled her supple body, a pair of petite, cherry-like breasts bounced rhythmically with her movements. "Stop trying to fool me. Even with lightning-fast reflexes, you couldn't possibly stuff beans into these guys' butts without spilling a single one. And those strings were tied in knots several meters away." Jin Feng's skepticism left Lin Feng feeling a bit breathless. Was this woman also questioning his identity? As he listened to her questions, Lin Feng's intelligent eyes fixed on her face, which seemed desperate for answers. He spoke to her in a mysterious tone. "Have you forgotten? Not long ago, when your mother was possessed by that weasel spirit and started stripping off her clothes?" At Lin Feng's reminder, Jin Feng finally withdrew the strange look she had been giving him. Her sweet little mouth formed a question as she turned to Lin Feng. "Are you a god or a human?" Jin Feng must have listened to too many of Lin Feng's mythical tales, for she unexpectedly asked him such a mind-bending question, something utterly unprecedented. Lin Feng was truly at a loss with Jin Feng. He extended his rough, calloused hand and gave her high, straight nose a sharp flick. The sharp edge of his hand scraped painfully against her delicate bone. She yelped and scampered away, shrieking loudly, "Brother Feng, you're just as annoying as those beasts in the vegetable patch." Chapter 154. This is Snow Piglet. Jin Feng's curses at Lin Feng quickly echoed out from the greenhouse. Lin Xian, who had already tidied everything up, heard Jin Feng's tirade against Lin Feng inside the greenhouse. Her restless little mouth started chattering away in front of her mother again. "Mom, what are those two up to in broad daylight?" Xia Feng listened to Lin Xian's incessant chatter and glanced at her daughter's face. "I'll go ask them." Lin Feng had been inside the greenhouse for quite some time now, and his mother couldn't help but feel a little worried, even if she didn't say it out loud. Xia Feng considered going inside the greenhouse to check, but thought that barging in like that would be a bit inappropriate. After taking a few steps toward the greenhouse entrance, Xia Feng stopped. Steeling herself, she raised her voice and called out toward the greenhouse, "Lin Feng, what are you two doing in there? Your sister and I have already prepared everything." This trip down the mountain had been meticulously planned by her mother. She'd brought the leftover fragrant piglet from Jin Feng's parents' place, delivered 4 sick deer to her cousin, 2 for him and 2 for the school principal. As for her own parents, there was no need to bring anything, since they were bringing her maternal grandparents up the mountain today. Inside the greenhouse, Jin Feng heard her mother's voice outside. She stopped scolding Lin Feng and called back loudly to Xia Feng, "Mom, Lin Feng and I are coming out right now." After answering Xia Feng, Jin Feng shouted toward Lin Feng, who was picking up the dead creatures that had bitten themselves to death in the vegetable patch, "Hurry up, will you? Mom's waiting outside for us to come out. If we stay in here too long, she'll think we're up to something shady in the greenhouse again." Urged by Jin Feng, Lin Feng picked up the dead, furry creatures from the vegetable patch and followed Jin Feng out of the shed. The moment the couple reached the shed entrance, the sharp-eyed sister called out to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, what on earth are you carrying in your hands?" These furry things were definitely not rats, because rats couldn't possibly be this big. Lin Feng estimated each one weighed at least 5 pounds. How could something this heavy possibly be a rat? Faced with his sister's question, he felt a bit helpless. He considered saying he didn't know what they were. But he knew if he said that, his sister would just laugh at him. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to pass the buck on this tricky situation and let his sister fill in the blanks. He held up the furry creatures in his hands, waving them in the air as he walked toward where his sister and mother stood. With a playful grin on his face, he called out loudly to his sister and mother as he approached, "Tell me, what on earth are these things?" Slap. By the time Lin Feng finished speaking, he had reached them and tossed the furry creatures at his sister and mother's feet. His sister, relying on the few days of schooling she'd received and her knowledge of zoology. While Lin Feng was talking to her and their mother, she glanced at his utterly composed face and silently cursed, "This guy sure knows how to put on a show. When he doesn't know something, he just shifts the blame elsewhere." But this kind of thing? No problem for this big sister. After a moment of silent grumbling, sister straightened her body and crouched down before the plump, gray creatures. Her prominent pair of headlights nearly filled the entire space above her knees. To get a better look at these unidentified creatures, she completely disregarded her appearance, reaching out to pick up one of the plump, large ones in her hand for a closer inspection. The creature in her hand had an oval-shaped jaw. Though its teeth were somewhat sharp, they were far gentler than a rat's. As for its tail, it couldn't have been any shorter. As Lin Xin scrutinized the creature in her hand, she found herself utterly baffled. Such a creature was virtually unclassifiable among animals. It wasn't a rat, nor was it a weasel. Countless wild theories flashed through her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed one by one. After a long while, she angrily tossed the creature back onto the ground, her little mouth beginning to protest. "You bastard, Lin Feng. You don't know what this is, yet you dump it on your sister? You're a shameless little jerk." Realizing she'd been tricked, the older sister stood up from her crouch and unleashed a torrent of scolding at Lin Feng. She felt her little brother was digging a pit for her, just waiting for his big sister to stumble right in. Xia Feng glanced at the several furry creatures scattered on the ground. After a careful inspection, she addressed Lin Feng, Jin Feng, and Lin Xin in front of them all. "If I'm not mistaken, these things lying on the ground should be some hala." "Hala?" Lin Feng racked his brain, searching through the fragments of memory he had stored. After a long moment, fragments of memory rapidly replicated in his mind. "Mom, are these things from the snow piglets?" Lin Feng's words instantly snapped his mother back to attention. She kept twisting her body as she nodded in front of Lin Feng. "That's right, these are from the snow pigs. Those creatures specifically steal vegetable leaves and carrots, and they even carry these things back to their own homes. You absolutely must find a way to kill them all, otherwise everything in our greenhouse will suffer." As she explained this to Lin Feng, her mother couldn't help but worry about the vegetables and carrots in the greenhouse. These snow pigs had just suffered heavy losses. It was unlikely they'd cause trouble anytime soon. Lin Feng swiftly gathered them up, looped some rope around the carrying pole, hoisted them onto his shoulders, and stepped out from under the small wooden hut's eaves. He said to his mother, "These creatures won't be paying us another visit anytime soon." As he spoke to his mother, he had already hoisted the snow pigs and 2 more musk deer onto the shoulder pole. Together with his mother and Jin Feng, they trudged through the thick snow toward the mountain's base. Chapter 155, What on Earth Happened? As Lin Feng carried the game on his shoulders, he sang loudly, "The mountain paths here twist and turn 18 times. He sang quite well, and even his sister, who had been particularly critical of him lately, couldn't help but admire his fine voice. Lin Feng walked ahead, humming to himself, the pole on his shoulder swaying rhythmically with each step. After finishing a rousing tune that stirred the blood, Lin Feng launched into another song. Lin Xin, slightly out of breath, her ample figure wrapped tightly in a wolfskin coat, trudged through the deep snow behind her brother, her footsteps uneven. "Brother, stop singing." Lin Feng was loudly singing, "A pole is slippery, slippery, yeah. Big brother carries the load on his shoulders," teasing Jin Feng, who walked beside him. His sister's clamoring voice made Lin Feng, who had been singing, stop his bellowing. He gave the slightly yellowed pole resting on his left shoulder a quick twist. The slippery pole obeyed perfectly, sliding swiftly from his neck over his right shoulder and back onto his left. With the weight now shifted effortlessly, Lin Feng turned to his sister, who was panting breathlessly. "Sis, you seem so flustered. Could it be you need to discuss something with your little brother again?" He was well aware that his sister had been treating him coldly lately, but he still cared for her. Her stubbornness was something he had been accommodating with all his sincerity. Lin Feng's casual question hit the mark perfectly. As her delicate lips continued to exhale white mist, a pair of breasts that appeared tremulous from a distance glistened in the rare winter sunlight, making one's mouth water. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Lin Xin clutched her own swollen breasts tightly with both hands. Her upper and lower lips fluttered more wildly than ever before, in full view of Lin Feng, her mother, and Jin Feng. "Brother, you really are so silly." Her plump lips moved forward relentlessly as she scolded Lin Feng without the slightest restraint. Her cryptic remark left Lin Feng, who was carrying game on his shoulders, utterly confused. He couldn't fathom what his sister meant by her scolding. Ever since that time he'd accidentally stumbled into the little cabin and witnessed his sister's moment of vulnerability, he'd never once walked toward the cabin alone without a reason. Though his sister could be fiery and naive, he knew she wasn't picking on him over that incident. Having conjured up 1,000 excuses to fit his sister's behavior, Lin Feng reined in his wild imaginings. As the bamboo pole on his shoulder trembled forward, he turned to Lin Xin with a puzzled, playful expression and countered, "Sis, where'd I get that idea?" Lin Xion's high-top boots, made from wolf hide, quickened their pace to catch up with her brother trudging through the deep snow. Her exaggeratedly large eyes rolled toward Lin Feng. As the pair of round, full things on her chest rose and fell, her 2 lips, painted with a touch of rouge, fluttered wildly toward Lin Feng. "Brother, uncle has already taken plenty of our food, wild pheasants and dogs today, fox and wolf meat tomorrow. He's not some helpless cripple. Why do you indulge him?" Seeing the antelope slung over Lin Feng's right shoulder and the plump snow pigs, Lin Xin voiced her displeasure more strongly than anyone else. Xia Feng felt deeply displeased by Lin Xion's words. She recalled how back then, if not for Xie Ping bringing them food and shamelessly begging Lu Dengue for guns and ammunition, the three of them wouldn't have had enough to eat or wear now. Suppressing her anger, she raised her voice and retorted sharply at Lin Xin, who showed no gratitude whatsoever. Lin Xin, if you keep nitpicking over these ancient grievances, you shouldn't come down the mountain to study. Even if you achieve great success someday, you won't remember those who were kind to you. Lin Xin stubbornly clung to her position on this matter, refusing to concede an inch. She swayed her graceful figure defiantly. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Put. Bull. As her mother turned to walk down the mountain, she unleashed a torrent of scathing insults at the stubborn Lin Xin. Mom, cut it out. Uncle Xia is coming this way. By the time Xie Feng and Lin Xin reached the foot of the mountain, bickering all the way, Xie Ping was already rushing toward them at full speed. The mother, who had been arguing with Lin Xin, stopped her rapid-fire retorts. She quickened her pace to meet Xie Ping, greeting him politely but loudly as he approached. Big brother, where are you headed? Xie Ping halted his approach toward them. But. He spat a glob of yellowish phlegm onto the icy snow, followed by a puff of white breath. His hands rubbed together with force, his expression unnatural. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Lin Feng shouted at his anxious-looking uncle. Uncle! What the hell is going on? Spit it out. His uncle's face had turned ashen, his lips growing pale. He looked at Lin Feng, whose face showed growing concern, and stammered out the news to the family. Your uncle's house is in complete chaos. He can't control the situation anymore. He sent me to find you and your mother. As Xie Ping relayed these words to Lin Feng, beads of sweat as large as soybeans streamed down his rough, weathered face, falling steadily onto the ground. Last night, when Lin Feng had spoken with his mother, Qing Tian, he had already warned her that trouble would erupt at his maternal grandmother's house today. At the time, Xie Feng had felt some anxiety, but she still found it hard to believe Lin Feng's words were true. Now that Xie Ping had come knocking, Lin Feng's words from last night were essentially confirmed. Thinking of this, Xie Feng said to Xie Ping, I'll take these things from Lin Feng's shoulders to your house first, then come back. With a hint of urgency, she laboriously shifted the aged yellow bamboo shoulder pole from Lin Feng's shoulders onto her own delicate frame. Calling out to Jin Feng and Lin Xin, she hurried toward her uncle's house. Chapter 156, What does that have to do with me? Watching his mother and Jin Feng's receding figures, Lin Feng pinched his cheeks hard. His entire face, still childish and greasy, flushed bright red. Uncle, why did Grandpa and Grandma get into a fight with that Lu Tsuehua? In his eyes, his own aunt was nothing but a piece of trash. His uncle held a dry tobacco pipe in his mouth, steam continuously puffing from the half-foot-long bamboo stem. His strides beneath him seemed to quicken several-fold. Every family has its own troubles. I don't know the whole story. By the time Uncle had finished telling Lin Feng, he was already panting heavily as he walked a considerable distance ahead. The old man, weighed down by his advancing years and a touch of bronchitis, could only manage a short distance before his body began to protest. He coughed, gasped for breath, and spat out thick, yellow phlegm. Saving lives is like fighting a fire. If he kept dragging his uncle along this road, they'd probably arrive at his grandfather's house after the flowers had already wilted. Lin Feng quickened his pace, catching up to his uncle, who had stopped halfway, hands pressed against his knees, his spine and hips bent at sharp angles. He tapped a few pressure points on his uncle's back, easing the cough that had been plaguing the elderly man. My uncle straightened his back, which had been bent at a 90-degree angle. His weathered face turned a deep liver-like hue as he forcefully expelled a thick glob of yellow phlegm, streaked with faint traces of blood. Lin Feng, you run ahead to Grandpa's house. I'll walk slowly over. After expelling the thick phlegm from his throat, his coughing and wheezing eased considerably. Yet he dared not challenge Lin Feng's strength anymore, urging him to hurry to the fire. Lin Feng glanced at his uncle, whose complexion was gradually returning to normal. Only then did he withdraw his fiery gaze. Uncle, I'll go ahead. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, a pair of exceptionally thick, powerful legs already trampled through the thick snow, racing toward his maternal grandfather's courtyard. On this snow-covered path, they left 2 deep boot tracks. With his living conditions significantly improved, Lin Feng's attire had become quite stylish. He was wrapped in wolfskin coats and trousers, his legs encased in the long, warm leopard skin boots Xie Feng had painstakingly crafted for him. They were both cozy and comfortable. As soon as he reached the courtyard gate, the foul curses of that unprincipled woman Lu Tsuehua echoed from within. You old hag. If you want to die, go die outside. Don't die here and haunt this house. Stop it. You're going to drive Mom to hang herself. Came the weak, breathless voice of his maternal uncle, Xia Pingdui. Judging by the timid tone, it was clear he'd mustered every ounce of courage to utter those words. Ha, that old hag is better off dead. You. The commotion continued to echo through the courtyard of blue brick and white-tiled houses, the kind that made one want to punch someone just hearing it. When Lu Tsuehwa's particularly forceful voice reached Lin Feng's ears, his fists clenched tightly. His wolfskin boots already slammed heavily against the peeling, chipped wooden door. Even with 2 wooden bolts securing it, the door couldn't withstand Lin Feng's flying kick. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as the heavy, weathered door flew open under the force of his kick. A bitterly cold wind swept into the courtyard. With a single leap from the threshold, Lin Feng landed squarely in the courtyard. Beneath a locust tree at least 500 years old, a high stool was propped up. A snow-white handkerchief fluttered in the air, while two dark blue trouser legs swayed back and forth midway beneath the tree. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in horror. Grandma really had hanged herself. He had warned her yesterday that this calamity would befall her. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Feng raised his clenched fist. A streak of light, steaming in the broad daylight, shot toward the snow-white handkerchief with a series of whizzing sounds. As the heat collided with the snow-white handkerchief, which had been pulled taut by Grandma's chin, it emitted a strange sound mid-air. Snap! Grandma's entire body plummeted from mid-air toward the ground beneath the tree. Everyone in the courtyard had initially thought Grandma was merely putting on a show to scare them. But when she actually began hanging herself, they were utterly terrified. Even as the handkerchief snapped clean in two on the locust tree branch and Grandma's body began to drift downward, they remained dumbstruck, unable to comprehend what was happening. As Lin Feng cursed Lu Tsuewa, that woman who saw his grandfather and grandmother as thorns in her side, he had already lunged toward the spot where his grandmother was falling. He stretched out his arms, caught her securely just before she hit the ground, and landed steadily beneath the locust tree in the courtyard. Grandpa was the first to snap out of his dazed state. Lin Feng, you came just in time. Otherwise, your grandmother would have hanged herself this time. Grandma hanging herself must have had a reason. It couldn't be that she just had a few words with Lu Tsuewa and then sought death. Listening to his grandfather's words, Lin Feng carried his unconscious grandmother into the house. He performed CPR until she fully regained consciousness. Only then did he step outside into the courtyard, a place that filled him with disgust, and roared at Lu Tsuewa like a raging lion. Lu! Explain yourself. Why did you drive my grandmother to her death? As Lin Feng confronted her, his fists clenched once more. His patience had its limits. Lu Tsuewa's alluring almond-shaped eyes seemed to dismiss this little brat of a kid. Hearing his furious outburst, she acted as if nothing had happened. Clutching her ample bosom, she shouted back defiantly, "If that old hag wants to die, what the hell does it have to do with me?" It seemed this middle-aged woman had no intention of revealing what happened in the courtyard, and neither did Grandpa want to spill the beans. Lu Tsuewa's refusal to answer Lin Feng's question instantly ignited his fury. He took 2 quick steps forward, landing right in front of Lu Tsuewa, who was still clutching her breasts. He grabbed the collar of her flowery cotton jacket, hoisting her entire body up in his arms. He bellowed at her, "If you don't talk today, I'll throw you up in that locust tree." Terrified by this little brat before her, Lu Tsuewa's urine, the color of, trickled down her trouser legs. It splashed onto the snow that hadn't been swept yet, releasing a foul, pungent stench. Chapter 157, Sand That Slips Through Your Fingers. Lu Tsuewa never dreamed Lin Feng would treat her so brutally. After all, she was his own aunt. But reality swiftly and brutally shattered that illusion. Trembling and soaked in urine, her face contorted with fear and tears, she stammered, I was with your uncle on the con when your grandmother caught us." Oh my god, no wonder everyone in the courtyard had remained silent. Such a scandalous affair, how could anyone speak of it? It would bring shame upon everyone involved. Get lost. Lin Feng, enraged by Lu Tsuewa's shameless words, roughly pulled down the collar of her shirt and shoved her body hard to the side. That good-for-nothing Uncle Xiapingui even crouched down to help this shameless woman up. Inside Uncle Xiapingjian's room, the battle had already begun. Every valuable item was being flung headlong into the courtyard by that woman named Shou Xiong. Grandpa plopped down onto the wooden stump in the courtyard, looking as if he'd aged 10 years in an instant. Lin Feng looked at his grandfather's face, rough as pine bark. His expression was frozen, his gaze vacant, as wisps of smoke continuously drifted from his tiger bone pipe. One smoke ring after another drifted from his mouth, floating into the air above this frustrating courtyard. After a long, heavy silence, Grandpa finally managed to utter a few words. "What a disgrace to the family, what a disgrace." Chaos reigned within the courtyard. Grandfather and Lao Lao tried to intervene, but the greater their hopes, the deeper their disappointment. Their hopes, like soap bubbles, floated briefly in the air before quickly bursting. Seeing Grandpa's dazed and dejected expression, it was hard to imagine the man who once tore Japanese soldiers apart with his bare hands. In the war years, he had never been cowed. Yet now, in a world of peace, he had been crushed by his own unworthy son and daughter-in-law. Lost in these thoughts, Grandpa's lips trembled slightly as he held his pipe. Seeing his grandfather's utterly dejected and helpless state, Lin Feng began to make a scene in the courtyard. "Grandpa, don't bother with their private affairs. You can't control these petty squabbles, let them do as they please. Mom and I came down the mountain today specifically to bring you and Lao Lao back up." As Lin Feng spoke, his voice grew loud enough to startle the sparrows hiding in the locust tree. Fluttering their wings, they flew out of the courtyard. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Grandpa snapped out of his daze. "Ah, this family, we can't control it anymore. Your father and I have been completely sidelined. Your father just said one thing to Lu Tsuewa, and she went and did that to him. These days, even cheating has its justifications. Even rabbits don't eat the grass right by their burrows. This wasn't the first time Grandpa had witnessed such a situation. Before, constrained by the need to continue living in this courtyard, he had dared not speak his mind. Now, he'd come to terms with it. Sand you can't hold on to was better off scattered to the winds. Xia Fugui was pretty upset about this too. Of all the men his wife could have cheated with, she had to choose his own brother. If word got out, the whole village would laugh their teeth out. Listening to his grandfather's chatter from inside the room, he felt deeply unsettled. He flung open the inner door and bellowed at his grandfather, "If you want to leave, then leave. Stop getting in the way and causing chaos in this household." Hearing his son berate him like this, grandfather lashed out at his good-for-nothing eldest son for the first time. "Xia Fugui, from now on, your mother and I won't lift a finger to help with your mess." His voice still seething as he cursed Xia Fugui, his butt sprang up from the wooden stool like a spring. Cigarette pipe clenched between his teeth, hands clasped behind his back, he strode toward the bedroom where they slept. As he walked toward the room, he told Lin Feng, "Nowadays, he and Lao Lao feel squeezed out and excluded in this big family. Even when they steal things back, they don't share with the old couple. They just eat it all secretly." With the large number of people in the food cooperative and the prolonged mountain closure due to heavy snow, the canteen rationed meals strictly. Often, a pot of porridge would be diluted with half a pot of plain water and dozens of pounds of cabbage leaves. Whenever the canteen was unattended, the brothers would occasionally steal food to supplement their communal meals. But they never invited the elderly couple to join them. They left the elderly couple out because Grandpa had once scolded them, declaring he'd rather starve to death than eat anything stolen. Lu Tsuihua immediately shouted at the elderly couple, "You two stubborn old fools, if you want to keep pretending, go ahead." Now, in this chaotic courtyard, Grandpa and Lao Lao had reached a point of utter incompatibility with them. Listening to his grandfather's insincere words, Lin Feng quickened his pace and followed him into the house. "Grandpa, you can't control these brats, and life down the mountain is frustrating too. Mom and I came down today specifically to bring you back home." The courtyard had now completely shattered Grandpa's resolve to hold his ground here. Gone was the fiery ambition of his younger days, replaced by the resolve of a warrior cutting off his own arm. Lin Feng's words eased his pain considerably. As he and Lin Feng entered the house together, the old man lying on the heated bed had tears streaming down his cloudy eyes. Thinking of the sons she had raised through countless diaper changes, now all ungrateful ingrates, she truly wished for death. Grandpa bent down and gently wiped the tears from her eyes with the sleeve of his cotton-padded jacket. "Old woman, don't fret so. Lin Feng and Xia Feng are coming to take us to live in the mountains." Hearing her husband's words, the old woman lying on the Kong felt a flicker of excitement. She slowly pushed herself up, using a piece of wood on the Kong for support. "Feng, there's nowhere to live up on the mountain. Where will your grandfather and I stay?" In Lao Lao's memory, the mountain had only a single small wooden hut, one that let the wind blow through its walls on all sides. Living up there with her mother and sister was already cramped enough. Now bringing the old couple along too? That was just adding to Xie Feng's troubles. As soon as Lao Lao finished asking, Lin Feng grinned and reassured her, "Lao Lao, just relax and come live with me on the mountain. We've got a place up there's plenty of room for you too." Lin Feng didn't mention the wooden shelter he'd built on the mountain long ago. He wanted to surprise her. Hearing Lin Feng speak so warmly to Lao Lao, Grandpa chimed in, "Old woman, rather than waiting to die in this courtyard, you'd be better off heading up the mountain with Lin Feng. Haven't you forgotten? I can hunt too. Many of the shooting skills Feng learned, I taught him myself." As Grandpa recounted these old stories to Lao Lao, his face beamed with pride. Chapter 158, Soldiers Are Different. Grandpa was genuinely pleased to hear Lin Feng wanted to take them to the mountains. As Grandpa trailed behind Lin Feng, muttering nonsense, Lao Lao glanced up at his weathered face, rough as pine bark, through her drooping double eyelids. Her imperfect mouth opened wide as she scolded Grandpa loudly, "Oh, come on. Your skills are good for nothing more than shooting a few pheasants or catching some rabbits. As far as I can remember, you've never brought back a single decent beast. You say Lin Feng learned his marksmanship from you? I'd never believe that in a million years." Sitting on the con, Lao Lao was in a highly agitated state as she berated her grandfather. Deep down, she believed her grandfather had wasted his entire life hunting. Grandpa was flustered by Lao Lao's scolding, his broken teeth flashing in his mouth. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging in his neck, as his two bearded lips flapped rapidly. "Old hag, how dare you say such things? People need their dignity, trees need their bark." Grandpa was still a man who valued his pride. Grandma seemed to notice his awkwardness and finally stopped berating him. "All right, I won't say another word. Hurry up and pack some clothes and pants for us. The two of us will follow Lin Feng into the mountains. I refuse to believe we'll starve to death up there. They say children are raised to care for their parents in old age. Yet Grandpa and Grandma, who had raised these kids from infancy with nothing but their own sweat and tears, now found themselves burdened by them. One by one, their children refused to support them in their twilight years." With these thoughts weighing on her mind, Lao Lao no longer felt any attachment to the courtyard house she and her husband had built together. She had made up her mind to go to the mountains with Lin Feng. Over the years, Grandpa had quarreled endlessly with his daughters-in-law over trivial matters. Now that Lao Lao had agreed to go to the mountains, he too felt no attachment to this place where he had lived for decades. With eyes clouded by age, he glanced at the woman who had shared his hardships for decades, her face rough and deeply lined with wrinkles. Spat a glob of saliva onto the floor, then retrieved several large plastic bags from a corner of the room. He began stuffing all manner of clothes and pants, along with the tattered cotton quilts from the con, into the plastic sacks. Lin Feng glanced at the tattered clothes and the few ragged cotton quilts. He clicked his tongue and told his grandfather, "Don't bother taking these rags up the mountain. You and Lao Lao just bring a few changes of clothes and follow me up." Lin Feng's words startled Lao Lao. Her pair of already somewhat atrophied legs stumbled backward, and she plopped down onto the con. Her partially missing teeth fluttered again as she protested, "Fomer, if we don't take these rags up the mountain, are you planning to make me and Grandpa wear banana leaves through the winter?" Though Lao Lao hadn't been to the mountain in years, her fading memories held images of several banana trees growing lushly beside the small wooden hut. Sadly, those once thriving banana trees could no longer recall the days of favorable winds and rains, of spring coming and going. Instead, they faced relentless days of snowstorms pressing down from the sky. Hearing Lao Lao's worries, Lin Feng extended his powerful hand, slapping it firmly against his broad, muscular chest. He looked at Lao Lao and Grandpa and declared with a loud, confident assurance, "You two can rest assured once we're up the mountain, I won't let you go cold, and I won't let you go hungry." Lin Feng spoke these words to the two elders with absolute confidence. Inside the mountain cabin lay plenty of fox and wolf pelts. Once the elders arrived, he could easily find a few to craft them the coats and trousers they desired. As for quilts, that was even easier. He could take the leftover red jackal pelts from last time, sew them together, and stuff them with some dried grass. Those would be 1,000 times better than these ragged cotton quilts. Lin Feng's response made Lao Lao's previously worried face light up with joy. She chattered happily, "Lin Feng, of all my grandchildren, you're the most promising. Having a grandson like you makes my life worthwhile, even if I were to die." Grandpa placed the large plastic bags he'd found back in a corner of the room. With a long water pipe clamped between his teeth, he returned to stand before Lin Feng. In an exceptionally good mood, he joined Lao Lao in showering Lin Feng with praise. While Grandma was showering Lin Feng with praise, she had already neatly folded several sets of clean clothes and pants lying on the kong into perfect square blocks, tucking them into a blue canvas bag. Seeing these neatly squared blocks, Lin Feng was suddenly reminded of the military songs he had taught his soldiers in his previous life. Moved by the scene, he couldn't help but pump his fist. His thin, slightly hairy lips moved rapidly as he sang, "We soldiers are different." Grandpa listened as Lin Feng sang this rousing song, his mouth agape in surprise. "Feng, how do you know this song?" Lin Feng might have been so caught up in his excitement while talking earlier that he completely forgot he was actually reborn from another time. When people get carried away, trouble tends to follow. Just as he was drifting off, his grandfather's question yanked him back from the ethereal world into reality. He snapped to attention, slamming on the mental brakes. "Grandpa, didn't you teach me this military song when we were out hunting in the mountains? Back then, you had a musket strapped to your back, clapping along cheerfully as you taught me word by word, 'We soldiers are truly different.'" Lin Feng recounted the old story of his grandfather taking him hunting in the mountains and teaching him to sing, every detail perfectly preserved. Truthfully, these long-forgotten details all came from the original host's mind. Lin Feng had essentially copied every bit of information he possessed. As Grandpa listened to Lin Feng's words, he ran his rough, calloused hands through his graying hair. His unshaven face strained with the effort of recalling those days when he'd taken Lin Feng out to gather firewood. Chapter 159, Don't Give Me That Damn Cold Comfort. After racking his brain, fragmented memories gradually coalesced into a rough outline in Grandpa's mind. He let his rough hands drop from his snow-white hair with a thud, slapping them hard against his thigh-clad and army green trousers torn at the knee. Baring his teeth, he roared at Lin Feng, "Yeah, I taught you that song back in the day. Besides that one, what other songs did your old man teach you?" Perhaps due to his advanced age, the old man's memory was no longer as sharp as it once was. As he strained to recall the past, his cloudy, large eyes fixed on Lin Feng's still somewhat childish face. He desperately wanted to remember what other thrilling songs he had taught Lin Feng during their mountain-chasing days. At first, Lin Feng had worried that his journey back to the 1960s might be exposed. But his grandfather's words completely put him at ease. His worries had been entirely unnecessary. Grandfather was actually waiting for his answer. From his grandfather's question, Lin Feng already understood that he had now been brought into the fold. With this realization, Lin Feng looked at his grandfather's somewhat rugged, bearded face with a determined expression. Grandpa, looking utterly exasperated, turned his pleading gaze toward Lin Feng. "Feng, boy, just spit it out already. Why all the hesitation?" Having climbed Jinggang Mountain, marched the Long March, torn Japanese soldiers apart with his bare hands, fought in civil wars, and participated in the Korean War, Grandpa couldn't wait any longer and bellowed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng watched as his grandfather's anticipation reached its peak before deliberately clearing his throat a few times. He then raised his voice to tell him, "Grandpa, you taught me heroic sons and daughters too." As Lin Feng spoke these words to his grandfather, the old man grew even more bewildered. After all these years, he genuinely couldn't recall whether he had ever taught Lin Feng that. But experience counts for something. After a moment of questioning retort, Grandpa pleaded with Lin Feng again. Grandpa might have a bit of dementia. There are many things I can't remember anymore. Why don't you sing it for me? Perhaps it could bring back some of my lost memories. Though Grandpa was getting on in years, he wasn't senile at all. He dug a deep hole for Lin Feng, just waiting for him to fall right in. Standing before these two elders, Lin Feng was still rather young. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a wet behind the ears kid, yet they delighted in teasing him. Unaware of the scheme, Lin Feng, moved by his grandfather's feigned pleading, actually burst into song with fervor. With pride and courage, we crossed the Yalu River. The clear, spirited song echoed from the modest yet cozy room, swiftly filling the entire courtyard. Its resonance hung in the air, radiating a sense of positive, uplifting energy. Grandpa Lin was instantly moved to tears as Lin Feng sang. As Lin Feng clapped the rhythm with both hands and sang with fervor, Grandpa joined in unison with his voice. This is the heroic motherland, the land that gave me birth and nurtured me. As Grandpa and Lin Feng sang Children of Heroes together, Xia Ping hurriedly led Xia Fang and her daughter into the courtyard from outside. Xia Ping led them along the side of the courtyard, shouting to Grandpa as they approached, Uncle! Uncle! Stop making a scene! Grandfather, who had been singing along energetically with Lin Feng, immediately signaled to Feng Zai to stop the song upon hearing Xia Ping's angry shout. Lin Feng cut off the patriotic song he was belting out and followed Grandpa's footsteps from the house into the courtyard. The moment his and his grandfather's feet touched the courtyard ground, his uncle wiped his greasy face vigorously with his hand and asked Xia Ping with some complaint, Xia Ping, what's with all the sudden fuss? What are you trying to accomplish? Lin Feng and I were reliving those glorious days and that splendid history. Xia Ping glanced at his grandfather, who was spitting wildly. Without holding back, he bellowed at his grandfather, and then there was that time when Jin Feng got dragged off by the militia at the village entrance. What? Before Uncle could finish his sentence, Lin Feng's entire body seemed to be struck by lightning. He grabbed Uncle's shoulders with both hands and asked him with intense emotion. Seeing Uncle Lin Feng's fierce demeanor, sweat broke out on his face, dripping onto the ice shards scattered across the courtyard. Nephew, the town chief received a report from someone in our village, accusing Jin Feng of having an illicit relationship with you. Uncle, Jin Feng is my legally wedded wife. Lin Feng's face darkened with anger as he heard his uncle speak these words. But his uncle spat a glob of saliva onto the courtyard ground, his large eyes glaring angrily at Lin Feng's face. Nephew, that's exactly what I told the militia when they took Jin Feng away. His uncle recounted the incident of Jin Feng being snatched off the road, his voice thick with pent-up fury. Damn it all to hell. I'm going to confront that rooster caller right now. Grandpa knew Jin Feng was his granddaughter-in-law. The thought of his granddaughter-in-law being snatched away by that bastard Gao Jiaoji was utterly intolerable. As he cursed under his breath, he strode into his room, grabbed the flintlock rifle Lin Feng had left behind last time, and stormed back out into the courtyard. Uncle watched his elder brother storm out in such a furious state. His large eyes glared fiercely at him. Uncle, have you lost your mind? Do you really think this gun will get Jin Feng back? Uncle didn't mince words, bellowing at Grandpa. Xia Ping, don't you dare stand there spouting nonsense. You're scared stiff, but I'm not afraid. In my eyes, what the hell is this bastard worth? Grandpa still had some standing. In his revolutionary career, he'd shared life and death experiences with many high-ranking officials. As for a low-level hack like Town Chief Gao, he couldn't have cared less. Chapter 160, The one who tied the bell must untie it. Grandpa's unshaven face twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it in broad daylight, this guy dared to be so brazen? His words hadn't even finished echoing when his feet had already started moving. Lin Feng, standing in the courtyard, watched his grandfather's flustered and furious expression. He quickly stepped forward, blocking his path while bellowing at him, with just your old powder gun, you think you can take down Gao Jiaoji? You're dreaming. Given the border's extreme instability at the time, higher-ups had already dispatched numerous personnel and recruited many militia members. As the top official of the town, Gao Jiaojiao could mobilize these forces at a moment's notice. For Grandpa to charge into the magistrate's office so recklessly with a gun, wasn't that like walking to his own death? Lin Feng's furious roar snapped Grandfather out of his agitated state, halting his stride. His face darkening, he demanded of Lin Feng, Jin Feng is your wife. You must find a way to rescue her, no matter what. You know better than I do what happens when a lamb walks into the tiger's den. Jin Feng was the village beauty. Old men, young ruffians, and even the town's pimps all drooled over her. Lin Feng knew this well. He'd already clashed with the villagers and that old man surnamed Gao several times, both openly and covertly. Though they'd gained little advantage in their clashes with Lin Feng, they were now devising new schemes to set traps and dig pits for him. The most urgent task now was indeed to rescue Jin Feng from the town. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Feng snapped his gaze back to his grandfather. He used his own rough, powerful hands to roughly wipe the sweat from his greasy face. Grandpa, don't get so worked up. Let's go inside first. Earlier, the courtyard had been in an uproar. Lu Tsuhua and several of his aunts were now pressed against their windows, each with one hand braced, their plump, rounded behinds thrust backward as they peered into the courtyard. They were all watching Lin Feng and Grandpa make fools of themselves. Lin Feng caught their glances out of the corner of his eye, one pair after another of those mischievous, leering looks. He certainly didn't want these gossiping women watching him make a fool of himself. He was confident that such matters could be resolved entirely through their collective discussion. As he withdrew his gaze, he took the powder gun from his grandfather's hands and followed Xie Peng, walking right behind his grandfather's backside, back into the house. The group settled down beside the octagonal table where the Buddha statue was enshrined. Lao Lao, who was deeply devoted to the deity, had overheard their entire conversation outside. In her panic, she pinned all her hopes on the Bodhisattva. At this very moment, she knelt on a round cushion, her hands pressed against its edge as she bowed and made obeisances before the deity. She begged the Bodhisattva to rescue Jin Feng, vowing that if the deity succeeded, she would have the statue repainted and dressed anew, and set off loud red firecrackers. Grandfather deeply disapproved of Lao Lao's approach, rejecting human strength while pinning all hope on spirits and deities. As he plopped his round butt onto the wooden bench, he flung the tiger bone pipe clenched between his teeth onto the octagonal table with a loud thud. Without mincing words, he bellowed at Lao Lao, "Go! Go! Don't waste our time here discussing serious matters." Old lady, who had been bowing to the Buddha statue with both hands, grew displeased at Grandpa's furious roar. With a sudden spring, she leapt up from her knees on the prayer mat like a coiled spring. Bouncing and pacing before everyone, she roared like an enraged lioness. "You old geezer! If you lot don't rescue my granddaughter-in-law from that hellhole today, this old woman won't let you off the hook." Xia Feng followed into the house, her hands darting out to clasp her mother tightly before pulling her inside. Grandfather watched as Xia Feng carried the old woman inside, finally letting out a deep sigh of relief. He turned to Xie Peng and Lin Feng and said, "Now, tell me, how can we possibly rescue Jin Feng from this hellhole?" Back in the day fighting the Japanese invaders, Grandfather had served as the captain of a guerrilla unit operating behind enemy lines. In fact, the character of that guerrilla unit captain in the story was modeled after him. In tackling this situation, Grandfather once again channeled the authority he'd wielded as a squad leader back in the day. As he addressed Lin Feng and Xie Peng, he adopted a commanding posture, his right leg stretched straight, his knee bent as he sat perched on a tall wooden stool. His left hand stroked his goatee, while his right rested on his hip. With cloudy eyes fixed on the two men, he waited for their response. Jin Feng's arrest by the militia company this time was undoubtedly due to Lin Muxing's denunciation. Whenever any household in the village stirred, he'd act more anxious than the emperor himself, making others restless and uneasy. As the village chief, Xie Peng knew this all too well. After listening to his grandfather's questioning, he extended a rough, powerful hand. He lifted a ceramic cup inscribed with "Serve the people" from the table, a table so old it bore carvings of the 12 zodiac animals: dragon, snake, tiger, sheep, pig, rabbit, dog, ox, and more. With a clink, he lifted the lid and took a swig. The bitter, astringent old northeastern tea mingled with his saliva and slid down his throat. After quenching his parched throat, he set the "Serve the people" ceramic cup back on the sturdy wooden table. Wiping away the tea residue lingering at the corners of his mouth with his grimy sleeve, he revealed a set of broken teeth framed by two scraggly, unkempt lips. He addressed the group, "The one who tied the bell must untie it. Should I go talk to Lin Mushang?" Having lived in Lin Muxing's household for so many years, Lin Feng understood his stepfather's character and conduct all too well. This man was ruthless and cunning. Pinning any hopes on him would undoubtedly lead to nothing but disappointment. He had zero faith in his uncle's plan or his suggestion. Chapter 161, Impossible Not to Admire. Lin Feng's dark, piercing eyes fixed on his uncle's weathered face. After a long moment, he finally withdrew his sharp gaze from the uncle's rough, wrinkled face. "Uncle, don't pin your hopes on that greedy old fool Lin Mushang." Uncle Lin exhaled a puff of white breath at Lin Feng's words. His jet-black, partially missing teeth ground together as he replied, "Nephew, if we don't go to Lin Mushang, are we supposed to storm the town government ourselves? You know Gao Jiaoji has been trying every trick in the book to get you out of the way since he started competing with you for Jin Feng. Even if we go to the town hall in the name of the village committee, that shameless old bastard might not even give us the time of day." Uncle voiced his confusion in front of Lin Feng and his eldest uncle. Grandpa held a long tiger bone pipe in his mouth, puffing away steadily. As he puffed on his dry tobacco, his gapped, incomplete teeth flashed in and out before them. "In my personal opinion, pinning our hopes on Lin Mushang to persuade them is unlikely. We can't stake everything on him. Lin Mushang is nothing but a petty opportunist. In Grandpa's eyes, he is hardly a formidable figure. Even if he were to act as an intermediary, Gao Jiaoji might not even give him the time of day." He flatly rejected Xie Peng's earlier suggestion in front of both of them, instead turning to Lin Feng to hear his perspective. The mood in the room was palpable. Though no one spoke, Lin Feng's glance across the faces of those present spoke volumes. Quickly withdrawing his gaze, he addressed the group in a raised voice. "When Lu Dengue left last time, he specifically told me that if I came across any tasty wild game during this period, I should privately send it to his home." Lin Feng's words immediately piqued his uncle's interest. He slammed both hands down hard on the table. The ceramic bowls on the somewhat aged yet sturdy octagonal table bounced and trembled from the force of his slap. His unkempt, scruffy face lit up like he'd found a big, round gold ingot. He bellowed at Lin Feng, "Why didn't you say so sooner? We'll take you down the mountain right now. Those muntjac hairs are for Lu Dengue." In this sprawling town, only Lu Dengue possessed the clout to openly challenge Gao Jiaojiao. No one else dared to confront him head-on. That's why Uncle held Lu Dengue in such high regard. The moment Lin Feng spoke, he enthusiastically agreed, insisting on accompanying Fengzi back to his home to retrieve the game they'd hunted. Just as they finalized their plans to fetch the game, Lin Xian appeared from outside the courtyard. Using a smooth, polished yellow iron bar, she pried open a box containing a roe deer and 2 hares. Swaying her ample figure, she waltzed into the house. This woman was quite cunning. While Lin Feng and the others were talking inside the house, she had already dashed over to her uncle's residence. After a flurry of sweet talk in front of her cousin's wife, she effortlessly retrieved one of the gifts. Seeing the game meat on Lin Xian's shoulders, everyone's eyes instantly darted to her shoulders. They grinned at her, babbling incoherently about how she'd thought to go back and fetch these gifts. She placed the muntjac hairs, still slung on her yellow bamboo shoulder pole, along with the pole itself, onto the table. She withdrew her dark, piercing gaze from their faces. As she vigorously rubbed her tender, dewy hands together, she declared to them with unabashed confidence, I'm not nearly as foolish as you lot. If you can think of it, why couldn't I?" Her words were so sharp they left Lin Feng, her uncle, and even her grandfather, who stood pacing the room with his hands behind his back, stumped. They all cursed inwardly at how sharp-tongued this girl was, convinced she'd grow up to be a formidable leader. Lin Feng, who knew his sister was all talk and no action, grinned cheekily and gave her a sly, toothy grin. Standing before her, he offered flattery in an attempt to curry favor. "My dear sister, your foresight leaves this humble brother in awe." But his sister couldn't stand hearing Lin Feng spout such sycophantic flattery in front of her. At his words, her sparkling black eyes fluttered like spring breezes. Her bright eyes instantly gleamed with sharp clarity. The figure, tightly swathed in her wolfskin coat, bathed in the warm winter sunlight, appeared even more mature and gracefully upright. From afar, one might have wished to bite right into her. In full view of everyone, she pulled her already exquisitely wrapped body even tighter before releasing her grip. Turning to Lin Feng and her uncle, she said, "Hurry and deliver this game to Lu Dengue. If you delay any longer, Gao Jiaoji will surely claim Jinfeng for himself." This area was still some distance from Yichuan, and being a concentrated region of ethnic minorities, the authorities largely left it to self-governance. Consequently, the management style here was essentially hands-off. The top official wielded supreme authority here. If he fancied any woman, getting her into bed was a matter of a single command. Lin Xian's reminder snapped Lin Feng back to reality. Wiping sweat from his brow, he gathered the muntjac and several plump, sturdy hairs from the table. Finding a piece of rope, he threaded it through their jaws and hoisted them up. Turning to his uncle, he shouted, "Uncle, can you find Lu Dingue's private residence?" His uncle was puffing away on his water pipe, the smoke billowing steadily from his mouth. The exhaled vapor traveled up the hookah stem, passing through the water-filled bamboo basin below and producing a series of gurgling sounds. He exhaled the last of the white vapor with all his might, then pulled his grubby mouth away from the bamboo tube. Chapter 162, Kill a few to cover their tracks. Uncle pulled his mouth, still puffing out white breath, away from the rim of the hookah bamboo tube. His dazed eyes turned toward Lin Feng. "People who eat public rations like that, where else would they live besides the town? I'd been to Lu Dingue's place a few times. Just follow me." Life in the village had suffered a severe blow this year. Yet despite everyone's hardship, Uncle, as the village head, had recently managed to squeeze some vegetables from the communal kitchen and send them over to Lu Dingue's place. After all, Lu Dingue had consistently looked out for their village in many matters. So whenever there was fresh game or vegetables, Uncle always thought of him first, the town's second in command. As he spoke these words to Lin Feng, he already had his water pipe and pipe stem tucked into the belt at his waist. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked toward the door. Lin Feng, as if afraid of losing his way, clutched the marmot and the hairs in his hands and hurriedly followed behind his uncle's pair of plump, round buttocks. Watching Xieping and Lin Feng's receding figures, the elderly grandfather yearned to follow them to meet this Lu Dengue fellow. Just as he stepped outside, tiger bone pipe clenched between his teeth, puffing away at his dry tobacco with a clack-clack of the pipe, hands clasped behind his back, Xie Feng, who had already settled her husband, emerged from the inner room. Her large, dark eyes caught sight of her father heading out. An ominous foreboding filled Xie Feng's mind and nerves. Watching her father continue toward the door, she clutched her snow-white, furry fox skin coat tightly and hurried a few steps to call out to her grandfather, who had already stepped outside. "Dad, where are you going?" Her grandfather was striding out the door. Hearing Xie Feng's call, he abruptly halted his stride toward the door. He turned his asymmetrical, yet somewhat plump-looking from a distance, rear end toward Xie Feng and said with a hint of guilt, I want to go with Lin Feng and the others to take a look." Hearing his grandfather's reply, the cheerful smile that had just lit up Xie Feng's face instantly turned to storm clouds. Her expression showed no kindness toward her father whatsoever. Dad, do you really think Lin Feng and Xieping are just going to give Lu Dengue a gift? Deep down, Grandpa was convinced they were going to deliver gifts. It was the obvious truth. Grandfather twisted his body and turned back toward Xiefeng. His face flushed with anger and embarrassment as he snapped at his daughter. What they can do you think I can't? With these scars on my body, Lu Dengue owes me 500 faces of respect. My grandfather had drifted through a lifetime of bullets and bombs, a man of war whose glorious military achievements he never once mentioned to his children or the villagers. This time, for Lin Feng's sake, he was truly going all out. As he berated Xiefeng, he suddenly ripped open his shirt buttons, swiftly stripping off the clothes hanging on his body. He flung the ragged, filthy garments aside with a sharp toss. Xiefeng was utterly dumbfounded by her father's sudden, fierce outburst. Her clear, transparent eyes stared at her father's bare upper body. First, what met Xiefeng's eyes was a wound stretching 20 centimeters from her father's chest to his stomach, resembling a centipede, clearly displayed before her. Beyond that, several bullet-sized circular scars dotted her grandfather's ribs. Next, her grandfather's sturdy, powerful arms bore numerous bayonet wounds on his elbows. Overwhelmed by emotion, Xiefeng hurried to her father's side. She picked up the tattered clothes he'd discarded on the ground and helped him put them on, her voice breaking as she said, "Dad, I understand how you feel right now. You're getting older, and you can't keep up with these young whippersnappers. Instead of going out of your way to please people who don't appreciate you, why not stay home and wait for good news from your two brothers-in-law?" The difficulty of begging others for help filled Xiefeng's mind and nerves. As she helped her grandfather put his tattered clothes back on, she tried to keep her tone as calm as possible when speaking to the once powerful man. Grandpa might have a stubborn streak, but he trusted Xiefeng implicitly. After his daughter helped him into his tattered clothes, he exhaled several puffs of murky breath and declared loudly to Jin Feng, "I'm giving Lin Feng and Xieping exactly 2 hours. If they don't bring that man back within that time, I'll grab this powder-fired rifle, storm into the town government office, and kill a few people to take the fall." While snapping back at Xiefeng, Grandpa grabbed his tobacco pipe and tiger bone mouthpiece from the table, then reluctantly wandered off to smoke his pipe. One pale gray smoke ring after another drifted aimlessly through the modestly sized room, ghostly and eerie, sending a chill down one's spine. Watching these drifting grayish-blue smoke rings in the room, Xiefeng felt her heart rise and fall like a bucket in a well, filled with unease. Burdened with 1,000 worries, she sat down on a wooden stool beneath the incense altar dedicated to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Lao Lao was carefully placing a pair of lit candles and 3 long incense sticks into the censer on the altar. While arranging the candles and incense, he spoke softly to Xiefeng with a calm and reassuring tone. "Xiefeng, I've already notified Guanyin Bodhisattva. Rest assured, what goes around comes around. The Bodhisattva won't stand idly by when faced with such injustice. If all goes well this time, Lin Feng and Xieping will definitely bring Jin Feng back safely." Xiefeng glanced at her mother, who was still muttering to herself, then looked at the benevolent face of Guanyin Bodhisattva on the altar. Like her mother, she too began to murmur in a trance-like state. Standing nearby, Lin Xian swayed her large, round eyes back and forth. Her bright, dark pupils shifted to gaze at her mother and uncle's faces marked by age and etched with numerous wrinkles. Chapter 163, I want to ask you something. As her almond-shaped eyes scanned their faces, her thin, lipstick-coated lips curled up at both corners trembled exaggeratedly. Her delicate hands pressed tightly against her high, straight nose bridge, while her mouth adopted an unyielding tone. She chattered incessantly at her older brother and mother, "Look at what you're doing. Jin Feng got snatched by that rooster, and you're begging Guanyin for help? What good is that? If you've got the time to pray to the goddess, you'd be better off sitting down and waiting for things to work themselves out." Lin Xian, having received a few years of schooling, harbored a deep aversion to the rituals of burning incense and prostrating before the goddess. After scolding her mother and elder sister, she leaned against the ash-stained wall, scraping dozens of grimy pumpkin seeds from the surface into her hands. With her soft, delicate fingers, she rubbed them vigorously, occasionally popping a few into her mouth and biting into them with great relish. Watching her daughter make such a fuss, constantly nagging at her and her mother, Xiefeng's already sour mood grew increasingly irritable. Her wide, weary eyes shot several fierce glances at Lin Xian before an exaggeratedly large mouth unleashed a barrage of unkind words. "You little brat. If Jin Feng isn't safe today, you can forget about going to school." Lin Xian had always believed her mother would make some concessions in this matter. But upon hearing her mother speak like this, she instead responded with surprising composure, "Whether I study or not doesn't matter. Just don't be so stubborn." Lin Xian's audacious words completely enraged Xiefeng. After kowtowing several times to the Guanyin statue, she sprang up from the soft cushion like a drawn bowstring. "Get out! Get out! Don't come here and discuss the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Get as far away as you can." As Xiefeng yelled at Lin Xian, she bent down and casually helped the old man kneeling on the cushion to his feet. Grandfather, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, could no longer stomach this superstitious nonsense. His cloudy eyes swept over the grandmother and granddaughter trio once, then he turned away without another glance, heading out the door. Watching her grandfather's retreating figure, Lao Lao panicked and bellowed after him, "Where the hell are you going now, you old fart?" Grandpa paid her no mind. With his hands clasped behind his back, he continued walking toward the door. Without turning his head, he retorted loudly, "If you won't let me follow Lin Feng and the others on their journey, does that mean I don't even have the right to play with Big Yellow and Little Black in the yard?" Big Yellow and Little Black were two loyal hunting dogs Grandpa had trained while herding in the mountains. During the years Grandpa hunted in the mountains, Big Yellow and Little Black never left his side for a single moment. They were always by his side, never abandoning him even during the most difficult times. Grandpa cherished them deeply. As he walked out of the house with his hands behind his back, Big Yellow and Little Black were already wagging their tails and trotting toward him. They rubbed their round heads against his thighs. Grandpa gave both their round heads a hearty pat and spoke plainly before the two little creatures, "Big Yellow and Little White, there's no place left for us in the courtyard. Starting tomorrow, we'll have to go back to our old ways." As Grandpa patted their heads and spoke these words, a sense of heroic resignation washed over him. Big Yellow and Little White seemed to understand every word. As their heads rubbed against Grandpa's thigh, their tails perked up and wagged incessantly. They whined and growled in unison, their teeth bared, as if giving a satisfied answer to Grandpa's words. Lin Feng followed Grandpa out, chewing the pumpkin seed shells in her mouth until skin separated from seed. She comforted him, "Grandpa, if this place won't keep me, another will. Sand that slips through your fingers is better scattered than held tight." Lin Feng had initially opposed her grandfather and great-uncle, refusing to live with them. But after this trip down the mountain, she had changed her mind about not accepting the two elders living up there. Instead, she felt somewhat ashamed and invited them to come up the mountain. Grandpa Lin Feng's invitation to the two elders to come up the mountain filled him with such joy he didn't know what to say. He pinched his own rough, weathered face several times, confirming this wasn't a dream but reality. Only then did he happily tell Lin Feng, "Even if we go back up the mountain, we must wait for Lin Feng and the others to return." Grandfather, his heart bursting with excitement, chatted briefly with Lin Feng about school before his anxious gaze drifted once more toward the direction where Lin Feng and the others had vanished. Lin Feng and his uncle's silhouettes grew smaller and smaller against the snowy landscape. By the time they were out of sight, they had become two tiny black dots vanishing at the end of the snow-covered mountain path. The pressure points Uncle had tapped on Lin Feng's body while descending the mountain had already improved his condition significantly. He no longer gasped for breath while walking through the snow. Astonished by this change in his body, Uncle Lin followed closely behind Lin Feng for a few steps, pressing him with questions. "Lin Feng, I want to ask you something." Lin Feng carried the marten in his hand, continuing to trudge forward along the snow-covered mountain path. The white mist exhaled from his mouth instantly crystallized into tiny ice particles that fell to the ground. Turning his head, he called out to his uncle, whose face was flushed with warmth, "What is it? Just ask. I'll do my best to tell you everything I know." His uncle rubbed his left hand vigorously against his right. After a long moment, he stammered out to Lin Feng, "How do you manage to walk so smoothly without breathing?" His uncle had secretly taken numerous cough and phlegm-relieving medicines, yet none had shown any effect. With just that one slap, Lin Feng had actually cured his labored breathing. How could this not leave Uncle speechless? Chapter 164, Not Bringing Shame to the Village. Ha! Lin Feng's footsteps cut through the snow like the wind as he practically flew across the snowy ground, his laughter echoing behind him. After a burst of childlike laughter, Lin Feng explained to his grandfather with a smile, "Beyond the waist points, kidney points, and spleen stomach points on your back, there are several others governing the lungs and airways, some unnamed points. When we descended the mountain, I saw you coughing fiercely and gasping for breath. So I used the warmth from my hands to vigorously clear those points for you. Unexpectedly, it worked remarkably well. I suppose it's simply fate bringing us together. Healing through medicine and qigong depends on fate. When destined to meet, even 1,000 miles apart, when not even face to face, one remains apart. Don't underestimate Lin Feng just because he's young." His words and profound insights came one after another. As he spoke, his uncle nodded in agreement repeatedly, making promise after promise before Lin Feng. "Tonight, your whole family will have hot pot at our place. We'll boil a fragrant piglet for you." Last time Lin Feng had procured the bullets and brought down the fragrant piglets, his uncle had secretly kept one aside. He'd taken it home and cured it with salt and various seasonings. By now, it had surely developed a rich flavor, waiting for Lin Feng's family to come down the mountain so they could all enjoy a hot pot feast together. Uncle Lin's words left Lin Feng feeling utterly bewildered. Hadn't the village already confiscated all cooking pots and bowls long ago? Why would his uncle still have cooking utensils at home? As Lin Feng continued walking forward, he couldn't help but turn his head and ask his uncle, who was closely following right behind him, in a low voice, "Uncle, weren't all the pots and pans in the village handed over? If they find out you've secretly hidden cooking utensils, you'll be skinned alive if not killed outright." The village was full of gossipmongers. People like Sister Yang or Widow Chow were just minor players. The real big fish kept a low profile, watching Uncle Lin's every word and action. As Lin Feng brought these matters to his uncle's attention, he truly felt his heart in his throat for him. If Uncle ever lost his shoes by the river, their family's hope of surviving in the mountains would vanish. Worse, they'd have to hand over everything, the double-barreled shotgun and all. Uncle seemed to sense Lin Feng's concerns as he listened to his questions. He gave him a knowing wink and said with a bitter smile, "Don't worry, nephew. I know what's against the law. We'd never do anything to bring shame on the village." With uncle speaking so plainly, what was there left for Lin Feng to fear? His mouth curved into a silly grin, like a bent bean pod, as he told his uncle, "Once we get Jin Feng back, we'll go find the village principal. We'll talk about the hot pot later." Hearing this, Uncle Lin wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth with his hand. As they continued walking, he told Lin Feng that he'd run into Principal Wang in the village a few days ago. Eager to know the outcome of their conversation, Lin Feng slowed his pace and whispered to his uncle, "What did Principal Wang say?" Slowing his pace, he leaned close to his uncle and whispered, "What did Principal Wang say?" Uncle halted mid-sentence. With a meaningful look, he replied, "The principal inquired about your sister's age. He personally believes she's too old for upper elementary school now. If she continues her studies, she should go straight to middle school." Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately grew anxious. "Uncle, even though my sister is academically gifted, she dropped out before finishing upper elementary. How could she possibly keep up with the pace if she skipped straight to high school?" Lin Feng laid out all the academic pressures his sister faced before his uncle. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, his uncle also felt it was inappropriate for her to jump straight to senior secondary school. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and whispered to him to focus on resolving Jin Feng's situation first. It seemed his uncle had already thought of some solutions regarding Lin Xian's education. Lin Feng seemed to pin all his hopes for his sister's education on his uncle. When they arrived at his private residence in Ledengui town, Lin Feng whispered a promise to his uncle: if he could secure his sister's education, whenever he hunted in the mountains and obtained tiger or leopard penises, he would save them for his uncle first. Lin Feng's words struck a chord deep within his uncle's heart. Hearing his nephew's promise, he immediately leaned close to whisper in his ear, his voice tinged with awkward embarrassment, "My dear nephew, forgive me for saying this, but I'm already 48 years old. Your aunt is only 30, and she just gave birth not long ago. Every night, she's quite demanding." Lin Feng had never understood the true meaning behind the saying, "At 30, a woman is like a wolf, at 40, she's like a tiger." Today, hearing his uncle speak thus, he felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. He chuckled as he walked alongside his uncle toward Lu Dingui's private residence. Lu Dingui's private residence lay behind the town government building. To reach it, they had to pass through a wall and a grove of trees. To avoid disturbing Lu Dingui's work, Lin Feng followed his uncle toward the base of the tall, long wall surrounding the town government building. This path, wedged between the town government building and the Women's Federation office, wound its way toward the woods beyond the wall. As they walked beneath the ivy-covered wall, the occasional chirping of birds echoed from the towering structure. Just as their feet sought the woods, a rustling sound suddenly came from the snow-covered trees, occasionally mixed with the sound of voices. "Lu Dengui, hurry up already. You're going to freeze me to death on this bitterly cold day." Ha ha ha. Lin Feng and his uncle had no idea what was happening in this dense forest. After exchanging bewildered glances, they crouched low and tiptoed toward the source of the voices. Still dozens of meters away from the source of the voices, they stopped crouching and halted their stealthy steps. Uncle was dying to know what was happening in the thicket hidden beneath the dense foliage. He bent his body slightly, reaching out a hand to part the dense foliage. Chapter 165, Just Following Orders. Rustle. Uncle made quite a racket as he parted the dense foliage. A flock of birds in the trees, startled out of their wits, flew up into the sky from the foliage, chirping incessantly. A man and woman engaged in a heated argument within the trees suddenly froze. Startled, they shouted toward the edge of the dense foliage, "Who goes there?" Uncle, who hadn't seen much of the world, was so frightened his legs trembled slightly. His mouth stammered as he answered haltingly to the voice calling from the woods, I'm Sieping from Lushan village." The rustling sounds in the woods ceased. After the clinking of a belt buckle, a deep, gruff male voice emerged from within. "So it's village chief Xia. Director Wu and I are pulling carrots in the field. Wait outside for a moment, I'll be right out." As the man spoke, Xia Ping and Lin Feng recognized his voice. It was Lu Dengui. His trembling legs gradually steadied. He spat into his palm, which was glistening with sweat, and rubbed his hands together vigorously. "Minister Lu, please continue your work. Lin Feng and I will wait for you outside the woods." "All right." After a long while, Lu Dengui emerged alongside Wu Niuhua, the female director from his hometown, both covered in snowflakes. Director Wu's pant legs were damp from the icy snowmelt. Her cotton-padded jacket was dotted with grass clippings, which fluttered into the forest air under the biting wind blowing through the woods. Hanging from the crook of her elbow was indeed a small bamboo basket. Inside lay several foot-long, red radish tops, still green-leaved and covered in soil. Spotting Lin Feng and Sieping standing flushed and flustered at the edge of the woods, the worldly Lu Dengui chuckled and stepped forward to greet them. "Lin Feng, you haven't gone hunting for wild game again, have you?" Lu Dengui had two great passions in life, chasing women and hunting wild game. Mention either of these, and he'd perk up more than if he'd downed a shot of tiger penis wine. His words instantly bridged the gap between him and Lin Feng. Lin Feng lifted the harrot and musk deer he held in his hands high in the air, grinning broadly as he called out, "Director Lu, you're absolutely right. These were caught fresh yesterday on the mountain. I haven't even skinned them yet, I brought them straight over just for you." Upon hearing these were gifts for him, Lu Dengue slapped his thigh in delight, chuckling to Director Wu, who carried the bamboo basket. "Sweetheart, take the gazelle and hare back to the house to stew them first. I'll ask them what business they have with me. No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason." Lin Feng bringing such precious game meant he was here for something important. He had followed Wu Nyohua all the way over, keeping his eyes glued to her pair of high-arching buttocks as she walked. The moment Wu Nyohua stepped away, the butt of the Shanha cigarette dangling from Lu Dengue's mouth glowed red-hot. One smoke ring after another drifted from his mouth, floating up into the forest air. He took a few hard drags on the glowing stub, then held it in his hand as he chuckled at Lin Feng. "Little Feng, you haven't gotten yourself into trouble again, have you?" Before Lin Feng could answer, Lu Dengue, his uncle, who had been standing nearby for some time, stepped forward abruptly. His voice carried a hint of irritation as he addressed Lu Dengue. "Lin Feng's wife has been arrested and detained by the town militia." At his uncle's words, Lu Dengue's jolly, fleshy face instantly darkened from its earlier cheerful expression. He bellowed at his uncle, "You tell me who did this outrage. I'll wring his neck and use his head as a chamber pot." The higher-ups had repeatedly emphasized that in ethnic minority areas, the focus should be on education and persuasion, not resorting to arbitrary arrests at the slightest provocation. As he raged, he waited for his uncle's response, determined to find out who the hell had pulled this stunt in this tiny place. Uncle had no clue either who the hell was behind this despicable act. He only suspected Gao Jiaoji had sent men to make the arrest. But without evidence, he dared not make baseless accusations. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Lin Feng interjected, "When they came to arrest people, they didn't say who ordered it. They just dropped a threat, saying to take it up with the town officials if we wanted justice. They were just following orders." After Lin Feng outlined the situation, Lu Dengue seemed to grasp it instantly. This was undoubtedly the work of that bastard Gao Zhenhe, because he himself had never ordered the militia to go arrest anyone in the village. Before Lin Feng could finish, Lu Dengue's red nose began twitching uncontrollably. While shaking his red nose, he roared furiously at Lin Feng like an enraged lion, "Come on, you two. Follow me back to the town government office." Originally, he planned to take Lin Feng and his uncle to Director Wu's house for a stewed antelope soup. But now, with an arrest happening right under his nose, his mood vanished instantly. Fuming and glaring, he walked straight into the town government compound through a small gate in the middle of the wall, his hands clasped behind his back. In the town government's orchard, a few geese and chickens were pecking at corn kernels beneath several medium-sized jujube trees. As Lu Dengue stormed into the courtyard, the startled birds scattered in all directions. Several militia members on guard duty in the courtyard immediately stopped whispering among themselves upon seeing Lu Dengue's arrival. "Good day, Director Lu." Lu Dengue glared at them with his large eyes and bellowed, "Tell me, did you go to Lushan village to arrest someone?" The militia on duty dared not utter a single false word in front of Lu Dengue. Chapter 166, Ignorant of their place. Their legs, standing stiffly at attention, trembled slightly. After a long, tense silence, they finally stammered out a reply to Lu Dengue, their voices trembling with fear, reporting to Minister Lu, "About an hour ago we arrested a woman named Jin Feng in Lushan village. Town Chief Gao is personally interrogating her in his office right now." The militia dared not conceal anything before Lu Dengue. They spilled everything they had done and knew, pouring it out like beans from a bamboo tube. Lu Dengue swung his hands, which had been clasped behind his back, up from his rotund hips. "You bastards, get the hell out of here." He wanted to deal with them right then and there, but remembering Jin Feng was still locked in Gao Jiaoji's room, he could only curse them out before rushing off with Lin Feng and his uncle toward the old man's office. After Gao Jiaojiu brought Jin Feng into his room, he had already bolted the wooden door shut with the latch. To prevent any interruptions, he secured both bolts on the wooden door before feeling confident enough to help Jin Feng inside. While undoing the ropes binding her hands behind her back, he feigned concern, asking, "Jin Feng, do you know why the town authorities came for you?" Jin Feng despised this old man, who was the same age as her father. As soon as Gao Zhenhe untied her ropes, she shoved herself as far away from the old lecher as possible. Her voice carried a hint of anger as she retorted loudly at Gao Jiaoji, "I was just about to ask you, why did you drag me to the town government office?" Gao Jiaoji edged closer to Jin Feng, his broken teeth chattering as he spoke. "Today, I'll just come clean. The villagers reported you and Lin Feng for cohabiting illegally." At this, Jin Feng shot Gao Jiaoji a look of disgust and shouted at him, her emotions boiling over, "That's utter nonsense." Seizing the moment of her agitation, Gao Jiaoji suddenly grabbed Jin Feng, pinning her against the office desk while frantically tearing at her clothes. Jin Feng pushed Gao Jiaoji's body away with both hands, pounding and striking him while screaming loudly toward the door, "Help! Help me!" As Jin Feng pushed him away, Gao Jiaoji thrust his large hand forward, delivering several hard slaps across her smooth, fair face. As he savagely struck her face, he once again pressed his body against hers. Jin Feng refused to yield, continuing to scream at the top of her lungs, "Gao Jiaoji is raping me." Lin Feng and Lu Dengue had already rushed to Gao Jiaoji's door at top speed. Bang! 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 Lu Dengue pounded the door with all his might, hoping to break it open. But the door was secured with 2 bolts. No matter how hard Lu Dengue pounded, it wouldn't budge an inch. Lu Dengue bellowed at Gao Jiaoji inside the room. Gao Zhenhe, open the door now, or I'll send you to the west with a bullet. Lu Dengue, you damn well know a full belly doesn't understand hunger. Gao Jiaojia retorted from inside the room while continuing his commotion. In desperation, Lu Dengue barked an order at Lin Feng standing nearby. This old scoundrel is yours today. Lu Dengue had always disliked this guy, and seeing him causing trouble in town again today, he was practically hoping someone would take him out. Lin Feng shot a glance at Lu Dengue, whose face was twisted with rage, and asked him with a hint of concern, if we take out this thug, are we going to get in trouble? Lu Dengue bellowed back at Lin Feng, go ahead and take care of this old scoundrel. Lin Feng had been waiting for those words. The moment Lu Dengue spoke, he swung a powerful kick, slamming it hard against the seemingly impenetrable wooden door. Boom! 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 After several dull thuds, the door secured with several wooden bolts was violently kicked down into the rooster-filled room. A powerful gust of air sent the old man fleeing in terror. Abandoning Jin Feng's body, he rolled away to the side. Brother Feng. The moment Jin Feng saw Lin Feng appear in the room, she could no longer contain her emotions. She threw her arms around him and began wailing loudly. Put your clothes back on. I'll deal with this old geezer. Lin Feng pushed Jin Feng away from his embrace, urging her to pull her torn shirt and half-removed pants back onto her body. He strode toward Gao Jiaji, who was cowering on the floor like a grandson, grabbed him by the collar, and hoisted him forcefully onto his hands. His eyes blazed with fury, like 2 fires burning fiercely. Gao Jiaji, I've put up with you long enough. Today, I'll skin you alive. Lin Feng intended to punch Gao Zhenhe to death. Although Lu Dengue had already signaled his approval, telling him to go all out. But Lin Feng knew better than anyone that killing someone meant paying with his own life. Besides, behind the scenes, Lu Dengue and Gao Jiaji were locked in a bitter power struggle. He wasn't foolish enough to serve as Lu Dengue's cannon fodder. He only intended to teach this bastard a proper lesson. As Gao Jiaji's body trembled uncontrollably in Lin Feng's grasp, he stammered. Lin Feng, you stole my son's woman. Today, I'm just doing my duty for my son. Hearing this only made Lin Feng's mood sour. High-crowing rooster was clearly still obsessed with his own woman. Before the old geezer could finish his rant, Lin Feng swung his fist, smashing it hard into the old man's skull. Thud! 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 A hail of punches rained down on the man's head, making him howl in agony. Jin Feng had already pulled the torn and ripped clothes over her body and legs. Recalling the scene of being overpowered by that rooster-like man, her anger flared. She found a wooden stick somewhere, swiftly approached Lin Feng, and swung it hard at his thigh. Ah, you're going to kill me. Jin Feng didn't care about any of that. She took great satisfaction in her simple yet brutal revenge against the rooster, shouting curses at him as she did so. Today, little sister, I'll let you taste the power of this wooden stick. Jin Feng, please spare me. I truly, truly adore you. The old man's body took the blows, yet his mouth still spewed sentimental nonsense at Jin Feng. Lin Feng had intended to just hit him a few times and leave, but the cocky old man's arrogant words reignited the rage smoldering within him. Chapter 167, Who Drew the Knife? Whoosh. Lin Feng's left hand still gripped Gao Jiaoji's collar, but his right hand had already slid down to the back of his heel. In less than a minute, a gleaming small knife had been transferred from the old man's hand to his own. You old bastard, you forced my hand. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, the knife in his hand plunged into a spot on the old man's thigh. The loudmouth could no longer hold his head high. His body slumped from Lin Feng's grasp and slid to the floor. Lin Feng glanced at the pool of blood on the floor, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He cursed Gao Jiaoji loudly before motioning to Jin Feng to follow him out the door. Outside, Lu Dengue had been waiting impatiently. He blurted out, "Did you really kill that coward inside?" Lin Feng glanced at Lu Dengue, who wore a smug look on his face. Minister Lu, I merely castrated him. From now on, that old geezer won't be able to commit any more evil deeds. Hearing this, Lu Dengue beamed like he'd just eaten aspartame. Little Feng, he exclaimed, you've eliminated this security threat right beside me. I'll treat you to muntjac soup and stir-fried pork belly at Director Wu's place. We'll sort out your situation with Jin Feng while we're at it. While Lin Feng was dealing with this fellow inside the room, Lu Dengue had already learned the basics of Lin Feng and Jin Feng's situation from his uncle. Though they lived together, it didn't mean they were legally married. They were still one step away from becoming legally wed. Determined to see this through to the end, Lu Dengue was prepared to play the Good Samaritan to the very end. Facing Lu Dengue's invitation, Lin Feng hesitated. Lu Dengue was the town's armed forces chief, and Wu Niuhua was the women's director. Sitting down to eat and drink with such people still put him under some pressure. His uncle stood beside Lin Feng, head bowed as he puffed on a water pipe. The black hookah pipe swayed back and forth beneath his bamboo tube, while the small basin inside the tube bubbled steadily. He lifted his head and met Lin Feng's hesitant gaze. Lin Feng, Director Lu is calling you and your wife over for a meal and soup. This is a huge honor for both of you. What are you hesitating about? His uncle whispered in his ear, urging him to be sensible. People like Lu Dengue and Director Wu wouldn't necessarily grant such an honor to just anyone. Besides, the scandal of Gao Zhenhe publicly harassing a respectable woman had already spread throughout the town government. That bastard was finished. Lu Dengue was undoubtedly destined to become the next top leader. To smooth the way for future affairs in Lushan village, Uncle urged Lin Feng not to hesitate. After his uncle's measured words, Lin Feng finally had an epiphany and addressed Lu Dengue. It's not that I have anything against it. It's just that my wife comes from the sticks and hasn't seen much of the world. Lu Dengue knew Lin Feng had agreed to the dinner invitation. Overjoyed, he chuckled and told the couple, I'm not going to eat your wife, you know. I'm not like those high and mighty types who prey on those closest to them. He deliberately stretched out his words as he spoke, the implication clear for all to hear. Just as they were preparing to leave, Captain Xiang from the township security office arrived with 2 militia members to investigate the situation. Captain Xiang, first tend to Gao Jiaoji's injuries. Then, make sure to file a detailed report about his daylight assault on that woman. Remember, the report must cover every aspect thoroughly. To ensure Gao Jiaoji was thoroughly brought down this time, Lu Dengue deliberately laid out the details of the incident in front of Captain Xiang. Listening to Lu Dengue, Captain Xiang glanced into the blood-stained room where Gao Jiaoji lay groaning in pain. Concerned, he asked Lu Dengue, does this situation qualify as self-defense? Captain Xiang had once been a close associate of Gao Jiaoji and was still inclined to advocate for the man. His words instantly infuriated Lu Dengue. Captain Xiang, if your wife was being bullied by Gao Jiaoji, would you stand by as a spectator or stab him immediately? If you can't even handle such a minor matter, I have no idea how you became the captain of this public security brigade. Lu Dengue's words left Captain Xi feeling thoroughly humiliated. His face flushed with embarrassment as he led 2 militia members into Gao Jiaoji's room. From inside came a distinctly displeased voice, Captain Xiang, why aren't you arresting Lin Feng and his wife? What are you talking about? You're screwing someone else's wife in broad daylight and you want me to arrest them? Do you think this town government is your personal fiefdom? You're lucky if you keep your job after this. Who the hell stabbed me in the back? Town Chief Gao, let's tend to your wounds first. As for who stabbed you, I honestly have no idea. Realizing Gao Jiaoji's fate was sealed, Captain Xiang, ever the opportunist, stopped hovering around him. Before Gao could finish speaking, 2 militia members had already carried him out of the office and into the security room. Lu Dengue watched Gao Jiaoji, now powerless, being carried away. A wave of relief washed over him. A cold smile flashed across his face before he led Lin Feng, Jin Feng, and his uncle out of the town government's orchard toward the courtyard exit. As they walked, he remarked to his uncle with apparent interest, after spring arrives, you should come and handle the fruit trees in the orchard. Our township intends to remove all of them. His uncle couldn't understand why perfectly good fruit trees needed to be removed. He looked at Lu Dengue with some confusion and asked. Lu Dengue glanced at the jujube trees, persimmon trees, and orange trees within the courtyard. Last night, as I lay in bed, I had a strange dream. A wise man told me that to secure my position, I must remove these trees. Truthfully, I'm quite fond of them. Lu Dengue seemed reluctant to part with these trees that were already bearing fruit and producing a harvest. Minister Lu, sometimes dreams mean the opposite. Why not have Lin Feng take a look? Should you really cut down these trees? These fruit trees, already bearing fruit and producing crops, were ones his uncle had gone to great lengths to obtain from the mountain where Lin Feng and the others lived. He was reluctant to cut them down. Chapter 168, High-End, Sophisticated, and Classy. What did you just say? Lu Dengue, who was walking ahead, heard his uncle's question and stared at him wide-eyed, as if he'd discovered a new continent. He couldn't believe for the life of him that Lin Feng would know anything about this line of work. Uncle seemed to understand Lu Dengue's thoughts perfectly. He motioned for Lu Dengue to halt his steps and addressed old Lu, my great-nephew Lin Feng not only reads feng shui but also alters destiny. If you wish to soar, you can absolutely seek him out. Lu Dengue knew full well that Lin Feng possessed some abilities. But now that his uncle was hyping him up so wildly, he found it hard to believe. After his uncle's reminder, he lowered his voice and told Xiepeng. The town's full of gossip. We'd better head back to Director Wu's place to eat and talk. Old hands are always wiser. Lu Dengue, seasoned in his ways, walked with far more steady steps than Gao Jiaoji. He certainly didn't want to follow in Gao Jiaoji's footsteps. As he relayed this to his uncle, he quickened his pace, heading toward the courtyard exit. His uncle understood Lu Dengue's true motive for rushing out at that moment. After waiting for Lin Feng and Jin Feng to catch up, he finally addressed Lin Feng. Lu Dengue wants to cut down these fruit trees. Cutting down such fine fruit trees would be such a waste. That fool believes in feng shui. He thinks these fruit trees are blocking his path to promotion. I'll take a look for him. As they chatted, the group had already stepped out of the courtyard. Kadingui was waiting outside the courtyard for them to emerge. Seeing Lin Feng and his wife following their uncle out, he stepped forward proactively, greeted Lin Feng, and deliberately pulled out his Shanha brand cigarettes to offer everyone a smoke. After a round of puffing and exhaling, Lu Dengue asked Lin Feng, who was smoking, in a tentative tone, "Is there a better way to preserve these fruit trees?" Grayish-blue smoke rings drifted one after another from Lin Feng's mouth, floating into the azure sky. His piercing gaze swept over the town committee compound, which covered about 2 mu of land. The land lay at the foot of a large mountain, with a winding river stretching before it. Though it was deep winter now, come spring and summer, one would surely see the river's emerald waves rippling as they flowed toward the Heilongjiang. This town committee compound was quite well situated back by mountains, fronted by flowing waters. One could only wonder about Lu Dingui's birth chart. After surveying the auspicious feng shui of the site, Lin Feng flicked the cigarette butt from his Mountain River brand cigarette to the side. Just as he was about to ask for Lu Dingui's birth date and time, several female staff members from the town office emerged from the courtyard. As they walked by, they kept glancing in Lin Feng's direction. When Lin Feng looked their way, they deliberately blew him a few kisses. These middle-aged women seemed to be quite the free-spirited types. Only after they had walked far away did Lin Feng quietly ask Lu Dengue, "What year, month, and day were you born?" Lu Dengue couldn't quite recall his exact birth date. Lin Feng's sudden question made sweat break out on his forehead and face. He scratched his head for a long time, unable to make sense of it. Finally, he told Lin Feng with a wry smile that he had left all his important documents with Director Wu. "We should head to Director Wu's office." They couldn't linger outside the town committee compound for too long. They risked getting caught in the crossfire. To ensure Lu Dingui's future career path remained smooth sailing, Lin Feng motioned for him to follow as they headed toward Director Wu's office. Director Wu was a widow. Her husband had fallen in battle during the Korean War, laid to rest with honor at the Chosin Reservoir. In recognition of her husband's sacrifice in fighting the Americans, the authorities had specially allocated an apartment to her and encouraged her to find a new partner. Wu Niuhua never publicly announced her relationship with Lu Dengue. They simply lived under the same roof. As they neared Director Wu's 3-bedroom apartment, Lu Dengue began shouting loudly outside the door. "Niuhua, Niuhua." Wu Niuhua, who was stewing a soup of chamois meat and carrots in the kitchen, emerged wearing a floral apron. She swayed her slightly plump figure as she confronted Lu Dengue, who was bellowing loudly, and unleashed a barrage of questions. "What the hell are you making such a racket for?" "I'm in the middle of making soup in the kitchen." Lu Dengue was flustered by Wu Niuhua's scolding. He tugged at a few strands of his graying hair and asked Wu Niuhua with a bitter expression, "Where did you put my tin box?" Wu Niuhua's moist almond-shaped eyes flicked toward Lu Dengue. She smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothes, which she'd neglected in her busyness, before raising her voice to tell him, "Your tin box is in my bedside cabinet. I'm not wasting my breath on you. The kitchen seems to be on fire." Wu Niuhua had been so engrossed in her conversation with Lu Dengue that she'd completely forgotten about the kitchen. As she babbled, she was already swaying her ample bosom and plump hips, hurrying toward the kitchen. Lu Dengue ushered Lin Feng and the others into the spacious, bright, and upscale living room of the 3-bedroom apartment. After serving tea and offering cigarettes, he invited them to sit down before rushing eagerly toward the bedroom he shared with Wu Niuhua. Lin Feng finally turned his attention to the spacious, well-lit hall. Hanging in the center of the spacious, bright hall was a large oil painting depicting Beijing's Jinshan Mountain. The painting measured 2 meters in length and at least 1.5 meters in width. It occupied 2/3 of the living room wall. The monumental canvas depicted a group of women, some clad in pristine white kata scarves, others in traditional Tibetan attire, singing and dancing beneath a golden sun. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't suppress his inner joy and excitement. He found himself softly humming, "The golden mountain of Beijing shines its light far and wide." Lin Feng's humming immediately resonated with his uncle and Jin Feng. They joined in, singing along happily and softly to his tune, "How warm, how blissful, we stride along the broad avenue of socialist happiness." As they immersed themselves in song, Lu Dengue scurried into the living room, clutching a tin box in his hands. Chapter 169, Bull. Lu Dengue ran while shouting energetically, "Found it! Found it!" Lin Feng and the others stopped humming their song. All eyes turned toward Lu Dengue, who was stumbling toward the living room. Sweat beaded on his forehead and face. But in his quest to uncover his life story, he couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. After a clattering dash, he reverently placed a square, metal box in front of Lin Feng. Standing before Lin Feng, Lu Dengue now resembled a schoolboy, hands pressed against his stomach, body rigidly upright, waiting intently for Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng looked intently at Lu Dengue's earnest face. Though pockmarked, his forehead radiated a bright aura. However, a distinct line across his brow seemed to block his entire fortune. This barrier could certainly be broken, but it required Lu Dengue's birth chart. Without it, Lin Feng couldn't resolve the issue. After carefully observing Lu Dengue's fortune, Lin Feng asked him politely, "What exactly have you packed inside this metal box?" Lu Dengue was a simple, uneducated man. If you asked him seriously what was inside, he genuinely wouldn't know. He pondered for a moment but couldn't recall. "Feng, as far as I recall, this tin box holds all my records from 1921 to 1960. Open it and take your time looking through them. The years were too distant, Lu Dengue truly couldn't recall. Bang! Lin Feng slammed open the brightly colored metal box. Inside lay no fewer than 50 military medals of various sizes, all neatly arranged within the tin. Wow, Lu Dengue was actually a military man. No wonder he had the guts to challenge Gao Zhenhe. Lin Feng finally understood, without substance, who would dare to take on the rooster. His wandering thoughts abruptly snapped back from the realm of the abstract to the harsh reality of the present. Minister Lu, I had no idea you were such a big shot. Deep down, Lin Feng felt like he was showing off in front of the experts and in the worst possible way. Smack! He sprang to his feet from the plush leather sofa and rendered a perfectly executed military salute before Lu Dengue, his demeanor utterly respectful. Lu Dengue seemed largely uninterested in such displays. As Lin Feng stood before him, performing the military salute with utmost reverence, his expression remained utterly calm. He wiped his rough, pockmarked old face with his hand and declared to Lin Feng with unabashed confidence, "That's all ancient history and nonsense. Heroes don't dwell on past glories. The urgent task now is to resolve the current situation." Lu Dengue had no desire to flaunt his lifetime of honors as capital. His immediate priority was resolving the fruit tree issue at the town government. He urged Lin Feng to get the matter settled quickly. Under Lu Dengue's urging, Lin Feng withdrew his right hand from the standard military salute position and sat back down on the soft leather sofa. He carefully removed each of the military medals from the metal box, medals representing Lu Dengue's distinguished service, placing them respectfully to one side. Only then did he take a handwritten document in formal script, written in fountain pen, into his hands and begin to examine it carefully. The neatly written letterhead paper detailed Lu Dengue's date of birth, place of origin, and life story. Truly, destiny holds no falsehood. Though many things in that war-torn era defied scientific explanation, the limits of science are where the mystical begins. As Lin Feng scanned the penmanship, he swiftly extracted all of Lu Dengue's personal information. Born in 1900 for the 13th year of the Guangxu reign, Lu Dengue came into the world on the Dragon Month and Dragon Day. In 1921, he attended the First National Congress of the Communist Party of China in Shanghai, standing alongside comrades like Chen Duxiu and Wu Wei at the very vanguard of history. After reading this interpretation of the big shot's resume, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, Lu Dengue's sole fatal flaw was being born on a broken day. According to traditional Chinese almanacs, the broken day was considered extremely inauspicious, signifying that even those destined for great success would meet with misfortune midway. After reviewing all of Lu Dengue's information, Lin Feng bluntly stated, "Your career path should have been smooth sailing, but unfortunately, you were born in the afternoon." Stunned by Lin Feng's words, Lu Dengue turned to Feng Zai and asked, "Do you have any good solutions for this?" Lin Feng glanced at Lu Dengue, who was desperately seeking answers. He calmly informed Lu Dengue that the fruit trees at the town government posed no real problem. Sensing hidden meaning in Lin Feng's words, Lu Dengue relentlessly pressed Feng Zai with increasingly elaborate questions. The fruit trees are perfectly fine. So tell me, what exactly is the problem?" "Minister Lu, this prime feng shui site backed by mountains and fed by mountain springs has been severed by that encircling wall. The town government's location aligns with your birth chart's earth generates metal, metal generates fire principle. But that wall has intercepted your destiny. If you work diligently, you could serve 5 years as town mayor. If you follow Gao Zhenhe's path, you'll last 3 to 5 months at most." Lin Feng meant no threat by this, for the wall built on the inauspicious day had indeed blocked the dragon's path to water completely. Upon hearing Lin Feng's blunt assessment, Lu Dengue immediately grew anxious. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and face with his grubby sleeve, then asked Lin Feng, "Do you have any good ideas to break this dragon drinking water curse?" Recalling his years of political setbacks, Lu Dengue privately conceded that Lin Feng's words held considerable truth. While wiping the sweat from his forehead with his grimy sleeve, he hoped Lin Feng could lend him a hand. Several meters away, Lin Feng's index and ring fingers stood rigidly together. A golden light shot toward his fingers. He directed this golden light toward the space between Lu Dengue's eyebrows. After murmuring incantations, he addressed Lu Dengue, "If you wish the phoenix to soar upon the tree, you must tear down every wall." "You want me to tear down the wall?" This wall had only been built by Gao Zhenhe 3 months ago. Now he was telling him to tear it down? That was ridiculous. Chapter 170, Heaven, Earth, and Man. Pressured, Lu Dengue laid all his difficulties bare before Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw the look of distress on Lu Dengue's face, his eyes widened in shock. "Who told you to tear down the wall?" Lu Dengue plopped down onto the log stool in the living room. The already rickety stool creaked loudly under his weight. His bewildered old face turned toward Lin Feng. "Feng, didn't you just say it yourself?" Lin Feng hadn't hired anyone to take down the wall. That would have been too risky and could have caused unnecessary trouble. In front of everyone, Lu Dengue motioned for Wu Niuhua, who had just served the antelope soup, to fetch a bottle of fiery liquor infused with dog penis from the dedicated liquor cabinet. He slammed it down on the table with a thud. Pop! He pulled the wooden stopper from the 20-pound liquor jar sitting on the table. A pungent, fishy aroma wafted from the transparent glass jar. Determined to extract useful information from Lin Feng, Lu Dengue willingly hoisted the ridiculously heavy glass jar into his arms. He clutched the jar, larger than himself, tightly against his chest. Tilting the rim, he poured the slightly fishy, blood-tinged liquor into the large bowls of Uncle Lin, Jin Feng, and others. As Lu Dengue leaned over, pouring the tonic wine into the large bowls, Lin Feng wiped the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth with delight. I was right about the wall collapsing, but we need to leverage the right timing, location, and people. When Lin Feng arrived at the town government office, he had already inspected the wall built with blue bricks. From a distance, the walls seemed perfectly sound. But upon closer inspection, they were riddled with problems. The joints between the bricks were unstable, and the masonry work had been sloppily thrown together. Lin Feng reached out and gave the tall, imposing wall a gentle push. It swayed slightly. In the past, such construction would have been deemed substandard. Nowadays, though, everyone simply calls it a shoddy job. Lin Feng would never utter the words substandard construction in their presence. If those words ever appeared in his writing, the few present would likely be stunned speechless. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng adopted a mindset of adapting to local customs, striving to blend into their world. Lu Dengue listened to Lin Feng expound these grand principles, growing increasingly perplexed. As he raised his massive wine bowl to clink loudly with the others, he narrowed his eyes and asked Lin Feng, "What do you mean by heavenly timing, favorable location, and human harmony?" Heaven, earth, and man originates from Mencius's treatise Mencius, Gongsun Shou. This timeless classic describes it thus: favorable timing is inferior to favorable location, and favorable location is inferior to favorable people. A city with walls 3 li thick and ramparts 7 li wide, when besieged from all sides, cannot be conquered. Yet when besieged from all sides, there must be those who have favorable timing. If they still cannot win, it is because favorable timing is inferior to favorable location. Lu Dengue knew all about revolution, fighting landlords, and tearing down Japanese devils, but when it came to reading and learning, he was truly clueless. Not a single word of Lin Feng's quotes from the Warring States period philosophers registered with him. He forced a mouthful of fiery liquor down his throat. "Brother Feng, spare me the high-minded nonsense. Confucius, Mencius, Laozi, I don't recognize a single one of them." These words came straight from his heart, without a trace of pretense. He had earned his stripes through blood, fire, and smoke during the war years. The higher-ups held him in high regard, assigning him a post in the provincial capital. Unfortunately, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. On his very first day in office, he slipped away like grease on his feet. Later, his superiors, mindful of his past achievements, sent him to this remote backwater to serve as a kind of local strongman. His current position as Armed Forces Minister was tailor-made for him, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gao Zhaozhao. After downing several shots of dog penis wine, Lin Feng was starting to lose his bearings. Lu Dengue's reminder finally reigned in his loose tongue. Gulp, gulp. After swallowing another mouthful of the pungent dog penis wine, Lin Feng gave Lu Dengue a mysterious smile. "Want to see my hitting the ox across the mountain technique?" Lu Dengue had fought his way from Jiaxing and Zhujiang all the way to Beijing, then on to the Battle of Chosin Reservoir. He'd personally experienced more than his share of mind-boggling events. The term hitting the ox across the mountain was entirely new to him. Today, he was determined to see how this young punk pulled off his hitting the ox across the mountain trick. When he saw that not a single drop of dregs remained in Lin Feng's large bowl, Lu Dengue picked up the glass jar from the table and poured some of the bloodshot whipped wine into his bowl. "Little Feng, could you explain the specifics of this hitting the ox across the mountain?" Lu Dengue spoke to Lin Feng with a mix of command and flattery, hoping Feng's eye would reveal the rest of the story. But he couldn't have been more wrong. Before he could finish, Lin Feng bellowed, "Get me a brush, an inkstone, an inkstick, and a sheet of yellow mounting paper." These items were well within Wu Nyowa's means to provide. At his request, she promptly went to her study and brought out the yellow mounting paper, inkstone, and inkstick, arranging them neatly on the table. The inkstone was completely dry, utterly devoid of ink. But when you're in the mountains, you eat what the mountains provide. When you're by the water, you eat what the water provides. Lin Feng poured the dog penis wine from the large bowl into the inkstone. As he poured the blood-red liquid into the inkstone tray, he turned to Jin Feng, who sat close beside him, and instructed, "Grind the inkstick in the tray." As Lin Feng instructed Jin Feng, he had already spread the yellow mounting paper Wu Nyohua had brought across the empty space on the table. Everyone present had no idea what mischief Lin Feng was about to get up to. Their eyes widened in astonishment, and some couldn't help but stare at Lin Feng, asking, "Brother Feng, what big thing are you about to do?" In the 1960s, whether in the city or the countryside, feudal and superstitious beliefs still dominated people's minds. They placed all their hopes in mysticism whenever science failed to provide answers. Lin Feng happened to be a formidable figure who embodied both science and mysticism. Chapter 171, that's a pretty harsh move. While everyone was asking Lin Feng in astonishment, he had already instructed Jin Feng to stand beside him. She carefully ground the whipped wine poured into the inkstone with an inkstick. The scent of ink sticks mingled with the pungent aroma of medicinal wine, permeating the entire living room and filling it with an odd, suffocating smell. Lin Feng couldn't stand the suffocating stench. Before the ink was even ground, she dashed to the side, clutching her ample bosom as she vomited wildly. Wu Niuhua, ever the caring soul, hurriedly brought Lin Feng half a bowl of mouthwash and asked with concern, "Could it be you're expecting a little bundle of joy?" Lin Feng had mostly finished vomiting. She took Wu Niuhua's large, coarse bowl, tilted her head back, and drank nearly half of it. She swished it vigorously around her foul-smelling mouth, scrubbing it as if cleaning a pot. She forcefully spat the rinsed water aside, then twisted her body, lifting her cherry-red lips high as she replied to Wu Niuhua, "This taste is truly rather unpleasant." Wu Niuhua had never encountered such a peculiar scent either. As Lin Feng answered her, a pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes, as ripe as Xinjiang black grapes, turned to look at Lin Feng. "I suppose this is what everyone calls the scent of ink." Wu Niuhua couldn't think of a better way to comfort Lin Feng. She could only come up with a casual excuse to placate Lin Feng, for in her eyes, Lin Feng was still just a child. While they spoke, Lin Feng had already finished grinding the ink. His left hand pressed the inkstone onto one end of the laid-out yellow mounting paper, while his right swiftly and decisively grabbed a wolf-tail hairbrush prepared earlier on the table, dipped it in ink, and began to wield it like rain across the yellow paper. As Lin Feng wielded his brush, everyone watched with curiosity, their eyes fixed on the paper beneath his strokes. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they collectively gasped in unison. The strokes of Lin Feng's wolf hairbrush danced with the power of a dragon soaring and a phoenix soaring, with a majestic force that radiated dominance. They also carried a sense of boundless imagination that stirred the mind. Just as everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in exaggerated amazement, this majestic and imposing calligraphy had already been completed by Lin Feng. He clutched the completed yellow-mounted paper in his hand and addressed Lu Dengue and everyone present, "Step aside, all of you." Everyone obeyed promptly, scattering to the sides. As their dark eyes widened in astonishment, Lin Feng exhaled a puff of white breath and shouted, "Rise!" The yellow paper in his hand, carrying that peculiar scent, flew out of the room as if possessed. In less than half a minute, a sudden crackling sound erupted from outside. Panicked, everyone rushed out of the house, gazing toward the direction the yellow paper had flown. The paper was already above the town government building when a streak of lightning struck it. In that instant, it was completely reduced to ashes. As the lightning flashed, a thunderous clap boomed immediately afterward. Terrified, Wu Niuhua and Lin Feng, who had just fled outside, turned tail and sprinted back into the house, shrieking at the top of their lungs. Lu Dengue, who had survived countless battles, instinctively covered his prominent ears. Uncle's expression was even more exaggerated. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a chicken egg, his cloudy eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. From the trembling, sieve-like thighs of his pants, a liquid reeking of urine flowed steadily down the black trouser legs. Just as everyone was still in a panic, a sudden, chaotic clamor erupted from the town government office. "Damn it! What kind of natural disaster is this?" A thunderclap out of nowhere, uprooting the entire wall and knocking it flat. Lu Dengue snapped out of his panic, his dark, sunken eyes widening as he stared at Lin Feng. "Did you summon that thunderclap?" He simply couldn't believe that the rolling thunder and flashes of lightning had been conjured by Lin Feng's magic. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Dengue's horrified expression and chuckled, "Whether the thunder was summoned by me or not doesn't matter. The crucial point is that this wall posed a major safety hazard. It was riddled with cracks. A single thunderclap was enough to bring it crashing down." Lin Feng's words snapped Lu Dengue out of his panic. Before Feng's eyes, he spoke with heightened emotion. "I'll call the higher-ups immediately and report that Gao Zhenhe abused his position to line his own pockets. While he was playing around with women, he also pushed through substandard construction projects. This wall was built specifically when Gao Zhenhe took office, after consulting a feng shui master. That feng shui master might very well have been sent specifically to sever the dragon vein of this auspicious land. He advised Gao Zhenhe that to climb the ranks, he must enclose the town government compound. Obsessed with climbing the ranks, Gao Zhenhe has spared no expense, even diverting disaster relief funds from above to build this wall. However, the bricklayers Gao hired were all subpar. Less than 3 months after its completion, the wall had already cracked and was on the verge of collapse. If Lin Feng hadn't happened to be in town today regarding Lin Feng's matter and witnessed it, who knows how many people would have been crushed to death when the wall finally collapsed. Lin Feng had intended to confront Gao Zhenhe about this safety hazard when he confronted him. But that Gao fellow had the audacity to openly play with his own wife in broad daylight, something Lin Feng simply couldn't tolerate. "You show no loyalty or righteousness, don't blame me for being ruthless." In his fury, Lin Feng not only castrated Gao Zhenhe but also executed a cunning, underhanded scheme that indirectly sent Gao Zhaojiao straight to prison. Lu Dengue's ragged teeth ground incessantly as his trembling body shuffled toward the house. From within came the sound of Lu Dengue dialing a number. "Hello, this is Lu Dengue. The town's perimeter wall collapsed completely due to a thunderclap at noon today. Our investigation indicates it's closely tied to the current township chief, Gao Zhenhe." A swift reply came over the line. "Secure Gao Zhenhe immediately. Our task force will arrive shortly." Chapter 172, Let's Keep Drinking. Lu Dengue wasn't a fool. After Lin Feng's timely reminder, he acted with lightning speed, reporting this seemingly absurd yet somewhat plausible incident to his superiors. After hanging up, Lu Dengue slammed the rotary phone back onto its cradle, muttering smugly, "Gaoxian, huh? You think you can outsmart me? You're just a mouse biting the cat's tail asking for trouble." Just as Lu Dengue was secretly gloating, Lin Feng and his uncle had already stepped into the spacious, bright room. Lu Dengue was happier than he'd ever been. His upper and lower lips, thick with stubble, curled upward in a perpetual smile. "Feng, you've done me a huge favor. Come, let's keep drinking." After just 2 ounces of dog penis wine, Lu Dengue was already completely disoriented. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Dengue, who was pouring wine, and said with obvious displeasure, "Are you playing dumb or just plain stupid?" Lu Dengue heard Lin Feng's words but didn't quite grasp their meaning. He looked over at Feng Zai with a puzzled expression. "Feng Zai, I don't quite understand what you mean by that." Lin Feng glanced at Lu Dengue, still basking in his victor's euphoria, and bluntly stated, "The wall has collapsed. Instead of rushing to the scene to command emergency repairs, you're here drinking with me and asking the heavens questions. You've got some nerve. Damn it. I scraped every last penny together, and now I can't even clear a single point at the critical moment." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Dengue's thick, powerful hands came down hard on his own round, plump head with a resounding thud. Wu Nyohua reacted more swiftly than Lu Dengue when it came to handling emergencies. "Lu Dengue, hurry up and organize the town staff. Gather everyone and check for casualties. Right away." As Lu Dengue answered Wu Nyohua, his feet were already moving. Uncle followed right behind him. Facing disaster, Lin Feng wasn't one to back down either. He too followed closely behind Lu Dengue and his uncle, keeping pace with every step. Just as he was wiggling his hips toward the door, Wu Nyohua called out to him. "Lin Feng, why are you following that blabbermouth's lead?" Lin Feng halted his running stride and passionately explained to Wu Nyohua that the situation was rather special now. Gao Jiaji had completely lost his standing. Now, Lu Dengue was the only one in town who held any real influence. Both in principle and in practice, he had to support Lu Dengue's work. Wu Nyohua pressed her heaving breasts tightly with her hands, her lips plumper than Jin Feng's by a mile curling upward as she demanded, "If you're going to rescue me, you're not coming alone. But you have to take the photos first." Lin Feng was left utterly bewildered by Wu Nyohua's words. He turned around abruptly, his expression bewildered as he asked Wu Nyohua, "What photos?" Wu Nyohua's bright eyes fixed on the bewildered Lin Feng. Her hands clutched her own exaggeratedly large breasts as she bluntly declared, "What you and Jin Feng are doing now is like boarding the train without buying a ticket. The villagers' complaints about you aren't entirely without merit." Lin Feng had no idea how Wu Nyohua would deal with him next. His mind raced as he boldly asked Wu Nyohua, who, though past 40, still possessed a well-preserved, voluptuous figure. "Director Wu, are you planning to arrest Jin Feng and me like Gao Jiaji did? Women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea." Lin Feng couldn't quite grasp the thoughts of this woman who thrived in such scenes. He could only ask indirectly in front of this middle-aged woman. Hearing Lin Feng's questioning tone, Wu Nyohua flew into a rage. She extended her delicate hand and playfully tapped his slightly boyish face, feigning restraint. "You little brat. Minister Lu already told me to help you two get your marriage certificate. Going without one is really dangerous." Hearing Wu Nyohua's words, Lin Feng finally understood that Lu Dengue wasn't the kind of man who only knew how to fight and was clueless about the intricacies of human relationships. It seemed he hadn't fully grasped Lu Dengue's character after all. After a flurry of random thoughts, Lin Feng followed Wu Nyohua's arrangements. Together with Jin Feng, they got dressed up and sat in a spot specially set up in the living room for young couples taking wedding photos, waiting for this old woman who was the same age as his mother to take their pictures. Wu Nyohua must have been accustomed to taking wedding photos. By the time Lin Feng and Jin Feng sat down close together, she already had a Hongqi camera in her hands. Before Lin Feng could finish his question, Wu Nyohua wiggled her ample hips over to him. Her pair of ample, mature breasts swayed back and forth before him as her thick lips curled into a high, raised smile. "Hurry up and get ready with Jin Feng," she said. "I'll snap you a small 2-inch black and white photo." What kind of photo? Lin Feng had never experienced having his picture taken with someone else before. Wu Nyohua's words left him feeling a bit dumbfounded. Wu Nyohua seemed to read his mind. While the couple got ready, she had already tucked a domestic Hongqi camera into her hands and was meticulously adjusting it before the shoot. Her large, jet-black eyes peered intently into the camera's viewfinder, while her lips, smeared with lipstick, fluttered incessantly, "Move a little closer." As Wu Nyohua took their wedding photos, Lin Feng and Jin Feng felt somewhat stiff, their bodies positioned rather far apart. Wu Nyohua fiddled with the shutter of the Hongqi camera while encouraging them, hoping they wouldn't be so shy. After all, it was just a photo, right? In front of this middle-aged woman, Lin Feng and Jin Feng moved a little closer together. Just as their bodies were about to touch, Wu Nyohua seized the moment, clicking the camera's shutter rapidly. Just as Wu Nyohua was snapping their wedding photos, a wave of shocked cries erupted from the town government office. "Beat it to death! Beat it to death!" Lin Feng had no idea what they were shouting to kill. With a sudden jerk, he sprang away from Lin Feng's side, his body bouncing back with a thud. Lin Feng, stay here with Director Wu to handle the paperwork. I'll go see what's happening over there. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, he had already bolted out of Wu You's room. Chapter 173, What a ing coward. Come back here. Watching Lin Feng wiggle his plump buttocks as he sprinted toward the town government building, Wu You clutched her Hongqi camera and bellowed at him like a raging lioness. But Lin Feng's figure had already vanished into the noisy, bustling crowd. Unable to call Lin Feng back, Wu You turned to Lin Feng to ask about the certificate application process while helping them with the paperwork. As Lin Feng sprinted toward the commotion, a crowd had already gathered around the collapsed wall. Pointing and gesturing wildly, their faces wore expressions of sheer terror. Lu Dengue stood among them, brandishing a wooden stick. Seeing their frantic expressions, Lin Feng slipped through the crowd like an eel, weaving his way into the tightly packed throng. By the time he reached the center of the crowd, Lu Dingue's frantically waved wooden stick was already crawling with numerous grass snakes and rat snakes, all flaring their hoods. Despite Lu Dingue's desperate attempts to drive the snakes away, these bizarre creatures showed no intention of leaving in the dead of winter. Instead, they swarmed and attacked him. The onlookers joined in the commotion, urging Lu Dingue to wipe out the snakes completely. Amidst the clamor, Lin Feng suddenly bellowed at them. These sentient creatures, no one is to harm them. Lin Feng's stern command immediately drew opposition from the crowd. They bellowed back at him, Kid, what are you doing here causing trouble? Go back home and suck on your mother's teat. These rowdy individuals had no idea Lin Feng was a formidable opponent. They held no respect for him whatsoever, instead feeling his appearance had disrupted their formation. Lu Dengue, however, knew Lin Feng's capabilities. Peering through the door cracks, he saw them looking down on the boy and bellowed at them, damn it. Don't underestimate this kid, he's a master. Lu Dengue glared at them, his mustache bristling, and after a torrent of curses, they finally shut their stinking mouths and backed away. Faced with this swarm of snakes, Lu Dengue seemed utterly helpless. As the crowd dispersed, he dropped the wooden club he'd been clutching in sheer terror. His brutish face twitched uncontrollably as he pleaded to Lin Feng, Feng kid, you're just in time. Think of a way to get rid of these spirit snakes. These spirit snakes originated when Gao Zhenhe, heeding the feng shui master's advice during the wall's construction, had procured 100 black-spotted snakes and 100 grass snakes from the village. They were buried in 2 earthenware jars as offerings during the foundation-laying ceremony. Now, with the wall's collapse, those whose time hadn't yet come had returned to the embrace of nature. The snakes wanted to leave, but in the dead of winter, wherever they went was covered in ice. With no other option, they turned their fury upon Lu Dengue. Lin Feng glanced at the writhing snakes, then swept his gaze across Lu Dengue's face. After a long moment, he shouted at Lu Dengue, step back further. I'll perform the ritual to send them on their way. Summoning spirits is easy, but sending them away is hard. The unnatural deeds Gao Zhaoji had committed were now being cleaned up by Lu Dengue and Lin Feng. When Lu Dengue mentioned Lin Feng possessed some abilities, everyone began to regard him as a figure of some importance. When Lin Feng instructed them to retreat further, they willingly moved back a few more paces. Once everyone had retreated sufficiently, Lin Feng turned to the spirit snakes still writhing and thrashing in the snow. He began chanting, the sky stretches vast and blue, the wilderness stretches boundless. Spirit snakes, return swiftly to your lairs. Do not trespass near my side. As Lin Feng chanted, a handful of yellowish-brown powder had appeared in his hand. With mind and action unified, he scattered this yellowish-brown powder around the spiritual snakes. Upon catching the peculiar scent of the powder scattered around them, the snakes abruptly ceased their writhing. They curled themselves into tight coils, completely still. Taking advantage of their curled-up state, Lin Feng had several burlap sacks brought over. In full view of everyone, he packed the completely paralyzed spirit snakes into the burlap sacks as if packing goods. As Lin Feng stuffed the snakes into the sacks, someone suggested turning them into dragon phoenix soup. Even Lu Dengue felt the urge to savor these spiritual snakes. With a sly grin, he said to Lin Feng, how about I have someone send them to the town government's mess hall? Hearing Lu Dengue's reckless words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of anger mixed with embarrassment. Are you stupid? Do you actually believe what the villagers say? If you eat these spirit snakes today, you'll be in jail tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Dengue's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Brother Feng, then you think of a way. Hurry up and get rid of these divine creatures. Keeping these snakes around wasn't an option, because the higher-ups were about to arrive. Once they arrived and witnessed such an absurd and exaggerated scene, Lu Dengue would surely be in deep trouble. To quickly smooth things over, Lu Dengue had no choice but to stake his last hope entirely on Lin Feng. Have 2 militia members take these sacks deep into the mountains and release them. Lin Feng barked at Lu Dengue as the latter pleaded with him. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Dengue barked orders at the militia members holding rifles, you lot, hurry up and take these burlap sacks deep into the mountains. The militia exchanged nervous glances before stammering, we're a bit scared of these snakes. Lu Dengue flew into a rage, cursing at them, damn it. I've been feeding you well and treating you like royalty all this time, and now when it really matters, you're more cowardly than a bunch of scaredy cats. As Lu Dengue raged, he shouted back, "Don't be too hard on these militia brothers. I'll take them with me when I head back to the mountains later." Facing over 100 spirit snakes, there was no one who wasn't afraid. This hot potato was a task only Lin Feng could handle. No one else dared take it on. Chapter 174, Openly Repairing the Trail, Secretly Crossing the Chen Tsung. Lin Feng scanned the faces of everyone present. Their rough, sallow faces wore a variety of expressions, some with bulging, jet-black eyes, others with cold sweat beading on their foreheads, and still others with gaping mouths revealing rows of broken teeth. Seeing their increasingly exaggerated expressions, Lin Feng felt an urge to curse them out. But he quickly reined in his sharp gaze, exhaling a puff of white breath. "Minister Lu, you handle the aftermath here. I'll be right back." The snakes in these burlap sacks were only temporarily immobilized by a special snake venom powder from the canvas bag Lin Feng carried. The powder sealed their acupoints and nerves, but its effects would wear off if left too long. Once the powder lost its potency, the snakes would seize the chance to slither out and terrorize people. To dispose of these creatures swiftly, Lin Feng didn't wait for the others to recover from their shock. He grabbed several sacks of snakes and sprinted toward the nearby dense, ancient forest at top speed. Lu Dengue watched Lin Feng's retreating figure vanish into the dense forest. It took him a long moment to pull his nearly popping eyes back into their sockets. Wiping sweat from his forehead and face, his mouth full of broken teeth chattering uncontrollably, he stammered, "Village chiefs, yeah, your nephew here really has some skills. I consider myself a tough guy myself, but today, even I have to admit his moves are impressive." Xia Ping listened to Lu Dingue's praise of Lin Feng, his rough, pine bark-like face lighting up like it had been slathered with 2 pounds of snow-white cream. After a burst of joy, Xia Ping's eyes, which had been crinkled like dried beans, returned to normal. With a playful grin, he asked Lu Dengue indirectly, "Director Lu, can we get the marriage certificate for Lin Feng and Jin Feng?" Xia Ping and Lin Feng had come today for 2 reasons. First, to rescue Jin Feng from the wolf's den, and second, to secure a marriage certificate for the couple. Once they had that certificate in hand, they'd see if the village bachelors still dared to set their sights on Jin Feng. Xia Ping's question drew Lu Dengue's gaze away from the militia member untangling a knot of ropes. Turning his head, he grinned at Xia Ping. "Old Xia, with my connection to Wu Niuhua, how could she refuse? This is a minor matter, you can rest assured." As the two discussed Lin Feng and Jin Feng's affairs, several figures clad in military overcoats emerged from the distant frozen landscape. Though the heavy snowfall had ceased hours ago, they still wore fur-lined hats pulled low over their heads. The ear flaps of their fur-lined caps were pulled down, completely covering their faces on both sides. It was impossible to discern any expression on the faces of this group. As they approached Lu Dengue, crunching on the icy debris beneath their feet, a particularly burly, tall figure removed the fur hat from his head. Only then did Xia Ping look at the tall man's face, broad features, large ears, sharply arched eyebrows, and a thick beard covering both upper and lower lips. The light reflecting from his deep, piercing eyes made one gasp in awe. As Xia Ping studied the tall man from head to toe, Lu Dengue, standing nearby, spoke up. "District Chief Zhou, you've arrived rather quickly." The man addressed as District Chief Zhou wore an icy expression. His piercing gaze swept over the collapsed wall. Feeling a surge of irritation, he barked at Lu Dengue, "Where is Gao Zhenhe now?" Faced with District Chief Zhou's aggressive glare and palpable rage, Lu Dengue felt his legs grow weak. Yet when the district chief questioned him, he forced himself to remain calm. Before the senior official, he put on an air of nonchalance and responded loudly, "Gao Zhenhe used the pretext of Lin Feng and his wife cohabiting illegally to seize Jin Feng and rape her at the town government office. He was injured by the victim's family members and is currently detained at the Public Security Brigade. We've placed him under temporary house arrest." Gao Zhenhe was the top official in the town. Although Lu Dengue could control him, he didn't yet have the authority to give him a gold watch. Therefore, in front of District Chief Zhou, he could only use the term house arrest to convey Gao Zhenhe's current status to the superior. District Chief Zhou listened to Lu Dengue's phrasing in response, suppressing his inner rage. He barked orders to several aides behind him, "You lot, go to the Public Security Brigade immediately and cuff that Gao fellow." As the town's top official, he had dared to covet a rural woman for his own selfish gain, an act the higher-ups were deeply unwilling to tolerate. Such morally corrupt individuals must be punished severely without leniency. No sooner had District Chief Zhou finished speaking than several men clad in military overcoats and ear-flap hats began striding toward the Public Security Brigade. Once the military-coated men had disappeared from sight, District Chief Zhou's sullen, weathered face turned back to Lu Dengue. "How do you plan to handle these collapsed walls?" Even during the wall's construction, District Chief Zhou had felt a simmering frustration. Yet Gao Zhenhe, while publicly building the wall, had secretly orchestrated something else entirely. This wall had been erected without district approval, and despite tight national finances, Gao Zhenhe had cleverly secured the construction funds. Rebuilding this wall was now an impossibility. To stubbornly charge headlong into this situation would be utterly hopeless. Moreover, before leaving, Lin Feng had already told me through Lu Dengue, for my political career to advance smoothly, this wall must come down. Lu Dengue, lost in these thoughts, wiped the beads of sweat from his face as he stood tall before District Chief Zhou. He declared loudly, "I've already dispatched men to clear the site. Once these blue bricks are processed, they'll be sent to Gaowanzhong in Lushan village to help rebuild their school." Principal Wang Fugui of the high school had already visited the township office several times. He had even slammed his fist on the table in front of Gao Zhenhe, the imposing township chief, and thundered, "I'd rather quit being principal than let these drafty, crumbling classrooms remain unrepaired." District Chief Zhou, his face dark and flushed with anger, gradually softened his furious expression upon hearing Lu Dingui's statement. He was quite satisfied with Lu Dingui's handling of the matter. As the final bridge connecting the town government to the villagers, it was only natural that it should function effectively. If a wall were erected to block it, wouldn't that be reverting to the old ways of the past? As District Chief Zhou's temper gradually cooled, a smile slowly spread across his previously furious face. "Lu Dengui, I'm quite satisfied with how you've handled this matter. Next, I want to meet the rural woman who was bullied by Gao Zhenhe and her husband. As the head of the town government, his absurd actions had truly brought shame upon his superiors. The incident had already occurred, and the best course now was to make amends swiftly, striving to minimize the harm inflicted on the victims. The headache-inducing wall incident was now closed. District Chief Zhou's request to meet the victims? To Lu Dengui, that was no big deal at all. The moment District Chief Zhou finished speaking, Lu Dengui began bellowing at the top of his lungs toward the Women's Federation office. "Wu Niuhua! Wu Niuhua!" Wu Niuhua was busy handling all the paperwork for Jin Feng and Lin Feng's marriage certificate. Hearing Lu Dingui's raucous shouts from the ruins of the collapsed township government wall, her two round, plump baskets which had been sitting on the soft leather chair jumped up as if electrified. Chapter 175, Exaggerating a bit. Wu Niuhua was inside the room, searching for the long and used official seal for marriage certificates. This year was a year without spring, and few men or women in the area came to apply for certificates. So Wu Niuhua, seeking some peace and quiet, hadn't touched the paperwork on her office desk in ages. Her ample breasts perched on the edge of the desk as she bellowed at Lu Dengui, who was shouting loudly. "Dengui, what the hell are you doing over there?" Lu Dengui spat into his palm, vigorously rubbing his hands together. His eyes bulged as he shouted back, "Niuhua, hurry up and bring Jin Feng out of the room. Our boss wants to see her." Lu Dingui's voice boomed with such intensity, as if he feared Wu Niuhua inside the room might not hear him. Hearing Lu Dengui's raucous shouts, Wu Niuhua fumbled around for a moment. She found a seal engraved with Lu Mountain Town People's Government marriage seal and pressed it firmly into a box of open red seal paste. Slap! The seal, now coated in red ink, pressed down onto the names of the couple already written on the paper. As the vivid red seal pressed down, her loudspeaker blared back at Lu Dengui. "What's all the fuss about? Jin Feng and I are coming out right now." Wu Niuhua carefully placed the official seal on the marriage certificate and handed it to Jin Feng, whispering instructions. "When the people upstairs question you, exaggerate the ways Gao Zhenhe mistreated you." Jin Feng's thin lips pressed tightly together as she glanced up at Wu Niuhua's exaggeratedly large headlights. "Director Wu, that rooster Gao pulled down my pants in his room and ripped all my clothes to shreds." Jin Feng recounted the entire incident to Wu Niuhua, laying out the sequence of events truthfully before her. As Jin Feng spoke, Wu Niuhua, overcome with fury, slammed her clenched fists hard onto the office desk. "Damn it! I always thought Gao Zhenhe was a decent man. Who'd have thought he'd be eating from one bowl while eyeing another and lusting after that pervert in the vegetable patch across the way? You should just kill him today." After hearing Jin Feng's account, Wu Niuhua's emotions were far from calm. At meetings big and small, Gao Zhenhe wore a mask of virtue and morality, yet behind closed doors he committed such shameless acts just hearing about it made one's scalp crawl. Though Jin Feng had beaten Gao Zhenhe with a wooden club, that beating did nothing to ease the hatred burning in her heart. Her greatest wish now was to send Gao Zhenhe to prison, where he could serve his time and hopefully spend a few years behind bars. She would never tolerate an old lecher like Gao Zhenhe. When she told Wu Niuhua about her humiliation, Niuhua had already taken her hand and led her out of the room. The two women swayed their plump hips and jiggled their long, slender legs as they approached Lu Dengui and District Chief Zhou. District Chief Zhou, however, was a man of integrity. As Wu Niuhua and Jin Feng swayed their curvaceous figures toward him, he merely glanced at Jin Feng's delicate frame with his piercing eyes before quickly averting his gaze. With a cheerful smile on his face, he addressed the petite woman before him. "Little sister, I heard from Minister Lu that you were bullied by Gao Zhenhe. Is this true or false?" Though District Chief Zhou somewhat trusted Lu Dingui's account, he preferred to hear the facts directly from the person involved when it came to such hearsay. After all, this wasn't a matter to be taken lightly. The moment District Chief Zhou asked this question, Jin Feng burst into tears before him, her face streaked with tears. Sniffling and sobbing, she moved her upper and lower lips rapidly as she knelt before District Chief Zhou with a thud. Her almond-shaped eyes were bloodshot, and her pearly white teeth chattered as she stammered. "District Chief Zhou, you must help me. Gao Zhenhe forced me to marry his foolish son, yet secretly plotted to destroy me. Just this morning, he sent men to seize me in town and ripped off my pants." Jin Feng told District Chief Zhou the truth without embellishment. As he listened to Jin Feng's account, District Chief Zhou could no longer contain his rage. With a sudden movement, he thrust his hands, which had been clasped behind his back, into the air. Pointing a thick finger at Lu Dengue's prominent nose, he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Lu Dengue, go find them and bring that bastard Gao here immediately." The nickname High-Collar Chicken was notorious throughout the neighborhood. Though no one dared call him that to his face, behind his back, that's exactly what everyone referred to him as. Deep down, Lu Dengue had long desired Gao Jiaji's demise. He just hadn't found a suitable reason yet. Now, with District Chief Zhou's order, he perked up instantly. He bellowed at the public security brigade, his voice cracking, "Captain Xiang. What's going on over there? Why hasn't Gao Jinhe's case been resolved yet?" Just 10 minutes earlier, District Chief Zhou had dispatched several officers to apprehend Gao Jinhe. Yet more than half the time had passed, and not even a trace of Gao Jinhe had been found. This naturally made Lu Dengue suspicious. Upon hearing Lu Dengue's shouts, Captain Xiang of the Public Security Brigade opened the office door and bellowed back at the minister, yelling at him, "Minister Lu, that good-for-nothing Gao Jinhe had just committed suicide out of fear of punishment." He swallowed a Qianyuan Tongbao coin. Hearing Captain Xiang's response, Lu Dengue's thick upper and lower lips began to tremble involuntarily. Zhou. District Chief Zhou, this Gao Jinhe really can't take it anymore. What if he dies? Zhou Feichang also heard the commotion Captain Xiang was making inside the security squad. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed a frenzied roar at them. "You lot better give it your absolute all and save that man for me." Chapter 176, Universal Truth. If a wolf in sheep's clothing like Gao Jinhe were to die, it would be far too easy for him. To establish a cautionary example across the entire district, District Chief Zhou ordered his men to spare no effort in saving this scum. After a flurry of commotion, the security office echoed with another hysterical reply, "District Chief Zhou, none of us are trained medics. To save this guy, we need a real expert." They knew their limits. No one dared pretend to be something they weren't when faced with a hopelessly critical prisoner. Hearing their defiant retort, District Chief Zhou stomped his foot in anger. "Damn it! His death is the least of our problems. The real issue is we won't have a negative example for the struggle meeting." Back then, when landlords, rich peasants, and other criminals were paraded through the streets, they were forced to wear pointed hats on their heads. In polite terms, it was called a public arrest ceremony. In harsher words, it was known as a public shaming parade. Lin Feng was still a reasonable woman. Although Gao Jinhe had pulled down her pants, Lin Feng and the others arrived just in time. In the end, Gao was left with nothing but empty joy, and Lin Feng even gave him a knife to the crotch. After listening to District Chief Zhou's furious tirade, she covered her own private parts with some embarrassment, trembling wildly. Her lips, coated with a layer of fox oil ointment, began to twist and contort. "District Chief Zhou, our Lin Feng has some medical skills. Perhaps he can save Gao Jiaji." District Chief Zhou, on the brink of emotional collapse, seized upon Lin Feng's words like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. He grabbed her pale, delicate hands and babbled urgently, "Where is your man? Hurry, send him to help. Save the rooster." Lin Feng had no idea where Lin Feng had gone. District Chief Zhou's persistent shaking of her hands made her feel rather uncomfortable. Her fair, delicate face flushed red and then paled repeatedly. In those days, even touching someone's hands was considered highly taboo. When Lu Dengue saw old Zhou clutching Lin Feng's hands, he immediately stepped forward and chuckled awkwardly at District Chief Zhou, saying, "Chief Zhou, Lin Feng is from the countryside. Holding her hands like this really makes her feel uncomfortable." Only then did District Chief Zhou realize he'd lost control of his emotions. He hastily pulled Lin Feng's sturdy, calloused hands back, despite her obvious reluctance, and turned his gaze toward Lu Dengue. "Lu Dengue, you tell me where the hell is Lin Feng's man?" Lin Feng had taken the spirit snake away in a burlap sack, but he dared not take responsibility for this matter in front of old Zhou. If he spilled the beans, getting chewed out by old Zhou would be the least of his worries. The real problem was that Lin Feng would get dragged into the mess too. Just as Lu Dengue found himself in a tight spot, Xia Ping, puffing on his hookah, suddenly bellowed, "Lin Feng, you son of a... You took so long pissing that District Chief Zhou has been looking everywhere for you." Don't underestimate Xia Ping just because he's a country bumpkin. His emotional intelligence was leagues above Lu Dengue's. Lin Feng was quite the actor. As soon as Xia Ping finished speaking, he dramatically pulled up his nearly falling pants, tightened his belt, and ran toward them. He had no idea who District Chief Zhou was. Kids really do speak without a care in the world. His round, dark eyes scanned the standing figures without a hint of hesitation. "Which one of you is District Chief Zhou?" he asked. Xia Ping heard Lin Feng's question and was so scared his toes curled tightly. He whispered to Lin Feng, "You little brat, the person standing across from you is District Chief Zhou." Lin Feng knew when to play it safe. Our ancestors left us a timeless saying, "Those who recognize the times are the true heroes." It seemed this saying truly held universal truth. His youthful, slightly greasy face broke into a giggle as he said, "Today, I'm like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, a family member not recognizing their own kin." Lin Feng's remark had District Chief Zhou in stitches. After a hearty laugh, he laid his cards on the table for Lin Feng. During the interrogation, Gao Jiaji swallowed a round Qianlong Tongbao coin whole. Now the public security team members are scared out of their wits. In the 1960s, interrogations by the Public Security Brigade were conducted with great rigor. First, suspects' belts and buckles were confiscated. Second, precautions were taken to prevent suicide. During Gao Jiajia's interrogation, 5 or 6 officers were present. Knowing he was cornered, Jiajia seized a moment when they weren't looking, pulled a shiny Qianlong Tongbao coin at least a century old from his inner pocket and shoved it into his mouth. Gao Jiajia's desperate attempt at suicide was unexpected. Faced with him already unconscious, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and report the incident truthfully to District Chief Zhou. District Chief Zhou wasn't infallible either. As he spoke, all his hopes rested squarely on Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with a bitter expression. Kids just love to show off and prove themselves. Seeing District Chief Zhou's bewildered expression, Lin Feng merely laughed loudly and casually remarked, "It's just a Qianyuan Tongbao coin. With my current skills, if I want this coin to come out, it will come out." Lin Feng remained confident in his medical skills, though he hadn't yet encountered any truly serious illnesses. But these minor ailments and mishaps were still a pain in the ass for Lin Feng. Upon hearing Lin Feng's claim of a miraculous cure, District Chief Zhou's face lit up. He chuckled, "Feng, if you can revive that rooster, I'll give you plenty of perks." As District Chief Zhou made bold promises in front of Lin Feng, he even threw in several guarantees. At that moment, Lin Feng desperately wished this man who had bullied his wife would just die already. But his impulsive thoughts were soon drowned out by the voices of the crowd. Chapter 177, Telekinesis. The rooster must not die. He's a classic example. Young man, you saved the rooster. You'll be walking tall from now on. Hearing these various strange voices, Lin Feng steeled his resolve. Fine. I'll go save this thing right now. Lin Feng pounded his chest in front of District Chief Zhou and Lu Dengue. Just then, his uncle suddenly pulled Lin Feng aside and whispered, "Nephew, you'd better think this through. If you save him, you'll be famous far and wide. But if you fail to save him in front of all these people, won't you be slapping your own face?" His uncle felt inexplicably anxious about Lin Feng's rash response, genuinely fearing his nephew might botch the entire affair. Lin Feng feigned indifference, glancing at his uncle's weathered, aged face. He chuckled and assured him, "If I didn't have the right tools for the job, I wouldn't take on such a delicate task." Uncle had always believed that upon hearing his advice, Lin Feng would back down and abandon his plan to help Gao Jiaoji expel the Qianyuan Tongbao coin from his body. But his words not only failed to deter Lin Feng, they only strengthened his resolve to see the job through. This infuriated the old man. His face darkened as he told Lin Feng, "I won't interfere. Do whatever you want." After scolding Lin Feng, Uncle retreated to the side to smoke in silence. Just as Lin Feng moved to comfort his uncle, Lu Dengue approached them. "Little Feng, let's head inside and check. If we waste any more time, Gao Jiaoji really will die." As Lu Dengue urged Lin Feng, he had already scampered ahead. Lin Feng, following right behind his pair of plump, round buttocks, picked up his pace to keep up. When Lu Dengue and Lin Feng appeared at the Public Security Brigade, several men in military overcoats were performing CPR and chest compressions on the unconscious Gao Jiajia. They were still somewhat fearful about this incident. While they bustled about, Lin Feng had already approached from behind. "Step aside." Lin Feng's voice echoed through the modestly sized room. The men in military coats, who had been frantically fussing about, stood up from their crouched positions, their eyes instantly turning toward Lin Feng. When they realized the figure before them was just a youngster barely out of his teens, they turned on Lu Dengue with harsh criticism. "Lu Dengue, look at the person you brought. Can a kid like this revive a crowing rooster?" This group of men held no faith whatsoever in the youngster before them. Lu Dengue, flustered by the scolding from these men in military coats, was about to patiently explain when Lin Feng's piercing eyes locked onto them. "I was summoned by District Chief Zhou. If you look down on me, you're looking down on the Zhou family." Striking at the vital point was the only way to hit the mark. Facing these burly men whose every word was a barb, Lin Feng wasn't about to indulge them. His seemingly casual remark carried a surprisingly sharp edge. The men, who had been shooting their mouths off moments ago, suddenly fell silent. When Lin Feng walked over and crouched beside the crowing rooster, they even stepped aside willingly. Yet their wide eyes clearly revealed a contempt and disdain that anyone could see. Lin Feng couldn't care less about these snobs. As everyone gaped at him, his hands already closed around the protruding Adam's apple of the sprawled rooster lying in the room. Gurgle. The moment Lin Feng's fingers touched it, the rooster's tightly closed crop suddenly emitted a strange sound. Its body, lying on the ground, shot up like it had been electrocuted. As he sat up, Lin Feng's hand held a gleaming Qianyuan Tongbao coin, stained with blood and grime. Lin Feng tossed the coin he'd extracted from the crow's throat toward Captain Xiang, his lips trembling as he explained, "This thing got stuck right in his windpipe when he swallowed it." Captain Xiang, flustered, reached out to catch the coin as it flew toward him. He examined it closely for a long moment, then pressed it to his lips and sniffed hard. A sour, putrid stench filled his nostrils and invaded every nerve in his brain. Sniffing intently, he addressed the several military officers present. Indeed, this Tongbao coin was retrieved from Gao Jiaoji's body. Captain Xiang's statement left the soldiers in military coats exchanging bewildered glances. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they stared at Lin Feng, murmuring in astonishment, "Young man, you wouldn't happen to be using telekinesis, would you?" These military officers had only heard rumors about such feats of telekinesis, they had never witnessed it firsthand. Today, Lin Feng had barehanded retrieved the small coin stuck in the tire valve of the crowing rooster in mere moments, completely overturning their imagination and understanding. Lin Feng tossed the now awake rooster aside before standing up from his crouch. He addressed the group of military coats who had looked down on him, boasting loudly, "Telekinesis? I just used a little magic trick. If you want to see more, I'll show you a few tricks when I have time." After puffing himself up with a show of mystery before them, Lin Feng walked out of the room alongside Lu Dengue. As they turned back, they collided head-on with District Chief Zhou. Seeing Gao Jiaoji being forcibly led away by several military overcoats, District Chief Zhou looked somewhat surprised. He turned to Lin Feng and asked, "You rescued that old geezer so quickly?" He seemed skeptical, wondering if what he was seeing was real. Lin Feng, however, appeared remarkably composed. He gave a nonchalant reply to District Chief Zhou, whose face was etched with confusion and astonishment. "Yep, it was quick. That Xianyuan Tongbao coin was just blocking his windpipe. I just snatched it out with lightning speed. Wow, 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 wow. Your hands are lightning fast. Next time you're free, come to the district office and show everyone a demonstration." Chapter 178, Like a Drop in the Ocean. After bustling about for half a day, Lin Feng was rewarded with District Chief Zhou's invitation to demonstrate his special skill at the district office. Before the rescue, District Chief Zhou had patted his chest and guaranteed Lin Feng that if he could revive Gao Jiaoji, he'd provide some perks. At the time, Lin Feng had fantasized that District Chief Zhou might give him some ammunition after all, as someone who'd been living in the mountains for so long, he really couldn't do without bullets. But District Chief Zhou's invitation instantly soured Lin Feng's mood. Children aren't as cunning as adults. When his displeasure showed on his face, the two furry little paws trembled uncontrollably. "District Chief Zhou, didn't you just say you'd give me benefits? You want me to perform for everyone at the district office? What kind of benefit is that?" Lin Feng's words instantly turned the lively atmosphere on edge. Lu Dengue was so frightened that sweat poured from his forehead and face. District Chief Zhou was his direct superior, and this kid was practically an idiot. How dare he speak harshly to his superior? With this thought, Lu Dengue immediately stood up, his butt sticking out. "District Chief Zhou, please don't listen to Feng's whining. He's just a little brat who doesn't know any better." As Lu Dengue spoke these words before District Chief Zhou, beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolled down his face. District Chief Zhou's greasy face flushed with embarrassment for a moment before regaining its usual composure. He had quite a few reservations about Lu Dengue's remarks. "Lu Dengue, I did say I'd give Lin Feng some perks, but I have no idea what kind of perks he wants." Lin Feng, quick-witted as ever, heard District Chief Zhou's statement and jumped up from where he was standing, overjoyed. "I want bullets." District Chief Zhou likely wasn't aware of Lin Feng's hunting activities in the mountains. At Lin Feng's request, District Chief Zhou's mouth gaped wide open. "You brat! Do you think bullets are something you can just ask for?" Fearing he might get dragged into trouble too, Lu Dengue suppressed his anger and tried to smooth things over in front of District Chief Zhou. "Chief Zhou, Lin Feng hunts deep in the mountains. We helped him get his gun permit and everything, but he was only given 1,000 rounds of ammunition. In those winding, rugged mountains, 1,000 rounds is like a drop in the bucket." Terrified out of his wits, Lu Dengue blurted out everything he should and shouldn't have said, spilling it all like beans from a bamboo tube. As he finished speaking, he fixed District Chief Zhou with a pleading gaze, waiting for the old man's response. District Chief Zhou listened to Lu Dengue's account. He shifted his large hands from his chest to rest them on his thick, fleshy thighs. His dark eyes turned to Lin Feng, whose face bore both youthful innocence and weathered hardship. "Lin Feng, you really hunted these in the mountains?" To verify Lin Feng's true identity, District Chief Zhou scrutinized his face with a peculiar gaze. His teeth, blackened and worn, clattered together as he grilled the young hunter relentlessly. Evidently, District Chief Zhou harbored some skepticism about his hunter credentials. To thoroughly convince District Chief Zhou of his capabilities, Lin Feng glanced at the waist of Zhou's military overcoat. A sturdy military belt was fastened around his waist, and hanging from this conspicuous belt was a pistol of a novel and distinctive design. Lin Feng merely glanced at the pistol at his waist before his entire body leapt toward District Chief Zhou. Click click. Before District Chief Zhou could fully comprehend what was happening, Lin Feng had already seized his service pistol with lightning speed. He swiftly disengaged the safety, chambered around, and fired a shot at a raccoon dog swaying about 200 meters ahead. The shot rang out, and the spotted civet cat collapsed with a thud onto the icy snow. The speed with which Lin Feng had snatched the gun from District Chief Zhou's side had utterly horrified him. Now, witnessing the spotted weasel's head blown off by Lin Feng's single shot from over 200 meters away, he truly struggled to believe the scene unfolding before his eyes was real. Rubbing his eyes repeatedly, his mouth agape, he gasped, "Lin Feng, how long did you train to achieve the draw speed and precision shooting at 200 meters? As District Chief Zhou asked these questions, his own body swayed slightly. Judging by his exaggerated, almost absurd expression from a distance, he had been utterly conquered by Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's past life, from drill exercises to obstacle runs and various precision shooting drills, the entire training regimen had taken him less than 2 months. His mind relentlessly replayed those past memories: 100-meter sprint time, 8 seconds 3,000-meter long-distance run, 10 minutes 300 pull-ups, 6 minutes 30 seconds 3-meter obstacle vault, 1 second 50-meter target shooting, bullseye 100-meter precision shooting, bullseye 200-meter shooting, bullseye, ceiling of flawless performance. As these thoughts crossed Lin Feng's mind, his face, still youthful and greasy, suddenly took on a supremely cool expression. Just 60 days. What? District Chief Zhou, who had navigated countless firefights, recoiled in shock upon hearing Lin Feng's words. His body recoiled sideways as he bellowed, "Kid, don't you dare scare the hell out of me." Zhou Zhuzhan swiftly confirmed Lin Feng's identity as a hunter. As District Chief Zhou's body began to collapse, Lu Dengue hurried forward, grabbing him firmly. He seized the moment to brainwash him. "Chief Zhou, Lin Feng's holed up deep in the mountains, dealing with snakes, insects, tigers, and leopards daily. Without ample ammunition as logistical support, he'll end up dead in a tiger's jaws sooner or later." Lu Dengue steadied District Chief Zhou's body. His words were nothing more than an attempt to secure more ammunition for Lin Feng. District Chief Zhou, who had been visibly agitated, quickly regained his composure. He put on a calm demeanor and addressed Lu Dengue. "I can give him some bullets, but he must send us some of the game he hunts in the mountains. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world," and District Chief Zhou, who ate his fill of grains and lived among the common folk, was no exception. Chapter 179, Stop Crying Poor Here. But the moment District Chief Zhou uttered those words, Lin Feng's entire face lost its composure. He could scarcely believe those words had come from District Chief Zhou's mouth. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Feng snapped back to reality. He addressed District Chief Zhou without the slightest pretense of politeness. "As long as you provide the ammunition, what's a few wild game animals? They're nothing." Lin Feng wasn't the type to be stingy. As long as it wasn't a particularly bad deal, he'd gladly take it. District Chief Zhou, who had traveled far and wide, had never encountered someone so generous. His slightly greasy face immediately flashed a reply: 10 boxes of bullets. That should be enough, right? In Lin Feng's understanding, a box of handgun ammunition contained 1,000 rounds, while a box of rifle ammunition held 250 rounds. By that calculation, 10 boxes of bullets equaled 2,500 rounds. Lately, Lin Feng had been living frugally, carefully rationing the 1,000 rounds Lu Dengue had given him. When District Chief Zhou casually offered him 2,500 rounds, how could Lin Feng not be overjoyed? Beaming with delight, he slapped his thigh and pounded his chest in solemn assurance to District Chief Zhou. "As long as you get those 10 boxes of bullets up the mountain, I'll risk my life to deliver you 2,000 jin of wild game meat." In the mountain hut and the dugout cellar, Lin Feng could certainly produce 2,000 jin of game meat. If District Chief Zhou wasn't stingy with his ammunition, why would Lin Feng be stingy with his mountain stash? Worst case, he just ventured deeper into the wilderness for another haul. Lu Dengue listened to the exchange between District Chief Zhou and Lin Feng. His weathered face, rough as pine bark, betrayed a flicker of bewilderment. After a long moment, he finally snapped out of his emotional turmoil. His mouth twisted slightly as he timidly asked District Chief Zhou, "We're in the midst of Sino-Soviet hostilities. Everyone's rationing bullets. Isn't it a bit excessive to hand Lin Feng 10 whole boxes of ammunition like that?" District Chief Zhou, who had been chatting cheerfully with Lin Feng, was utterly dumbfounded by Lu Dengue's overly cautious remarks. His previously cheerful, weathered face instantly twisted into a long grimace. His mouth, filled with blackened, partially missing teeth, opened wide, revealing a row of jagged teeth that clattered together before everyone's eyes. "Lu Dengue, I'm only giving Lin Feng some rifle rounds. If a Sino-Soviet war really breaks out, what good would your rifle rounds do?" The Sino-Soviet rift wasn't as dire as the rumors made it out to be. They'd merely withdrawn their experts and technical personnel along the border. Things were still business as usual. Those in the thick of things are often blind to the situation, while outsiders see it clearly. District Chief Zhou's words left Lu Dengue, who had been anxious about the unfolding situation, thoroughly embarrassed. Laughing awkwardly to cover his embarrassment, he probed District Chief Zhou indirectly. "Are these bullets being delivered directly from our town to Lin Feng up in the mountains, or are your district's militia taking them up?" The town's ammunition stockpile was meager. If he stretched himself thin to supply Lin Feng, any unforeseen crisis would leave them helpless and exposed. He wasn't about to gamble away his entire livelihood on such a deal, even if it meant his own demise. After a moment of counting on his fingers, he finally put District Chief Zhou on the hot seat. Upon hearing Lu Dengue's words, District Chief Zhou's already displeased expression darkened further. "Does your town not have a single bullet in reserve?" Lu Dengue was a seasoned veteran himself. Even if they did, he wouldn't tell District Chief Zhou the truth. As District Chief Zhou demanded an answer in a furious tone, Lu Dengue wore a pained expression, feigning utter destitution. "Our stockpile is less than 5 boxes. Lu Dengue's words sent District Chief Zhou into a rage. "Lu Dengue, stop playing the poor card. Tomorrow I'll personally lead the militia up the mountain with 10 boxes of ammunition requisitioned from the district." Lin Feng had promised him bullets for game. It was a fair trade, neither side losing out. Lu Dengue had been waiting for District Chief Zhou to say exactly that. The moment those words left his mouth, the tight lines on old Lu's weathered face instantly broke into a broad smile. Tomorrow I'll guide everyone. District Chief Zhou's eyes, hidden beneath drooping double eyelids, widened like saucers once more. Better get up early tomorrow. Don't you dare stay buried in your blankets hugging some woman's ass and refuse to budge. As he cursed, District Chief Zhou had already turned and followed the group of men in military overcoats. Once District Chief Zhou had disappeared into the distance, his military coat on and hands clasped behind his back, Lu Dengue wiped the sweat from his forehead and face repeatedly with the dirty sleeve of his own shirt. Wiping away beads of sweat, he turned to Lin Feng and asked with the intensity of someone digging up an ancestral grave, "Lin Feng, how much wild game do you still have up on the mountain?" Lin Feng hadn't conducted a thorough inventory of the mountain's game. But in his estimation, the game was enough to feed the villagers for quite some time. The unexpected demand from this interloper could easily be ignored. Lu Dengue's offhand remark instantly set off alarm bells in Lin Feng's mind. He silently cursed Lu Dengue under his breath. If District Chief Zhou was eyeing the mountain's game, did you really want to get your hands on some too? After inwardly cursing Lu Dengue, Lin Feng feigned ignorance. He responded to Lu Dengue with feigned ignorance, "There isn't much, really." Hearing this, Lu Dengue's previously jovial expression instantly soured. His unshaven lips trembled more violently than ever. "Lin Feng, I knew you were trying to get something for nothing. Let me tell you straight, once District Chief Zhou goes up the mountain, if you can't meet his demands, you won't get a single hair." As Lu Dengue bellowed curses at Lin Feng, he stormed over to Xiaping. His face twisted with rage as he unleashed a torrent of angry words. "Look at your big nephew, what kind of scum is he? Not only did he try to pull the wool over my eyes, but now he's got the nerve to stir up trouble on the dragon's head. Going to District Chief Zhou to beg for favors and suck up? That's like a mouse biting the cat's tail asking for death." Lu Dengue sure knows how to be a real jerk. Right in front of Xiaping, he tore Lin Feng to shreds, making him look like a complete failure. Chapter 180, Why are you bothering me about this? Suck up. When Lu Dengue stood before him, bellowing loudly, Xiaping showed no mercy whatsoever. He spat a mouthful of saliva right where Lu was standing. Lu Dengue's eyes bulged in shock as he stammered, "Xiaping, you don't give a damn about me, do you?" Xiaping boomed as he sprang up from the stone bench where he'd been sitting at the town government office entrance. "Minister Lu, save your sarcastic remarks. Whether there's game in the mountains or not, you'll find out yourself once you head up there tomorrow." After loudly retorting at Lu Dengue, Xiaping motioned to Lin Feng and Jin Feng, and they started walking back toward the village. They'd been out rescuing Jin Feng for quite some time. If they didn't return soon, the women back in the courtyard would start gossiping. When they'd left, Lu Tsuihua and her brother's wives had pressed their ample bosoms against the window, watching them walk out of the courtyard. Thinking of this, Xiaping quickened his pace, urging Lin Feng and his wife not to dawdle behind. Lin Feng, who had been fussing over Jin Feng, had no choice but to hoist her legs still injured from the fall onto his back. He then hurried to catch up with his uncle. Only when they neared the courtyard gate did Lin Feng set Jin Feng down. Uncle, needing to return home for some business, gave Lin Feng a few quiet instructions before hurrying off toward his own house. "Uncle, slow down. There's no rush." Lin Feng called after his uncle as he dashed homeward, his voice carrying the urgent warning. Only then did he and Jin Feng step into the courtyard. The moment their feet crossed the threshold, whispers began to circulate. "Hey, did you hear? They say Lin Feng's wife got snatched by Cao Jiaoji." "That's right. Jin Feng is so beautiful, who wouldn't covet her?" "Ah, Jin Feng is like a fresh flower, while Xie Feng's son Lin Feng is nothing but a pile of cow dung." "Heh, sister-in-law, that's a perfect analogy. It's like a flower stuck in cow dung." The gossip in the courtyard instantly reached Lin Feng's ears, filling his mind and nerves. It seemed these women harbored nothing but outright hostility toward him and his family. Jin Feng heard these gossiping women's snide remarks about Lin Feng, and her heart ached like it was being clawed by a cat. Her hands clutched tightly at her heaving chest, her thin lips curling upward. "Brother Feng, these aunts of yours are nothing but gossip-mongers." "Jin Feng, wait here. I'll be right back." Fed up with these idle old women who had nothing better to do all day, Lin Feng had made up his mind to teach them a lesson. While responding to Jin Feng, he gathered a handful of flies from a tree branch in the courtyard, pinching them between his fingers. He murmured something to them under his breath. One by one, the flies took flight from his palm, landing on Lu Tsuihua and her brother's wives on their faces, their backsides. Each one settled on their sensitive areas, buzzing incessantly. The women frantically swatted at the insects, oblivious to everything else. Lu Tsuihua was nothing but a troublemaker in the courtyard. To teach her a harsher lesson, Lin Feng recited the unknown incantation once more. As strange numbers drifted from his mouth, Lu Tsuihua was inexplicably drawn toward the outhouse in the courtyard. A while later, when Xie Fugue went to the outhouse to relieve himself, he discovered Lu Tsuihua kneeling on the edge of the pit, happily counting the little bugs inside. Seeing Lu Tsuihua, completely out of control, frantically counting goldfish by the pit like a madwoman, Xie Fugue jumped back in fright. He scrambled out of the pit and shouted at his grandfather and Lin Feng, who had already stepped outside the courtyard, "Don't go up the mountain. Look, the moment you left, the gods have sent down retribution. Suehua has gotten her comeuppance." Lin Feng halted his steps outside the courtyard. Turning around, he addressed his maternal uncle bluntly, "Shame on you for being a man who can't control his own woman. Only heaven intervened to deal with her. But rest assured, once she's had her fill of playing in the outhouse, she'll come out naturally." He genuinely couldn't stand his uncles. As he was berating Xiefugui, Jin Feng called out to him from outside the courtyard, "Brother Feng, village chief Xie is here to see you. Why are you still wasting time arguing with him in the courtyard?" Jin Feng's words snapped Lin Feng back to reality. After happily finishing his rant about Xiefugui, he wiggled his plump body and followed the others back onto the road. His uncle approached carrying a musk deer and several snow pigs. This generous gift was Lin Feng's present to his uncle. But now they were on their way to meet Principal Wang. Therefore, after being left at his uncle's house for a short while, the gifts were brought out again. Seeing the gifts his uncle carried, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He addressed his uncle, whose hands were full, "Uncle, this gift is for you. I'll go back up the mountain to fetch the one for Principal Wang." His uncle wasn't insisting on this particular gift. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, his uncle cut him off. "What time is it now? Running back and forth like this, aren't you tired?" Lin Feng finally looked up at the clear sky. Long unseen, the fiery red sun was sinking westward between the mountains. Flocks of chirping birds were gradually flying back into the forest. He withdrew his sharp, piercing gaze from the sky. "District Chief Zhou and the others are coming out the mountain tomorrow. Pick whatever you want." His uncle chuckled, casually placing the gift in Lin Feng's hands. "You little brat, still nitpicking over these things." As he glared at Lin Feng, his hands were already clasped behind his protruding hips, striding toward the village school. This school belonged to the town's central school. In the prosperous years before, every afternoon after classes, the playground and the tree-shaded areas were bustling with people. But after the famine struck, only a few teachers and the principal remained at the school. No one else came. Chapter 181, Honest advice is hard to hear, but beneficial to follow. Gazing at the dilapidated school before him, Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Yet this was indeed the village's central school. When Uncle and Lin Feng arrived, Principal Wang was leading the few remaining teachers in clearing snow and broken stones from the playground. With the weather gradually improving, they were waiting for the students who had fled earlier to return to class. Bent over, they swung their shovels, piling the snow into heaps. Noticing visitors, Principal Wang motioned for everyone to pause their work and take a break. Panting heavily, he approached Lin Feng and his uncle with somewhat heavy steps, greeting them warmly. Lin Feng glanced at Principal Wang's sallow face. His face appeared slightly puffy due to long-term malnutrition. Since they were supplied with grain by the township, they cooked their own meals instead of eating at the canteen. The mass exodus of students, coupled with the famine, had prompted the town to make corresponding adjustments to their grain rations. These past few months had been far from easy for them. Principal Wang had gone to the town to seek out Gao Jiaoji, who had been arrested. Gao Jiaoji's response was clear: grain subsidies would resume only when the lost students were brought back. After several fruitless attempts, Principal Wang gave up on pursuing the matter with the town officials. So lately, they've been going door to door, urging everyone to send their school-age children back to class as soon as possible. Just a few days ago, Uncle had discussed Lin Xian's situation with Principal Wang. Although the school hadn't yet managed to bring back the eligible students, considering Lin Xian's advanced age, he hadn't agreed to the matter at that time. On the way there, Uncle had made it clear to Lin Feng that they were willing to pay whatever price it took. Lin Feng, his thoughts in disarray, withdrew his gaze from Principal Wang. In front of Principal Wang, Lin Feng maintained a polite demeanor. He respectfully presented the muntjac and snow pig he held in his hands to Principal Wang, smiling as he addressed the pale-faced old man. "I'm Lin Xian's younger brother. These are wild game I brought down from the mountains." Old Wang looked at Lin Feng before him, his sharp eyebrows arched, his high nose bridge, oval jawline, and handsome, dashing face. He happily accepted the gifts Lin Feng offered and asked the youngster before him, "How old are you this year? Why aren't you studying? Why should your sister be the one to study?" Principal Wang was genuinely puzzled. What could possibly be the reason Lin Feng wasn't attending school? He hoped Lin Feng would tell him the truth. "Principal Wang, I was never cut out for school. My sister is different. The moment she sees a book, she's completely immersed in its world. I'm here today to bring her back to the classroom." As Lin Feng explained his situation and his sister's, Principal Wang handed the items in his hands to Teacher Sun, who was walking toward them, and informed her that several teachers would gather for a feast that evening. Teacher Sun, who hadn't tasted meat in ages, happily carried the gazelle and snow piglet while calling out to the other teachers to help prepare the wild game. Once the teachers' figures disappeared from the playground, Principal Wang softened his previous stance against Lin Xian's return to class, treating Lin Feng and his uncle with considerably more courtesy. "Lin Xian can return to class, but coming back alone won't make much difference. We've reached out to every household, and the response is clear: people can barely feed themselves. How could they possibly have the heart to think about studying? Principal Wang led Lin Feng and his uncle toward his dilapidated office, his voice tinged with resignation as he laid bare the enrollment situation he faced before them. As the village chief, Uncle had both the obligation and responsibility to assist Principal Wang with recruitment. With that, the uncle plopped his rear onto a thoroughly worn rattan chair inside the office. Creak! The battered rattan chair emitted an eerie creaking sound. Principal Wang, once you get Lin Xian's enrollment sorted out, I'll accompany you on another trip to the village. Xiaping didn't engage in battle unprepared. The moment he sat down, he made his stance clear right in front of Principal Wang. Principal Wang, who needed Xiaping's help, immediately pulled out paper and pen from his desk drawer and began writing up the enrollment paperwork for Lin Xian after receiving his response. While Principal Wang and Xiaping discussed Lin Xian's case, Lin Feng began scrutinizing the modest office. The cramped space was packed with bookshelves, filing cabinets, desks, chairs, and assorted odds and ends. Stepping inside instantly created an oppressive feeling. Such an office left Lin Feng feeling somewhat mentally drained. To get the village students back to class, the clutter in this office must be completely cleared out, and the desks inside need to be rearranged. After carefully surveying the entire office, Lin Feng addressed Principal Wang, who was assisting Lin Xian with her enrollment paperwork. Principal Wang, I'll be blunt, if we want the students to come back, this office needs a thorough cleanup. Principal Wang set the pen he was holding back on the desk. Lin Feng's words caught him off guard. Could this kid possibly know something about yin-yang, divination, or feng shui? His astonishment lingered as he addressed Lin Feng with a touch of politeness. Lin Feng, if I understand you correctly, is it that my office has too much clutter, or is there another reason? His tone clearly carried a hint of displeasure. Lin Feng merely gave a faint smile at the displeasure, choosing not to dwell on it. He bluntly informed Principal Wang that the office contained not only too many items but also a considerable amount of clutter. Slap! Principal Wang had been thoroughly annoyed lately by the failure to recruit students. Now Lin Feng was picking at every little detail, prompting him to slam his fist on the desk in front of everyone. Uncle glanced at Principal Wang, whose face was twisted with anger. His unkempt, stubbly lips twitched. Honest advice may be hard to swallow, but it's good for you. Bitter medicine may taste awful, but it cures the illness. My nephew knows a thing or two about feng shui, divination, and the 8 trigrams. Chapter 182, so cheap. Really? Principal Wang's furious expression softened slightly as Uncle spoke to him, his earlier harsh attitude toward Lin Feng beginning to ease. What Lin Feng despised most was Principal Wang's self-importance despite lacking any real talent. Today, he intended to give Principal Wang a proper lesson. Otherwise, his sister would suffer greatly and endure endless harassment if she enrolled here. He looked at Principal Wang's face, the anger gradually fading, and his words began to pour out. Principal Wang, you shouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. If I'm not mistaken, because of your assignment here, your backyard back in the city is already on fire, and you've sworn never to return. Lin Feng's words made Principal Wang's face flush red then turn pale. His expression was bizarre, his body twitching intermittently. By the time Lin Feng finished speaking, he suddenly clutched his head and let out a loud, wailing cry in front of everyone. Lin Feng's words were like jewels, each one a bloodless dagger piercing Principal Wang until he completely collapsed. The kid was ruthless enough. Even as Principal Wang wailed uncontrollably, he didn't miss the chance to pour fuel on the fire. He continued to deliver his cold, cutting remarks right in front of Principal Wang. What good does crying do? If you want to defy fate, you'll have to listen to me. Sitting on his rickety wicker chair, his hands pressed against the desk, Principal Wang stopped his sobbing. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with a small handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water, then turned his tear-stained, bloodshot eyes toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I believe what you say. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. The once arrogant Principal Wang suddenly lost his temper and told Lin Feng that he would now listen to him. Lin Feng truly possessed the art of physiognomy. His woman had recently been involved with his direct superior. He had returned home to catch the two of them, twisted together like maggots, writhing on the bed. Recalling this scene stirred up a storm of anger within him. Now, he pinned all his hopes on Lin Feng. Seeing the fire had burned itself out, Lin Feng finally quieted his shouting. He hurriedly instructed Principal Wang and his uncle, move all the books and documents in this office to the northwest corner. As for the desks, chairs, and benches, distribute them to other classrooms. After a flurry of activity by the three of them, the once chaotic office gradually began to take on a semblance of life. A streak of crimson sunlight from the west slanted in through the window. Lin Feng moved Principal Wang's somewhat worn desk to the northwest corner as well, leaving a large open space in the center of the room. Lin Feng, I'm the principal. How am I supposed to command operations with my desk in the northwest corner? Principal Wang, who had been sweeping up debris, suddenly looked up. Spotting his desk relocated to the northwest corner, he stared at Lin Feng with bewilderment and asked Feng Zai with a hint of displeasure. Lin Feng glanced at the darkened area between Principal Wang's eyebrows. Command and control? Your fortune's been crushed flat by the airflow entering this room. No wonder your wife's been unfaithful and you can't even recruit a single student back. Lin Feng had touched a sore spot, leaving Principal Wang, who had been trying to justify himself, speechless. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward, Teacher Sun entered the office wearing a floral print blouse and a cotton coat tightly wrapped around her thighs. Spotting her desk now positioned by the window, she beamed and sashayed toward her little corner of the room. She shifted the slightly worn rattan chair aside and planted her rather ample, rounded behind onto the worn seat. As the chair creaked, her thin, butterfly-like lips curled upward before them. It feels so light and refreshing now. Look, the afterglow outside the window bathes our faces in such a warm glow. It's just a shame that even this beautiful setting still can't attract students. As she spoke, Teacher Sun drifted into a daze. When her emotions surged, her trembling, massive breasts pressed against her desk. Lin Feng glanced at Teacher Sun's massive assets before quickly averting his gaze. If I'm not mistaken, quite a few students will be rushing over in 3 minutes. Lin Feng made a bold promise in front of Teacher Sun, Principal Wang, and his uncle. His uncle had never doubted Lin Feng's abilities. He was his nephew's eternal supporter. Teacher Sun, from the very first moment she laid eyes on this dashing young man, had felt a special fondness for him. Straightening her body from leaning on the desk, along with her ample bosom, she addressed Lin Feng. If you're right about this, I'll bring you back a few pounds of sorghum liquor when I return to the city. Lin Feng was quite pleased with the promise Teacher Sun had dangled before him. Having spent years trekking through the mountains, he desperately needed strong liquor to bolster his courage. His excitement tempered with a playful jab. So you think a few pounds of sorghum liquor will buy me off? Is my solution really that cheap? Caught off guard by Lin Feng's question, Teacher Sun's body tensed beneath her floral print dress, her voluptuous curves swaying up and down with the movement. Her face flushed like a ripe apple as she shyly replied, if you wish, I can offer you 100 pounds of strong liquor plus a beautiful woman. Teacher Sun's words made Principal Wang, seated in the northwest corner, bristle with jealousy. Lin Feng, stop bragging here. You said students would report within 3 minutes, but 2 minutes have already passed. Where are they? Not a single student in sight? Principal Wang deliberately intended to make Lin Feng lose face in front of Teacher Sun, who possessed a voluptuous figure. As he delivered these cutting remarks, he pointed deliberately at the old wall clock hanging on the wall, its hands nearly falling off, urging Lin Feng to take a good look. Lin Feng, looking utterly unconcerned, retorted loudly at the visibly displeased Principal Wang, what's the rush? There's still half a minute left, isn't there? Chapter 183, Who's the culprit? Principal Wang's insistence on this half-minute delay, his stubborn confrontation with Lin Feng, was truly baffling. But Lin Feng had said there was still half a minute left. Principal Wang, Teacher Sun, and Uncle sat waiting in the office, hoping that once the 30 seconds passed, a miracle would occur just as Lin Feng had claimed students would arrive singing and dancing. Tick, tick, tick. In the office now, aside from the broken wall clock's hands moving steadily, the entire room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Tick. The 3 minutes had barely passed when a sudden clamor erupted outside the office. Go Dan, wait for me. Hurry up, it's almost dark. A flurry of commotion spilled in from outside the office. Just as they marveled at Lin Feng's uncanny foresight, 5 boys and 3 girls, drenched in sweat, burst into the office. Bursting into the office, they shouted in unison at Principal Wang and Teacher Sun, Teacher. Our parents said we can study, but they have to provide our meals. Principal Wang, whose face had been beaming with joy moments before, now looked flustered. He scolded the kids loudly, get out. We teachers can barely feed ourselves right now. How are we supposed to cover your meals? These kids usually ate at the village canteen. Now that they were attending school, they would certainly need to eat lunch there as well. Their demands weren't unreasonable at all. Just as Principal Wang was yelling at them, Uncle suddenly sprang up from his seat. His butt popped off the worn rattan chair with a thud, bouncing up like a spring. Principal Wang, there's no need to lose your temper over them. You teachers and these kids who come here to study, we provide each of you with 3 caddies of rice per day at noon. Life in the village was tough these days. Uncle was just bringing it up here. He'd need to discuss it further with the canteen staff back at the school. Principal Wang, who'd been fretting over the food situation, finally stopped his tirade against the kids. His tone softened slightly as he said, you kids, go tell your parents we'll cover 1 meal. After you register, have the villagers come report tomorrow too. Principal Wang announced this loudly in front of the children. After receiving Principal Wang's response, the kids finally ran off laughing and chattering toward Teacher Sun's direction. The boys and girls surrounded Teacher Sun. One at a time, kids, I only have 2 hands. Just as Teacher Sun was helping the children register, Principal Wang rushed out of the house after Lin Feng. When he called Lin Feng to a halt, his slightly rough face, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, was flushed crimson. Lin Feng looked up at Principal Wang's face, a bit petty, but not entirely unpleasant. Principal Wang, if you have something to say, just say it. He pushed his own gold-rimmed glasses firmly up his nose before stammering out to Lin Feng, you hunt delicious game up in the mountains. If you have any extra, could you bring some down to the village? Let these children taste it too. Lin Feng hesitated at first, but then remembered his own sister was also coming down the mountain to attend school. Before Principal Wang could finish his sentence, he readily agreed. When I take my sister down the mountain, I'll bring some of the wild game down for you. Principal Wan was truly an enigmatic figure. Just moments ago, he'd been as dark as a storm cloud, yet now he was being so polite. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to dwell on these tangled, messy affairs. After agreeing to Principal Wang's request, he exchanged a few casual words before leaving the school with his uncle, heading toward the village. By the time Lin Feng and his uncle arrived back in the village, his mother had already set off for the mountains with his maternal grandfather, his uncle, and 2 hunting dogs. Finding them nowhere, Lin Feng hurriedly dashed up the mountain. He reached the mountain at top speed just as Jean Feng emerged from the large shed, her face etched with panic as she told Lin Feng, "Something's happened in the shed." Everything had been fine when they left that morning. Why had something gone wrong in less than a day? Before Jean Feng could finish her sentence, Lin Feng had already sprinted into the greenhouse. Grandpa and Mom stood there, clutching the ruined vegetables, the sprouted seedlings, and the cornstalks. Their hearts were breaking. These were the very plants Lin Feng had spent an entire night nurturing. How could it all be gone in an instant? Seeing the devastation inside the greenhouse, Lin Feng nearly collapsed to the ground. Grandpa, quick as a flash, rushed over and caught him before he fell. "Don't be too hard on yourself about this. As long as the roots remain, these seedlings might still grow back. Our top priority now is to find the culprit responsible for this destruction." As he steadied Lin Feng, Grandpa placed the damaged vegetables from his hands into Lin Feng's grasp. Some were torn to shreds, others reduced to stumps. The damage was utterly absurd. Seeing Lin Feng momentarily at a loss for words, Grandpa whispered to him, "Could this be deliberate sabotage?" Lin Feng took the damaged vegetables in his hands and immediately dismissed his grandfather's suspicion. Although the weather is clear now, the snow hasn't completely melted yet. If they went up the mountain, they would have left footprints. But on the snowy path up the mountain, besides your footprints, there are no other footprints to be found. Lin Feng had carefully examined every footprint on his way back. Having hunted deep in these mountains for so long, he'd grown accustomed to scrutinizing both human footprints and the tracks of passing beasts. Grandfather's expression turned slightly disappointed upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation. "Feng, let's go check the fields. We might find some clues." As Grandpa spoke to Lin Feng, he and Xie Feng had already stepped ahead into the field where seedlings and corn plants lay completely destroyed, trampled into the soil. "Son, come quickly. What kind of footprints are these?" Chapter 184, Not About to Let It Go. Xie Feng screamed loudly where the corn seedlings lay flattened. Hearing the commotion, Lin Feng sprinted from the vegetable patch toward the cornfield where his mother stood. As Lin Feng entered the cornfield, Xie Feng pointed at the chaotic, jagged marks on the ground and asked him in astonishment, "You've seen so much in your life, go take a closer look." As Xie Feng spoke to her son, Grandpa also came running over. Panting heavily, he plopped down and crouched. Together with Lin Feng, he carefully examined the sharp, thin footprints on the ground. Within moments, Lin Feng had reached his conclusion. "Grandpa, if I'm not mistaken, these were made by some snow piglets." Yesterday, Lin Feng had killed several of these snow pigs. These creatures wouldn't let it go. In his previous life, during wilderness training, Lin Feng had encountered such absurd incidents before. They had killed several snow pigs to make soup, but in the dead of night, the ground beneath their sleeping bodies had been completely hollowed out. Several soldiers, along with their beds, had fallen into the cavities they had dug. Moreover, these sharp, tiny, and slender footprints blended seamlessly with the tracks of the snow pigs he had killed yesterday. Grandfather, having been out of practice with hunting for so long, reacted more slowly. He scooped up a handful of mud and brought it close to his nose. The earthy scent, mingled with a distinct urine-like odor, nearly choked him. As he tossed the foul-smelling dirt back, he confirmed these were indeed the snow pigs. Xie Feng, growing anxious as she listened, urged them, "If the snow pigs are responsible, we must find their lair. Otherwise, we'll never get these crops to grow properly." These were all varieties Lin Feng had tested first. If successful, they planned to cultivate everything on this high mountain. Grandfather studied the chaotic footprints for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. "These snow pigs are clever. After wreaking havoc, they leave behind a mess of footprints clearly trying to mislead us." After searching for a while without finding anything useful, Grandpa had to return empty-handed and inform everyone. Xie Feng recalled there were some mousetraps tucked away in the corner of the shed. A spark of inspiration lit up her eyes. She grinned at Grandpa and Lin Feng. "Why don't we get those mousetraps? We can use them against this nasty pack of snow pigs." "Mom, snow pigs aren't as dumb as mice. They know we're after them, why would they just walk right into the traps?" Lin Feng thought his mother had a point, but snow pigs were also incredibly cunning creatures. They wouldn't just walk into their deaths so easily. Just as Lin Feng and Xie Feng were discussing how to surround and eliminate the snow pigs, Grandpa slapped his right hand hard against his forehead and said to them with a silly grin, "Look at my memory." Hearing Grandpa's words, Lin Feng and his mother both turned their gaze toward him, asking in unison, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Grandpa smiled, his mustache twitching. "When we went up the mountain, didn't we bring Big Yellow and Little Black? Get them to sniff around." Prompted by his grandfather, Lin Feng formed a zero shape with his index finger and thumb, put it to his mouth, and whistled outside the shed. Shoo! The sharp whistle pierced the air. Outside the shed, Big Yellow and Little Black sprang to their feet. Their paws spread wide, they charged toward the shed. They ran while barking nonstop, woof woof woof. When they reached the group, Lin Feng patted Big Yellow on the head and called out, "We've run into a bit of trouble today. I need you and Little Black to help out. Once it's done, I'll reward you with some tasty treats." Big Yellow and Little Black understood human speech. At Lin Feng's words, they began sniffing intently at the chaotic footprints. Their snouts pressed into the dirt, sniffing relentlessly. They worked diligently, one leading and one following, conducting a thorough search. Woof woof woof. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, Big Yellow, who was leading the way, suddenly began barking frantically. Lin Feng, Grandpa, and Xiaohe quickly followed Da Wang's lead. Big Yellow had an exceptionally sensitive nose. As he barked furiously, he had already dashed toward a mouse hole near the shed. Before this fist-sized hole, he lifted his mud-covered snout and began barking frantically once more. Woof 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 woof. This time, Big Yellow's barking was even more intense than before. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Feng and his grandfather rushed to Big Yellow's side as fast as they could. Big Yellow was furiously digging at the hole's entrance with both front paws. The soil at the entrance was freshly disturbed, unlike the original, undisturbed earth. In no time, Big Yellow had dug a large pit. "Big Yellow, stop digging. I'll jump into the hole and take a look." As Lin Feng called out to Big Yellow, the dog, its mouth caked with mud, stuck out a blood-red tongue, drool stretching nearly a foot long. It spread its front and hind legs and obediently trotted off to the side. Already inside the pit, Lin Feng peered into one of the main cavities. What he saw left him utterly stunned. Inside the main chamber were numerous corn seedlings and rice seedlings. Seeing these plants he had personally nurtured become the snow pig's winter feast filled him with a mix of anger and humiliation. He forced himself to suppress his rage and attempted to crawl into the main tunnel. He attempted to squeeze through using the bone contracting technique he'd practiced diligently. But after several failed attempts, he found himself covered in mud. The pent-up frustration within Lin Feng erupted into a surge of uncontrollable rage. "Damn it! Once I catch you today, I'll roast you over the fire or I'll change my surname." As he cursed these beasts, he had already sent his grandfather to fetch an iron shovel with a wooden handle from the shed. Chapter 185, Splitting Up the Lovebirds. Taking the shovel, Lin Feng spat a glob of saliva into his palm while muttering incantations his grandfather couldn't understand. After finishing the incantation, Lin Feng, who had been slightly fatigued, now seemed to have inexhaustible strength in his hands. His spittle-drenched hands gripped the wooden handle tightly. As the handle whirled, mud from the shovel flew with a whoosh toward the edge of the large pit. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Feng had completely hollowed out the soil within the main cave. He had always assumed these cunning snow pigs would be hiding in the main burrow. Yet, aside from piles of vegetable leaves, carrot roots, cornstalks, and lush green seedlings, not a single snow pig was to be seen. Lin Feng slammed the iron shovel he held in his hand into the foul-smelling soil with a loud thud. He cursed loudly, "Damn it, I miscalculated again." In all his years of hunting, Lin Feng had only miscalculated twice. The first time was when he hunted at the edge of the Great Mountain, only to come up empty-handed. The second time was digging this snow pig's main burrow. After a full day's work, he finally realized the burrow was completely empty. Surveying the chaotic mess of random items scattered throughout the main burrow, he felt an overwhelming urge to set the entire place ablaze. Grandfather stood at the edge of the large pit, observing Lin Feng's furious expression. He waited until the young hunter's anger had somewhat subsided before addressing him. "We found no trace of them in the main den. They must be in the secondary den." Drawing on his years of hunting experience, Grandpa knew that small creatures were often more resourceful than larger beasts when it came to survival. They often employed deceptive tactics and tricks to outwit the hunters who came after them. The only benefit of this tactic was to directly wear down the hunters until they gave up. "Grandpa, I'll do as you say." After venting his frustration in the pit, Lin Feng swung his iron shovel again, digging toward a side tunnel next to the main cave in his quest to find those pesky creatures. As he dug relentlessly into this side tunnel, he could clearly see numerous branching paths and intersecting passages connecting the main and side tunnels. These interconnected passages bore an uncanny resemblance to the network of tunnels that once connected every village and household across the Wing Plains. As Lin Feng dug through the passages linking these openings, he began to suspect whether these snow pigs were the very beasts that had once roamed through these ancient tunnels. Lost in these thoughts, he finally cleared the passageway to the side tunnel. Just as he swung his shovel toward the opening, a snow pig black-skinned with white mottled patches leapt from the tunnel and lunged at the blade of his swinging shovel. Snap, crack. The snow pig clamped down hard on the shovel in Lin Feng's hand. Its teeth tore off a chunk of the razor-sharp blade. The black-skinned, spotted snow pig had thoroughly enraged Lin Feng, who was swinging the shovel. "Damn it, you really think I'm a pushover? If you want to push me to the limit, today I'll grant your wish." As Lin Feng cursed the black-skinned, mottled snow pig, the wooden handle in his hand suddenly whirled 360 degrees. With one brutal swing, it severed the snow pig's head from its body, leaving only a strip of skin connecting the beast's upper torso to its lower half. As blood spurted from the pig's body, the soil in this side chamber slowly turned crimson. Huff! Lin Feng, with no time to waste, flung the first snow pig to meet its in skin and all toward his grandfather standing by the pit's edge. Grandpa quickly crouched down, catching the black-skinned, white-spotted snow pig in one swift motion. He gave it a tug, hoisting it up, and laughed heartily. Lin Feng, this snow pig is a good one, at least 8 pounds. By then, Xia Feng had fetched a large bamboo basket from the shed, specifically designed for carrying snow pigs. As Xia Feng placed the large bamboo basket beside the pit, Grandpa swiftly tossed the plump, large snow pig he was holding into the prepared basket with a whoosh. Xia Feng watched the plump, hefty snow pig her grandfather tossed in, her mouth practically bursting with delight. Tonight we can roast this one over the fire. While Grandpa and Xia Feng were chatting, Lin Feng began digging the second side chamber in the large pit. The snow pig in this side chamber lived a life of utter luxury. Beyond the abundance of food and drink inside, the most outrageous sight was the G-sized snow pig sprawled atop an M-sized snow pig, still grunting and moaning. Damn it, you two shameless fools, don't blame me for breaking up your love nest. Whoosh. Lin Feng swung his shovel down, instantly ending the lives of these two adulterous beasts. He picked up the 2 dead snow pigs from the side cave and tossed them toward his grandfather's hands by the edge of the pit. Grandpa instinctively stepped aside, and the male and female snow pigs landed squarely in the bamboo basket. Xia Feng glared at the male and female snow pigs tossed back into the bamboo basket. She yelled at Lin Feng, who was still busy in the pit. Lin Feng, you're a real bastard. Lin Feng was bent over, his backside sticking up, continuing to dig out more from the side burrows. Hearing his mother scolding from the pit, he quickly straightened his bent back and lowered his high-arched rear. Mom, why are you yelling at me? He asked his mother these questions, his face wearing a somewhat reckless expression as he confronted her. Xia Feng's large eyes glared down fiercely at Lin Feng in the pit. Her words were anything but gentle. You're the one who beat apart a pair of lovebirds. A couple of snow pigs, and now they're separated by death. But... Hearing his mother scolding, Lin Feng stood in the pit and burst into loud laughter. Mom, these are harmful spirits. If you feel sorry for them, before long, this whole shelter will be their domain. They'll drive all of us off the mountain. Xia Feng rolled her eyes at Lin Feng's exaggerated words. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, who had just finished washing her backpack, heard the commotion in the greenhouse. She scrambled in, her butt wiggling as she ran. Oomph. You actually went and did something as despicable as desecrating someone's ancestors' graves and cursing their descendants. Chapter 186, Cultivation depends on the individual. Standing atop the pit, Lin Xian clutched her chest tighter than ever, shielding her ample bosom. She was terrified that Lin Feng might suddenly fling more snow pigs toward the edge of the pit, their blood splattering onto her body. Listening to his sister's tirade from the pit's edge, Lin Feng could only let out a dry chuckle. He wanted to explain to his sister, but such matters were truly beyond his ability to elaborate. Her sister was an educated woman. She surely understood the mating habits of animals without Lin Feng needing to explain. Lin Xian stared at Lin Feng standing in the pit, grinning foolishly at her. The moment she grasped the truth, her round, pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Twisting her body, she glared at Lin Feng, her eyes darting and narrowing as she scolded him, "You little bastard. I'm done playing with you." After her tirade, she quickly backed away from the pit's edge. Before leaving, she deliberately picked up the 3 snow pigs Lin Feng had tossed out, clutching them in her hands. Humming a cheerful tune, she headed toward the exit of the large shed. Lin Feng didn't let his sister's tirade make him drop the iron shovel. Instead, he dug with renewed vigor, clearing out the remaining dozen or so side chambers. The number of snow pigs varied from burrow to burrow. Some were packed full, others sparsely populated, but every single one yielded a harvest. Lin Feng personally felt that these snow pigs had been living here for quite some time. Otherwise, how would they know the greenhouse held so many treasures? The thought of these beasts destroying everything he owned. He was immediately overcome by the urge to eradicate them completely. When he reached the last burrow, several fluffy baby snow pigs were suckling milk from a large mother. As he swung his shovel down toward the nursing pig, its eyes pleaded for mercy, looking at him pitifully. He lowered the shovel he was swinging mid-air. "I'll spare your life today," he said. "But if you ever dare to cause trouble on my land again, I'll wipe you out completely, leaving not a single seed behind." Lin Feng didn't exterminate all the snow pigs. After lecturing the nursing one, he leapt out of the pit with a thud. Grandpa stood at the edge of the pit, spotting several piglets still inside. He urgently called out to Lin Feng, "Feng, why didn't you deal with the ones in the pit?" Lin Feng brushed the mud off his clothes and pants before saying to his grandfather, "These little ones are still nursing. I was tempted to wipe them out completely, but there are limits to what a person should do." Grandpa fully supported Lin Feng's approach. After praising Lin Feng, he turned to Brother Feng and said, "Rather than letting them continue living this wild life, it's better to capture them and train them." "Grandpa, can we really do that with these little things?" Grandpa glanced at Lin Feng, picking up Feng Ji's thread of thought. He continued, "Wild rabbits and pheasants can be trained into domestic chickens and rabbits. I believe these wild snow pigs can be tamed into domestic livestock too." Grandpa's words shone like a beacon in the night, constantly reminding Lin Feng and illuminating his path forward. He patted his head and turned to run into the shed. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Grandpa's white beard trembled with each word. Stepfather, your son is exceptionally promising, overflowing with compassion. I believe in the years to come, he will carve out his own world in these deep, ancient forests. Stepfather was meticulously cleaning the mud off the snow piglets in the bamboo basket. Hearing her father-in-law praise her son, she pursed her lips and said, Dad, we've been thinking about staying up in the mountains longer. These years of consecutive natural disasters have made life down in the villages so hard. Once things get better up here, we'll help out our fellow villagers down below whenever we can. Grandfather gazed at the few white hairs on his daughter's forehead, thinking of the hardships she'd endured raising her children all these years. He sighed with emotion, just do your best. The villagers will remember your family's kindness. As father and daughter reminisced about these old stories, Lin Feng approached carrying a bamboo basket lined with dry grass. When he reached his grandfather at lightning speed, he beamed like a 3-year-old and announced excitedly, Grandpa, I'm going back down the pit right now to catch those little cubs and their mother and bring them up. His lips trembling, Lin Feng leapt into the pit, basket and all. A piercing squeal of baby wild boars echoed from the pit. Grandpa, standing at the edge of the pit, was still overflowing with love. His hands braced against his knees as he crouched, his rough, flushed face peering into the pit while he cautioned Lin Feng, You mustn't hurt these little creatures. From the pit came Lin Feng's voice, Grandpa, I'm being very careful. I won't hurt them. As Lin Feng answered his grandfather, the pit echoed with another shrill squeal from the snow piglets. Stepfather, idle by the pit's edge, wiggled her hips as she hauled the bamboo basket out of the shed. She called to Lin Feng and Lin Gang, who were busy beneath a small wooden hut, signaling them to get ready. When Lin Feng loaded the piglets and the old sow into the basket and effortlessly leaped back out of the several-foot-deep pit, Grandpa asked in surprise, Feng, in my memory, your skills weren't this good before. How did you become so skilled in such a short time? Grandpa, I'm a bit puzzled myself. But I've eaten quite a few snake gallbladders and snake blood up here on the mountain, along with some red berries. If I'm not mistaken, your skills must have skyrocketed after eating those things. Next time you find such a good thing, remember to call me, I want to try some too. Grandpa had hunted on these mountains his entire life and never encountered such a windfall. Considering Lin Feng had only spent a few months here, Grandpa felt both genuine happiness for him and a deep pang of envy. While Grandpa's thoughts were racing, Lin Feng had already scooped up the dug-up soil and was using the shovel to return it to the large pit. Digging it out had been time-consuming and labor-intensive, but shoveling it back in was much easier. By the time Grandpa snapped back to reality, Lin Feng had already filled the entire pit with the excavated soil. As he smoothed the freshly backfilled soil with the shovel, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his words, Next time I go into the mountains and find any nuts or berries, I'll definitely call you to share them. Grandpa's offhand remark had become Lin Feng's earnest mission. As Grandpa helped hoist the bamboo basket onto his shoulder, he beamed at him, all these years of spoiling you haven't been wasted. Holding the shovel in one hand and carrying the heavy bamboo basket on his back, Lin Feng boasted to Grandpa, if I hadn't followed him around the mountains back then, hunting wild boars and dogs would have been harder than climbing to the moon. Suddenly, Grandpa grew modest, you didn't learn much of use during the time you followed me. I feel I've misled you a bit. Yet, despite their age difference, the old man and the youngster still found plenty of common ground. Grandpa, you did your best back then. A master can only open the door, cultivation depends on the individual. You've hit the nail on the head there. Chatting and laughing, they made their way out of the hut. Upon reaching the corridor, Lin Feng set the bamboo basket down on the ground. The eaves of the small wooden hut were no longer a suitable place to keep these snow pigs. Animals possess a certain spirit. Mom and the others were already preparing the snow pig's kin under the cabin's eaves. To spare the little ones from sadness, Lin Feng decided to settle them in the corridor. Chapter 187, The Woman Down the Mountain is a Tiger. The little piglets scampered back and forth along the corridor, utterly delighted. Seeing the little ones bouncing happily in the corridor, Lin Gang walked up to them, holding a freshly skinned baby snow pig in her hand. Holding the skinned snow piglet aloft, she chattered excitedly to Lin Feng, spittle flying, Little brother Feng, you've finally done a good deed. May you have 8 children. Lin Feng glared at his sister with wide eyes, his voice tinged with irritation, Go away. You're holding a wild boar that reeks of game, aren't you just trying to gross these little ones out? Grandpa also felt Lin Gang's behavior was a bit excessive. His weathered face immediately darkened. Xinxin, Lin Feng just practically raided the entire home of these snow piglets. Now you bring their companions here? Aren't you just deliberately stirring up trouble? Lin Gang felt deeply upset by her grandfather's scolding. She lowered the snow piglet she'd been holding aloft, her wide eyes bulging. The thin lips beneath her high nose curled upward in a sneer. Grandpa, I knew you and Lin Feng were in cahoots. You come up the mountain and turn this place upside down. Lin Gang's words instantly turned her grandfather's face ashen. Veins bulged rapidly on his forehead as he shouted, Lin Feng. Take me and Lao Lao down the mountain immediately. I don't want to stay here another minute. Older folks tend to have fiery tempers, the slightest inconvenience sets them off. Lin Gang had only uttered those words, yet her grandfather couldn't psychologically get past this hurdle. Lin Feng was busy feeding the little snow pigs with vegetable leaves he'd gathered from the shed. Hearing his grandfather's thunderous voice, he quickly tossed the vegetable leaves aside. He rubbed his hands vigorously on his clothes, his mouth wide open, and asked his grandfather respectfully, "Grandpa, did my sister say something unpleasant to you just now that made you angry?" While Grandpa and Cece were bickering, Lin Feng had been focused on feeding the snow pigs. He genuinely hadn't heard their conversation. Hearing Lin Feng's question, all his pent-up anger erupted. He practically roared at the youngster, "Your precious sister, the more she reads, the more rebellious she gets. Her thinking is no longer like ours, us country folk. Standing here with her, Feng Zai Zai and Lao Lao, we don't want to endure this humiliation up on this mountain." Before Grandpa could finish, he strode from the middle of the corridor toward the eaves of the small cabin. He intended to grab Lao Lao and make their way down the mountain in the dark. When they emerged, Lu Tsuhua was already spouting wild claims, boasting that though they were happy up on the mountain now, they'd be crying their way down within 3 days. Lin Feng heard those words loud and clear. He had immediately shouted angrily at Lu Tsuhua, vowing that as long as he remained on the mountain, his grandfather would never come down. Lu Tsuhua's eyes flashed with fury as she glared at Lin Feng. She had seen many a braggart end up dead and stinking. As Grandpa, seething with rage, tugged at Lao Lao beneath the wooden hut's eaves, preparing to descend the mountain, Xia Feng suddenly rose from her log stool. Her increasingly plump face wore a look of utter bewilderment as she asked her grandfather, "Dad, it's pitch black out there. You know Mom's eyesight isn't what it used to be. What if she breaks her elbow or thigh on the way down? What then? Xia Feng, your precious daughter is now finding fault with everyone." Grandpa never gave Lin Xian a friendly look. Deep down, he believed Xinxin and Jinfeng were worlds apart, one in heaven, the other in hell. Grandpa's tirade instantly made Xia Feng realize what had happened. Lin Xian must have said something to upset Grandpa in front of him. After hearing her grandfather's words, she still managed to smile as she told her father she'd go fetch Lin Xian to apologize to him. Lao Lao knew his temper well. This quarrel with Xinxuan was largely fueled by his grandfather's stubborn insistence on acting superior. He could turn the smallest thing into a huge drama. The moment Xia Feng called out Xinxuan's name, Lao Lao's face instantly stretched into a long, sour expression. From her nearly toothless mouth, she shouted at Xia Feng, "Don't you dare indulge your father. You know perfectly well how temperamental he is. Lao Lao wouldn't dream of going down the mountain over such a trivial matter." Because the women down in the village were all tigers. If she went home like this, things could easily turn bloody and violent at home. She was utterly sick of that kind of noisy, quarrelsome life. As soon as Lao Lao said this to Xia Feng, the grandfather who moments before had been spitting venom and his veins bulging with rage immediately slumped his head. His weathered face, illuminated by the pine resin lamp, wore a sorrowful expression. "You all despise me for my age. Does that mean an old warrior like me is no longer fit for battle?" Just as Grandpa sank into deep self-reproach, Lin Feng had already persuaded his sister. The siblings walked side by side toward the eaves of the small wooden house. Walking alongside him, Lin Feng addressed his grandfather, "Grandpa, don't be angry. I've already given my sister a good scolding. I'll have her apologize to you right now." Grandpa, looking utterly desolate, lifted his drooping head as Lin Feng spoke. He gazed at Lin Feng and Xinxin approaching under the wooden cottage's eaves. Lin Feng's expression was stiff and unyielding, while glistening tears still clung to the corners of Xinxin's dark eyes. Judging by their expressions, Lin Xian must have just been scolded by Lin Feng. Thinking of how Lin Feng had vented his anger for him, Grandpa stuffed the tobacco from his hookah pipe into the mouthpiece of the pipe stem and puffed away steadily. "An apology is enough. I might have been a bit out of line earlier too." Grandpa figured since his wife didn't want to go down the mountain, he naturally didn't want to either. After a fierce internal struggle, he found a way out for Lin Feng and his sister, and for himself. Chapter 188, Evening breeze blows over Penghu Bay. Though stubborn, Grandpa wasn't foolish. Returning now would truly leave him with nowhere to hide his old face. Rather than keep stirring up trouble here, it was better to go with the flow and put an end to this tense argument as soon as possible. Lin Xian, who had been about to apologize to Grandpa, beamed upon hearing his concession. She reached up to wipe the tears from her eyes, humming the once popular song Grandma's Penghu Bay as she did so. As Lin Xian's melodious voice echoed through the valley, Lin Feng and the others gathered around Grandpa and Lao Lao by the crackling campfire. Holding hands, they joined in the chorus. The evening breeze caresses Penghu Bay, white waves chase the sand in vain. Without coconut palms, the setting sun seems so pale. Listening to this moving song, Lao Lao was so delighted he reached into the pocket of his small wooden hut, pulled out a pot made of special stone, and placed it on a wood-burning stove. He then instructed Xia Feng to pour sweet spring water and various prepared seasonings into the pot. During the Great Leap Forward, every household down the mountain had surrendered their iron items to the steelworks for remelting. Combined with the current practice of communal dining, no one could spare an iron pot. His uncle down the mountain had somehow managed to get hold of a few of these pots. Just a few days ago, when he visited his maternal grandfather, he deliberately gave these items to him, explaining that such pots were called stone pots. At first, Grandpa refused to accept the stone pots. He felt that since everyone was eating from the canteens now, using a stone pot to cook privately would be like setting a bad example. Just as Grandpa was about to tell Siaping to take it back, Lao snatched the stone pot and loudly scolded Grandpa, calling him a fool. He insisted that even if it wasn't needed now, there would come a day when it would be useful. Sure enough, within days, that very stone pot found its purpose. As Uncle recounted the pot story, Lin Feng suddenly remembered his uncle had invited him and his family over today, promising to cook a hearty meal to treat them. No wonder Uncle had spoken with such confidence. It turned out his family had a stone pot too. While Lin Feng was still daydreaming about the scene of his uncle hosting his family, Lao had already finished preparing the fragrant and spicy snow pig meat soup. For the first time, Lao cheerfully invited everyone to gather around the bonfire beneath the small wooden hut's eaves. They bit into the snow-fed pork and sipped the savory broth. This feast of meat and soup lasted until the middle of the month. To reward Big Yellow and Little Black, who had led the charge into the snow pig's lair during the day, Lin Feng gave them the leftover soup and the crispy snow pig bones. As they gnawed on meat and lapped up broth from their long and used dog bowls, they barked excitedly, woof woof woof. Suddenly, Big Yellow stopped tearing at the bone in his mouth. His ears perked up sharply, and his eyes, like two glowing orbs in the winter night, emitted a bone-chilling glint that made one's scalp tingle. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Big Yellow dashed out from under the cabin's eaves and stood in the icy snow, barking frantically toward the wide open space ahead. Grandpa, who was preparing for bed, heard the frantic barking. He scrambled up from his bed, grabbed his shotgun from the woodshed, and rushed outside. As he ran, he shouted up at Lin Feng under the eaves, "Feng, did you hear something?" Lin Feng had already followed Big Yellow and Little Black outside. His sharp eyes scanned the direction of the barking, but the night was too dark to make out anything. "Grandpa, it's too dark to see anything." "Don't worry, I've got a gun." Grandpa answered Lin Feng as he sprinted toward the open space where Lin Feng stood. Upon reaching the clearing, he scanned the pitch-black surroundings. Without hesitation, he drew the flintlock pistol in his hand. Aiming at the spot where Big Yellow and Little Black were barking furiously, he pulled the trigger with a loud bang. Boom! As Grandpa pulled the trigger, a cloud of gunpowder-laden iron pellets shot out into the pitch-black distance. Amidst the inky night, a wail like ghostly wailing erupted. After the shot, Big Yellow and Little Black's frantic barking ceased. Grandfather lowered the gun he'd been holding and said to Lin Feng, "The mountains aren't always peaceful. There have been tales of ghostly armies passing through these hills." As Grandpa recounted these tales to Lin Feng, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. But after that volley of gunfire, the mountain finally settled into silence for the night. Grandpa's words left Lin Feng utterly stunned. In his past life, he had only ever encountered such tales in various magazines. Now, the legend of shadow soldiers borrowing the path was unfolding in the heart of these mountains on this very night. Reflecting on it, Lin Feng found the whole affair utterly absurd and exaggerated. Seeing Lin Feng's grim expression, his grandfather patted his shoulder and whispered, "You've drunk beast blood, eaten beast gall, and sipped spirit spring water. These unclean things fear you. Even if you seek them out, they might not show themselves." Lin Feng desperately wanted to witness the real scene of the shadow soldiers borrowing the path. As his grandfather spoke, curiosity got the better of him, and he whispered, "Grandpa, do you have any way to let me see the shadow soldiers borrowing the path?" Grandpa was taken aback by Lin Feng's question, but he quickly regained his composure and looked at the boy's eager face. "You really want to see it?" "Yes, I do. Big Yellow, come here." At his call, Big Yellow indeed came trotting over, wagging its tail and shaking its head. Grandpa crouched down, patting Da Wang's head while his right hand gently wiped away a few tears from the corner of the dog's eye. He stood up from his crouched position, wiped the tears from his index finger, and dabbed them onto Lin Feng's eyes. After wiping the tears from his finger, he whispered to Lin Feng, "If you're lucky, you might catch a glimpse of some ghost soldiers." It was rather eerie, to say the least. When Grandpa wiped Big Yellow's tears onto his own eyes, he actually saw those unclean things approaching from the distance. A group of men clad in strange, unusual garments were making their way along the mountain path, deep into the dense forest. Chapter 189, Don't Go Looking for Trouble. Holy! Seeing these beings clad in bizarre attire, neither fully human nor ghostly, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. "Grandfather, I want to use the Diamond Sutra to suppress them." The Diamond Sutra contained numerous mantras, along with the 18 great Vajras, the 72 Arhats, and even great deities like Sakyamuni Buddha stationed within. He had always believed his grandfather would support him. Before he could finish, his grandfather immediately objected. "The gods of the western heavens won't meddle in the affairs of the underworld. Even if you chant until your lips blister, you won't summon their aid." Lin Feng's lips trembled visibly across his face. "Grandpa, this is terrifying. If my mom came out to see this, she'd be scared half to death." "Shut up. It's better to mind your own business and avoid trouble." The undead army was formidable, equipped with carriages, long swords, spears, and even cannons. Tonight, if Lin Feng dared to mess with them, he'd likely end up dead or at least badly injured. Grandpa certainly didn't want Lin Feng taking such a risk. "No way. Tonight, I'm going to fight these ghost soldiers. Otherwise, our mountain will become their territory." Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, he had already sprinted back into the house. In less than a minute, the canvas bag reappeared on his chest. Before Grandpa could speak, Lin Feng had already pulled out 99 incense sticks, 49 red candles, and a handful of gold beans from the bag. Grandpa was so stunned by Lin Feng's sudden move that his mouth gaped wide open. His upper and lower rows of broken teeth chattered. "Feng, you couldn't even summon the Shanglong 18 Arhats. Are you seriously going to call in the celestial soldiers and generals for backup?" Grandpa felt as if his soul had been shaken loose. Lin Feng flickered his two-fingered incense lighting gesture and a flame appeared on his fingertip. Holding incense in his left hand, he used the crimson flame on his right index finger to light the incense. Once all the incense and candles burned brightly, he scattered them along with countless golden beans from his hand into the star-dotted sky. The starlit sky instantly erupted with thunder and lightning, the wind howling fiercely. The snow on the ground, not yet fully melted, instantly swept toward the group of shadow soldiers borrowing the path, swirling and crashing down. Just as this scene surpassed Grandfather's comprehension and imagination, Lin Feng began chanting, "Thunder God and Lightning Goddess, heed my command. Swiftly lead the myriad celestial soldiers and generals to eradicate these unholy shadow soldiers." Before Lin Feng could finish his incantation, the night sky barely dotted with stars suddenly plunged into pitch darkness. Instantly, bursts of lightning and sparks collided in rapid succession, punctuated by waves of blood-curdling battle cries, "Kill! Kill!" Though his eyes were clouded, Grandfather could clearly see through the blinding lightning flashes that swords and spears clashed in the distant woods. The rumble of cannon fire echoed in his ears. Those inhuman, ghostly creatures that hadn't managed to flee into the forest were swiftly buried beneath thick drifts of snow whipped up by the raging wind. Witnessing this, Grandfather sat down with a thud on the icy snow, his hands gripping the butt of his musket. "Wind cub, today I must know, are you human or divine?" What Lin Feng was doing now was beyond the realm of ordinary humans. Only a ghost or a god could pull off something so incredible. Listening to his grandfather's words, Lin Feng burst into loud laughter right in front of him. "Grandpa, you're being way too insecure. If I were some ghost or spirit, would I be standing here borrowing the thunderous roar of heaven to suppress these shadowy soldiers? If you really don't believe I'm human, you can touch my face and body." Lin Feng had merely employed some esoteric skills, yet he'd managed to scare his grandfather half to death. To completely dispel his grandfather's doubts, Lin Feng deliberately brought his face and body close to him, letting him feel them thoroughly. Grandpa now believed Lin Feng was human, but everything he was doing felt not only exaggerated but downright absurd. Amidst all the strange reactions, Grandpa extended his trembling hand. "Lin Feng, let Grandpa feel you properly, see if you've lost weight or gained." Grandpa still cared about Lin Feng's feelings. If he was human, fine, but if he turned out to be a ghost or a spirit, Grandpa knew he wouldn't stand a chance. He always left himself a safety net in his actions, lest he provoke a fierce character like Lin Feng and end up getting torn to shreds. How could Grandpa's little thoughts escape Lin Feng's notice? He played along perfectly, grinning as he walked over to his grandfather. He crouched down, gently placing his grandfather's slightly stiff hand on his own face. His face was wonderfully warm, and his body radiated heat. This was the strongest sensation Grandpa felt as he touched every part of Lin Feng's body. After tracing every contour of Lin Feng's body, the grandfather's trembling hands gradually settled into stillness. "Feng, it seems Grandpa was worrying too much. It's already late at night. We should head back to bed soon. I'm a bit afraid of the rolling thunder and the lightning constantly streaking across the night sky." By the time Grandpa finished speaking, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Seeing his grandfather nearly paralyzed with fright, Lin Feng extended his warm hands and slowly helped the old man, who had collapsed to the ground, back to his feet. As his arms encircled Grandpa's body, he could distinctly feel how icy cold both Grandpa's limbs and torso were. Moreover, Grandpa's entire chest and back were completely drenched in sweat. "Grandpa, when we get back inside, I'll prepare a basin of hot spring water from the mountain for you to bathe in. Washing your whole body will help ease your fatigue." As Lin Feng supported his grandfather toward the large shed, he deliberately explained to him. "Where did you find this mountain spring? I've lived deep in these forests for so many years and never discovered it." During his years hunting in the mountains, Grandpa had spent his free time searching everywhere for water sources. But his beard had turned white from searching, and he never found a spring that could make crops grow backward, be drinkable, or cure people and animals. Grandpa, who had just calmed down, now became extremely agitated once more. Lin Feng listened to his grandfather's words and knew his mind was wandering again. Chapter 190, Too Good to Throw Away. To help Grandpa settle comfortably on the mountain, Lin Feng helped him into the hut and specially fetched a large wooden tub designed for bathing. This massive tub stood about 1.2 meters tall, with a diameter of at least 60 centimeters. It was reinforced with sturdy wire hoops from the 1950s, making it exceptionally sturdy. This bathing contraption was Grandpa's own creation. During his idle years, he decarved it piece by piece with an axe, saw, chisel, and handplane, then spent months drilling holes and assembling it. Not only was the tub exceptionally sturdy, but it had also been thoroughly coated with tung oil multiple times. Even if left unused for 10 or 8 years, it wouldn't be eaten by insects, nor would it naturally corrode under sun and rain. Yet ever since Grandpa left the mountain, this large yellow wood barrel has never been used again. Lin Feng once suggested his mother use it, but she disliked anything her father had touched. So it remained tucked away in a corner, forgotten by all. If Grandpa hadn't come up the mountain today, who knows how long that big yellow wooden bucket would have sat there until the cows come home. When Lin Feng placed the sturdy wooden tub in the shed, he made a special trip to the clearing by the small cabin. Using the wooden bucket meant for carrying water, he fetched several loads of spring water for his grandfather and poured it into the large tub in the shed. Lin Feng had intended to take the naturally warm spring water to the kitchen to heat it up, but Grandpa wouldn't allow it. Muttering to himself, he explained to Lin Feng that spring water stays warm in winter and cool in summer, rich in trace elements. If you heat it up, he said, won't all the nutrients in the water get burned away? As he spoke, Grandpa steadily stripped off his clothes and pants. Grandpa, I've done as you asked and poured all the warm spring water into the large wooden tub. Step onto the stool and climb in. As Lin Feng answered his grandfather, the bamboo pole slung over his shoulder, the very one Grandpa had brought back from Huangjiangji on Jinggang Mountain along with the pair of small wooden buckets it carried, slipped from his back and fell to the ground. Grandpa, who had suffered from chronic malnutrition down in the valley, was now climbing out the wooden stool completely naked. Lin Feng looked up at his body. Beyond the faintly visible spine and a few ribs protruding on either side, his entire body was almost entirely devoid of flesh. His hands gripped the large yellow bucket, attempting to climb inside. But after several attempts, he failed. His back arched, and his entire buttocks jutted out exaggeratedly. Seeing his grandfather panting with white breath and looking utterly embarrassed, Lin Feng quickly reached out, wrapped his arms around the old man's entire body, and finally managed to lower him into the wooden tub. As Grandpa soaked in the spring water, Lin Feng scrubbed away the grime from his body. Grandpa beamed like a 3-year-old child and said to Lin Feng, "This is the first time in my life I've bathed in mountain spring water." Earlier, caught up in the rush, Lin Feng hadn't had time to explain the spring water properly. Now that he had a moment to spare, Lin Feng continued scrubbing his grandfather while explaining, "Grandpa, tomorrow when I have time, I'll take you to see that well at the foot of the mountain." Hearing this, Grandpa splashed water vigorously in the large yellow tub. "That sounds wonderful." As he spoke, he submerged half his head into the warm spring water. After a long while, Grandpa finally stood up from the large yellow tub, his body dripping wet. He called out loudly to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, bring me my old clothes and pants." When Grandpa had submerged half his head in the water, Lin Feng had already dashed out of the wooden shed. When his grandfather called out to him, he was already running back toward the shed from outside. Running alongside, he shouted back to his anxious grandfather, "Grandpa, what do you need me for?" Grandpa's upper body was visible above the wooden tub, while his lower half was almost completely hidden beneath it. He vigorously wiped the water droplets from his wet head and face back into the water. "You little brat! Where did you run off to just now? Hurry over here and help me grab that pile of old clothes and pants." The old clothes and pants Grandpa had taken off while bathing were not only tattered but also carried a sour, musty stench. Winters in the greater Xing'an range were bitterly cold. Back then, villagers barely bathed all winter long, and their clothes and pants were worn for ages before being changed. Lin Feng was carrying a bundle of clean clothes made from wolf pelts as he approached his grandfather. Hearing Grandpa still wanted to wear his old clothes, Lin Feng shot a disgusted glance at the tattered garments lying on the ground. He held up the wolf fur clothes and pants in his hands. "Grandpa, I'll toss out your old clothes when I have time. For now, put on these wolfskin garments I'm holding." After soaking in the wooden tub filled with spring water, Grandpa's entire demeanor had improved immeasurably. By the time Lin Feng finished speaking, Grandpa had already leaped out of the water-filled wooden tub like a young man. "It's a shame to throw these things away. I still prefer that set of military-issue trousers and that yellow army overcoat." Having lived through gunfire and bullets, Grandpa felt nostalgic for these items. When Lin Feng suggested throwing them away, he genuinely felt reluctant to part with them. Standing stark naked in the shed during the depths of winter, one could easily catch a chill if left too long. Young people couldn't stand it, let alone a man over 70. While Grandpa droned on, Lin Feng had already helped him into the wolfskin coat and pants. As he dressed him, he declared firmly, except for that military overcoat worn through the long march, everything else must go. The new clothes were indeed warm to wear. When Lin Feng told him this, his grandfather beamed with pride before his grandson, saying, "That's fine. I've dedicated my whole life to revolutionary work. This military overcoat is a testament to my journey through history." It was getting late, and the temperature outside the shed had suddenly dropped considerably. Lin Feng supported his grandfather as they walked toward the wooden bed that had been prepared for them. Grandma probably wasn't used to life up in the mountains. She was still awake when Lin Feng and his grandfather approached the bedside. Chapter 191, Learning from the Past. "Old woman, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Grandpa, accompanied by Lin Feng, seemed unusually alert tonight. In his cheerful mood, he deliberately asked Grandma in a teasing tone. Grandma sat up from the wooden bed. Yawning, she casually draped the fox fur coat Xie Feng had sewn overnight over her shoulders. "Ah, the temperature up here in the mountains is at least 3 degrees colder than down below. Having lived in the mountains for years and fueled by high-energy foods, the sudden temperature swings barely affected Lin Feng. But for his elderly grandmother, these sudden shifts in temperature were all too noticeable. Hearing his wife speak thus, the old man's previously cheerful face immediately clouded over. He took the water pipe from the shed, clamped it between his teeth, lit it, and took several deep puffs. Then, his mouth opened like a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of scolding at his wife. "You're wrapped in a wolfskin quilt and dressed in fox fur pants. Do you want me to bring you a cow too? Crawl right into its rear end and call it a day." Grandpa wasn't much educated, and the words that came out of his mouth were the kind only country folk would say. Grandpa and Lao Lao were truly a pair of old adversaries. When my uncle was 14, he came to the stepfamily as a child bride. In his younger years, Grandpa was involved in the revolution, so they were often apart. It wasn't until Grandpa retired from the army and returned to farming that he and Lao Lao were finally able to live together long term. Perhaps because they had little time to adjust to each other in their youth, by old age, they couldn't exchange two words without hurting each other. Seeing them about to start another argument in the dead of night, Lin Feng quickly stepped between them and shouted, "Both of you, stop this. Tomorrow, when I have time, I'll build you a big heated bed. In winter when it's cold, you can sleep on the heated bed. In summer when it's hot, you can sleep on the wooden bed." Grandpa's face lit up with joy at Lin Feng's words. As she spoke to Lin Feng, her shriveled upper and lower lips tightly encircled a sunken mouth that held almost no teeth. "Feng, you really think of everything. If it were up to your grandfather, he'd slaughter every chicken and eat them all. Don't underestimate Lao Lao just because she's a country woman and a child bride at that." Her words were far more insightful than her husband's. Lao Lao was also quite the chatterbox. Once she started talking, the floodgates of emotion opened, and the torrent of words flowed endlessly. Lin Feng had been running around non-stop these past few days, staying up late every night. As Lao Lao chattered on endlessly before him, his eyelids were fighting fiercely to stay open. He couldn't take it anymore and cut her off. "Grandma, you should get some rest too. Grandpa's already warming up your bed for you." Seeing Lin Feng yawning incessantly, his eyes drooping even while standing, she felt a bit embarrassed and found a suitable way to back down. "Little Feng, you should go to bed early too. I'm going to sleep now." As she spoke these words to Lin Feng, Lao Lao had already slipped the fox fur coat draped over her shoulders off and tossed it aside. She lifted the wolfskin blanket and slowly curled her emaciated body beneath it. From beneath the covers came Grandpa's shivering, angry rant, "Old hag. Are you trying to freeze me to death? Oomph. You're my husband. If you won't let me warm myself, am I supposed to go find old Wang next door? You." Grandpa, trapped beneath the covers, seethed with fury and resentment. It felt like an ice pick had been thrust into his very heart. Listening to the old couple's quarrel at the head of the bed and their eventual reconciliation at the foot, Lin Feng tactfully fetched a brazier from the other side of the shed. He placed it 5 meters away from them and even opened the window in the shed wall. In his past life, his brother and sister-in-law had died in their sleep, huddled together in a room with the door shut tight, burning charcoal for warmth during the harsh winter. Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. The mere thought of such a tragic lesson filled Lin Feng with dread. Therefore, when he left his maternal grandfather and uncle, he made sure to open every possible vent for ventilation. After a long while of hard work, Lin Feng confirmed their living quarters were safe. Only then did he drag his weary body to the place where his grandfather had just bathed. There, he washed the using 10 buckets of spring water to scrub it clean. He hung it on a wooden clothesline in the shed and burned all the filthy, stinking undergarments and trousers until they were completely gone. Only then did he head toward the other shed where Jin Feng slept. When Lin Feng stood beside Jin Feng's wooden bed, she had likely pushed aside the fox fur blanket covering her body, perhaps because she felt too warm. Her snow-white body and 2 long, smooth, white legs were draped over the open quilt. Lin Feng rubbed his drowsy eyes several times with his hands. But he was simply too exhausted. He could only gently tuck Jin Feng's slender legs and smooth, pale skin back under the covers. As he gently tucked her legs under the covers, he murmured softly into her ear, "Sleep a little deeper." As Jin Feng murmured her response with half-closed eyes, her entire body suddenly pressed down onto Lin Feng's. Outside the greenhouse, Big Yellow and Little Yellow occasionally let out a wild bark in the freezing, snowy night. But tonight, the temperature had dropped rather quickly. After a burst of barking, they too crawled into the warm greenhouse. The next day, as dawn broke, Grandpa had already risen early. He wanted to invite Lin Feng to come with him to the foot of the mountain to see that well. Under Grandpa's persistent urging, Lin Feng gently pushed Jin Feng's body away from his own. "Grandpa, we should finish digging the stove first. The temperature drops quickly in these mountains. If Lao Lao catches a chill, it could be serious." He had promised his father that he would finish digging the Kong today if he had time. Grandpa stepped out of the large shed and gazed toward the open space beyond. Chapter 192, Stop all that constant bickering. Outside the shed, the towering mountains, the trees in the ravines, and the many precious medicinal herbs were once again heavily blanketed by a layer of white snow. Grandpa was usually sharp as a tack, always aware of his surroundings. But now, he could no longer tell east from south, west from north. When he saw the world before him blanketed in a silvery white expanse of ice and snow, Grandpa couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air. He retreated the few steps he had taken. Lin Feng, already dressed in his coat and pants, emerged from the other side of the shed and approached his grandfather from behind. The fierce blizzard outside was exactly what Lin Feng had anticipated. "Grandpa, this well won't be buried by the snow. Why are you so certain?" "I've cast a spell over this area within several hundred meters. No natural disaster can harm it, nor can any of the mountain spirits or strange creatures." Lin Feng was a thoughtful person. While he couldn't be called prescient, the things he did were generally not outlandish. Grandfather had intended to go, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to abandon that idea. "Let's dig the bed first." Grandpa instructed Lin Feng as he entered the shed to fetch a shovel. To ensure a better dig, Lin Feng specifically fetched a long and used soft leather tape measure, along with a mud trowel, straw, yellow clay, and other materials. Once everything was ready, Grandpa and Lin Feng carefully measured the area to be dug. Grandpa held one end of the tape measure, squatting down with most of his weight on his heels, his eyes fixed on the other end held by Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, how many meters did you measure?" 3 meters. That's too small. You need at least 6 meters. Grandpa wanted Lin Feng to measure 6 meters mainly because he considered it a waste of space and materials to build several heated beds in the middle of winter. After meals, when the family had nothing else to do, they could easily gather together to play cards or do needlework. 6 meters? Lin Feng could scarcely believe his ears. 6 meters was downright ridiculous. "You little brat. With so many of us living on this mountain, do you really think we need more heated beds?" Grandpa certainly didn't want to waste this fertile land or the increasingly scarce firewood over such a thing. He just wanted to get the best results with the least amount of resources. Lin Feng still respected his grandfather's opinions and suggestions. Earlier, he'd only intended to dig a separate one for the two elders. His words made Lin Feng suddenly see the light. He slapped his left hand against his forehead. "Grandpa, your suggestion is crucial. We'll dig it 6 meters long. That way, when someone comes over, they can sit comfortably on the kong, and the shed will stay warm." Grandpa loved hearing compliments, so Lin Feng's words naturally made him overjoyed. He tugged at the tuft of gray streaked beard beneath his chin. "Young man, when it comes to major matters, you should still seek my counsel. My words may not be medicine, but they can serve as a guide." Just as he was boasting about his own achievements, Lao Lao appeared behind him, clad entirely in fox fur. Before Grandpa could utter another word, Lao Lao stood behind him and unleashed a torrent of abuse. "You love to brag. Would you die without it?" Hearing his wife's tirade, Grandpa's stubborn mule temper flared up again. "You stupid woman. When I'm working with Lin Feng, stop nagging me here. You make such a racket that I can't even sleep properly." After following Lin Feng for these past 2 days, Grandpa had picked up a fair bit about feng shui, physiognomy, and the mysterious arts of the 8 trigrams. He understood that if someone suddenly came to cause trouble during the excavation, it would have a significant impact on the entire site. "You old fool, I'm not done with you today." Lao Lao was a woman who couldn't tolerate the slightest provocation. With Grandpa cursing her like that, there was no way she'd swallow her pride and keep quiet. As she hurled insults at Grandpa, she yanked on his frostbitten ear. Her face looked just like an angry lioness, and her lips kept fluttering. Lin Feng, who had always been respectful toward Lao Lao, couldn't keep his cool this time. He snapped at her, clearly annoyed. "Lao, could you please not cause trouble right now? Can't you see Grandpa and I are busy?" At his words, the incessantly ranting Lao reluctantly moved aside. Watching her receding figure and her slightly wobbly little feet as she walked away, Grandpa couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. A woman this unreasonable, whoever marries her will be cursed for generations. At that moment, Xia Feng was bringing a wild chicken, its leg bound with grass rope, into the shed. Hearing her grandfather's complaints about her mother, Xia Feng felt a pang of discomfort. "Dad, you and Mom shouldn't be bickering day in and day out. When we lived up in the mountains, life was so hard, yet we never argued. Now that you have food and drink, why are you still fighting? It's really heartbreaking to hear." After scolding her grandfather like this, Xia Feng felt a stinging heat on her face. "Fenger, you know your mother's stubborn as a mule. Dad, you're no better. If you two keep bickering day in and day out like this, I'll kick you both off the mountain." After Xia Feng issued this warning to her grandfather, he finally shut his constantly complaining mouth. To give his grandfather a graceful way out, Lin Feng turned to his mother and said, "Mom, don't talk about Grandpa here. Get back to what you were doing. I don't like hearing your arguing while I'm digging the stove." With Lin Feng putting it so bluntly, his mother couldn't very well press the issue further. Xia Feng still possessed considerable self-control. Her son had already explained the delicate situation here. How could she possibly continue bickering with Grandpa? A fleeting look of displeasure crossed her face before she gave Lin Feng a tight-lipped smile. "Just focus on measuring with Grandpa. If you need anything, just call out." As Xia Feng spoke these words to Lin Feng, she turned and walked toward the kitchen of the small wooden house, her increasingly ample hips swaying with each step. From within the cottage, where wisps of cooking smoke curled upward, came Xie Fang's voice speaking to her mother. Mom, you and Dad are both 70 now. You should cherish the time you have left. They say young couples become each other's companions in old age. Only when Dad passes will you remember how good he was. Chapter 193, Why So Much Nonsense? Lin Feng had sharp ears, and the voices from the cottage kitchen quickly reached his ears. He whispered to his grandfather, Grandma's getting a scolding. Grandpa's eyes widened, and spittle flew as he retorted, She deserves a good scolding from your mom. Otherwise, she'll really start thinking she is some kind of saint. Let your mother give her a proper lesson in ethics and morality. In the old man's mind, he only knew what a moral education lesson was. Concepts like legal system development or moral observation were completely foreign to him. As he spoke, he and Lin Feng continued measuring the width of the Kong. Lin Feng had only given a width of 1.8 meters for the Kong, barely meeting the minimum requirement. Grandpa hoped Lin Feng would extend the width a bit more. 1.8 meters is just barely enough, isn't it? Make it wider. Otherwise, once you account for the edges and corners, what will you have left 1.8 meters? Though Grandpa wasn't well educated, he certainly knew how to get things done. Under his grumbling, Lin Feng reluctantly stretched the tape measure a bit further. Only after he stubbornly added 20 centimeters to the bed's width did Grandpa finally look satisfied. A foul-smelling spittle flew from his gap-toothed mouth once more. Lin Feng had initially stood downwind from Grandpa. When the foul stench filled his brain and nerves, he had no choice but to shift his body to the upwind direction. As he swung his shovel, he addressed Grandpa with genuine concern. When the weather improves a bit, they should go into the mountains together and gather some medicinal herbs. They can treat illnesses, and even if there are no ailments, they can clear heat and reduce inflammation. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Grandpa seemed to detect a hint of tension in Lin Feng's otherwise calm words. He pressed his hands tightly over his mouth and exhaled a breath into his palms. This exhalation proved problematic. Even Grandpa himself felt a wave of nausea and the urge to retch upon smelling it. Now it was Grandpa's turn to feel awkward. When he finally removed his hands from his mouth, he addressed Lin Feng, Little Feng, if you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have realized my breath stinks to high heaven. You know a bit about medicine, see if you can find some local herbs or something for me to brew into a tea. Lin Feng thought the mountain spring water might help, but for such a stubborn ailment, drinking spring water alone wouldn't do much good. Grandpa, I dug up some gardenia roots here. Why don't you take them to the kitchen? I'll have Mom brew them into a decoction for you. Gardenia roots, like the fruit, can clear stomach heat that causes bad breath. Bending over with his but sticking out, Lin Feng dug up some gardenia roots buried in the soil. Grandpa trusted Lin Feng's words implicitly. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Grandpa eagerly stepped forward, took a handful of yellowish gardenia roots from his hands, clutched them in his own, and turned to walk out of the greenhouse. As he walked, he called out to Xie Feng in the kitchen. Little girl, little girl. His slightly hoarse voice echoed outside the small wooden hut. Lin Xian, who had been sitting under the eaves of the small wooden house fishing with Jin Feng, heard her grandfather's rough call. She lifted her round little face with a sudden jerk. This time, she greeted her grandfather with great friendliness. Her little mouth, painted bright red with the lipstick Lin Feng had bought from the border market whenever she had nothing better to do, asked her grandfather in a crisp voice, Grandpa, why did you call for Mom? Lin Xian's question left her grandfather feeling rather embarrassed. His rough, pine bark-like face flushed crimson to his ears. Covering his lips with one hand, he stammered, Grandpa hasn't been feeling well lately. Your brother dug up some gardenia roots while working on the stove and specially brought them for me to brew into a decoction. Hearing her grandfather's evasive words, Lin Xian hurriedly sprang up from the wooden stool, her plump, round buttocks bouncing like springs. Swaying her mature, peach-like hips encased in a patterned fox fur coat, she approached her grandfather, sweetly suggesting that since her mother was likely busy in the kitchen, she could boil the gardenia roots for him instead. Recalling how his earlier words had nearly made Lin Feng faint from embarrassment, the grandfather dared not hand the gardenia roots to Lin Xian. Before Lin Xian's legs, clad in wolfskin pants, could even appear before him, he flicked the gardenia roots from his fingers with a sharp flick, sending them whizzing under the eaves of the small wooden hut. Xin, you and Jin Feng have nothing else to do. Go fetch an earthenware pot from the kitchen. Put the gardenia roots, soil and all, into the pot and boil them for me with spring water. When Lin Xian heard her grandfather instruct her to boil the roots with soil intact using spring water, she was so astonished her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Her almond-shaped eyes widened abruptly as her lips fluttered, and she began chattering away at her grandfather. Grandpa, are you trying to trick me and Jin Feng? I've only ever heard of boiling gardenia roots to drink for clearing stomach heat and bad breath. Now you're adding soil? Can you even drink water boiled with dirt? Grandpa Lin was flustered by Lin Xian's sharp questioning. His scrawny goatee on the nearly boneless chin fluttered in the winter chill. What do you know? Just do as I say. Stop all this nonsense. After scolding Lin Xian, Grandpa stormed off with his hands clasped behind his back, heading toward the large shed where Lin Feng was digging the Kong. As he walked, he glanced back repeatedly to see if Lin Xin and Jin Feng were still helping him prepare the medicine. As he glanced back, Jin Feng emerged from the kitchen of the small wooden hut, cradling a brown earthenware pot. That little brat Lin Xin was crouching, using two medium-sized stones from under the cottage's eaves to build a makeshift stove. Right now, she was busily adding firewood to it. The earthenware pot Jin Feng held against her chest pressed against her pair of high, prominent breasts. As she crouched to set the bowls between the two stones, she whispered to Lin Xin. Chapter 194, Scared Like a Little Kid. Sis, do we really not need to wash these gardenia roots? In all her years, Jin Feng had never heard of unwashed medicinal roots being boiled directly. So when she placed the gardenia roots, still covered in soil, into the earthenware pot, she worried that her grandfather might get an upset stomach or worse that he might end up with all sorts of ailments. Lin Xin was bent over, her backside sticking high in the air, adding dry firewood to the stove. Hearing Jin Feng's worries, she retorted without hesitation that old geezer ate dirt when he was starving down the mountain. He even likes to mix dirt in his water. Just let him have his way. Lin Xin was genuinely afraid of him. Just last night, after she'd snapped back at Grandpa twice, he nearly raised such a ruckus that the whole mountain would have been in an uproar. If she crossed him again today, who knew what kind of scene he'd make? Lin Xin certainly didn't want Grandpa's petty nonsense to cause another family rift. While Lin Xin answered her, Jin Feng had already filled the earthenware pot with water. Now it was steaming steadily. Seeing Jin Feng and Lin Xin bustling about because of him, the slight frown on his face gradually softened. As he stepped into the main room, he muttered under his breath, only when these grass roots are simmered with muddy water do they reveal their true flavor. Lin Feng was swinging his arms non-stop, scooping shovelful after shovelful of dirt out of the pit. By the time his grandfather approached him, he had already dug out the basic shape of a Kong measuring 8 meters long and 2 meters wide. To ensure the finished bed retained heat, he carefully mixed prepared yellow clay with chopped straw. Grandpa, what comes next? Lin Feng, showing his grandfather the utmost respect as he stood before him, asked with a smile, his words carefully phrased to get the information he needed. Seeing Lin Feng's respect, Grandpa felt a surge of joy, as if transported back to the days of digging and plastering stoves down in the valley. Recalling the details of those days while speaking aloud to Lin Feng, he instructed, use the yellow mud you've trampled to plaster both sides of the excavated area, then lay some dry wooden planks on top. Got it. Truthfully, Grandpa had already laid out the entire plan perfectly. He had asked his grandfather simply to bridge the gap between them. As Lin Feng gave his grandfather a brisk reply, his hands were already covered in yellow mud. Slap, slap, slap. The yellow mud on Lin Feng's hands quickly spread out as he worked, moving back and forth, up and down. To prevent the wooden planks of the stove from catching fire, Lin Feng deliberately left a gap between the stove head and the stove passage, blocking most of the space in between with stones. While Lin Feng and his grandfather bustled about, his uncle stumbled up the mountain from below. He ran while gasping for breath. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! As he neared the outer edge of the large shed, his uncle's voice, choked with breathlessness, bellowed at him. Hearing his uncle's cries, Lin Feng and his grandfather hurried out of the shed. Ignoring the mud caked on his hands, he gaped at his uncle and bellowed, Uncle! You look frantic and can barely get words out. Could there be a northeast bear in the mountains? Lin Feng's words hit the nail on the head. Uncle was panting heavily, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Feng, when I brought Lu Dengue and District Chief Zhou to deliver your bullets, we just reached Ludiogwa when we ran into several northeast bears. Those militia guys grabbed their rifles and went head-to-head with the beasts. Those militia members were hastily recruited by Lu Dengue from nearby villages, untrained farmers who could barely pull the trigger. Not a single bullet they fired even grazed the bear's toenails. In desperation, Lu Dengue, clutching his box pistol, bellowed at his uncle, What the hell are you hiding for? Get your ass up the mountain and find Lin Feng to rescue us. Only then did his uncle, who had long since wet himself in fear, stumble and scramble toward the mountain. Grandpa cut off his stammering uncle mid-sentence, his whole body boiling with adrenaline. It had been many years since he last encountered a northeast bear. The last time was back in 1956. And that bear had been small. He'd skewered its belly clean through with a red plume spear. Xieping, why are you so scared? Lin Feng and I will wash up and follow you to Ludiogwa. Ludiogwa's terrain was treacherous, covered in trees and jagged rocks. Its unique environment was precisely where northeast bears lived in groups. Hearing his grandfather's reassurance, Xieping's trembling legs gradually steadied. You'd better hurry. Those northeast bears are truly vicious. If we're too late, District Chief Zhou and Lu Dengue might be in grave danger. While grandfather spoke to Xieping, Lin Feng had already washed his hands and taken hold of the long and used double-barreled shotgun. He called out to his uncle, Uncle, you lead the way. Grandpa and I will bring up the rear. His uncle wiped his sweaty, weathered face and reluctantly told Lin Feng, You're the one with the gun. You should lead the way. Grandfather, hearing Xieping's talk of fearing wolves and tigers, glared at his nephew with his dim eyes. Why are you scared like a little kid? They're just a few northeast bears. I don't believe they'll even bite you. As Grandpa scolded Xieping, he popped his fingers and whistled. Big Yellow and Little Black shot down the mountain like arrows. They raced down the slope, their frenzied barks echoing through the air. Lin Feng followed close behind Big Yellow and Little Black, racing straight down the mountain. Upon reaching the 6 turns, Big Yellow and Little Black began barking furiously. District Chief Zhou and Lu Dengue had already scrambled up a large tree, each clutching a branch. The militia members had long since fled, leaving not a single soul behind. In the frozen landscape, 10 ammunition boxes, still sealed and loaded with bullets, lay untouched on the ground. Several black northeast bears swung their massive paws, relentlessly pounding at the tree where District Chief Zhou and Lu Dengue clung. Chapter 195, Living with Such Clarity. When Lin Feng looked up at the 2 men perched in the tree branches, the 2 men had already scared themselves into wetting their pants. Spotting Lin Feng appear behind the bears, Lu Dengue clutched the branches tightly, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Feng, shoot already. I've already wet myself. I'm already aiming." As he spoke, Lin Feng's bullet was already chambered. With a single pull of the trigger, the northeast bear would be shot through the head. But at this critical moment, Big Yellow and Little Black, showing no sense of the gravity of the situation, charged forward. They lunged at the northeast bear, which was waving its paws and had its back turned to Lin Feng. Big Yellow was always a tough character, and when it came to dealing with the northeast tiger, he was no less formidable. With a sharp snapping sound, its razor-sharp teeth sank into the bear's hindquarters. The massive bear, weighing a full 500 g, felt an excruciating, bone-piercing pain in its hindquarters. As it clawed at its own rear, its paws accidentally brushed against Big Yellow's ears. De Huan's ferocity completely enraged the wild nature of this northeast bear. It spun around, its gaping maw snapping viciously at Big Yellow. Big Yellow, retreat! Lin Feng's double-barreled shotgun was useless while Big Yellow and the northeast bear were locked in a fierce struggle. To make matters worse, Little Black was also engaged in a duel with another northeast bear. He could only tell his grandfather, who had rushed over, that he would go help Big Yellow first. To avoid hitting Big Yellow, Lin Feng tossed his gun aside. He sprinted barehanded to the base of the tree, roaring at the bear locked in a life-or-death struggle with Big Yellow. "Got the guts? Come at me!" Lin Feng's rousing shout completely stunned the large, burly northeast bear that was locked in a fierce struggle with Big Yellow. After a brief moment of disorientation, this bear, which looked dumb but was anything but, swung its thick, powerful paw, slapping it hard across Big Yellow's head. Its plan was to kill Big Yellow first, then fight Lin Feng to the death. Unfortunately for it, before its claws could land on Big Yellow's head, Lin Feng's palm slammed down hard, forcibly seizing the bear's claw. Thud! The bear's claw collided with Lin Feng's broad, sturdy palm, producing a deafening, bone-chilling sound. District Chief Zhou, hiding in the tree, was so terrified that the boxer pistol in his hand slipped from his hiding spot and fell right in front of Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was thinking of kicking the pistol that had fallen from the tree to his feet as quickly as possible, aiming it at the northeast bear to blow its head off. But the cunning northeast bear gave Lin Feng no such opportunity. Its hind legs clamped down on the pistol while its front paws wrapped tightly around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was no pushover. The moment the bear clamped down on him, Lin Feng's left hand seized its head while his right arm slammed hard into its thick chest. "Damn it, today I'll show you what a black tiger heart punch really is." As Lin Feng's words fell, his right hand suddenly held a bloody, still beating bear heart. Arg! Deprived of its heart, the once arrogant bear instantly lost all strength. The white breath escaping its mouth nearly knocked Lin Feng sideways with the stench. Lin Feng, who had nearly been smoked out by his grandfather on the mountain, never dreamed that fleeing to Ludiogwa would only land him in the clutches of this northeast bear's stench once more. As nausea threatened to make him retch, his foot already flew out in a kick. Boom! With Lin Feng's kick, the bear's entire body was sent flying, slamming squarely into the very tree where Lu Dengue and the others were hiding. As the tree split cleanly in two, District Chief Zhou and Lin Feng tumbled completely to the ground. Lu Dengue, clutching his boxer pistol, finally found the courage to fire 3 shots in rapid succession at the nearly lifeless bear's head. As he pulled the trigger, he cursed the bear, "You think you're so tough? Today I'll finish you off." District Chief Zhou shot a glance at Lu Dengue, who was shooting from the sidelines. His tone dripping with sarcasm, he retorted, "Damn it, when the militia fired, you were scrambling up the tree. Now that Brother Fang's taken down the bear, you're here claiming credit? How do you manage to be so shameless?" Lu Dengue was left somewhat flustered by District Chief Zhou's words. He chuckled foolishly and told District Chief Zhou that this northeast bear was simply too massive, he truly wasn't its match. "Oomph. If this were the battlefield, I'd shoot you dead on the spot." District Chief Zhou snapped at Lu Dengue, his voice booming like an enraged lion. "What the hell are you two doing? I'm about to be surrounded by these northeast bears." Grandpa yelled at the squabbling pair, hoping they'd come to his rescue. Uncle had already been scared stiff, plopping his butt right down onto the frozen ground. Lin Feng swiftly kicked District Chief Zhou's boxer pistol into his own hands. Bang! 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 Several bullets, reeking of gunpowder, shot out from the old-fashioned pistol. They whizzed toward the head of the northeast bear, pinning Grandpa down, burying themselves deep into the back of its skull. The northeast bear released my grandfather's body. As he lay on the ground, he rolled over and tumbled to the side. Boom! As the massive bear's entire body collapsed onto the frozen ground, it smashed a huge crater into the thick layer of snow. My grandfather, the victim of this attack, scrambled to his feet from the snow-covered ground. While cursing the nearly dead bear, he fished a 2-foot-long slaughter knife from his waistband. He aimed it straight at the bear's throat and thrust it in. Oh woo oh woo. As the razor-sharp knife pierced the bear's throat, a bone-chilling sound erupted from its jaws. With 2 of the northeast bears already taken down by Lin Feng, the remaining ones were overcome with rage and humiliation. Chapter 196, Don't ing try to tough it out. Roar, roar, roar. Humans have their words, beasts have their cries. These northeast bears huddled together, howling wildly in unison. From their chaotic howling, Lin Feng understood clearly these bears, seeking warmth in their group, were closing in on him like a tight-knit formation, intent on delivering a brutal attack. They intended to drive him to the brink of death. Grandpa watched this unfold, his heart racing with anxiety. Fearing Lin Feng might suffer a setback, Grandpa shouted frantically at his grandson as the bears closed in. Feng grabbed the double-barreled shotgun. Hearing his grandfather's words, Lin Feng's piercing gaze turned toward him. Grandpa, do we really need a double-barreled shotgun to deal with these northeast bears? Lin Feng's single sentence left his grandfather utterly dumbfounded. His cloudy eyes turned toward Lin Feng. Feng, you think you can handle them? But... Lin Feng looked at his worried grandfather. With unwavering confidence, he addressed the elderly man well past 70. I'm quite sure I can handle these bears. Standing behind Lin Feng, old Zhou and Lu Dengue heard his confident words and their spit flew everywhere. Lu Dengue, can Feng really take down the remaining bears? Old Zhou, he wouldn't take on a job he couldn't handle. Lin Feng's got some skills, don't worry about the kid. When it came to Lin Feng's strength against the northeast bears, he remained quite optimistic. As they whispered among themselves, a deafening, spine-chilling chorus of bear howls erupted from ahead, nearly shattering their eardrums. Roar! 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 They snarled, claws raised, closing in on their opponents like an iron wall formation. Holy, Feng, don't try to fight them head-on. I've got a boxer pistol. Old Zhou watched as several colossal beasts closed in on Lin Feng, their coordinated attack aiming for lethal strikes. Fear made his thick bearded lips tremble uncontrollably. Facing these stubborn beasts, Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, waiting for the bears to draw closer before settling the score. Seeing Lin Feng show no intention of attacking, the northeast bears grew even more frenzied. They flailed wildly, lunging at the youngster who had just flattened their kin. Just as they lunged together, Lin Feng seized an opening. He slipped through the armpit of one charging bear, darting from the center of their encirclement to position himself directly behind them. Roar! 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 The massive heads of several bears that had lunged into empty space collided violently. They never dreamed Lin Feng would slip through their front and position himself behind them. As they let out a howl to the heavens, Lin Feng's fist, heavy as 1,000 pounds, slammed down onto the massive, broad-shouldered bear that hadn't even had time to turn its head. The northeast bears possessed immense strength, built like tanks. Attacking their bellies alone was nearly impossible to penetrate. Dealing with the 2 bears earlier had cost Lin Feng considerable energy. Had he not possessed formidable strength himself, he truly would have struggled to handle them. Thanks to his recent diet of wild beast blood and various animal gallbladders, he quickly regained his strength. To subdue these northeast bears with minimal effort, he abandoned the idea of direct confrontation. Instead, he decided to target their spinal columns, striking their backs with all his might. As his fist slammed into the spine of this massive northeast bear, the creature's dumb, thick back instantly gave way like a collapsing structure, emitting a series of strange, cracking sounds. Oh woo oh woo. Before the severely injured bear could comprehend what had happened, its upright body collapsed completely. Within the blink of an eye, all 3 bears attacking Lin Feng had been knocked down. The one with its spine snapped tried to rise from the icy snow, but after several futile attempts, it slumped back down, utterly spent. The remaining 2 bears watched their comrade meet its end before the battle had even truly begun. Their ears stood erect, eyes bloodshot, as they planted their hind legs heavily into the thick snow. Each stomp sent snow flying into the frigid air. Their furious expressions made it clear that the female bear, whose spine had been snapped by Lin Feng, had struck a nerve. Seeing their rage, Lin Feng didn't wait for them to attack. He launched a flying kick straight at the groin of the one-horned northeast bear. Arg! The beast, struck in its vital spot by Lin Feng, collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. As the threshing bear rolled toward the old man, he brought his slaughter knife down hard, aiming it squarely at the creature's antlers. Whoosh! As Grandpa swung his blade, a stream of foul-smelling blood spurted from the bear's wounded area. While Grandpa severed the bear's antlers with that single stroke, Lin Feng wasn't idle either. He now faced the final northeastern bear. This bear was nearly twice his size, its massive frame appearing to weigh no less than 500 gen from a distance. Each time its massive paws slammed into the snow-covered ground, it left 2 enormous craters in the frozen landscape. Having witnessed its companions fall one after another at Lin Feng's hands, the bear was enraged. It swung its massive forepaws, lashing out fiercely at Lin Feng's head. Its frantic, enraged demeanor made clear its intent to eliminate Lin Feng as swiftly as possible. But the giant beast's outstretched claws were instantly seized by Lin Feng's hand. Snap, crack. The sound of snapping bones echoed across the frozen snow. As the eerie sound echoed, a look of agony twisted the monster's face. It exhaled a stream of foul-smelling white vapor from its mouth, accompanied by a series of wild, howling cries. "I'll send you straight to the afterlife." Lin Feng didn't want to kill it outright, but if he didn't eliminate this colossus, there was only one outcome awaiting him: death. Lin Feng wasn't that foolish. He had no intention of becoming lambs led to the slaughter. Chapter 197, Heroes Emerge in Youth. Huff. As the last northeastern bear bellowed wildly, Lin Feng thrust both palms forward, slamming them into the colossus's chest. In Lin Feng's past life, he had read Jin Yong's The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The protagonist, Wei Jing, had mastered the 18 dragon-subduing palms under the guidance of the Red Seventh Elder. The sheer overwhelming power of that technique thrilled Lin Feng just thinking about it. Today, he wanted to try his hand at Wei Jing's 18 dragon-subduing palms. But he didn't harbor much hope, treating it merely as a practice session. Before the northeastern bear could even grasp what was happening, Lin Feng had already crouched into a horse stance. As he channeled power into both palms, he concentrated all his energy into them. Whoosh, whoosh. As both palms erupted simultaneously, the seemingly formidable behemoth recoiled in an instant. It didn't stop until it slammed into a sharp, oddly shaped rock behind it, piercing its back before coming to a halt. Wah! Finally, this colossal beast collapsed lifelessly as the boulder pierced its back. District Chief Shou, who had witnessed the entire bear hunting process, nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets as Lin Feng finished off the last northeast bear. He'd seen tough guys before, but someone like Lin Feng, a real badass who could catch bees and hunt snakes, was a first. After a long moment of sheer terror, he finally snapped back to reality. He approached Lin Feng, clasped the youth's hand tightly, and showered the 16-year-old with praise. "Heroes have always emerged from youth. Today, witnessing your solitary courage against a pack of bears has utterly astonished me. If you don't mind, I'd very much like to form a friendship across generations with you." District Chief Zhou truly valued talent. He held Lin Feng, a master skilled in every conceivable art and craft, in high regard. Lin Feng had just taken down 5 enormous northeast bears, and to say he wasn't exhausted would be a lie. Panting heavily, he grinned at District Chief Zhou, baring his teeth. "We country folk? We're hardly in a position to talk about friendship with someone like you." Deep down, Lin Feng understood better than anyone that birds of a feather flock together. Zhou's unusual courtesy today stemmed entirely from Lin Feng's help in dealing with those bears. He withdrew his hands, which had been tightly clasped around Lin Feng's, and chuckled, responding cheerfully to the spirited young man before him. "Brother Feng, are you rejecting me or something?" Old Zhou knew how to play the emotional card. From the tone of Lin Feng's voice, he seemed to have. Otherwise, trying to be friends with him despite the age gap would be pure nonsense. Old Zhou glanced at Lin Feng's distinctly youthful face. Lin Feng, flustered by Zhou's persistent teasing, forced a smile and said, "We'll talk about that later. Right now, the priority is getting these northeast bears up the mountain. Once we skin them, we'll divide the meat and the hides." Lin Feng knew perfectly well why District Chief Zhou had brought the bullets today. One of his primary intentions was to trade for some meat to take back. The district's rations weren't much to speak of during the heavy snow that sealed off the mountains. The comrades on duty felt completely drained after working, and they all complained to Old Zhou that if this dragged on, even iron bodies wouldn't hold up. Old Zhou, who'd been fretting over the meat shortage, slapped his thigh in delight at Lin Feng's words. Spittle flying as he spoke, he turned to Lin Feng and said, Right. We'll send these exhausted northeast bears and all these boxes of bullets up the mountain right away." The major issue had been resolved by Lin Feng, but he still needed to tend to Big Yellow. During the fierce battle with those northeast bears, Big Yellow had served as the frontline soldier. The bear's claws had already knocked Big Yellow unconscious. Grandpa was crouched down, gently stroking Big Yellow's body. Xiaohei stood nearby, quietly observing the old man's deeply sorrowful expression. Lin Feng approached the grieving old man. "Grandpa, let me take a look." As he spoke, he straightened his body and crouched down beside the ground, gently stroking Big Yellow's head. Da Wang's head had suffered some serious injuries. But at the time, Lin Feng had already taken the blow for Big Yellow. The northeast bear had merely stunned Big Yellow unconscious. After checking his pulse, Lin Feng placed the palm of his right hand on Big Yellow's crown. He channeled warmth into Da Wang's crown while informing Grandpa that there was some bruising in the area. He assured him he would quickly disperse the blood. Really? Grandpa knew Lin Feng possessed some skill, but he found it hard to believe he could revive Big Yellow, who was already dead. It seemed Grandpa still harbored some skepticism about his abilities. Facing his grandfather's skepticism, Lin Feng didn't offer further explanation. He knew that explaining too much would only make things worse. He would show Grandpa through action that he wasn't just a hunter, he could also effortlessly revive both humans and animals who had gone into shock. Amidst his grandfather's questioning tone, wave after wave of warmth surged from his hands, steadily flowing into Big Yellow's crown. Woof woof woof. Just as Grandpa asked Lin Feng with a questioning tone, Big Yellow, lying in the snow, let out a series of barks. The once unconscious De Huang sat up briskly from the ground, its head rubbing against Lin Feng's large hand. Grandpa was utterly stunned by Lin Feng's sudden, unexpected move, his imagination and understanding completely overturned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he blinked rapidly and asked Lin Feng, "Are you sure Big Yellow isn't just having a last burst of energy before passing?" According to folktales, both humans and animals experience a period of heightened alertness as they approach death. During this time, they exhibit extraordinary energy and movements that seem almost otherworldly. But, faced with his grandfather's probing questions, Lin Feng laughed for the first time. He told his grandfather without any hesitation, the blood clot in Big Yellow's head has completely dissolved. He's fully recovered and is even healthier than before. Grandpa was utterly bewildered by Lin Feng's words. "Lin Feng, as far as I recall, you've only ever treated colds and flu. How come you suddenly managed to bring back De Huang from the dead?" Chapter 198, Willing but Unable. For the first time, Grandpa realized Lin Feng was a formidable figure. Standing before Lin Feng, he was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. To spare his grandfather further psychological distress, Lin Feng withdrew his hand from Big Yellow's head. He put on a very relaxed expression and explained to his grandfather, De Huang's blood clots were caused by that damn northeast bear. It hit his blood vessels. I approve of your choice of words. Just as Lin Feng was explaining to his grandfather, his uncle Xieping, who had witnessed everything, emerged from behind a cluster of jagged rocks. The heart-stopping battle between man and beast had truly frightened his uncle, who possessed no martial arts skills, causing him to flee to the side like a frightened child. However, he had witnessed every detail of what Lin Feng had done, committing it all to memory. Therefore, he wholeheartedly supported Lin Feng's retort to his grandfather. He had burst onto the scene mid-conflict without his grandfather's approval. Grandfather's face darkened with displeasure as he demanded of uncle, "Where the hell were you just now?" Xieping's entire face flushed crimson like Guan Yu's, all the way to his ears, at his uncle's sharp question. Stammering before Lin Feng and his grandfather, he stammered, "I was just sitting on the sidelines watching the two of you fight." Xieping had intended to say he was watching the spectacle, but in his panic, he had misspoken. Though Grandpa was a rough-and-tumble sort, he couldn't help but take issue with Xieping's detached, not-my-problem attitude. Hearing Xieping's audacious answer, the old man truly struggled to contain his anger. He confronted Xieping without any pretense, shouting back at him, "And you call yourself the village chief? You're scared stiff like a damn little boy facing a couple of big bears. If any major disaster or accident happened, wouldn't you run faster than a rabbit?" Grandpa's words left Xieping momentarily speechless. Deep down, he wanted to help Lin Feng, but he was just an ordinary man. Even if he wanted to help, he might not be able to. He truly had the will but not the means. While Grandpa was tearing into Xieping, old Zhou had already ordered Lu Dengue to round up the fleeing militia members from every nook and cranny. By now, they had tied all the northeast bears killed by Lin Feng to wooden poles they'd found. The 8 men had only tied up the 4 dead bears. Lu Dengue tried to shoulder the remaining one. But despite his tremendous effort, the 500-pound bear didn't budge an inch. Old Zhou watched Lu Dengue strain every muscle to no avail. His asymmetrical black eyes glanced at old Lu. "Get lost. All you do all day is fool around with that director Wu Nyohua. What else can you do?" As old Zhou berated Lu Dengue, he volunteered to take over. Bending over, his large, military-style trousers clinging to his ample behind, he reached out, intending to hoist the 500-gene northeast bear onto his shoulders in one swift motion. But his improper lifting technique backfired. Instead of hoisting the bear, he twisted his own back. The severely injured old Zhou, who had been standing straight moments before, suddenly collapsed. One hand clutching his back, he waved at Lin Feng, "Little Feng, stop messing around with him. My back's out. Quick, think of a way to fix it for me." Back pain may not be a disease, but when it strikes, it can be excruciatingly painful. Before old Zhou could finish speaking, he was already rolling back and forth in the freezing snow. Watching him roll around in the freezing cold truly tugged at Lin Feng's heartstrings. Seeing old Zhou in such agony, Lin Feng rushed to his side as fast as he could. He scooped old Zhou up in his arms and carried him to a spot with less snow, gently setting him down before sitting on the ground himself. He said to old Zhou, who was grimacing in pain, "Hold onto the tree trunk with both hands. I'm going to help you realign your twisted spine." Old Zhou was now in such agony he couldn't even turn his body. The slightest movement felt like his entire body was being torn apart. Listening to Lin Feng's instructions, he groaned in response, "Feng, kid, I'm putting all my weight over 100 pounds in your hands. Do whatever you think is best." In this frozen wilderness, old Zhou placed all his hopes on Lin Feng. Lin Feng took old Zhou's back injury with utmost seriousness and dedication. Though he needed bullets and old Zhou needed meat, Lin Feng was a thoughtful person. For that reason alone, Lin Feng was determined to expend whatever energy it took to realign old Zhou's back. Lin Feng's left hand gripped old Zhou's hip joint, his right hand braced against the old man's shoulder, and his knee pressed firmly against his spine. He shouted, "Relax. Relax. Relax. Take a deep breath, exhale." Snap, crack. The sound of joints popping back into place echoed intermittently as Lin Feng spoke. "Ouch. As old Joe let out his final groan, Lin Feng helped him up from his embrace of the tree branch. Old Joe, stop fooling around. I've already reset your dislocated joints. Old Joe listened to Lin Feng's words, staring at him with a dazed expression. His mouth, filled with broken teeth, kept chewing. Brother Feng, you fixed my back injury this fast? He simply couldn't believe Lin Feng possessed such skill. Lin Feng grew thoroughly annoyed by Zhou's skeptical stare. Out of courtesy, he forced a sour smile and replied, whether it's healed or not, just try it yourself and see. As old Zhou recounted the incident to Lin Feng, he truly felt the sensation of his body nearly splitting apart had vanished. He saw a glimmer of truth in Lin Feng's confident eyes. I'll give it a shot. As he answered Lin Feng, he released his grip on the tree trunk, slowly lifting his round, plump buttocks off the icy ground. He began to walk, his footsteps sinking into the cold, damp snow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, he silently counted in his mind. Chapter 199, Iron Body. Lao Zhou walked while muttering to himself. When he reached his 10th step, he suddenly slapped his thigh hard. Lin Feng, you're truly amazing. With your skills in treating injuries, you should work at the district hospital. I'll be your reference. Old Zhou was a thoughtful man. He personally believed someone with Lin Feng's talents could easily work as a resident physician at a hospital. But Lin Feng had absolutely no interest in working at the district hospital. All he wanted now was to hole up deep in the mountains and hunt. Lin Feng lifted his gaze toward the world blanketed in silvery white snow. A puff of white breath escaped his lips. Old Zhou, I've only got a few half-baked skills. Forget about the hospital. Xie Ping stepped forward at that moment, seizing the opportunity to echo Lin Feng's words to Old Zhou. District Chief Zhou, Lin Feng is absolutely right. He doesn't even qualify as a barefoot doctor. Without proper credentials, he'd face nothing but exclusion and disdain if he tried to work at the hospital. Old Zhou listened to Lin Feng and Xie Ping, then withdrew the scrutinizing gaze he'd been directing at them. Since Feng Zhaozhao doesn't want to work at the hospital, I can't force him. Just let me know when he changes his mind. Facing the young man before him, Old Zhou still held genuine sincerity. Therefore, his words to Lin Feng remained carefully measured. Lin Feng's mind wasn't on Old Zhou's warm invitation. His sole focus was getting these giant beasts up the mountain as quickly as possible. He didn't care about the meat. His greatest hope now was to get those bear skins. Top-grade bear pelts could fetch 2,000 yuan each. Lin Feng roughly estimated that 5 pelts would bring in at least 10,000 yuan. He planned to use the 10,000 yuan to buy plastic sheeting and quickly start growing off-season vegetables, rice, and corn. As Old Zhou finished speaking, Lin Feng grinned broadly at the elder before him. District Chief Zhou, we should get these 5 giants up the mountain sooner rather than later. The snowfall is intensifying, and soon we won't even find the path up. At that moment, the gale raged fiercer than ever. In the frozen wasteland, goose-feather snowflakes whipped through the air, accompanied by the howling wind. Snowballs the size of eggs slammed heavily against people's faces, stinging them painfully. Even Lin Feng, in peak physical condition, was finding it unbearable, let alone the ordinary people standing before him. Old Zhou and everyone present seemed equally aware of the day's brutal weather. By the time Lin Feng finished speaking, they had already lifted the several northeast bears onto their shoulders with combined effort. Old Zhou wiped his icy-crusted face with his rough, calloused hands before joining Lin Feng and leading the group toward the snow-covered mountain. Just as they emerged from the Six Turns Pass, a group of high-nosed foreigners wearing fur coats and straw hats blocked their path, rifles raised. A Russian man at the front bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Drop those beasts on the ground immediately, or none of you will leave this mountain alive." The Russians' intentions were crystal clear. They intended to play the role of the sparrow waiting behind the mantis, seizing the northeast bear that had killed Lin Feng for themselves. In their hands were state-of-the-art submachine guns. Should Lin Feng and his men dare resist in the slightest, they would be met with a hail of bullets. Seeing these red-haired bastards across from them, Old Zhou seethed with righteous indignation. He roared at the pack of Russian beasts intent on plundering them. "Your ancestors! If you dare lay a finger on our harvest today, I'll fight you to the death." Old Zhou was, after all, a veteran of the Korean War. During the fight against the Americans, he had used his Type 38 rifle to take down 26 US soldiers. Facing this gang of utterly brazen Russians, he simply couldn't swallow his anger. Before he could finish speaking, the red-haired Russian across from him, already holding a submachine gun, raised it, aimed it at Zhou's position, and unleashed a burst of rattling fire. A burst of bullets, reeking of gunpowder, swept toward Old Zhou's position. "Duck!" Lin Feng, who hadn't been back on the battlefield in ages, shouted at Old Zhou while simultaneously diving toward him. Old Zhou's entire body crashed onto the icy snow beneath Lin Feng's weight. As he lay pinned beneath Lin Feng in the freezing snow, Lin Feng swiftly snatched up the rifle Old Zhou had dropped. The redhead submachine guns now relentlessly swept fire toward Lin Feng. The dense hail of large-caliber bullets, aimed relentlessly at Lin Feng's head and chest, never ceased for a single moment. Facing this barrage of bullets, Lin Feng bellowed at the redheads 50 meters away, "You bastards! You're dead set on dying today? I'll grant you your wish." As the curses poured from his mouth, Lin Feng's rifle formed a perfect line of sight. His sights locked onto the forehead of the redhead, unleashing the barrage of fire. Bang! As Lin Feng aligned his sights on the redhead's forehead, a copper-colored bullet, carrying a strong smell of gunpowder, shot toward the redhead who had tried to kill him. Ah! As the red copper bullet streaked 50 meters away, a piercing scream echoed. The arrogant Russian, gun and all, collapsed onto the bone-chilling snow. The other redheads who had attempted to rob Lin Feng and his companions watched their leader get shot in the head by this kid who still sounded like he was in diapers. Furious, they grunted and snorted, "We'll all fire our submachine guns at him at once. I don't believe he's made of iron." The remaining redheads, staring at the 5 northeastern bears before them and their leader's bullet-riddled corpse, conspired to confront Lin Feng. In his previous life, Lin Feng had mastered the Russian language. One fortunate aspect of his current transmigration was that he could still understand what these red-haired bastards were saying. Hearing these redheads plot to gang up on him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel furious. Chapter 200, What kind of people are these? Redheads, I'll curse your ancestors for 8 generations. As Lin Feng cursed under his breath, his fingers tightened around the rifle's buttstock, pulling the trigger once more. Bang! Another small-caliber rifle bullet shot from the 80-centimeter barrel like an arrow leaving its string, aimed straight for the Adam's apple of the most troublesome red-haired bastard. The shifty-eyed redhead didn't even manage a groan before collapsing headfirst into the icy snow, never to rise again. Within mere seconds, Lin Feng had taken down 2 Russian bandits, further inflaming the hatred of the entire group of red-haired men toward him. They ceased their loud shouts, instead raising several black muzzles simultaneously at Lin Gang and unleashing a hail of indiscriminate fire. As they unleashed their frenzied barrage, Lin Feng had already discarded his rifle. Rolling across the snow several feet deep, he executed a perfect somersault toward the remaining, wildly arrogant redheads. The red-haired devils, consumed by their frenzied firing, never dreamed Lin Feng had already rolled right in front of them. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Feng's left and right hands each seized one of the red-haired devils. His hands were ruthless enough the moment he struck, he had both red-haired men firmly gripped by the throat. The 2 red-haired men, their throats gripped by Lin Feng, emitted a series of gurgling sounds as their entire bodies were lifted completely off the ground. Kicking their legs wildly, they shouted at the unarmed Lin Feng, "What the hell do you think you're doing, kid? You come running up our mountain, stealing the game we hunted, and you have the nerve to ask what I'm up to? Today I'll send you straight to the afterlife." Boom! 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 As Lin Feng cursed them, he had already slammed their bodies together with brutal force. Ah! A spine-chilling scream echoed across the open mountain wilderness. As the 2 red-haired men in Lin Feng's grasp let out hollow howls, the rest of the red-haired men present began to feel fear. They retreated backward while bellowing at Lin Feng, "Kid, you'll be held accountable if you kill someone." Facing their threats, Lin Feng bellowed back, "Damn it! Friends get good wine, but when jackals come, we only have fists and hunting rifles to deal with them." Lin Feng's battle cry, filled with fierce determination, echoed through the towering mountains and dense forests. Its reverberations lingered endlessly throughout the entire valley. As he cursed the redheads with relish, his hands flung the 2 he'd crushed to death far away. Their bodies, crushed by Lin Feng's bare hands, were now completely buried beneath the swirling snowflakes filling the sky. By now, Old Zhou, Lu Dengue, and the others had all gathered behind Lin Feng. Facing the fleeing redheads, they raised their arms and shouted, "Redheads, get out of our mountains!" The fleeing red-haired devils, racing down the mountain, shouted back at Lin Feng and his men as they ran, "You'll see. We'll be back." A deafening roar echoed through the valley once more. "Ha ha ha ha. I've lived deep in these mountains for years. If you're not satisfied, you can come challenge me anytime." Lin Feng wasn't afraid of these red-haired bastards. He now had plenty of valuable goods in his hands. A few measly red-haired bastards? What the hell were they? He watched them stagger away from the snow-covered mountains. Only after their figures vanished completely from the mountain did Lin Feng lead everyone back toward the cabin. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of anything, but he wasn't alone now. He had his mother, his maternal grandfather, his uncle, his sister, and Jean Feng. Their safety was now his greatest concern. If those vicious red-haired devils discovered the location of this cabin, it would truly spell disaster. Lin Feng was utterly unwilling to risk such a costly mistake. Therefore, only after confirming the red-haired men had completely departed did he lead Old Zhou, Lu Dengue, and the others deeper into the mountains. Lao Zhou and Lu Dengue, after all, were men who had weathered countless battles. They understood the stakes clearly and would never allow Lin Feng's family to be exposed to the red-haired devil's scrutiny. The few militia members they temporarily recruited struggled mightily as they carried the northeast bears up the mountain. Lin Feng, however, shouldered a several hundred-pound northeast bear all by himself, striding effortlessly through the thick snow as if it were nothing. As he ascended, he called back to the group trailing behind him, "Everyone, hurry up. The wind and snow will only intensify." Hearing Lin Feng's words, they wiped the sweat from their foreheads and faces before continuing their ascent. Crunch, crunch. Across the desolate mountain, the only sounds were the echoes of conversation and the crunch of thick snow beneath their feet. 1 hour later, their figures appeared beneath the eaves of the small cabin. Xia Feng emerged from the cabin with her family in tow. Facing this group of unfamiliar faces, Feng pulled Lin Feng aside and whispered, "Fomer, who are all these people?" Lin Feng exhaled a puff of white breath. "Mom, they're all the top officials from the district in town." Feng trembled violently at his answer. "Fomer, did we break any laws hunting up here in the mountains?" Feng, unaware of the situation and having never encountered such a scene before, was understandably terrified. Seeing the militia carrying rifles on their backs, old Joe's boxer pistol at his waist, and Lu Dingue's box gun slung behind his hips, her fear was perfectly understandable. Seeing his mother trembling uncontrollably, Lin Feng quickly reached out, patting her shaking body. "Mom, don't worry. The comrades from the district and township are here specifically to deliver ammunition to us." "Delivered ammunition?" Feng grew even more astonished at Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng was just a kid. Could his situation really have reached the district and town authorities so quickly? Chapter 201, Learn from your mistakes. While Feng's mind was still racing with wild thoughts, old Zhou had already strolled over to Lin Feng and his mother, hands clasped behind his back. His slightly puffy double eyelids scanned Feng, who was trembling all over, from head to toe for a long moment. Only then did he turn to Lin Feng, speaking in a formal, measured tone. "Who is this woman?" Earlier, Lin Feng had been so preoccupied with explaining to Feng about Zhou and the others going up the mountain that he'd forgotten to introduce Zhou and Lu Dingue to his mother. Only after Zhou reminded him did Lin Feng break into a broad smile and introduce them. "District Chief Zhou, this is my mother, Feng." As Zhou looked at the woman standing before him, still radiating a certain charm, a droplet of saliva escaped the corner of his mouth. Though Feng was over 40, her round face appeared even fuller and more radiant, thanks to the nutritious mountain vegetables she ate and the nourishing mountain spring water. Noticing Zhou's uncontrolled reaction, Feng, feeling increasingly uneasy inside, proactively introduced herself while extending her fair, delicate hands. "I'm Feng, Lin Feng's mother. May I ask if you're the head of the household from the district or the town?" Hearing Feng's introduction, old Zhou reined in his wandering thoughts. Clutching her lotus root-like, tenderly white hands, he chuckled as he addressed the voluptuous woman before him. "I'm Zhou Bochuan, the district chief. It's truly a pleasure to meet you all here in the mountains today." After exchanging pleasantries with Feng for a while, old Zhou finally released the tight grip he had on her hands. Feng, whose hands had been pinched painfully by old Zhou, pulled them back and shot him a distinctly unsettled look. Covering her ample bosom with both hands, she asked old Zhou earnestly, "I heard from Lin Feng that you specially sent us 10 boxes of bullets up the mountain. Is that really true?" Having suffered many losses and been deceived countless times, Feng found it hard to believe the district would be so generous with ammunition. 10 boxes of ammunition was no small amount. Without some hidden strings attached, it simply couldn't be true. To uncover the true purpose behind Zhou and his group's visit to the mountain, Feng pressed forward without hesitation, her fear completely vanishing. Having pressed the matter this far, Feng finally got a straight answer when old Zhou wiped his mouth and bluntly stated, "Lin Feng's mother, you can inspect the bullets, but we need to trade them for some meat to take back." As old Zhou spoke these words to Feng, he waved his large hand, signaling the rested militia to bring 10 wooden crates in unison before Lin Feng and Feng. To prove he was delivering the real goods up the mountain, old Zhou specifically asked Lin Feng to fetch a hammer after finishing his explanation. Before setting out, Zhou had nailed these wooden crates shut with 3-inch nails, fearing someone with ulterior motives might swap them for blank cartridges. During his days galloping across the battlefield, old Zhou had once been betrayed. He remembered it clearly. In 1942, while fighting the Japanese in the Shingan Mountains, his deputy company commander had attempted to betray the entire company. During a rest period, he replaced dozens of boxes of live ammunition with wooden dummies. It was precisely during this substitution that old Zhou, rising in the night to relieve himself, caught the deputy in the act. Though 18 years had passed since that incident, the memory still sent shivers down his spine. Having learned his lesson the hard way, old Zhou would never make the same mistake twice. He insisted on opening all 10 boxes of ammunition in front of everyone. Lin Feng glanced at the 10 metal boxes filled with bullets, a sneer curling his lips. "Old Zhou, these wooden boxes? You don't even need a hammer to crack them open. One punch from me and they'll be smashed to smithereens." Lin Feng spoke these words with an utterly matter-of-fact tone. But old Zhou and everyone present stared in horror, their eyes wide. The wooden planks of these ammunition boxes were at least 5 centimeters thick. For Lin Feng to claim he could punch a hole through them? That was nothing short of blatant nonsense. Seeing the exchanging glances among the crowd, Lin Feng fully understood that unless he demonstrated some real strength, they wouldn't be convinced. Facing their astonished stares, Lin Feng's right fist clenched tightly. Thud! 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 Amidst the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Lin Feng began pounding his fist relentlessly against the wooden boxes filled with bullets. The militia members exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. "Is this kid any good? Poof! What's he not capable of? He's the master who took down a northeast bear with his bare hands. Don't judge a book by its cover. This kid's got hidden potential, his future's limitless." While everyone chattered away, Lin Feng's fist effortlessly smashed open the first crate stored under the eaves of the small cabin. Clatter. The bullets from the crate Lin Feng had smashed open spilled out onto the ground in a heap. Small caliber, copper-colored bullets scattered across the floor before everyone's eyes. As Xie Feng slowly crouched down from her upright stance, she picked up a copper-colored bullet and gave it a firm shake in her hand. Not bad. This box is filled with real bullets. Wind Cub, go ahead and open the other boxes. As bullets clattered and tumbled in Xie Feng's palm, Lin Feng's fist slammed heavily into the second wooden crate brimming with ammunition. Clatter. Bullets spilled out from the second wooden crate. At this moment, Lu Dengue and Xie Ping joined in verifying the authenticity of the bullets. With everyone working together, every bullet in the second box was confirmed genuine. After Xie Ping picked up the last bullet from the second crate, he bellowed at Lin Feng, "Open every single bullet crate." Although Uncle had only participated in local militia forces, his revolutionary experience was in no way inferior to that of Old Zhou and Lu Dengue. Chapter 202, One Punch Opens the Way. Lin Feng, who had just paused his work, raised his fist once more upon hearing his uncle's command. Bang! 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 A torrent of fists pounded relentlessly against the thick wooden lids. The 6th, 7th, and 8th boxes cracked open one after another under Lin Feng's relentless assault. Just as Lin Feng was about to smash the 9th and 10th wooden boxes, the militia member Erden suddenly stepped forward and addressed the group. Lin Feng has already smashed so many. The bullets spilling out are all real. In my opinion, there's no need to keep smashing these last 2 boxes. Erden's words only served to heighten Lin Feng's suspicion. Hearing Erden's words, Lin Feng's gaze shot toward his face. Erden's face remained utterly calm, his wide-open mouth exhaling plumes of white breath. But when his dark, shifty eyes met Lin Feng's, a sudden flicker of panic crossed them. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from Erden. His lips moved rapidly as he retorted loudly, "I've already smashed open most of the wooden crates. The last 2 won't make a difference." As he spoke, his fist slammed heavily against the wooden lid of the 9th crate. Bang! Bang! After several sharp cracks, the 9th wooden crate was smashed open. Lin Feng's clenched fist snapped open the lid, and his hand plunged into the copper-red wooden crate. Several bullets were now in his grasp. Snap! Lin Feng held the bullets in his hand and with a single squeeze, snapped them all in half, each one of different weight. These weren't bullets at all. Lin Feng tossed the crushed bullets onto the ground. "Come see for yourselves what's going on with these bullets." Knowing full well the bullets had been swapped, Lin Feng deliberately asked in front of everyone. His loud outburst instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. Old Zhou and Lu Dengue hurried over to Lin Feng. As they examined the snapped bullet on the ground, its wooden wedge painted the same copper red as the bullet. Both men's mouths dropped open in astonishment. After a long moment, they snapped back to reality and bellowed at all the militia present, "Who the hell did this?" As several militiamen denied it in unison, they scanned the crowd for Erden's figure. But as they searched, Erden's footsteps had already carried him far away. Old Zhou watched Erden's figure sprinting away, and suddenly everything clicked into place. Rage surged to his brow. "Damn it! You had the nerve to swap out the bullets I packed." As he cursed, his right hand shot to his waist, drawing the box magazine pistol with a sharp pull. Clutching it in his hand, he aimed it at Erden's retreating back. Bang! 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 As Lao Zhou flicked the safety off, bullets spewed from the black muzzle. Erden, already running, sped up even more in terror. "What are you standing around for? Go catch him." Old Zhou had only intended to scare Second Egg. He believed that the sound of gunfire would surely halt Second Egg's footsteps. But after the shots rang out, Erden didn't stop running. Instead, he picked up speed. Hearing Old Zhou's shouts, the militia members snapped out of their panic and gave chase after Erden. While they chased Erden, Lin Feng didn't stop his actions either. He continued hammering the wooden lid off the 10th wooden crate with force. As the 10th wooden crate opened, a box full of wooden bullets spilled onto the ground beneath the small wooden hut's eaves. Seeing this pile of no fewer than 500 bullets, all made of wood, Lu Dingue's face turned as dark as liver from sheer rage. Erden was someone he had personally recruited, yet now he had betrayed him and done something to harm him behind his back. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Lu Dengue unleashed a flurry of left and right blows onto Erden's face, who had already been dragged back. Smack! 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 His iron-clawed hands swung relentlessly as he bellowed at Erden. "Damn it! Who told you to swap out these 2 boxes of bullets?" Erden wouldn't have had the guts to do this alone. The fact that he had tampered with the ammunition packs meant someone was definitely behind it. After several slaps from Lu Dengue, Erden, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stubbornly refused to admit anyone had encouraged him to do this. The hot-headed young Lin Feng wasn't buying it. He stepped forward, clenched his fist, and slammed it straight into Erden's solar plexus. Thud! The punch landed with brutal force, knocking the stubborn Erden flat on his back. Lu Dengue was already considered a ruthless man. But he never dreamed Lin Feng would be even more ruthless. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. After a long moment, he stammered out to Lin Feng, "Is Erden dead?" "But..." Lin Feng spat heavily on the ground and declared loudly to the man surnamed Lu, "Don't worry, this guy isn't that fragile. After saying this, Lin Feng swung his fist again, preparing to land a second punch on Erden. His mouth was tightly guarded. The only thing that could make him speak was a fist. A punch delivered now prevents 100 days of worry later. This was the consistent approach of Lin Feng from his previous life when commanding military campaigns. Just as his fist was about to smash into Erden's solar plexus, the stubborn Erden finally spoke up. Lin Gang ordered me to do this, and he promised 500 yuan after it was done. Erden's words sent ripples across the calm surface of the lake, unleashing wave after wave of turmoil. Damn it, you're talking out of your ass. If Lin Gang can come up with 500 yuan, I can put up 1,000 yuan. Lin Feng knew all too well what Lin Gang's real motive was for demanding the bullets. These 2 boxes of ammunition absolutely must not fall into the hands of Lin Gang's gang. If they got their hands on them, it would spell disaster. Chapter 203, Where's this Fengdu Ghost City? Just as Lin Feng was about to press further, asking where Erden had hidden those 2 boxes of real bullets, Lu Dengue rushed over. His eyes nearly shot flames as he bellowed at Erden, simultaneously whipping the barrel of the unused hunting rifle from his waistband and pressing it against Erden's skull. Speak! Where are those 2 boxes of live ammunition now? Beads of sweat instantly formed on Erden's forehead and face. His legs trembled violently as a stream of urine, tinged with the color of feces, trickled down his pant legs. Unable to endure any longer, Erden blurted out to everyone present, there among the jagged rocks at Ludiogwa. 6 turns was known as a forbidden zone of death. Just an hour ago, their group had been attacked by a northeast bear there. Retrieving the bullets from 6 turns would be no easy feat. After hearing Erden's account now soaked through his pants, Lu Dengue withdrew the black muzzle of his rifle. Lin Feng, how about you come with me back to Ludao Turn to find those 2 boxes of bullets? Zhou Buchuan stood beside his maternal grandfather and the others, his face now as dark as liver. Lu Dengue bore undeniable responsibility for the bullet swap. If those bullets weren't recovered, he wouldn't go easy on old Lu. Lu Dengue shot a glance at Zhou Buchuan, whose face was as dark as iron, before turning back to propose to Lin Feng that they descend the mountain together to retrieve the 2 boxes of bullets. Lin Feng was also determined to retrieve those 2 boxes of ammunition. 500 bullets in his hands could fell 500 beasts, but in Lin Gang's grasp, they could become tools for cold-blooded murder. Going down to retrieve them is fine, but I need them to skin the bear first. After agreeing to Lu Dengue's plea, Lin Feng summoned his uncle, Xiapeng. Uncle, this whole situation has left everyone feeling rather unsettled. I must go retrieve those 2 boxes of bullets. Otherwise, there's no way I can account for this properly. Xiapeng understood every word Lin Feng said to his uncle. Lin Gang might procure guns from the border market, but without ammunition, it would all be for naught. As long as the ammunition was recovered in time, Zhou Buchuan wouldn't pursue the matter further. Uncle glanced at Lin Feng's lips, moving up and down as he spoke. Lin Feng, I'll arrange for someone to skin the bear on the mountain. Right now, you and old Lu should take Erden to Ludiogwa and retrieve those 2 boxes of real bullets. Uncle's words filled Lin Feng with relief, like a reassuring pill. His sudden surge of joy spurred him to impulsively grab Erden, who was lying on the ground, and yell at him, spittle flying, Erden, I'm giving you 2 choices. One is to get shot. The other is to come with us back to Ludiogwa and retrieve those 2 boxes of bullets. Erden certainly didn't want to die. He'd lived most of his life without even getting a whiff of a woman's scent. To get his head blown off for Lin Gang's measly 500 yuan? That would be a death too unjust. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he didn't hesitate for a second. He told Feng's eye bluntly, I'll lead you down the mountain right now and get those 2 boxes of bullets back. Lin Feng, cut the crap with Erden. Just get him moving. At that moment, Lu Dengue genuinely wanted to blow Erden's head off with a single shot. By blood, Erden was his aunt's son, a legitimate old Tiao connection. Yet this old bastard had stabbed him in the back. It truly proved the saying, old ties, they've caused no end of trouble. Lin Feng understood Lu Dengue must be feeling awful right now. If the bullet could be recovered, everything could be resolved. But if it couldn't be found, it would truly be a disaster. Seeing Lu Dengue's furious eyes and his spittle-flecked mouth, Lin Feng grabbed Erdanzi by the collar and followed old Lu toward Ludiogwa on the mountainside. To beat Lin Gang's group, the 3 of them dared not waste a single moment on the road. They pushed forward at top speed through the swirling snow. Descending the mountain proved much quicker than their ascent. In less than half an hour, they reached the pile of jagged rocks at Ludiogwa. Perhaps due to the fierce wind and snow, not a single one of Lin Gang's village ne'er-do-wells had made it to the 6 turns. When Lu Dengue saw the 2 wooden crates still lying untouched beneath a stone slab bearing the 3 bright red lacquered characters 6 turns, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He vigorously wiped the ice crystals clinging to his face. Erden, you're one lucky bastard today. If we hadn't found these 2 boxes of bullets, not even the goddess could have saved your ass. Erden, now fully grasping the gravity of the situation, meekly confessed to Lu Dengue and Lin Feng that he'd been blinded by the allure of 500 yuan. He swore he'd never betray them again, not even if his life depended on it. While Erden was pledging his loyalty, Lin Feng had already bent down. With both hands, he began pulling out the 2 wooden boxes hidden beneath the rocks, one by one. As he pulled the boxes out, a miraculous scene unfolded. The massive boulder inscribed with 6 turns slowly began to open. The 3-meter-tall monolith, as it slowly parted, miraculously revealed a stone doorway. Seeing this marvel, Erden's dark, shiny eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His hands trembled slightly as he pointed at the automatically opening stone door and asked Lin Feng, "Is this the gate to the underworld of Fengdu Ghost City?" You might say Erden wasn't well educated, but he knew about Fengdu Ghost City. Yet despite his lack of education, he nearly risked his life for a mere 500 yuan. Lu Dingui's dark eyes shot a fierce glare at Erden. What Fengdu Ghost City? This is just a hidden chamber. As Papixia had mentioned earlier, Emperor Kangxi once hunted in the greater Xing'an range of northeast China. The hunting expedition was a pretext, the real purpose was to bury treasure. For decades, both commoners and officials alike have searched for this hidden treasure trove. Yet after more than half a century of searching, it remained like finding a needle in a haystack, utterly fruitless. Chapter 204, What's really going on? Just as everyone was ready to give up, a sudden twist emerged. With the opening of this stone gate, could the treasure of the Kangxi dynasty lie within these 6 winding passages? Lu Dengui watched the gate slowly rise, his emotions surging as he rushed toward the ascending stone door. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Lu Dengui charged toward the stone gate like a fool, dozens of sharp-tipped goosefeather arrows suddenly flew toward him from all directions. Lin Feng grabbed Lu Dingui's body at lightning speed, rolling him 18 times on the ground to barely dodge the incoming feather arrows. When Lin Feng released Lu Dengui and glanced to the side, 2 feathered arrows landed precisely 50 centimeters away from both of them. Lu Dengui's entire face trembled uncontrollably. "Feng, kid, I owe you my life. Before I die, I'll repay you no matter what." Lu Dengui owed his life to Lin Feng, and he was naturally filled with gratitude, making empty promises. Lin Feng had no use for such empty promises. He helped the still-shaken Lu Dengui up from the rocky ground and bluntly told old Lu, "All that is just hot air. Our priority now is to get inside that stone chamber and see if there's anything worth taking." Lin Feng placed great faith in the rumors circulating among the common folk. For Emperor Kangxi, hunting was merely a pretext. As the old saying goes, the old man's true intent lies not in the wine. This saying proved utterly true when applied to the old Kangxi. Deep down, Lin Feng was convinced this stone chamber held countless treasures. After a brief flurry of thoughts, he snapped back to reality. "Let's go. We'll keep moving deeper inside." Knowing the mountain harbors tigers, yet heading straight for it. Lu Dengui wasn't one to be easily intimidated. He'd seen his share of action and was no small figure. As he spoke, he was already striding swiftly toward the open stone door alongside Lin Feng and Erdanzi. As they entered the stone gate, the stone staircase inside began to reveal itself, step by step. At first, Lu Dengui stared at the emerging stone steps, utterly unwilling to step onto them. Despite having spent decades crawling through gunfire and bullets. But when confronted with such eerie phenomena, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. After a moment of hesitation, he handed the task of ascending the stone steps to Lin Feng. "Little Feng, I'm a coward. Since this is the first time doing this, you go first." Facing Lu Dengui's honeyed words, Lin Feng merely glanced at him. He didn't hold back, firing back at Lu Dengui with a barrage of sharp retorts. "You're always bragging about slaying gods and ghosts, but when it comes down to it, you're nothing but a cowardly bastard." Lin Feng's piercing gaze fixed on Lu Dengui, who stood frozen, unable to take the first step. After being berated by Lin Feng, Lu Dengui's entire face flushed crimson all the way to his ears. Just as he steeled himself to step onto the stone staircase, Lin Feng had already beaten him to it. He descended the stone steps one by one, walking deeper into the chamber. Watching Lin Feng walk up the stairs into the secret chamber as if nothing was wrong, Lu Dengui's courage gradually grew, and he followed right behind him. With each step, Lin Feng silently counted in his mind. Only after completing the 99 steps did the stone staircase beneath his feet finally come to an end. The 3 of them emerged into a hall illuminated by an eternal lamp. Illuminated by the eternal lamp, the stone chamber appeared spacious and bright. However, the only furnishings in this stone hall were 8 antique-style chairs. These 8 antique chairs were arranged with 2 in the center and 3 on each side. Legend had it that the Kangxi dynasty had descendants of the 8 banners. Could these 8 chairs have been custom-made for them? Lin Feng couldn't care less about such nonsensical legends. He had his eye on the first luxurious golden thread Nanmo chair in the center and plopped himself down on it, sitting there smugly and shifting his butt around incessantly. Seeing Lin Feng sit down without incident, Lu Dengui followed suit, planting his rear on the second throne carved with lions. But before his butt had even warmed the seat, his entire body began to convulse violently. His body convulsed violently, his stomach cramping as if his intestines were rotting, causing him to writhe in agony. Convulsing violently, he gasped at Lin Feng, "My guts are being torn apart. What the hell is happening to me?" Lin Feng glanced at his pale face. Lu Dengui's entire face, rough as pine bark, was dark at the brow and purple at the lips. Both his upper and lower lips were trembling uncontrollably. Judging by his current helpless state, he was most likely possessed by some strange force. He'd descended the mountain in such a hurry that he hadn't brought his canvas bag. Had he had the canvas bag, he could have at least pulled out a few talismans to help Lu Dengue get back on his feet. But that was now little more than a distant, unattainable hope. Seeing Lu Dengue in such agony, Erden was terrified and tried to pull away and run out. In his panic, however, he bumped into a black button on the chair to his left. Thud! The stone chamber's door, which had been wide open moments before, slammed shut instantly as a violent gust of wind swept through. Their only escape route was now completely sealed off. Erden had no choice but to pull his fleeing body back. His old face twisted in despair as he turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Little Feng, what are we going to do? If we can't get out, all three of us will die in this hall." Lin Feng glanced at the everlasting lamp burning brightly. The eternal lamp still cast a bright glow throughout the entire stone chamber. The vigorously burning lamp clearly indicated that this spacious hall still contained a considerable amount of air. Lin Feng's large eyes darted toward Erden's panicked face. Without a shred of politeness, he snapped back at Erden, "Damn it, if you're so brave, why don't you try running out yourself?" Erden, thoroughly flustered by Lin Feng's retort, fell silent. After all, he was the one who had slammed the door shut in his panic. Right now, Lin Feng was focused on dealing with Lu Dingue's possession. Opening the stone chamber door could wait until after that was taken care of. Chapter 205, Aren't you usually so cool? When Lin Feng's gaze returned to Lu Dengue, the man's forehead had turned completely black and his lips had turned a deep purple. Without immediate intervention, Lu Dengue would inevitably perish within this stone chamber. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a second. He thrust his index finger into his own mouth. Break! As his index finger sank into his mouth, he endured the excruciating pain and bit down hard, tearing the flesh of his finger. A stream of blood, tinged with a metallic taste, spurted rapidly from his severed finger. Huff! Lin Feng flicked the blood from his bitten finger forcefully, splattering it all over Lu Dengue's face, which had turned a grayish dusty color. Strangely enough, after the blood splattered onto Lu Dengue's face, his hideous complexion gradually shifted from ashen to a ruddy hue. Moreover, the hoarse, duck-like voice emanating from his mouth slowly grew clearer. There must be some incredible mystery at play here, Lin Feng thought, determined to uncover the truth. Yet, seated upon the lionwood throne, Lu Dengue bellowed, "Damn it! Who barges into the King of Hell's palace in broad daylight? I won't stay here a moment longer." Even mountains of gold and silver couldn't sway Lu Dengue. He kept yelling at Lin Feng, "Get out! Get out! I don't want to stay in this stone chamber a single moment longer." Lu Dengue was scared out of his wits, let alone his old buddy Erdanzi. At this moment, Erdanzi's legs trembled more violently than ever. Even the urine, thick with a pungent stench, seeped from his pants clinging to his legs, pooling on the eerily cold stone floor. His words came out stammering as he addressed Lin Feng in broken sentences. "Feng, this place is haunted. You'd better get us out of here soon. I don't want to stay here a single moment longer." If Erden hadn't said anything, it would have been better. His words instantly ignited a raging fire of anger within Lin Feng. "Damn it! You've already sealed the chamber door shut. How do you expect us to get out?" Lin Feng was already at his wits' end. In the panic, this brute Erden had completely blocked the chamber's exit. For the three of them to escape now was harder than climbing to the moon. Though Lin Feng cursed Erden under his breath, his dark, piercing eyes scanned every inch of the smooth stone chamber. The walls were incredibly smooth, with gaps between the stones so narrow they resembled needle pricks. After searching for a long while, Lin Feng found no valuable clues. Frustrated, he plopped down onto the dragon-headed chair. Zzzzz. Just as Lin Feng's buttocks settled onto the dragon-headed chair, the chamber door began to open slowly, as if by some unseen force. As the door swung open, the stone staircase came into view, and a chill wind from outside drifted in. Startled by the chill from outside, Lu Dingue's dark eyes widened as he shouted at Lin Feng, "Look! Is there some kind of mechanism on that dragon-headed chair?" Lu Dengue had once been a grave robber, digging up tombs and burial chambers. After turning over a new leaf and washing his hands of that trade, he'd finally bid farewell to his craft. He knew more about these things than Lin Feng did. Hearing Lu Dingue's outburst, Lin Feng instinctively glanced at the armrests of the dragon-headed chair. The armrests bore intricate dragon scale patterns, exquisitely crafted. As his hands pressed against them, the stone chamber door began to rise steadily. This subtle mechanism, pointed out by Lu Dengue, was instantly spotted by Lin Feng. Excited, he sprang up like a spring, his plump buttocks bouncing, and cheerfully retorted to Lu Dengue, "You know more than I do. I seriously suspect you were in this line of work when you were young." Lu Dengue was now the top official in the township. Naturally, he didn't want others to know about his so-called dark past. At Lin Feng's remark, his rough, weathered face instantly tightened. His upper and lower lips, tinged with a faint flush, pulled back to reveal a few words through his crooked teeth. "Feng, you son of a, what the hell are you babbling about? I've never done anything like digging up people's graves or digging 3 feet into the ground." Erdanzi was a complete and utter fool. Hearing Lu Dingue's attempt to whitewash his actions, he grew furious and shouted back at Lin Feng, "Don't listen to Lu Dingue's bull. Back in 1936, he and my dad went to the northern Xing'an mountains and robbed 2 rich families' graves. Erdanzi's interruption left Lu Dengue seething with anger, the veins on his forehead bulging visibly. Erdanzi, you son of a. You're lying through your teeth in broad daylight. When did I ever go grave robbing with your father? Scolded by Lu Dengue, Erdanzi looked like a cowering puppy. White breath puffed from his mouth as his teeth chattered uncontrollably. I don't remember. Get lost. As Lu Dengue cursed Erdanzi, he was already seething with rage. Eyes wide, hands clasped behind his back, he strode swiftly up the ladder outside the stone chamber. Lin Feng was still thinking about examining the stone chamber more closely, but Erdanzi kept urging him from outside. Feng, hurry up and get out. There's something unclean in this place. I can't stand being here another minute. Yeah. You're usually so cocky, but when it comes down to it, why are you such a chicken? Lin Feng shot back at Erdanzi as he too scrambled out of the chamber. Boom! The moment Lin Feng's back foot crossed the threshold of the stone chamber, the massive door weighing several tons crashed heavily to the ground behind him, instantly merging with the entire chamber. As Lin Feng and Erdanzi followed Lu Dengue out of the mysterious stone formation, the structure instantly sealed off the exit passage at breakneck speed. Erdanzi's legs were still trembling uncontrollably. Lu Dengue's shifty eyes glared fiercely at Erdanzi. It's just a tomb we explored, what the hell are your legs shaking for? Chapter 206, Only Hometown Has Strong Liquor. Outside the stone chamber, the biting cold wind whipped through the air. Snowflakes, white as snow, continued to drift down in the dim, yellow sky. The cold wind whipped Erdanzi's dazed head, jolting him back to his senses. Shivering violently, he stammered a retort at Lu Dengue. Old man, this is my first time in a tomb like a maiden riding in a wedding sedan chair. Cut the ing nonsense. If you dare breathe a word of this, my box cannon isn't for show. As Lu Dengue cursed at Erdanzi, he yanked the wooden crate from its hidden spot behind the rocks and slammed it onto the boy's shoulders. Once Erdanzi had trudged a considerable distance carrying the wooden crate, Lu Dengue spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground with a loud plop. As he spat, he placed the wooden crate onto Lin Feng's broad, sturdy shoulders. Grinning and grimacing, he asked Feng Zai indirectly, still want to come into this ancient tomb? Lu Dengue's question caught Lin Feng off guard. As his footsteps creaked through the thick snow beneath him, he deliberately whispered back to Lu Dengue, aren't you superstitious about this? Why bring it up now? Lin Feng quickened his pace, leaving Lu Dengue panting as he scrambled to catch up. Lu Dengue's protruding Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he lowered his voice to say, you little brat, you're still just a kid. Whether I'm superstitious or not is beside the point. But you need to understand, no one gets rich without unexpected windfalls, and no horse grows fat without night feed. Hearing this, Lin Feng slowed his pace across the thick snow, walking shoulder to shoulder with Lu. He too lowered his voice, replying softly, so you're saying you want to do another stint in the slammer? Come here for another heist? Lu Dengue scanned the empty snowy expanse for a long moment. Seeing no one else besides Second Egghead trudging dumbly ahead, he finally whispered to Lin Feng, once I'm done with town business, I'll come back to the mountains. But you must never spill the beans about this. This old codger sure knew how to keep his feet firmly planted. Lin Feng listened to Lu Dengue's words, exhaling a puff of white breath. This stays between you and me. Whenever you're free, just give me a call. Erdanzi had already walked a considerable distance away. He kept feeling like the people behind him hadn't followed. Only when he turned around did he notice that Lin Feng and Lu Dengue had fallen far behind the group. He was panting heavily as he shouted across the snow-covered terrain surrounded by towering mountains, you two, can you hurry up? The aroma of the meat is wafting all the way down to the mid-slope. This time, Erdanzi's expectations for the mountain trip weren't high at all, he just wanted to eat some wild game. Now, the scent of that meat had him buzzing with excitement, his whole body boiling over like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Lu Dengue knew this matter absolutely couldn't be revealed to that foolish old fool. To avoid arousing Erdanzi's suspicion, Lu Dengue and Lin Feng halted their conversation. As they quickened their pace, Lu Dengue bellowed at Erdanzi, who was waiting for them, who told you to walk so fast? Now we're chasing after your ass. Erdanzi, uneducated and a rough-and-tumble fellow, genuinely believed it was his own fault for walking too fast. Standing dumbly in the swirling snowstorm, he shouted back at Lu Dengue, teeth bared in a grin, who told you to walk so slow? As he chuckled to himself, Lin Feng and Lu Dengue had already caught up to him. To ensure Erdanzi completely forgot about the incident, the scheming Lu Dengue continued his brainwashing. Erdanzi, you did pretty well today. When we head up the mountain later, I'll let you drink from a big bowl and eat chunks of meat. Lu Dengue had specifically instructed the militia to prepare a jar of strong liquor for this mountain trip. In Erdanzi's mind, eating and drinking were all that mattered. At Lu Dengue's words, he grinned so widely his yellow teeth gleamed. Old Lu, I just love our sorghum brewed strong liquor. Finally calming his dim-witted old buddy, Lu Dengue felt a weight lift from his anxious heart, like a stone dropping to the ground with a thud. He chuckled awkwardly, urging Erdanzi and Lin Feng loudly, come on, let's head up the mountain to drink some strong liquor. As they walked, they sang along, walk, 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 walk. Lin Feng genuinely began to doubt whether he was living in the 21st century or the 1960s. Just as they sang, several dark figures suddenly emerged ahead of them. As the figures drew nearer, Erdanzi's recently calmed nerves became frayed once more. The figures ahead were none other than Lin Gang and his crew, who had come to demand bullets from him. As the figures drew nearer, Lin Feng suddenly realized that behind Lin Gang were several red-haired Russian strongmen. Erdanzi was already terrified out of his wits by the men Lin Gang had brought. Facing Lin Gang, who stood directly in front of them, blocking their path, Erdanzi's two uncooperative legs began trembling once more. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he chattered his teeth, shouting at Lin Gang, who stood arms crossed, his chest puffed out in arrogance. "This has nothing to do with me. Go ask Lu Dangue and Lin Feng for the bullets." You could call Erdanzi foolish, but at least he knew to shift the blame at a critical moment. Facing Erdanzi's explanation, Lin Gang shot him a contemptuous glance and bellowed, "You worthless piece of trash. If you don't make Lin Feng and the others hand over those 2 boxes of bullets today, I'll have the Russian strongman tear your limbs apart." In ancient times, there was the punishment of dismemberment by 5 horses, where 5 horses were harnessed to pull a person's limbs in different directions. Now, Lin Gang had brought in Russian strongmen to back him up. Dealing with Amir Erdanzi was more than enough for them. As Lin Gang threatened the thug, several burly Russian strongmen had already completely surrounded him. Chapter 207, Who the hell cares about 100 rubles? With the Russian strongmen backing him, Lin Gang now held Lin Feng in utter contempt. With a single command from him today, the Russian strongmen could tear second-rate to shreds and trample Lin Feng to death in the process. When Lin Feng stepped forward, the Russian strongmen bellowed at him in broken Chinese. Killing him would be a piece of cake. The Russian brute's arrogance ignited Lin Feng's fury completely. He flung Erdanzi's body aside and bravely confronted the group of red-haired bastards, "Your ancestors. If you've got a problem, take it out on me." The Russian standing before him, towering a full head taller, first raised his thumb in a thumbs-up gesture. Then, flipping it downward, he spat at Lin Feng, "You sick man of East Asia. Stop acting like a lunatic." Hearing this, Lin Feng saw no point in further explanation with this hulking brute. He knew full well that fists were the only language that mattered. "Redhead, take this punch." As Lin Feng shouted insults at the Russian, his iron fist shot forward with a thunderous crack. His heavy fist collided head-on with the Russian's massive knuckles. Crack, crack. The collision of 2 fists, each a different color, produced a bone-chilling sound that made the scalp crawl. Lin Gang stood nearby, bellowing, "Go, Redhead. Kill that bastard Lin Feng." This half-brother of Lin Gang had always been bent on destroying Lin Feng. He had long regarded Lin Feng, who had lived with him for 5 years, as a thorn in his side. If Lin Feng was killed by the Russians today, this entire Zhongshan would be his. Lu Dangue, Zhou Buchu and all of them would have to bow to his command. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Gang waved his massive hand wildly, painting one pie in the sky promise after another to the Russian redhead. "After we take Lin Feng out, half of this endless wilderness will be yours." Hearing this, the Russian redhead's body surged with adrenaline, his mouth spewing wild cries, "Lin Feng, if you just surrender right here, I might spare your life." Lin Feng wasn't easily intimidated. Facing the redhead's threats, the force behind his fists at least doubled. Bang! 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 As the 2 fists clashed with a sharp crackling sound, the redhead's iron fist gradually began to falter. Veins bulged on his forehead as he offered a compromise, his voice softening slightly. "Kid, how about we call it a draw?" Lin Feng wasn't stupid. Just moments ago, the redhead had been bragging about killing him. Now, his change of heart was faster than flipping a page. Lin Feng's fist continued to collide with the redhead's. "Redhead, while I'm still in a decent mood, you better get the hell out of here." Poof. The redhead, emboldened by a bottle of vodka, was thoroughly enraged by Lin Feng's words. "Kid, don't push your luck. You've chosen the path to hell when heaven was open." Before he could finish his threat, his entire body flew backward like a. After sending this arrogant redhead flying, Lin Feng barked without mercy, "Anyone else got a problem? Come at me." Lin Gang, seeing the redhead sprawled several yards away, spitting furiously, bellowed, "Come on, you bastards. I'll give you 100 rubles each." The remaining red guards glanced toward their comrade lying several yards away. This redhead, even more fierce than the rest of them, was spitting out mouthfuls of bloody, fishy-smelling blood. Judging by the whole situation, he was on the verge of kicking the bucket. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously pulled the rubles from their clothes and pants, flinging them hard at Lin Gang's face. "Who the hell gives a damn about your measly 100 rubles? In the 1960s, 100 rubles was worth about 5 yuan. These redheads weren't fools, they wouldn't risk their lives fighting Lin Feng over $5. As they cursed Lin Gang, they helped the burly man to his feet and headed toward the border. Lin Gang, who had been so arrogant moments ago, watched the Russians walk away. His spirit collapsed instantly. He muttered to himself, "How many rubles do you want before you're satisfied?" Lu Dangue strode up to Lin Gang, roaring like a raging lion, "Lin Gang, you bastard. Don't you have the sense to look in the mirror and see your own worth? Thinking you could take down Lin Feng with the few men you hired? That's nothing but a fairy tale. Lin Gang, rebuffed by Lu Dingue's taunts, shot back with a stubborn retort, "I'll find some real tough guys sooner or later. Get the hell out of here." Lu Dingue was, after all, the top dog in town. Facing this petty thug Lin Gang, he hadn't used his pistol to finish him off that was already letting him off easy. As Lu Dingue cursed Lin Gang, his boxer pistol was already cocked and ready to fire. Terrified like a rabbit, Lin Gang staggered down the mountain through the swirling snowflakes. To show the kid who was boss, he deliberately fired several shots into the air behind him. Seeing Lu Dingue's furious rage, Lin Feng hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "What's the point of shooting now? He's already far away." "Oomph. Just because I don't roar doesn't mean I'm a sick cat." Lu Dingue placed the smoking box gun to his lips and blew on it forcefully several times before smugly slinging it back over his hip. Paralyzed with fear, Erdanzi tremblingly crawled up from the icy snow. His mouth stammered out, "Old Yao's still the man. Come on, let's head up the mountain for some strong liquor." Lu Dingue called out cheerfully to Erdanzi and Lin Feng. Together, they trudged through the thick snow, sinking in deep with each step, heading up the mountain. As soon as they reached the eaves of the small cabin, Zhou Buchuan hurriedly called out to Lin Feng, "Feng, come help out here." Lin Feng followed the direction of Zhou Buchuan's voice. Several militia members were struggling mightily to hoist the largest northeast bear onto a wooden pillar with iron hooks, but the beast was truly cumbersome. After struggling for ages, they hadn't even managed to hook a single paw. Chapter 208, Never Going to Happen. Zhou Buchuan was gasping for breath, his mouth wide open. From his gasping, Lin Feng could tell he'd exerted considerable effort earlier. But this northeast bear Lin Feng had carried back weight at least 600 jin. Lying flat on the ground, it proved quite a struggle for them to lift. To get this behemoth hung under the eaves as quickly as possible, Zhou Buchuan, utterly exhausted, pinned his last hope on Lin Feng. Seeing them panting and drooling, Lin Feng slammed the ammunition box off his shoulder onto the frozen ground with a thud. Wiping sweat from his brow, he addressed the struggling militia and Zhou Buchuan, "It's just a few 100 pounds of northeast bear, right? Step aside and watch me handle this behemoth." As Lin Feng's breath formed white clouds, he had already stripped off his wolfskin coat completely. In the dead of winter, he stood before them bare-chested. His sharply defined muscles and thick thighs left everyone present staring in astonishment. Amidst their stunned silence, a 20-pound barbed iron hook materialized in Lin Feng's right hand. Whoosh! With lightning speed, the iron hook in his right hand plunged into the leg of this northeastern giant. The barbed iron hook sank deep into the giant's thigh. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Lin Feng swiftly hooked the iron-tipped claw onto a pillar beneath the cabin's eaves. The northeast bear, weighing no less than 600 jin, was suspended beneath the cabin's eaves by Lin Feng with lightning speed. The onlookers immediately erupted in loud screams. "Holy, that's a real eastern giant. Feng, how did you manage that?" Everyone present shouted at Lin Feng, their voices a mix of horror and bewilderment. Lin Feng acted as if nothing had happened, addressing everyone gathered beneath the cabin's eaves. "This northeast bear was as easy for me as carrying a chicken." Zhou Buchuan was utterly blown away by Lin Feng's words, his worldview completely shattered. His mouth hung wide open as he asked the youngster before him, "Feng, how did you just get that 600-pound behemoth up there?" When Lin Feng lifted that behemoth onto the eaves, his hand speed was so blindingly fast that almost no one could make out any details. His mouth hung open as he fired these questions at Lin Feng. Seeing Zhou Buchuan's horrified expression, Lin Feng shot him a disdainful glance before his lips started fluttering non-stop. "Hey, it's just a matter of grabbing an iron hook and hoisting it up. I've practiced this kind of thing countless times back in the mountains." Lin Feng had only been holed up in these deep mountains for 4 or 5 months. He counted on his fingers just that one bear that had bullied his sister. That bear was no lightweight either. Lin Feng had to exert tremendous effort to finally take it down. But this incident conveniently became Lin Feng's capital for self-promotion. Zhou Buchuan, who held Lin Feng in high regard, listened to these seemingly ordinary words. His jet-black eyes widened as he stared at the youngster, his voice tinged with self-deprecation. "The new generation pushes aside the old," he said. "One palm strike washes the old wave ashore. We become those who live 100 years without purpose." Zhou Buchuan kept uttering words of regret in front of Lin Feng. As Zhou Buchuan engaged in self-deprecating humor, Lin Feng chuckled and told old Zhou, "Hey, my skills aren't anything special. Let's get down to the real business." Zhou Buchuan had no idea what kind of mischief Lin Feng was planning next. At Lin Feng's words, Zhou Buchuan's round eyes widened in surprise. As his eager gaze shifted toward Lin Feng, Feng Zai's hand had already grasped a sharp skinning knife. Lin Feng had used this very knife to skin foxes, red jackals, and leopards. But that was all a long time ago. Recalling those long-forgotten events, Lin Feng seemed unusually excited. The skinning knife in his hand bounced up and down in sync with the excitement on his face. Pop! With the knife's swift rotation, Lin Feng sliced open the left leg of the northeast bear hanging from the eaves in the blink of an eye. This was accomplished in the blink of Zhou Buchuan's eye. By the time Zhou Buchuan could focus his eyes, Lin Feng's skinning knife was already slicing along the bear's leg, steadily working its way up toward its belly. Swoosh! The sound of the knife slicing through the bear's skin and flesh echoed in Zhou Buchuan's ears. With each swift stroke of Lin Feng's blade, a complete bear hide was peeled clean off its body. Seeing the pristine hide, Lu Dengue jumped over, his eyes gleaming with envy. This hide is mine. When hunting bears in the northeast, Lu Dengue hadn't been nearly this eager. But when it came time to claim credit and demand rewards, he was quicker than anyone else. His words immediately provoked the displeasure of the old man standing nearby, who was sipping gardenia root medicine from a large, thick bowl. He slammed the large bowl he'd been drinking from onto the stone trough under the cabin's eaves, the one used to feed the dogs. Clang! With a sharp crack, the large bowl shattered into 8 pieces. All the people who had been arguing endlessly over this valuable bearskin stopped their chattering mouths with a sudden halt. One pair after another of strange eyes turned toward Grandpa. Grandpa's mouth gaped wide, his 2 furious eyes nearly shooting flames. Stepping forward in front of Jobuchuan and Lu Dengue, Grandpa strode over. Lu Dengue, you can eat the bear meat and drink the soup, but you'll never get that pelt today. Lu Dengue had already extorted numerous items from Lin Feng, and today he was making an outrageous demand, wanting the bear skin. Upon hearing this outrageous demand, Grandpa immediately stepped forward to deliver a forceful rebuke. Chapter 209, I am Xiayanian. Outside the small wooden hut, the wind and snow grew fiercer. The relentless, biting wind whipped through the air, carrying swirling snowflakes that fell ceaselessly from the sky. Lu Dengue, who was used to extorting bribes, wore an unhappy expression after facing Grandpa's opposition. His previously contented expression instantly twisted into a sour grimace. His jet-black teeth clenched as he began to grind them relentlessly. Without a shred of courtesy, he roared at the old man before him like a raging lion gone wild. Old Xia, what gives you the right to nitpick over these northeast bear skins? Lu Dengue was the top dog in town. If he demanded something anything but your woman and you refused, you knew exactly what would happen next. From now on, he'd make sure you'd be skinned alive, even if you didn't die. Today, if Lin Feng dared to refuse, he could easily find an excuse to take back all 10 boxes of ammunition delivered. Though the northeast bear skins commanded a hefty price, compared to those 10 boxes of ammunition, Lin Feng felt the bullets were the more reliable option. Just as he was about to step forward to stop his grandfather's objection, the old man suddenly, in front of everyone, ripped his wolfskin coat apart with a loud tearing sound. His emotions running high, he flung the torn wolfskin coat aside. Lu Dengue, you son of I. You say I don't have the right to make a fuss? This is my right. As Grandpa tossed the wolfskin coat aside, his bare chest was exposed before everyone. Several deep scars, each at least 5 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide, crisscrossed his neck, the marks of bayonet slashes. Each scar was at least 5 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide. These scars were left during the 5th counter-encirclement campaign, when Grandpa engaged in bayonet combat with bandit troops from the White Zone. Looking down his neck, 3 12-centimeter-long scars from shrapnel wounds were visible on his emaciated ribs. These 3 12-centimeter scars were inflicted when my grandfather was shielding his comrades during the Battle of Chosin Reservoir in the Korean War, only to be struck by shrapnel from a flying artillery shell. Lu Dengue, who had just been ranting about how my grandfather had no right to cause trouble, fell silent the moment he saw the scars covering his body. Jobuchuan, seeing the old man's body covered in scars, furrowed his brow deeply. He turned to his grandfather standing opposite him and asked with evident emotion, "How did you get that scar on your ribs?" Grandpa's bloodshot eyes shot Jobuchuan a look of disdain. He made no attempt to conceal his pride as he declared loudly to Jobuchuan, "I saved 10 men during the Battle of Chosin Reservoir." Jobuchuan had also participated in the Battle of Chosin Reservoir during the Korean War. Those days of relentless artillery fire instantly flooded back into his mind as his grandfather spoke. He clearly remembered an old Red Army soldier named Xiayanian who had recklessly carried them one by one from the trenches under relentless fire to safety. As his wounded body clung to Xiayanian's back, several pieces of shrapnel flew toward them. After that, he knew nothing more. Not until he returned from Chosin Reservoir did he see this old Red Army soldier named Xiayanian again. He had searched far and wide, asking everyone he could for news of this old man named Xiayanian. However, all comrades who participated in the search returned with disappointing news. Finding Xiayanian was truly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet all these years, he never gave up for a single moment. Now, the scars on old Master Xia instantly reignited a glimmer of hope in the despairing Jobuchuan. His round, dark eyes darted about as he scrutinized the emaciated figure of the old man before him. Finally, he addressed the septuagenarian in a loud voice. "Old man, did you call Xiayanian?" Old Master Xia was seething over the division of the bear skin. He refused to let Lu Dengue get a share because a few days ago, he'd heard from Lin Feng that Feng Xiaoxiao was planning to grow off-season vegetables and grains. Though he didn't quite understand the details, he knew that whatever his grandson was attempting must be something significant. However, pulling this off wouldn't be easy. Water sources were no problem. The mountain's sacred spring could easily satisfy the plant's growth needs. Yet in this snow-covered, icy wilderness, getting plants to grow against the seasons would be futile without agricultural plastic sheeting and bamboo frames. Bamboo could be harvested freely from the mountain, but the crucial agricultural plastic sheeting had to be purchased from border markets. Back then, material production within our country was extremely scarce. Faced with items requiring even minimal technological expertise, we could only rely on borrowing resources. Had it not been for this necessity, the Soviet Union would never have withdrawn its various expert teams. When Old Master Xie heard Zhou Buchuan's question, he showed no courtesy whatsoever to the district chief standing before him. His voice, slightly hoarse, boomed at the district chief standing before him. I'm Xie Yanian, and I'll never change my name. Thud. Before Old Master Xie could finish his sentence, Zhou Buchuan, the district chief, had already forced his knees down before Old Master Xie in full view of everyone. Old Master Xie was utterly bewildered by Zhou Buchuan's sudden prostration. He bellowed at the kneeling Zhou Buchuan, his voice rough and booming. What the hell do you think you're doing, kneeling before me like this? During the Battle of Chosin Reservoir, Old Man Xie had saved countless lives. He couldn't recall who was Zhang San or Li Si. He had almost no recollection of Zhou Buchuan kneeling before him. Kneeling on the ground, Zhou Buchuan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with one hand while addressing Old Master Xie. Old Master, I'm Sanwa, the one you evacuated from that battlefield under heavy fire all those years ago. As Zhou Buchuan spoke these words with deep emotion, the furrowed brow of Old Master Xie gradually smoothed out. Chapter 210, Shared Meals Taste Sweetest. You're Sanwa? Old Master Xie's voice trembled with emotion. All these years, he had been searching everywhere for Sanweizi's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find any trace of this Sanwa among all his comrades from the Korean War. When Zhou Buchuan had been clinging to the old man's back, he had weakly told Xie Inian that his childhood nickname was Sanweizi. Just as he was about to reveal his real name to Old Master Xie, their bodies were torn apart by an incoming shell. Thus, the old man could only cling to his fading memories, searching the vast sea of humanity for any trace of this man named Sanweizi. Yet years passed in the blink of an eye, and not even a trace of Sanwa was found. Old Master Xie had no choice but to abandon his search for Sanweizi. Just when he had given up hope, the incident of dividing the bear skin brought back memories of the past. Amidst his disappointment, Old Master Xie found his will to live reignited. Zhou Buchuan knelt in the freezing snow, his greasy old face looking up at Old Master Xie's rough, pine bark-like features. His unkempt, stubbly lips and chin kept curling upward. I'm Sanweizi. Zhou Buchuan's words struck like a thunderclap on a clear day. Overwhelmed with emotion, Old Master Xie bent forward, his hips thrust backward, and reached out with both hands to lift Sanwa from his kneeling position. His voice stuttered as he asked Zhou Buchuan, You really are Sanwa? As Old Master Xie helped him up, Sanwa shouted back, Yes, I'm Sanwa. Oh my goodness, I've searched for you so desperately all these years. For the first time, the old man opened his heart and spoke aloud before Zhou Buchuan. Their conversation was immediately overheard by Lu Dengue, who was busy currying favor. His attitude toward the old master did an immediate 180-degree turn. Seizing the moment to save face, he addressed the old master, who was still chatting with Zhou Buchuan, in a loud, grinning voice. Old master, truth be told, my family isn't short of tiger or bear skins. I was just joking with Lin Feng earlier. The old man couldn't fathom how Lu Dengue, who had weathered countless battles, could transform so rapidly. Just as he was deeply astonished by Lu Dengue's transformation, Zhou Buchuan roared at old Lu, who was still chattering away. Lu Dengue, if you dare to keep making a fuss about that bear skin today, I'll shoot you dead with my boxer pistol right now. Back then, the primary purpose of issuing pistols to district leaders was to prevent corrupt officials from stirring up trouble. Faced with Zhou Buchuan's fierce rebuke, the previously unruly Lu Dengue instantly quieted down considerably and obediently stepped aside. At that very moment, Lu Dengue understood all too well. If he continued causing trouble on this mountain today, Zhou Buchuan would truly shoot him dead. The eaves of the small cabin, which had been filled with intense tension moments ago, instantly fell silent. Lin Feng swiftly drew his knife and slit open the belly of the northeast bear. With lightning speed, he extracted a vivid green bear gallbladder from the giant beast's belly. In front of everyone, Lin Feng addressed his grandfather. Grandpa, your health isn't good. Take this bear gallbladder and quickly mix it with gardenia water to drink. Lu Dengue reacted faster than anyone else. He hastily interjected, flattering Lin Feng with sycophantic words. Didn't I have the militia bring some strong liquor? If he's going to drink it, it must be paired with strong liquor. Grandpa didn't want to enjoy this giant bear gall alone. While speaking to Lin Feng, he snatched the green-juiced bear gall from Feng Zhaozhao's hands and bellowed at Lu Dengue. Damn it, where's your liquor? Bring it out already. Lu Dengue had indeed come prepared. While Grandpa was yelling at him, he'd already instructed one of the militia members to clatter a clay pot into the group's presence, setting it down heavily beneath the small wooden hut's eaves. Lin Feng, I told you today we're drinking strong liquor. After learning of Grandpa's heroic deeds, Lu Dengue dared not grumble in his presence anymore. Instead, he addressed Feng Zizai loudly in front of Lin Feng. This bear gallbladder was something Grandpa didn't want to enjoy alone. Sharing the joy is what makes it sweet. Eating it alone would be like throwing a javelin. As he called out to Lu Dengue, old Lu had already placed a clay pot of fiery liquor into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng swiftly handed the bowl of fiery liquor to his grandfather. Pop. Grandpa held the bare gall in his left hand while his right hand reached for the rim of the earthenware bowl, forcefully yanking off the cork. As the jar opened, the rich aroma of sorghum liquor instantly filled everyone's senses. Thud! As grandfather inhaled the fragrance, the bare gall in his left hand was gently dropped into the earthenware pot. To ensure the bare gall blended swiftly with the liquor inside, Grandpa lifted the earthenware pot and shook it vigorously for a long while before carrying it toward the Kong bed in the shed. Siafong was busy with Lin Xan and Jean Foam, while Grandma simmered a stew of carrots and fox meat on the stove beside the Kong. The fox meat had been stored for quite some time. If they didn't eat it soon, the fresh bear meat would have to be hung up on the bamboo pole next. Grandpa sniffed the savory aroma of the stewing carrots. He reached in, scooped out a piece, and popped it into his mouth. Chewing on the tough, sinewy skin, he called out to Siafong, "Use less cured meat. Today, we're focusing on bear stomach and intestines." Zhoubuchuan made the effort to come up the mountain. "We must treat them to the very best." As Grandpa gave his instructions to Siafong, his legs had already stepped out of the large shed. The moment he stepped outside, he heard the sizzling sound of a knife cutting meat beneath the eaves of the small wooden hut. Zhoubuchuan had never seen Lin Feng wield a knife with such skill. He couldn't help but whistle in admiration, calling out loudly,